Chapter 1. The Tyrant of Winter Melon Village. Northwest Xiantian, a single cloud. The crow has entered the flock of phoenixes. The table is filled with heroic men. Who is the lord and who is the subject? Observing the two children brandishing sticks and shouting at him, the middle-aged cultivator's lips twitched slightly. As an elder of the Amei Zhaixing lineage, being robbed by two mere children was an indignity he could scarcely bear. If the other elders in the sect were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly become the subject of their ridicule. Rubbing his forehead, he helplessly spoke. "Young friends, might I request that you allow me passage? Less chatter. Hand over your silver, or I shall show no mercy with my rolling pin." The middle-aged cultivator felt a sense of exasperation at the child's innocent tone. Before him stood a child who appeared to be no older than 7, with snot still running from his nose. Clad in a makeshift eye patch, he fancied himself a pirate, truly believing he was a fearsome bandit. He retorted, "Do you two little rascals even know who I am? I don't care who you are." The boy with snot and an eye patch hefted his rolling pin defiantly and declared, "This is Winter Melon Village. I am the tyrant of Winter Melon Village, the bloodthirsty Lin Xiaolu. I kill without blinking." Indeed, the girl beside him, sporting pigtails and wearing a red apron, struck a pose and boasted, "My brother is incredibly fierce. He slaughters daily. And if he doesn't, he won't eat. Right? When my mother was still around, she would beat me daily, but I wouldn't eat until the killing was done. So are you afraid?" The middle-aged cultivator was left speechless. What sort of madness was this? His name was Li Mingru, an elder of the Amei Zhaixing lineage. Just half an hour prior, his senior sister, the sect leader of Amei, had summoned him for a discussion, chastising him for spending his days in seclusion, drinking, sleeping, and perusing inappropriate literature, or sneaking peeks at the female elders of other branches while bathing. This neglect of learning and cultivation had resulted in the Zhaixing lineage, the oldest among Amei's 9 branches, failing to recruit a new disciple for a full 20 years. Thus, he was sent down the mountain to seek disciples, with the warning that he should not return if he failed. Now, Li Mingru found himself reflecting on the situation barely had he left Amei when he encountered these two children. As his sister had said, this was fate. It had been nearly half an hour since he departed, and he hoped his sister's anger had subsided. Women, after all, have their monthly discomforts. If these two children proved suitable, bringing them back as disciples would be quite a stroke of luck. With this thought in mind, he turned to the boy and asked, "Are you Lin Xiaolu?" "Indeed." The boy, brandishing his rolling pin, replied with a sense of pride. Li Mingru smiled and nodded, then looked toward the girl beside Lin Xiaolu. "And what is your name?" "I am called Xiao," the girl chirped. Li Mingru acknowledged her with a soft hum, and continued to smile as he inquired further, "What brings you to this place to imitate highway robbery?" Lin Xiaolu raised his head defiantly and retorted, "Because we are exceptional." Li Mingru was taken aback, almost laughing in disbelief at the audacity of this child. "Don't your parents care for you?" he continued to inquire. "Our parents have passed away," Lin Xiaolu replied. "We specialize in being ruffians in the village, particularly me, known as the tyrant of Donghua village, the bloodied hand of Lin Xiaolu. Indeed, my brother is the fiercest in Donghua village, ruthlessly dispatching countless foes. Every morning upon waking, he must slay someone," Xiaoyu chimed in adorably. The village storyteller even penned a biography for my brother, titled "The Girls We Have Cut Down Together in Those Years." The innocence of their words left Li Mingru astounded, his eyelids twitching with disbelief. These two children were indeed extraordinary. Yet, a twinge of sorrow stirred within him. The universe is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder, and these siblings were undoubtedly victims of fate. Their bravado perhaps stemmed from the loss of their parents at such a tender age, fearing exploitation by others. Well, it seems fortuitous I might as well take on 2 disciples to present to my master. With this thought, he abandoned any pretense and smiled at the siblings. "I am Li Mingru, an elder of the Amei sect. Upon witnessing your tragic circumstances, I wish to take you as my disciples and welcome you into Amei. Would you accept?" "Bah!" Lin Xiaolu, adorned with a makeshift eye patch and a stream of snot running down his face, pointed a rolling pin at him and exclaimed, "You're just bragging. I am Lin." Before he could finish, Li Mingru flicked his sleeve dramatically, and in an instant, a fierce gust of wind erupted, sweeping Lin's eyeless makeshift eye patch away. The siblings were momentarily paralyzed with fear, while Li Mingru felt a surge of pride at their terror. Displaying his spiritual prowess before mere mortals was indeed exhilarating. After a brief moment, he retracted his energy, and the turbulent winds subsided, leaving a serene atmosphere as if all that had transpired was but a mirage. "How do you find my power now?" Li Mingru asked, a smile gracing his face. Lin Xiaolu stood in shock, his face smeared with snot, while the younger Xiaoyu, only 5, was so frightened she fell to her knees. "O mighty immortal, spare my life. Xiaoyu shall never dare again," she cried, her innocent voice tinged with sobs as she bowed repeatedly. The slightly older Lin Xiaolu trembled with fear, yet he bravely shielded his sister, eyes wide and voice quivering as he shouted, "What do you intend to do? Everything was accomplished solely by me, Lin Xiaolu, and has nothing to do with my sister. Misfortune does not extend to family. Whatever transpires, let it be directed at me. If I, Lin Xiaolu, were to furrow my brow even slightly, I would no longer be the infamous Bloodhand Butcher." With a stifled chuckle, Li Mingru found the child quite amusing. He observed the boy, whose legs trembled in fear yet stood resolutely to protect his sister, and a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. Indeed, he possessed a commendable spirit and exemplary older brother. With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Mingru adopted an air of a reclusive sage, flashing a charming smile. "Lin Xiaolu, I wish to take you and your sister as my disciples, and have you both join the Yimei sect. Would you be willing?" The boy, sensing that the man genuinely meant no harm to him or his sister, felt a measure of relief. He then regarded him with a peculiar expression and asked, "Are you suggesting that you want us to join you?" Cough, cough. Li Mingru nearly choked. Goodness, here he was a dignified master from Yimei, being described as though he were recruiting gang members by this little rascal. He shot the boy an exasperated glare. "I intend to take you both as my disciples." Oh, the boy blinked his wise eyes. "So, from now on, you'll be our leader?" Li Mingru, not a leader, but a master. He corrected with a hint of frustration. By heaven, what on earth was this child thinking? Did his family have a legacy of gang affiliation? After internally grumbling several times, he looked at the siblings once more and inquired, "From this moment forth, you shall follow me in your cultivation. Are you willing?" Lin Xiaolu pulled his still kneeling sister to her feet, then turned to the middle-aged cultivator before him, hesitating slightly before voicing his final question. "Will cultivation ensure we have enough to eat?" Upon hearing this question, Li Mingru was momentarily taken aback, his gaze wavering before he burst into hearty laughter. With a flourish of his robe, he transformed the siblings into a white streak, soaring into the heavens. Chapter 2. Senior Sister Li Miaoxiname, one of the 6 great immortal sects of Shenzhou, boasts a long-standing reputation among the myriad sects and dynasties of Shenzhou. With thousands of inner disciples and an innumerable number of outer disciples, it has firmly established itself on this land for over a millennium, rendering it a foremost sanctuary of immortality, unparalleled throughout history. Amidst the vast expanse of the earth, 10 towering peaks arise majestically, encircling one another in a circular formation that reaches towards the heavens and plunges into the depths of the earth, soaring into the clouds. The uniqueness of these mountains is strikingly evident. From their midsections upward, they are blanketed in pristine snow, resembling 10 magnificent snow-capped mountains. Conversely, from their midsections downward, they are cloaked in lush green forests, vibrantly alive and untouched by the snowy summits, creating a mirage of white above and green below. This is the realm of the Yimei sect. At this moment, amidst the northernmost of the 9 peaks, a brilliant white rainbow streaks through the sky, swiftly descending into the midsection of a mountain. Within this radiant arc, Li Mingru descends with the siblings Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, landing abruptly in an ancient and elegant courtyard. As soon as they touch the ground, the clear sound of Lin Xiaolu's cries fills the air. Terrified, he had never experienced such fear before. During their flight, the 7-year-old had witnessed countless rivers, seas, and foreign mountains pass beneath him, nearly causing him to wet his pants. He could only cover his sister's eyes while he screamed throughout their journey. Xiao Yuer, glancing at her wailing brother, was puzzled by his distress, as she had seen nothing during the journey and felt no fear. Shortly after their arrival, a girl in a pale yellow gown, with a slightly cherubic face, rushed into the courtyard to greet Li Mingru. After her respectful salutation, she curiously eyed Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, her cheeks flushed with surprise. Master, you are truly remarkable. You have received disciples in just half an hour. Li Mingru nodded nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. Miaoxin, these two children will henceforth be your junior siblings. It is your responsibility to teach them well. Upon hearing this, the girl named Miaoxin beamed with joy and promptly declared, Rest assured, Master. I understand that these junior siblings must be exceptional talents selected by you. I will teach them diligently, ensuring that we uphold the esteemed name of our Zhaixing lineage. Li Mingru, slightly embarrassed by her words, cleared his throat awkwardly and shot a glare at the still-crying Lin Xiaolu. Enough of that. Are you not done crying yet? You bully of Donghua village? The boy, trembling, managed to stifle his sobs and tearfully inquired, Where am I? Li Mingru disregarded his question and declared, You two shall reside here from now on, training diligently under your senior sister. Do not cause trouble, or I shall not be lenient. With that, he prepared to report to his master, eager to return to his cave abode to resume his leisurely reading. As Li Mingru transformed and soared into the sky like a white rainbow, the ancient and elegant courtyard was left with only the cherubic young girl and the two siblings. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu had calmed down, holding his sister's hand while gazing at the girl before them. The young lady, filled with curiosity, looked back at them with a radiant face brimming with delight, her tone playful as she addressed them. Greetings, junior brother and sister. I am Li Miaoxin from the star-picking lineage. Henceforth, I shall be your elder sister. May I ask for your names? Hello, elder sister. My name is Lin Xiaoyu. The girl replied with a sweet voice, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she regarded the beautiful elder, finding her far more enchanting than the girls in their village combined. Li Miaoxin was nearly melted by Xiaoyu's adorable demeanor, her heart swelling with joy as she gently ruffled the girl's round little head before her gaze shifted to Lin Xiaolu. Junior brother, what is your name? By this time, Lin Xiaolu had lost much of his fear. He looked up at the girl, who appeared to be around 15 or 16, and with a tilt of his head, coldly huffed, Woman, you have no right to question me. Taken aback by his response, Li Miaoxin's face momentarily exhibited an endearing look of bewilderment before she exclaimed, Ah, how adorable. She promptly scooped Lin Xiaolu into her arms, playfully rubbing him until he burst into tears. Haha, the young lady, having introduced herself to the two children, took one by each hand and joyfully led them out of the courtyard. Outside, a pathway lined with towering pavilions, paved with blue stones, filled with fragrant flowers and greenery, resembled a celestial paradise. This enchanting scene captivated the siblings, easing their underlying tension and anxiety. Junior brother and sister, it must have been quite a journey for you. Allow your elder sister to take you to the dining hall for a meal, and then we shall procure some daily necessities for you. Upon hearing the term meal, the siblings' eyes gleamed with excitement. As Lin Xiaolu was led by Li Miaoxin through the exquisite surroundings, he thought to himself that this place seemed rather delightful, far superior to their village, and they would even have a meal. However, it struck him as peculiar that there seemed to be no one around, despite the beautiful environment. It felt eerily empty. Woman, why is there no one here? He tugged at Li Miaoxin, voicing his concern. Li Miaoxin pressed her lips together and with a smile replied, Junior brother, you should call me elder sister. Lin Xiaolu turned his little face away in defiance, while Li Miaoxin teased him, saying, If you do not call me elder sister, then I shall ignore you. With that, she mimicked the boy's earlier stance, turning her head away in a haughty manner. This irked Lin Xiaolu greatly. He attempted to free himself from her grasp, but despite his best efforts, he could not escape. Reluctantly adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer a loss in front of him, he grumbled a reluctant elder sister. Li Miaoxin, still holding his hand, finally relented and joyfully exclaimed, We are from the star-picking lineage of Amei, and this entire star-picking peak belongs to us. However, due to the inherent laziness of our esteemed master, who prefers to remain secluded within his cave and shows little interest in mentoring disciples, our branch of Star Gathering has only 2 disciples, the elder brother, who is currently in seclusion, and myself, the elder sister. Of course, now we have the addition of the 2 of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu pouted, realizing that the leader he and his sister had chosen was rather unreliable. The village storyteller had often said that in the world, it is crucial to associate with the right people. It seemed he would need to find a more dependable leader for himself and his sister in the future. He then inquired, "What tasks will my sister and I need to undertake while we are here?" "For now, nothing at all," Li Miaoxin explained. "You two are still quite young. First, you will attend the literacy hall of the sect to learn to read and write, and then you will study some fundamental concepts of cultivation. Occasionally, you may also need to assist with some minor chores that are within your capabilities. Elder sister, will we be learning from you?" The curious little girl, wearing a belly band, asked. The young woman affectionately pinched the little girl's cheek and replied with a smile, "Not quite. Literacy and the study of cultivation concepts will take place alongside other inner disciples from various branches within the sect. Only after you reach the qi condensation stage will I impart to you the unique skills of our star-gathering lineage." "Understood," Lin Xiaolu nodded sagely. "It's quite similar to attending school in the village." "Indeed," Li Miaoxin reflected before slowly nodding. "The junior brother makes a valid point. The initial phase is indeed akin to attending school." Chapter 3. I am your father. As the three of them strolled along, Lin Xiaolu followed Li Miaoxin down a stone staircase, arriving at a spacious courtyard adorned with a pavilion. In stark contrast to their previous location, this place was bustling with activity, filled with voices that created a vibrant atmosphere. "This is the dining hall," Li Miaoxin warmly introduced. "If you two feel hungry in the future, you can come here to dine." Lin Xiaolu gazed at the men and women entering and exiting the courtyard, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Sister, didn't you say that our star-picking lineage has few disciples? Who are all these people?" "They are the outer disciples of Amei, who usually reside at the foot of the mountain," Li Miaoxin explained. "Amei has 9 lineages and 10 peaks, each peak hosting a multitude of outer disciples." As she spoke, she led Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu into the courtyard. At that moment, it appeared to be mealtime, with numerous outer disciples scattered about, and upon seeing Li Miaoxin, a look of reverence washed over their faces. "Sister, it seems those people are quite intimidated by you," Xiaoyu remarked curiously. "That's because we are inner disciples," Li Miaoxin replied with a smile. "Amei has a strict hierarchy, unless one possesses exceptional talent. All begin as outer disciples. Only those who secure a top 3 position in the annual sect trials can ascend to inner disciples." "So are my sister and I outer or inner disciples?" Lin Xiaolu inquired. "Certainly inner disciples," Li Miaoxin continued with a smile. "You are personally accepted by our master, so you are inner disciples from the start. You won't have to perform chores, just focus on your cultivation." At Amei, outer disciples are recruited at the age of 16, while inner disciples often include many talented children like yourselves who achieve this distinction at a young age. "Oh," Lin Xiaolu nodded in satisfaction. "I really am destined to be the leader, starting from a higher point. I'm directly an inner disciple." "Ha ha." Li Miaoxin looked at the boy, standing with his hands on his hips, head tilted back in foolish laughter, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Junior brother, although you are an inner disciple, you mustn't indulge in play. Starting tomorrow, if you cannot reach the qi condensation realm within a year, even as a personally accepted disciple, you will automatically be demoted to outer disciple." The boy's laughter abruptly ceased, as if nothing had occurred, and he followed Li Miaoxin up to the designated dining area for inner disciples. Before long, the three arrived on the elegantly decorated second floor. As soon as they stepped onto the landing, a young servant in green attire rushed over with a flattering smile. "Greetings, Sister Miaoxin," he said, bowing deeply. "I heard that our junior brother awakened today to the cheerful calls of magpies outside, and upon learning that Sister Miaoxin has come to dine, it is indeed an honor to welcome you." Li Miaoxin, amused, covered her mouth with a laugh. "Hongsan, if you spent as much time on your cultivation as you do flattering others, you would have long since ascended to inner disciple." Upon finishing her introduction, she presented the 2 newcomers to the young servant. "These are my esteemed junior brothers, Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, both newly accepted disciples of my revered master. Please extend them your utmost hospitality and do not neglect them." The servant, known as Hosaner, promptly bowed respectfully to the siblings, saying, "I am Hosaner, an outer disciple. It is an honor to meet you, brother Lin Xiaolu and sister Xiao Yuer." Xiao Yuer, feeling a twinge of fear, glanced nervously at Hosaner and instinctively hid behind Li Miaoxin, resembling a frightened young creature. This sight elicited a delighted exclamation from Li Miaoxin, who found it utterly adorable. Lin Xiaolu, however, was less intimidated. Observing the monkey-like figure before him, who was showing him deference, he immediately adopted a swaggering demeanor. placing his hands behind his back, and declared, "Not bad, young lad. From now on, you shall follow me." Ho Sanner was momentarily taken aback, while Li Miaoxin almost burst into laughter at her little junior brother's antics. The 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu continued to tease Ho Sanner with a cheeky grin, saying, "Come on, call me big brother." Looking up at the small figure whose height barely reached his thigh, Ho Sanner hesitated briefly before awkwardly responding, "Be big brother." Lin Xiaolu nodded with satisfaction, a silly smile spreading across his face. "From now on, you stick with me. If anyone dares to bully you, just invoke my name, Lin Xiaolu." Ha ha ha. Li Miaoxin was thoroughly amused by this scene, her face flushed with laughter as she struggled to contain herself. After several deep breaths, she managed to interrupt Lin Xiaolu's infectious laughter and instructed Ho Sanner, "Please fetch some spirit food and bring it to my room. Remember, make it softer. My junior sister is young and cannot handle overly hard food." "Understood," Ho Sanner replied, leading the siblings and Li Miaoxin into a charming private room. Once inside, Lin Xiaolu curiously asked, "Sister, what is spirit food?" Li Miaoxin explained at a leisurely pace, "Spirit food is nourishment infused with spiritual energy, which greatly benefits our cultivation when consumed regularly. Outer disciples are entitled to 1 meal of spirit food each month, while inner disciples enjoy it daily. Any additional portions must be exchanged for contribution points." "What are contribution points?" Lin Xiaolu inquired further. "Contribution points are earned through your service to the sect. In addition to our cultivation, we can undertake tasks for the sect to earn these points, which can then be exchanged for desired spirit stones, magical tools, or cultivation techniques." Li Miaoxin elaborated. The siblings were momentarily bewildered, their young minds struggling to grasp such concepts, though their interest in food remained piqued. Having grown up in a village where meat was a rare treat, the idea of spirit food seemed extraordinary, igniting their anticipation. Just as they were eagerly awaiting their meal, an abrasive laugh suddenly echoed from outside the room. "Miaoxin, my dear sister." A tall, slender cultivator clad in a dark blue robe strode in, flanked by a group of smirking disciples. Upon entering, the lanky cultivator couldn't contain his sneering delight. "Miaoxin, I've heard that after 20 years, your Zhaixing lineage has finally accepted 2 disciples. I came to see what kind of prodigies have captured your discerning eye." At this remark, the other disciples behind him erupted in laughter. Li Miaoxin observed the group with a furrowed brow, though she was reluctant to admit it. The Zhaixing lineage had long been a subject of ridicule among Ame. Unfortunately, despite her master's unparalleled strength among the 9 elders, his inherently lazy disposition, coupled with the formidable difficulty of the Zhaixing's unique skills, had resulted in a lack of new disciples for over 2 decades. Yet, she would not permit anyone to insult Zhaixing. Now, with a stern gaze, she coldly addressed Zhao Shixiang, "My master will recruit disciples without needing your approval." "No, no, no. Shimmy, you misunderstand." The tall and slender cultivator hastily waved his hands. "We, the brothers of the Jiaoying lineage, are merely curious. After 20 years without a disciple, 2 newcomers have suddenly appeared today. How could I not come to witness this? It's an opportunity to broaden our horizons." He then glanced at the timid Xiaoyu and Lin Xiaolu, smilingly inquired, "Are you 2 the new disciples of the Zhaixing lineage?" As soon as he asked, his smile abruptly vanished, and he shouted, "Dongfang Dan, I'm here, Shixiang." A plump boy around 10 years old, dressed in lavish attire, squeezed his way through the crowd. The boy, resembling a ball of flesh, had squinty triangular eyes that sparkled with mischief, and his chin jiggled as he walked. The tall cultivator placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and smiled at Li Miaoxin, saying, "This is my master's newly accepted disciple, Dongfang Dan, a natural earth spirit body." Li Miaoxin was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she regarded the unassuming boy, realizing that the Jiaoying lineage had indeed taken in such a prodigy among the earth spirit bodies of the 5 elements. Noticing her surprise, the tall cultivator's expression grew even more arrogant as he sneered at Lin Xiaolu and his sister, little Dan. "These 2 are your fellow disciples who joined Ame on the same day. Go greet them." Understanding the implication, the proud Dongfang Dan swaggered over to Lin Xiaolu, his small eyes surveying the tattered, pudding-stained clothes adorning him, before he scoffed loudly, "I am Dongfang Dan, son of the Prime Minister of Daiyue, a natural earth spirit body. Who are you?" Behind the chubby boy, the tall cultivator and the other disciples of Jiaoying wore expressions of amusement, clearly reveling in the spectacle. Li Miaoxin felt a surge of indignation. It was evident these individuals had come to bully others. Just as she was about to express her anger, Lin Xiaolu, under the intense scrutiny of the chubby boy, suddenly grinned and quipped, "I am your father." Chapter 4. Sparring equals fighting. Upon uttering these words, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Li Miaoxin nearly stifled a laugh. The chubby boy, initially taken aback, glared at Lin Xiaolu, who stood a head shorter than him, trembling with indignation. How dare this country bumpkin insult him? Behind him, the disciples of the Nine Infants sect were equally incensed. The leading slender cultivator's face darkening as he remarked, "The new disciple of the star-picking lineage is rather audacious, isn't he?" Li Miaoxin crossed her arms and scoffed. "What is the matter? Do you wish to bully the weak? Preying on my junior disciple? Zhao Jiping, your Nine Infants sect is utterly shameless." Zhao Jiping did not respond to Li Miaoxin's words, but instead turned his gaze to Lin Xiaolu, a menacing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I wouldn't dare to bully the junior disciple of star picking. I merely wish for our new disciples to spar with yours. What do you say? Utter nonsense." Li Miaoxin's fury ignited as she pointed a finger at Zhao Jiping, exclaiming, "This chubby boy is at least 10 years old, while my junior disciple is merely 7. You are clearly taking advantage of the young. Have you no shame?" In response, the other cultivators behind Zhao Jiping erupted in laughter, deriding her. "Li junior sister, your argument is flawed. Among cultivators, age is irrelevant in sparring." One sneered. "Indeed, to concern oneself with age in a sparring match is laughable," another chimed in. "If you're afraid to spar, just admit it. Our senior brother from Nine Infants won't mock you." The cacophony of laughter grew so boisterous that even the servant outside, who was carrying spiritual sustenance, cringed at the noise. Li Miaoxin's face flushed crimson with indignation as she clenched her silver teeth, retorting, "Both my junior disciple and yours have just entered a May, and have yet to begin their cultivation. They possess no spiritual power. They are merely children. What merit is there in sparring if not based on age? You are truly shameless." Seeing Li Miaoxin's hands tremble with rage, Zhao Jiping's voice dripped with sharp sarcasm. "Calm down, junior sister Li. If you are afraid to spar, just admit it. What's the big deal?" He then patted the chubby boy on the shoulder, saying, "Little Dan, let us return and spread the word. Among the new disciples, the star-picking disciples lack even the courage to engage in sparring." "Ha ha." The chubby boy beamed at this. Looking down at Lin Xiaolu, who was 3 years his junior and shorter than him, and arrogantly huffed before turning to leave with Zhao Jiping. "Sparring? What does that mean?" Just as everyone was about to depart, Lin Xiaolu suddenly inquired. Being so young, he and his sister did not fully grasp the concept of sparring. The group from Nine Infants erupted into laughter once more, causing Li Miaoxin's chest to heave with frustration. "Ha ha ha, the new disciple of star picking is amusing. They don't even understand what sparring is. Ha ha, I thought star picking would cultivate prodigies every 20 years, but it seems they produced a simpleton." Zhao Jiping laughed so hard he doubled over, then looked at Lin Xiaolu and said, "Sparring means you fight with my junior disciple. Do you understand?" Lin Xiaolu, bewildered, nodded and then blinked his large eyes, curiously asking, "When can we spar?" "Any time will do," Zhao Jiping replied impatiently, having initially come to provoke. With his aim accomplished, he no longer wished to linger, eager to return and proclaim that the new disciple of the star-picking lineage was a coward. However, just as he finished his sentence, Lin Xiaolu abruptly seized the jade porcelain teapot from the table and smashed it down upon the portly boy before him. With a resounding crash, the teapot shattered into countless pieces, and the boy let out a shrill scream, collapsing to the ground, his face smeared with crimson. This unexpected scene startled everyone, leaving them momentarily frozen in place. Yet, their astonishment did not deter Lin Xiaolu. As the boy clutched his face and howled in agony, the 7-year-old wasted no time. Delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling across the ground, tears, snot, and blood splattered everywhere. As he continued to kick, Lin Xiaolu berated, wailing, "How dare you cry? Have you any idea who you are provoking? You wish to spar with me? I've been hacking since I was in my mother's womb. Damn it." Behind him, the little girl, dressed in a simple vest, blinked her innocent, bright eyes, sitting on a stool and swinging her small feet, quietly observing her brother's assault. Such occurrences were nothing new to her. Her brother often fought with the older children in the village to protect himself, always striking with speed, precision, and ferocity. "Stop," The little fatty is about to be kicked to death. Only then did the onlookers snap back to reality. An infuriated Zhao Jiping raised his hand, ready to discipline the audacious child. Upon seeing this, Li Miaoxin immediately prepared to intervene. Yet Lin Xiaolu exhibited no fear. As Zhao Jiping's hand lifted, he snatched a shard of the broken teapot, crouching before the blubbering boy, brandishing the sharp piece toward his eye. He then lifted his youthful face to Zhao Jiping and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Jiping hesitated, momentarily taken aback by the sharp porcelain shard in the boy's hand. His hand, which had been raised in anger, froze mid-air, uncertainty coursing through him. As merely a third-tier cultivator, he lacked the confidence to save the boy without sustaining injury himself. Li Miaoxin was also taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Lin Xiaolu, realizing her young junior brother appeared rather fierce. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the continued weeping of the portly boy. After a prolonged moment, Zhao Jiping took several deep breaths, his chest heaving with rage. "Very well. You new disciple of the star-picking lineage, you've done well. I will certainly report this to the law enforcement hall, and you shall await your punishment." He pointed angrily at Lin Xiaolu, declaring, "You have wantonly assaulted a fellow disciple, showing utter disregard for the law and respect for your elders. You are finished." He delivered an impassioned tirade. However, Lin Xiaolu displayed no signs of panic. His small face remained undisturbed, and once Zhao Jiping finished, he casually remarked, "Shall you wear?" "Brother." The little girl chimed sweetly from behind him. "I just asked this senior brother what sparring meant." How did this senior brother respond? Lin Xiaolu fixed his gaze on Zhao Jiping and inquired. The senior brother said sparring is fighting. Xiao Yu, with a soft and tender voice, responded. "So when can we engage in combat?" Lin Xiaolu inquired further. Xiao Yu tilted her head with a smile. "My senior brother said we can do it any time." Zhao Jiping's expression darkened immediately, and the other disciples behind him came to his defense, stating, "Then why do you need weapons? Isn't fighting with weapons still fighting?" Lin Xiaolu continued to ask nonchalantly. The Taoist was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide, unable to articulate a response. Zhao Jiping soon realized. Glaring at Lin Xiaolu, he retorted angrily, "Using weapons can be lethal. It is fundamentally different from mere combat. So did he die?" The calmness of her words rendered Zhao Jiping momentarily speechless, his anger boiling within him, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Xiaolu. Yet he could not find the words. Finally, Lin Xiaolu suddenly grinned, her smile sweet. "Senior brother, in this sparring match, who emerged victorious?" Zhao Jiping's body trembled. For reasons unknown, gazing at this youth who had yet to formally embark on his cultivation journey, he felt a flicker of fear. Noticing his silence, Lin Xiaolu's smile vanished, and she thrust the sharp porcelain shard downward with force. "I ask you who won." The chubby boy, drenched in blood, stared at the porcelain shard mere inches from him, paralyzed with terror, and cried out in a breakdown, "You won. You won. You are my father. You are my father." Upon uttering those words, a foul smell emanated from his trousers. He was utterly frightened to the point of losing control. Chapter 5. Star Plucking and the Nine Infants. As Zhao Jiping and the disciples of the Nine Infants lineage witnessed the small, chubby boy's embarrassing demeanor, their faces flushed a deep shade of liver red. However, Li Miaoxin displayed no trace of her earlier vexation. Instead, she cheerfully raised her smiling visage and said, "Xiaolu, since your opponent has already conceded, let him go. We at Star Plucking are not ones to be unyielding in victory." Lin Xiaolu, being somewhat obedient to Li Miaoxin, released the porcelain shard from his grasp and stood up, while the chubby boy hastily scrambled to join Zhao Jiping and his companions. Terrified, his round face turned ashen. After all, he was merely a 10-year-old child, unaccustomed to such ferocity. Even upon reaching Zhao Jiping's side, he continued to weep uncontrollably, trembling and unwilling to meet Lin Xiaolu's gaze. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, nonchalantly tucked his hands into his pockets, his small face radiating disdain. What of the earth spirit body? It was nothing remarkable, merely a coward. He and his sister had lost their parents at a tender age, learning early on that to survive in this world required a certain audacity, a fierce spirit. When it came to fighting, one must strike hard, ensuring the opponent has no chance to retaliate. In comparison, this chubby boy was utterly lacking. "What do you think, Brother Zhao? Be sure to spread the word when you return. Your new disciple from the 9 infants was so frightened by my junior that he nearly wet his pants. Li Miaoxin taunted gleefully. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Jipeng's visage twisted in a manner reminiscent of one who had just swallowed a fly. He shot a glare at the girl and coldly retorted, "My junior is a natural earth spirit body. In a few years, he will become a pillar of our 9 infants lineage. When that time comes, we shall see who truly stands superior." With that, he cast a lingering glance at Lin Xiaolu and strode away, his sleeves billowing behind him. As he departed, the remaining disciples of the 9 infants followed suit. Their faces clouded with discontent. They could no longer bear to remain in such a humiliating atmosphere. The boy named Dongfang Dan clutched his still bleeding head, casting a fearful glance at Lin Xiaolu before scurrying away like a frightened animal. Once these individuals had vacated the premises, Li Miaoxin immediately burst into cheers. "Wow, little junior, you were simply magnificent." She affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaolu's hair, her beautiful eyes gleaming with delight. "Today, you have truly avenged your sister." Lin Xiaolu, with his hair being tousled like a dumpling, pouted in discontent. "Sister, could you please stop messing with my head? I'm destined to become the big brother in the future." "Big brother?" Li Miaoxin paused, her expression adorably bemused for a fleeting moment. "My brother's dream is to become a gang leader, collecting protection fees and enjoying candied hawthorns at the market without paying," chimed in the nearby Xiaoyu, her voice bright and clear. Li Miaoxin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle, playfully pinching Lin Xiaolu's ear and scolding, "How old are you? And you already aspire to be a big brother?" Lin Xiaolu winced as his ear was pinched, nearly lifting off the ground in pain. He endured the discomfort, tilting his head and glaring at Li Miaoxin with a sidelong glance. "Woman, I advise you to release me at once, or I shall make you regret ever being born into this world." Li Miaoxin burst into laughter, playfully swatting him. "Call me sister, you impolite little rascal." Li Miaoxin was playfully wrestling with Lin Xiaolu when, unexpectedly, the little girl Yuer inquired, "Senior sister, was it true what that wicked cultivator said about us not having taken in new disciples for 20 years? "Of course it's true," Li Miaoxin replied with a smile. "What's wrong, little junior sister?" "But senior sister, you don't look like an adult of 20, Yuer pointed out, voicing her confusion. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu also realized the inconsistency and questioned, "Yes, senior sister, aren't you only 16 this year? That doesn't add up." Upon hearing this, Li Miaoxin playfully pinched Lin Xiaolu's nose and, with a mysterious grin, explained, "When I was very young, I suffered a grave injury. My revered master saved me and sealed me within a millennium of ice. It was only after 5 years that my master used a magical artifact to awaken me, and during those 5 years, my growth was halted." The siblings stood in disbelief, mouths agape, struggling to comprehend her revelation. Seeing their astonished expressions, Li Miaoxin could no longer contain her laughter. After a brief period of playful banter, Monkey Sand entered with the spiritual food. "Miaoxin, Yuer, Xiaolu, the spiritual food is ready." While teasing Lin Xiaolu, Li Miaoxin cheerfully acknowledged, "Thank you, Monkey San. No need to be so polite with me, senior sister. Enjoy your meal." Monkey San chuckled as he set the food on the table and then excused himself. Seated at the table, the already famished Lin Xiaolu and Yuer eagerly gazed at the spread before them. However, their excitement quickly turned to disappointment. On the table lay a single platter containing 3 small bowls of rice, and nothing else. The siblings were bewildered. This was the much-lauded spiritual food. There was no meat, no vegetables, and the meager amount of rice appeared to consist of just a few grains, likely enough for only a single bite. At 7 years old, Lin Xiaolu lamented the poverty of the cultivation sect, realizing that their food was even inferior to what he and Yuer had at home in the village. He regretted falling for Li Mingru's deception and wished he hadn't come with his sister. Noticing the bitter expressions on their faces as they stared at the meager meal, Li Miaoxin quickly interjected with a smile, "Junior brother and sister, this is spiritual food made from spirit rice. Do not be fooled by its plain appearance. It is exceptionally delicious and can purify the body of impurities, greatly benefiting your cultivation." Lin Xiaolu shot her a sidelong glance, pouting in silence, while the hungry Yuer, unable to contain herself, disregarded the use of chopsticks and scooped up a small rice ball with her hand, shoving it into her mouth. "Oh dear, little junior sister. If you can't use chopsticks, I can feed you," Li Miaoxin thought to intervene, but it was too late. At that moment, after savoring the rice ball, Yuer's eyes lit up with delight, her adorable face radiating astonishment. "Brother, this is so delicious." Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yuer's astonished expression in disbelief. Due to years of wandering in the village, often enduring intermittent hunger, both he and his sister had not enjoyed robust health, their skin bearing a persistent, unhealthy sallow hue. Yet at this moment, he was astonished to observe that his sister's complexion was visibly transforming into a fair and radiant tone. How miraculous was this phenomenon? Without further hesitation, he tossed the rice into his mouth and savored it meticulously. Upon tasting, he was utterly taken aback. The moment the rice touched his tongue, it melted into a warm stream, flooding his mouth with an exquisite aroma, enveloping him in a comforting warmth, and obliterating the gnawing hunger that had previously plagued him. "How is it? Delicious, isn't it?" Li Miaoxin inquired with a cheerful smile from the side. Lin Xiaolu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "It's absolutely delightful." Li Miaoxin's smile broadened, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she pushed her portion of the spiritual food toward the siblings, saying, "Here, this portion is also for you too." Lin Xiaolu gazed at the translucent rice before him, puzzled. "Sister, aren't you going to eat?" Li Miaoxin gently shook her head, supporting her delicate chin. "I've been abstaining from solid food for quite some time now, and I eat these daily. I've grown quite weary of them." Lin Xiaolu nodded in understanding, expressed his gratitude, and then gave most of the rice to his sister, keeping only a small portion for himself. "Xiaoyu, say thank you." Lin Xiaolu prompted his sister. Little Yu smiled sweetly at Li Miaoxin. "Thank you, sister." Li Miaoxin affectionately patted little Yu's head, her eyes brimming with fondness. "By the way, sister, what was that Zhao Shixiang about earlier? And why are other disciples of Jiuying seeking trouble with us?" Lin Xiaolu asked curiously. Little Yu, who was also munching on the spiritual food, chimed in indignantly. "Yes, they looked quite sinister." Hearing this, Li Miaoxin offered a wry smile. "Our sect, Zhaixing, has had a long-standing rivalry with the Jiuying lineage. This is something you need not concern yourselves with. Just focus on your cultivation." She refrained from elaborating further, wishing to avoid placing undue pressure on her junior siblings. "But sister, what exactly is Jiuying? And what does Zhaixing mean?" Lin Xiaolu finally voiced the question that had long piqued his curiosity. Until now, he had only known that this place was called a Mei and that he belonged to the Zhaixing lineage within a Mei, yet he remained completely unaware of the meaning behind Zhaixing. Chapter 6. See you tomorrow, senior sister. Within the chamber, upon hearing the question posed by Xiao Lu, Li Miaoxin responded with a gentle smile. The Zhaixing and Jiuying sects are, in fact, branches of our Mei lineage, and there are a total of 9 such branches. They are Lingjian, Kanyue, Yangshun, Zhaixing, Yaoyuan, Falu, Jiuying, Tongyao, and Luomen. Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer listened with blank expressions, utterly bewildered, gazing at the young woman before them as if in a stupor. Noticing their reaction, Li Miaoxin couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she said, "You need not remember all of that, junior siblings. Just know that although our Zhaixing branch is small in number, our master is the most formidable among the 9 branches, rivaling even the sect leader." "Then, senior sister, what makes our Zhaixing branch so special?" Lin Xiaolu inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, we possess something unique," the young woman replied with a smile. "The divine art of our Zhaixing lineage is known as the Zhaixing Ju, the most challenging technique among the 9 branches, wielding tremendous power. It is said that our esteemed master once plucked a star from the heavens, astonishing the entire realm." The siblings gasped in astonishment, with Lin Xiaolu unable to fathom the grandeur of such an act. Plucking a star from the sky. What a magnificent sight it must have been. Li Miaoxin continued with a smile. "Do not dwell too much on this, my dear junior siblings. Focus on growing well and cultivating diligently. For one day you shall revitalize our Zhaixing lineage and become remarkable figures, just like our master." As she gazed at Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, her eyes sparkled with affection. Often, she found herself alone in the sect, with her master indifferent to her affairs and her senior brother perpetually in seclusion. Thus, she felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Though one must endure loneliness in the pursuit of cultivation, Li Miaoxin was but a 16-year-old girl, and her yearning for companionship was natural at her age. She had long envied the inner disciples of other sects who trained and completed tasks together, sharing laughter and merriment. Now, at last, she had her own junior siblings. How delightful. After partaking in the extraordinary spiritual cuisine, Lin Xiaolu and her sister followed Li Miaoxin as they departed from the loft. Before leaving, Lin Xiaolu patted the young man, Ho San, with a sense of maturity. Smiling as she remarked, "You're quite the lad. Perform well in the future, and your elder brother has high hopes for you." This left Ho San momentarily stunned. After exiting the dining hall, Lin Xiaolu and her sister accompanied Li Miaoxin to the miscellaneous affairs courtyard to collect their living supplies. Surrounding the courtyard were several outer disciples, and upon Li Miaoxin's arrival, they greeted her in unison. "Greetings, Sister Li. Good afternoon, Sister Li. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Li." Li Miaoxin responded with a nod and a smile, exhibiting no airs and displaying courtesy to everyone. Before long, she led the siblings to a row of wooden chambers, greeting a young woman inside who was busy with an abacus, Sister Lu. Startled by the call, Lu, the young woman, looked up and, upon recognizing Li Miaoxin, her face lit up with surprise. "Sister Li, what brings you here today?" "Bring my newly accepted junior brothers and sisters to collect their living supplies," Li Miaoxin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Lu surname woman glanced outside at Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyer, her lips curling into a light laugh. "At long last, the star-picking sect has welcomed new disciples. Congratulations." "Ha ha ha. Lu sister, you flatter me. Are you adjusting well to your work here?" "It's manageable. Though I must admit there's a lot to remember, which can be quite taxing." "Oh, you could always seek assistance." "Never mind, senior sister. The contribution points for this job are so minimal each month that I can barely support myself." Half an hour later. "Hey, senior sister, have you heard? Last night, the golden-armored king turtle from the demon communication sect slipped out of the Bai Shui pool and went on a late-night rendezvous with the azure-furred Xuanwu tortoise. Just as luck would have it, Elder Qiguan happened to be up for a midnight relief and caught them in the act, which enraged him greatly." "Wow, that is quite the scandal. Did the turtle and the tortoise engage in anything inappropriate?" "Ah, I wouldn't know about that," she replied, chuckling. Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyer observed their senior sister and the Lu surname woman engrossed in gossip, with fits of infectious laughter erupting intermittently, their faces betraying a sense of helplessness. Xiaoyer, Lin Xiaolu tugged at her sister's hand, imparting wisdom. "You mustn't emulate your senior sister's penchant for gossip, understand?" "I understand," Xiaoyer replied obediently. Lin Xiaolu nodded, her gaze drifting back to the animated Li Miaoxin, whose chatter had grown increasingly fervent. A wave of exasperation washed over her. It seemed that cultivators were not so different from mortals after all, engaging in gossip with such enthusiasm, losing track of time, not to mention indulging in risky jokes. Perhaps under the impression that she and her sister were too young to comprehend. As Li Miaoxin continued her lively conversation, her words flowing unabated, she suddenly realized that she and Lu's sister had been talking for over an hour. She quickly turned to Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyer, only to find the siblings had quietly settled on the ground, nestled together in slumber. The young woman felt a surge of regret and, in frustration, slapped her forehead, internally chiding herself. "Li Miaoxin, how could you be such a negligent senior sister, chatting away and forgetting about your junior brothers and sisters?" The Lu surname woman, too, recognized her oversight and promptly apologized to Li Miaoxin before retrieving the supplies. Once Li Miaoxin roused the siblings, the Lu surname woman returned with the supplies, her demeanor apologetic as she began to record the items in a ledger, muttering as she wrote. 3 sets of inner sect disciple garments, 1 token, 1 set of golden velvet bedding, 1 set of living utensils, 1 box of cleansing dust pills, 30 sticks of insect repelling and calming incense. Before long, after all the supplies had been duly recorded, the Lu surname woman placed the assorted items into a large wooden chest. Once everything was in order, Li Miaoxin smiled gently. "Thank you, Lu sister." "Not at all, senior sister. It was my chatter that kept our 2 young brothers and sisters waiting." 2 large chests filled to the brim. Li Miaoxin raised her hand and performed a gesture, drawing both chests into the silken tassel of her waist pouch. After bidding farewell to the Lu woman, she led the siblings back to the courtyard. "Disciple brother and sister, you shall reside here from now on," Li Miaoxin proclaimed with pride, gesturing towards the elegantly decorated classical abode before them. "As we are few in number at the star-plucking sect, there are plenty of vacant rooms. Feel free to choose any that you desire." Following this, she pointed to a small palace-like courtyard next door and added with a smile, "Elder sister will reside in that room, not far from you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to approach me." Little Yuer graciously expressed her gratitude. while Lin Xiaolu nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Li Miaoxin warmly assisted in moving daily necessities into the room chosen by the siblings. For items they were unfamiliar with, she patiently guided them through their use, such as the cleansing powder for washing and bathing, and the insect-repelling incense for warding off snakes, vermin, and ants. Each item was introduced with care. As the sky darkened and the bright moon ascended, once everything was in order, Li Miaoxin cheerfully prepared to take her leave. Xiaolu, Xiaoyu, she called out warmly, having grown familiar with the siblings. Tomorrow, you will join the inner disciples of other branches at the literacy hall for your studies. Rest well tonight, for I shall escort you there at dawn. Thank you, elder sister. Farewell. Little Yuer waved her small hand in goodbye. Lin Xiaolu, with a slight huff, responded coolly, see you tomorrow, elder sister. Chapter 7. The literacy hall. On the first night in May, Lin Xiaolu found it difficult to sleep. Although the room he shared with his sister was lavish and the bed remarkably soft, far superior to the conditions in their village, he simply could not find rest. Perhaps it was due to his accustomedness to the straw mat of his village. Fortunately, his sister seemed unbothered, sleeping soundly beside him, occasionally emitting soft giggles in her dreams. Lin Xiaolu held his sister close, keeping his eyes wide open until the latter half of the night, when they finally fluttered shut. At dawn, a melodious chime echoed from an unknown source, resonating through the peaks and reaching every corner of May. Junior brother, junior sister, it's time to rise. Li Miaoxin stepped into the room clad in a long blue robe, only to be met with the sight of two little ones, bare-bottomed, on the bed. Ah! She gasped in surprise, instinctively covering her eyes, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Early morning, sister. Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes and climbed out of bed, while Lin Xiaolu yawned and sat up. You too, quickly put on your clothes. Li Miaoxin urged, still unable to meet their eyes. Xiaoyu, bewildered, donned her inner disciple robe, uncertain about her sister's flustered demeanor, and turned to Lin Xiaolu, asking, brother, what's wrong with sister? With a confident grin, Lin Xiaolu replied, she is probably intimidated by my masculine aura. Ha ha ha. Li Miaoxin nearly choked on her own disbelief, exclaiming, you're only 7. What masculine aura could you possibly possess? Flushed, she insisted, hurry and get dressed. Sister will help you wash up and comb your hair. Before long, the two little ones donned their dark blue robes and perfectly fitting cloth shoes, then rinsed their mouths with a remarkable cleansing pill. The cleansing pill appeared as a transparent orb. When gently swallowed, it effortlessly dispelled all dust from their clothes. Even the grime nestled beneath their fingernails and tangled in their hair. Once they finished their ablutions, Li Miaoxin carefully began to comb their hair. Before the bronze mirror at the vanity, she gazed at Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu, feeling a hint of surprise. Yesterday, it was hard to discern, but after using the cleansing pill, she realized how charming they truly were. Xiaoyu was particularly adorable, resembling a delicate pink dumpling, her large, gem-like eyes sparkling with life. It was easy to envision her growing into a breathtaking beauty. Lin Xiaolu, too, possessed striking features, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, and at such a tender age. His brows already hinted at a sword-like sharpness, exuding an aura of righteousness. Yet, there was something peculiar in his gaze. Only a third of it bore the innocence of childhood, while 7 parts conveyed a rebellious spirit. Thus, his righteousness was laced with a hint of mischief, suggesting he might become quite the little rascal in the future. As the young girl engaged in light-hearted banter with the two, she meticulously combed their hair straight, fashioning it into neat little buns adorned with 2 jade hairpins. Thus, the 2 young acolytes were presented in their full glory. Come, tell me, does my styling suit you? She laughed, cradling the little one in her lap as they gazed into the bronze mirror. Wow, senior sister, I look truly beautiful, the little one exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she admired her reflection. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxin found herself in fits of laughter as the little beauty unabashedly praised her own appearance. After setting the little one down, Li Miaoxin extended her arms towards Lin Xiaolu. Come, let your senior sister embrace you. Lin Xiaolu, crossing his arms, disdainfully huffed. Does looking good even matter? As children of the martial world, we are bound by loyalty. Appearances are mere trifles. His serious demeanor elicited peals of laughter from Li Miaoxin, who, disregarding his protests, pinched his cheek and led them both to the dining hall for breakfast. At this early hour, just as the sun began to rise, Li Miaoxin held each of their hands tightly, fearing they might wander off, and guided them to the dining chamber. The breakfast was quite simple: a bowl of unidentifiable thin porridge and 2 plates of pickled vegetables, seemingly intent on nourishing them. Li Miaoxin even reached into her own pocket to have Monkey Sand bring forth 2 gleaming white jade eggs. These are eggs from spiritual beasts, particularly nourishing. They will benefit you both greatly, she explained. Little Yuer, gazing at the small, pristine eggs, asked curiously, "Senior sister, which spiritual beast do these eggs come from?" Lin Xiaolu shared her curiosity, looking intently at the girl. Observing their interest, Li Miaoxin beamed with pride. "They are from the golden armored tortoise." The siblings fell silent, bowing their heads in quiet contemplation as they continued to eat. After finishing their breakfast, Li Miaoxin took the siblings out of the dining hall and led them to the literacy hall. The literacy hall was established atop Amei's main peak, Amei Peak. Among the 9 ridges and 10 peaks of Amei, each ridge boasts its own mountain, while the 10th, Amei Peak itself, serves as the residence and training ground for the sect leader. It is also utilized for grand gatherings and the reception of esteemed guests. Amei Peak is encircled by the 9 peaks, each of which features a pathway bridge crafted from jade, allowing disciples to traverse between them. At this moment, Li Miaoxin guided the siblings across the luminous jade bridge, its brilliance captivating them both, particularly for Lin Xiaolu, who had heard from the village elders that jade was immensely valuable, a coveted treasure among the wealthy and powerful. A mere fragment of jade could equate to a year's harvest for a household. He was astonished that Amei possessed such wealth, constructing bridges of jade, 9 in total. "Wow, brother, come quickly and look. This place is so beautiful." With uncontainable excitement, Xiao Yuder exclaimed joyfully, leaning against the jade railing of the bridge, gazing at the swirling sea of clouds below. Her cherubic face radiated astonishment. Following behind them, Li Miaoxin wore a gentle expression, observing the siblings frolicking on the bridge. For a moment, she was transported back to her own first encounter with this bridge of seeking the Tao. Back then, she was of a similar age to Xiao Yuer, accompanied by her own senior brother. Soon, the trio traversed the bridge and ascended to the midsection of Amei Peak, passing a stony beach adorned with cascading waterfalls, until they arrived at the so-called Hall of Literacy. Li Miaoxin of the Zhaixing lineage, along with the newly initiated disciples, paid their respects to Mr. Yang. Before the antiquated Hall of Literacy, an elder seated in a rocking chair, sipping tea, opened his eyes and looked upon the respectful Li Miaoxin with a smile. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer beside her, chuckling softly. "I have heard that after a 20-year hiatus, the Zhaixing lineage has finally welcomed new disciples. Are you 2 little ones the ones in question?" Chapter 8. Cobblestone's little Yuer clutched Li Miaoxin's hand, casting a fearful glance at the elder, unwilling to speak, while Lin Xiaolu boldly declared, "Indeed, it is I." The elder, unfazed by the boy's bravado, responded with a gentle smile, "Your senior sister has brought you here rather early. It will be a while before the other inner disciples under 10 years of age arrive." After a moment, the elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and added, "Very well, let me gauge your abilities. Before you enter Amei, have you learned to recognize characters?" "Our mother taught us how to write our names," little Yuer replied. Nodding in response, the elder remarked, "Your foundation is rather lacking, but no matter. I shall provide you with some lessons later." Upon hearing this, Li Miaoxin felt a surge of joy and promptly encouraged the siblings to express their gratitude. After the siblings offered their thanks, the elder reclined in his rocking chair, lightly nodding his head, and then said with a smile, "My surname is Yang. You may call me Mr. Yang." Upon hearing this, little Yuer chirped, "Hello, Mr. Yang. I am Lin Xiaoyu." Lin Xiaolu followed suit, nodding and stating, "I am Lin Xiaolu." The elder chuckled. Thus, they were acquainted. After a while, the sound of children's voices began to drift from behind, and Li Miaoxin recognized it as the arrival of other disciples under 10 years of age, eager to learn. She knelt down and affectionately patted Lin Xiaolu and little Yuer on their heads, saying, "Study diligently in the character recognition hall and listen to Mr. Yang. Your senior sister will come to fetch you at the hour of Shun." "No need to fetch us. I remember the way," Lin Xiaolu replied, his pride evident. "My sister and I can return by ourselves. There's no need to trouble our senior sister." Li Miaoxin chuckled lightly, amused as she pinched the boy's cheek, saying, "You truly know the way, do you?" "Of course. Now, go back, senior sister," he insisted. With a smile, Li Miaoxin stood up, clasped her hands in salute to the elder in the rocking chair, and turned to leave. Once Li Miaoxin departed, little Yue tightly grasped Lin Xiaolu's hand and pointed with her finger at the other approaching children. Among them were both boys and girls, all quite young. The eldest no more than 10, while most were around the ages of 7 or 8, with a few as young as 4 or 5, much like little Yue. They all donned deep blue robes, carrying small cloth bags for their books, their attire identical except for the unique embroidery on their chests. For instance, Lin Xiaolu and little Yue bore the embroidered characters Zhai Xing on their chests. The other young disciples showcased a dazzling array of embroidered designs, such as Qingyu, Yang Shun, Yao Yuan, and Fu Lu, allowing one to easily discern their respective sections. Have new classmates arrived at the character recognition hall? A curious boy, around 8 or 9, inquired as he examined the siblings' embroidered characters, exclaiming with surprise, "Are you two the new disciples of the Zhai Xing lineage? Wow, it's really you two." A group of young disciples exclaimed, gathering around with curious eyes fixed on little Yue and Lin Xiaolu. Little Yue, overwhelmed by the sudden attention of so many unfamiliar faces, instinctively sought refuge behind Lin Xiaolu. As Lin Xiaolu furrowed her brow, wishing for these individuals to disperse, a familiar voice unexpectedly emerged from the crowd. "Brother Nianyun, the master has entered the room to prepare for the lesson. Let us proceed inside." Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiaolu felt a sense of recognition. Peering through the throng, she discovered it was none other than the chubby boy, Dongfang Dan, who had been terrified and nearly soiled himself the previous day. At this moment, Dongfang Dan, clad in a dark blue robe, saw Lin Xiaolu's gaze upon him, and his plump face quivered in fright, as if recalling her fierce demeanor. He hastily scuttled back to the literacy hall. The remaining young acolytes watched the retreating figure of the chubby boy, bewildered. What has gotten into Dongfang Dan? Is he suddenly so eager to learn? In the midst of the crowd, the young acolyte referred to as Brother Nianyun did not pay attention to Dongfang Dan, but rather called out to Lin Xiaolu and her brother with a loud voice. "You two newcomers, what are your names?" The other acolytes, upon hearing his words, turned their curious gazes toward the siblings. Xiaoyu remained silent, quietly hiding behind her brother, while Lin Xiaolu squatted down amidst the inquisitive stares of the young acolytes. After surveying the surroundings, she looked up at one of the acolytes and said, "Lift your foot." "Oh, okay." The young acolyte instinctively raised his foot. As he did so, Lin Xiaolu deftly picked up a pebble that was just the right size to hold in her hand. The 10-year-old brother Nianyun and several other young acolytes looked at Lin Xiaolu in confusion, unsure of her purpose in collecting stones. Meanwhile, upon witnessing her brother's actions, Xiaoyu's fear dissipated, and she adorably smiled at the other acolytes. With the children watching intently, Lin Xiaolu held the stone in her hand and gave it a gentle shake before calmly stating, "Make way, I wish to enter with my sister." At her words, the group of acolytes felt a wave of discontent, believing these newcomers to be excessively arrogant, showing blatant disregard for their authority. "Hey, newcomer, you haven't answered Brother Nianyun's question yet," one acolyte said with arms crossed. "Yes, it's quite rude not to respond when someone speaks to you," another chimed in. "So, you and this little girl are siblings? We're the seniors here at the literacy hall. You must heed our commands. Now tell us your names." "Indeed. If you do not speak, we shall not let you pass," the surrounding acolytes urged in succession. Lin Xiaolu, however, regarded them with calmness before finally turning her attention to the so-called Brother Nianyun. "Are you the leader here?" Lin Xiaolu inquired, blinking her large eyes. "Indeed," replied the 10-year-old acolyte, crossing his arms proudly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu nodded earnestly. "Oh, well, that is no longer the case from this day forward." The acolyte was taken aback, as were the others, perplexed by the newcomer's implication. In the next instant, Lin Xiaolu abruptly raised her hand and forcefully struck Brother Nianyun on the head with the pebble. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted as the 10-year-old acolyte collapsed to the ground, a vivid crimson stain blossoming upon his forehead. The surrounding young acolytes were struck with terror, instinctively retreating in haste, while Lin Xiaolu continued to rhythmically bounce the bloodied pebble in his hand, casting a slow, deliberate gaze over each of them. "Now, do you still wish to inquire about my name and that of my sister?" The acolytes trembled, fear rendering them mute. Yet one defiant girl, aged around 8 or 9, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xiaolu, declaring, You struck him with that stone. I shall inform the master." Lin Xiaolu, upon hearing this, merely chuckled derisively. tilting his head towards the direction of the literacy hall, and said, "Go ahead." The girl seemed taken aback by his audacity, momentarily stunned, before her indignation flared, prompting her to stomp her foot in anger and dash towards the entrance of the literacy hall. However, she had scarcely covered any distance when Lin Xiaolu seized the pebble with vigor and hurled it with great force. Whoosh! Thud! A sharp sound resonated as the girl, caught mid-flight, let out a cry, her small frame collapsing to the ground, cradling her bleeding head and wailing in despair. The clarity of her sobs echoed, finally drawing Mr. Yang, who was preparing to teach within the literacy hall, outside. "Sir, this newcomer has struck us with a stone." Upon seeing the elder emerge, the acolytes rallied around him as if they had found a pillar of support. "Sir, he attacked Brother Nianyun and also Chu Chu," they clamored. "Look, sir, both Nianyun and Chu Chu have been injured." "Indeed, sir, you must impose a proper punishment on these two newcomers. Their behavior is utterly intolerable." Chapter 9. The arrogant Lin Xiaolu. Mr. Yang surveyed the two bloodied children before him, then turned his gaze to the innocent siblings, his expression remaining unchanged. He approached the girl named Chu Chu, lifting his aged hand, which soon radiated a warm, brilliant light. In moments, the girl's injured forehead astonishingly returned to its pristine state. He then employed the same method to heal the boy known as Brother Nianyun. Once all was settled, he moved before Lin Xiaolu and his sister, looking down upon them as he inquired, "Why were you fighting?" Lin Xiaolu lifted his small, cherubic face and pointed at the other children, saying, "My sister and I wanted to enter, but they wouldn't let us. They demanded we reveal our names, claiming if we did not comply, they would prevent our departure." "Sir, do not listen to his nonsense," a young Taoist immediately countered. "We were merely curious about their names, but they refused to tell us and then struck us." "Indeed. It's fine if they don't want to share, but hitting others is wrong," another child chimed in. "Chu Chu will inform the sir that you injured her. How shameless to strike a girl." Surrounding children fervently condemned the siblings, their words sharp and accusatory. Yet, the elder's gaze shifted to the recently healed Taoist. "Chen Yinyun, you speak. What transpired?" Upon being addressed by the elder, Chen Yinyun wasted no time in pointing an accusing finger at Lin Xiaolu. "Sir, this little beast," suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a new pebble struck Chen Yinyun's face before the elder could react. Chen Yinyun cried out in pain. In the next instant, Lin Xiaolu, small as he was, lunged forward and kicked Chen Yinyun down right before the elder's eyes. "How dare you? A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. You deserve to be hit," Lin Xiaolu shouted vehemently. Both he and his sister were orphans, and they had long resented being called little beasts in their village. Fueled by rage, the young boy seized the injured Chen Yinyun and slapped him hard. Unsatisfied, he mounted Chen's body, grasping a pebble to continue his assault. The surrounding Taoists were taken aback. None had anticipated this new disciple would be so unruly as to strike another in front of the elder. "Stop!" The elder, finally regaining his composure, commanded. Lin Xiaolu, who had raised the pebble high, halted his movements upon hearing the voice, turning to look at the ethereal elder. Seeing him cease his actions, the elder's initial displeasure diminished slightly. He had been startled. He hadn't expected this little fellow to be so wild, daring to act violently even in his presence. He understood that Chen Yinyun had acted wrongly in publicly insulting others, yet Lin Xiaolu's violent retaliation was equally reprehensible. At that moment, the elder's expression turned serious as he prepared to address Lin Xiaolu. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Xiaolu, who was riding on Chen Yinyun's waist, suddenly let out a cold snort. "Damn it, mind your own business." With that, the boy raised his hand and struck a pebble against Chen Yinyun's nose. A sharp crack resounded as the young Taoist's nasal bone was shattered, emitting a piercing scream that sent chills down the spines of the surrounding Taoist children, who trembled and recoiled in fear. After all, they were merely children, and had never witnessed such a brutal scene. Seeing Lin Xiaolu's ferocity, their calves involuntarily quaked, especially the girl named Chu Chu, who lost all her earlier bravado and began to cry in fright. The elderly man with silver hair was also incensed by Lin Xiaolu's actions, his hands trembling in fury. He glared at Lin Xiaolu and said, "I initially thought you acted out of a desire to protect your sister, given that the incident was indeed provoked by Chen Yinyun's mistake. Yet to my astonishment, your approach was so vicious, showing utter disregard for your elders and the law. You from the star-picking lineage, I can no longer instruct you. Return whence you came." With that, the enraged elder turned his attention away, preparing to tend to the bloodied Chen Yinyun. Upon noticing that the siblings remained unmoving, he coldly commanded, "Return to where you belong. Do you not comprehend?" Amidst the onlookers, Lin Xiaolu glanced at the elder before suddenly letting out a derisive laugh and spitting on the ground. "Bah, you old fool." The moment his words left his lips, all the Taoist children stared in disbelief at Lin Xiaolu. This audacious boy had dared to insult their teacher. It was well known that Mr. Yang of the Literacy Hall, though not a golden core cultivator like the elder of the Amei 9 lineages, was still a prominent figure in the foundation establishment stage. He had devoted decades to Amei, and even the sect leader treated him with respect, referring to him as teacher. His role in the Literacy Hall was solely due to his insufficient aptitude for cultivation, which rendered his aspirations of attaining the golden core unattainable. Thus, he took on the mantle of an educator to impart knowledge to the younger generation. This venerable elder, esteemed throughout Amei, was now being insulted as an old fool by this newcomer. The elder was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lin Xiaolu for several seconds, before a blazing fury ignited in his eyes, causing the stones beneath his feet to crack. Lin Xiaolu was startled, and before he could flee, a thunderous roar erupted. "You little brat, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master Li Mingru." Lin Xiaolu's face turned pale with fright as he observed the elderly man with long, flowing hair and beard, shrinking back in terror. Realizing that evasion was futile, a flicker of stubbornness ignited within him, and he boldly shouted, "Chen Yinyun called me a little beast. I am younger than him, and striking him was cruel. So if I call you an old fool, you are even older than I. What does that make you, bullying the young?" The tender voices of children echoed, causing the previously furious elder to momentarily pause, his anger visibly wavering. Lin Xiaolu then bellowed, "You accuse me of being disrespectful, yet I do not even know you. Why should I show you any respect? Are you my grandfather or my maternal grandfather? Have you provided for me in any way? Even if you claim to be my teacher, I have never attended your class, nor have you taught me a single word. What gives you the right to debate right and wrong with me?" With that, Lin Xiaolu firmly grasped the hand of Xiaoyu, cursing under his breath, "Literacy? Grandfather doesn't care for that nonsense." After spitting, he shot a fierce glare at Chen Yinyun, whose face was bloodied, and declared with a fierce expression, "Next time, keep your mouth clean, or I'll bury you alive. Go on, test me." With that, he tugged Xiaoyu along, leaving without a backward glance. Xiaoyu, holding her brother's hand, stuck out her tongue at the onlookers and made a playful grimace as they walked away. Gradually, the figures of the siblings vanished into the distance, while the elder's eyes flickered, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed, his expression shifting. Though reluctant to admit it, he suddenly felt that the little one might have had a point. Chapter 10. After departing from the Literacy Hall, Lin Xiaolu and his little sister, Xiaoyu, frolicked joyfully, bounding across the enchanting Amei Peak without a hint of trepidation. Having long since lost their parents in Donghua village, they had grown accustomed to a carefree existence. At this moment, they meandered towards the direction of the star-picking peak, guided solely by the memories etched in their minds. Before long, the siblings arrived at a jade bridge leading to the path of enlightenment. Upon recognizing that this jade bridge resembled the one they had traversed in their memories, they clasped hands and ventured onto it together. Crossing the bridge, they continued their journey along the familiar route, encountering numerous older disciples clad in Taoist robes. Each time the siblings came into view, whispers followed them, laden with curiosity. How curious! Why would the junior disciples from Star-Picking Peak be here? Who knows? Perhaps they are here for a bit of leisure? Aren't they supposed to be in the literacy hall at their age? It's perplexing. They must have skipped class to have some fun. We did the same in our youth. Indeed, that's true. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding practitioners, Xiaoyu found it somewhat peculiar and turned to Lin Xiaolu. "Brother, it seems they are all looking at us." "Quite normal," Lin Xiaolu replied with a proud smile adorning his youthful face. "After all, we are children of the rivers and lakes, exuding an aura of nobility that invites admiration. Such attention will only increase, so you must learn to embrace it, understand?" "Understood," the girl sweetly responded. The siblings continued their playful banter as they pressed onward. Soon, they encountered a fork in the road. Xiaoyu, gazing at the two paths before them, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Brother, was there this fork when we came?" Lin Xiaolu pondered briefly before confidently pointing towards the left path. "We shall take this one." With that, he led Xiaoyu forward with unwavering assurance. After traversing a path lined with lush green bamboos, they exerted considerable effort to reach the summit, only to be confronted with a majestic circular stone archway. "Brother, I think we may have taken a wrong turn," Xiaoyu lamented, her small face clouded with concern as she gazed at the unfamiliar arch. "It appears we cannot find our way back." Lin Xiaolu felt a twinge of embarrassment as well. Scratching his head, he chuckled sheepishly. "Not to worry, Xiaoyu. We can simply ask an adult for directions shortly." With curiosity, he examined the grand circular stone archway. As he was still learning to read, he could not decipher the inscription upon it, yet their intrigue compelled them to step inside. Passing through the circular archway, the siblings found themselves on a lengthy wooden platform, flanked by a pond teeming with lotus flowers. "Brother, come quick. There are fish," Xiaoyu exclaimed, crouching at the edge of the platform, captivated by the swirling red koi in the water. Just as she was reveling in the moment, a sudden, melodious chirp resonated from above. Looking up, she gasped in delight. "Wow, what a magnificent sparrow!" In the vast sky, several red-crowned cranes soaring gracefully almost collided with a tree upon hearing the words of a little girl. Where did this child come from, thinking herself a sparrow? These majestic birds, nurtured on a May mountain, possessed remarkable intelligence and understanding of human speech. Just as the cranes were feeling quite vexed, the boy below reprimanded the girl. "How can this be a large sparrow? Can a sparrow be this big?" Upon hearing this, the cranes felt a flicker of joy, and a few even chirped in approval, praising the boy for his keen insight. "What are those, brother?" little Yuer inquired curiously. Lin Xiaolu looked up at the dancing cranes, uncertain of what to call them. Having never ventured beyond Wintermelon Village, his understanding of the world was limited due to his young age. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing in contemplation before he said to Yuer, "You see, this thing that looks like a chicken is so white. I believe it must be a mutated white chicken." The cranes in the sky? The cranes were nearly exasperated, glaring down at the little boy as they flew. "Brother, look at their heads. They are so red." Little Yuer pointed at the cranes' heads and continued to ask. Lin Xiaolu confidently explained, "That must be because they often fight, causing each other's heads to become swollen and red." "Oh," little Yuer exclaimed, her face lighting up with understanding, and she smiled at her brother. "You know so much." Suddenly, a sharp and resounding crane call echoed through the air, and the cranes could no longer contain their frustration. They swooped down, raising their long beaks towards the siblings. "Run! The mutated white chickens are coming to attack us," yelled 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu as he grabbed his sister's hand and fled. The two siblings ran swiftly on their short legs, causing the wooden platform beneath them to creak loudly. Soon, they dashed out of the wooden platform through a large square gate. As they exited the lotus courtyard, the cranes ceased their pursuit. Panting heavily, little Yuer squatted down, gasping for breath. "Brother, those mutated white chickens are so fierce." Lin Xiaolu leaned against a wooden railing, equally out of breath. After catching his breath, he nodded and said, "Yes, it is precisely because they are so combative and love to fight that their heads become red." Once he recovered, Lin Xiaolu curiously observed his surroundings, realizing he was leaning against an exceptionally long railing that seemed to stretch endlessly. "Where are we?" He looked around at the lush green forest, dense with trees. Driven by curiosity, he attempted to climb the railing to see what lay beyond. However, being small in stature, he struggled to ascend, his little hands gripping the railing. "Little Yuer, come help me." "Okay, I'm coming." Xiaoyu hurriedly approached her brother, pushing him gently from behind in an earnest effort to assist him upwards. At last, with her support, Lin Xiaolu managed to ascend the railing. Just as he was about to peer inside, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air. The next instant, an immense figure surged forth from beyond the railing, propelled by a powerful gust that sent the siblings tumbling to the ground. Within the enclosure, a colossal creature rose partially, revealing itself to be a gargantuan python. Its exact length unknown, but its width stretching several meters. Its enormous body was adorned with iridescent purple-blue scales, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Its head was particularly fearsome, as large as a house, casting a shadow over the glaring sun, and it loomed over the fallen siblings, piercing them with its golden, slit-like eyes. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Xiaoyu was instantly overcome with fear and cried out, rushing into Lin Xiaolu's embrace. Lin Xiaolu, holding his sister tightly, gazed up at the ominous creature overshadowing them, his teeth chattering as he muttered, "No, you shall not feast upon my sister." The python's massive golden eyes reflected the figures of the brother and sister, as if pondering something profound. After a moment, the creature's colossal head slowly descended, and it flicked its tongue, a red forked appendage larger than Lin Xiaolu himself, causing the boy's complexion to drain of color in sheer fright. At that moment, a distant voice pierced through the tension. "Elder Hibiscus, I implore you, spare their lives." Drawn by the urgency of the voice, Lin Xiaolu turned to see a young maiden, clad in a flowing blue gown and sporting an adorable bun hairstyle, rushing towards them from the depths of the forest. Upon arrival, she positioned herself protectively in front of Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu, raising her hands in salute to the formidable beast before her. Tang Xin of the Tongyao lineage pays her respects to Elder Hibiscus. Chapter 11. The Demoness, the colossal, terrifying python, with its eerie golden eyes, fixated on Tang Xin for a moment before glancing at the frightened siblings. After a prolonged stare, it gradually retreated. Once it completely disappeared behind a railing, the girl named Tang Xin let out a significant sigh of relief. She then turned around, her gaze aflame with anger as she shot a reproachful look at Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu, her enchanting eyes sweeping over the embroidery on their garments. She admonished them. "How can you two little ones be so reckless? What if the elder Zijing were to harm you?" Startled by Tang Xin's fierce demeanor, Xiaoyu nestled into Lin Xiaolu's embrace, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Xiaolu, feeling indignant, retorted, "We took a wrong turn and accidentally wandered in here." Tang Xin shot him a glare, but upon seeing the 5-year-old girl on the verge of tears, her heart softened. She gently inquired, "Are you both new disciples of the star-picking lineage?" "Yes," Lin Xiaolu replied, curiosity piqued. "Who are you, and where is this place?" "This is the Spirit Beast Valley of Tongyao Peak, a sanctuary for nurturing spirit beasts. I am Tang Xin, the senior disciple of the Tongyao lineage." After speaking, Tang Xin noticed the misty glimmer in the younger girl's eyes and extended her delicate hand adorned with several purple beads. In the next moment, a wondrous sight unfolded as shimmering specks of light emerged from her slightly raised fingers, coalescing into a gracefully dancing butterfly above her hand. Wow! Xiaoyu was instantly captivated by the enchanting purple butterfly, wiping her tears as she watched it flutter before her. The butterfly playfully landed on Xiaoyu's nose, as if engaging in a game, and her wide eyes transformed into a comical squint as she gazed at the delicate creature. Seeing that the little girl had ceased her crying, Tang Xin asked, "What are your names?" "I am Lin Xiaolu." "I am Lin Xiaoyu." Tang Xin nodded in acknowledgement, her curiosity piqued once more. "Shouldn't you be in the literacy hall at your age? Doesn't your teacher chastise you?" "My teacher did not scold me. I gave him a piece of my mind first, and then I was expelled," Lin Xiaolu candidly stated, a hint of pride in his tone. Tang Xin was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Lin Xiaolu. "You actually scolded Teacher Yang?" "Indeed," the boy proclaimed, his head held high as he continued defiantly. "A classmate insulted me, so I retaliated. Teacher Yang reprimanded me, but I felt it was reasonable to call him an old fool." "Tang Xin, what nonsense is that? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your teacher?" She was astonished, sticking out her little tongue, contemplating Lin Xiaolu's audacity. Truly, it was no wonder he was among the newly accepted disciples of the star-picking lineage after 20 years. With a resigned expression, she said to Lin Xiaolu, "Little one, your actions are misguided. You can be certain that senior sister Li Miaoxin will give you both a thorough scolding." Afterward, she extended her hand to Lin Xiaolu. "Let me escort you back to the literacy hall. You should sincerely apologize to Teacher Yang. I am sure he will forgive you." "No way." Lin Xiaolu turned her head sharply, expressing her indignation. "I have done nothing wrong, so why should I apologize? That foolish Chun Yinyun insulted me and my sister, calling us little beasts. Even if I were to beat him to death, it would merely be fitting punishment. And that Mr. Yang, supposedly a learned man, hastily condemns me for being ruthless without discerning the truth." Chun Yinyun's words were far more venomous. "How can I be expected to respect such a person? I would sooner respect a crow." Tang Xin observed the boy before her, brimming with disdain for the world, and found herself at a loss for words, struck by the sheer audacity of this little rascal. With a resigned smile, she attempted to soothe him. "Little one, do not be so vexed. If you return to Jiaxing Peak with your sister, Miaoxin will undoubtedly lecture you both, then insist on a visit to apologize to Mr. Yang." With that, she turned to the siblings, smiling. "So, Do you wish for your elder sister to escort you back to the literacy hall? Or would you prefer to endure a scolding from Yaoxin after returning to Jiaxing? At this, Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu were momentarily bewildered, having not considered the implication of her words until now. Lin Xiaolu, with her chin held high, pondered briefly before addressing Tang Xin. In that case, we shall not return. Tang Xin was taken aback. Lin Xiaolu continued, her small mouth babbling. My sister and I will play here until the hour of shun, and only then shall we return. Xiaoyu, equally excited, nodded vigorously, her babyish voice chiming in. Tomorrow morning we will explore another peak, playing until the hour of shun, and not tell our elder sister. With her hands on her hips, Lin Xiaolu laughed heartily. We will go out to play every day, and our elder sister will think we are attending school. Just imagining it brings me joy, ha ha ha. Xiaoyu mimicked her, hands on her hips, tilting her head back as she joined in the laughter. Seeing the two audacious children before her, Tang Xin found herself at a loss for words. Ever since encountering Lin Xiaolu, her worldview had been repeatedly challenged. This new disciple of Jiaxing was indeed a rare gem for a Mei in a century. With a sigh of resignation, she chided the two impudent youngsters. You two are utterly unruly. Though I, Tang Xin, am not one of your Jiaxing kin, I am considered your elder sister within a Mei. Today, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of your Miaoxin elder sister. Raising her slender finger to impose a lesson, she was met with Lin Xiaolu, who quickly grabbed Xiaoyu and fled, shouting as they ran. The ferocious old witch is coming for the children. Tang Xin paused, taken aback by the title of ferocious old witch. The 17-year-old girl felt her nose crinkle in indignation. Determined to teach this mischievous child a lesson, intent on delivering a sound spanking, Lin Xiaolu led Xiaoyu deep into the forest, and soon they stumbled upon a garden adorned with peculiar stones and strange trees. Tang Xin followed at a leisurely pace. Reaching the edge of the garden and glancing at the 6 large characters carved on the rockery, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. The 6 prominent characters boldly proclaim Four-Handed Spirit Monkey Park. At this moment, within the garden, amidst peculiar rocks, artificial hills, and towering banana trees, Lin Xiaolu and Xiao, 2 little ones clad in robes, dashed about with remarkable speed. Despite their short legs, they moved swiftly and soon reached the depths of the garden. Xiaoyu, there is a small cave. Let us quickly crawl in and hide. Lin Xiaolu pointed to a small cave nestled within the artificial hill. All right, brother, Xiaoyu responded promptly. Scrambling into the somewhat cramped cave, followed closely by Lin Xiaolu, who wriggled in with a slight wiggle of his little bottom. The cave was modest in size, just enough to accommodate the 2 siblings. Once inside, they lay flat on the grass, their wide eyes alertly scanning the outside world. Lin Xiaolu kept watch, whispering, Xiaoyu, do not be afraid, the malevolent which cannot enter. Let us pretend we are playing hide and seek with her. All right, brother, Xiaoyu replied. After their exchange, the 2 settled into a tense silence, anxiously awaiting what might come next. Chapter 12. The black duck. Lin Xiaolu lay quietly for a while, noticing that Tang Xin had not yet caught up, which struck him as somewhat peculiar. How could this senior sister run so slowly? Could it be that her legs were mere prosthetics? If so, they were remarkably lifelike and surely not inexpensive. Mei was indeed affluent. Being of a naturally restless age, the boy soon found it difficult to remain still. Curiosity compelled him to peek out of the cave, only to suddenly feel something tapping at his foot. As he lay there, he shook his small foot and tried to peer out again. At that moment, he felt another tap on his foot. Don't move, little you were. I'm going to take a look outside, he said. I'm not moving, brother, little you replied, blinking her eyes in confusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu was momentarily stunned, realizing that his sister did not appear to be lying. A wave of unease washed over him as he felt the persistent tapping on his foot. His scalp prickled at the thought, and little you sensed something was amiss as well, her small face turning pale with fright. The siblings held their breath and slowly glanced down at their feet. In the inky darkness of the cave, they beheld a face drenched in blood. After a brief silence, there's a ghost, Lin Xiaolu screamed, dragging little Yu in terror as they scrambled out of the cave and into the garden, where he pounded his chest in fright. Once outside, the sound of squeaking echoed from the surrounding stone formations, causing the siblings' hair to stand on end. Has the ghost followed us? Just as they prepared to flee, a series of monkeys with golden fur, red faces, and long tails suddenly sprang forth from behind the rocks, perching atop the stone formations or clinging to the banana trees, all pointing and chattering at the terrified siblings. "Brother, look at the little monkeys." Little Ewer exclaimed, pointing excitedly. "By heaven, it's just a bunch of monkeys." Lin Xiaolu's expression darkened, his face etched with indignation. Who would have thought that the notorious hero of Donghua village would be frightened by a troop of monkeys? This is infuriating. At that moment, the monkeys, from their elevated positions, laughed heartily at the siblings. One monkey, emerging from the very cave they had hidden in, raised its 4 furry arms in a display of bravado, leaping about in delight. Seeing this, Lin Xiaolu's nostrils flared with anger. It was clear that the bloodied face they had seen in the cave belonged to this monkey. Indignant, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the creature. However, the other monkeys suddenly picked up stones, screeching at Lin Xiaolu. "Oh really, you dare to throw stones? Do you even know who I am?" Lin Xiaolu retorted, stepping forward defiantly with his chest puffed out. "I am the tyrant of Donghua village, the bloodied hand butcher, Lin Xiaolu. Whoever is unafraid of death, go ahead and throw a stone." No sooner had he spoken than a small monkey seized a pebble and hurled it at him. Startled, Lin Xiaolu quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the stone. "Goodness, you actually dare." Before Lin Xiaolu could complete his sentence, the other monkeys let out a series of shrill cries, brandishing stones and preparing to hurl them. Witnessing this, Lin Xiaolu wasted no time. He seized his sister, Xiaoyu, and took flight, shouting as they ran, "Just you wait. I shall return to settle the score." The siblings dashed out of the bizarre stone forest and into a garden filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Unbeknownst to them, high above, Tang Xian floated silently in the air, looking down upon them. This audacious little creature dared to claim the title of a fearsome demoness. If she did not teach him a lesson, she would not be the master sister of the spirit-communing lineage. With a fierce glare aimed at the rapidly moving Lin Xiaolu, she resolved to have some fun at his expense. Thus, the siblings' flight continued unabated. On the edge of a lush green lawn, they encountered a rabbit the size of a house. The rabbit, engrossed in grazing, turned to them and defiantly relieved itself. The siblings, startled, could only continue running, with Lin Xiaolu cursing the rabbit for its indiscretion. Shortly thereafter, by the riverbank, they came across a sleek, shiny brown hippopotamus, which, upon seeing Lin Xiaolu, humorously gestured with a raised middle finger. Indignant, Lin Xiaolu retorted with an insult, only to find himself chased for over 2 miles by the irate hippo. Along the way, the siblings encountered a plethora of peculiar creatures, including ants gathering in droves to prepare a meal, and a 3-headed dog, its heads bickering amongst themselves. Upon noticing Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu, the trio barked and gave chase. They also spotted a large bear, squatting with its hefty rear, presenting a bouquet of flowers to a panda adorned with a floral crown. However, the panda did not accept the offering and instead kicked the bear, which, infuriated, pursued the siblings. At this point, Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu were utterly exhausted from their prolonged flight, having encountered countless mystical beasts. They were both weary and hungry, their once pristine robes now soiled as if they had rolled in a muddy pit. "Brother, I can't go on," Xiaoyu whimpered, squatting on a block of ice. Her legs ached from running, and she felt no desire to continue. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly arrived at a vast, snowy courtyard surrounded by pristine white peaks. Lin Xiaolu, too, found himself unable to continue, collapsing onto the icy ground, gasping for breath while bewildered by the frigid environment. "Where on earth am I? How did I go from summer to winter?" he pondered, feeling the chill nip at him, nearly freezing his nose. "Brother, look ahead," Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, pointing with excitement. "So many little black ducks." Lin Xiaolu, puzzled, turned to the distance and beheld a peculiar sight, a multitude of black, duck-like creatures standing upright, slowly waddling towards them. These peculiar creatures appear quite daft, waddling amusingly from side to side as they walk. Their bodies are entirely dark, save for their oval-shaped white chests, and they are plump, fluttering tiny wings, exuding an endearing clumsiness that suggests a desire to soar yet remain earthbound. Lin Xiaolu was utterly captivated, pondering what on earth these beings were. What bizarre entities does this peculiar lineage conceal? However, these black ducks seemed far less terrifying than the previous creatures, at least their size was modest, and they did not possess the inclination to hurl stones like monkeys. Upon realizing this, Lin Xiaolu became invigorated, rolling up his sleeves with spirited enthusiasm, declaring, "By heavens! After running so far, I have finally encountered adversaries worthy of my prowess from Wintermelon Village. Xiaoyu, here." The young girl sprang to her feet, calling out sweetly, "In a moment, I shall teach this flock of black ducks a lesson, and upon my return, I shall prepare roasted duck for you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu erupted in cheers, raising her small fists and shouting, "Go, brother!" Lin Xiaolu felt a surge of pride, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Is the formidable champion of Wintermelon Village about to unleash his might once more? Ha ha ha, let it begin with you, black ducks. Chapter 13. In a frenzy moments later, with a bruised visage, dark circles under his eyes, and blood still trickling from his nostrils, Lin Xiaolu sat on the ground, addressing the circle of black ducks surrounding him with utmost seriousness. Since childhood, I have always been a child who cherishes the company of animals. For I believe that we are all part of nature, and we must learn to coexist harmoniously. Violence can only alienate our relationships. Having finished speaking, he dabbed at the blood on his face and turned to the plumpest duck before him, offering a warm smile. "Brother Duck, could we refrain from slapping me?" The stout duck standing in front of him cast a disdainful glance his way and, with a high-pitched voice, retorted, "What duck? I am a penguin." Outside the throng of penguins, Xiaoyu listened as they incessantly berated her brother, growing increasingly agitated. Just as the penguins were preparing to charge at Lin Xiaolu for another round of punishment, Tang Xian, who had been observing from above, finally descended. At that moment, Tang Xian was almost doubled over with laughter, one hand clutching her belly and the other pointing at the battered Lin Xiaolu, gasping for breath between fits of giggles. "Oh, ha ha ha, you're killing me. You look like a little fool, ha ha ha." The leading plump penguin, upon seeing Tang Xian, unabashedly remarked, "Tang girl, could this be one of your new disciples from the Demon Channel? He certainly doesn't appear to be very bright." Still chuckling, Tang Xian bowed towards the rotund penguin. "Elder Emperor Penguin, you are mistaken. These are two new disciples from the star-picking lineage, merely mischievous children. I shall escort them away at once." With that, she hoisted Lin Xiaolu up, playfully scolding him through her laughter. "Will you ever stop being so unruly?" The chubby Emperor Penguin waddled over to Lin Xiaolu, puffing with bravado. "Little brat, do you still wish to roast me? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? I am a foundational spirit beast. This time, considering your tender age, I shall spare you. But should you dare to boast again, I assure you, you will be unrecognizable to your own mother." The surrounding penguins flapped their pudgy wings. Mocking his audacity, Lin Xiaolu, face marred with injuries, glared at the Emperor Penguin, seething in silence. He contemplated that once he became formidable, he would return to this place, administer a thorough beating to these so-called penguins, and collect protection fees from them daily, 8 times a day, to be precise. Especially that Emperor Penguin. He was determined to roast and consume it. Tang Xian bid farewell to the penguins with a cheerful demeanor and, taking Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu by the hand, led them away from the icy realm of the spirit beasts. As they walked, she channeled her spiritual energy to heal Lin Xiaolu's wounds. "All right, now I shall escort you both back to the literacy hall to apologize to Mr. Yang. Do you have any objections?" Tang Xian inquired with a smile. "I refuse," Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, shaking off her hand in disbelief. Clenching his small fist, he declared in indignation, "Do you think I will be swayed by this? You underestimate me. You wicked witch. I refuse to return to school. I want to play outside, Xiaoyu." "I'm here," Xiaoyu replied. The little girl dashed to Lin Xiaolu's side. Lin Xiaolu grasped her hand and defiantly shouted at Tang Xian, "Regardless, my sister and I refuse to attend school or return home. Either you end my life, and I'll bear a grand scar on my head, but after 18 years, I shall emerge as a true hero." Upon hearing Lin Xiaolu's words, Xiaoyu blinked her large eyes, tugged at her brother's sleeve, and earnestly corrected him. "Brother, you are not a hero yet. You are merely 7 years old. Thus, you should say, after 18 years, I shall finally be a hero." Lin Xiaolu. Tang Xian could no longer suppress her laughter. These two children were simply delightful. Observing the awkward expression on Lin Xiaolu's face and the innocent demeanor of Xiaoyu, she found both siblings utterly charming. Her brother was adorably fierce, while her sister was adorably naive. After laughing for a while, she reluctantly proposed, "How about this? As your senior sister, I shall take you on an excursion around Tongyao Peak today, and I will return you both by the afternoon. However, tomorrow, you must obediently listen to Miaoxin and attend the literacy class. Understood? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu hesitated slightly, while Xiaoyu obediently followed his lead, appearing ready to defer to him. Noticing the little one's indecision and that mealtime was approaching, Tang Xian cheerfully inquired, "Are you hungry? Your senior sister will take you to the dining hall at Tongyao Peak." Her tone was enticing as she tempted the siblings. "Our lineage specializes in dealings with spirit beasts and monsters. The mountain is teeming with avian and terrestrial creatures, and our meals are far more sumptuous than those at Jiaxing Peak. Would you not wish to sample such delights?" At this, Lin Xiaolu was immediately intrigued, and Xiaoyu swallowed hard. However, Lin Xiaolu, concerned about his pride, was reluctant to agree outright. Thus, with his hands clasped behind his back, he cleared his throat and, in a mock-serious tone, declared, "Considering your earnestness, I shall reluctantly grant you this favor." Tang Xian was both amused and exasperated. She playfully pinched Lin Xiaolu's ear, admonishing him for his rudeness. Subsequently, she led the siblings to the dining hall of their lineage. In terms of appearance, the dining hall of Tongyao Peak was quite similar to that of Jiaxing Peak, both boasting expansive two-story courtyards. As they entered, Tang Xian was greeted by countless outer disciples. Much like Li Miaoxin had been the day before, Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu learned from Tang Xian that she was the eldest senior sister of Tongyao Peak, holding a status slightly higher than that of Li Miaoxin, on par with their yet-to-appear eldest senior brother at Jiaxing. Following Tang Xian to the second floor, she summoned a young attendant, reminiscent of Ho San, to order a selection of dishes. The names of the dishes she mentioned were unfamiliar to the siblings, all sounding exceedingly sophisticated. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes was presented on the table, captivating the two siblings, who had not been accustomed to such grandeur, their eyes wide with astonishment. Without waiting for Tang Xian's invitation, they eagerly began to feast, indulging in a sumptuous spread of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, their mouths glistening with delight. "Wow, brother, this is delicious. Wow, brother, this too is delightful. Wow, brother, everything is so tasty." This meal truly exhilarated Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, and by the time they finished, they waddled away, their little bellies full. After lunch, Tang Xian fulfilled her promise and took them on a delightful tour around Tongyao Peak, introducing them to a variety of extraordinary spiritual beasts. It was not until the afternoon's auspicious hour approached that the exuberant siblings reluctantly followed Tang Xian, preparing to traverse the path of seeking Dao back to Jiaxing Peak. "Remember to heed your senior sister Miaoxin's advice when you return," Tang Xian reminded them with a smile as they walked together along the translucent jade bridge. "Lady Rakshasa, can my sister and I come back to visit you?" Lin Xiaolu inquired, holding her hand. Chapter 14. Punishment of Course. Tang Xian chuckled, "My relationship with Miaoxin is splendid. You are welcome to visit the Demon Peak anytime to play with your senior sister." "Haha, sounds good." Upon reaching the entrance of the star-picking peak, Lin Xiaolu made a cool gesture and remarked with a grin, "Rascal witch. Please inform that so-called Emperor Penguin that the tyrant of Winter Melon Village will inevitably come to confront him." With a suppressed giggle, Tang Xian covered her mouth and shot him a playful glare. "Hurry and take your sister back." With that, she waved goodbye and departed. As she walked away, Lin Xiaolu took little Yuer's hand and turned back towards the star-picking peak. It was just past the afternoon hour, the sun setting in the west, casting a golden hue over the entire star-picking peak. Clad in their tattered robes, the two children strolled along the familiar path, chatting and laughing as they returned to their modest courtyard. "Yuer, we must synchronize our stories. We cannot let our senior sister know that we scolded the teacher and skipped class. Understood?" "Understood," little Yuer replied sweetly, then curiously inquired, "So, brother, should we listen to Sister Tang Xian and attend school tomorrow?" "Absolutely not," Lin Xiaolu answered without hesitation. "I was merely deceiving the rascal witch. If I didn't she would truly drag us to apologize to the teacher, which would be utterly embarrassing. How would I maintain my reputation then?" "Oh," little Yuer nodded obediently at his words. As the siblings continued their conversation and returned to the courtyard, they found it empty, presuming that Sister Li had gone out. They entered their room, and just as they began to joke with each other, they were met with the sight of Li Miaoxin seated on a wooden chair in the main room, alongside Mr. Yang, who was sipping tea. Lin Xiaolu was startled upon seeing the elderly man, pointing at him in shock. "You old man." Before he could finish, Li Miaoxin shot him a fierce glare. Xiaolu, apologized to Mr. Yang immediately. Little Yuer, noticing the chill in Li Miaoxin's demeanor, quickly hid behind her brother, frightened. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu, feeling the ire directed at him, instinctively bristled in response. However, Mr. Yang, who had been drinking tea, raised his hand to interject. He gazed at the 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu for a moment before slowly speaking. "I've been teaching for quite some time, and though it may not be long or short, I must admit, you are the most audacious child I have ever encountered." With an apologetic tone, he continued, "You are Lin Xiaolu, correct? I have heard from Miaoxin about your and your sister's background. For what transpired today, I owe you an apology." Lin Xiaolu was taken aback by the old man's words. He was genuinely apologizing to him? His little sister, Yuer, peeked out from behind him, intrigued by the situation. "Are you serious?" Lin Xiaolu exclaimed in astonishment, hesitantly asking, "You wish to apologize to a child like me? Aren't adults typically quite self-important?" Mr. Yang laughed heartily. "Do you think your senior sister is self-important?" Lin Xiaolu glanced at Li Miaoxin beside him and shook his head. It was evident that Li Miaoxin was not self-righteous. On the contrary, she treated both herself and her younger sister with kindness and respect. The elder continued with a smile, "Though I am an immortal cultivator, I am also a scholar. Both roles demand a clear understanding of right and wrong, rather than relying on age to assert superiority. Xiaolu, I apologize for today's incident. Tomorrow, you shall accompany your sister to the literacy hall to continue your studies. Let us turn the page, shall we?" The boy pursed his lips, remaining silent. Observing his stubbornness, Li Miaoxin feigned anger and said, "You should express your gratitude to the elder at once, or I shall have to punish you. You have already committed a grave error by injuring someone twice and skipping school with your sister. If you misbehave again, I shall have to spank you." Lin Xiaolu, aware that his sister meant well, felt a sense of pride and nonchalance. He crossed his arms, adopting a defiant stance, and reluctantly replied, "Very well, sister. I shall grant you this favor and attend school tomorrow." He then turned to the elder and inquired, "If Chun Yinyun insults me and my sister again, would it be unreasonable for me to retaliate?" The elder chuckled heartily and assured him, "Rest assured, Xiaolu, they should not dare to bully you any further." Lin Xiaolu felt relieved. He had learned that if one dealt decisively with troublemakers, they would avoid confrontation in the future. People, like cultivators, are often intimidated by strength. Inside the hall, the elder continued, "Xiaolu, although your classmates are unlikely to trouble you again, you must not bully others, nor should you resort to violence or insults. Do you understand? As long as they do not provoke me, I will not harm them," the boy replied nonchalantly. The elder stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. "Very well. Let today's matters be concluded. You two shall attend school as usual from tomorrow, and punctuality is essential." With that, he leaned on his cane, preparing to depart. Seeing this, Li Miaoxin eagerly urged, "Mr. Yang, are you leaving? Why not stay for a meal?" "No, I must return," the elder replied with a smile. Casting a glance at the siblings, he lamented to Li Miaoxin, "Li Mingru's irresponsible behavior is quite alarming. He takes on a new disciple, yet fails to guide him properly, merely handing him over to you. It is truly unbecoming of an elder from our Mei lineage." Li Miaoxin offered an awkward smile. "My master is always like this." The elder sighed and then lowered his voice, saying, "This Lin Xiaolu is inherently rebellious, possessing a fierce determination that can lead him astray. Despite his tender age, he exudes an air of defiance. Miaoxin, you must guide him toward the right path." Hearing this, Li Miaoxin was momentarily taken aback, feeling that Mr. Yang's words were rather grave. After all, little dear was merely a 7-year-old child. How could there be anything sinister about him? Nevertheless, she maintained a respectful demeanor and replied, "The younger generation will heed Mr. Yang's teachings and will certainly take good care of the disciples." Upon hearing her response, the elder nodded approvingly and departed with a cheerful demeanor. Once the elder's figure vanished, Li Miaoxin turned her attention to the two dirty siblings. In the spacious, elegant, and antiquely adorned hall, only the three of them remained. Little Yuer felt she had erred and, under Li Miaoxin's gaze, became somewhat fearful, lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers in silence. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu continued to adopt an air of superiority, seemingly unbothered by Li Miaoxin's presence. Observing the pair, Li Miaoxin chose not to reprimand them further. Instead, she produced 2 cleansing pills, acting as if nothing had transpired, and smiled at them, saying, "Where have you two been frolicking all day? Look at how dirty you are. Go wash yourselves with these cleansing pills, and then your senior sister will take you both to dinner." Both siblings were taken aback by her words, with Lin Xiaolu exclaiming in surprise, "Sister, you're not going to punish us?" Li Miaoxin gazed at Lin Xiaolu with a gentle smile, her lips parting slightly as she replied, "Why would I punish you? I am your senior sister. If anyone should be punished for your misdeeds, it ought to be me." Chapter 15. Fundamental knowledge of cultivation. In the dining hall during the night, the siblings, filled with exuberance from avoiding reprimand, sat in a private room, sharing with Li Miaoxin the events of the afternoon. They recounted their encounters with Tang Xian, the four-handed monkey, the enormous rabbit, the middle-fingered hippopotamus, the three-headed dog, and the penguins, all of which were amusing anecdotes. Li Miaoxin listened gently, responding occasionally with a word or two. "I will eventually settle the score with that group of penguins," Lin Xiaolu declared, her voice rising. "Sister, what level of cultivation must I reach to defeat those penguins?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Miaoxin smiled and replied, "The Emperor Penguin Elder is a foundational-level spiritual beast, so to overcome the Emperor Penguin, you must at least attain the foundational level yourself." "Is it difficult to become foundational?" Lin Xiaolu inquired curiously. Li Miaoxin nodded with a hint of bitterness. "It is certainly challenging. For instance, I began cultivating at the age of 10, and now at 16. I have only reached the third layer of qi condensation after 6 years." Lin Xiaolu did not fully comprehend the distinction between qi condensation and foundation establishment, and it was clear that little Yuer, at just 5 years old, was even less aware, focusing solely on devouring her food at the table. Seeing Lin Xiaolu's confusion, Li Miaoxin smiled and explained, "Cultivation is divided into realms, starting with the qi condensation period, which is 10 layers. After breaking through the 10th layer of qi condensation, one enters the foundation establishment period. For example, the Emperor Penguin Elder you encountered is at the foundation establishment level, as is Sister Tang Xian, along with our eldest senior brother from the Zhaixing lineage, who is also in this stage." Li Miaoxin continued, "In Amei, every chief disciple of each lineage is a formidable foundation establishment practitioner, serving as the backbone of the entire Amei." Lin Xiaolu was astonished. He had not anticipated the Emperor Penguin and the Rakshasa Witch to be so powerful, as he had thought they were on par with his sister. "What comes after foundation establishment?" Lin Xiaolu asked. "Above foundation establishment is the core formation stage. Our master is at the core formation level, as are the elders of other branches. Among them, our master is the strongest among the 9 elder lineages," Li Miaoxin said proudly. "Oh," Lin Xiaolu nodded in sudden understanding. Thanks to the girl's patient explanation, he now had a general grasp of cultivation. Li Miaoxin continued with a smile, "Above core formation is the nascent soul stage. In all of Amei, only our sect leader has entered this realm. However, I am unaware of the specifics of this stage's powers and abilities, as despite being in Amei for 7 years, I have never witnessed the sect leader in action. Are there other realms beyond nascent soul?" Lin Xiaolu asked, curiosity piqued. "Indeed, there are," Li Miaoxin affirmed with a nod. "However, I am not too familiar with the names of those realms. I have only heard our master mention them in passing. He once spoke of our Amei's ancestor, his own master, who left Amei to seek opportunities on the mainland in pursuit of a realm beyond nascent soul." Lin Xiaolu listened in a daze, feeling as though he had opened the door to a new world. From gathering qi to reaching the 10th layer, then establishing a foundation, forming a dan, and attaining the Yuan infant stage, along with realms beyond the Yuan infant, he had not anticipated that the path of cultivation would have such numerous classifications. In truth, Lin Xiaolu harbored a considerable yearning for the practice of immortality. Having spent merely 2 days at Amei, he had already witnessed a plethora of wondrous abilities, such as his master, Li Mingru, transforming himself and his siblings into a white rainbow, soaring to Amei. Furthermore, the elder Yang from the literacy hall could heal others' injuries with a mere gesture, and the ghostly old woman, Luo Cha, could conjure butterflies from her fingertips to amuse his sister. These enigmatic powers filled him with longing. He imagined what it would be like to become so formidable in the future, soaring through the skies, summoning the winds and rains, and wielding boundless abilities. At that time, not only would he be able to obtain candied hawthorns without payment, but he could also become an emperor in any small country on earth without difficulty. "Sister, teach me to cultivate." The boy exclaimed with fervor and excitement. I too wish to become as mighty as them, able to fly, heal others' wounds, and transform into butterflies. Hearing this, Li Miaoxin could not help but smile and teased. There's no rush. Junior brother, focus on your studies at the literacy hall. Only by learning to read can you comprehend the methods of the talismans and delve into various mysteries. Once you have a foundation in literacy, Mr. Yang will teach you to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, initiating you into the most fundamental practices, thereby testing your aptitude for cultivation. Aptitude? Lin Xiaolu inquired. Perplexed. What is aptitude? Aptitude refers to one's sensitivity to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, as well as the presence of any special spiritual body. Li Miaoxin elucidated with a smile. You need not worry, as a Mei has very stringent criteria for accepting inner disciples. Only those with exceptional talent are directly recruited. Moreover, you are the disciples that Master has taken in after 20 years. You must be extraordinary prodigies. I have absolute confidence in your potential. Lin Xiaolu nodded, convinced that both he and his sister must indeed be remarkable, shamelessly agreeing with Li Miaoxin's words. Sister, what if one lacks aptitude? Does that mean one cannot cultivate? Xiaoyu, who was eating nearby, suddenly asked with a mouthful. Indeed, Li Miaoxin nodded, smiling as she explained. In truth, the majority of mortals cannot cultivate, as most of them possess a constitution that is insensitive to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, rendering them incapable of storing it for their own use, let alone executing various profound techniques. Isn't that quite pitiful for mortals? Lin Xiaolu queried. Without spiritual power, they cannot cultivate. If they encounter malevolent practitioners, wouldn't they be bullied? That is indeed the case. Li Miaoxin observed the siblings and patiently elaborated. Cultivators pursue longevity, with lifespans extending to 1,000 years. While a mortal's life is but a fleeting few decades, like smoke dissipating in the air. Thus, before cultivators, they often resemble ants, utterly defenseless. Even the armies of some empires in the mortal realm are easily crushed in the face of formidable cultivators. However, it is rare for any sect of cultivation to engage in the wholesale slaughter of mortals. Even practitioners of dark arts refrain from such actions. Why is this so? Lin Xiaolu, filled with curiosity, pondered whether it was due to their overwhelming strength that they deemed mortals beneath their notice. Of course, that is not the case. Li Miaoxin replied with a smile, explaining that the reasons are quite intricate, primarily consisting of 2 points. She raised a delicate finger to elucidate to the two children. The first point is that although mortals lack spiritual power and cannot cultivate, they can provide a form of willpower to the local sects in exchange for protection. For instance, in the vicinity of our Mei sect, several nations are aligned with us. The citizens of these nations worship and venerate us Mei practitioners, referring to us as Mei immortals. The faith and devotion of mortals generate a kind of willpower, which is akin to a form of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, subtly aiding our cultivation. In return, we must ensure their safety, fostering favorable weather and a prosperous, peaceful realm. After explaining the first point, Li Miaoxin raised a second finger. The second point is that engaging in the indiscriminate slaughter of mortals would provoke the backlash of the heavenly principle. Not only would it lead to karmic retribution, but it could also engender inner demons in future cultivation. One must understand that once inner demons take hold, the consequences can be dire, resulting in the loss of 1,000 years of cultivation in a single moment, or worse, leading to utter annihilation, reducing one to mere dust. Thus, due to the existence of willpower and the potential for karmic retribution and inner demons, it is almost unheard of for any cultivator in the realm of Shenzhou to engage in the mass extermination of sentient beings. Do you understand? Lin Xiaolu, with tears streaming down his face, nodded in a daze. Chapter 16. Are you the legend? Observing Lin Xiaolu's silly appearance with his runny nose, Li Miaoxin couldn't help but chuckle. She then took out a handkerchief embroidered with a thrush and gently covered his little nose, smiling tenderly as she said, "Blow hard." With a compliant nod, the boy blew his nose vigorously. After wiping it clean, Li Miaoxin continued to speak with a smile. In truth, Mr. Yang will discuss these cultivation philosophies with you all in class later. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. There is no need for junior brothers and sisters to overthink. Simply embrace a joyful and methodical approach to learning and practicing, and you will inevitably achieve great success in the future. Lin Xiaolu nodded at his sister's words, suddenly feeling that at this moment, she resembled the mother he vaguely remembered. He recalled how, as a child, his mother would gently wipe his nose in a similar manner. His memories of her were somewhat hazy, and his younger sister, Xiaoyu, had completely forgotten their mother's appearance, for she was merely 3 years old when both parents passed away, too young to retain clear memories. After dinner, the siblings returned to their abode with Li Miaoxin. Following their farewell, the two children washed themselves with cleansing pills and then climbed into bed to rest. A night passed in silence, and by the following morning, the familiar chime of bells echoed through the mountains once more. Lin Xiaolu and his sister awoke together, and as they sat up sleepily, their sister arrived as promised to groom them. After a playful bout, Li Miaoxin transformed the siblings into porcelain-like little Taoist children, then took their hands to head for breakfast. After a light meal, Lin Xiaolu declined Li Miaoxin's offer to escort him and his sister to the literacy hall, insisting he would go on his own. Li Miaoxin, with a gentle smile, did not object, encouraging them to listen attentively to their teacher. She affectionately pinched their little noses and watched as they departed. Before long, the two siblings joyfully crossed the mystical Seeking Path Bridge, ascending Amei Peak with delight. Upon reaching the mountain path of Amei Peak, Lin Xiaolu spotted a familiar face, none other than Dongfang Dan, the boy he had frightened to the point of wetting his pants last time. At that moment, Dongfang Dan, clad in a matching dark blue Taoist robe and carrying a small cloth bag over his shoulder, was cheerfully trotting ahead. Upon seeing him, Lin Xiaolu immediately shouted, "Fatty!" Dongfang Dan seemed startled by the sudden call, turning around in indignation and exclaiming, "Who insulted me?" However, upon recognizing Lin Xiaolu's cheerful demeanor, his chubby face quivered, and his previously angry expression softened within a second, transforming into a compliant and understanding smile as he said, "Whoever insulted me, I, Dongfang Dan, thank them." Xiaoyu, hiding behind her brother, was amused by Dongfang Dan's words, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she giggled. Lin Xiaolu swaggered up to Dongfang Dan, casting a discerning glance at him that made the chubby boy tremble. "Brother, the last incident was a misunderstanding." As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, he trembled in fear, saying, "Brother Lu, you've already given me a beating. We should consider ourselves even." Dongfang Dan was so frightened that his calves shook uncontrollably. He could not help but feel terrified, for the figure before him had gained notoriety in the literacy hall. On the very first day of school, the illustrious Chen Yinyun, renowned as the most gifted individual of the Lingjian lineage in 3 centuries, and blessed with an indestructible sword body, had his nasal bone shattered by him. Furthermore, the female disciple from the Yaoyuan lineage, Yu Chu, was ruthlessly beaten, leaving her bloodied and battered. Even Mr. Yang was not spared, as he was publicly berated, his nose pointed at by this formidable presence. Now, everyone was aware that Li Mingru of the Zhaixing lineage had, after 20 years, accepted a pair of new disciples, one of whom was the ruthless Lin Xiaolu. He was ferocious and brutal, devoid of humanity, a law unto himself, and was referred to by all the students as the great ruthless Lin. One must ask, how could a mere son of a prime minister from the great Yu, a weakling born with an earth spirit body, stand before such a ruthless character without kneeling? Dongfang Dan gazed at the boy before him, who was 3 years younger and 3 inches shorter, fear rendering him breathless, trembling, and unable to speak. "Lead the way, I am lost," Lin Xiaolu suddenly declared. "Huh." Dongfang Dan, already in a state of panic, was taken aback. "I said I cannot find the way to the school. Lead the way," Lin Xiaolu reiterated. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Dan was overjoyed, hurriedly gesturing for him to follow, saying, "Brother Lu, please come with me." Lin Xiaolu nodded with an air of maturity, hands clasped behind his back, striding along with his little legs trailing behind the plump boy. As they walked, he remarked with satisfaction, "You performed quite well today." "Brother Lu is right," Dongfang Dan replied, his face beaming with servility. "From now on, I, Dongfang Dan, shall stick with Brother Lu. I hope you will take good care of me." "That can be arranged," Lin Xiaolu nodded in agreement, continuing, "From now on, if anyone dares to bully you in the hall, just invoke my name." "Absolutely, Brother Lu," Dongfang Dan eagerly responded. "Brother Lu and the little sister shall henceforth be my elder brother and sister. Should there be any matters, just call upon your little brother, and I shall not hesitate." Hearing such flattering words, Lin Xiaolu felt increasingly arrogant, believing he was truly destined to be a leader. In just 2 short days, he had already acquired 2 little brothers. At this rate, It would not be long before he could collect protection fees in a May. Lost in this thought, he could not help but burst into laughter, striding along with a grandiose chuckle. Ha! Cough, cough, cough. He choked on his laughter, his face turning crimson as he coughed. Are you all right, brother? Xiao Yuer asked with concern, patting his back. It's nothing, Lin Xiaolu replied with a slightly embarrassed smile. I had intended to emulate the bold laughter of the heroes of the martial world, yet here I am, nearly choking myself. I truly need to grow up quickly. Arriving at the literacy hall, they traversed the stone beach adorned with streams and waterfalls. Lin Xiaolu held his sister's hand, with the chubby Dongfang Dan trailing behind, striding forward with an air of indifference, as though entering the schoolyard like a great figure of the martial world. At this moment, a considerable number of students had already gathered in the study, each absorbed in their morning recitations under the bright light. When the 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu approached the doorway and observed the scene within, he feigned a cough, deliberately loud and emphatic. The sound of over 20 young scholars fell silent in unison, their attention swiftly drawn to the entrance. Upon recognizing Lin Xiaolu, the students were taken aback, their expressions transforming with a mix of fear and astonishment. Among them, Chun Yinyun and Yu Chuchu appeared particularly pale, their faces etched with trepidation. In the front row, a small scholar who had been absent the previous day curiously glanced at the boy and inquired, Hello, are you a new classmate? Lin Xiaolu's lips curled into a slight smile, exuding an air of superiority as he replied, I am Lin Xiaolu. The young scholar was momentarily rendered speechless, exclaiming with astonishment, You are the one from the legend. Lin Xiaolu smiled knowingly, nodding slightly as his piercing gaze swept across every child in the study, before humbly responding, You flatter me. With that, he took the hand of his companion, Xiaoyu, and leisurely made his way to the window seat at the far end of the study, closely followed by Dongfang Dan, who wore an expression of obsequiousness. Throughout this entire exchange, not a single child dared to make a sound, holding their breath in fear of inadvertently provoking the formidable Lin Xiaolu and facing dire consequences. Chapter 17, The First Day of Class. Dear Lu Go, I have brought you some books. Dongfang Dan cheerfully placed several introductory literacy books before Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer. Lin Xiaolu nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the astuteness of his chubby friend. The other young scholars in the study observed the scene in silence, none daring to utter a word. Among them was a boy named Chen Yinyun, who quietly perused his own textbooks, having been psychologically overshadowed by Lin Xiaolu. Within the study, Lin Xiaolu flipped through the textbooks on the table. Unable to recognize the characters, he cast a fleeting glance before losing interest, engaging in light-hearted chatter with his sister. Meanwhile, Dongfang Dan sat behind them, occasionally offering a few flattering remarks, creating a lively atmosphere. In stark contrast to their merriment, the other students remained hushed, the oppressive silence reminiscent of a funeral parlor. Fortunately, it was not long before Mr. Yang entered the study punctually, allowing the other children to exhale in relief. With his head of silver hair, Mr. Yang approached a willow-wood desk, casting a glance at Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, who were seated by the window. Seeing both siblings present, he nodded appreciatively and smiled at the children, announcing, Let us commence the morning lesson. Upon hearing this, the children promptly stood up in unison, and Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer followed suit, mimicking their peers. Subsequently, the children bowed slowly and called out, Good morning, teacher. Mr. Yang responded with a cheerful bow, replying, Good morning, students. Thus began the siblings' inaugural lesson. To speak candidly, Lin Xiaolu comprehended nothing of what the teacher was conveying. After all, it was his and his sister's first experience in a classroom, and Mr. Yang's instruction was aligned with the lessons of the other students, rendering it incomprehensible to them. Consequently, it was not long before Lin Xiaolu succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the desk, while Xiao Yuer, also leaning over, doodled with the brush hanging from her penholder. She playfully adorned her brother's face with whimsical sketches, including a large cat face, and stifled her laughter as she gazed at her artistic handiwork. Mr. Yang observed all of this with a knowing smile, yet he refrained from intervening. Understanding that the siblings lacked a foundational grasp of the material, he chose not to comment and continued guiding the other students in reciting poems. After leading them through the characters and verses scheduled for the day, Mr. Yang waved his hand, instructing them to copy and review the material independently. He then strolled over to the siblings' side. At that moment, Xiao Yuer had nearly covered Lin Xiaolu's face with her drawings, featuring everything from little white rabbits to chicks, ducklings, and sparrows. She was thoroughly engrossed in her art when she noticed Mr. Yang approaching. Startled, she lifted her rosy little face to meet his gaze. Seeing her apprehension, Mr. Yang, both amused and exasperated, shook his head gently at Xiao Yuer. He then tapped Lin Xiaolu's desk lightly. Thud, thud. The boy did not awaken. The elderly man, feeling helpless, increased his effort and knocked once more. Thud, thud, thud. Oh dear, Xiaoyu, stop making a fuss. Lin Xiaolu mumbled as she shifted her position and continued to sleep soundly, even snoring. The surrounding children, witnessing this scene, could hardly suppress their laughter, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. Mr. Yang, visibly annoyed, no longer held back. He firmly grasped the boy's ear and pulled upward. Ouch, 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 that hurts. Lin Xiaolu instantly awoke, crying out in pain. Mr. Yang released his grip and shot him a glare, saying, You too. Follow this old man to the study next door to learn some characters. Oh, fine, Lin Xiaolu grumbled, rubbing her ear as she reluctantly followed her brother and Mr. Yang. Upon arriving at the empty study next door, Mr. Yang instructed the siblings to find a place to sit and then began to teach them individually. He started with the most elementary lessons, introducing them to basic characters. To his surprise, the elderly man discovered that Lin Xiaolu and her brother were quick learners, demonstrating remarkable intelligence. Before long, they could transcribe some of the basic characters he had taught. Particularly, Lin Xiaolu seemed to possess a unique spark. His mind was agile. For instance, when Mr. Yang taught them the character for Ming, he asked them to guess its meaning. Having just learned the characters for sun and moon, Lin Xiaolu promptly deduced that it represented the brightness of the sun and moon together, showcasing his keen insight. Observing the siblings diligently practicing their writing at the desk, the elderly man's eyes revealed a hint of appreciation. They were indeed promising students. It was just a pity that the boy's nature was too unruly, necessitating strict guidance in the future. Gradually, the sun reached its zenith, casting its rays over the entire Amei Peak. As noon approached, the elderly man ceased his lessons and instructed the siblings to have their meal. The character study hall had a designated dining area where students could eat at noon. Thus, after class, Lin Xiaolu led her sister to the dining hall. The dining hall resembled that of the Tongyao and Zhaixing, albeit slightly smaller, and had dedicated outer disciples serving as attendants. At that moment, the courtyard on the first floor of the dining hall was filled with young disciples who had come to dine, all engaged in playful banter in groups. Lu Gu, Yu Erjia. The chubby Dongfang Dan appeared out of nowhere, exclaiming, Lu Gu, I found a great spot for you, and Yu Erjia. Shall we have lunch together? Lin Xiaolu glanced at him, then curiously raised her head to look at the second-floor private rooms, wondering, aren't we inner disciples supposed to eat in the private rooms? Why is everyone dining in the courtyard on the first floor? Oh, that's the case. All the students at the character study hall are inner disciples, so here, everyone is treated equally, with no distinction between first and second floors, Dongfang Dan explained. Then shall we go to the second floor? Lin Xiaolu suggested. The second floor is now reserved exclusively for the spirit sword lineage. Dongfang Dan swiftly remarked, among the 9 veins of Amei, the spirit sword vein stands as the most formidable, boasting the largest number of disciples. Thus, although the second floor was originally intended for communal use, it has gradually been monopolized by Chun Ninyun and the students of the spirit sword vein. Aside from those they invite, no one else is permitted to ascend, as a means to showcase the superiority of their lineage. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback. Such tyranny? How can they occupy a communal chamber? Quite normal, dear Lu. Dongfang Dan replied nonchalantly. The spirit sword vein is indeed exceptional. Lin Xiaolu, upon hearing this, said nothing further, merely nodding before turning to ascend the wooden staircase, with Xiao Yuer obediently following in his wake. Upon witnessing this, Dongfang Dan was momentarily startled, but then seemed to recall something and excitedly hurried after them. At this moment, in the second-floor chamber, 10-year-old Chun Ninyun sat at the head of the table, visibly displeased as he savored the exquisite dishes before him. Surrounding him were 4 other students from the spirit sword vein, along with the invited Yuchuchu. Ninyun, you needn't regard those 2 little brats with any seriousness. One of the young acolytes advised. You possess the innate, indestructible sword body. In the future, you shall undoubtedly become the chief disciple of the spirit sword vein, and even ascend to the rank of elder is not out of the question. When Lin Xiaolu encounters you later, he will surely steer clear. Indeed, Nianyun. Why bother squabbling with such wild children? Yu Chu softly consoled. They are merely taking advantage of the fact that none of us have formally begun our cultivation yet, flaunting their prowess. Once you commence your training, people like them will be worlds apart from you. Chapter 18. Winning Hearts with Virtue. Chun Nianyun listened to the friendly counsel of his companions at the table, his expression softening slightly. He spoke lightly. Rest assured, everyone, I shall not harbor any resentment towards that little rascal. Moreover, I have recently begun to perceive the energy that the teacher spoke of. Upon hearing this declaration, the young acolytes present were filled with astonishment. Good heavens, I have yet to experience anything, and it's only the 5th day? Yet Brother Nianyun has already sensed the spiritual aura. Such talent is truly astonishing. One student remarked with envy. Yu Chu, too, expressed her admiration, exclaiming, the teacher has only been guiding us to sense the spiritual energy for 5 days, and Brother Nianyun has already made such progress. He truly lives up to the reputation of the prodigy of the spirit sword lineage. The rare and indomitable sword body he possesses is indeed formidable. Brother Nianyun will undoubtedly succeed Senior Brother Gu and become the new chief disciple of the entire spirit sword sect. As the children continued to praise him, Chun Nianyun felt a swell of pride in his heart. He smiled and humbly responded, we are all classmates. If any of you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek my assistance. Let us progress together. Haha, we must thank you first, Brother Nianyun. The children began showering him with flattery, each taking turns to offer compliments. Chun Nianyun reveled in their adoration, momentarily casting aside his fears of Lin Xiaolu, and laughed in response to his companions. However, just as their merriment reached its peak, a commotion erupted outside the private room. Several little senior brothers. This is a place reserved for the spirit sword lineage. You cannot enter. Step aside. Don't you know that the most formidable person in Amei right now is my elder brother? Hurry and let that mountain bumpkin, Chun Nianyun, come meet him. Ah, what is this? Have you not heard of my elder brother Lin the Ruthless? Do you dare to believe that if he becomes angry, he might just demolish your private room? Hurry up. Inside the private room, the children, who had been enjoying their conversation, suddenly fell silent. The once lively atmosphere now replaced with an eerie quiet. Before long, a flustered outer sect disciple, dressed in serving attire, rushed into the room, respectfully addressing the group. Senior brothers and sisters, there is a young senior brother named Lin outside, requesting to see you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the children turned grim, each one appearing as if they had been constipated for a month. Chun Nianyun's face shifted through hues of green and red, sitting uncomfortably in the main seat. Unable to utter a word, fear gripped everyone, and they dared not even breathe, with some even raising their heads to gaze at the ceiling as if admiring the sun on a bright day. Chun Nianyun. Outside the room, Lin Xiaolu's youthful voice rang out, I will count to 3. If you do not come out, I will come find you, and when I do, I shall turn you into a skewer of candied hawthorn. The 10-year-old Chun Nianyun trembled in fear, while the young girl Yu Chu beside him stammered, unable to speak. The clear, youthful voice echoed once more. Upon hearing this, Chun Nianyun was filled with both shock and indignation, as if the cowardice within her had been insulted. With a forceful slap on the table, she rose abruptly and stormed out of the private room, cursing, You Lin, don't you know your place? Outside the room, Dongfang Dan and Xiao Yuer were present, while Lin Xiaolu, seeing Chun Nianyun and the other children appear, coldly scoffed. Oh, you finally dared to come out? Addressing Lin Xiaolu, Chun Nianyun retorted angrily, If you dare to hit me, I will tell the teacher to punish you. Indeed, punish you. I will have the teacher expel you from the school. Yu Chu, standing nearby, joined in with a fierce shout. Yet, Lin Xiaolu merely smiled disdainfully in response, casually dismissing Yu Chu with a toss of her words, Leave. Instantly, Yu Chu was struck dumb, recalling her own humiliating experience from the previous day. Her beautiful eyes wide open, unable to move. A student from the spirit sword lineage, unable to bear the scene, hesitated to confront Lin Xiaolu directly and attempted to reason. This is where our spirit sword lineage dines. What do you intend to do? Lin Xiaolu, upon hearing this, laughed scornfully and declared, From today onward, this place is under my control, Lin Xiaolu. You all better get lost. On what grounds? Chun Nianyun clenched her tiny fists, furiously asserting. The private rooms on the 2nd floor have always been reserved for our spirit sword lineage students. On what authority do you drive us away? Lin Xiaolu burst into laughter, and with the ferocity of a little tyrant, beckoned Chen Yinyun closer. Come here, and I shall tell you on what grounds. Terrified, Chen Yinyun shivered and took a few steps back. Aren't you leaving yet? Dongfang Dan, the plump one, played the role of the little bully, brazenly shouting. If you don't leave, you'll be carried out. Dongfang Dan, how dare you speak to us like that? A student from the spirit sword lineage exclaimed, both startled and furious. Why should I be afraid? Replied the chubby Dongfang Dan, puffing out his little belly as he stepped forward and delivered a hard kick to the student. The student instinctively dodged, causing Dongfang Dan to erupt in anger. How dare you evade? He grabbed the child and butted him with his large round head. The 8-year-old was immediately sent into a wailing fit. The onlookers merely watched, too intimidated to intervene. Dongfang Dan rubbed his head, continuing his bravado as he proclaimed, from this day forth, in the school, it will be decided by Brother Liu. Any spirit sword lineage student who dares to come up to the second-floor private room will be dealt with until they yield. Moreover, he paused, casting a glance at the students before him. Tomorrow when you come to school, each of you must bring something nice for Brother Liu. Candied hawthorns, kites, slingshots, glass marbles, or crickets will do. Anyone who fails to bring something will end up like this bench. With that, the little chubby boy kicked the nearby bench fiercely. The bench remained unharmed, but the chubby boy winced in pain, clutching his foot and grimacing. Upon witnessing this comical scene, Lin Xiaolu felt a slight bewilderment and a tinge of embarrassment. To mask his discomfort, he cleared his throat and turned his gaze to the indignant Chen Yinyun and his companions, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. I shall not conceal my intentions from you, he declared. I plan to establish a gang on Ame, and I shall be the chief. The name shall be the Gang of Virtuous Persuasion. Henceforth, you are required to pay me a tribute every 3 days. Otherwise, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Now be gone, and do not disturb my meal. Where is the virtue in your persuasion? Chen Yinyun retorted furiously, pointing at him. I shall inform my master that disciples from the Zhaixing lineage are assaulting classmates and demanding protection fees. Hearing his outburst, Lin Xiaolu merely smiled calmly, saying nothing, as he quietly picked up a nearby stool. This action sent a fresh wave of fear through Chen Yinyun and the other children, who instinctively recoiled. In the midst of the commotion, the boy brandished the stool, a wicked grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Should you refuse to pay the protection fee, I shall strike you. If you do pay, I will protect you from Lin Xiaolu's blows. Do you comply? With that, he shouted towards a nearby chubby boy, Dongfang Dan. Here, Brother Liu. The chubby boy stood at attention. After school today, procure a brick for me and carve a large character for virtue upon it. I shall take this symbol to school, and whomever I find displeasing, I shall strike with it. This, my friends, is what it means to persuade with virtue. Upon hearing this, admiration radiated from Dongfang Dan's round face as he promptly exclaimed, yes. Chapter 19. The Sunflower Field. After Dongfang Dan finished shouting, Lin Xiaolu noticed that Chen Yinyun and his group remained motionless. With her clear, bright eyes wide open, she exclaimed, aren't you all going to leave? Are you looking for trouble? At that moment, Chen Yinyun was so enraged that he could scarcely articulate a response. Beside him, Yu Chu chimed in to retaliate soon. We will report your behavior to our esteemed master. Go ahead, feel free to complain, Lin Xiaolu replied with a smug demeanor. If you report me, my senior sister will only give me a light spanking. To be honest, she dotes on me and would never truly hurt me. But when the time comes, I shall take my revenge on you, and it will be a gentle mercy if I merely break your arms and legs. Her fierce threat left the group of children visibly shaken, their faces paling in fear. Lin Xiaolu then turned her gaze back to Chen Yinyun, scoffing. I've heard that you possess the indomitable sword body and have exceptional talent. But can you surpass mine? At her words, Chen Yinyun trembled in fear. Genuinely intimidated by Lin Xiaolu, she stepped forward, looking up at him, who was a head taller, and playfully patted his face, adopting a bully's demeanor. If I don't see my protection fee tomorrow, I shall smear excrement on your head. Do you understand? The handsome young boy's face flushed a deep crimson, and after a few humiliating breaths, he reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. Do you understand? Now get lost. Lin Xiaolu snorted. Upon hearing this, the boy shivered slightly, bowed his head, and dashed down the stairs as if propelled by the wind. The others, witnessing his swift retreat, followed suit, all with their heads hung low and silent as they exited. Once they had all departed, Lin Xiaolu turned to the terrified outer sect disciple beside her and commanded, "What are you still standing there for? Serve the dishes." The disciple, trembling with fear, quickly raised his hand and called out, "Junior brother, junior sister, please come in." The spirited boy confidently led his sister into a pristine private room. As they settled in, Dongfang Dan gazed at Lin Xiaolu with admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, I am in awe of you. You managed to intimidate so many people all by yourself. Truly impressive." Lin Xiaolu arrogantly nodded, embodying the persona of a grand villain, and with a broad smile, addressed Dongfang Dan. "Since you have recognized me as your elder brother, it is only fitting that I treat you to the finest delicacies." The chubby boy was taken aback. Shouldn't Brother Lu be drinking something spicy? Lin Xiaolu shot him a sidelong glance. "Alcohol is too harsh and unpleasant. Would you care for it?" 10-year-old Dongfang Dan considered this. Recalling that his father was the prime minister of the Due Kingdom, and their household had an abundance of fine wines. Nevertheless, he preferred sweet beverages like sour plum soup or mung bean soup over alcohol. In the afternoon, after finishing their lunch, the young disciples gradually returned to the study. Eventually, Lin Xiaolu swaggered back to the classroom, and the moment he entered, silence fell upon the room. No one dared to utter a word, and the children gazed at him in terror. Students from the Spirit Sword lineage, including Chun Yinyun, were particularly frightened of Lin Xiaolu, wishing they could vanish beneath their desks. Striding confidently to a seat by the window, the boy reclined comfortably in his chair, covering his face with his textbook to take a nap, while his little sister continued to play with her brush, drawing beside him. Soon, the sound of snoring resonated within the classroom. A few children, noticing that Lin Xiaolu had fallen asleep, contemplated whispering among themselves. However, Dongfang Dan immediately glared, threateningly murmuring, "Are you seeking death? We should be respectful and allow our elder brother to enjoy his nap. Do you wish to tempt fate?" The children, who had been about to speak, immediately fell silent, lowering their heads in submission. The afternoon lessons were akin to those of the morning. Mr. Yang first instructed the other children in the study room, and after the class, he took the Lin siblings to a neighboring study to teach them literacy in solitude. "Starting tomorrow, I shall intermittently impart to you some methods to perceive spiritual energy," the elder remarked, observing the siblings diligently writing. "From now on, you may begin your cultivation journey, but remember, at the outset, your focus should remain on learning characters, with cultivation as a supplementary endeavor. Do you understand?" "Understood," Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu obediently responded. Mr. Yang nodded approvingly, then stroked his beard, advising, "Xiaolu, you are exceptionally gifted. Your comprehension and speed in learning characters surpass that of Yin Chu Chu. I trust your aptitude for cultivation is equally remarkable. You must strive diligently and refrain from frivolity." "Oh," Lin Xiaolu nodded, grasping the brush, feeling that the elder's praise was well-deserved, and continued to write with precision. Before long, the hour of Shun had arrived, signaling the end of classes. Lin Xiaolu, accompanied by his sister and other young disciples, departed the literacy hall, the children chattering and laughing in small groups. Crossing the stony creek, over 20 young disciples gradually ascended their designated path-seeking bridge, departing one by one. Lin Xiaolu, along with Xiaoyu, bid farewell to Dongfang Dan and ascended the path-seeking bridge of the Zhaixing lineage. "Dan, don't forget to bring me the bricks tomorrow," Lin Xiaolu reminded. "Rest assured." "Brother Lu, I won't forget," the chubby boy waved back. After bidding farewell to Dongfang Dan, Lin Xiaolu and his sister hurriedly made their way back to their courtyard. Upon entering the yard, Lin Xiaolu eagerly shouted, "Senior sister, we are back from school." In a nearby house adorned with a vast expanse of sunflowers, Li Miaoxin opened her beautiful eyes from meditation and stepped out with a smile. As she emerged, she immediately spotted two little figures, not yet taller than the sunflowers, joyfully running toward her. Li Miaoxin waved to the siblings and, watching them approach, asked with a grin, "So, how was your first day at school? Did you enjoy it?" "It was quite good. We learned many characters," Lin Xiaolu boasted. "I learned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as well as the characters for sun, moon, and bright." "Wow, such an impressive array of characters. Xiaolu, you are truly remarkable," Li Miaoxin praised, crouching down with a warm smile. Beside her, Xiaoyu, with wide eyes full of curiosity, inquired, "Senior sister, now that we are done with school, what shall we do?" Li Miaoxin affectionately pinched Xiaoyu's cheek, replying, "You need not do anything. You may play outside or review your lessons. Then let us go outside to play," Lin Xiaolu excitedly suggested. "Senior sister, how about taking us to the Spirit Beast Valley at Tongyao Peak to see the spirit beasts?" "That is not permissible, Xiaolu." Li Miaoxin smiled and gently declined, saying, "Senior sister, I still have to cultivate. How about you two play in the sunflower field for a while?" Lin Xiaolu pouted. What is there to enjoy in the sunflower field? The garden of senior sister was filled with sunflowers, casting a golden hue wherever the eye could see. While it was indeed beautiful, it lacked any real entertainment. Seeing that the siblings were not particularly interested, Li Miaoxin continued with a smile. "Why don't you both review your lessons? Write the characters that the teacher taught today 10 times. "No," the siblings exclaimed in unison, "we don't want to write." At their response, Li Miaoxin covered her face with a bitter smile, realizing that there seemed to be little to do. Just as she was contemplating what activities to suggest to the siblings, Lin Xiaolu suddenly gazed eagerly and said, "Senior sister, why don't you teach us how to cultivate?" Chapter 20. Meditation. Why is you, little dear, so eager? Li Miaoxin chuckled. "There is no need to rush. The master should teach you in the next couple of days." "But I can hardly wait," Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, her mouth agape with anticipation. "I want to cultivate quickly, transform into an immortal, and then go out to bully others." Li Miaoxin was amused by the boy's words, laughing heartily. It was her first time hearing that the purpose of cultivation was to go out and bully others. All right. Your senior sister will teach you to cultivate in advance." With a resigned smile, she began to explain, "The first step of cultivation is actually quite simple. It involves merely sitting in meditation, calming the mind, and using your breath to perceive the spiritual energy of the universe. It is as straightforward as that." Lin Xiaolu, puzzled, asked, "But how does one perceive it?" "That's something that cannot easily be articulated," Li Miaoxin replied with a smile. "It is a rather mystical sensation. Generally, those with talent can quickly enter a meditative state during meditation, unlocking the sixth sense to perceive the spiritual energy of the world. That is what talent is. For instance, when I first began cultivating, I could barely sit for an hour without fidgeting, and even when I managed to sit still, I often dozed off. However, gradually, I was able to extend my meditation time from 1 hour to 2, and eventually to a full day and night." Lin Xiaolu was astonished. "Sister, did your legs not ache from sitting so long?" "At first, they did ache, but once I learned to enter a meditative state, the discomfort faded away. Ultimately, on the 42nd day, I sensed the spiritual energy of the universe and officially embarked on my cultivation journey." Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, her expression drooping as she remarked, "You mean one has to meditate for over 40 days? That sounds exceedingly tedious." Beside her, Xiao Yuer nodded in agreement, expressing that the idea of meditation seemed quite dull. "That is quite impressive. You know," Li Miaoxin proudly explained to the two of them, "most inner disciples only begin to sense the spiritual energy of the universe around the 50th day. I am already above average." "And what about the most talented individuals? How long does it take them?" Lin Xiaolu inquired. Li Miaoxin tilted her head thoughtfully, then replied, "As far as I know, our senior brother from the Star Gathering sect sensed the spiritual energy in just 5 days, earning the master's praise as the most gifted individual in the past few centuries." "Understood," Lin Xiaolu nodded, haughtily stating, "Sister, if I were to cultivate, I would likely sense the spiritual energy within a day at most. After all, I am quite clever and even collect protection fees." With that, he turned to Xiao Yuer, boasting, "My sister might take a bit longer, but within 5 days should be no problem. What can I say? We siblings are inherently brilliant and exceptional. You and the master should take pride in us." As she watched the boy with his hands on his hips, laughing like a pig, Li Miaoxin chuckled, her eyes gleaming as she playfully admonished Lin Xiaolu. "If you can sense the spiritual energy within 10 days, your senior sister would wake up laughing from her dreams." After speaking, she stood up and smiled at the siblings, saying, "Come with your senior sister into the house. I shall teach you the ways of cultivation." The dwelling of Li Miaoxin was rather humble, stark, and desolate, furnished only with a bookshelf brimming with ancient tomes and a few meditation cushions. There was not even a bed. "You two should sit like your senior sister." Li Miaoxin faced Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, sitting cross-legged on the cushion, encouraging them to mimic her posture. The siblings appeared somewhat clumsy as they attempted the position for the first time, taking some time to settle in. Li Miaoxin then gently spoke, while meditating, "You must close your eyes and slow your breathing. striving to keep your body still. Even your mind should refrain from wandering, allowing yourself to feel the spiritual essence of the universe. Upon finishing her words, Li Miaoxin unexpectedly produced a small incense burner, placing it before the siblings and inserting a stick of fragrant incense. This is calming incense. It will help you focus and also serve as a timer. We shall meditate for the duration of 1 stick of incense. With that, she beckoned them to commence their practice. Inside the room, Lin Xiaolu followed Li Miaoxin's instructions to meditate, all the while internally critiquing the simplicity of the practice. So this is cultivation? Much simpler than I imagined. Just sitting still. Who can't do that? It's not even as demanding as collecting protection fees. Especially for someone as astute as myself. I could break through to the stage in no time. He closed his eyes, forming a lotus hand gesture, breathing steadily. Beside him, Xiaoye mirrored his actions. And the siblings' breaths gradually slowed, their bodies slowly calming down. After a while, Li Miaoxin heard a snoring sound. The boy's snores echoed like a little piglet, nearly leaving her flabbergasted. She gave Lin Xiaolu a firm nudge to wake him and urged him to continue his focus. Of course, she did not expect the children to immediately sense the spiritual energy of the world. After all, they were at an age full of vitality, and it was already remarkable that they could sit still for a while. Thus, the first step of cultivation was to temper their disposition. Li Miaoxin estimated that after 3 to 5 days of practice, the siblings would gradually adapt to this form of cultivation, eventually learning the initial stage of entering tranquility. Only by achieving this tranquility could they begin to comprehend the spiritual essence of the universe. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu sat quietly, his posture relatively standard, yet truthfully. He felt quite uncomfortable due to a simple reason. His legs had fallen asleep. His breathing was no longer as steady as at the beginning. Rather, the persistent numbness in his legs made him increasingly restless. Being a child, he could not endure the discomfort for long, and after a while, he could not help but peek with one eye, only to discover that the calming incense had burned down to 1/5 of its length. He wondered why had so little time passed. Time seemed to have elapsed significantly, and before Lin Xiaolu, his senior sister sat in meditation with her eyes closed. Observing this, he discreetly shifted his legs to find a more comfortable position before resuming his own sitting. However, it wasn't long before he grew weary of the monotony of his posture, contemplating that he would have been better off frolicking in the sunflower field. With a restless mind, he surreptitiously opened his eyes to glance at his senior sister, and then turned his gaze toward Xiaoye. To his astonishment, he noted that Xiaoye, though merely 5 years old, sat with remarkable poise, resembling a young Taoist nun, performing her meditation with admirable grace. No, he must earnestly cultivate his practice. He could not set a poor example for his younger sister. With this thought, Lin Xiaolu resolutely closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in the ethereal energy of the universe. Before long, the familiar sensation of aching legs returned. Yet this time he refrained from fidgeting, compelling himself to calm his mind. The intense discomfort persisted for quite some time, gradually morphing into a numbing sensation. Eventually, it seemed as though he had forgotten the pain altogether, and he felt a sudden lightness enveloping him, akin to swimming in water, just as he began to sense an awakening within himself. However, at that very moment, his sister's frightened voice pierced the tranquility of the room. "Senior sister, I feel something trying to burrow into my head. It's so terrifying." Chapter 21. The gift of Little Yue. Upon hearing Little Yue's words, both Lin Xiaolu and Li Miaoxin opened their eyes simultaneously. Lin Xiaolu's expression was one of curiosity, while Li Miaoxin's gaze reflected a hint of astonishment. Sitting on the cushion, Little Yue's frightened face turned pale as she spoke in a pitiful tone. "Senior sister, I feel something is burrowing inside my belly." Li Miaoxin furrowed her elegant brows and approached to examine the porcelain-like girl closely. After gently patting her head, her surprise deepened. "Little Yue, you have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Lin Xiaolu, standing nearby, gaped in disbelief, staring blankly at her sister. Little Yue, terrified and confused, remained frozen in place, unsure of what was happening. Li Miaoxin regarded her in disbelief, her astonishment lingering. How long had Little Yue been practicing? Not even half a stick of incense. What was going on? Since the establishment of Ame, no disciple had ever absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and entered the first layer of qi condensation in such a brief time. Not to mention Ame. Across the vast expanse of Shenzhou, within the myriad sects of cultivation, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, demonic, and monstrous. There had never been a case like this. At this moment, seeing Li Miaoxin's serious expression, little Yuer feared she had made a mistake, tears welling in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu leaned in curiously and asked, "Senior sister, what is wrong with my sister?" Little Yuer, it seems she has comprehended the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and has begun to absorb it autonomously. Li Miaoxin replied, her chest rising and falling with disbelief. Noticing her shocked demeanor, Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes and scoffed. "I thought it was something significant. Why the fuss? With our talents, isn't it only natural for my sister to be a bit exceptional? I can't believe you, senior sister, are acting like you've never seen anything like this." The girl paid no heed to Lin Xiaolu's words and asserted seriously, "I have never encountered a situation like little Yuer's. Let us go to see the master so that she can examine little Yuer's condition." "Are we going to see the big boss?" "It is master," Li Miaoxin corrected, giving the boy a gentle tug on his ear. "You really need to pay attention to who you learn these things from." With that, Li Miaoxin took the hands of both children and stood up, leading them outside. Since arriving at Amei, Lin Xiaolu had not seen Li Mingru again. He had left them with the senior sister without a backward glance, truly a decisive departure. Now, Lin Xiaolu and her sister followed Li Miaoxin toward the summit of Star-Picking Mountain, which was capped with snow and had a low temperature. To prevent the siblings from feeling cold, Li Miaoxin conjured a transparent protective barrier in front of them to shield them from the wind and snow. Along the way, she inquired about little Yuer's condition, concerned for her well-being. Fortunately, apart from feeling something moving throughout her body, little Yuer experienced no other discomfort. In fact, she felt pleasantly warm, which further eased Li Miaoxin's worries. Hiding within the transparent dome, Lin Xiaolu ambled curiously, gazing at the pristine snow-capped mountains, finding the scenery quite enchanting. A vast expanse of white all around him. After he followed Li Miaoxin to the pinnacle of Star-Picking Peak, he beheld a cave blanketed in thick snow. Here at the summit, one could survey the endless beauty of star-picking. From this vantage point, the view down the mountain revealed clouds resembling cotton, gently drifting below, stretching far beyond the horizon. This scene resembled a vast, undulating sea of clouds, evoking in Lin Xiaolu a daring desire to leap and roll within it. "Master, I have brought my junior brother and sister to meet you. There is something to discuss." Li Miaoxin's voice resonated at the cave entrance. Moments later, a languid voice emerged from within the cave. "Miaoxin, come in." Upon hearing this, Li Miaoxin took Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyer by the hand and entered the cave. In stark contrast to the snowy landscape outside, the cave's interior was spacious and well-lit, filled with numerous wooden shelves brimming with scrolls, bamboo slips, and various tomes. Dressed in a long blue robe, with a wine gourd hanging at his waist, Li Mingru appeared disheveled, as if recently awakened, exuding a strong aroma of alcohol that made Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyer wrinkle their noses. "Master, you've been drinking again," Li Miaoxin remarked, hands on her hips, visibly displeased. "If you continue like this, you'll soon become a muddled fool." "Nonsense. Your master is a formidable figure in the core formation stage. How could I be ensnared by mere alcohol?" Li Mingru retorted, glancing at Xiaoyer and then at Lin Xiaolu, chuckling as he teased, "The tyrant of Winter Melon Village? Have you gotten into trouble?" "Not at all," Lin Xiaolu boasted, hands on his hips. "You don't know, my sister and I are exceptionally well behaved. The teachers and classmates at the academy adore me, practically wanting to kiss me 8 times a day." "Ha ha." Li Mingru burst into hearty laughter at his little disciple's antics, taking a swig from his wine gourd as he did so. Hearing Lin Xiaolu's words, Li Miaoxin felt a wave of embarrassment. Her little junior brother was far too boastful, claiming that everyone wanted to kiss him 8 times a day. If Mr. Yang taught him for a day, he might end up losing 8 years of his lifespan. Quickly redirecting the conversation, she spoke seriously. "Master, today I guided my junior sister in her cultivation to help her perceive the essence of the world, and she has now entered the first layer of qi condensation." Upon hearing this, Li Mingru, who was in the midst of drinking from his gourd, abruptly halted, surprise flickering in his eyes as he turned to Xiaoyer. "Is this true?" he asked, seemingly bewildered. "Xiaoyer, tell me, how long have you been cultivating?" Xiaoyer hesitated, unable to answer, prompting Li Miaoxin to interject, counting from the start of her meditation. "My junior sister has cultivated for less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense." Clang! The wine gourd slipped from Li Mingru's grasp. crashing to the ground, the crystal-clear liquid spilling out, yet he remained completely unresponsive, as though entranced. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he regained his senses, and his eyes transformed into a striking shade of golden red as he turned his gaze back to the body of the young girl. Li Mingru observed that within her, a faint thread of spiritual energy was gradually circulating. This translucent energy coursed through her meridians and limbs in an endless cycle. Remarkably, she had indeed achieved the first layer of qi condensation. Li Mingru's voice quivered slightly with astonishment. His surprise only deepened Li Miaoxin's conviction that her junior sister was nothing short of extraordinary. Their master, a formidable figure in the realm of Dan formation, held a prestigious position within Ame, second only to the sect leader, and was among the most renowned cultivators across the entire Shenzhou. Yet, the current state of her junior sister was enough to render their master's voice trembling with shock. What kind of prodigy was this little sister? Big brother, is my sister not incredibly impressive? Noticing the silence from both her senior sister and their master, Lin Xiaolu chimed in with a gleeful grin. Just say it, big brother. Don't be shy. We're all out here making our way, so let us speak frankly. Chapter 22. The Waste and the Prodigy Cough. Li Mingru was momentarily choked by Lin Xiaolu's words, then addressed them. Master, I shall investigate this matter first. You three little ones, please find a place to sit for a while. With that, Li Mingru hurriedly darted towards the bookshelf, beginning to rummage through its contents. It was evident that he was exhilarated, thrilled at having stumbled upon an extraordinary prodigy. Junior siblings, please take a seat. I suspect Master will require a bit of time. Li Miaoxin urged, guiding her two siblings to find cushions to sit on. Meanwhile, Li Mingru's figure flitted amidst the shelves, occasionally tossing aside books that appeared to be both precious and ancient. Lin Xiaolu settled into a corner of the cavern, curiously peering around, only to find nothing particularly remarkable. With nothing else to occupy his time, he scanned the area for something amusing and stumbled upon a crumpled little booklet that caught his attention. Tucked away in a corner, it was so well hidden that had Lin Xiaolu not been seated there, he might have missed it entirely. His interest was piqued because this booklet was unlike the others. While the other books were filled with incomprehensible text, this one contained very few words and was predominantly illustrated. He picked it up and began to leaf through it with curiosity. What are you looking at, little dear? Asked Li Miaoxin, intrigued as she noticed him flipping through the pages. I'm not sure, big sister, Lin Xiaolu replied, puzzled by the figures depicted in the booklet. Why are all the people in this book not wearing clothes? Li Miaoxin glanced over, and upon seeing the contents of the booklet, she let out a shriek, promptly covering her eyes. Master, how could there be such a book here? Quickly, throw it away. Little Yuer, peeking over, inquired, Brother, what are you looking at? Seeing this, Li Miaoxin swiftly hugged little Yuer, preventing her from getting closer, while urging Lin Xiaolu, hurry and discard it. Oh, okay. Lin Xiaolu obediently let it go. After some time, Li Mingru, who had been bustling about among the shelves, finally emerged. He appeared still awestruck, as if he had uncovered something momentous. Li Miaoxin, curious, asked, Master, what about our little junior sister? It has been confirmed, Li Mingru replied, taking a deep breath before continuing. Little Yuer's phenomenon is purely a manifestation of innate talent, a prodigy that appears only once in a millennium. But Li Miaoxin was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Our junior sister is truly remarkable. She sensed the spiritual energy of the world in just half an incense stick's time. Li Mingru smiled gently. Miaoxin, do you recall how long it took your elder brother to sense the spiritual energy of the world? 5 days, Li Miaoxin answered without hesitation. Indeed, Li Mingru nodded, gazing at little Yuer with a sense of awe. Who would have thought? I, Li Mingru, by nature, am rather indolent, reveling in fine wine and exquisite beauty, and I delight in the pleasures of life. Initially, when my esteemed senior sister, the sect leader, urged me to oversee the star-plucking lineage, I was reluctant. It was only after her persistent persuasion and the gifts she bestowed upon me that I begrudgingly acquiesced. Yet, now I find myself in possession of the extraordinary Seyur, a prodigy unlike any I have ever encountered. At this rate, it seems that even my desire for discretion within the star-plucking lineage will be thwarted. Seeing Li Mingru in high spirits, Li Miaoxin joyfully exclaimed, Congratulations, Master, on acquiring such an unparalleled disciple. Li Mingru let out a hearty laugh and, with a carefree demeanor, Address Xiaoyuer. From now on, you shall diligently train under your senior sister. You must apply yourself and not squander your remarkable talents. Do you understand? The girl nodded, appearing obedient, yet somewhat perplexed. Then, Li Mingru extended his hand, and a soft blue radiance emanated from his palm, revealing a small sword, a medicinal pill, and a talisman. This is the Phoenix Blood Sword, Bone Refining Pill, and Transmission Talisman, he elucidated. The Phoenix Blood Sword can recognize its master by a drop of blood and possesses the ability to protect its owner, automatically engaging in combat with foes. Practitioners below the foundation establishment stage are no match for it. The Bone Refining Pill, when consumed, will lay a solid foundation for your physique, greatly benefiting your future cultivation. As for the Transmission Talisman, should you encounter an adversary that the Phoenix Blood Sword cannot handle, simply shatter this talisman, and I shall arrive within 300 miles of Amei instantly. Quickly, express your gratitude to Master, Li Miaoxin urged Xiaoyuer, who promptly knelt and, with a demure nod, said, Thank you, Master. Li Mingru chuckled heartily. These are merely ordinary magical artifacts, yet they are entirely sufficient for you at this stage. My disciple, strive diligently in your cultivation, and bring honor to your master in the future. Having said that, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaolu from the corner of his eye. Lin Xiaolu wore a broad smile, genuinely delighted for his sister. Li Mingru noted the absence of jealousy or envy in his expression, which endeared him even more to the young man. It had not occurred to him that, in order to appease the sect leader, he had casually taken on 2 disciples, only to discover such exceptional talent among them. How fortunate it was that beauty seemed to accompany good fortune. Reflecting on this, Li Mingru turned his attention back to Lin Xiaolu. The siblings were blood relatives, and with such high aptitude in the sister, he surmised that the brother could not be lacking either. Even if he did not possess talents as exaggerated as Xiaoyuer's, he likely matched the abilities of his own eldest disciple, which would be splendid in itself. Thus, today, having acquired such a remarkable disciple in Xiaoyuer, he decided to make an exception and use the golden eye to assess Lin Xiaolu's talents. Xiaolu, come here, Li Mingru beckoned. I shall use the golden eye to discern your abilities. Oh, all right, Lin Xiaolu replied, boldly stepping forward, grinning as he added, I suspect my talents are quite similar to my sister's. Beside him, Li Miaoxin smiled lightly, acknowledging the truth that typically, among biological siblings, the disparity in innate talents is seldom vast. At this moment, Li Mingru's eyes flickered with intent, and his originally jet-black pupils shimmered with a faint golden hue, swiftly transforming into a radiant crimson gold as he turned to gaze at Lin Xiaolu. Upon this scrutiny, Li Mingru was once again taken aback. Within Lin Xiaolu's being, there was an emptiness, an utter void. Most alarmingly, the innate true energy within him was alarmingly dense. This innate true energy embodies the essence of life bestowed upon each individual at birth. The more diluted this energy is, the more receptive one becomes to the ethereal energies of the universe, signifying a certain level of innate talent. However, for the majority, this innate true energy remains considerably dense, which is primarily why most are destined to lead mundane lives, incapable of cultivation. In contrast, Lin Xiaolu's innate true energy was the densest Li Mingru had ever encountered. It was akin to an impenetrable wall, indicating that such a person would inherently lack sensitivity to the ethereal energies of the universe, potentially even repelling them. To suggest that he could ascend to immortality was laughable. A person of such utter inadequacy, upon death, would likely not even become a zombie, even if struck by lightning. He and Xiaoyu represented 2 extremes, one exceedingly dense, the other exceptionally rarefied. Thus, from the perspective of cultivation, Xiaoyu was the epitome of a prodigious genius, while Lin Xiaolu was the quintessential embodiment of failure, one beyond redemption. Chapter 23. Talent and Effort. Observing the astonished expression on Li Mingru's face, Lin Xiaolu stood with her hands tucked in her pockets, her small face brimming with a sense of arrogance. So how about it, boss? Am I not exceptional? Haha, I knew it. The young girl, Li Miaoxin, also gazed curiously at her master, intrigued by Lin Xiaolu's innate abilities. Under the scrutiny of 1 adult and 2 children, Li Mingru sighed and inquired, Xiaolu, are you and Xiaoyu really biological siblings? Indeed, the boy replied with an air of bravado. Very well, Li Mingru nodded, realizing that perhaps he was being overly demanding. These 2 children were ones he had casually picked up, and it was entirely reasonable for them to lack talent and be unable to cultivate. However, Xiaoyu's remarkable brilliance had instilled in him a flicker of hope for Lin Xiaolu, a notion that was fundamentally unfounded. With a calm gaze, he addressed Lin Xiaolu, saying, "Xiaolu, your innate energy is far too abundant, which will inevitably hinder your cultivation. In a year, you may find yourself demoted from an inner disciple to an outer disciple, as you are unlikely to ever reach the first level of qi condensation." Upon hearing these words, both Lin Xiaolu and Li Miaoxin were momentarily taken aback, with Lin Xiaolu staring in disbelief at Li Mingru. "Boss, are you saying I am useless? Indeed. Is there no hope for redemption?" "None." The boy's arrogance swiftly dissipated, while Li Miaoxin stood frozen in shock, staring at Lin Xiaolu. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, still somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events, looked on with a vague expression. Noting the boy's dejection, Li Mingru cleared his throat and gently consoled him. "Do not be so disheartened, Xiaolu. Even if you become an outer disciple, remaining in a Mei as a mortal, you will still be my apprentice. No one will bully you here, and your sister will one day become a significant figure in my lineage. Rest assured, as your master, I will ensure your life is free from worries and filled with comfort and prosperity." Despite his reassurances, Lin Xiaolu's small face remained etched with disappointment and gloom. Sensing her brother's discontent, Xiaoyu gently tugged at his sleeve and softly called out, "Brother." After a long pause, Lin Xiaolu suddenly sniffed, then, attempting to maintain his bravado, retorted, "So what if I can't become an immortal? It's no big deal. My sister being an immortal is enough." Witnessing the forced smile on the boy's face, Li Miaoxin felt a pang of sympathy and could not help but turn to Li Mingru, asking, "Master, my junior brother yearns for the cultivation techniques we practice. Is there a chance he could learn some minor divine abilities?" Li Mingru shook his head and candidly explained, "If Xiaoyu is the most gifted prodigy I have ever encountered, then Xiaolu is the most hopelessly talentless individual I have ever seen. Hopeless to the point of despair." This statement bore a significant impact, leaving Lin Xiaolu in a state of shock. He thought to himself that his boss was being exceedingly harsh, showing him no mercy whatsoever. "Humph, so I can't cultivate immortality. Well, if I can't, then I simply won't." Li Miaoxin, filled with compassion, crouched down and gently held Lin Xiaolu's small hand, offering comfort. "It's all right, little junior brother. Bullying others is not a commendable act. From now on, strive to be a good child. Focus on growing up well, Adame, and when you come of age, I shall find you a suitable partner in the mortal realm, so you may wed and start a family, ensuring your well-being for a lifetime." Xiaoyu gazed eagerly at her brother, not fully grasping the situation but sensing his disappointment. Li Mingru sighed once more. If both siblings were inept, Lin Xiaolu might not feel as disheartened. Yet, with his sister being a prodigy and himself a failure, the disparity was painfully evident. Alas, it seemed this was the fate destined for Lin Xiaolu. Since Xiaoyu embarked on her journey to the first stage of qi condensation, it became apparent that the siblings would inhabit different worlds. Cultivators transformed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through their practice, granting longevity and a degree of immortality. With talents as rare as Xiaoyu's, as long as she diligently cultivates without misfortune, living for over 1,000 years is entirely feasible. In contrast, Lin Xiaolu will inevitably age with the passage of time, and at most, he will return to dust within a century. To enter the realm of immortality is akin to plunging into an ocean. Once one steps through the gates, all ties to the mundane world are severed. From that moment forward, everything in the earthly realm becomes ephemeral, forever sealed within the confines of memory. Thus, despite the current warmth of their sibling bond, there will come a day when Lin Xiaolu becomes but a fleeting memory, buried deep within Xiaoyu's recollections. After all, a century is but a fleeting moment compared to the lifespan of thousands of years. "I don't wish to marry and have children. I want to bully others," Lin Xiaolu lamented to Li Miaoxin. "If I can't cultivate, how will I ever bully anyone? I need protection fees." Li Miaoxin was both amused and exasperated by the boy's fixation on this notion of bullying for protection money. With a wry smile, she replied, "In the future, your junior sister will be a formidable immortal. Who would you like to bully then?" "No." Lin Xiaolu pouted, his lips forming a stubborn line. "I want to rely on my own abilities to bully others and have them as my underlings." After a moment, he looked up at Li Mingru with eager eyes and asked, "Big brother, is there a way for me to become powerful without cultivating?" No," Li Mingru replied succinctly. Despair washed over Lin Xiaolu's youthful face, a cloud of disappointment settling upon him. However, there is another way to become stronger than most mortals. But it is limited to the realm of mortals, Li Mingru suddenly added. Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. What is it, big brother? Li Mingru regarded the boy for a long moment before responding with an impassive expression, martial arts. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, unsure of what this martial arts entailed. Beside him, Li Miaoxin was equally puzzled. Having joined the Amei sect at a young age, she had never heard of such a thing as martial arts. Observing the bewilderment of his three disciples, Li Mingru began to elucidate. Martial arts are a discipline aimed at enhancing one's combat prowess through the rigorous training of the physical body or the mastery of weaponry. The path of martial cultivation is fraught with immense suffering, far surpassing the trials we endure in the cultivation of celestial energies. In our pursuit of celestial energies, we bear the weight of solitude and isolation, refining our mental fortitude. In contrast, the practice of martial arts subjects one to the agonies of the flesh and the trials of pain, fortifying one's spirit and willpower. Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he interjected, So, is it fair to say that martial arts is akin to the cultivation of immortality? Li Mingru shook his head, unflinchingly articulating a harsh reality. Martial arts are a discipline that can only be pursued by mortals, with significant limitations and a low ceiling of achievement. A mortal who diligently practices martial arts for a decade pales in comparison to an ordinary cultivator who has dedicated a mere year to their craft. Even the martial masters of our world would be easily vanquished by an elementary cultivator. A single foundational stage cultivator could dispatch them with the same ease as one would slay a dog. Furthermore, while cultivators may enjoy lifespans extending into the hundreds or even thousands of years, practitioners of martial arts, regardless of their skill or innate talent, typically start to decline physically after the age of 40, ultimately becoming mere remnants like any other mortal. Thus, martial arts can only command fleeting respect among the common folk. Lin Xiaolu, puzzled and somewhat indignant, retorted, But that seems profoundly unjust. You've mentioned that practicing martial arts is a grueling endeavor, requiring effort that rivals that of cultivation. Why then should those who train in martial arts not attain abilities comparable to cultivators? Shouldn't one's rewards reflect their labor? Upon hearing Lin Xiaolu's words, Li Mingru was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such reasoning from the young boy. Regrettably, while the principle of effort yielding reward holds true, the harsh reality often supersedes such logic. After all, it is only the weak who cling to rationalizations. Gazing at the 7-year-old before him, Li Mingru felt a pang of compassion but proceeded to convey a brutal truth. In the face of true talent, efforts and diligence become little more than a jest. Chapter 24. Martial arts. Engaging in martial arts might grant you a slight edge over ordinary mortals. However, to cultivators, martial artists, and common folk are indistinguishable. Mere ephemeral existences that can be obliterated with a flick of the wrist. Yet, you are compelled to invest copious amounts of time and sweat to attain this minuscule semblance of strength, which renders the path of martial arts a veritable dead end. Little dear, under my protection, you could live a life of affluence, but the pursuit of martial prowess is fraught with hardship, exhaustion, difficulty, and peril, with the sacrifices made bearing no semblance of proportional reward. Even so, do you still wish to pursue it? Li Mingru spoke with a profound gaze. Upon hearing Li Mingru's words, Lin Xiaolu bowed his head in silence, clenching his small fists in a display of reluctant defiance. He was not particularly fond of the sentiments expressed by Li Mingru. The notion that diligence and effort are mere jokes in the face of true talent was one he detested. He remembered the days when his mother was still alive, tirelessly toiling in the fields, her busy figure occupying nearly all of his memories of her. At that time, he was curious about his mother's labor, and she explained that she was farming. He inquired why she needed to farm, to which she replied that cultivating the land would ensure they had enough to eat. The more land they tended, the more grain they would harvest, and the harder they worked, the more sustenance they would secure. His mother always urged him to be a diligent person, for effort would inevitably yield rewards. If the rewards were scant, it could only mean that his efforts were insufficient. He wished to assert himself, to become a leader, to demand protection fees, and he was willing to strive for it. Even if martial training was arduous, he was determined to practice, not for any other reason, but to assert his dominance. The boy lifted his head, his small fists clenched, and declared with fervor, "Boss, I've made up my mind. I still wish to practice martial arts." Li Mingru was taken aback, seemingly astonished by Lin Xiaolu's resolve. It is known that among mortals, those inclined towards martial training are often driven by dire circumstances, enduring the harshness of summer and winter in hopes of military service or roles as bodyguards or escorts, merely to earn a meager living. Yet, he had explicitly promised this boy a life of wealth. Why would he choose such an arduous path? Perplexed, Li Mingru inquired why. The 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu responded, "I want to bully others, to be the boss, and make everyone fear me." "Is that all?" "Yes," Lin Xiaolu exclaimed. "Old Zhang from Winter Melon Village says that bullying others is the essence of joy." Li Mingru chuckled, bemused by such a ludicrous rationale. Fortuitously, this boy lacked any talent for cultivation. Otherwise, he might have become a malevolent practitioner in the future. However, being a child, it was natural for him to harbor some unrealistic fantasies, likely a fleeting whim. Nodding, he dismissed the matter lightly and said with a smile, "Very well. In my early years, I traveled across various lands and studied martial arts, bringing back several classic texts. Come with me." With that, he led Lin Xiaolu to the bookshelf within the cave, rummaging through the dusty tomes before finally retrieving a few volumes from the heap. Here lie the diverse martial arts of the Great Yu Kingdom's Taijia village, including the 8 blades of the Imperial Guard from the northern Liang Kingdom, the Mandarin steps of the Taoshan sect from the Chuan Kingdom, the flying dagger technique of the Shao Dao Society from the Yuan Kingdom, and the 8 extremes fist of the Dali Temple from the Tang Kingdom. Li Mingru, not particularly invested, regarded these as mere trifles for children and casually advised. These martial arts manuals are rare treasures in the mortal realm, detailing the methods of cultivation. Do not rush to practice. Attending school is essential, as literacy forms the foundation. Once you can read, you may study and practice on your own. Lin Xiaolu, cradling a pile of books, giggled, "Thank you, big brother." Li Mingru nodded and, after a moment's contemplation, added, "If you truly intend to practice martial arts, you may begin laying the groundwork during this period." Lin Xiaolu, curious, asked, "How does one establish a foundation, big brother?" "It entails basic exercises such as stances, standing meditation, and running," Li Mingru explained candidly, outlining the methods of these practices, encouraging Lin Xiaolu to first strengthen his body. "The meals in the dining hall will greatly benefit your training. Do not fear damaging your health. After all, you are still an inner disciple, enjoying the privileges thereof. Eat when hungry, for training is 3 parts practice and 7 parts nourishment. Understand?" "Oh, I understand, big brother," Lin Xiaolu replied, nodding in naive agreement. As the siblings and Li Miaoxin exited the cave, dusk had fallen, and it was the hour of the rooster. Li Miaoxin led them to the dining hall for dinner. The trio seemed to have cast aside the earlier events, and Li Miaoxin made no effort to revisit the topic, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the siblings as they dined. Soon after returning to the small courtyard, Xiaoyu followed Li Miaoxin to meditate, while Lin Xiaolu, brimming with anticipation, began his training. Li Mingru had imparted several foundational exercises, and he resolved to practice each evening. With time still on his side, he decided to train for an entire hour. In the courtyard, having just finished their meal, Lin Xiaolu recognized the need to avoid strenuous activities at this hour. Hence, he opted for the quieter practice of stances. Li Mingru had stated that this was an excellent method for strengthening the foundation, enhancing the lower body, legs, and core strength. The youth raised his hands shoulder-width apart, extending them straight, while bending his legs outward to form a right angle. His posture was impeccable. However, within 10 seconds, he was beset by intense pain throughout his body. His arms, held horizontally before him, grew sore and numb, while the muscles in his thighs began to tremble as if laden with lead. For a 7-year-old child, the hardships of martial training were exacerbated, and after only a brief period, Lin Xiaolu grimaced in pain, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Typically, if an ordinary child of his age commenced training, it could easily lead to physical harm, but fortunately, the nutritional richness of the meals from the dining hall provided Lin Xiaolu with the necessary foundation for his martial pursuits. In the courtyard, the boy valiantly endured for a full minute, his robe completely drenched in perspiration, as his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, his movements becoming distorted. However, Lin Xiaolu's tenacity was unwavering. Both his beloved senior sister and Li Mingru had underestimated his stubbornness, as well as his obsession with confronting bullies. In their village, the siblings, orphaned and vulnerable, had endured relentless torment. To shield his younger sister, the still youthful Lin Xiaolu became hardened, merciless towards adversaries. He fought without fear of pain, transforming into a frenzy once engaged. On one occasion, he was nearly beaten to a pulp yet clung desperately to his opponent, ultimately overcoming the stronger foe and prevailing. His ferocity earning him the title of the village's little tyrant at the tender age of 6. Moreover, his ruthlessness was not confined to others. He was equally harsh on himself. Yet, it was precisely this extreme nature, cultivated through hardship, that allowed his sister to remain innocent and gentle, much like an ordinary child. In the courtyard, the boy felt as though his entire body was being pierced by needles, and finally, with a roar of pain and defiance, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 25. Exercise. The following day, much like the previous one, the siblings donned their dark blue robes and walked hand in hand to school. On the jade-hued Xuanda Bridge, Lin Xiaolu exhibited a rather peculiar gait, taking one step and pausing for two, grimacing in pain. Upon waking that morning, his entire body ached. His senior sister explained that it was due to his excessive training the night before. He had practiced his horse stance 3 times. The duration of each session now lost to memory, concluding only when his body could no longer sustain him. He then endured the aches and ran over 30 laps around the courtyard, pushing himself to the brink of nausea and faintness. When Li Miaoxin discovered him, she was alarmed, quickly taking him to the dining hall to provide him with a late-night snack, even spending her own money to buy him nourishing food. "How are you feeling, brother?" Little Yuer inquired, supporting Lin Xiaolu with concern. "I'm fine," the boy replied, inhaling sharply from the discomfort, his gait resembling that of a penguin from the Spirit Beast Valley. Swaying slowly toward the classroom. Before they had crossed the Xuanda Bridge, they spotted the plump Oriental Dan approaching unsteadily. Upon seeing the siblings, Oriental Dan's face lit up with delight as he waved and called out, "Lu Gu, over here." While shouting, he retrieved a square green brick from his small cloth bag, which bore a prominent character for virtue inscribed upon it. In the presence of his junior, Lin Xiaolu could not allow himself to appear foolish. He quickly suppressed his pain and feigned a confident swagger. Upon reaching Oriental Dan, he weighed the brick in his hands and haughtily replied with a simple hum-hee. "I carved this for quite a while yesterday." Oriental Dan chuckled. "Lu Gu, are we going to use this brick to strike people today?" "Indeed, once we reach the classroom. Each of us will take turns striking our way through," Lin Xiaolu affirmed. Oriental Dan's mouth fell agape, taken aback by the brutality of Lu Ji's suggestion. With over 20 students in the classroom, each receiving a strike would surely result in chaos. "Isn't that a bit excessive, Lu Gu? The other students haven't done anything to us." Lin Xiaolu glanced at him quizzically before brandishing the virtue brick and proclaiming, "I am merely taking precautions," intending to subdue them with virtue beforehand. Oriental Dan broke into a cold sweat, nervously advising, "Lu Gu, if we proceed like this, it could escalate tremendously. Elders from every faction would not let us off easily." Upon reflection, Lin Xiaolu too acknowledged the gravity of the situation and reluctantly abandoned his initial idea, his small face reflecting disappointment. "Then let it be. Anyone who bullies me will be the one I strike." Oriental Dan, upon hearing this, was filled with incredulity, inwardly lamenting, "Who would dare bully you? Those classmates who see you without soiling their pants would already be considered brave." With laughter and chatter, the trio made their way to the classroom. As Lin Xiaolu entered, brandishing the imposing virtue brick, the previously lively sounds of reading fell into an immediate hush, and all the children looked at him with wide-eyed terror. This little troublemaker had brought a brick to the classroom? Was he planning to unleash a massacre within these walls? Lin Xiaolu scanned the classroom, his gaze particularly resting on Chun Yinyun and her companions, instantly draining the color from their faces. However, Lin Xiaolu did not truly make things difficult for them. With a proud snort, she strode out with her sister, her steps unyielding, and approached her seat. She forcefully placed the brick on the table, causing the entire class to tremble in alarm, nearly toppling from their chairs. "There is no need for fear." Lin Xiaolu reclined against the back of her chair, a confident, domineering smile gracing her features, her gaze exuding an air of supremacy as she coldly addressed Chen Yinyun. "Where is the protection fee from your Lingjin lineage?" Chen Yinyun, Yu Chu Chu, and several other disciples of the Lingjin lineage were gripped by terror. Seeing their hesitation, Dongfang Dan slammed his palm against the table, reprimanding, "Brother Liu is asking you a question. What is your response? Do you require us to educate you through virtue?" The phrase educate through virtue bore a weighty impact, prompting several children to hurriedly produce their offerings, forming a line to present them to Lin Xiaolu in a bid for her favor. "Brother Liu, here are my marbles. Please accept them." Lin Xiaolu beamed as she accepted them, tossing them to her sister to play with, complimenting, "Not bad. You're quite considerate. Brother Liu, this is the candied hawthorn I brought." Lin Xiaolu kindly accepted it, patting the child's arm and saying, very thoughtful, before handing the candied hawthorn to her sister, "Brother Liu, this is the kite I brought. Ah, this young lad has potential. Brother Liu, this is the sugar figurine I brought. Brother Liu, this is the windmill I brought." Yu Chu, feeling aggrieved, timidly presented a shuttlecock to Lin Xiaolu, stammering, "Be Brother Liu, this is my shuttlecock." Lin Xiaolu glanced at her with a cheerful smile, accepting it and tossing it to her sister once more. By this point, everyone had submitted their protection fees. Observing this, Chun Yinyun's expression darkened, and ultimately, under Lin Xiaolu's piercing gaze, he reluctantly rose and handed over the cricket he had stored in a hollow wooden box, then turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Lin Xiaolu suddenly called out languidly, tapping her fingers on the table. "It seems you have forgotten something." Chun Yinyun paused, his expression shifting, clenching and unclenching his fists multiple times. After several repetitions, he finally shouted in despair, "Brother Liu." Lin Xiaolu nodded in satisfaction, then smiled at all the children in the classroom, declaring, "From now on, you will each pay a protection fee every 3 days. Anyone who fails to comply," she brandished the brick with a grin, "I shall ensure to educate you through virtue." That day, the students in the classroom spent their time in a state of tension and unease, refraining from informing their teacher about Lin Xiaolu bringing the brick, fearful of potential retaliation. It wasn't until the end of classes that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the small courtyard after school, Xiaoyu continued her training with Li Miaoxin, while Lin Xiaolu commenced her second day of exercises. To be frank, the training on the second day proved to be far more arduous than the first, as it entailed enduring excruciating soreness throughout her body. The pain from today's horse stance practice far exceeded that of yesterday, and Lin Xiaolu found himself bewildered by how he managed to endure it. The intense physical discomfort brought him to the brink of tears on several occasions. After completing the horse stance, Lin Xiaolu proceeded to run. Li Mingru advised that running would enhance his cardiovascular function, fortifying his internal organs and serving as an indispensable form of exercise. Having begun to acclimatize to the environment of the star-picking peak, Lin Xiaolu dashed out of his living quarters and embarked on a run along the mountain path, continuing for over half an hour until he was utterly exhausted. At the hour of Yu, Li Miaoxin accompanied Xiao Yuer and Lin Xiaolu to the dining hall for dinner. Following the meal, Lin Xiaolu resumed his training. At this juncture, his focus shifted to strength training. Employing a rather straightforward method, each hand grasped a brick while he positioned himself on the ground to perform a series of push-ups, a technique imparted to him by Li Mingru. An adventurer at heart, Li Mingru, a practitioner well-versed in the ways of the world, had traveled extensively across the various realms in his youth, gaining a wealth of experience. This push-up technique, which he had encountered in a small nation, proved remarkably effective for building strength, and he now imparted this wisdom to Lin Xiaolu. Chapter 26. The Ice Spirit Arrow Beneath the Serene Beauty of the Moonlit Night. The small figure of the boy silently performed push-ups, taking a resolute step towards the arduous path of martial arts. In the ensuing days, his appetite grew increasingly robust, and the soreness in his muscles, a byproduct of his exertions, began to fade. However, Lin Xiaolu was not content. For Li Mingru had remarked that muscle soreness is a testament to the improvement of one's physical condition. Thus, whenever his muscles ceased to ache and his body adapted to the current regimen, he would intensify his training, ensuring that he remained in a continuous state of progress. His life, apart from training, revolved around studying in the classroom. Lin Xiaolu displayed remarkable aptitude, mastering characters at an impressive pace, likely due to his agile mind. Within less than a month, he had learned over 600 commonly used characters. Although he could not practice martial arts, his academic prowess positioned him as a veritable prodigy, surpassing the majority of his peers in knowledge. During this period, The transformations of the siblings were striking. First was the younger sister, Xiaoyu, who, despite being merely 5 years old, exhibited an astonishingly rapid progression in her training, breaking through to the second level of qi condensation in just a few days, a feat unprecedented. Naturally, Xiaoyu remained a quiet presence in the classroom, and none were aware that this 5-year-old girl had already attained the status of a second-level practitioner. Though Lin Xiaolu's advancements were not as remarkable as Xiaoyu's, his physical capabilities had been honed to an extraordinary degree. Even Li Mingru was slightly taken aback, having not anticipated that this young boy would persist. Initially, he had thought Lin Xiaolu's interest in martial arts was merely a fleeting whim, yet here he was, a month into his training. It is noteworthy that for a child of such an active age, the foundational exercises, stances, push-ups, and running were not only arduous but also monotonous. While completing them for a single day might be manageable, sustaining such efforts for a month was no trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaolu accomplished it. This filled Li Mingru with great satisfaction. He believed that although Xiaolu could not cultivate, this spirit of perseverance was indeed rare and might lead to notable achievements in martial arts in the future. I have reached the first level of qi condensation, and my master is greatly pleased. He has imparted to me a technique called the Ice Spirit Arrow, of which I have already grasped some aspects. Wow, truly, Brother Nianyun is a genius of the highest order at Ame. In the courtyard of the classroom, a group of children surrounded Chun Nianyun, their exclamations elevating his spirits, making him feel exceptionally accomplished. Recently dismissed from class, the children did not rush to their respective branches, but chose instead to frolic in the courtyard outside the study. At this moment, many clamored for Chun Nianyun to demonstrate his newly learned technique. Everyone, step back a bit. I shall now showcase my Ice Spirit Arrow. Upon hearing this, the children quickly cleared a space, their eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing the demonstration of the technique. In the arena, Chun Nianyun exuded an air of confidence. With a swift gesture of his delicate hand, he bellowed, "Ice Spirit Arrow." As he pointed forward, a conical shard of ice materialized in the air and, with a whoosh, shot forth, striking a willow tree several meters away. Wow, Brother Nianyun is incredible. The children gazed wide-eyed, filled with envy, showering him with compliments that made Chun Nianyun swell with pride. Just as he reveled in his moment, the icy arrow embedded in the willow suddenly fell. Coughing awkwardly, the boy explained, "My Ice Spirit Arrow is still in its early stages of cultivation. Its power is not yet formidable. In time, I shall master it, and a single arrow will pierce through this willow and freeze it." Indeed, Brother Nianyun is only 10. That is already quite remarkable, a young disciple quickly praised. Brother Nianyun is truly the model of Ame. The future revitalization of Ame shall rest upon him. Can you teach us how to conjure that Ice Spirit Arrow? We wish to learn as well. Haha, of course. Chun Nianyun laughed heartily with the group of children. However, just as he was about to demonstrate once more, a nightmarish voice echoed from a distance. Lin Xiaolu, Dongfang Dan, and Xiaoyu swaggered over, their presence extinguishing the lively chatter. The academy's children looked on in terror at Lin Xiaolu. The boy held a string of sweet syrup, Xiaoyu clutched a skewer of candied hawthorn, while Dongfang Dan carried a sweet corn cob, all the while munching as they approached with an air of unrestrained dominance. "What are you all gathered here for?" The boy licked his syrup, eyeing them curiously. Chun Nianyun noticed Lin Xiaolu's unease and bit his lip in silence. Yet, beside him, Yu Chuchu shot a fierce glare at Lin Xiaolu, thinking, "That thief. The syrup he is enjoying is my protection fee I submitted today." Seeing him lick it so joyfully, Yu Chuchu's face turned pale with fury. "Brother Nianyun has already learned spiritual techniques. You are no longer the leader of our class." Indeed, the other children echoed, declaring, "We will no longer pay you protection fees." The children clamored, demanding that Chun Nianyun confront him. Lin Xiaolu looked at Chun Nianyun with curiosity. "You intend to confront me?" The 10-year-old Chun Nianyun was nearly petrified with fear, gazing at the devilish child before him. However, with numerous peers at his side, he felt compelled to stand firm. Being cowardly now would bring him shame. Moreover, having indeed learned spiritual techniques gave him a semblance of confidence. Thus, he maintained a stoic expression and feigned calmness, declaring, "I have now cultivated spiritual techniques. You are no match for me. Nevertheless, considering your youth, I shall overlook past grievances." Suddenly, bang! "Ah!" Chun Nianyun yelped, clutching his eye as he fell to the ground. Lin Xiaolu, having struck him, disdainfully remarked. I asked if you intended to confront me. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Chun Yinyun covered his eyes, gasping in pain, his heart brimming with fury. He had endured a month of bullying from Lin Xiaolu, who persistently extorted protection money from him. His dissatisfaction had reached its zenith, and now, having cultivated spiritual techniques, he still found himself publicly humiliated. This ignited his rage to an unprecedented level. Rising to his feet, he shielded his injured eye with one hand while pointing fiercely at the boy savoring the sweet syrup, exclaiming, Lin Xiaolu, I challenge you to a duel. The surrounding children erupted in applause, cheering him on. However, Lin Xiaolu displayed little reaction, casually responding, all right, how shall we duel? Just like the sparring anime. We shall stop short of serious injury. That won't do, Lin Xiaolu scoffed, crossing his arms. Dongfang Dan, I'm here. Go prepare a duel contract. Blades are merciless. Should anyone be injured or incapacitated, the consequences shall be borne by them. Yes. Dongfang Dan promptly dashed to the study to draft the contract. Soon enough, he returned, holding the completed document and offering the brush to Lin Xiaolu. The boy grasped the brush and scrawled his name in an unsteady hand. Come, sign here, he beckoned. Upon seeing the contract, Chun Yinyun trembled slightly, a flicker of fear stirring within him. The notion of injury or permanent damage was indeed daunting. Nevertheless, with a crowd gathered and his pride on the line, he steeled himself and stepped forward to sign. As Chun Yinyun unhesitatingly affixed his signature, Yu Chuchu immediately shouted in admiration, Brother Yinyun will surely win. The other students echoed her enthusiasm, chanting, Brother Yinyun will surely win. The two boys inscribed their names on the document and, under the watchful eyes of their classmates, stood ready for their duel. May we begin? Lin Xiaolu asked, licking the syrup. Let us start, Chun Yinyun declared, gazing at the boy 3 years his junior with resolute determination. With a flick of his fingers, he proclaimed loudly, Behold my spiritual technique, the Ice Soul Arrow. Chapter 27, The Dual Whoosh. Before the icy arrow could fully take shape, a green brick inscribed with the character for virtue hurtled through the air, striking down with a resounding thud. Ah! Chun Yinyun cried out in anguish, toppled by the blow. Lin Xiaolu rushed forward, lifting her foot to stomp repeatedly, declaring, This is what you get for your arrows. This is what you get for your arrows. This is what you get for your arrows. Chun Yinyun, writhing on the ground and wailing like a slaughtered pig, protested, You're cheating. I hadn't even released my arrow before you attacked me. Beside them, Yu Chuchu shouted in agreement, yes. Lin Xiaolu, you're being unfair. Yinyun Gij hadn't even fired his arrow when you struck. Lin Xiaolu retorted with a single phrase that left the others speechless. I asked him if he was ready to begin, and he declared it so. I want to accept this. Chun Yinyun cried, clutching his bleeding head. Let us do it again. This time, I want to back down. Dongfang Dan snickered. Can't handle defeat, can you? Chun Yinyun, you're truly embarrassing. Regardless, if you have the ability, let us go again. Allow me to gather my arrow before you strike. Chun Yinyun wailed. Lin Xiaolu, with a disdainful huff, replied, Very well. This time I shall ensure you are utterly convinced. She retrieved the virtue brick and returned to her original position, while Chun Yinyun, bruised and battered, got to his feet, glaring at her through tears of anger. This time, he wised up, silently forming his techniques. Once the slender ice spear materialized at his fingertips, he wiped away his tears and shouted, Can we begin now? The 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu scoffed, Start. Whoosh. Zoom. The moment her words left her lips, the virtue brick and the ice arrow were launched simultaneously. Bang. The sharp ice arrow collided with the brick mid-air, shattering into fragments, while the brick was sent flying. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Lin Xiaolu charged forward, leaping into the air to seize the airborne brick, bringing it down upon Chun Yinyun's head with a mighty thwack. Ah! Another scream erupted as Chun Yinyun was struck again, blood streaming down as he collapsed to the ground. This is what you get for your arrows. This is what you get for your arrows. This is what you get for your arrows. Lin Xiaolu celebrated her victory with a relentless barrage of stomps, leaving Chun Yinyun in such a state that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, his cries escalating in intensity. The surrounding children watched in terror, hearts pounding. Are you convinced? Lin Xiaolu taunted, continuing her assault. I concede. I concede. Chun Yinyun yelled, his head drenched in blood. Upon hearing his submission, Lin Xiaolu finally ceased her onslaught, surveying the other children around her, who instinctively recoiled in fear. With her hands in her pockets, she turned back to Chen Yinyun, reveling in her triumph. You forced me to win with virtue. It's truly self-inflicted humiliation. Nearby, Dongfang Dan clapped his hands in jubilation, exclaiming, Brother Liu has mastered idioms. Applaud. He clapped enthusiastically, and noticing the surrounding children's hesitation, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a rush of applause erupted like a tidal wave, the children hastily clapping their hands. Fearful of lagging behind and facing retribution, the boy, brimming with swagger, nodded and, amidst a chorus of applause, led the little girl Yura away. Once he had completely vanished from sight, several children from the Lingjian lineage mustered the courage to assist the barely conscious Chen Yinyun. Yu Chu-Chu, supporting Chen Yinyun, gazed at his bloodied and battered state with immense concern, shouting to her companions, Quickly, go find the master to treat Brother Yinyun's injuries. The master will return to his cave abode after school. A few disciples from the Lingjian lineage hesitated, suggesting, Let us carry Brother Yinyun back to Lingjian Peak, so that our master can heal him. However, one child voiced a concern, but that would mean our master will seek trouble with Lin Xiaolu, right? Another child scratched his head and added, Brother Yinyun has signed a contract with Lin Xiaolu. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to inform the master? But Brother Yinyun is still bleeding. What if we don't tell the master? The children began to bicker, their voices rising in confusion, while Chen Yinyun had already succumbed to unconsciousness. As they stood in disarray, one child on the periphery suddenly shouted, Look! Everyone look! The group turned to see that the child was holding the contract. Lin Xiaolu hasn't taken the contract away. Upon seeing the document bearing the names of Chen Yinyun and Lin Xiaolu, the crowd fell silent. And Yu Chu-Chu's eyes flickered with determination as she stepped forward to seize the contract, tearing it to shreds in front of all. Today's events were a deliberate assault by Lin Xiaolu on Brother Yinyun. There was never any fair duel, she declared fiercely, locking eyes with everyone. The children were taken aback, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Chu-Chu, isn't this inappropriate? Master Yang teaches us that as cultivators, we should honor our commitments and not what? The girl interjected, her almond-shaped eyes flashing with intensity. Lin Xiaolu bullies us daily at the academy, extorting protection fees and hitting us at will. We are acting in accordance with righteousness. One child raised his little fist in agreement, declaring, I concur. We must uphold justice. Indeed, we shall inform the master that Lin Xiaolu ambushed Brother Yinyun, so he may face punishment. With Brother Yinyun in such a state, Lin Xiaolu will surely be expelled from the inner disciples, and he will never be able to bully us again. The children quickly rallied to her cause, and Yu Chu-Chu, with a satisfied smirk, proclaimed, This matter serves the collective interest. The details of the duel must remain confidential. We must present a united front, understood? Understood. Back in their modest courtyard, Lin Xiaolu commenced his usual practice of horse stance training, while his sister meditated indoors, focusing on her cultivation. The duration of Lin Xiaolu's stance training had far exceeded the initial days. In truth, according to the training regimen imparted by Li Mingru, Lin Xiaolu's rate of improvement should not have been so rapid, yet he sensed, albeit vaguely, that while he might lack talent for cultivation, his physique was indeed well suited for martial arts. He possesses remarkable self-discipline. Without any prompting from others, he has dedicated himself to rigorous training for an entire month, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion each day before he considers stopping. This relentless commitment has resulted in a significant increase in his exercise regimen. At merely 7 years of age, he is already capable of performing 30 push-ups in a single breath. He can also maintain a steady jog for an entire hour without interruption. During a recent bath, Lin Xiaolu noticed that his physique had begun to transform. His arms, abdomen, and back were gradually developing a more defined contour. Following his training regimen, he believes that after 6 months of such dedication, he will be ready to delve into the martial arts texts bestowed upon him by his elder brother. He is curious about the efficacy of these martial arts teachings. Filled with anticipation, after completing his first round of horse stance, he stretched his legs and prepared to embark on a set of push-ups. At that moment, a brilliant white rainbow streaked across the sky, piercing through the blue expanse and heading straight for the summit of the star-picking peak. The spectacle was so striking that it startled Li Miaoxin, who was deep in her own practice. She stepped outside and gazed upward, pondering the identity of the elder from the auxiliary lineage who might be seeking her master. Chapter 28. The elder in black robes Lin Xiaolu stood in the courtyard, casting a glance or two before returning to his push-ups. He had scarcely completed a few when his senior sister, Li Miaoxin, emerged from the courtyard again, making her way directly toward him. "Senior sister, are we heading to dinner?" The boy inquired eagerly as he got to his feet. Li Miaoxin's expression was peculiar as she shook her head. "Master has instructed me to bring you to see him." This time, Li Miaoxin did not bring along Xiaoyu, but took Lin Xiaolu up the snowy mountain alone. Neither of them was quite aware of what had transpired. Yet Li Miaoxin revealed that Master's voice had carried a note of anger when he conveyed the message to her. Before long, the two arrived before a cave, braving the howling wind and snow as they entered. Lin Xiaolu held Li Miaoxin's hand and discovered that within the cave, apart from the seated Li Mingru enjoying a drink, there was also an elderly man clad in a black robe, his hair tinged with gray. Upon their entrance, the old man fixed his deeply wrinkled eyes upon Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu thought to himself, "What a gaze! Surely, he has never seen someone as handsome as I am." Li Miaoxin cast a glance at the elder, momentarily taken aback, before proceeding to pay her respects to Li Mingru. After greeting him, she bowed respectfully to the elder in black robes. With an outsider present, Lin Xiaolu felt compelled to adopt a more serious demeanor. He called out to Li Mingru, "Disciple Lin Xiaolu pays his respects to the esteemed elder." Having finished, he mimicked his senior sister's words and obediently addressed the elder. "Disciple Lin Xiaolu of the star-picking sect pays his respects to Elder Fong." Hearing this, Elder Fong fixed Lin Xiaolu with a cold smile. "I possess no such power to warrant your homage." Taken aback, Lin Xiaolu pondered the meaning behind the elder's words. At that moment, Li Mingru, seated on the mat, took a sip of his drink and, with a stern expression, inquired, "Xiaolu, I must ask you, what have you learned during your month at the academy?" Lin Xiaolu shrugged nonchalantly. "Reading, what else could there be?" Li Mingru paid no heed to his casual demeanor, nodding thoughtfully as he continued, "And what else have you done?" Lin Xiaolu paused, his quick-witted mind racing as he wondered if his activities involving protection money had been discovered by his master. For a moment, he remained silent, while Elder Fong coldly observed him, scoffing, "What? You dare to act, but not to own up? Is this the manner in which you conduct affairs in the star-picking sect?" At this, Lin Xiaolu's eyes widened in indignation, ready to retort, "What business is it of yours?" Yet, Li Mingru interjected just in time, saying, "Xiaolu, be honest with me about what you have been up to during this time." The boy pressed his lips together, muttering, "I started a small gang and bullied my classmates in the academy, averaging 8 instances of bullying a day, along with collecting protection fees and intimidating the disciples of the spirit sword lineage daily." Li Miaoxin, listening nearby, was taken aback. She gazed at Lin Xiaolu, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She could never have imagined that within just a month of attending school, her little junior brother had accomplished such feats, even establishing a gang. Li Mingru could only roll his eyes in exasperation, lamenting that he had taken on such a promising disciple. "What else have you done?" he inquired helplessly. "I haven't done anything else," Lin Xiaolu replied, her innocent, wide eyes betraying no guilt. The elder in the black robe scoffed, "Haven't done anything? Then how is it that my disciple, Chun Yinyun, was carried back today?" With that, his aged eyes turned coldly towards Li Mingru. "Li Shidi, you have taught your disciple well, to have beaten my disciple to such a state. It was he who insisted on a duel." Lin Xiaolu exclaimed. "We even signed a waiver. Everyone agreed that in the face of blades and swords, one must bear the consequences." "Preposterous," the black-robed elder retorted furiously. "So many disciples witnessed my Ninyun being carried back, and all claim that you, out of jealousy over his successful cultivation, ambushed him with a brick and caused his injuries. How dare you quibble with me here?" "I am not quibbling." Lin Xiaolu began to protest, but suddenly found herself immobilized, her words choking in her throat. The one who had bound her was none other than Li Mingru. "Master Xiaolu." Li Mingru shook his head at Li Miaoxin, halting her plea, then turned to Lin Xiaolu, who could only roll her eyes in frustration. "Xiaolu, your mischief has gone too far. You have harmed a fellow disciple and extorted protection fees. I shall confine you for 3 months to reflect upon your actions." 3 months? The black-robed elder sneered. "Li Mingru, you are truly biased. You seem to disregard my standing as your senior entirely." Turning his gaze towards the elder, Li Mingru maintained a stoic expression. "What would you have me do, Brother Fong?" "What would I have you do?" The elder retorted coldly. "I want to report this to the law enforcement hall and have her stripped of her inner disciple status." Very well. Li Mingru acquiesced readily, adding, however, I request that the sect leader employ the soul insight technique to probe the memories of Lin Xiaolu and your disciple, Chen Yinyun, to uncover the truth. If it transpires as you claim, I shall follow your lead. The black-robed elder's anger flared, his frail form rising abruptly as he glared at Li Mingru. What do you mean by that? Do you think I am falsely accusing her? Or do you believe that the many children in the academy would lie? Do you even regard me as your senior? Facing the furious elder, Li Mingru remained impassive, calmly responding, Brother Fong, I merely seek to establish more compelling evidence. The elder's expression darkened at his words. In truth, he had known from the beginning that Chen Yinyun had not been ambushed. The reason was simple. The injuries sustained by Chen Yinyun were primarily to his head, inflicted by a brick, and there were two distinct wounds, both on his face. A person with any semblance of common sense would understand that had Lin Xiaolu truly attacked him from behind, the injuries would have been to the back of his head instead. However, the injuries sustained during both instances were to the front, indicating that Lin Xiaolu was not ambushing but rather facing his disciple head-on, vanquishing him without sustaining any harm. Yet, unable to acknowledge this truth and unwilling to swallow his indignation, he relied on his seniority over Li Mingru to confront him with demands for retribution. At that moment, gazing at Li Mingru's impassive expression, the elder in the black robe clenched his fists in fury. That scoundrel Li Mingru was clearly threatening him. If he continued to press, Li Mingru would surely summon the sect leader to employ the soul-searching technique, which would undoubtedly lead to Lin Xiaolu facing punishment. However, the incident involving Chen Yinyun being injured by Lin Xiaolu could not be concealed and would inevitably spread throughout Ame. At that point, the spirit sword lineage would become the laughingstock of the entire sect. When others would remark, Chen Yinyun, only 10 years old, has been training for a year, hailed as the most talented disciple of the spirit sword lineage, what would be said of Lin Xiaolu? Merely 7 years old, having practiced for just a month, yet a mere ordinary disciple of the star-picking faction, who managed to defeat Chen Yinyun without a scratch. Such a comparison would diminish the spirit sword lineage to ridicule. What mockery would they endure in the future? Thus, he dared not permit the sect leader to conduct the soul-searching technique. In that moment, the elder in the black robe experienced a tumult of emotions, while Li Mingru appeared utterly oblivious to his rage, maintaining an expressionless facade as he addressed him. Brother Fong, do you find the punishment I have administered to our unruly disciple acceptable? Chapter 29. Confinement. The elder in the black robe was rendered speechless, casting a frigid glare at Li Mingru before snorting in disdain. He then turned his attention to the motionless Lin Xiaolu, his eyes betraying a hint of irritation. With a grand flourish of his sleeves, he strode out of the cave, vanishing into the wind. Once he departed, Lin Xiaolu's stiffened form was finally released, and as soon as he regained his mobility, he immediately brandished a brick, shouting, Damn that old fossil. Today, I shall annihilate your Lingjian lineage. He made to rush outside. Li Miaoxin swiftly seized him, urgently imploring, Xiaolu, do not act recklessly. Let me go? Release me. Lin Xiaolu, cradled in Li Miaoxin's embrace, erupted in fury, exclaiming, That foolish elder immobilized me. It was clearly Chen Yinyun who insisted on a duel. Cultivating immortality? To hell with that. They're all just a bunch of sore losers. Observing his unruly disciple, Li Mingru could only manage a weary smile and a sigh, helplessly suggesting, Miaoxin, you may return now. Huh. Li Miaoxin blinked in surprise, holding Lin Xiaolu, unsure of what to do. For the time being, Xiaolu will remain here in confinement under my guidance. There is no need for concern. Please take good care of Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Li Miaoxin nodded obediently, then gently urged the thrashing Lin Xiaolu. Xiaolu, stay here with master. He means you no harm. I refuse. Lin Xiaolu protested vehemently, resembling an irate little boar. I no longer wish to cultivate immortality. I want to take my sister back to the village. Li Mingru felt a headache coming on and spoke soothingly. Xiaolu, please do not rush. Before he could finish, Lin Xiaolu rolled his eyes at him and spat defiantly. Li Miaoxin, witnessing the disrespect towards her master, grew anxious, giving him a playful swat and scolding. How can you be so foolish? Do you dare offend master? Continue this way, and your sister may just have to smack your backside. Li Mingru chuckled softly, choosing not to take offense at the impertinence of a mere 7-year-old orphan. Instead, he gently said, Xiaolu, You may feel that I have wronged you, but the truth remains. You have been extorting protection fees and bullying your classmates. Is that not accurate?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu halted his struggles, clenching his little fists in silence. Li Mingru continued, "The 3-month confinement you face, do you truly believe it is merely a punishment for injuring a disciple of Lingjian? It is, in fact, a consequence of your misdeeds, your bullying, and your extortion. Do you acknowledge that?" Lin Xiaolu remained silent, his head held high, exuding defiance. "During these next 3 months, you shall remain here with me. Did you not express a desire to learn martial arts? Here, you can train diligently. I can guide you in both martial skills and literacy." Lin Xiaolu paused at this, finally refraining from further protest, though he grumbled, "My sister has never been apart from me. I cannot bear to be away from her while she sleeps." Li Miaoxin, hearing this, affectionately ruffled his hair and smiled. "Sister will take great care of our little disciple. You must trust me, Xiaolu." Lin Xiaolu pouted, allowing his petite form to be embraced by Li Miaoxin, though the subtle rise and fall of his little chest revealed a lingering defiance. Thus, the matter was settled. Li Mingru spoke, 3 months hence, your senior sister will come to fetch you." Li Miaoxin squatted down, affectionately ruffling his hair and smiling. "Little dear, be good and heed the words of your master. Do not provoke my ire." In the end, the indignant Lin Xiaolu remained in the cave, watching as Li Miaoxin departed. Once she left, only he and Li Mingru remained, staring at each other, one large, one small. Li Mingru, lifting a gourd of wine, took a swig and chuckled nonchalantly. "Still upset with your master?" Lin Xiaolu, sitting opposite him, pouted and muttered, "You are my elder. When my little brother was bullied, you did not stand up for him. What kind of hero are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Mingru laughed heartily, looking at the little one, and replied, "Little dear, I am aware you did not strike first. The reasons behind it will become clear to you as you mature. Stop pretending. You know I did not launch a sneak attack." "Yet you do not refute that old charcoal spirit," Lin Xiaolu retorted angrily. "You are truly cowardly." "This is not a matter of cowardice," Li Mingru patiently explained. "Firstly, little dear, you did indeed err and deserve punishment. Secondly, even in fair combat, your methods were excessively brutal, which is inappropriate and could affect the relations between Zhaixing and other factions. Thirdly, while you may defeat the disciples of Lingjian now, what of the future?" Li Mingru continued, "It is fated that you will struggle with cultivation. As time progresses, you will inevitably be surpassed by others, a harsh reality. Even if Xiaoyu, through her innate talent, becomes a formidable practitioner, she will not surpass a golden core cultivator like Feng Wuxiu in the near future, thus unable to serve as your support. Therefore, I wish for you to temper your rebellious nature and become a person of benevolence. But I refuse to accept it." Lin Xiaolu stood, fierce and defiant. "Why should martial practitioners be inferior to cultivators? We are all born of the same parents. Why should those with a gift for cultivation effortlessly acquire what others cannot attain in a lifetime? Why are some destined to be elevated while my diligent training seems futile in comparison?" With discontent etched on his small face, he exclaimed, "When I master martial arts, I shall strike down every cultivator I encounter. I want to prove that hard work outweighs talent." Li Mingru gazed at this fervent child in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the tempestuous spirit of the young boy, he felt a tinge of regret. During this time, he had been closely monitoring Lin Xiaolu's training, well aware of the effort he expended daily after school to pursue martial arts. It can be said that today he is capable of defeating Chen Nianyun, largely due to his recent training. His speed, reflexes, and precision in hurling bricks are quite remarkable. If only he could cultivate, with his indomitable spirit, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. However, it is unfortunate that he cannot cultivate. Take for instance the case of Xiaoyu, who has also been practicing for a month. She merely engages in tranquil meditation each day and naturally ascends to the second tier of qi condensation. If only Miaoxin had imparted her mystical teachings to Xiaoyu, she would effortlessly surpass all the children in the academy, including Lin Xiaolu. This is the harsh reality. Striving to surpass innate talent through sheer effort is exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the chasm between martial arts and cultivation is not something that can be bridged by diligence alone. It is simply unattainable. Lin Xiaolu, seemingly exhausted from the commotion, lowered her head and, with a tone of discouragement, asked, "Is it truly impossible for an ordinary person like me to defeat a cultivator through martial arts?" Li Mingru fell silent, and the cave became profoundly quiet. After a considerable pause, he sighed and began to recount. 30 years ago, during my travels across various nations, I encountered a captain from a humble realm. At that time, his small nation was plagued by a ferocious beast, responsible for countless deaths and suffering. This captain, a master of martial arts, bravely stepped forth to confront the creature. He fought valiantly against the beast, and ultimately, at the cost of his own life. He employed over 20 years of exquisite martial skills to slay the foundational beast. He remains the strongest warrior I have ever witnessed. Chapter 30. The dominant little Yuer. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu felt somewhat bewildered. He was not entirely sure what a foundational realm beast entailed. Li Mingru, however, elaborated for him. The strength of that beast is roughly equivalent to an army of 10,000 men. Yet, if the Amei sect were to handle this matter, a mere handful of inner disciples could easily encircle and subdue it. Thus, the limit of a martial artist's prowess aligns closely with that of a foundational realm cultivator. Should one encounter a master such as myself, a golden core cultivator, they would be akin to ants, effortlessly crushed. Lin Xiaolu was profoundly astonished. From Li Mingru's words, he began to grasp the insignificance of martial artists. The master and disciple fell into silence once more. After a considerable time, Li Mingru, observing Lin Xiaolu's unwavering spirit, suddenly sighed and retrieved a tattered tome from his pocket. The book was only half intact, in a state of extreme disrepair, as if it might disintegrate into dust at any moment. This was an ancient fragment that his master had unintentionally acquired years ago. Li Mingru spoke. Within this tome are recorded some rather peculiar and enigmatic techniques, seemingly capable of enhancing one's physical constitution. If you wish to continue your martial studies and manage to persevere for a year, I shall impart upon you the methods contained within this fragment, granting you an opportunity for transformation. As for whether you will achieve success, that ultimately lies in your own hands. Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, then clenched his small fist and vowed, "Boss, I will certainly strive to do my best." Li Mingru smiled and raised his cup to drink. In the ensuing days, Lin Xiaolu remained in the cave, diligently practicing. Li Mingru, ever responsible, personally taught Lin Xiaolu literacy each morning, and from the afternoon onward, he would guide him in physical training. Push-ups, horse stances, running, and lifting large stones were rotated through, with sessions lasting several hours, often leaving Lin Xiaolu in a state of utter exhaustion. Of course, such rigorous training required sustenance. Lin Xiaolu quickly realized that every day, the monkey named Sanner, who was responsible for delivering meals, would bring him a special portion of spiritual food, along with various spiritual beast eggs and meats to nourish his body. Lin Xiaolu understood that this was surely coming from Li Mingru's own pocket, which significantly alleviated his grievances toward his seemingly miserly master. After all, despite being in confinement, he was enjoying exceptionally fine meals, replete with spiritual sustenance. What privilege could compare? As time passed, approximately a month later, Li Mingru introduced an additional element to Lin Xiaolu's training regimen. He would flick arrows of qi from his fingertips towards Lin Xiaolu, who was required to evade these projectiles. The arrows traveled at remarkable speed and were almost intangible, making them difficult to discern. Initially, Lin Xiaolu could not evade any of them, often being struck, and while the strikes did not injure him, they caused considerable discomfort. Gradually, through this training, Lin Xiaolu's reflexes sharpened, and even though he progressed rapidly, it was not until half a month later that he successfully dodged his first qi arrow. Within the cave, with hands placed defiantly on her hips, Lin Xiaolu threw her head back and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Boss, after being struck by your energy arrows for half a month, I have finally evaded your shots." Li Mingru, seated upon a meditation mat, chuckled softly. The speed at which he released his energy arrows was akin to the swiftest of earthly bows. And for the 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu to dodge them was indeed a remarkable feat. However, he would not shower her with praises. Instead, he doused her enthusiasm with cold water, saying, "What is there to be proud of? Yesterday, Miaoxin informed me that your sister has already reached the 3rd level of energy condensation. Yet you are content with such minimal progress?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu snorted and defiantly declared, "Regardless, I am no longer afraid of your energy arrows. If you have the ability, come and shoot me again." Li Mingru merely smiled faintly, took a sip from his gourd of wine, and with a casual flick of his sleeve, unleashed a flurry of 6 whistling energy arrows. Lin Xiaolu gazed at the incoming projectiles, her youthful face consumed by deep contemplation. Damn it, I'm only 7 years old. In the classroom, the plump Dongfang Dan listened with a sorrowful countenance as the teacher lectured, while Xiaoyer busily doodled with a brush in front of him. He sighed, feeling the absence of Lu Gu acutely. Now that the second floor of the classroom had been reclaimed by Chun Yinyun and her group, they mocked and ridiculed him daily. Xiaoyer seemed unaffected, likely due to her tender age, but the others had redirected their grievances towards him, bearing the weight of their animosity towards Lin Xiaolu. Of course, they would not go so far as to harm him, for they all understood that Lin Xiaolu would eventually return. Today's lesson concludes here. Remember to reinforce your studies at home, the teacher said hastily before departing. As soon as he left, the children in the classroom erupted into joyous chatter, gathering in small groups to prepare to head home. Xiaoyer, when will your brother come back? Dongfang Dan asked as he exited the study with a small cloth bag slung over his shoulder, his face etched with sadness. I do not know, Xiaoyer replied glumly. My senior sister said that my brother has been grounded for 3 months, and I have lost track of how many days have passed. Dongfang Dan sighed deeply, his expression one of utter desolation. Without Lu Gu, life is truly dull. Haha, he probably won't be coming out anytime soon. A sharp, mocking voice suddenly rang out as Chun Yinyun, Yu Chu Chu, and several other disciples from the spirit sword lineage approached. Chun Yinyun, with a smug smile, declared, that great demon Lin Xiaolu has ultimately succumbed to justice. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Dan's displeasure grew. Puffing out his round belly, he retorted, what are you so proud of? Chun Yinyun? He is merely a defeated foe of Lu Gu. The children surrounding Chun Yinyun bristled at this, glaring at Dongfang Dan with indignation. Are you getting cocky? Dongfang Dan, how dare you speak to our Yinyun like that? Indeed, you have been cultivating for a month, yet you have not even reached the first level of energy condensation. Truly pathetic. Dongfang Dan's face flushed with anger at their words. Pointing at them, he countered, even if I am useless, I would never resort to slandering others. You cowardly knaves, too afraid to own up to your actions, bah? As soon as the words were spoken, Chun Yinyun and the others turned crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. However, the fiery Yu Chu Chu seemed to have struck a nerve, her anger boiling over as she retorted, do you have any evidence? You fat fool, present your proof. Indeed, without evidence, you cannot wrongfully accuse us. The others, equally flushed, chimed in, you lack evidence, you owe us an apology. Dongfang Dan was nearly amused by their audacity. These rascals were demanding an apology from him? Today, he had resolved to confront them directly. Pointing an accusing finger at Chun Yinyun, he exclaimed, Chun Yinyun, let me tell you, you and Yu Chu Chu are nothing but a bunch of cowardly scoundrels who dare to act, yet refuse to acknowledge their deeds. Chun Yinyun's face darkened to an extreme, veins bulging on his forehead as he seethed. Dongfang Dan, you're courting death. With that, he raised his hand, ready to teach the audacious fat boy a lesson. Yet, the 5-year-old Xiaoyer stepped forward, her tiny form shielding Dongfang Dan. Chun Yinyun glared at the little girl, fuming, you insolent child, step aside. I have no wish to bully the weak. Xiaoyer lifted her small, delicate face, gazing up at the much taller Chun Yinyun, and spoke in a clear, bright voice. If you wish to strike my brother's little companion, then you must first strike me. However, once you harm me, you will have to face my brother's retribution. Chun Yinyun was taken aback, hesitating to act. Xiaoyer then turned to the others, disdainfully huffing. I suggest you indulge in whatever you desire for now. For once my brother's confinement is over, you may never have the chance again. Chapter 31. To strike is to care. To scold is to love. Upon the utterance of these words, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd, their expressions clouded with uncertainty. Yu Chu Chu, her complexion paling in fear, mustered the courage to retort, if he strikes us again, we shall report him to the master. Indeed, replied Xiaoyu with a sweet smile. You, the multitude of the spirit sword lineage, who have trained longer and are older than my brother, yet you still resort to whining when he bests you. I wonder how the other students will perceive you in the academy. With that, she turned to Chun Yinyun and remarked, and you consider yourself a prodigy? You have yet to achieve the sword body, and my brother hasn't even begun his training, yet you cannot contend with him. Truly pathetic. Chun Yinyun, incensed by her words, clenched his jaw, his chest heaving with agitation. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Xiaoyu spun on her heel and departed, not affording him the chance to retort. Dongfang Dan spat disdainfully in their direction, scoffing, I once believed the spirit sword lineage to be formidable, but it appears they are merely a band of shameless cowards who dare not acknowledge their shortcomings. I, Dongfang Dan, would never stoop to associate with you. With that, he too turned to follow Xiaoyu, leaving behind a mortified and furious Chun Nianyun and his companions. As they watched Xiaoyu and Dongfang Dan retreat, a wave of anger washed over the group, yet one child, trembling with fear, voiced their concern, what shall we do now? We thought reporting Lin Xiaolu would strip him of his inner disciple status, yet he was merely confined. If he returns, what are you afraid of? Yu Chuchu interjected, her eyes flashing. That demon Lin Xiaolu will be imprisoned for 3 months. By then, Brother Nianyun will have completely mastered the Ice Soul Arrow. We need not fear him. Upon hearing this, all the children turned their hopeful gazes towards Chun Nianyun, who, under their scrutiny, could only force a bitter smile and insist. Rest assured, after my defeat by Lin Xiaolu, I have devoted myself to rigorous training. In these few days, I have nearly perfected the Ice Soul Arrow. When he emerges, we shall confront him together. I train diligently every day. My master praises my extraordinary talent, claiming I am a rare gem, a dragon amongst men. He says I am the most gifted disciple he has ever encountered, often moved to tears at the sight of my training, declaring that my prowess could resurrect his ancestors. Lin Xiaolu recounted while gnawing on a chicken leg, leaving his attendant, Monkey San, momentarily stunned. Brother Lin, did Elderly truly say such things? Is there any doubt? My master insists that a talent like mine is a boon to Ame. However, I remain humble and seldom boast, which pleases him greatly. Every night, he murmurs in his sleep, take on disciples like Lin Xiaolu. A single remark left Monkey Sanner utterly astonished. Gazing at the boy, his eyes brimmed with admiration as he exclaimed, Brother Lin, you truly deserve to be Elder Li's disciple, a student he has taken after 2 decades. You are destined to become a significant figure in Ame. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xiaolu responded, rest assured, Monkey Sanner, I am a man of loyalty. As the storyteller often says, a dog that rises to riches must not forget its fellow dogs. Therefore, when I, this dog, becomes prosperous, I shall ensure that you, my fellow dog, share in my fortune. Monkey Sanner was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly voicing, did you mean, when one achieves wealth, do not forget those who are with you? Indeed, replied Lin Xiaolu. After indulging in a meal consisting of spiritual food, a platter of boiled chicken, and a bowl of vegetable soup, Lin Xiaolu returned to the cave, feeling content and patting his belly. Inside the cave, Li Mingru was engrossed in a book devoid of text, filled only with illustrations. Not bothering to look up upon Lin Xiaolu's return, he inquired, have you eaten enough? Indeed, boss, Lin Xiaolu replied joyfully. Just now, Monkey Sanner remarked on my transformation. Noting my strong arms, eyes like copper bells, and brows like sharp swords, exuding an aura of dominance akin to that of a maze leader, he expressed his admiration and insisted on becoming my disciple. I found his sincerity compelling and reluctantly agreed. Li Mingru scoffed dismissively, stop boasting and read more. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Xiaolu's curiosity was piqued as he observed the book in Li Mingru's hands. What is that book you're reading, boss? Clearing his throat, Li Mingru's face flushed slightly as he coughed and said, after a hearty meal, avoid vigorous exercise and practice horse stance for half an hour. Understood, Lin Xiaolu replied obediently, commencing his stance to convert the food he had consumed into nourishing energy for his body. Meanwhile, Li Mingru quietly perused the book, murmuring, in a few days, I will introduce another form of training. Lin Xiaolu, still in his stance, perked up, what kind of training, boss? Enduring blows, Li Mingru replied. Lin Xiaolu. This is to enhance your body's resilience, Li Mingru explained calmly. Enduring blows will bolster your physical resistance, laying the groundwork for your future practice of external martial arts. Lin Xiaolu paused, gazing at Li Mingru with uncertainty. Can you speak honestly, boss? My hands are itching, Li Mingru admitted. Lin Xiaolu. As the saying goes, in the mountains, time is inconsequential. One is unaware of the passing years. Lin Xiaolu lived a remarkably regimented life within the cave, diligently studying, exercising, dining, and resting, to the point of forgetting the flow of time. Perhaps due to the intensity of his training, his appetite had grown remarkably, resembling that of a glutton. His sleep was deep and restorative. After each workout, he would cleanse himself with cleansing pills and collapse into bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. His physical condition strengthened day by day, and before he realized it, 3 months had passed, leading into the final month of his training. In this final month, Li Mingru introduced a new course for him, the art of enduring blows. To Lin Xiaolu, at the tender age of 7, the concept of striking typically conjured images of fist fights. He had never fathomed that his elder brother could possess such a multitude of techniques. Now each day, Lin Xiaolu would find himself subjected to nearly half an hour of being pelted by an array of air arrows unleashed by Li Mingru, leaving him bruised and battered, scurrying about in a frantic attempt to evade them. The arrows took various forms, fist-shaped, palm-shaped, and foot-shaped, rendering Lin Xiaolu's daily experience akin to being besieged by a throng of assailants. He would scream in anguish, darting back and forth, yet the sheer volume of arrows shot by Li Mingru was overwhelming. With bursts of a dozen arrows at a time, the sound was deafening. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? Each day, this 7-year-old child emerged, tears streaming down his face, his arms, legs, and torso marked with bruises that resembled an array of purples and blues. Even with all his might devoted to dodging, escape was futile. Strangely, he sensed that the speed of the arrows fired by Li Mingru seemed to increase, while his own agility improved as well, creating a relentless cycle of challenge. Consequently, whenever Ho-san arrived to deliver meals, the boy would appear, battered and swollen, resembling a pig's head. Observing Lin Xiaolu's pitiable state, Ho-san could not help but express his concern. Lin Shixiao, has elderly struck you again? While devouring his food ravenously, Lin Xiaolu boasted, my elder brother has high hopes for me. He insists that my remarkable talent necessitates a stringent approach to mold me into the next leader of a Mei. He even said that if I were a talentless disciple, he wouldn't bother with me at all. This is what they call hitting is affection, scolding is love. You understand, right? Ho-san nodded vigorously in agreement. I understand, I understand. After satisfying his hunger, the bruised Lin Xiaolu turned to retreat into his cave, but soon, anguished cries echoed from within. Ah, elder brother, I was wrong. Please stop shooting. Outside the cave, Ho-san trembled upon hearing the pitiful cries. Unable to suppress his thoughts, marveling at just how much elderly truly cared for his little brother Lin. Chapter 32. The grand welcome of Master Lin's emergence. The final month of confinement was fraught with trials and tribulations. Perhaps only Lin Xiaolu truly comprehended the depth of his ordeal. Each day brought relentless beatings and rigorous training, yet he persevered until the conclusion of his seclusion. Li Mingru acknowledged his progress, stating that he was now prepared to delve into the martial arts scriptures for further enhancement. One fateful afternoon, his junior sister, Li Miaoxin, retrieved Lin Xiaolu from his 3-month confinement, treating him to a welcoming feast at the dining hall. Elder sister, he proclaimed, I have made tremendous strides over these past 3 months. I can now stand in horse stance for half an hour with ease. Even the eldest brother is astounded by my talent and perseverance. Moreover, my literacy has soared. I have mastered 1,000 characters during my confinement. The eldest brother lauds me as a prodigy, dubbing me the little sage of a Mei. Within the guest room, Lin Xiaolu animatedly boasted while devouring a chicken leg. As Li Miaoxin graciously served him soup, and the young girl, Xiaoyu, listened in wide-eyed astonishment. Wow, my brother is amazing, she exclaimed. Lin Xiaolu first beamed with pride, but then his expression shifted to one of solemnity as he admonished, Xiaoyu, do not exaggerate my abilities. We must learn to remain humble, lest others perceive me as boastful. All right, brother, I understand, Xiaoyu replied obediently. Li Miaoxin struggled to suppress her laughter, casting a playful glare at her mischievous junior. Little junior brother, remember to refrain from bullying your classmates when you return to school tomorrow. Rest assured, elder sister, I have been diligently studying and have grasped many principles. I shall no longer torment others. I intend to win them over with virtue. Hearing this, Li Miaoxin felt a surge of joy, praising Xiaolu for his maturity. By the way, little junior brother, there is something I must discuss with you. Please, elder sister, go ahead. From now on, Xiaoyu will share a room with me. Li Miaoxin stated, although you are siblings, the distinction between genders must be respected. It is inappropriate for you both to share a room at your age. Lin Xiaolu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of her words. He understood that their previous circumstances necessitated such arrangements. But now that conditions had improved, it was indeed time to sleep separately. Soon after, having enjoyed a hearty dinner, Lin Xiaolu emerged from his quarters, patting his belly and bragging about his exploits to Ho San before returning to the small courtyard with his sister and Xiaoyu. Upon their return, Li Miaoxin resumed her cultivation at the homestead, granting the two youngsters a night of leisure to enjoy themselves. Thus, Lin Xiaolu began to flex his muscles in the courtyard, preparing to seek revenge at school the next day. Observing him practice, Xiaoyu squatted on the ground, resting her chin in her hands, and curiously inquired, "Brother, didn't you say you wouldn't bully anyone anymore? Was that mere bullying?" "I am imparting a loving education, guiding them with virtue," he retorted with a grin. Xiaoyu, enlightened by his explanation, nodded in understanding. Lin Xiaolu then continued his practice, curious to ask, "Xiaoyu, the eldest brother mentioned you have reached the 3rd level of qi condensation. Can you perform any spells now?" "Not yet," she replied. Xiaoyu shook her head and remarked, "The senior sister said that spiritual techniques are merely means, while cultivation is the true path. She mentioned that once I reach the 5th layer of qi condensation, Master will personally impart to me the star-plucking technique." Lin Xiaolu curled his lips in response. "Well then, little sister, would you like to see a somersault?" Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with surprise as she stood up, exclaiming, "Brother, you can do somersaults now? Haha, what difficulty is there in that? Come, let me perform one for you." With that, the boy shouted and began to tumble in the courtyard. "Wow, brother, you're amazing." Xiaoyu clapped her hands in delight. "Of course, it's not any worse than the village theater, right?" It's even more splendid than the theater." 3 months later, as Lin Xiaolu anticipated returning to the school to learn characters, he was filled with excitement. He awoke early, eager to set off with Xiaoyu. Arriving before dawn, he and Xiaoyu positioned themselves at the essential passageway where their classmates would pass by the character learning hall. In that moment, the drowsy Xiaoyu squatted on a nearby stone beach, listening to the sound of the waterfall and observing the little ants moving homes through the crevices of the stones. While Lin Xiaolu stood with one hand in his pocket, the other playfully tossing a brick, quietly awaiting the arrival of the school children. Soon, the first child arrived at school. Upon spotting Lin Xiaolu from a distance, the child was startled and immediately turned to flee. "Come here." Lin Xiaolu called out with a commanding voice, "I want to harm you." The child, clad in a deep blue robe, hesitated and cautiously approached, trembling in fear. Observing the child's frightened demeanor, Lin Xiaolu chuckled. "Today, I am here to educate Chen Yinyun and his group. It has nothing to do with you. You may pass." The child, breathing a sigh of relief, gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Lu, for your mercy," before swiftly darting away. After a while, other classmates appeared one by one, each startled by Lin Xiaolu's imposing presence. Fortunately, he chose not to intimidate anyone today, and the children passed by with trepidation, frequently expressing their thanks. Some even lingered around Lin Xiaolu, eager to witness the spectacle. Lin Xiaolu welcomed their presence, feeling quite pleased with the gathering crowd. "Brother Lu," the plump Dongfang Dan arrived, his face brimming with joy. Upon seeing Lin Xiaolu, he rushed over, tears streaming down his face, and knelt on one knee, raising his hands in salute. "We welcome Leader Lin back." The surrounding children echoed, "We welcome Leader Lin back." The boy was filled with delight, casting a cheerful glance at the children around him. "Do you all wish to join my virtuous gang? Leader, during your absence, Chen Yinyun from the Spirit Sword lineage has often bullied us. Compared to your past misdeeds, his are even worse. We are willing to join the gang to eliminate Yinyun and rid ourselves of the Spirit Sword." "Excellent." Lin Xiaolu laughed heartily, his spirit soaring. Dongfang Dan, present. In the coming days, put in some effort and crafted a brick for each of the brothers. Upon successful completion, I shall appoint you as the 3rd brother of our gang. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy shouted with excitement, "Eastern egg at your service." Lin Xiaolu continued with a smile, "Brothers, from now on, let us share in wealth and never forget each other." A group of young children joyfully echoed, "Share in wealth and never forget." Just as the children were shouting with fervor, Chen Yinyun, Yu Chu, and disciples from the Lingjian lineage approached, engaged in lively conversation. One of the Lingjian disciples, observing the animated gathering on the stone beach, inquired curiously, "Brother Yinyun, why are so many people gathered there?" "They must be here to welcome us," Yu Chu replied proudly. "In the academy, we are currently unrivaled. The disciples from other branches likely fear us and have come early to please us." Chen Yinyu nodded, smiling as he praised. These fellows are quite perceptive. With that, he swaggered over to the group. As he approached the crowd, just as he intended to utter a few grandiose words, the throng unexpectedly parted, revealing Lin Xiaolu at the center, grinning while holding a brick. Upon seeing Lin Xiaolu, Chen Yinyu froze in place. Chapter 33. Invincible below the nascent soul. Yu Chuchu was so frightened that her face turned pale, and the other disciples of Ling Jian were nearly terrified to the point of losing control, retreating one after another. Lin Xiaolu, gazing at Chen Yinyu, who towered over her, revealed a cold smile as she advanced slowly, humming, "Little brat, long time no see." Chen Yinyu, seeing Lin Xiaolu drawing nearer, began to retreat in fear, while Lin Xiaolu continued her approach with a mocking grin. "Last time we faced off, you lost but were too cowardly to admit it, even tearing up the challenge letter. Right?" Chen Yinyu stammered, unable to find her voice. On the side, Yu Chuchu, feeling a surge of fear, nevertheless mustered her courage and retorted fiercely, "Who lost? Anyway, Brother Yinyu didn't lose, and we've never had a proper duel. You ambushed him." Lin Xiaolu glanced at Yu Chuchu, who returned the glare defiantly, saying, "What? Do you want to fight me? Go ahead, try touching me, and I'll report you to the master, stripping you of your inner disciple status." Crack! Before Yu Chuchu could finish her sentence, Lin Xiaolu struck her down with a brick onto the stone beach, causing her braided head to bleed. Wah! Yu Chuchu immediately clutched her bleeding head and cried out in a piercing wail. "Stop crying." Lin Xiaolu casually brandished the brick again, striking Yu Chuchu's head once more, causing further injury. The surrounding children were paralyzed with shock, unable to believe that Lin Xiaolu, after 3 months of confinement, could still be so ruthless. After stomping on her twice, Lin Xiaolu scolded fiercely, "You like to tattle, huh? Let me give you a lesson." With that, she seized the sobbing Yu Chuchu and dragged her towards the stream like a ragged doll. This scene thoroughly terrified everyone. Even Dongfang Dan was taken aback. "Lu Gu, don't be impulsive. You'll kill someone." Luo Gu, Xiaoyu, squatting on a large rock, glanced up at her brother, but upon realizing he was merely intimidating Yu Chuchu, returned her focus to the ants moving in the crevices of the stone. With a splash, after 4 months of martial training, the sturdy Lin Xiaolu tossed Yu Chuchu into the shallow stream, then pressed her foot onto the back of her neck, submerging her entirely in the water while she flailed helplessly. Wah wah wah, glug glug glug, splash splash splash. Lin Xiaolu lifted her foot, and the drenched Yu Chuchu immediately scrambled up, gasping for breath. "How's that? Are you convinced now? Still want to tattle on others?" Lin Xiaolu stood with her hands on her hips, looking down menacingly. Cough cough cough. Yu Chuchu wheezed, tears and snot streaming down her face. Just as she was about to scream, Lin Xiaolu once again pressed her down into the water. Yu Chuchu flailed helplessly once more, and soon her small body convulsed, a foul substance escaping from her pants, drifting in the stream. She pooped. She pooped her pants. The surrounding children exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xiaolu released her foot once more, her small face fierce as she shouted, "I'll give you one more chance. Do you submit? If not, I will drown you completely. Do you think I dare?" As she spoke, she prepared to lift her foot again, causing Yu Chuchu to become utterly terrified. She cried out loudly, "I won't dare anymore, woo." Seeing her plead for mercy, Lin Xiaolu huffed triumphantly, turning her gaze towards Chen Yinyu, who was nearly scared to death at just 10 years old. She heard him cry out, Lu Gu, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore, truly." Lin Xiaolu, uninterested in his explanations, charged forward, her small frame soaring into the air as she delivered a kick to his face. "Ah!" Chen Yinyu screamed in pain, falling onto his backside. Once on the ground, he cried again, "Lu Gu, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore, I really won't." Lin Xiaolu looked down at him from her elevated position, spitting disdainfully, and coldly addressed the other disciples of the Lingjian sect. "Anyone who wishes to report me, feel free. But you better think carefully. If you do not fear retribution from me in the future." She bellowed, "Whoever dares to report me, I, Lin Xiaolu, will end you. Mark my words." All the disciples of Lingjian trembled at her words. After she finished, she waved to Dongfang Dan and Xiaoyu, strutting back to the academy with the newly joined children. Once they departed, the remaining disciples of Lingjian glanced at Chen Yinyu, then at Yu Chuchu, who was soaked and gasping by the stream, before leaving one by one. They were thoroughly frightened and dared not follow Chun Yinyun any longer. They had come to cultivate and seek longevity, not to court death. Yu Chu, clutching her head, which was bleeding, sat silently weeping on the stony bank, her heart similarly filled with terror. For a fleeting moment, she truly believed Lin Xiaolu would end her life. In a vacant room within the academy, Mr. Yang, who had surpassed 50 years of age, treated Yu Chu's injuries and advised her to change into clean clothing. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "How could you be so careless as to fall into the stream?" Yu Chu, trembling with grievance, replied, "I just slipped while walking and fell in, then bumped my head on a rock." Mr. Yang scrutinized her for a moment and asked, "Did Lin Xiaolu bully you?" At the mere mention of Lin Xiaolu's name, Yu Chu trembled in fear and quickly denied, "No, sir, it was my own clumsiness." Seeing how terrified the little girl was, Mr. Yang felt helpless. He was well aware of Yu Chu's temperament. Before joining Ame, she was the 6th princess of the Jin kingdom, accustomed to endless pampering, which had fostered her willful nature. Yet, such a proud little girl could be so frightened by Lin Xiaolu's name. It seemed this incident was far from simple. "Rest well. You need not attend class today," he instructed. "Thank you, sir," Yu Chu murmured in gratitude. Mr. Yang departed with purposeful strides towards the study, where, at this hour, the children should have been engaged in their morning readings. Yet, as he approached, he heard not the sound of recitation, but a cacophony of other voices. "Leader, do you think this pressure is appropriate?" Quite good, apply it well." "Leader, tomorrow I shall pilfer my senior brother's jade scepter for your amusement." "Ah, thoughtful indeed." "Leader, your 3 months of confinement must have been quite challenging, no?" "Not too bad, for my innate brilliance renders me somewhat immune to punishment." My master, in tears, implored me to come to Ame. He once remarked that even if my intelligence were halved, I am destined to be immortalized in history. Wow, how impressive, leader. With your guidance, we are truly fortunate. You must be quite formidable now, leader. That is difficult to ascertain. It depends on my condition. When I am not at my best, in terms of prowess, I stand only beneath my master. Oh, but what if you are in peak condition? In peak condition? Below the nascent soul, I am invincible. Above it, it's a one-for-one exchange. Oh ho ho ho. Wow. Leader, you are incredible. Leader, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 34. The Art of Practice and the 8th Level. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yang could no longer endure the conversation. He stepped into the study, clearing his throat coldly. Ahem. The children were startled and hastily scurried back to their respective seats, while Lin Xiaolu graciously uncrossed his legs. Once all the children were seated, Mr. Yang turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaolu, his expression impassive, and said, "Xiaolu, step outside with me." At his words, Lin Xiaolu rose, hands clasped behind his back, his head held high as he strode out of the study with an air of indifference. Upon reaching outside, Mr. Yang looked at him and inquired, "Did you injure Yu Chu?" "Not at all," Lin Xiaolu replied, feigning innocence, his lips moving animatedly. "Sir, why would you suspect me? I am but 7 years old. How could I possibly overpower Chu?" Mr. Yang scrutinized him for a moment before continuing, "You would do well to speak the truth to me. If I find out otherwise, I shall not be lenient." "Feel free to investigate," Lin Xiaolu retorted defiantly. "Her injury has nothing to do with me." Mr. Yang shot him a stern glance, commanding, "Wait here." With that, he re-entered the study. "Who can tell me how Yu Chu was injured?" The room fell into an uneasy silence, with all the children refraining from speaking, until Dongfang Dan's voice broke the stillness. "Sir, Yu Chu fell by herself." The other children, who upheld the principle of virtue, chimed in unison, "Indeed, sir, she fell on her own." "Yes, I witnessed it myself. I can attest to that as well." Mr. Yang's face darkened with anger as he shouted, "Chun Yinyun, come forth and explain how Yu Chu was injured." Chun Yinyun, visibly shaken, slowly stood up. His complexion shifted as all the children in the study turned their attention to him. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, "Yu Chu, she fell by herself." Mr. Yang was taken aback by Chun Yinyun's unexpected response. He stared at him, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? After a lengthy pause, he sighed and instructed the children to resume their studies, forbidding any further idle chatter, before stepping out of the study once more. Approaching the self-satisfied Lin Xiaolu, Mr. Yang cast him a glance, refraining from mentioning Yu Chu again, and instead remarked, "I have just heard that the students refer to you as the leader?" "Indeed, sir," Lin Xiaolu replied confidently. I have established a fraternity called the Virtuous Fellowship, aimed at encouraging my peers to conduct themselves with integrity in the future. To substantiate his claim, he called out to the children within the study, Brothers, what is the mission of our fraternity? To uphold virtue. They echoed in perfect harmony, delighted by their synchronized response. Lin Xiaolu beamed at Mr. Yang and declared, Sir, this is the mission of our fraternity. Mr. Yang's expression shifted multiple times, leaving him momentarily speechless. Could it be that he had truly misinterpreted this young lad? The organization, which promotes virtue to influence others, appears to be a commendable initiative aimed at encouraging goodness. Yet, there lingers a sense of unease. He scrutinized the young fellow for a moment, then coughed lightly and remarked, Indeed, promoting virtue is commendable. I hope you can maintain this approach and embody it in all your future actions. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu immediately beamed with an innocent and charming smile, assuring, Rest assured, sir, I will persevere. Once I grow up, I shall endeavor to promote virtue every day. Thus concluded the first day upon returning to the literacy hall. In the afternoon, during the Shen hour, Lin Xiaolu and his companion, Xiaoyer, returned to their residence, promptly commencing their respective training. Xiaoyer naturally joined Li Miaoxin in cultivating the essence of heaven and earth, while Lin Xiaolu resumed his martial arts practice. He began with a brisk run around the vicinity, followed by half an hour of horse stance to warm up before delving into formal martial arts training. The first disciplines he practiced were the horizontal training techniques of the Tai family from the Great Yu Kingdom, along with the 8 extremities fist from the Tang Dynasty's Dali Temple. Li Mingru had informed him that these two martial arts were designed to enhance physical capabilities, making them suitable for early practice, thereby laying a solid foundation. Among these, the Tai family's horizontal training is a form of hard Qigong, where Qi refers not to the essence of heaven and earth, but to the innate true energy within the human body. Through specialized exercises, practitioners fill their skin and flesh with this vital energy, achieving a body as resilient as steel and iron. The ancient texts explicitly state that mastering this technique allows the physical body to withstand ordinary iron without injury, effortlessly contending against multiple foes. In addition, Lin Xiaolu was to learn the 8 extremities fist from the Dali Temple of the Tang Dynasty. Similar to the horizontal training, the 8 extremities fist is an exceedingly vigorous martial art, characterized by tremendous explosive power. Those who master it possess the capability to shatter bones and tendons, and it is said that in the mortal realm, one can shake the heavens and tremble the 9 provinces with its might. In the courtyard, Lin Xiaolu began practicing the breathing techniques outlined in the horizontal training manual. This process was exceedingly arduous, as it reversed the natural rhythm of breathing, causing practitioners to feel as though their breath was obstructed, akin to training while buried in sand. As he engaged in slow exercises during this breathing, it was not long before Lin Xiaolu was drenched in sweat, his robe thoroughly soaked. With a deep exhale, he released the stagnant air, catching his breath momentarily before resuming his rigorous practice, which persisted for an entire hour. At the hour of Yu, Lin Xiaolu and his sister, Li Miaoxin, convened for dinner. The boy's appetite had soared once more. He devoured his meal voraciously, resembling a famished pig, which startled Li Miaoxin, who repeatedly urged him to slow down. After dinner, he practiced the breathing technique of horizontal training once more, maintaining the horse stance for another half hour to thoroughly digest his meal, before commencing his practice of the 8 extremities fist. Ha! 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 In the courtyard, Lin Xiaolu was exuberantly practicing his punches. His physique had become remarkably robust, enabling him to endure such intense training. His strikes were far from the feeble attempts of other children. Instead, they were executed with a vigorous flair. As time passed, the moon ascended high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the courtyard in a serene light. After completing her rounds, Li Miaoxin stepped outside to observe Lin Xiaolu's progress. As she emerged, she beheld the young lad standing beneath a willow tree, eyes closed, breathing deeply as he gradually moved his body in a tranquil manner. She chose not to interrupt, but watched with keen interest. Before long, this 7-year-old suddenly trembled, his muscles appearing to tense with sudden intensity, and then he charged forward, colliding shoulder first against the willow tree. A youthful shout erupted, and the formidable tree responded with a resonant thud, its leaves scattering, branches swaying violently, as the towering willow quaked from the impact. Chapter 35. The Supreme of Amei. This scene left Li Miaoxin momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise at the force of Lin Xiaolu's impact. Beneath the willow tree, Lin Xiaolu exhaled a breath of stagnant air and opened his eyes. "Oh, junior sister, what brings you here?" he inquired curiously. Li Miaoxin smiled gently. "I came to see how your training is progressing." After a brief pause, she added, somewhat astonished, "That last strike of yours was quite powerful. What martial art is that?" "It's the Iron Mountain Lean from the 8 Extremes Fist," Lin Xiaolu replied with a hint of pride. "I've only just learned it, and I can't yet execute it to perfection. Do you think this move could hold its own against your cultivators?" Thoughtfully, Li Miaoxin refrained from discouraging his enthusiasm, encouraging him with a smile. "Keep up the good work. He will do." As Li Miaoxin observed him diligently practicing in the courtyard, she couldn't help but draw some comparisons in her mind. Undeniably, Lin Xiaolu's strike was impressive, but it was primarily effective against ordinary children. It was certain that the majority of children would struggle to withstand such an impact. But how would it fare against Xiao Yuer? Xiao Yuer had yet to practice any defensive techniques, but with her current cultivation at the 3rd level of qi condensation, even a simple protective method taught by Li Miaoxin would render Lin Xiaolu's strike ineffective. In fact, even if its power were to be multiplied tenfold, it would still fall short. Watching the little fellow earnestly practicing in the courtyard, Li Miaoxin felt a pang of tenderness and deep reflection. Her little junior brother was indeed very diligent and resilient, yet perhaps as their master had said, martial arts ultimately belong to an inferior path, lacking the grandeur of higher realms. In the following days, Lin Xiaolu dedicated himself to relentless training in his horizontal practice and 8 Extremes Fist. The horizontal practice required an element of resilience, necessitating someone to strike him while he employed a special breathing technique. Consequently, Lin Xiaolu sought out Li Miaoxin to deliver those blows, but she, always compassionate, could never bring herself to hit him hard. Thus, each day after school, he would venture alone to the mountaintop, seeking out Li Mingru for a proper beating. Li Mingru, without a trace of pity, would leave Lin Xiaolu bruised and battered, often reduced to tears. Time flowed steadily, and the bond between Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer deepened as they gradually integrated into the life at Amei. "Huh, huh, huh." In the courtyard, Lin Xiaolu, bare-chested, repeatedly slammed into the willow tree, causing its branches to sway vigorously. Today was a day of rest, free from school, and Lin Xiaolu had risen early to begin his training, already engaged for over an hour. Xiao Yuer squatted in the courtyard, savoring a skewer of candied hawthorn while watching her brother practice. "Huh." The willow tree trembled violently, its leaves falling in disarray. The boy paused to wipe the sweat from his brow with a cleansing pill. "Lu Gu, Lu Gu." The voice of Dongfang Dan suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing this familiar call, Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but chuckle. Today is a day of leisure. Yesterday, after school, the children in the academy gathered to discuss their plans for today's outing. Ultimately, Lin Xiaolu proposed that they venture to the Spirit Beast Valley at Tongyao Peak, a suggestion that met with unanimous agreement. They arranged to meet this morning for stargazing and to join Lin Xiaolu. At this moment, Dongfang Dan, adorned in a rather splendid outfit, led a group of over 20 children towards them, all of whom were members of the Deference to Virtue Society. Li Miaoxin, who had been practicing indoors, heard the commotion and stepped to the doorway. Upon recognizing the other disciples from different branches, she intended to return to her cultivation, allowing them to frolic freely. However, just as she turned, an unusual scene caught her eye. In the courtyard, Dongfang Dan approached Lin Xiaolu and knelt on one knee, raising his hands in salute, exclaiming loudly, "Dongfang Dan pays his respects to the leader." The 20-odd children behind him also knelt in unison, vociferously declaring, "We pay our respects to the leader." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu stood before the children with his hands clasped behind his back, initially breaking into an arrogant, silly grin, before waving his hand and proclaiming, "Brothers, today we shall venture to the Spirit Beast Valley at Tongyao Peak together. Let us embody the spirit of the Deference to Virtue Society." "Yes." The children responded enthusiastically, departing with a carefree stride. Li Miaoxin felt a sense of dismay at the sight. What on earth was her little junior disciple up to each day at the academy? At Tongyao Peak, 2 practitioners from the Tongyao lineage, both around 17 or 18 years of age, were engrossed in a discussion about communicating with magical beasts and the methods of transforming them into spirit beasts. As they conversed animatedly while walking, they were suddenly interrupted by the sound of youthful, melodious shouts from a distance. Supremame, deference to virtue, possessor of great supernatural powers, boundless magic. Supremame, deference to virtue, possessor of great supernatural powers, boundless magic. From afar, a 7-year-old boy, with an air of confidence, ascended the stone steps with his hands clasped behind him. Flanked by over 20 exuberant children, they chanted their slogan in perfect unison, creating an impressive spectacle akin to the procession of a prominent figure. As the shouts echoed, Dongfang Dan, who was beside the boy, noticed the two stunned practitioners and scowled. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a dashing Supremame? Step aside." "Oh, we're so sorry." The two practitioners hastily made way, watching as the grand procession passed before them. Once the group had moved on, one practitioner inquired curiously, "Senior brother, who is this Supremame? Is there such a figure in our May?" The other practitioner, equally puzzled, scratched his head in contemplation. "Strange. I've never heard of this Supremame before, but the name certainly sounds formidable." Lin Xiaolu led the children, shouting all the while. And soon the entire Tongyao Peak echoed with their audacious chants, prompting numerous disciples to emerge from their training quarters, intrigued to discover the true identity of this Supremame. I know, a young disciple from the academy boasted to his seniors. "The Supremame is Lu Guo." "Lu Guo? Who is Lu Guo?" The young acolyte proudly declared. "Lu Guo is the leader of our academy, exceptionally formidable. Even Chen Yinyun cannot surpass him." "Oh, is he exceptionally gifted? What is his constitution?" inquired a senior brother with curiosity. The young acolyte, upon hearing this, felt somewhat perplexed. He was unsure of Lu Ji's innate talents or his physical attributes. However, watching his classmates play together filled him with envy, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Senior brother, I too wish to join them." A few senior brothers chuckled at his enthusiasm and replied, "Go ahead, but do not cause any trouble." The young acolyte nodded with delight and, after expressing his gratitude, dashed towards the group, exuberantly joining them in a spirited chant of their lofty slogan, "Ame Supreme, conquering with virtue, possessing great powers, boundless magic." Chapter 36. Catching Goldfish. Lin Xiaolu. Just as a group of children was exuberantly preparing to storm into the Spirit Beast Valley, a sharp cry rang out, halting their advance. A young woman, adorned in a flowing blue gown and sporting a bun, descended gracefully from above, standing protectively before the children. "What are you all making such a racket for this early in the morning?" Tang Xian glared at the rambunctious youngsters. She had been organizing a few outer disciples to milk the Tianqing Niu when the commotion startled the creature, causing it to kick and cease milking altogether. Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang Xian, her small face reflecting surprise. "Ah, it's the terrifying ghost lady." The children gazed at Tang Xian in trepidation. Falling silent, Dongfang Dan timidly inquired, "Brother Lu, who is this sister?" Before Tang Xian could respond, Lin Xiaolu, hands on her hips, huffed, "This sister is named Tang Xian, the ghost lady of Tongyao Peak. I have encountered her once before. Brother Lu, she looks quite fierce," one child exclaimed, fear evident in their voice. Lin Xiaolu chuckled heartily, her youthful visage brightening. "Indeed, she is quite fierce. When I first met her, she was so taken aback by my imposing aura that she insisted on recognizing me as her elder brother and wanted to associate with me. However, I declined because her temperament was rather intolerable." The children gasped in awe, showering Lin Xiaolu with praises for her bravery, while she basked in the moment, raising her chin high, exuding an air of superiority. This spectacle made Tang Xian clench her fists in irritation. This insufferable little brat truly tested her patience, and she longed to reprimand him. Yet, she refrained from losing her temper at the children and coolly inquired, "What brings you all to my Tongyao Peak?" Seeing her assertive demeanor, Lin Xiaolu boldly placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Madam, do mind your tone when addressing me. Do you not know that I am Lin Xiaolu, the esteemed leader of virtue, the supreme of Ame?" As soon as the boy finished speaking, the other children erupted into jubilant chants, "Supreme of Ame, leader of virtue, possessing vast powers, boundless magic." "Stop, stop, stop!" Tang Xian nearly exploded with frustration, raising her voice. "If any of you continue to make a scene, I shall inform your respective mentors." The ruckus fell silent once more. Lin Xiaolu pouted disdainfully, coldly huffing, "Woman, step aside." We wish to enter and observe the spirit beasts. Tang Xian took a couple of deep breaths, casting an exasperated glare at Lin Xiaolu. She then addressed the children. You may play inside, but no reckless behavior is permitted, and you must not approach the habitats of the elder spirit beasts, especially the elder Zijingwa and the elder emperor penguin. Do you understand? Understood. The children cheered, laughing and scampering towards the spirit beast valley. Tang Xian shot a glance at the audacious Lin Xiaolu, and suddenly, her expression softened as she smiled warmly. Little Lu, I have a magnificent treasure here. Would you like to see it? Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, her face displaying skepticism. What treasure? Come here. I can only show it to you. Tang Xian beckoned with a playful gesture. Lin Xiaolu contemplated for a moment before instructing the other children. Brothers, you may enter first. Your leader will follow shortly. The children responded in unison, as you command. Following Tang Xian, Lin Xiaolu arrived at a secluded courtyard hidden within the bamboo grove, and with a curious gaze, inquired, What treasure do you wish to show me, elder? Tang Xian offered a gentle smile and extended her delicate hand towards him. Lin Xiaolu examined her fair, slender hand closely after grasping it, only to find it devoid of any objects. In the next moment, that exquisite jade-like hand gradually clenched into a petite fist. It dawned on him that the elder had deceived him. Her true intention was to deliver a beating. But was I so easily subdued? I am the supreme of Ame. Despite our considerable age difference, I managed to inflict significant injury upon the elder in my fervent resistance. We fought to a standstill, neither gaining the upper hand. With swollen eyes and blood trickling from my nose, I addressed the children. The little ones gazed at him with awe, and Dongfang Dan remarked, Truly, Brother Lu is extraordinary. Having only joined Ame for a few months, he can already match Sister Tang evenly. He is indeed unparalleled in this world. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian nearly burst into laughter, crossing her arms and choosing to ignore the children. One child, glancing apprehensively at Tang Xian, questioned, Leader, why does Sister Tang have no injuries on her face while yours is covered in wounds? The other children turned to look at Tang Xian, who bore not a single mark, raising doubts in their minds. Was it really an even fight? How could Brother Lu be so battered while Sister Tang remained unscathed? Lin Xiaolu, unfazed, earnestly explained, The elder has sustained internal injuries. A chorus of "oh" erupted from the children, as understanding washed over them. Tang Xian stifled a laugh behind her hand, her red lips curving into a smile. Subsequently, Lin Xiaolu and the children frolicked within the Spirit Beast Valley, reveling in the sights of the myriad peculiar spirit beasts. To ensure the children did not recklessly provoke the spirit beasts, Tang Xian remained closely behind them, vigilant in her watch. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu observed a colossal turtle, lost in thought. This creature was a magnificent golden turtle, its size rivaling that of his modest courtyard. In the bright daylight, its golden shell shimmered in the sunlight, nearly blinding to behold. The spirit beast seemed to possess a gentle disposition, as its large, round eyes glanced at Lin Xiaolu before lazily settling onto the grass. What are you pondering, Brother Lu? Inquired Dongfang Dan, curiosity evident in his voice. I wish to climb atop the turtle's shell and play, Lin Xiaolu replied. Dongfang Dan, glancing nervously at the giant turtle, cautioned, Do you think it might attack us? Lin Xiaolu shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. On the other side, little Yuer was joyfully attempting to catch goldfish at the pond's edge with a small net, accompanied by several children. Tang Xian quietly observed from a distance, ensuring none of the children accidentally fell into the water. Before long, little Yuer successfully scooped up a bright red goldfish, her laughter ringing out in delight. The surrounding children expressed their admiration. Wow, Yuer is amazing. She caught a goldfish so quickly. Indeed, I have been trying for quite a while and still haven't caught one. These goldfish swim so swiftly. Yuer, are you going to take the goldfish home to keep? With a joyful nod, little Yuer seemed to recall something and timidly looked towards Tang Xian. Senior sister, may I take the goldfish home to raise? Tang Xian smiled warmly and agreed. Providing her with a fishbowl, you can keep it in here, but it would be best to catch another one. Otherwise, the goldfish will be quite lonely. Little Yuer happily accepted the fishbowl, obediently replying with a cheerful okay. Chapter 37. The strategist Tang Hanqing. The children joyfully scooped up goldfish, and after a while, one child suddenly pointed in astonishment, exclaiming, Look over there at Lu Gu. The others turned to see, and together they gasped in amazement. Indeed, It is Lu Gu. Tang Xian, taken aback, quickly turned to look. There, on the spacious lawn, Lin Xiaolu and Dongfang Dan had, unbeknownst to anyone, climbed onto the shell of the golden giant tortoise. Lin Xiaolu stood atop the shell, shouting excitedly, "Charge! Attack!" Tang Xian, startled, furrowed her brow and shouted angrily, "Lin Xiaolu, get down this instant. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" With that, she leaped into the air, soaring onto the tortoise's shell, and seized both Dongfang Dan and Lin Xiaolu, pulling them down. "Are you both trying to die?" Tang Xian scolded fiercely, devoid of her earlier gentleness. Lin Xiaolu, with an indignant expression, retorted, "What are you stopping me for, you fierce old witch? I want to ride the giant tortoise." "Ride it? Not a chance." Tang Xian firmly grasped Lin Xiaolu's ear, reprimanding, "Every day, you cause such trouble. Can't you let me have a moment of peace?" After giving the two a thorough scolding, she allowed them to stay with the other children, forbidding them from straying out of her sight. The morning swiftly passed, and by noon, Tang Xian led the children to the dining hall for their meal. Inside the dining room, over 20 children gathered around a large round table, chattering excitedly while eating. The noise was overwhelming, giving Tang Xian a headache. Little Yuer, cradling a fishbowl containing one red and one gold fish, gleefully smiled at Lin Xiaolu and said, "Brother, let us give these two goldfish names." Dongfang Dan, munching on a large chicken leg, suggested, "How about calling them Little Red and Little Gold?" "Come on, that is so ordinary." A child with a runny nose and cross eyes chimed in. "I believe that as the second in command of our deserved alliance, Little Yuer's pets should have names of higher status." "What do you suggest?" asked Dongfang Dan. "Let us call them Red Thunder and Golden Lightning, shall we?" Lin Xiaolu pondered for a moment before waving his hand in approval. "Excellent. Those shall be their names." He then turned to the child and praised, "I did not expect you to possess such wisdom. What is your name?" "He," in response to Lu Gu, "I am a disciple of the medicine origin lineage, and my name is Tang Hanqing," the child replied respectfully. "Ah," Lin Xiaolu nodded sagely, a look of satisfaction gracing his youthful face. "I did not anticipate that our newly formed deserved alliance would have such a wise talent as you, Tang Hanqing." "Yes," the child responded eagerly. "From this day forth, you shall be the strategist of our deserved alliance. I hope you will continue to devise plans for our group." The child, overjoyed by the recognition, wiped his nose and exclaimed, "Thank you, Lu Gu, for this opportunity. I will certainly work diligently for the alliance and will not betray your trust." The other children also clasped their fists in congratulations to Tang Hanqing, each one filled with admiration for him, causing the child to beam with delight. At the dining table, Tang Xian propped her chin on her hand, watching the snotty-nosed, cross-eyed child giggling foolishly, feeling a sense of helplessness. This child certainly did not exude wisdom, did he? A strategist, indeed, but merely another simpleton. However, one could not fault Lin Xiaolu. Their group of children had an average age of less than 8, and their intelligence was rather limited, making Tang Hanqing a standout among them. After lunch, the group of children returned to the Spirit Beast Valley, engaging in rambunctious play, shouting and running around. The 20 or so children split into smaller groups, some watching hippos, others observing lions, creating quite a lively scene. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu, Dongfang Dan, and Tang Hanqing, the esteemed leaders of the Virtuous Alliance, squatted together in a meeting, deliberating on how to expand their faction. The venue for their conference was a donkey farm, where rows of enclosures housed black-bodied, white-faced donkeys peering out curiously at the trio of youngsters, who formed a circle on the grass, earnestly sharing their opinions. Tang Hanqing, with his snot dripping and his cross-eyed gaze, proposed, "Brother Lu, I believe that to develop our gang, we first need to find a stable path to prosperity. Currently, the protection fees we collect are far too meager." "Indeed, Brother Lu," Dongfang Dan concurred. "Now that most of our classmates have joined us, we can only collect protection fees from the Lingjin lineage, which is insufficient." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Tang Hanqing continued, "I think we could collect fees from the outer disciples. The inner disciples are older than us, and we cannot bully them. But the outer disciples are different. Although they are also older, they fear us." "That won't do," Lin Xiaolu promptly rejected the idea. "The outer disciples already have it tough. It would be inappropriate to charge them protection fees. I refuse to exploit the weak." Tang Hanqing was taken aback. "Brother Lu, this is a gang we are running. If you don't bully the weak, whom will you bully?" Lin Xiaolu raised his nose defiantly. Those who are strong. Dongfang Dan's round face wore a perplexed expression. But who is strong? The senior brothers and sisters are strong. Can we bully them? We cannot. Then what shall we do? The three young leaders of the gang found themselves in a dilemma. After a moment of deep contemplation, the astute strategist Tang Hanqing's eyes brightened suddenly as he excitedly suggested, "How about we deceive others?" Deceive others? Lin Xiaolu asked, puzzled. How would we do that? Tang Hanqing chuckled mischievously. Brother Lu, you know I am from the Yaoyuan lineage, right? Yes, Lin Xiaolu nodded. Then do you know what the Yaoyuan lineage specializes in? Lin Xiaolu hesitated, shaking his head, as he was unaware of this particular detail. Tang Hanqing then turned to Dongfang Dan. Do you know, Brother Dan? Dongfang Dan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Tang Hanqing chuckled, his nose dripping, and explained to the two. In our lineage of medicinal alchemy, we primarily study the properties of various spiritual herbs and subsequently master the art of pill refinement. I, being somewhat lacking in talent, have managed to concoct a few basic elixirs. We could use these pills for some mischievous schemes. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu became intrigued and curiously inquired, what kinds of elixirs can you concoct? Tang Hanqing, with a hint of pride, responded, I once studied under my senior brother to refine the concentration pill, which aids in enhancing one's focus during cultivation. It is the most fundamental of spiritual pills. I managed to produce 10 in total, though I wasted 8. I have 2 left, albeit with minor flaws. What kind of flaws? Dongfang Dan asked, his curiosity piqued. One of them causes hemorrhoids after consumption, Tang Hanqing remarked, gesturing with his small fist, about this big. Lin Xiaolu and Dongfang Dan simultaneously clasped their backsides, their expressions filled with alarm. And the other one makes the consumer blurt out the truth incessantly, as if intoxicated, for 3 days straight, Tang Hanqing said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. We could stage a performance, tricking someone into believing they unwittingly acquired a divine pill that enhances cultivation, then sell it at a high price. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned the scene of Chun Ninyun developing a hemorrhoid the size of a fist after consuming the elixir. Wow, he exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Tang Hanqing on the shoulder. You truly are the strategist of my benevolent faction, remarkably cunning and astoundingly clever. Chapter 38. The Elixir. After a fervent discussion, the 3 children quietly devised a plan, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the following day. After an afternoon of playful antics, they returned to their respective homes at the late hour of the afternoon, each seeking their own mothers. Lin Xiaolu took little Yuer back to their small courtyard. Promptly commencing his training for the day, he dashed to the summit, where he jogged for half an hour outside Li Mingru's cave abode, before entering the cavern to practice breathing techniques. There, Li Mingru would mercilessly strike him for another half hour, ensuring that every inch of his body was appropriately disciplined, before he returned to partake in the evening meal. After dinner, he spent half an hour in horse stance in the courtyard, followed by a full hour practicing Bajiquan, during which he struck a willow tree over 100 times. Thus concluded his day of rigorous training, leaving him sore and exhausted as he retreated to his quarters to rest. This had become the rhythm of his daily life, a relentless pursuit of physical enhancement. From the late afternoon until the late evening, a total of 3 hours spent in unwavering dedication. At the break of dawn the next day, he sprang from his bed, washed up, donned his little Taoist robe, and joyfully departed the mountain gate with Yuer. Brother, you seem different from before, little Yuer remarked, tugging at Lin Xiaolu's hand. On the pristine, translucent Taoist bridge, Lin Xiaolu flashed a mischievous grin. I too have noticed the change. I'm on the verge of developing abs, and my entire physique has grown remarkably firm. At this juncture, eager to show off to his sister, Lin Xiaolu placed his hands on his hips, inhaled deeply, and tensed his muscles. Yuer, come, strike me. Yuer gazed at him in surprise. Fear not, I assure you, it won't hurt. All right, she replied, raising her small hand and delivering a crisp slap. Smack. The sound rang clear and melodious. Lin Xiaolu stood there, bewildered, staring at his sister. Why did you slap me? Yuer, puzzled, responded. But brother, you asked me to hit you. Lin Xiaolu sighed. Well, I suppose there's no denying you're my sister. Crossing the Taoist bridge, the siblings waited for a while in the midsection of a May peak, until the chubby Dongfang Dan approached, carrying a cloth bag. Upon seeing Lin Xiaolu, he greeted them with exuberance. Brother Lu, little Yue waved cutely at him, while Lin Xiaolu nodded with crossed arms. Come, Idan, Lin Xiaolu said, adopting a mysterious tone as he leaned closer. I've discovered something. What is it, Brother Lu? Come, hit me, Lin Xiaolu insisted, placing his hands on his hips. Dongfang Dan appeared somewhat perplexed. Don't worry, just hit me, Lin Xiaolu urged. Dongfang Dan raised his chubby little fist and gently struck Lin Xiaolu's chest. Lin Xiaolu remained undeterred. Boasting, see, it doesn't hurt at all. Do you know why? It's because I've learned that when I tense all my muscles, it significantly enhances my defensive capabilities. With a spark of excitement in his eyes, he eagerly inquired, Idan, would you like to give it a try? Sure. The foolish Eastern egg began to strain every ounce of his chubby body, gritting his teeth with great effort, his plump face turning a deep shade of crimson. Lin Xiaolu clapped her hands beside him, encouraging, come on, push harder. Tense those muscles. Tense those muscles. The little chubby boy glared with bulging eyes, shouting in a fervent rage. Are you ready? Ready, dear brother. Are you truly prepared? Absolutely prepared. Once you're ready, I'm coming. Bring it on, dear brother. Slap. Lin Xiaolu raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Eastern egg looked utterly bewildered. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaolu, after delivering the slap, clutched her stomach, laughing so hard that she could barely breathe, hopping in delight. Eastern egg, with a sorrowful expression, covered his face, lamenting, Dear brother, you shouldn't bully me like this. The three of them frolicked by the roadside, laughing and playing, until they awaited the tardy young Taoist, Tang Hanqing. Hurry up, Tang Yuan, Lin Xiaolu urged. Tang Yuan was the nickname Tang Hanqing had earned in the academy. I'm here, dear brother, Tang Hanqing said, trotting up to them. Lin Xiaolu eagerly asked, Did you bring the elixirs? I did, dear brother. Tang Hanqing produced 2 exquisite little brocade boxes, presenting them to Lin Xiaolu like a treasure. Lin Xiaolu examined the boxes and praised, The packaging is quite nice. It looks rather exquisite. Tang Hanqing said, adjusting his clever, cross-eyed gaze. And with a bubble of mucus, he chuckled. As the saying goes, a person relies on their attire just as a horse depends on its saddle. Making the elixirs look appealing showcases their extraordinary nature. After all, it will make it easier for Chun Yinyun to fall for the ruse. Indeed, well done. Lin Xiaolu patted his small shoulder, giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, Truly, you are the strategist of our benevolent guild, brimming with wisdom. As they walked, they discussed the upcoming plot arrangement, with Lin Xiaolu emphasizing the necessity for everyone to cooperate seamlessly, ensuring no blunders occurred. Before long, they arrived at the literacy hall. Entering the study. By this time, several students had already gathered inside, including Chen Yinyun. As the three entered the classroom one after another, they immediately began to act out the script. Tang Yuan, do you have any of the elixir you found? Lin Xiaolu inquired, chasing after Tang Hanqing. Yes, dear brother. I do, Tang Hanqing replied. Could you spare me some more? Lin Xiaolu exclaimed excitedly. After consuming that elixir yesterday, I felt significantly empowered. This morning, I could even break bricks. Upon hearing this, everyone in the study turned their curious gazes towards Lin Xiaolu. Even Chen Yinyun couldn't help but glance over. Intent on showing off, Lin Xiaolu lifted his robe, exposing his little belly to all the children present. The girls in the study squealed and covered their faces, while the boys gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, for Lin Xiaolu's little belly indeed showcased abs. Lin Xiaolu chuckled heartily and continued to address Tang Hanqing in a loud voice. After consuming the elixir you bestowed upon me, I have undergone remarkable transformations. My master even took the time to examine my physique, declaring it to be exceptionally robust. He remarked that the elixir you discovered must be the legendary one, known to enhance strength with just a single dose. Would you be so kind as to part with 2 more for me? Tang Hanqing, upon hearing this, wore a perplexed expression. Brother Lu, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but I have only found 3 of these precious pills. Having already given you 1, I wish to retain the remaining 2 for a lucrative sale. Sell them to me, please, exclaimed Dongfang Dan, filled with excitement. The children in the study, upon witnessing the commotion, also became intrigued, each expressing their eagerness. Tang Yuan, do sell them to me. How much for your elixir, Tang Yuan? Name your price. Oh, Tang Yuan, do sell it to me. Tang Hanqing, observing the clamorous bids from his classmates, shouted with fervor, Offer your prices. I shall sell to the highest bidder. I offer 10 strings of candied hawthorn. Go play elsewhere. This is a divine elixir. You think 10 strings of candied hawthorn can buy it? Are you out of your mind? Tang Yuan. I offer 20 strings, plus a rattle drum. Tang Yuan. I present a pair of tiger-headed shoes. My master just crafted them for me. They are quite exquisite. Tang Yuan. I offer a clay figurine, made by my senior brother. I cherish it dearly. It is particularly delightful. Chapter 39. The old fellow in an instant. The children within the study began to clamor and bid fervently. As the prices escalated, Chun Yinyun's voice suddenly rang out. The elixir, naturally, is reserved for the capable. With an air of nonchalance, he produced an exquisite jade token from his bosom and displayed it before the crowd, upon which were inscribed the characters Spirit Sword. This token, known as the Spirit Sword Talisman, grants one the privilege to select a low-grade spirit sword from the sword repository of my lineage, a gift from my esteemed master. Having spoken, Chun Yinyun turned his gaze toward Tang Hanqing, his demeanor haughty as he declared, Tang Yuan, I wish to inspect your elixir first. The children gazed at the token in astonishment, for they all knew that the low-grade spirit swords from the sword repository were treasures that could be utilized until reaching the 10th level of the qi condensation realm. Of considerable worth, Tang Hanqing was equally tempted, urging the others to step back. He then cautiously retrieved 2 exquisitely crafted small boxes. Upon seeing these boxes, both Chun Yinyun and the gathered children were taken aback, though they had yet to behold the elixir. The intricate craftsmanship of the red silk boxes alone conveyed their exceptional nature. With great care, Tang Hanqing opened the 2 boxes, revealing the smooth and lustrous pills within, instantly filling the study with the fragrant aroma of herbs. He promptly closed the boxes and explained, this elixir must not be exposed to the dust for too long, lest its efficacy diminish. Chun Yinyun nodded, laughing heartily. I understand. Such treasures as elixirs are inherently delicate. He then inquired, Tang Yuan, where did you acquire this elixir? I found it in the spirit herb fields of our Yaoyuan Peak, Tang Hanqing replied with great detail. At the time, I was watering the spirit herbs when I inadvertently discovered 3 such boxes. Initially, I was uncertain of the nature of the elixir, but Brother Lu directly requested 1 box, and upon consuming it, he experienced remarkable transformations. At this revelation, Lin Xiaolu, who was nearby, chimed in to boast, yesterday, I was merely a 7-year-old child, but now, I am capable of performing somersaults. With that, he executed a series of graceful flips, his movements agile and precise, earning rapturous applause from the assembly. One child from the spirit sword lineage, witnessing this, exclaimed in wonder, Brother Yinyun, it seems this elixir is truly extraordinary. I surmise it was concocted by a notable figure from Yaoyuan, inadvertently discarded while passing through the spirit herb fields. Chun Yinyun smiled and nodded in agreement. I, too, share this sentiment. At that moment, nearly all the children in the study gazed longingly at the 2 silk boxes, while Yu Chu, standing aside, cast a suspicious glance at Tang Hanqing. She sensed something amiss but could not articulate her thoughts. As a disciple of the Yaoyuan lineage herself, albeit not under the same master as Tang Hanqing, she found the aroma upon the box's opening reminiscent of an ordinary heart-condensing pill. Yet, she could not reconcile Lin Xiaolu's well-defined abdominal muscles and his acrobatics. After all, she could not fathom that Lin Xiaolu was not cultivating immortality, but rather training in martial arts, and had been doing so for several months. What do you think? Are you interested in purchasing? With eager anticipation, Tang Hanqing opened his mouth, and the other children in the study turned their gazes toward Chun Yinyun in unison. You cannot sell it to him. Before Chun Yinyun could utter a word, Lin Xiaolu shouted vehemently from the side, you can sell it to anyone, but not to Chun Yinyun. Tang Yuan was taken aback, his small face revealing a hint of fear, stammering and hesitating to speak, obediently preparing to put away the brocade box. This sudden turn of events provoked Chun Yinyun's impatience. He had initially wavered, contemplating the significance of the spiritual sword talisman bestowed upon him by his master. Yet now, with Lin Xiaolu's outburst, he felt compelled to act without hesitation. Lin Xiaolu had consumed only 1, and his physique had transformed so remarkably. His cultivation must have surged as well. If this continued, would he not be perpetually bullied? After all, the spiritual sword talisman was a gift from his master, and if he could elevate his own cultivation with these 2 celestial pills, his master would undoubtedly be pleased. and he would not lack for a spiritual sword thereafter. With this thought, he shouted, "Wait," and swiftly tossed the spiritual sword talisman to Tang Hanqing, snatching the 2 brocade boxes from his hands. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiaolu became frantic, slamming his small hand against the table, pointing at Chun Yinyun and shouting, "Chun Yinyun, do you think that just because you obtained the celestial pills today, you can defeat me? I am coming to seize your celestial pills right now." With that, he brandished a brick, howling loudly, ready to pounce with all his might. Chun Yinyun had initially intended to ponder over the pills later, but seeing Lin Xiaolu's aggressive stance, he no longer dared to hesitate and opened the brocade box, hastily swallowing the 2 pills whole. "Ah, my celestial pills!" Lin Xiaolu lamented, pounding his chest in profound sorrow, his face etched with indignation, while Chun Yinyun, patting his belly and letting out a satisfied belch, laughed heartily. "Lin Xiaolu, just wait. Once my cultivation skyrockets, I will come to seek my revenge." Please turn the page of the book. In the study, Mr. Yang quietly conducted his lesson for the children. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu, Dongfang Dan, Tang Hanqing, and even little Yuer were all covertly stealing glances at Chun Yinyun while attempting to pay attention to the class. Indeed, after merely 10 minutes of instruction, Chun Yinyun's complexion began to change noticeably. Initially, he had only furrowed his brows, but now he appeared visibly unwell, his face pale and shifting restlessly on the stool, as if seated upon thorns. Lin Xiaolu suppressed his laughter, patiently awaiting the effects of the pills to manifest. The master said, "Learning without thought leads to confusion. Thought without learning is perilous. Do you understand what this means?" Mr. Yang inquired with a smile directed at the children. The children sat in a stupor, appearing as if they were frozen in place, and just as the teacher felt a sense of despair, thinking that he was dealing with unyielding wood, one individual timidly raised their hand. Upon noticing this, the teacher's heart leaped with joy. "Ah, Nianyun, you are indeed diligent in your studies. Come, Chun Yinyun, enlighten us on the meaning of this phrase." At this moment, Chun Yinyun was drenched in sweat, his complexion as pale as death. Trembling, he stood up and stammered, "Sir, I do not feel well. I wish to rest for a while." Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaolu and the others struggled to suppress their laughter, especially Lin Xiaolu, who nearly burst out in guffaws. He had noticed an unusual bulge behind Chun Yinyun. "Oh, that must surely be a hemorrhoid the size of a fist." Upon hearing Chun Yinyun's words, Mr. Yang paused, gazing at the boy with a perplexed expression. "What is the matter with you?" I don't know," Chun Yinyun replied, his demeanor awkward, his lips quivering. "It's just, I. Realizing something was amiss, Mr. Yang hurriedly approached to investigate, and soon, under the watchful eyes of all the children, he discovered the protrusion behind the boy's robe. Mr. Yang was bewildered. What could this be? Chun Yinyun's face fluctuated between shades of white and red, as he felt a searing pain in his rear. Just as he was about to speak, Mr. Yang unexpectedly reached out to touch the bulge. Ah! Chun Yinyun leaped into the air, clutching his backside, emitting a heart-wrenching scream as tears streamed down his face. Mr. Yang, startled by his reaction, was about to offer an apology, but just as he opened his mouth, Chun Yinyun suddenly turned to him, glaring fiercely, and exclaimed, "Old man, are you touching your mother?" At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Lin Xiaolu burst into laughter. Then, feigning innocence, placed her hands on her hips and declared with mock seriousness, "Chun Yinyun, how dare you insult the teacher like that? Apologize to him at once." Chapter 40. The difficulty of martial arts. Chun Yinyun clutched his backside and shot a defiant glance, declaring, "Apologize? Why should I apologize to him? That old man hurt me, and I am supposed to apologize? Who does he think he is?" The children in the classroom were momentarily taken aback. Today, Chun Yinyun displayed remarkable courage, even daring to confront the teacher directly, truly a man of valor. At that moment, Mr. Yang's face turned ashen with fury, his entire being trembling slightly. Silver hair and beard seemingly stirred by an unseen wind, his fists clenched tightly. Chun Yinyun, realizing he had overstepped, instinctively sought to apologize. However, for reasons unknown, as soon as he opened his mouth, he could not suppress his true feelings. Look, can't you see my backside is hurting? Hurry up and come over to tend to it. At your age, you should have better sense. It's as if you've lived a dog's life." Upon hearing this, the children were utterly astonished, Even Lin Xiaolu gave him 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. After a moment of intense breathing, Mr. Yang finally could no longer contain his wrath, bellowing, "Wretched disciple!" He seized Chen Ninyun and commanded the children, "You shall review your texts here." Then he dragged Chen Ninyun upward, soaring towards the spirit sword peak. As soon as Mr. Yang departed, Lin Xiaolu could no longer hold back, collapsing onto the desk in fits of laughter, gasping for breath, while Dongfang Dan, Tang Yuan, and others joined in, clutching their stomachs with mirth. Meanwhile, atop the towering spirit sword peak, Mr. Yang pulled Chen Ninyun along the mountain path, attracting the attention of numerous passing disciples. Naturally, these disciples recognized both Mr. Yang and Chen Ninyun. They observed Chen Ninyun's incessant chatter while Mr. Yang, with a grim expression, remained silent, leading him away. Perplexed expressions adorned their faces, unsure of what had transpired. Just then, a young scholar clad in a green robe, possessing a handsome countenance, happened to pass by. Sensing something amiss, he hurriedly approached with respect, inquiring, "Mr. Yang, may I ask what has transpired with my junior disciple?" Mr. Yang cast a cold glance at the scholar, then abruptly tossed Chen Ninyun onto the ground, his voice icy as he commanded, "Summon your master to see me." The scholar was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his junior disciple, who lay on the stone steps, clutching his backside in confusion, uncertain of what had occurred. In terms of cultivation, Mr. Yang was inferior to the elders of Spirit Sword, yet in terms of status and lineage, they were equal. Thus, he hesitated briefly before respectfully asking, "Mr. Yang, Mingy has previously learned from you, and there exists a bond between you. Ninyun is also Mingy's junior. Could you enlighten Mingy on what misdeed Ninyun has committed?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Yang regarded the young man before him, noting the many disciples surrounding him, and his fury softened slightly. Just as he was about to respond, Chen Ninyun suddenly turned his head, pointing at the scholar and shouting, "You old fool! If you dare report me to my senior brother, once I become formidable, I shall deal with you." All the Spirit Sword disciples stood in stunned silence, staring incredulously at Chen Ninyun. His little junior brother was unexpectedly audacious. The cultivator named Zhang Mingyi was taken aback by Chen Ninyun's boldness. After a furious roar, he raised his hand, ready to discipline him. However, Chen Ninyun boldly pointed at Zhang Mingyi and shouted, "Foolish Zhang Mingyi, do you dare to lay a hand on me? I am the direct disciple of our master. I possess the indestructible sword body. If you dare to touch me, I will have our master punish you." As the second brother of the Spirit Sword lineage, Zhang Mingyi was not intimidated by a mere junior. He prepared to strike. But just as he was about to discipline his presumptuous little junior brother, Mr. Yang intervened. In front of everyone, Mr. Yang gazed at the towering peaks and thundered, "Feng Wuxiu, you have taught an exceptional disciple. I am unworthy to continue as his teacher. You may instruct him yourself." With that, Mr. Yang turned to leave. But an ancient voice echoed from the vast mountain, "Mr. Yang, please wait." A stern elder clad in black robes descended from the summit of Spirit Sword Peak, quickly offering an apology to Mr. Yang to stabilize the situation before turning his gaze to Chen Ninyun, his eyes narrowing in disapproval. "Ninyun, what have you done?" Chen Ninyun, getting back on his feet, retorted, "Master, I did nothing. My backside just hurts." And then this old man. Upon hearing him refer to Mr. Yang as old man, the elder's fury ignited, and he bellowed, "Silence." He pointed a trembling finger at Chen Ninyun, seething with rage. "Your master grants you one chance. Repeat what you should call Mr. Yang." Fearful, Chen Ninyun shrank his neck. He intended to say "sir," but as soon as he opened his mouth, a torrent of disrespectful titles spilled forth. I should call him old man, old geezer, ancient relic, decrepit fool, shameless elder, old bastard. With a thunderous crash, Chen Ninyun's small frame was sent flying by a gust of energy. "Take him away, 20 strokes of the cane, and confine him." The elder in black roared, his face flushed with anger. Zhang Mingyi, witnessing this, hesitated and asked, "Master, how long will Chen be confined?" "Until he dies." The elder fumed, this wretched disciple, disrespecting his elders and publicly insulting his teacher. Such behavior is intolerable. I must give him a proper lesson. Afterward, the elder turned to Mr. Yang, his aged face adorned with regret. "I apologize, Mr. Yang. It is my failure in teaching. On an appropriate day, I shall personally bring this wayward disciple to apologize to you, and I hope you can temper your anger." Mr. Yang regarded him with a cold glance, snorted disdainfully, and swept away. For a prolonged duration thereafter, the children in the academy did not see Chen Yunyun again. When they finally encountered him, it had already been over half a year. Under the silver luminescence of the moonlight, a bare-chested boy let out a fierce shout as he forcefully slammed his side against a willow tree. The tremendous impact not only caused the willow to rustle violently, but also created a noticeable dent in its trunk. He repeatedly collided against the target, exerting all his strength with each impact, causing his side to turn crimson, yet he showed no signs of stopping. After 100 strikes, Lin Xiaolu exhaled a deep breath, his body drenched in sweat. Following a few stretches, he concluded his training for the day. At this moment, Xiaoyer had also completed her practice. According to senior sister Miaoxin, Xiaoyer's progress has been astonishing. She is already showing signs of loosening at the 4th level of qi condensation. Li Miaoxin remarked that while she is uncertain if a 5-year-old at the 4th level of qi condensation has ever been seen in a Mei, it undoubtedly signifies an unprecedented achievement. In the courtyard, Lin Xiaolu cleansed himself with a cleansing elixir and sat on the steps beside Xiaoyer, sharing laughter and light-hearted conversation as they passed the evening together. The path of martial arts is arduous, far more so than that of immortality. The struggles of martial cultivation are equally profound. Practicing in the winter's chill and the summer's heat, Lin Xiaolu paves his way with sweat and determination, dedicating himself daily to both literacy and martial training, persistently immersing himself in this seemingly directionless journey of martial arts. And this immersion has already consumed half a year. Chapter 41. Defeating all at the northern foot of the star-picking peak, amidst a rocky shore known as the Cliff Waterfall. A torrential cascade plunges from a height of 100 meters, crashing violently into the stony creek below, the sound of waves echoing incessantly. Amidst the fury of the waterfall, a diminutive figure stands resolutely, braving the onslaught of the deluge. Despite being enveloped by the cascading waters, this figure grits their teeth, emitting youthful roars akin to that of a beast. Li Miaoxin, witnessing this scene, cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Master, my junior apprentice has only just turned 8 this year, and his body is still developing. The ferocity of the cliff waterfall could very well overwhelm him. In response to the girl's worried words, Li Mingru, with his disheveled hair and a gourd of wine in hand, tilts his head back to take a swig. Chuckling lightly, if he were to be injured, I would be able to heal him. This is not merely a matter of healing, the girl exclaims in a flustered state. Such a powerful waterfall would be challenging even for adult martial artists. My junior apprentice is only 8 years old. Li Miaoxin's heart races with concern. Yet Li Mingru's expression remains unchanged. He nonchalantly responds, martial artists of the mortal realm train on ordinary fare, consuming earthly sustenance. But what of our young deer? Over the past year, he has feasted on spiritual delicacies, spirit beast eggs, and various ethereal fowl and fish. While he may not absorb the spiritual essence, these provisions certainly bolster his physique. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. But there are no buts, Li Mingru interjects, standing firm upon a stubborn rock. Observing Lin Xiaolu amidst the waterfall with a smile. Miaoxin, allow me to ask you this. Why? Knowing full well that Xiaolu is destined to be incapable of cultivation and will ultimately become a mediocre martial artist, does the master still generously provide him with those invaluable spiritual foods? This question momentarily stuns Li Miaoxin, leaving her at a loss for words. She had pondered this very dilemma before, attributing it to Li Mingru's carefree nature. After all, he is renowned among the elders of Amei's 9 clans for his nonchalance, spending his days indulging in fine wine and salacious literature, indifferent to all else. It must be acknowledged that someone like Lin Xiaolu, destined for a life devoid of cultivation, would have likely been cast aside by any other clan long ago. To continue providing him with spiritual sustenance to aid his martial training is nothing short of a squandering of resources. Perhaps the master holds a certain admiration for Xiaolu? She speculates. Li Mingru chuckles lightly in response. Indeed, you are correct. To be candid, I never anticipated that Lin Xiaolu would endure. From the outset, I believed his desire to practice martial arts was merely a child's whim, assuming he would soon grow lazy and abandon his pursuits. But what has transpired? Miaoxin, we were both mistaken. Over the past year, Xiaolu has diligently practiced without any external encouragement or supervision, never once slacking off. What remarkable tenacity this demonstrates. Had he faltered even for a day, I would have ceased his supply of spiritual food. Yet, this child has truly imparted a lesson to me. Li Mingru's admiration for Lin Xiaolu grew increasingly evident as he spoke. Such qualities are quite rare in a child. Even among adults, few possess the discipline, diligence, and tenacity that he exhibits. He demonstrates remarkable perseverance. Laziness is an inherent trait of humanity, yet Xiaolu, at such a tender age, has managed to transcend this nature and conquer himself, earning the respect of his mentor. Thus, as long as Xiaolu is willing to continue his efforts, I, as his master, will certainly spare no effort in assisting him in his martial training. In conclusion, Li Mingru's eyes sparkled with praise as he declared, Miaoxin, Xiaolu is not a waste. He is a genius, a diligent genius. Suddenly, a clear, youthful roar echoed from the waterfall. The boy, who had been bent under the immense pressure of the cascading water, sprang to his feet and shouted, raising his fist towards the sky. The impact of the child's fist against the waterfall created a tremendous sound, sending a whirlpool spiraling upwards, splashing water everywhere, and causing the entire torrent to momentarily reverse its flow. Li Mingru's eyes brightened at this spectacle, and he turned to Li Miaoxin with a teasing remark. Miaoxin, what do you think of Xiaolu's punch? Li Miaoxin gazed at the 8-year-old boy emerging from the waterfall, her heart momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. After a while, she assessed, if caught at close range, anyone below the 5th level of qi condensation would perish from that punch. Ha ha ha, big brother. I've been holding a stance in the waterfall for half an hour. Lin Xiaolu, bare-armed, ran over, proudly exclaiming, Are you here to praise me now? Come on. I'm ready. Seeing Lin Xiaolu's proud demeanor, Li Mingru chuckled and chastised him playfully. You are quite lacking in humility. Li Miaoxin stepped forward to wrap him in a garment, squatting down to dry him off, teasing as she did so, Xiaolu. You must learn to be a bit more modest, understand? One cannot be so boastful. Sister, my hard work is precisely for the sake of being boastful. If my efforts lead to modesty in the end, then I wouldn't bother working so hard, he retorted. Li Miaoxin couldn't help but laugh, playfully pinching his little nose and scolding. You are quite the master of twisted reasoning. With a silly grin, Lin Xiaolu watched as Li Miaoxin tended to him. Observing the tender bond between the two siblings, Li Mingru took a swig from his wine gourd, drinking deeply before remarking with a nuanced expression, in a month's time. You and Xiaoyu will have officially completed a year at Ame. After 1 month, you will face Ame's trials. Those who fail to reach the 1st level of qi condensation will lose their status as inner disciples and be relegated to outer disciples. Do you understand? Lin Xiaolu nodded. I know, my sister has told me. Li Mingru acknowledged this with a hum and inquired with a smile. Then, what do you plan to do? If you cannot cultivate, you will naturally not step into the 1st level of qi condensation. According to the rules, you will undoubtedly be demoted to an outer disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu lowered his head, falling silent, his small fists clenched tightly, and his little face etched with defiance. Li Mingru, observing his woeful countenance, could not suppress a chuckle and spoke up. For the next month, you need not attend the literacy classes at the learning hall. Mr. Yang has noted your rapid progress in reading. You have already grasped the essential curriculum. Instead, focus on your martial training. Spend half an hour each day in a horse stance beneath the waterfall, dedicating all your remaining time to practice. Boss, am I not being transferred to the outer disciples? Lin Xiaolu lamented. What use is there in training further? Indeed, that is true, Li Mingru conceded. But should you manage to defeat all the young disciples from Ame who are participating in the examination, I will have grounds to petition the sect leader to allow you to remain an inner disciple. Lin Xiaolu stared at Li Mingru in astonishment. Defeat everyone? Yes, indeed. Defeat everyone. Li Mingru affirmed with a smile. Have you not always desired to demonstrate that martial arts are no less formidable than cultivation? Then prove it to everyone by defeating all your classmates with the effort you have invested over the past year. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu was elated, placing his hands on his hips and laughing heartily. Defeating them will be a breeze. I feel like I'm already the best in the world. Li Mingru, witnessing his exuberant demeanor, felt a surge of mischievousness. This lad certainly worked hard, but he also had a knack for provoking others. Chapter 42. The senior disciple emerges the following day dawned bright and sunny, and Lin Xiaolu, upon rising, eschewed his usual routine of attending the classroom to study characters. Instead, he embarked on a day-long regimen of cultivation. After a hearty breakfast, he commenced his run around the entirety of Star-Picking Peak, exchanging greetings with the bustling outer disciples along the way. Although Lin Xiaolu often exhibited a carefree demeanor and had various quirks, he nonetheless enjoyed a commendable reputation among the outer disciples, many of whom found him approachable and relished his tales of bravado. Thus, he greeted numerous acquaintances throughout his half-hour run. This was followed by an additional half-hour of horse stance training. Next, he engaged in frog jumps along the stairway of the mountain, ascending to the summit of the snow-capped peak, where he practiced horizontal energy techniques with Li Mingru, which essentially entailed enduring blows. After an exhausting morning of receiving punishment, his face bruised and battered, he proceeded to perform push-ups and weight training, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, drenched in sweat. After a brief respite for lunch at the dining hall, he indulged in a half-hour nap before resuming his training beneath the cliffside waterfall, holding the horse stance for another half-hour. Subsequently, he practiced the 8 extremes fist, sparring with a willow tree. Despite his tender years, he had already developed remarkable physical resilience, capable of striking the tree with bare hands without inflicting harm, delivering rapid punches that made the tree resonate. As the lengthy afternoon wore on, after dinner, he once again held the horse stance for half an hour before subjecting himself to another half-hour of vigorous punishment from Li Mingru. He continued with push-ups and weightlifting, tormenting himself to the point of near collapse, until the training finally concluded at the hour of the pig. Such days were undoubtedly arduous, long and fraught with torment, epitomizing the most rigorous of ascetic practices. Yet, the boy reveled in this challenge, for he could sense his strength steadily growing. Moreover, Li Mingru had assured him that upon passing the assessment and triumphing over his peers, he would bestow upon him a fortuitous opportunity to further his martial journey, which filled him with eager anticipation. At this stage, the classmates in the academy had predominantly advanced to the first layer of qi condensation, many having learned a variety of spiritual techniques, some of which Lin Xiaolu had heard about and found quite extraordinary. For instance, Dongfang Dan, a natural earth spirit, had mastered a technique known as Earthen Shield, which allowed him to conjure a circular earthen wall for protection. Lin Xiaolu learned of this through Xiaoyu, as he had not attended the academy and was unaware of the efficacy of the earthen shield in comparison to his own horizontal energy. Crack! On the second evening, within the small courtyard, the boy effortlessly split a piece of blue brick, feeling no pain whatsoever, his delicate hands remaining soft and fair, betraying no hint of their capability to shatter bricks. This was the power of horizontal energy. Through guidance, he could channel his innate true energy to the desired location, rendering it impervious to harm, excelling in both offense and defense. "Brother, you are truly impressive now," Xiaoyu exclaimed, seated on the steps of the courtyard, cradling her face in her hands. "You can split bricks now. When will you perform a chest-crushing stone demonstration for me?" "Hee, anytime you wish. Crushing stones on my chest is mere child's play for me." "Wow." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Xiaolu, having cleansed himself with cleansing elixir, sat beside Xiaoyu and inquired, "How have things been at the academy these past few days?" "Not too bad," Xiaoyu replied, "but many classmates, like you, have left the academy to focus on their cultivation, so the numbers have dwindled significantly." Lin Xiaolu nodded thoughtfully. "That is to be expected. Eventually, the brothers will return to their respective branches for training." Curiously, he turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "How is your cultivation progressing?" "I am on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of qi condensation," Xiaoyu exclaimed, her large eyes blinking in anticipation. "I believe that by the time of the test, I will achieve it." "Huh. When that moment arrives, we shall astonish everyone together," Lin Xiaolu said joyfully. "You will be the foremost cultivator, and I shall triumph over all our classmates except for you, undoubtedly making a grand impression." Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, obediently responding with a cheerful, "All right." Day after day of arduous training continued, and approximately a week later, while Lin Xiaolu was practicing against a willow tree, he received surprising news. The elder brother had emerged from seclusion. It was quite unexpected, as the siblings had been at Ame for nearly a year without ever encountering the legendary elder brother, who had been in meditation since their arrival. At that moment, Li Miaoxin led Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu to a very secluded cave on the mountain, where they would meet the recently emerged elder brother. The siblings stood in awe, observing their master and senior sister conversing with a handsome young man clad in a dark blue robe. His features were strikingly handsome, exuding a refined and gentle demeanor, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. It was said that such a figure could only be likened to a jade among men, a singularly exceptional young master. At that moment, the senior sister, Miaoxin, blushed deeply, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at him. Xiaoyu tugged on Lin Xiaolu's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother, this elder brother is so incredibly handsome. It's the first time I've seen someone so good-looking. Indeed, even I must concede that this elder brother's looks surpass my own," Lin Xiaolu remarked with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Xiaolu and, covering her mouth, giggled, "Brother, when you grow a bit older, you should look just as handsome as the elder brother. Right now, you look like a potato." Lin Xiaolu glared at Xiaoyu in indignation. "Have you ever seen such a handsome potato?" As the siblings whispered amongst themselves, a stern voice from Li Mingru suddenly broke through. "Xiaolu, Xiaoyu, come over to pay your respects to your elder brother." Immediately, the siblings ceased their playful banter and approached with curiosity. "Greetings, elder brother," they said in unison. The handsome young man smiled and cupped his fists. "I am Li Yaoxi, pleased to meet my junior siblings." I am Xiaoyu," the 6-year-old replied. Gazing up at the elder brother, Lin Xiaolu followed suit, introducing himself with a grin. "Elder brother, hello. I am Lin Xiaolu." Smack. Li Mingru unreservedly gave Lin Xiaolu a light pat on the head. "Mind your manners, speak respectfully," he admonished. "The master is fine. After all, my junior brothers and sisters are still young." Li Yaoxi chuckled. "I have been in seclusion for a full 3 years, and to my surprise, our Star Gathering sect has welcomed 2 new disciples. What delightful news." With that, he raised his hand, and a glimmer of light flickered from his palm, revealing 2 orange-yellow stones. "It is only customary for me, as your elder brother, to present a token of our first meeting. Here you go, Xiaolu and Xiaoyu." Beside him, Li Miaoxin was taken aback by the sight of the 2 orange-yellow stones. "Elder brother, aren't you being a bit too generous? You are giving away 2 high-grade spirit stones just like that? What are you saying, junior sister? Xiaolu and Xiaoyu are part of our Star Gathering family. By giving to them, I am, in essence, giving to myself." Li Mingru, overhearing this, nodded slightly, appearing quite pleased with his senior disciple. He turned to Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu. "Aren't you two going to thank your elder brother?" The 2 siblings promptly expressed their gratitude, accepting the seemingly precious stones. "Oh, it's just a small matter," Li Yaoxi laughed and inquired. "What is the current cultivation level of my junior brother and sister?" Chapter 43. Underestimated Xiaoyu, holding a small stone, respectfully addressed, "Master brother, I am now at the 4th level of qi condensation." Upon hearing this, Li Yaoxi's captivating eyes brightened with surprise, exclaiming, "The 4th level of qi condensation? What remarkable skill, junior sister. At such a tender age, you've already attained this level. Truly formidable." Li Mingru also smiled, adding, "These 2 disciples were meticulously chosen by me. Their innate talents are certainly extraordinary. Indeed, master, your discerning eye is unmatched." Li Yaoxi praised Li Mingru before turning to Lin Xiaolu. "And what of you, junior brother? What is your current cultivation level?" With hands on his hips and head held high, Lin Xiaolu declared, "I possess no cultivation level at all. I am utterly incapable of becoming an immortal." "Are you surprised?" Li Yaoxi was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Li Mingru, feeling the awkwardness, cleared his throat and explained, "Your junior brother lacks the talent for cultivation. He is a practitioner of martial arts." Li Yaoxi, upon hearing this, fell silent, his smile fading as he regarded Lin Xiaolu with diminishing interest. He then resumed his conversation with Li Mingru and Li Miaoxian. Observing this reaction, Lin Xiaolu pursed his lips and suddenly tossed the spirit stone in his hand. Instinctively, Li Yaoxi caught the stone, his expression unchanging as he inquired, "What is the meaning of this, brother Xiaolu?" As he spoke, Li Mingru glanced at him, evidently noting that he had ceased to refer to Lin Xiaolu as junior brother, instead calling him brother Xiaolu. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu, with a sulky expression, huffed, "Since I cannot cultivate, I shall not waste my senior brother's spirit stones." With that, he pulled Xiaoyu away, showing no regard for Li Yaoxi. Li Yaoxi merely smiled faintly, observing Lin Xiaolu's small figure as he remarked, "Well, brother Xiaolu possesses quite a sense of self-awareness." Upon hearing this, the boy hesitated momentarily, turning slightly to glance back before striding away with Xiaoyu. After the pair had departed, Li Miao Xian reproached Li Yaoshi. Master brother, how can you treat junior brother in such a manner? With a charming smile. Li Yaoshi replied, Sister, what do you mean? I merely prefer not to engage with a mortal. Li Mingru furrowed his brow, responding sternly. He is your junior brother. Realizing his faux pas, Li Yaoshi respectfully bowed to Li Mingru, cheerfully stating, As you command, master. Ah, the frustration. In the courtyard, Lin Xiaolu, in a fit of rage, unleashed his small fists upon a willow tree, striking with fervor. The wind howling as the sturdy tree swayed precariously, splinters flying. What nonsense, master brother. What is so impressive about that? How infuriating. With a resounding shout, the irate child delivered a powerful spinning kick, causing a loud crack as a fissure appeared in the thick trunk of the willow. Gasping for breath after landing, the boy panted heavily, while Xiao Yuer stood nearby, watching her brother's outburst in astonishment. In a fervent determination, the young Lin Xiaolu vowed that one day, he would make those who looked down upon him truly aware of the prowess of a martial artist. With a tilted head, the curious Xiao Yu inquired, Brother, what will you do? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaolu, hands on his hips and exuding fierce resolve, declared, Of course, I shall train diligently and then send that Li Yaoshi flying, demanding protection money from him, 8 times a day. With that, he began his vigorous training, fervently pledging to showcase the strength of martial artists to everyone. In the ensuing days, Lin Xiaolu relentlessly pursued arduous training, even adding extra sessions in secret. From the early hours of dawn until the late hours of night, he practiced tirelessly for a full 6 hours, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. His body, molded through relentless effort, became as resilient as iron, unyielding and robust. His mastery of the 8 extremes fist grew increasingly refined. Each move was executed with grandiosity and power, exuding a fierce energy akin to that of a tiger. No longer relying on the willow tree for his Iron Mountain lean, he now trained against the rugged stones of Star-Picking Peak, mercilessly colliding with the rocks day after day, further honing his technique. At the tender age of 8, he had completely mastered both the horizontal training and the 8 extremes fist. Indeed, he was a prodigy in martial arts. And coupled with his daily nourishment of rare delicacies and an unwavering determination to push his limits, he astonishingly elevated his skills to an exceptional level within just a year. His mother had once imparted wisdom, stating that if hard work bore no fruit, one should not blame fate, for it merely indicated that one's efforts were insufficient. On the final day of the month, a resounding crash echoed as Lin Xiaolu, with all his might, struck the granite wall of Star-Picking Peak, creating a web-like fissure. Exhaling deeply, the boy clenched his tiny fist. For the following day marked the Ame assessment. He was determined to triumph over all the other children and earn the grand fortune spoken of by his master, thereby securing his place as an inner disciple and confronting all those who belittled martial artists. That evening, in the dining hall, Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yu sat alone, consuming their meals. While tackling a bowl of chicken soup, Lin Xiaolu pondered aloud, Where is Sister Miaoxin? Xiao Yu nibbled on a carrot, replying, Sister Miaoxin is training with the senior brother. They no longer need to eat. With a huff, Lin Xiaolu retorted, That fool Li Yaoshi. I will surely take him down one day. Just as Xiao Yu was about to respond, the arrival of Ho San, carrying dishes, interrupted them. My young master Lin, you mustn't speak such words, he exclaimed, placing a bowl of boiled beef on the table, his expression filled with trepidation. If brotherly hears you, he will cause you trouble. Lin Xiaolu, pouting defiantly, scoffed, as if I would fear him. If that guy dares to provoke me, I'll make him regret it. Monkey Sanner smiled awkwardly upon hearing the words. Brother Monkey Sanner, you seem quite fearful of the senior brother, inquired Little Yu curiously. With a bitter smile, Monkey Sanner replied, Which outer sect disciple is not afraid of him? Little Yu, upon hearing this, became even more perplexed. Although Li Yaoshi appeared to look down upon her brother, he treated her and Sister Miaoxin fairly well. Why, then, did it seem from Monkey Sanner's words that his reputation was rather poor? Noticing the curiosity of the siblings, Monkey Sanner cautiously glanced around and then whispered, While senior brother Li is decent to you, he treats us outer sect disciples quite differently. He fundamentally does not regard us as equals. The siblings were taken aback. Could it truly be so? Does he often bully you? Lin Xiaolu asked. Monkey Sanner shook his head and sighed. It cannot be said that he bullies us intentionally. He simply does not see us as human. For instance, when he comes to the dining hall, If we outer sect disciples do anything that displeases him even slightly, he will find an excuse to deduct our contribution points from the storage room, rendering our efforts for the month in vain. Lin Xiaolu was astonished. Does Sister Miaoxin and the leader not intervene? Chapter 44. The Gathering of Nine Pulses. Unbeknownst to them, Monkey Sanner lamented. Elder Li has been residing in the mountaintop cave. Indifferent to affairs. We did mention it to Sister Miaoxin, but she too is reluctant to contradict the eldest senior brother. Many times, she has personally contributed a portion of her merit points to compensate for our losses. Lin Xiaolu, bewildered, could hardly believe her ears. Is Sister Miaoxin truly that foolish? Why does she treat that dog better than the eldest senior brother? Monkey Sanner scratched his head, hesitant to divulge the reasons. As Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu were still young, and such adult matters felt inappropriate to discuss with them. After Monkey Sanner departed, Lin Xiaolu, fuming as she consumed her beef, muttered indignantly, that dog truly is no good. His reputation in the star-picking sect is notorious, yet he dares to bully the outer disciples. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, sipping her porridge, and chimed in. What a good person Monkey Sanner is. He even bullies him. I've made up my mind, Lin Xiaolu declared, slamming her small fist on the table, her face radiating righteous indignation. Once I become formidable in martial arts, I shall collect 20 portions of protection fees from him each day, until he weeps. Yes, good. The following day, as usual, Lin Xiaolu awoke early from her slumber. After freshening up, she jogged around the mountainside and practiced horse stance for half an hour. Upon completing her exercises, the great bell of Star-Picking Peak rang out melodiously, its sound echoing throughout every corner of the peak. Soon, Li Miaoxin emerged from her dwelling, accompanied by Xiaoyu, to style their hair. Today is the day you will be tested on your cultivation, so you must dress more formally, Li Miaoxin said with a warm smile, arranging Lin Xiaolu's hair into small buns. In a while, our master, your senior sister, and your eldest senior brother will take you to a May Peak, where the elders of the Nine Pulses will be present, including the sect leader. Remember to be cautious in your words and actions. Got it, sister. You truly are long-winded, Lin Xiaolu replied, perched impatiently on a high stool, swinging her legs. Li Miaoxin, undeterred by her complaints, continued to smile as she styled her hair. Sister, is that fellow Li Yaoxi also going? Lin Xiaolu suddenly inquired. Hearing the way he was addressed, Li Miaoxin playfully pinched his ear, scolding. He is your senior brother. How can you speak of him like that? Isn't he looking down on me? Why should I hold him in high regard? Lin Xiaolu retorted, pouting at the copper mirror. Our teacher in the academy taught us that respect is mutual. If others do not respect me, then I see no need to respect them. Li Miaoxin, upon hearing this, pressed her lips together, momentarily silent, as she focused intently on styling his hair. In no time, she transformed Lin Xiaolu into an adorable little Taoist with rosy lips and white teeth. Then, she lifted him down from the stool and seated Xiaoyu in his place, proceeding to style her hair as well. Sister, what kind of person is the sect leader? Lin Xiaolu asked curiously. Having been at Amei for nearly a year without ever meeting the sect leader, Li Miaoxin gently replied. The sect leader is our master's senior sister. You need not be anxious. Lin Xiaolu nodded, indicating her understanding. Before long, the siblings were both dressed impeccably in pristine dark blue robes, their round, delicate hairstyles adorned with light blue hairbands, resembling exquisite jade figurines standing together like celestial beings. At that moment, outside the courtyard, the voice of Li Mingru echoed, Little Yuer, the overlord of Donghua village. The group hurried out of the courtyard to pay their respects to Li Mingru and Li Yaoxi. Lin Xiaolu only acknowledged Li Mingru, deliberately ignoring Li Yaoxi, who cast a frosty glance in his direction, seemingly disinterested in engaging with him. Today marks the day of your assessment. Although our Zhaixing sect is small in number, we have always united for such significant matters. Let us proceed together. With that, Li Mingru took a hearty swig from his wine gourd. Lin Xiaolu, observing Li Mingru indulging in alcohol so early in the day, quipped, Boss, starting your day with wine might just lead to your demise. Ha. It's of no concern, Li Mingru chuckled, turning to Lin Xiaolu and asking, Are you ready? Little rascal? Use your skills to send all the cultivators flying. Lin Xiaolu placed his hands on his hips and shouted defiantly, I am ready. The elder brother, Li Yaoxi, scoffed and said to Li Mingru, Master, you are far too indulgent with this child. You should have made him face reality sooner, otherwise, He will find himself in vain pursuits and suffer even more in the future. Damn you, fool! Lin Xiaolu suddenly erupted, cursing before Li Mingru could retort. He had long been irked by Li Yaoxi's condescending demeanor. Infuriated, he pointed a finger at Li Yaoxi, shouting, "If you keep talking back, I swear I'll smack you." Li Yaoxi's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated his junior disciple to be so audacious as to speak to him in such a manner before their master. With a cold glint in his eyes, he raised his hand, prepared to teach the impudent junior a lesson, but was interrupted by Li Mingru, who said, "Enough. Both of you, hold your tongues." After glancing at the sky, he urged, "The time is drawing near, let us depart." Reluctantly, Li Yaoxi acquiesced with a huff, choosing to ignore the insolent boy. The 5 members of Zhaixing, with Li Mingru leading and sipping from his wine gourd, traversed the Xindao Bridge, arriving at Amei Peak. At this moment, elders from other branches had also gathered with their disciples, creating a bustling scene along the mountain paths. "Elder Fong, I have heard that you have recently refined several top-quality spirit swords. I am truly impressed," an elder remarked. "Wherefore such compliments, junior brother Liao? I have heard your mastery of the myriad realms has ascended to new heights. This is indeed a blessing for our Amei," Liao replied modestly. "Real Master Zhao, I envy you for having taken in a naturally gifted disciple with an earth spirit body," another elder chimed in. "Ha ha ha, that pales in comparison to your exceptional skills. Elder Sunday, the dragon fish pills you gifted me last time were indeed of boundless utility," Zhao responded with a hearty laugh. "Ah, you flatter me, real Master Zhao," came the humble reply. On the mountain path, the elders of various sects engaged in enthusiastic conversations, their voices filled with joy, creating a scene of serene harmony. Amidst the lively chatter among the eminent figures of Amei, Li Mingru, with a carefree demeanor and a cup raised to the sky, suddenly made his entrance, striding forward with an air of nonchalance. Upon seeing Li Mingru, the elders were momentarily taken aback, their dialogue ceased, and all eyes turned toward him. To be candid, Li Mingru was accompanied by merely 4 disciples: Li Yaoxi, Li Miaoxin, Lin Xiaolu, and Xiao Yiwei. In contrast to the multitude of disciples surrounding the other elders, this was rather meager. Each elder typically boasted hundreds of inner disciples under their tutelage, with some, like those from the Lingjin lineage, having over 1,000. Thus, while they had brought only a select few disciples for the impending trials, their presence still overshadowed Li Mingru's modest assembly. The other elders were surrounded by throngs of followers, making Li Mingru's quartet appear somewhat dismal in comparison. However, this did not incite any underestimation of Li Mingru. The reason was straightforward. Li Mingru was renowned for his prowess in combat, a reputation that extended far beyond the confines of Amei. Throughout the vast lands of Shenzhou, among the 6 great sects, as well as the Buddhist and Confucian schools, and countless lesser sects, even practitioners of the dark arts were well aware of Li Mingru's formidable name. It is no exaggeration to say that while other sect members might not recognize the elders of Amei's Lingjin, Yaoyuan, or Jiuying branches, they would undoubtedly have heard of Li Mingru. Of course, in recent years, as Li Mingru aged, he gradually withdrew from the limelight, his temperament becoming more composed and restrained. In his youth, however, he had been notably arrogant and brash, having bested many elders in combat. Over time, this resulted in the Zhaixing lineage facing exclusion from other factions. Aside from those aligned with the Sun God and the Demon of Transformation, practitioners from other branches were generally averse to associating with Zhaixing. Chapter 45. The Iron Mountain approach. At this moment, as Li Mingru and his disciples made their entrance, silence enveloped the gathering. Apart from Elder Qiguan of the Demonic Path and Master Zhang of the Yang God lineage, who exchanged pleasantries, the rest regarded them with indifference, as if they were invisible. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a youthful voice broke the stillness. "Dongfang Dan pays respects to the sect leader." This unexpected exclamation startled many, particularly Elder Zhao of the 9 Infants lineage, who stared in confusion at his young disciple, bewildered by the child's antics. In quick succession, more voices arose. Tang Hanqing pays respects to the sect leader. Sun Jinming pays respects to the sect leader. Lu Shuai pays respects to the sect leader. One by one, the children shouted, each new disciple from the various branches saluting Lin Xiaolu with utmost reverence. The elders exchanged bewildered glances, as if they had encountered a ghost. What on earth was happening? At this moment, Li Miaoxin and Li Yaoxi also turned to look at Lin Xiaolu. And even Li Mingru cast a surprised glance in his direction. The 8-year-old boy, undeterred by the throng of powerful cultivators surrounding him, stood confidently with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling at the children, exuding an aura of an immortal. One might mistake him for an elder from a particular lineage. After recovering from their astonishment, the elders hastily inquired about their young disciple's circumstances, prompting the children to recount how Lin Xiaolu had established a virtue-based alliance in the academy, and how they were now brothers within this association. The senior disciple, Li Yaoxi, upon hearing the children's accounts, glanced at the diminutive Lin Xiaolu and scoffed, "A misguided path." Truly embarrassing. Lin Xiaolu's temper flared at this remark, and just as he was about to retort, an elder stormed over, seething with rage. "Li Mingru, your disciple has deceived my disciple into joining this so-called virtue-based alliance. Will you not provide an explanation?" The speaker was an elder from the talisman's lineage, and as he finished, several children hastily defended themselves. "Master, we joined willingly." The elder's expression soured, and he shot a glare at his disciples. "Foolish children, silence." Other elders quickly stepped forward, demanding an explanation, with those from the 9 infants, waning moon, and medicine origin lineages being the most vociferous, loudly interrogating Li Mingru for answers. "Virtue-based alliance. I find this concept rather admirable," a matronly figure in a Taoist robe suggested. "Esteemed Zhang, such words cannot be taken lightly," an elder retorted. "Li Mingru's young disciple appears to be several years younger than mine. What virtue or capability does he possess to lead an alliance and oversee our disciples?" Elder Zhao's words resonated with many. This young disciple of Li Mingru, though still a child, dares to discipline disciples from other branches. What is his true intention? Does he believe Amei is solely dominated by his Xingxing lineage? In a tumultuous moment, the elders of various factions began to criticize the star-removing lineage for meddling in affairs that did not concern them, insinuating that Li Mingru coveted the position of Amei's leader. Faced with the barrage of inquiries from the elders, Li Mingru frowned slightly, setting down his wine gourd in preparation to respond. However, Lin Xiaolu unexpectedly leapt forward, hands on her hips, and boldly shouted at the assembly of elders, "I declare your nonsense." Her youthful voice rang out so loudly that it momentarily drowned out all the elders' accusations. Even Li Mingru was taken aback, gazing at his young disciple in astonishment. Xiaoyu stood quietly behind her brother, blinking her large eyes in curiosity. Dongfang Dan, Tang Hanqing, and the other children also looked at Lin Xiaolu with wide-eyed admiration. Truly deserving of the title of leader, she was simply remarkable. "Impudent brat, how dare you insult me?" An elder, aged over 50, was the first to react, his voice trembling with rage, nearly ready to strike. The other elders, equally displeased, cast stern glances at the audacious boy. "What of it? Did you not hear Lu Shuai claim he joined my benevolent faction willingly? Are you deaf? If so, seek a doctor instead of spreading your affliction to others." Lin Xiaolu's spirit soared as she berated them, then pointed at another elder and continued her tirade. "If you want to slander my leader, just say it outright. Why do you speak in such a disingenuous manner? With your androgynous tone, why not become a eunuch?" She then directed her ire towards yet another elder. "What do you mean I deceived your disciple? Are you pretending to be someone you're not? Can you run 2 miles without wiping after you defecate, like I can? Preposterous." One elder could no longer contain his furious indignation. With a fierce glare, he raised his hand and unleashed a vibrant wave of energy, hurtling towards Lin Xiaolu's face. Startled, she trembled at the sight of the searing light, her small frame shaking in fear. Just as the radiant energy was about to strike her, Li Mingru, standing nearby, nonchalantly uttered, "Dissipate." Like the reverberating echoes of ancient thunder, his voice spread rapidly, suppressing the tumultuous energy that had surged forth. After a violent tremor, it shattered, dispersing into numerous beams of light that ultimately vanished into the air. In the aftermath, all the elders gazed at Li Mingru in disbelief. The elder who had cast the spell, now paling in fear. Li Mingru has grown even stronger. In an instant, all shouts ceased, and the elders regarded Li Mingru with a newfound apprehension. After a prolonged silence, the black-clad elder from the spirit sword lineage, Feng Wuxiu, coldly opened his eyes and looked at Li Mingru, remarking, "I did not expect your cultivation to be so profound, junior brotherly." I am beginning to believe the rumors that you once used the star-removing technique to pluck a star from the heavens. Li Mingru chuckled softly, took a sip from his gourd, and replied, "You flatter me, Brother Fong." He then surveyed the elders before him, who were now a mix of astonishment and ire directed at him. As the tension between the two parties escalated, seemingly on the brink of confrontation, a resounding chime echoed from the summit of a May peak. Dong, Elder Fong Wuxiu of the Lingjian sect chuckled and said, "Esteemed friends, the sect master calls for us. Let us set this matter aside for now and ascend the mountain together." The elder gentlemen, upon hearing this, fell silent, their expressions sour. Some snorted in disdain, while others flicked their sleeves and proceeded up the mountain. Li Mingru, maintaining a stoic demeanor, cast a glance at Lin Xiaolu before leading the two siblings upward. Behind them, Li Yaoshi, as she walked, scoffed, a good-for-nothing, incapable of cultivation, yet always instigating trouble, disrespecting the elders of Amei and dragging us into a mess while thinking highly of himself. How utterly laughable. Lin Xiaolu halted, turning to gaze at Li Yaoshi. In response, Li Yaoshi merely shot him a dismissive glance, as if even acknowledging him was a waste of time, and continued past him. Feeling insulted, Lin Xiaolu clenched his small fists, his chest heaving with indignation. Beside him, Li Miaoxin crouched down, gently ruffling his hair, and spoke soothingly. "Little dear, don't take your senior brother's words to heart. Just focus on being yourself. Your sister will always support you." Little Yuer, sensing Lin Xiaolu's discontent, timidly tugged at his garment as a gesture of comfort. After a moment, Lin Xiaolu let out a huff and turned to Li Miaoxin, declaring, "Sister, as Mr. Yang once said, a gentleman's revenge is best served 10 years later. I am no gentleman. I shall seek vengeance on the same day." With that, he shook off Li Miaoxin's hand and dashed toward Li Yaoshi. Li Miaoxin, witnessing this, turned pale with fright and exclaimed, "Little dear." Iron Mountain. Chapter 46. The Master Yi Qingwan. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Li Yaoshi, gracefully making his way up the mountain, was suddenly jolted by a forceful collision from Lin Xiaolu. Caught off guard, he stumbled forward, instinctively grasping the trousers of Li Mingru in front of him. With a loud rip, Li Mingru's trousers were yanked down, revealing a pair of striking red undergarments adorned with an exquisite lotus flower. Li Miaoxin, Xiaoyer, and Lin Xiaolu stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. Li Yaoshi hurriedly scrambled to his feet, glancing at the fuming Li Mingru, who silently pulled up his trousers with an expression of dismay. Terrified, Li Yaoshi blurted out, "Master, it was Lin Xiaolu who, you insubordinate disciple." Li Mingru bellowed, delivering a swift kick that sent Li Yaoshi flying. He then turned his ire towards Lin Xiaolu. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu remained in a defiant stance, but upon meeting Li Mingru's gaze, he quickly relaxed, grinning mischievously as he playfully threatened, "Boss, if you strike me, I shall inform the others that you wear red undergarments." The sound of Li Mingru's clenched fists echoed ominously. "Xiaolu." Li Miaoxin stepped forward to chastise him, exclaiming, "How dare you ambush your senior brother and threaten master?" Her face flushed with embarrassment as she scolded him, unable to meet Li Mingru's piercing glare. Li Mingru, his expression dark, glared at Lin Xiaolu and stated, "If you do not bring honor to me today, upon our return, you shall learn what it means to face the consequences." With that, he stormed up the mountain, visibly seething. Li Miaoxin glanced at the still grinning Lin Xiaolu and scolded him, "Xiaolu, you truly are incorrigible. I warned you to tread carefully before we arrived. Look at the trouble you've caused." Pouting at the reprimand, Lin Xiaolu retorted, "But it's not my fault. It was Li Yaoshi who sought me out first. I didn't provoke him, but you embarrassed master. Am I to blame for that?" Lin Xiaolu rolled his eyes defiantly, huffing, "It's not like I made him wear red undergarments. He chose to wear them himself. If it were me, I simply wouldn't wear them at all." Ahem. Li Mingru, walking ahead, cleared his throat, his calm voice cutting through the tension. "Lin Xiaolu, once this matter is settled, you shall be responsible for cleaning the incense throughout the entire Zhaixing sect, including the outer disciples, for a duration of 1 month. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback. "What is night incense?" Li Mingru offered no further response, while Li Miaoxin, blushing, ruffled his hair and lamented, "You have truly suffered, Xiaolu." At the summit of a May peak, within the grand plaza of the Qingwan Hall, 12 magnificent glazed dragon columns stood tall, The young disciples of the Amei 9 sects sat cross-legged on the pristine glazed brick floor, encircling a colossal platform made of Han white jade. Seated upon the elevated dais of the Qinghuan Hall were the 9 elders of the Amei 9 sects, alongside a stunning Taoist maiden clad in a flowing white robe. Her age indiscernible, radiating an ethereal beauty. The young Taoist nun appeared remarkably youthful, with flowing black hair and a smooth, unwrinkled face, engaging in amiable conversation with the surrounding elders. Aside from Li Mingru, who bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, the rest were predominantly elderly, creating a striking contrast with the vibrant and youthful nun. In the bustling crowd, Li Miaoxin whispered to her junior disciples, "That nun is our Amei sect's leader." Lin Xiaolu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Senior sister, how can our leader look so young? She seems only a few years older than you." Li Miaoxin chuckled and explained, "In reality, our leader is quite ancient. She is a formidable practitioner in the nascent soul stage, capable of living for a millennium, which is why she appears so youthful. In fact, she is over 200 years old." "Really?" Lin Xiaolu gasped, stretching her neck in curiosity to gaze at the leader. "Hey!" Li Miaoxin lightly smacked Lin Xiaolu, cautioning, "Don't stare at the leader like that. What if she notices and punishes you?" At that moment, on the elevated platform, Yi Qinghuan sat gracefully on the leader's throne, listening to Elder Feng Wuxiu of the Spirit Sword sect speak. Although she was somewhat oblivious to his words, she felt compelled to maintain decorum as the leader. With her signature smile, the over 200-year-old Yi Qinghuan endured the flattery of the old man while discreetly glancing at her junior brother. To her dismay, she caught him secretly drinking. Li Mingru sat quietly to the side, head bowed, cradling a wine gourd. His mouth slightly open as a thin stream of wine emerged from the gourd and was drawn into his mouth. Yi Qinghuan was nearly infuriated by the sight. Here she was, surrounded by their chatter, while he leisurely indulged in drink, failing to engage with her during their rare meeting. It was exasperating. Soon after, Mr. Yang, leaning on his cane, arrived and paid his respects to Yi Qinghuan. "Please, take a seat," she greeted him with delight. After he settled in, she rose from her seat, prompting all the elders of the Amei 9 branches, including Li Mingru, to stand as well. Yi Qinghuan cast a glance at the sullen Li Mingru, feeling a sense of triumph. "Still sneaking drinks, are we? Humph, how brazen, showing no regard for your elder sister." After her internal quip, Yi Qinghuan adorably stepped forward to the edge of the platform, surveying the nearly 50 children below. Clearing her throat, she announced, "Let the testing commence." With that, she returned to her throne, crossed her legs, and leisurely began peeling an orange, a satisfied smile gracing her features. The elders of various sects exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of nuances, some tinged with helplessness, others adorned with wry smiles, as they took their seats. Only Li Mingru retained his despondent demeanor, clutching a gourd of wine and discreetly indulging in his libation. At this moment, upon the square, white jade platform, a cultivator stood at the center, addressing the young disciples below with a warm smile. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, there is no need for anxiety. When I call your name, simply ascend and channel the spiritual energy you have absorbed. It is quite straightforward." With that, he unfurled the roster in his hand and proclaimed, "From the Crescent Moon sect, Lu Shuai," as his name echoed, a young acolyte, approximately 8 or 9 years of age, nervously rose from among the children and ascended the jade platform. Upon reaching the center, he bowed respectfully to the esteemed leader and elders above, then, with a determined fist, exclaimed a spirited "Ha!" In the next moment, a faint golden aura erupted from his small frame. Observing this, the senior brother promptly announced, "First level of Qi condensation, test successful." Chapter 47. This test proved to be significantly simpler than anticipated, as it merely assessed the cultivation of the Qi condensation stage. Lin Xiaolu sat cross-legged beside his sister, resting his chin on one hand, feeling somewhat bored as he observed his classmates taking turns to step onto the stage. Upon the high platform, the various elders and the sect leader were not particularly focused on the proceedings. They were mostly engaged in casual conversation, only glancing at the disciples from their own lineage when it was their turn to ascend. The test for the Qi condensation stage was relatively straightforward, and thus far, all the children who had taken the stage had successfully reached this level. Dongfang Dan of the 9 infants lineage, the presiding senior brother announced. The round figure of Dongfang Dan waddled onto the platform, bowing to the elders and the sect leader, and then, as if straining to relieve himself, his chubby face turned crimson as he shouted, "Ha!" In the next moment, a yellowish gas began to emanate from his body. Qi condensation stage, test passed. The presiding brother proclaimed loudly. On the high platform, Yi Qingluan, who was cheerfully stuffing oranges into her mouth, cast a glance at the elder of the 9 infants lineage and jested, "Zhao Xuani, is this little chubby one your earth spirit body disciple?" The elder named Zhao Xuani nodded proudly. In response to the sect leader, "This child is Dongfang Dan, the youngest son of the prime minister of the Great Yu Kingdom, born with an innate earth spirit body." Yi Qingluan nodded, giving Zhao Xuani an approving glance. "Your discerning eye hasn't failed you, old fellow." "You flatter me, sect leader," Zhao Xuani replied with a humble clasp of his fists. He then turned to the elder Ling Jian, who was meditating nearby, and praised, "When it comes to discerning talent, it must be Brother Fang. Who in Amei does not know of Chun Yinyun, the extraordinary young prodigy from the Ling Jian lineage? Not only is her talent exceptional, but she also possesses the rare, undying sword body, making my own discerning ability seem insignificant in comparison." Yi Qingluan regarded him with an ambiguous glance, saying nothing further as she continued to enjoy her oranges. Shortly thereafter, the presiding inner-sect disciple called several more children to the stage for testing. Before announcing the next name, Yu Chu of the medicine origin lineage, a host of children turned their gazes toward a small girl, who stepped onto the stage with a sweet smile, bowing charmingly to the elders and the sect leader before confidently channeling her internal spiritual energy. As a faint purple aura emanated from her body, the presiding brother was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Qi condensation second stage, test passed." At this announcement, many children below were astonished. Yu Chu had actually reached the second stage of Qi condensation? When did that happen? On the high platform, the elders congratulated elder son Tang Liang of the medicine origin lineage, praising him for acquiring such a promising disciple. Yi Qingluan teasingly remarked, "Son Tang Liang, well done. This little girl has great potential. With proper guidance, Amei will soon have another formidable alchemist." "Haha, sect leader, you are too kind." Son Tang Liang humbly stroked his beard. Chuchu's talent is quite average, though she is diligent in her practice. Her understanding of alchemical theory and related academics does not yet rival that of my other disciple, Tang Hanqing. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingluan nearly burst into laughter and jested, "You are rather modest. Yet why does the sect leader feel that you are merely boasting?" "Ha, I dare not," Sun Tangliang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu glanced at the sect leader on the high platform, observing her casually crossing her legs, peeling an orange, and engaging in lively conversation with several elderly men with white hair. It struck him as somewhat peculiar. This scene hardly resembled that of the Amei sect leader. Rather, it appeared as if a group of elderly gentlemen were chatting with their granddaughter. Moreover, why did this leader seem to lack a certain intellectual gravitas? Shouldn't a leader embody seriousness or benevolence? How could she be reclining so casually? He turned to Li Miaoxin beside him, voicing his confusion. "Senior sister, why does our sect leader seem rather unorthodox? She's even crossing her legs." "I've never done that." Li Miaoxin chuckled softly in response. "That is because our leader, despite her advanced age, possesses a mentality akin to that of a 16 or 17-year-old. Lin Xiaolu's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he gazed at Li Miaoxin. Over 200 years of age, yet with the mindset of a mere teenager? What sort of absurdity is this? Sensing his bewilderment, Li Miaoxin patiently elucidated. "Our leader has spent almost all her time in seclusion and rigorous cultivation. It is said that in over 2 centuries, she has only ventured out to interact with people and experience life for a mere handful of years. This has resulted in her behavior often resembling that of a young girl, despite her age." Lin Xiaolu stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that over 2 centuries of arduous cultivation had yielded only a decade of normal life experiences. And this didn't even account for several years of childhood, implying that for more than 200 years, this leader had only truly enjoyed about 10 years of life. Did this pursuit of immortality and cultivation truly hold any significance? He stared blankly at the leader on the high platform, whose every movement mirrored that of a neighborly older sister, his 8-year-old eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. In the meantime, the host continued to call out the names of several children, all of whom were, without exception, at the first level of Qi condensation. There had been no further appearances of those at the second level, like Yu Chu Chu. It was not until the list of children was nearly exhausted, and the host had reached the final page of the roster, that he announced once more, Lingjian Branch, Chen Yinyun. Upon this call, both the children in the arena and the elders on the high platform turned their attention. They saw a young boy dressed in a Taoist robe stepping forth from the edge of the venue. As soon as the boy appeared, the children began to curiously glance and murmur amongst themselves, and even Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but steal a few looks. It had been over half a year since he last saw Chen Yinyun, ever since he had tricked that simpleton into consuming 2 elixirs disguised as Tang Yuan. And following the incident where he insulted their teacher and was taken away, Chen Yinyun had seemingly vanished. Now, seeing him again stirred a sense of nostalgia within Lin Xiaolu, prompting a faint sigh from his heart. It has been such a long time since we last met, and this young lad has grown remarkably tall. As a father, I am truly gratified. On the high platform, the esteemed elders gazed upon the spirited youth below and expressed their admiration, declaring that the Lingjian lineage had indeed acquired an exceptional disciple. Yi Qingwan cast a sidelong glance at the Lingjian elder Feng Wuxiu and remarked with a smile, "Wuxiu, is this the disciple possessing the indomitable sword-body constitution?" Feng Wuxiu opened his murky eyes, turned to Yi Qingwan, and replied with a smile. In response to the sect master, Ninyun truly possesses the indomitable sword-body constitution. He is a natural-born sword cultivator. Ha ha ha. Arame has produced yet another youthful prodigy. Congratulations. Brother Yi, Zhao Shuani lauded, showering compliments. Once he finished, Elder Wu Ming from the talisman lineage began to lavish praise upon Chen Yinyun. I observe that this young man walks with steady steps and stands tall. At such a tender age, his every movement already subtly exudes the essence of sword intent. He is indeed extraordinary. Alas, I truly envy Brother Fong for having received such a remarkable disciple. Chapter 48. Star plucking the elders from the various branches began to extol the young man below. Yet the expression on Feng Wuxiu's aged visage remained inscrutable. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Mingru, who was surreptitiously drinking, and with a half-smile remarked, "Nianyun is indeed commendable, yet I believe he pales in comparison to your disciple, Master Li. After all, it has been 20 years since you took on 2 disciples, and they must surely be extraordinary talents. Even though my little apprentice possesses the unyielding sword body, he is likely far outshone." Li Mingru, who had been quietly drinking, remained silent, continuing to pour the wine into his mouth. The other elders chuckled, asserting that Feng Shixiang was merely being modest, and they began to subtly mock Li Mingru's disciple. After finishing her orange, Yi Qingwan, who had started munching on sugarcane, couldn't help but laugh aloud. With her beautiful eyes fixed on her drinking junior, she inquired, "Li Mingru, did your eldest disciple, Li Yaoshi, not recently emerge from seclusion? What is his current cultivation level?" Li Mingru nonchalantly replied, "I'm not sure. I haven't asked." Yi Qingwan burst into laughter, pointing her sugarcane stick at Li Mingru, exclaiming, "How can you call yourself a master if you don't even inquire about your disciple after he emerges from seclusion?" Ha ha. The other elders joined in with derisive laughter. Master Li is indeed carefree. He doesn't even bother to ask when his disciple emerges from seclusion. Truly, he lives up to the name of Star Plucker. The laughter echoed, celebrating the legendary figure of Li Mingru, who was once known for plucking stars from the heavens. Amidst the jest, Li Mingru maintained his silence, drinking alone, seemingly indifferent to their taunts. However, Elder Qiguan from the Tongyao branch cast a disdainful glance at the other elders and remarked curtly, "I have met that young man, Li Yaoshi. As the chief disciple of his branch, he surpasses my own chief disciple, Tang Exine. I dare ask, among your disciples, how many can match Li Yaoshi?" With his words, the laughter abruptly ceased, leaving an awkward silence in the air. Elder Zhang Mabe from the Yangshan branch scoffed, "In terms of cultivation, we are all at the core formation stage. Can any of you best Mingru? As for disciples, each chief disciple is at the foundation establishment stage. Li Yaoshi ranks among the top 3 among them. I wonder where you find the audacity to ridicule Mingru." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders soured, and they cast furious glances at Zhang Mabe, Qi Guanyun, and Li Mingru. Yet, Zhang Mabe, known for her ironclad resolve, was unyielding. Though her strength was average among the elders, her reckless nature in battle made her formidable. She spoke candidly, "I have no regard for you lot, who prattle on endlessly. Master Li is simply disinclined to engage with you. If he were to unleash his old temper, would you dare speak to him in such a manner? In all of Amei, aside from the sect leader, who would claim they could withstand the might of Master Li plucking a star from the heavens. Truly, you are courting disaster. The elders' faces turned pale with fury, their chests heaving as they clenched their fists, rendered speechless and left to glare in frustration. Even Elder Feng Wuxiu, the master of the spirit sword, opened his eyes, only to tremble for a moment before closing them again, refraining from engaging in the tumult. Enough, enough, cease your bickering. Yi Qingwan, seated upon the master's throne, mumbled with a mouthful of sugarcane, her words indistinct. Haven't you tired of arguing for nearly a century? Look, Chen Yinyun is about to unleash his spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, the elders grudgingly halted their quarrel and turned their attention to the young boy below. At that moment, standing boldly in the center of the white jade platform was the 11-year-old Chen Yinyun, bowing respectfully to the elders and the master above. With a focused gaze, his aura began to surge, and in the next instant, a stream of crimson golden spiritual energy erupted from his body. Compared to the other children and Yu Chuchu's spiritual energy, Chen Yinyun's was not only purer and denser, but also astonishingly, the crimson gold energy began to coalesce into the shape of a sword. Hovering 3 inches above his head in a mysterious display, the elders on the high platform looked on in amazement, exclaiming their astonishment. Brother Feng truly has an exceptional disciple. This young lad, appearing no older than 11 or 12, can already manifest his spiritual energy into a personal spirit sword. Remarkable talent indeed. With Brother Feng as an elder, our Amei sect is truly fortunate to gain such a formidable sword cultivator, they continued, showering praise upon Feng Wuxiu. Listening to the accolades for his disciple, Feng Wuxiu humbly responded with a calm smile. My esteemed colleagues, please do not elevate me so. Let us wait and see how Mingru's disciples perform. It has been 20 years since he accepted new disciples. I genuinely believe it is no small feat if they surpass Nianyun significantly. I shall have little face to remain here. The elders erupted into laughter, commending Feng Wuxiu's humor. Elder Zhang Mabai observed their banter with a look of disdain. Meanwhile, among the children below, Lin Xiaolu gazed at the sword taking form above Chen Yinyun's head, astonished. Is this the indestructible sword body? How impressive! He quietly pulled a brick from his robe, weighing it thoughtfully, contemplating whether throwing it at the boy to see him bleed would be amusing. 3 layers of qi condensation. Test successful. The host announced Chen Yinyun's achievement with a resounding voice. At 11 years old, achieving 3 layers of qi condensation, astounding. Elder Zhao Xuani stroked his beard in awe, remarking, it seems this child undoubtedly claims the top spot among this batch of disciples. Indeed, especially being Brother Feng's cherished disciple. Another elder chimed in with a smile. Shall we forego the remaining tests? I dare say, it is unlikely anyone will surpass Chen Yinyun's cultivation level. Upon hearing these words, Feng Wuxiu feigned a laugh and chided. What are you saying, junior brother Liaoping? The 2 disciples of Master Ming Ru have yet to undergo their assessment. Who knows? They might reveal extraordinary talents in this very test. I have immense confidence in Master Ming Ru. Ha ha ha. The elders erupted into hearty laughter, squinting their eyes as they responded. Excellent, excellent. Today, we shall witness the prowess of the old fellows. After 2 decades, what kind of prodigies has Master Ming Ru's lineage of the star-picking school discovered? The elders eagerly anticipated the spectacle, while the inner disciples responsible for hosting glanced at the final 2 names on the roster and proclaimed loudly, from the star-picking lineage, Lin Xiaoyu. As soon as the words left their lips, all eyes turned towards the jade-white platform. Even Yi Qingwan looked on with great interest. She too was curious about the nature of Li Mingru's 2 disciples. She remembered a year prior when she had dragged Li Mingru from his secluded abode, compelling this lazy brother to leave Amei in search of disciples. To her astonishment, he returned within mere hours. At that moment, she believed he was merely jesting. Yet he had insisted with unwavering conviction that he had braved countless trials and near-death experiences to find these 2 exceptional talents. Today, she was eager to see the kind of prodigies her brother had managed to find in just half a day's time. Chapter 49. 5th layer of qi condensation. Brother, I'm going up. All right, little Yuer, go show them what you can do. Hom. The 6-year-old little Yuer dashed to the edge of the white jade platform, her petite figure climbing up with great effort until she reached a height that nearly matched her chest. On the high platform, Yi Qingluan's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "What an adorable little girl." Beside her, Zhao Xuanyi chuckled softly, "Master, I've heard that Mingru's two disciples are siblings. The elder brother is named Lin Xiaolu, aged 8, while the younger sister, little Yuer, is 6. Oh, I see. Judging by this little girl's appearance, she is indeed quite charming. I wonder how her cultivation will fare," Yi Qingluan mused with a smile. Below, the children gazed up in eager anticipation. At that moment, Li Yaoxi returned, clutching his chest and sitting cross-legged beside Li Miaoxin, casting an indignant glare at Lin Xiaolu. "Senior brother, you made it back," Li Miaoxin teased as she regarded him with a playful smile. "Forgive me, junior sister," Li Yaoxi replied, still holding his chest. Master's kick was indeed a bit heavy. It took me quite some time to recover. After saying this, he shot another furious look at Lin Xiaolu, who remained indifferent, wholly focused on his sister on the platform. Li Miaoxin continued, her eyes sparkling. "Little Yuer is about to unleash her spiritual power. Your timing couldn't be better, senior brother." Watching the delicate little girl on the stage, Li Yaoxin nodded with pride. "This time, my little sister will surely astonish everyone at Ame, bringing great renown to our star-plucking sect and making all aware of our prowess." With a glance towards Lin Xiaolu, he sneered, "Some may claim credit, having nurtured a future Ame leader, but knowing one's limitations in cultivation, one ought to retreat gracefully rather than stubbornly cling to the spotlight. Becoming a blemish in my little sister's life, one must possess self-awareness." "Senior brother," Li Miaoxin admonished, casting a reproachful glance at Li Yaoxi, who merely snorted in response, opting for silence. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu paid little heed to the exchange, focusing instead on the stage where his sister stood. He planned to settle the score with this fool after both had completed their tests. At that moment, little Yuer, with her short legs, scampered to the center of the white jade platform, every gaze fixated upon her. Just as she was about to reach her destination, her little legs suddenly tangled, and with a resounding thud, her tiny body fell onto the platform. Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted from both the high platform and below, as everyone found amusement in little Yuer's antics. Her endearing demeanor charmed the hearts of all, especially Master Yi Qingluan, who felt as though her heart was melting at the sight of little Yuer. Ha ha ha! The elders laughed heartily, sharing anecdotes about the girl's delightful nature. Elder Jiaoying, Zhao Xuanyi, looked at Li Mingru and laughed heartily. "Mingru, I hope your disciple can do more than just be cute." Ha ha ha! I find myself utterly amused. This child can barely walk gracefully. Brother Mingru, is this truly the disciple you have taken under your wing after 20 years of stargazing? Indeed, extraordinary. I am laughing so heartily that my belly aches. An elder chimed in, jesting, "This little one is still quite young, merely 6 years of age. Should she reach the first level of qi condensation, she would surely be deemed a prodigy." In that moment, nearly all the elders began to mock Li Mingru, while he remained silent, seemingly resigned as he sipped his drink alone. The inner disciple in charge picked up little Yuer, chuckling in disbelief as he brushed off the dust from her clothes and instructed her to bow before the esteemed elders on the high platform. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, little Yuer began to channel the spiritual energy within her. At that moment, the elders had ceased to observe her, convinced that such a small child could hardly surpass the first level of qi condensation, and thus resumed their idle chatter. Just as a few elders were contemplating a visit to the Spirit Sword Peak, a dazzling rainbow light suddenly illuminated the stage. This radiant beam, entirely composed of spiritual energy, erupted forth like a celestial pillar, startling all present. The elders, engaged in casual conversation, were taken aback, their mouths agape as they beheld the spectacle below. Such profound spiritual energy. It was pure and potent, exponentially surpassing that of Chun Yinyun just moments prior. The elder of the Spirit Sword, who had kept his eyes closed, now stood in disbelief, staring at the 6-year-old girl below. Everyone was astounded, among the children watching from the sidelines. Many were so frightened by the radiant light emanating from you, that they cried out in shock. Even the inner disciple in charge stood frozen, gazing at you, as though she were a ghost. What in the world is happening? Why does this child, who can barely walk without stumbling, possess cultivation that rivals my own? I am 20 this year. I have been training for over a decade. How long has this girl been cultivating? On the platform, the elders were all left speechless, especially those who had just mocked Li Mingru. Their expressions fluctuated wildly, and Zhao Xuani, the loudest in his derision, nearly crushed the armrest of his chair, his face contorted in a manner reminiscent of one who has swallowed a fly. The atmosphere became palpably awkward, and after a prolonged silence, someone finally broke the stillness. Li Mingru, I did not anticipate that your young disciple would possess such talent. Yi Qingwan remarked with a smile at her still-drinking junior. Sister, I shall temporarily accept your fanciful claims. Your stargazing lineage has indeed found a remarkable successor. The elder of the demon-communicating faction also expressed his admiration, stating, at 6 years old, reaching the 5th level of qi condensation. I have lived for over a century and have never encountered such a prodigy, truly unparalleled. Zhang Mabe of the Yang God lineage further teased the elders, esteemed colleagues. Does your face ache? The elders could only respond in silence. After a prolonged period of astonishment, the host finally proclaimed at the top of his lungs. 5th level of qi condensation, test passed. Upon hearing the exclamation, the elders, regardless of their outward demeanor, could not help but marvel internally at the extraordinary talent of a 6-year-old with a 5th layer of qi condensation. What remarkable fortune has befallen Li Mingru to acquire such an exceptional disciple? At that moment, Li Mingru finally set aside his wine gourd and, donning a congenial smile, addressed the visibly displeased Feng Wuxiu. Brother Feng, I must express my admiration. Your calculations are astoundingly precise. My disciple, indeed, surpasses yours. Isn't that infuriating? Feng Wuxiu's eyelids twitched, and with a crack, the armrest of his chair yielded to the pressure of his grasp. Meanwhile, Li Mingru continued to lean on the armrest, grinning mischievously. Brother Feng, how did you arrive at such an accurate conclusion? Do enlighten your junior disciple. Why so silent, Brother Feng? Are you feeling bashful? He teased. Oh, come now, don't be so stingy. The other elders, witnessing this exchange, could only manage weary smiles. Li Mingru truly possessed a talent for inflicting psychological wounds. Chapter 50, Star Plucking in the Arena. Under the astonished gaze of the children, Xiao Yuer dashed off the stage, and Li Yaoxi promptly welcomed her, beaming with pride as he exclaimed, Little junior sister, you truly bring honor to your elder brother. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yuer cheerfully called out, Brother. She then circumvented Li Yaoxi and leapt into Lin Xiaolu's embrace, gazing up at him with a silly grin. The boy, holding his sister, adopted a stern expression and scolded. Laughing, what is so amusing? At your age, you still stumble while walking. How will your elder brother take you out to confront foes in the future? With a broad grin, Xiao Yuer rubbed her little head against Lin Xiaolu's clothing. Li Yaoxi, witnessing this scene, felt quite displeased. He looked at Lin Xiaolu and snorted. Xiao Yuer has brought us honor, but what can you contribute to our star-plucking sect? The thought that among this group of children, you are the only one who has not reached the 1st level of qi condensation fills me with shame. You are tarnishing our sect's reputation. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Miaoxin could no longer hold her tongue. She glared at Li Yaoxi and said, If you continue like this, I will inform Master that you are bullying the little junior brother. Li Yaoxi merely curled his lip, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu said nothing. He was preparing to take the stage and intended to seek revenge on Li Yaoxi later. This fool was truly insufferable, more so than Chen Yinyun. He resolved that after the test, he would find an opportunity to stuff an entire block of moral bricks into Li Yaoxi's rear end. In the arena, the disciple responsible for hosting finally regained his composure from Xiao Yuer's talent and continued to peruse the roster. Upon reaching the last name, he loudly announced, Lin Xiaolu of the Star-Plucking lineage. As the voice rang out, Lin Xiaolu set his sister down, clasped his hands behind his back, lifted his chin, and strode confidently towards the white jade platform. The moment he appeared, Dongfang Dan, Tang Hanqing, and all the children in the arena turned their eyes toward him. Even Yu Chu and Chen Yinyun, who were standing nearby, cast their gazes upon this not-so-tall figure. This peculiar scene naturally caught the attention of the elders on the high platform. Even Yi Qingwan felt a tinge of curiosity. Is this child Lin Xiaolu, the brother of Lin Xiaoyu? Beside her, Zhao Xuani spoke up, reporting to the master, This child is indeed named Lin Xiaolu, and he is the brother of Lin Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan nodded, biting on a sugar cane. She found the child rather endearing. His swaggering gait was quite amusing, reminiscent of the emperor penguins from the Spirit Beast Valley. Observing the reactions of the children below, she expressed her delight, saying, "The moment this child appeared, the disciples below were all focused on him, and I noticed many of their gazes were filled with awe. This child cannot possibly possess a talent lesser than that of Lin Xiaoyu, can he?" The elders were initially taken aback by her words, but soon one elder spoke up. Reporting to the master, "As far as I know, Lin Xiaolu created a faction called Virtue Overcomes All during his time in the literacy hall, which garnered a significant response, with nearly all disciples joining this gang. Indeed, he is not only the leader of this virtuous sect, but is also frequently referred to by his disciples as the Supreme of Amei." The Supreme of Amei? It appears this child is truly exceptional. Yi Qingwan expressed her anticipation, noting that to command the respect of so many disciples, he must possess remarkable talent, likely rivaling that of his sister. Following the earlier embarrassment of Elder Lin Xiaoyu, the elders have learned their lesson and confidently asserted that Lin Xiaolu is undoubtedly exceptional. Elder Zhao Xuani remarked with a smile, "This young man and Lin Xiaoyu are siblings. Their talents cannot be vastly different. Given that he has established a sect at such a young age and is hailed as the Supreme of Amei, his aptitude is likely equal to or even surpasses that of Lin Xiaoyu." "Indeed, Elder Zhao speaks wisely. I share the same sentiment," asserted Elder Yin Chang'an from the Canua lineage with great confidence. "I estimate this child has achieved at least the 6th level of qi condensation." "Not quite," interjected Elder Wu Ming from the Fulu lineage, stroking his beard as he observed the boy's graceful demeanor below. "Elder Yin's perspective is a tad limited. I perceive this young man moves with lightness and exhibits calm composure, hinting at an ethereal presence. I would boldly declare that he has attained at least the 7th level of qi condensation." Upon Wu Ming's declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, with elders from Canua, Yaoyuan, and Luomen expressing their admiration for Li Mingru. "Alas, when will I ever receive such a gifted disciple? Brother Mingru truly inspires envy. It is no wonder this new disciple, after a 20-year interval, stands out so remarkably. With these 2 disciples in our midst, Amei is destined to become the foremost sect in the realm of Shenzhou within the next century." "A century? Brother Liao, are you jesting? With these 2 disciples, Amei becoming the preeminent sect in Shenzhou is surely imminent." Elder Feng Wuxiu from the Lingjian lineage cast a disapproving glance at the elders who were lavishly praising the young disciples, feeling a slight irritation. These seasoned individuals are rather fickle. Having discerned the extraordinary potential of Li Mingru's disciples, they hastily seek to ingratiate themselves with him, laying the groundwork for their own disciples' futures. Such is the face of insincerity. As the elders continued to chatter animatedly, filled with praises, Yi Qingwan listened intently. After a considerable time, she turned her gaze toward Li Mingru with a smile. "Junior brother, my dear junior brother, would you kindly enlighten the sect leader about Lin Xiaolu's cultivation level?" Li Mingru remained silent, his head bowed over a wine gourd as he indulged in his drink. "Ha ha ha, Brother Mingru has chosen silence. He must have been struck by the truth of my conjecture." Elder Wu Ming chuckled to Yi Qingwan. "Sect leader, we have all surmised correctly. What more can Brother Mingru say? Surely, you are not placing him in a difficult position." With that, he resumed his astonished observation of the young boy below. At just 8 years old, achieving the 7th level of qi condensation, such talent is rare, even in our revered Master-S time. Truly, the heavens favor Amei. The gathered elders echoed their sentiments, each fervently proclaiming how Amei would one day dominate Shenzhou, eclipsing all that has come before. Yi Qingwan felt her heart swell with joy as she gazed intently at the 8-year-old child below, brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu strode confidently to the center of the stage, offering a slight bow to the venerable elders on the high platform before exhaling a deep breath. Zhao Xianyi remarked with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold as we witness the birth of a prodigy from Amei." Upon hearing these words, the elders widened their eyes, fixated on the boy below. Seizing the attention of all, Lin Xiaolu, with a mischievous grin, inhaled sharply, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, "Ah!" Beneath the pure white jade platform, Dongfang Dan, Tang Hanqing, and all the children stood up, their faces alight with eager expectation as they watched the shouting dear brother on stage. Even Yu Chu and Chun Yinyun rose, particularly curious about Lin Xiaolu's current prowess, their eyes glued to him without a blink. Throughout the Qingtian Hall, everyone held their breath, their focus unwaveringly on the child at the center of the stage. The shout he released resonated in every ear, a pure, youthful voice that echoed through the heavens and enveloped the universe. Chapter 51. The warrior. The cries of the young Lin Xiaolu echoed fervently, while the elders on the high platform continued to offer their evaluations. This Lin Xiaolu, despite his tender years, possessed an impressive vitality. His voice, reminiscent of a pig's wail, resonated continuously, truly remarkable. Indeed, upon observing his aura, I could discern that his cultivation was exceedingly rare among his peers. No doubt about it, this lad is extraordinarily formidable. Around the pristine white jade platform, onlookers attentively watched the boy's vocal display, eagerly anticipating a demonstration of spiritual energy. Only Li Miaoxin and Li Yaoxi exchanged peculiar glances as they observed Lin Xiaolu on stage. The youthful cries persisted, and after a considerable time, some began to suspect something was amiss. Why had he not yet unleashed his spiritual energy? The host, who had been closely observing Lin Xiaolu, was bewildered, unable to comprehend the fervent shouts of the small, clenched fist figure before him. On the high platform, Yi Qingwan gazed down at the boy, her expression tinged with doubt. Why has he been shouting for so long? Zhao Xuanyi pondered for a moment. Perhaps his talent is so extraordinary that he is holding back a tremendous move, preparing to unleash it all at once. Lin Xiaolu's face flushed red as he continued to shout, his entire being trembling slightly until, at last, he exhaled deeply and coughed loudly in front of the assembled crowd. Cough, cough, cough. Shouting for so long has exhausted me. Everyone present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Whether it was Yi Qingwan and the elders on the high platform, the young disciples below, or the host, all were left perplexed. What on earth was this child doing? In that moment, Lin Xiaolu took another deep breath and began to shout once more. Oh! At this juncture, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. This little one had been intermittently shouting for a full minute. The elder Feng Wuxiu, known for his mastery of the spiritual sword, could no longer contain his impatience. Rising to his feet, he bellowed down at the raucous child. Stop shouting. Quickly unleash your spiritual energy. At these words, the clamor ceased abruptly, and Lin Xiaolu lifted his head, gazing innocently at the elders and the sect leader with wide eyes. But I have no spiritual energy. Everyone, the elders, disciples, and the sect leader all wore expressions of shock, momentarily frozen in disbelief as if struck dumb. Suddenly, Li Mingru, seated with a cup of wine, could not suppress a laugh. Looking at the bewildered elders, he exclaimed, "Gentlemen, are you surprised? Did you expect this? My disciple is meant to confound you, to leave you astonished." Upon hearing Li Mingru's words, the faces of the elders turned ashen. They felt utterly humiliated. The realization struck them. This child was incapable of cultivating. As they recalled how they had just extolled his virtues to the heavens, they were consumed by an overwhelming sense of shame. Zhao Xuanyi, of the Jiuying lineage, was so incensed that he struck his seat and stood up, glaring at the children below as he bellowed, "You lack spiritual essence. So what audacity do you possess to shout?" The children below, seated on the white marble platform, were utterly bewildered. Could it be that Lu Gu was devoid of spiritual essence? Was he merely an ordinary person? The children were completely taken aback. Their mouths agape as they stared at the boy on stage in a daze. Until now, they had all believed that Lin Xiaolu must be exceptionally powerful, especially since Chun Ninyun, who had mastered spiritual techniques, had once begged for mercy at his hands. But now, the revelation that Lu Gu was just an ordinary person? How could that be? At that moment, the elders on the high platform glared furiously at Lin Xiaolu. The thought of having praised him while he was shouting just moments ago made them wish they could find a place to hide. Lin Xiaolu, with his small hands behind his back, raised his chin defiantly towards the elders, haughtily proclaiming, "I see every person who comes up here shouts, so I merely joined in. How about it? Was my shout not the most magnificent? Magnificent? Magnificent, my foot." The elders from several lineages were seething with anger. They were only restrained by their status from confronting this insolent brat, or they would have rushed down to teach him a lesson. In an instant, the elders glared at Lin Xiaolu, their faces contorted with indignation. "Enough, enough." The elder with the highest seniority, Feng Wuxiu, spoke with a stoic expression, "Since the disciple of Mingru has not reached the first stage of qi condensation, we shall adhere to the regulations and revoke his status as an inner disciple, sending him to train in the outer sect." Yi Qingwan, adorned in embroidered shoes, sat cross-legged upon the master's throne, munching on sugarcane and spitting the chewed remnants into her palm as she gazed at the boy below with a hint of reluctance. What an amusing little fellow. It's just a pity he lacks the talent for cultivation. Just as she was about to give her order, Li Mingru spoke up with an unassuming tone. Master, my disciple is a mortal, destined to be incapable of cultivation, yet he possesses remarkable potential in martial arts. With commendable skills and a strong work ethic. At his age, he is already unmatched. I earnestly request that you allow him to continue as an inner disciple. Yi Qingwan paused, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Li Mingru. Having known him for over 2 centuries, she could immediately discern his intent. Her eyes conveyed the message. Li Mingru, are you serious? You wish to make a martial artist an inner disciple of Ame? Surely you jest. Before Yi Qingwan could respond, several other elders burst into laughter. Indeed, this is typical of you, Brother Mingru, always playing tricks. To make a martial arts waste an inner disciple? Li Mingru, have you lost your wits? Ha ha, I am thoroughly impressed. Inner disciples at Ame hold a prestigious status, enjoying abundant resources, monthly supplies of spiritual food, magical instruments, elixirs, talismans, and spirit stones, all consumables of true value. We invest considerable effort in nurturing inner disciples so that they may serve Ame as its backbone in the future. But what can a martial artist contribute? Any disciple with a cultivation level of 6 or 7 layers could easily eradicate the martial arts sects of the mortal realm. Li Mingru, do you intend to invest substantial resources in nurturing a useless individual? What is your true intent? In an instant, Li Mingru found himself the target of widespread condemnation, even from the esteemed elders Qiguan and Zhang Mabai, who had previously been his allies. It was not that they were unwilling to speak up. Rather, the harsh words of the other elders, though blunt, were undeniably rooted in truth. How could martial practitioners possibly be compared to cultivators? The two pursuits exist in entirely different realms. The ridicule from the elders resonated clearly with Lin Xiaolu, who stood below the stage, causing him to clench his small fists in frustration. At that moment, not only those on the stage, but also the children below were chattering amongst themselves. While Dongfang Dan and Tang Hanqing remained relatively composed, the other children could no longer contain their voices. I thought Lin Xiaolu was impressive, but it turns out he cannot even cultivate. How embarrassing to have called him brother dear every day. Indeed, we should just withdraw and let virtue prevail. Lin Xiaolu will surely no longer be an inner sect disciple. From now on, we are destined to inhabit different worlds. You're right, I would rather recognize Xiao Yu as the leader, after all. She is genuinely at the 5th layer of qi condensation, while Lin Xiaolu is merely an ordinary person. Among the children, Yu Chuchu even sneered at Chen Ninyun, saying, Ninyun, how about we go and bully Lin Xiaolu once he becomes an outer sect disciple? Chen Ninyun fell silent at her words, momentarily at a loss for a response. Yu Chuchu continued with a laugh, he probably isn't even our match now, considering you are at the 3rd layer of qi condensation. And I am at the 2nd layer. Humph, once the test is over, I shall seek vengeance. Chapter 52. The worthless faced with the jeers and mockery of the crowd. Li Mingru said nothing, merely sipping his drink in solitude. After the elders had collectively berated him, the helpless Yi Qingwan finally descended from her throne. Gazing at the young boy below, her crimson lips parted as she declared, according to the rules of Ame, the disciple Lin Xiaolu, due to insufficient talent, is hereby stripped of his status as an inner sect disciple and demoted to an outer sect disciple. With that, she returned to her seat, resuming her consumption of a pear. The other elders, no longer paying heed to the boy on stage, began to chuckle amongst themselves, preparing to depart. Junior brother, you may step down now, said the senior brother presiding over the proceedings to the solitary Lin Xiaolu. He felt a twinge of regret, for it was rare for anyone to fail the qi condensation stage test. After all, the elders were meticulous in selecting inner sect disciples. Lin Xiaolu was likely the first to fail in several years. Just then, he was about to signal for the boy to descend. I refuse to accept this. A youthful voice suddenly rang out, momentarily stunning the entire assembly. The elders halted their actions, their gazes returning to the child below. Li Mingru continued to drink in silence, unperturbed. At this moment, Fang Wuxiu regarded the boy with a blank expression and remarked, "You have failed to achieve the qi condensation stage. according to the rules. This is to be expected. What grounds do you have for your discontent? The other children in the audience watched Lin Xiaolu in silence. Standing tall, his cheeks flushed with indignation, he shouted at the figures on the platform, "None of my peers can defeat me." At this declaration, the crowd fell silent. The 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu's face was flushed with anger. He had clearly heard the elders' derisive comments, their incessant labeling of him as worthless, which had long since vexed him. Now, he unleashed his pent-up frustration, pointing at the elders and continuing, "If you think you are superior in cultivation, let your fellow practitioners of the same stage fight me. Let us see who the true worthless one is." On the platform, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in surprise. Yi Qingwan, seated and munching on her pear, revealed a smile. "This little fellow is indeed amusing, a martial artist challenging cultivators." Li Mingru set down his gourd of wine and remarked to the elders, "My young disciple is inherently stubborn. He is not satisfied. What do you think?" "Humph." Zhao Xuanyi scoffed coldly, "Not satisfied? Very well. Let this little one face a few junior disciples and learn a lesson." The other elders expressed no objections. After all, the child was merely 8 years old and could hardly defeat practitioners of his own age. Even Feng Wuxiu shared this sentiment. "Fine, let him earn his respect." He chuckled at the boy below. "Whom do you wish to fight?" Lin Xiaolu looked up at him, then surveyed the 50 or so children in the audience before returning his gaze to the platform. "Everyone except my sister." His youthful declaration echoed throughout Qingwan Hall, leaving the entire assembly in astonishment. Even Li Mingru was taken aback. He initially intended for the little deer to defeat the other children one by one. Yet this audacious little creature boldly proclaimed it would take on 50 at once. The atmosphere, both on and off the stage, was one of sheer astonishment. The host stood frozen in place, while Li Miaoxin nearly rose in disbelief. Was this child out of his mind? On the elevated platform, the elders collectively gasped, pondering who granted such audacity to a mere warrior challenging 50 cultivators. Yi Qingwan gazed at the boy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. After the initial shock, Zhao Xuanyi glanced at Li Mingru and scoffed, remarking, as expected of brother Mingru's disciple, "Truly arrogant. Just a naive little brat." An elder, stroking his white beard, derisively asserted, "I dare say this child will likely be rendered incapacitated in just one encounter." While I can understand a child's defiance towards an elder, a degree of self-awareness is still necessary. Elder Wu Ming, specializing in talismans, chuckled, "If he wishes to challenge all the children in the academy, let's grant him that opportunity. It matters little. Humph. Being defeated by 50 cultivators would still provide him with a semblance of honor." The elders exchanged banter, leisurely dismissing the child's obstinacy. However, Yi Qingwan grew impatient, urging, "This child is eager for a challenge. You should swiftly allow the disciples to take the stage." Feng Wuxiu smiled at her words, complying with a nod, then approached the edge of the platform, his murky eyes surveying the 50-plus children below. He spoke indifferently, "All disciples, heed my command. Aside from Lin Xiaoyu, all others shall ascend the stage to spar with Lin Xiaolu. No concealing your abilities. You must give your all and strike to the point." Hearing the command, the children rose from their seats, one by one climbing onto the exquisite white jade platform. This spectacle made Li Miaoxin anxious, thinking her little junior was being reckless. Although his martial prowess was commendable, how could one person possibly contend against 50 cultivators? These children had already learned some spiritual techniques. He could hardly stand a chance. Beside her, Li Yaoxi sneered, "Indeed, a naive calf fears no tiger," thinking that a smattering of skills qualifies him to challenge cultivators. Truly oblivious to the danger. On the white jade platform, over 50 young Taoist disciples stood facing Lin Xiaolu, nearly filling half the stage with their numbers. In stark contrast, the solitary boy appeared somewhat isolated, stirring feelings of pity within Li Miaoxin. Dongfang Dan, Tang Hanqing, and a few children who shared a closer bond with Lin Xiaolu wore anxious expressions, uncertain of how to proceed. The elder had stated that they must give their all. Would they be discovered if they secretly held back? At the forefront of the crowd, Yu Chuchu gazed at the boy with excitement, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination. At this moment, she, enveloped in the second layer of qi condensation, could no longer suppress her desire for vengeance. She yearned to confront that fellow and bring him to his knees. At the rear of the assembly of over 50 children stood Chen Yinyun, silently observing. Now 11 years of age, his gaze was tranquil, lost in contemplation. Above on the high platform, the elders gazed down at the scene unfolding below, their curiosity piqued by the sight of 1 against 50. It must be acknowledged that this child, merely 8 years old, possessed the audacity to face 50 young cultivators without flinching, embodying the indomitable spirit of a martial artist. Indeed, more than half of these child cultivators were older than he, and such courageous spirit was truly remarkable. Spirit? What good is spirit? Zhao Xuanyi scoffed, declaring, among mortals, every accomplished martial artist is a hardened warrior unafraid of death, a man of iron will. But what does it amount to? They are merely a band of useless fools. With a mere flick of my hand, I could annihilate a host of martial grandmasters. With that, he turned to the side and ingratiatingly addressed Feng Wuxiu. Brother Feng, do you not agree with this reasoning? Clad in a long black robe, Feng Wuxiu offered no response, but instead stood at the edge of the platform, gazing down at the solitary figure below, his expression unchanged as he rendered his judgment. Immortal flesh, how dare it gaze upon the transformations of our celestial beings? Chapter 53. 1 against 50 in the arena. Lin Xiaolu surveyed the 50 or so children before him, loosening his wrist and twisting his ankles, stretching his body to achieve an optimal state. The senior brother in charge, upon seeing both sides ready, lifted his gaze to the elders on the high platform. Receiving a nod of affirmation from the elders, he ceased hesitating and proclaimed loudly, "Let the sparring commence." At that very instant, the 50 children raised their palms in unison, preparing to cast their spells, their exuberant shouts reverberating through the air. Lin Xiaolu, too, let out a fierce cry as he charged forward, confronting the 50 opponents head-on, his fists raised high. Yu Chu, positioned at the forefront of the children, had just uttered the name of her spell when Lin Xiaolu reached her. His fist, propelled by the force of the wind, hurtled toward her face, leaving the young girl momentarily stunned, her mind blank. The elders on the high platform were momentarily taken aback, astonished by Lin Xiaolu's audacity in the face of such overwhelming numbers, choosing to strike first without a hint of trepidation. Clearly, the children below lacked any real combat experience. Taken by surprise, they forgot their own abilities in the face of his advance. With a resounding thud, warm blood erupted from Yu Chu's nose as she was sent flying by Lin Xiaolu's blow. In that moment, her thoughts raced. What is happening? Shouldn't I be the one making him cry? Undeterred, the boy plunged into the throng of children, weaving left and right, his fists cutting through the air with remarkable speed. In mere seconds, several children were felled, unable to even begin their incantations. Lin Xiaolu's speed was simply too swift, his punches and elbows slicing through the air with lethal precision. This unexpected display left the elders on the platform in disbelief. The boy not only moved with agility but also responded with remarkable swiftness, exhibiting both skill and flair. Most importantly, he dared to take action. In stark contrast, their disciples, despite possessing magical abilities, were utterly unprepared for combat, lacking practical experience. With Lin Xiaolu now amidst the crowd, they found it challenging to cast their spells without risking harm to their comrades, creating a scene reminiscent of a tiger among sheep. Their expressions soured at the thought. A cultivator was being bested by a martial artist. With a fierce shout, Lin Xiaolu leaped high into the air, evading a spell cast by one of the children. In mid-flight, he executed a stunning backward kick, propelled by the rush of wind, sweeping across the neck of the child who had attacked him. Boom! The child let out a muffled grunt, flying backward and colliding into a cluster of others. Crack! Thud! Bang! The sounds of impact echoed through the arena as the children fell one after another to the boy's relentless onslaught. As a child shouted and raised his hand to unleash his technique, he was abruptly struck by Lin Xiaolu's swift kick to the neck, instantly causing him to roll his eyes back and collapse limply to the ground, the incantation he had begun to form dissipating into thin air. This spectacle left everyone astounded. Who would have thought that Li Mingru's disciple could be so audacious? Faced with 50 children who had studied spiritual techniques, it was Lin Xiaolu who should have been the one intimidated. Yet at this moment, it appeared as though the 50 children were the disadvantaged ones. He was single-handedly confronting 50 peers. Everyone, scatter and cast your spells. Witnessing Lin Xiaolu's fierce combat prowess as he swiftly incapacitated nearly 10 children, someone shouted urgently, "Spread out and attack from a distance." Upon hearing this, The children immediately dispersed, and once they had created space, they unleashed their respective spiritual techniques. A dazzling array of techniques filled the arena, accompanied by the spirited cries of the children. Myriad Manifestations Technique, Crescent Moon Blade Chi, Radiant Flame, True Essence Flash, Phoenix Cry Arrow. Various names of incantations were called out. Although the power of these spells was limited due to the children's lower cultivation levels, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, with over 40 beams of light soaring toward the young boy. Observing this scene, the elders on the platform finally revealed faint smiles. Lin Xiaolu's performance had exceeded all expectations, and thankfully, his young disciples were not foolish. They quickly devised a corresponding strategy. Below the white jade platform, Li Miaoxin watched anxiously, fearing for her junior's safety. Li Yaoxi, however, regarded the spectacular display of light with a cold smirk. It can come to an end now. Little Yuer sat cross-legged, propping her small head, seemingly bewildered by the events unfolding above. The presiding elder also focused intently, ready to intervene at a moment's notice to protect Lin Xiaolu from the onslaught of spiritual attacks. Brother Mingru, your disciple is about to be defeated, Zhao Xuani remarked with a cheerful grin. Li Mingru ignored him, sipping his drink while his mind wandered back to the cave, recalling how he had trained Xiaolu's reflexes and evasion skills by shooting out dozens of chi arrows. Cultivators may underestimate martial artists, but in the early stages, it is wise not to underestimate a sufficiently diligent martial artist, as it could lead to significant misfortune. In the arena, as Lin Xiaolu beheld the over 40 beams of spiritual light before him, his pupils narrowed slightly, and then his figure suddenly sprang into action. Boom! Several beams of light missed their target, crashing into the white jade platform. Lin Xiaolu moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, swiftly dodging one beam after another. Somersaults, slides, splits, and acrobatics. He employed every evasive maneuver, avoiding all the incoming attacks with a speed that belied his 8 years of age. This scene astonished everyone once more. How could this child achieve such prowess? Ah! A child, with both hands raised, unleashed a flurry of ethereal blades, each emanating from his small palms. Yet, Lin Xiaolu's speed and evasion only seemed to intensify, ultimately propelling him directly toward the boy. Startled, the lad instinctively raised his hand to channel his magic. But Lin Xiaolu swiftly advanced, seizing his wrist with remarkable agility. With a sudden shake of his shoulder, he collided forcefully with the boy. A cry of pain escaped the boy's lips as he was sent flying, his body inadvertently scattering the other children who had been poised to cast their spells. In an instant, piercing sounds of slicing air echoed from both sides as Lin Xiaolu leapt into the air, executing a deft maneuver to evade the incoming attacks. He soared forward, delivering a powerful elbow strike, sending yet another child tumbling away. The children, all at the first level of chi condensation, found themselves in disarray. Having expended their meager reserves of spiritual energy in their earlier attempts, they now stood utterly depleted. The elders atop the platform watched in rising alarm, with Zhao Xuani's brows knitting tightly in concern. "Do not fear. We are many. Let us charge together," the children shouted in a cacophony, abandoning any semblance of composure as they rushed towards Lin Xiaolu, wildly flailing their fists. Lin Xiaolu, however, showed no mercy. With his small arms and legs flailing, he retaliated with a series of blows, knocking down over 50 children one after another. Despite their numbers and the relentless barrage of punches raining upon him, his formidable physique bore the resilience of stone. He remained impervious to their attacks, countering with a relentless onslaught of strikes. The once serene white jade platform descended into chaos, reverberating with the cries of children overwhelmed by his might. Chapter 54. Sword Cultivator Chen Yinyun. Amidst the chaos, 2 clever children clung to Lin Xiaolu's short legs, attempting to trip him. However, Lin Xiaolu's breath deepened, and he instantly became as steadfast as a mountain, his body immovable. No matter how much strength the children exerted, he remained rooted, ultimately countering with 2 powerful punches that sent them sprawling. Shaking off these mischievous little ones, Lin Xiaolu bellowed once more, chasing after the children with fervor. The entire white marble platform transformed into a scene of one-sided bullying, with an array of techniques including straight punches, hooks, elbow strikes, knee strikes, and side kicks. The children were dispatched as if they were mere rag dolls, falling in droves. "Brother Liu, I was wrong. Brother Liu, I was wrong." one child wailed, darting about with short legs, tears flying in all directions. Lin Xiaolu quickly closed the distance, seized the back of the child's collar, and delivered a light tap on the head, causing the child to tumble to the ground, clutching his head and sobbing. At this point, only a few remaining children, led by Dongfang Dan, were left on the platform. "Brother Lu, please go easy on me," Dongfang Dan cried, his face a mask of distress as he regarded the formidable Lin Xiaolu. "I have no choice but to heed the elder's orders. You must lighten your blows. Brother Lu, please don't hit me. I promise to give you refined elixirs every day, ones that won't cause hemorrhoids," Tang Yuan said earnestly, his eyes comically crossed. The white marble platform was now strewn with children, all bruised and weeping, eliciting bewilderment from the onlookers above. One person against 50. And this little fellow had truly achieved the impossible. The elders on the high platform wore expressions of concern, yet Yi Qingwan spoke with interest. "This young lad indeed possesses remarkable skills. Li Mingru, you have trained a formidable warrior." Li Mingru smiled but remained silent. Meanwhile, Feng Wuxiu, observing the remaining children on the platform, slowly spoke. "You all may leave the stage." Chen Yinyun, disciple present. Chen Yinyun, who had yet to take action, respectfully bowed. Feng Wuxiu, looking down from his elevated position, commanded, "You shall spar with this young child." With a wave of his hand, a green light appeared and swiftly transformed into a silver-white spirit sword before Chen Yinyun. "Use this inferior spirit sword to teach this child the distinction between the mortal and the divine." Upon witnessing this, the elders on the high platform exchanged surprised glances. Zhang Mabai from the Yangshan lineage, casting a disparaging look at Feng Wuxiu, remarked, "Brother Feng, are you concerned that Chen Yinyun might lose to Lin Xiaolu? Hence the decision to let him use a spirit sword for the spar?" "Such words are unfounded," Feng Wuxiu replied coldly. "Our lineage of sword cultivators naturally employs swords for sparring." The elders fell silent, contemplating the implications of his statement. The situation is utterly dire. Lin Xiaolu is merely 8 years old, while Chen Yinyun is 11. Currently, Chen Yinyun has reached the 3rd level of qi condensation and wields a spirit sword in battle, whereas Lin Xiaolu stands empty-handed, relying solely on his so-called martial skills. However, they understand the rationale behind Feng Wuxiu's actions. Should Lin Xiaolu manage to defeat all the children present today, it would be an affront to their dignity, even sowing seeds of doubt among their disciples regarding whether cultivation truly surpasses martial prowess, thus undermining their resolve. Naturally, the elders would not share such thoughts. They believe that Lin Xiaolu's potential victory would merely highlight their disciples' lack of practical experience. Martial arts, a discipline for mortals, inherently possesses limitations and restricted growth, rendering it a trivial endeavor. Hence, they could never consent to Lin Xiaolu overcoming Chen Yinyun. Consequently, it is imperative that Lin Xiaolu faces defeat in today's contest. Yi Qingwan observed Chen Yinyun, who brandished his spirit sword, then turned her gaze to Lin Xiaolu, who was unarmed, and remarked to Li Mingru, "Why not procure a weapon for Lin Xiaolu?" Upon overhearing, Zhao Xian smirked derisively, saying, "Forget it, sect master. Lin Xiaolu lacks spiritual energy. Even if you provided him with a magical artifact, he wouldn't be able to wield it. Even a top-quality spirit sword would be no more than a mere fire poker in his hands." Yi Qingwan considered this and fell silent, discarding the half-eaten pear in her hand and leisurely peeling a banana instead. On the high platform, the children descended the stage one by one. Dongfang Dan, Tang Yuan, Lu Shuai, and others also exited the arena, choosing to refrain from confronting Lin Xiaolu. Before leaving, they rallied him with encouragement. "Brother Lu, defeat Chen Yinyun. I believe in you. Don't shy away. You've beaten him countless times before, and you can do it again. Brother Lu, I have a medicine for treating hemorrhoids. Why not trick him into taking it? He'll surely be no match for you then." Lin Xiaolu rolled his eyes at his unreliable companions and turned his attention to the final contender, Chen Yinyun. Chen Yinyun, likewise, regarded the boy before him, with whom he harbored long-standing animosity. He silently gripped his spirit sword, not uttering a word. Though still young, he began to exude a subtle air of a swordsman while standing on the stage. Lin Xiaolu, grinning, looked at him and jested. "It's been quite a while since we last met, Chen Yinyun. Today, I'm here to give you another thrashing." Chen Yinyun pursed his lips, then spoke to the boy before him, Lin Xiaolu. I am now at the third level of chi condensation and have gained a preliminary mastery of the Twilight Sword technique from my lineage. You are no match for me, and I do not wish to bully the weak. You should concede. Lin Xiaolu tilted his head in confusion at Chun Yinyun's words and, with a hint of curiosity, replied, You weren't like this before. You would always rush at me with a roar to fight. Why do you sound like an adult now? Because I've grown up. Chun Yinyun replied. Chun Yinyun exhaled a deep breath and remarked, I have been confined by my master for over half a year. Now that I am 11 years old, I certainly shall not engage with you children of 8 or 9 in trivial matters. Lin Xiaolu, bewildered by this statement, nodded in agreement. He then began to stretch his wrists, ankles, and various joints, all the while chuckling. You, old fool, have indeed become less annoying than before. Very well. When grandfather strikes you later, do take it easy. Chun Yinyun could only smile helplessly and retorted, You remain as irreverent as before, your tongue as sharp as ever. With that, he brandished his sword, standing tall and motionless, patiently awaiting Lin Xiaolu to regain his composure. His graceful demeanor drew nods of approval from the elders on the platform. This Chun Yinyun is indeed impressive. I can already sense a hint of sword intent within him. Elder Yao Yuan remarked to Brother Fong. Elder son Tang Liang inquired, To what extent has your disciple mastered the Twilight Spirit Sword technique? Fong Wuxiu, observing his disciple below with a stoic expression, replied, He has acquired the Snowfall Whip from the Twilight Spirit Sword technique. Upon hearing this, the elders were momentarily taken aback. Even Li Mingru paused his drinking, raising his gaze towards Fong Wuxiu. Yi Qingluan's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, This young lad has already grasped the Snowfall Whip? Fong Wuxiu nodded affirmatively. Although Nianyun's talent for cultivation may not rival that of his peer Lin Xiaoyu, he is, without a doubt, a natural-born swordsman, possessing an unparalleled aptitude for learning sword-related mystical arts. Seemingly not satisfied with his previous statement, Fong Wuxiu pondered briefly before adding a statement that sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. In less than a century, Nianyun will surpass me and become the foremost swordsman of Amei. The elders collectively gasped, their astonishment palpable. They had not anticipated Fong Wuxiu would hold such high regard for this young disciple, bestowing upon him such lofty praise. After the initial shock, Zhao Xuani's face lit up with joy. Truly deserving of being Brother Fong's esteemed disciple, it seems the outcome of this contest is already predetermined. He then turned his gaze provocatively towards Li Mingru, tauntingly asking, Brother Mingru, what will you do when your useless disciple faces defeat? Chapter 55. The Sword of Flight. Li Mingru remained silent, his slightly inebriated gaze emanating a carefree brilliance. Sometimes, being defeated and learning a lesson is not necessarily a misfortune. In the arena, the sparring had commenced, with Lin Xiaolu taking the initiative once more. Such was his nature. He firmly believed in the adage that the early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer suffers the consequences. Drink, the youth cried, charging straight towards Chun Yinyun, his fists raised, his small frame resembling a leaping leopard. Chun Yinyun, observing the rapidly approaching figure, sighed softly with an air of superiority. You are no longer my opponent. Why persist so stubbornly? With a slight shift of his gaze, he abruptly shook the hand gripping the sword sheath. Whoosh! The silver-white spirit sword flew from its sheath, hovering straight before him. In the next moment, Chun Yinyun executed a sword technique with a flick of his hand, sending the spirit sword soaring with a piercing shriek. The children watching below were left agape. Witnessing the unique sword control technique of the spirit sword lineage was astounding. Yuchu, wiping the blood from her nose, shouted from the sidelines, Nianyun, defeat him. Crush Lin Xiaolu. Upon the high platform, the elders recognized the moment the spirit sword was unsheathed, transforming into a streak of silver light, and they instantly understood that this duel had reached its conclusion. The dusk snow dust had become unnecessary. The spirit sword had already been deployed, rendering it beyond the realm of mortals to withstand. Although Lin Xiaolu was indeed a martial arts prodigy, as Fong Wuxiu had remarked, he was ultimately just a flesh-and-blood being. With his formidable physical training, his body akin to solid rock, he could withstand ordinary blades without harm. But he could not fend off the spirit sword. His agility and light-footedness allowed him to dodge swiftly, yet he could not outpace the flying sword. In any sect of cultivation, the flying sword and sword cultivators were indisputable weapons of mass destruction. Before such devastating instruments, a warrior's spirit, will, and efforts would ultimately become a mere joke. Li Mingru observed the scene below with a heavy heart. Whoosh! The lightning-fast flying sword was almost upon him, and Lin Xiaolu was taken aback by its astonishing speed. He realized he could not evade this weapon, and even if he did, Chen Yinyun would likely manipulate the sword to pursue him relentlessly. In that case, it would be futile to flee. He might as well confront it head-on. What of the flying sword? He would not allow it to soar. As he faced the dual blades on either side, with the sleek silver sword above and below, he surged forward, suddenly shouting, "Drink!" The boy's youthful cry resonated powerfully, capturing the attention of everyone present. In that moment of collective gaze, as he advanced towards the flying sword, he raised his right leg high. Whoosh! The small, short leg of the 8-year-old boy stirred up a whirlwind, drawing a semicircle from below to above. Then, with determination, he brought it down forcefully towards the incoming flying sword. Crack! As the flying sword was about to strike Lin Xiaolu, he unexpectedly stomped it down with a single foot, firmly pinning it to the platform. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd, as this exaggerated spectacle left everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. From the children below to the elders above, all stood in awe, their hearts tumultuous as they gazed at the youth standing defiantly over the subdued sword. Li Yaoshi, witnessing this extraordinary scene, appeared almost dazed. To him, even Chen Yinyun's flying sword seemed impressive, yet here was Lin Xiaolu, a mere martial artist, effortlessly subduing it with a single step, shattering his preconceived notions of martial prowess. On the high platform, Elder Zhao Xuani's expression turned grim, while even the usually composed Feng Wuxiu showed signs of distress. In that moment, the elders of the Nine Veins, Tong Yao, Yang Shun, Qin Yu, Luo Min, Fu Lu, and Yao Yuan, were all profoundly shaken, unable to fathom that Lin Xiaolu had not only intercepted the sword, but had done so in such an audacious manner. Li Mingru, holding a gourd of wine, glanced at the unfolding drama below and continued to drink in silence. What kind of prodigy have you raised? Yi Qingluan's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, the banana in her hand suddenly losing its allure. With a contemplative gaze upon the youth below, Li Mingru slowly articulated, rather than crediting myself for his abilities. It is more accurate to say this child is exceptionally gifted. Gifted? Yi Qingluan's face reflected confusion. This child cannot even cultivate. Where does his talent stem from? Li Mingru chuckled softly. Who decrees that only those who cultivate are deemed gifted? Dedication is a form of talent in its own right. Yi Qingluan paused, her expression shifting as she pondered his words, before turning her attention back to the contest. Meanwhile, Chen Yinyun was engulfed in panic, his right hand, which clutched the sword's technique, trembled incessantly as he struggled to retract the flying sword, but it remained obstinately immobile beneath Lin Xiaolu's foot. Desperate, Chen Yinyun realized that if he could not summon his spirit sword back, how could he possibly contend with Lin Xiaolu? His signature technique, the Frost Snow Whip, would be rendered useless. In the arena, the youth, standing triumphantly on the flying sword, crossed his arms and taunted, "Chen Yinyun, are you conceding? Huh, your father will always be your father." With beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Chen Yinyun attempted to retract the spirit sword, but Lin Xiaolu, irritated by its disobedience, jumped in place. Thud, thud, thud. The youth repeatedly leapt, forcefully stomping the spirit sword. Each time he ascended, the sword would momentarily soar, only to be forcefully pressed back down by Lin Xiaolu's foot, creating a relentless cycle of domination. As he continued this display, Lin Xiaolu berated, "I let you fly, let you flaunt, let you act superior, let you think you're above me." The scene left everyone utterly bewildered. "Sister, that sword is so pitiful," exclaimed Xiaoyue, her large eyes blinking in sympathy. "It feels like it's about to be played to death by that brother." Li Miaoxin could only smile bitterly, for the scene unfolding on stage resembled a scenario where a spiritual sword was being bullied by mischievous children. In the end, Lin Xiaolu abruptly lifted her leg, deliberately allowing the spiritual sword to escape, and just as it was on the verge of being retrieved by Chen Yinyun, she swiftly grasped the hilt, preventing its flight. The spiritual sword trembled incessantly, yet it was firmly held in place by the child's grip, unable to flee. With a devilish grin, the boy clutched the sword. "Lin Xiaolu, you must let go," Chen Yinyun exclaimed, drenched in sweat. "Why should I release the sword that I captured through my own skill?" Lin Xiaolu retorted, and with that, she firmly grasped the quaking sword and let out a loud cry as she plunged it into the ground. Crack! The silver-white spiritual sword embedded itself several inches into the pure white jade platform, and after securing it to prevent its escape, Lin Xiaolu produced a hefty brick from her pocket and delivered a forceful strike to the hilt of the spiritual sword. Chapter 56. Victory in the Arena. Lin Xiaolu struck the round end of the spirit sword's hilt with the narrow, resilient side of the brick, akin to hammering a nail. With relentless force, he drove the spirit sword deeper into the platform, until half of its blade was embedded. Chun Yinyun, in a state of despair, realized that despite having reached the third layer of qi condensation, his spiritual energy was insufficient. The spirit sword was firmly lodged, and he lacked the control to withdraw it. Helplessly watching it sway on the high platform, Feng Wuxiu's expression darkened as he witnessed this scene, his face clouded with anger. After completing his task, Lin Xiaolu casually tucked one hand into his pocket while tossing the brick in the other, flashing Chun Yinyun a benign smile. So tell me, do you wish to live or die now? The beleaguered youth displayed a hint of bitterness on his face. After several futile attempts to reclaim the spirit sword, he surrendered to his frustration, casting a furious glance at Lin Xiaolu. Losing his spirit sword did not signify his defeat, and he bellowed, "Ice Soul Arrow." "Arrow? What of your arrows?" Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, exhilarated, as he charged forward with the brick, ready to subdue him with virtue. Whoosh! The icy projectile shot forth as Chun Yinyun waved his hand. Lin Xiaolu swiftly sidestepped, leaping into the air, and brought the brick crashing down upon him. Bang! The brick struck a semicircular golden barrier, producing a resounding thud. Lin Xiaolu paused, astonished, as he beheld Chun Yinyun sheltering behind the barrier with a bowl in hand. You do possess quite an array of tricks. On the high platform, the elders exchanged surprised glances with Feng Wuxiu. Brother Feng, is Nianyun employing the magical tool, the diamond bowl? One inquired. Feng Wuxiu remained silent, his countenance stern. The other elders refrained from further comment. Chun Yinyun had resorted to using the magical artifact bestowed by his master, indicating that their discussions had reached an impasse. The outcome was becoming increasingly evident. In the arena, Lin Xiaolu relentlessly pounded on Chun Yinyun's golden barrier, the sound echoing with each strike. As he pounded, he chanted, Confucius said, when brawling, should one use bricks? It is inappropriate to act haphazardly, to strike the face, to exert force, to use the left hand, then the right. How can one act alone? Friends should join in. Together, let it all come to an end. This spectacle caused the elders on the high platform to twitch in disbelief. Ha ha, this little fellow is truly amusing. Yi Qingwan laughed heartily, clutching her stomach, her beautifully adorned feet tapping rhythmically. After a considerable duration of fruitless effort, Chun Yinyun's golden barrier remained immovable. Feng Wuxiu, observing the situation, cleared his throat and addressed Yi Qingwan. Master, Lin Xiaolu cannot breach Nianyun's diamond bowl, and Nianyun is unable to defeat him. How about we declare it a draw? Feng Wuxiu, how shameless can you be? Zhang Mabe from the Yang God faction interrupted without hesitation, disdain dripping from his words. In a spar, fairness and justice are paramount. Your disciple has resorted to using the very magical artifact you bestowed upon him, yet you still dare to ask the master to declare a draw? How utterly shameless. Are you unable to accept defeat? Feng Wuxiu's expression darkened at the words, and he fixed his gaze on Zhang Mabe, saying, Junior Sister Zhang, I implore you to speak with caution. What of it, Feng Wuxiu? Do you think I fear you? Zhang Mabe, her hair now streaked with gray, displayed a readiness to engage, retorting, I find it far more disgraceful to concede defeat than to acknowledge it. Feng Wuxiu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger rising within him, his emaciated fists cracking ominously, yet he found himself at a loss for words, teetering on the edge of violence. The other elders hastily intervened to pacify the situation. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out from the audience, Master, if I were to throw this fellow off the stage, would that count as my victory? Lin Xiaolu called out to Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan, resting her chin on her alabaster hand, regarded the young boy with a smile and replied, Indeed. Lin Xiaolu nodded in affirmation, exclaiming a prolonged "Oh." Zhao Xuanyi scoffed derisively. Does this little brat truly think he can push Chun Yinyun off the jade platform? He believes that after merely a year of martial training, he is invincible? How absurd. Elder Qiguan Yun from the Tongyao lineage glanced at Zhao Xuani and, with a hint of kindness, advised, Junior brother Zhao, I believe you have already been humiliated enough for one day. There is no need to invite further embarrassment. Zhao Xuani's expression darkened, and he grunted in response, falling silent. On the white jade platform, Lin Xiaolu took a deep breath as he faced the shielded Chen Yinyun. With a graceful movement, he began to twist and flex his limbs, ultimately assuming a position of readiness. 8th level Iron Mountain stance. A thunderous roar erupted as the boy slammed his foot against the ground. The muscles on his side resembling a hammer, striking forcefully against the golden shield. Boom! The golden shield trembled uncontrollably, and within it, Chen Yinyun felt a powerful force surge, causing the entire shield to shift back several inches. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe, with Elder Feng Wuxiu from the Spirit Sword sect nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Go, Brother Lu! Go, Brother Lu! Cheered Dongfang Dan, Tang Hanqing, Lu Shuai, and many other children, who leaned over the edge of the platform, waving their fists. Haha! Lin Xiaolu, undeterred, charged at the shield once more, the sound of impact resonating like the morning bell, the semicircular metallic shield shifting again. Come, brothers of virtue, rise and form ranks. Dongfang Dan called out to the children. On my count of 3, let us chant together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Rise. Ame Supreme. Virtue conquers all. Boundless power. Limitless magic. Below, the children shouted in unison, and Lin Xiaolu once again launched the Iron Mountain stance against Chen Yinyun's shield. Boom. Ame Supreme. Virtue conquers all. Boundless power. Limitless magic. Boom. Ame Supreme. Virtue conquers all. Boundless power. Limitless magic. Boom. The children's cheers grew increasingly fervent, while Chen Yinyun, trapped within the confines, displayed a visage of despair. Having been pushed to the edge of the stage, Lin Xiaolu exhaled a breath of frustration, poised himself, and then once more thrust his hip in a collision. Boom. The enclosure shifted again, a substantial portion protruding beyond the stage's boundary. Chen Yinyun's countenance turned ashen, as if resigned to his fate. He had finally succumbed, enduring confinement for over half a year, yet still unable to best this adversary. Lin Xiaolu shouted triumphantly, Taishan Cao. Boom. Chen Yinyun was completely thrust off the platform, landing on the ground. Instantly, the children erupted into fervent cheers, chanting, Ame Supreme. Win with virtue. Possessor of great powers. Boundless magical ability. Lin Xiaolu, equally exhilarated, stood with hands behind his back, proudly commanding the entire white marble stage, his laughter echoing like a boisterous pig's snort. Below, Li Yaoshi observed the audacious Lin Xiaolu. Smirking, Junior sister, look at him, such a smug expression, truly deserving of a slap. Li Miaoxin, ignoring him, clapped her hands joyfully. After a hearty laugh, Lin Xiaolu turned to the high platform, where Yi Qingwan was indulging in grapes, boasting, Master, I have defeated all my contemporaries. May I now continue as an inner sect disciple? Yi Qingwan cast a cheerful glance his way, then addressed the elders with a smile. Esteemed elders, what are your thoughts? Zhao Xuani, with a stern expression, remained silent, having been humiliated too many times today to utter a word. The other elders also kept their silence, most having experienced similar embarrassment and reluctant to speak. It was Zhang Mabei who broke the silence, smiling. As cultivators, we must honor our commitments. Lin Xiaolu has indeed demonstrated exceptional skill by vanquishing all contemporaneous disciples. Continuing as an inner sect disciple is well-deserved. Chapter 57. The creation Elder Feng Wuxiu of the Spirit Sword sect moved his lips beneath his beard and spoke with an air of composure. This young lad has indeed surprised us, exhibiting commendable qualities that we must acknowledge. However, it must be reiterated that martial artists are destined for a lifespan of no more than a century, with their physical capabilities rapidly declining after the age of 40. This is the most direct reason. Furthermore, there is no need to wait until he reaches 40. Within 2 years, as other junior disciples gain combat experience and enhance their cultivation, he will undoubtedly struggle to defeat everyone as he did today. This is simply fate. Nevertheless, he has triumphed over all, and we have no justification for denying him the status of an inner sect disciple. Yi Qingwan, with a charmingly contemplative expression, propped her chin in thought and furrowed her delicate brows. If we were to strip him of his inner sect disciple status, I fear he may feel aggrieved. Master, You are too soft-hearted. Zhao Xuanyi interjected. Why should we concern ourselves with the feelings of a waste? But if this child is a waste, then what does that make the disciples he has defeated? Qi Guanyun remarked, regarding Zhao Xuanyi with a knowing look. Zhao Xuanyi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening. That's an entirely different matter. Inner sect disciples require significant resources for cultivation. To nurture a martial artist with merely 2 or 3 decades of usefulness would undermine the interests of a Mei. As Yi Qingwan listened to the elders' heated debate from her throne, she felt a headache coming on. She glanced at Li Mingru, who was still drinking heartily, her cheeks puffing up in frustration. Li Mingru, aren't you going to say anything? That is your disciple. Li Mingru smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the rich aroma of his drink, and casually replied, what is there to say? You can handle it. He is indeed my disciple, but I am not the sect leader. Yi Qingwan thought to herself, how arrogant this insufferable junior brother is. I genuinely feel like giving him a good thrashing. Enough of your bickering. After expressing her irritation, Yi Qingwan glanced at the still disputing elders and exclaimed, you are all incessantly quarreling. It is utterly vexing. She leaped down from her throne and approached the edge of the platform, her beautiful gaze settling upon Lin Xiaolu and the throng of children below. She declared, Lin Xiaolu, it is the decision of this sect leader to temporarily retain your status as an inner sect disciple, with a provisional period of 5 years. After 5 years, we shall reassess your cultivation. Upon hearing her words, the 8-year-old boy tilted his head back in excitement. Indeed, I am formidable. Hee. With the leader promising to grant me this opportunity, it should be smooth sailing from here on out. On the platform, Yi Qingwan continued her concluding remarks for the test, encouraging everyone to diligently cultivate. Thus, the examination came to a definitive close, and the children gradually departed with their respective masters. Li Mingru, clutching his wine gourd, waited until all the elders had vacated the high platform. He then turned to Yi Qingwan, a hint of intoxication in his voice as he asked, Sister, are you returning to your cave abode? Yi Qingwan shot him a glare. What should I do if I don't return to the cave? If I do not diligently cultivate and improve myself, how can I continue to serve as the leader of a Mei? Li Mingru, upon hearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment and fell into silence. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my cave residence for further seclusion. Yi Qingwan pouted, a hint of melancholy in her gaze, as she prepared to leave in her embroidered white shoes. Observing her somewhat desolate silhouette, Li Mingru felt a pang of compassion and suddenly called out, Senior sister. Yi Qingwan halted her steps, turned her head slightly, revealing her exquisitely refined profile, waiting for him to speak. Li Mingru scratched his head. Do you have any matters to attend to in the next couple of days? I wish to experiment with a method recorded in a fragment of a secret technique on Xiao Lu, to see if it can aid in enhancing his martial prowess. Would you assist me in this endeavor? You can handle this on your own. Yi Qingwan turned around, crossing her arms with a touch of pride. How could I compare to you? You have traveled far and wide, gaining extensive knowledge, while I am merely a country bumpkin who has never left a Mei. Li Mingru was momentarily taken aback by her words and awkwardly nodded. If that is the case, then I shall. Come on, let us go right now. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qingwan suddenly beamed with joy and pulled him towards the platform below, leaving Li Mingru in a state of confusion. What is happening? Did you not say you would not go? He looked at the bouncing Yi Qingwan, chuckling to himself. His senior sister's mindset truly resembled that of a young girl around 16 or 17. Over the years, the responsibilities of the sect leader and the relentless seclusion for cultivation had undoubtedly placed immense pressure on her. As the two descended from the platform, Lin Xiaolu rushed over, exclaiming, Boss, am I impressive or what? Just as Lin Xiaolu was about to boast about his prowess to Li Mingru, he noticed that Yi Qingwan was also by his side, causing him to swallow his words. Li Miaoxin and Li Yaoxi, upon seeing Yi Qingwan, were equally astonished and hurried over to pay their respects, while only Xiao Yuer stared blankly at Yi Qingwan, looking rather dazed. Li Mingru took a sip of wine and said, Xiao Lu, your performance today was commendable. This afternoon, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. Lin Xiaolu responded with a prolonged "oh," and then Li Mingru turned his gaze toward Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer, starting tomorrow, you shall accompany me to practice the star-plucking technique. Xiao Yuer, like her brother, echoed a long "oh." In front of the disciples, Li Mingru refrained from directly addressing Yi Qingwan as senior sister and instead introduced her, sect leader, These are my two lesser disciples. Yi Qingwan bent down, affectionately observing Xiao Yuer, then turned to Lin Xiaolu. The fortuitous opportunity that Ming Ru is bestowing upon you will also involve my participation. You must diligently cultivate and not disappoint Ming Ru's intentions. Lin Xiaolu nodded fervently, then looked at Yi Qingwan with curiosity, asking, Sect leader, are you a practitioner of the nascent soul stage? Indeed, Yi Qingwan replied with a smile. Lin Xiaolu scrutinized her from head to toe, finding no particular distinction in a practitioner of the nascent soul stage. Unlike his indifference, both Li Miaoxin and Li Yaoxi gazed at him with admiration. This was their first time encountering the sect leader at such close quarters, standing before the sole nascent soul master of the entire Ame. It is said that a nascent soul cultivator can attain the status of an ancestral figure in any sect across Shenzhou, endowed with various enigmatic capabilities, an ultimate aspiration for every practitioner. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they departed together, seemingly in high spirits as if on a leisurely outing. Yi Qingwan descended from Ame Peak alongside the group, engaging in light-hearted banter with Li Mingru as they made their way to Zhaixing Peak. Naturally, the conversations between the two, whether it was the junior sister Li Miaoxin or the delicate Lin Xiaolu, were utterly incomprehensible to them, as their discussions predominantly revolved around profound cultivation techniques, so intricate that even the established cultivator Li Yaoxi could only grasp fragments of their meaning. Throughout the journey, Yi Qingwan chattered animatedly with Li Mingru until they reached the Sundao Bridge, at which point Lin Xiaolu unexpectedly broke the decorum and inquired, Big brother, shall we dine at the cafeteria first, or will you grant me my fortune first? By now, it was already noon, and he had long been feeling hunger pangs. Chapter 58. Tiger Blood and Truth. Neither Li Mingru nor Yi Qingwan, nor Li Yaoxi and Li Miaoxin required sustenance. However, Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer were dissimilar, as they still needed to partake in meals. Li Mingru chuckled, saying, In a moment, I shall escort you all to the dining hall for a meal. Nourishing oneself is indeed of paramount importance. We must not lose sight of the essentials. He added, It has been over a century since I last savored spiritual food. Yi Qingwan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she remarked, I have nearly forgotten the taste of food. Then let us dine together, Li Mingru replied cheerfully, turning to Lin Xiaolu and encouraging, Little dear, make sure to eat your fill. Only then can you truly embrace the transformation that awaits. Curious, Lin Xiaolu inquired. What exactly is this transformation you speak of? Li Mingru smiled enigmatically and took another sip of wine. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the dining hall, where the presence of the two esteemed figures, Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan, drew countless outer disciples eager to pay their respects. The disciples responsible for preparing the meals, along with the server, Hong San, were nearly paralyzed with fear, scrambling to greet them. Contrary to the expectations of reverence, both Yi Qingwan and Li Mingru displayed no airs. One indulged in his wine, while the other encouraged everyone to continue with their duties. In contrast, Li Yaoxi regarded the outer disciples with a hint of disdain, as if merely gazing upon them would tarnish her eyesight. At the dining table, everyone sampled a few bites of the dishes, their attention primarily fixed on Xiao Yuer and Lin Xiaolu as they feasted. Thanks to the presence of Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan, the culinary offerings that day were notably superior, revealing the extraordinary skills of the outer disciples, who presented exquisite dishes that were not only visually appealing but also abundant in quantity. Lin Xiaolu eagerly gnawed on a roasted goose, laughing heartily and appearing quite foolish in his delight. He indulged in spiritual food, fresh fruits, mushroom chicken soup, roasted goose, and sauced beef, devouring everything voraciously. Much to Yi Qingwan's astonishment, she stared at him in disbelief, exclaiming, Could this little fellow possibly be hiding a storage artifact within him? How can he eat so much? As a martial artist, Lin Xiaolu naturally had a greater appetite than the average person. After finishing his meal, Li Mingru looked at the boy with a smile, saying, Today you have brought honor to me. Eat as much as you desire, for only a full stomach can empower you to accept the blessings I bestow upon you. Ha ha. Thank you, elder brother, Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, lifting a large bowl of chicken soup to his lips. After quenching his thirst, he boisterously declared, Drinking chicken soup is truly a delightful affair. Hong San, bring me 10 golden turtle eggs. My grandfather has been feeling weak lately and needs to replenish his strength. After a moment's thought, he added, and bring me an acre of chives. My grandfather needs to enhance his vitality." Li Miaoxin and Yi Qingwan both burst into laughter, with Li Miaoxin playfully chiding, "The master is present. Speak properly, you rascal." Yi Qingwan continued to chuckle, finding the boy delightfully amusing, and realized it had been quite some time since she had experienced such joy. It is fortunate that the Amei family is prosperous. Otherwise, supporting him would be a challenge. While sipping wine, Li Mingru smiled at Yi Qingwan and remarked, "Little Lu is still an inner disciple, yet he scarcely requires many resources. He has no need for artifacts, elixirs, or talismans. Thus, we can simply convert these resources into food for him." Yi Qingwan covered her mouth, chuckling, "You've raised quite the little glutton." After a considerable amount of time, Lin Xiaolu finally felt satisfied, his little belly round and full. With one hand resting on his waist and the other patting his stomach, he exited the dining hall, pointing at the roasted duck and cured meat hanging in the kitchen window, exclaiming, "I'll be back tomorrow to collect from you." As the group returned to the midsection of Star-Picking Peak, Li Miaoxin, Li Yaoxi, and Xiaoyu remained behind, while Lin Xiaolu followed Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan up the snowy mountain. Throughout the journey, he incessantly bombarded Li Mingru with questions about the blessings he was to receive, but Li Mingru merely smiled in silence. In truth, Yi Qingwan was equally puzzled about Li Mingru's intentions. She believed that the lack of spiritual energy within Lin Xiaolu rendered artifacts ineffective for him, and most elixirs and talismans would likewise be of no use, leaving her curious about what Li Mingru had in store. Upon reaching the snow-covered summit of Star-Picking Peak, Li Mingru led Lin Xiaolu to a circular pit in the ground. This pit was over half a meter deep and approximately 1 meter in diameter. With no snowfall at the moment, the pit was devoid of any snow accumulation. "You will sit in this pit shortly. Do not emerge without my command," he instructed. Lin Xiaolu nodded, bewildered. With a gentle smile, Li Mingru waved his hand, and a diaphanous garment descended into the pit. "Remove your clothing and sit inside," he commanded. Obediently, Lin Xiaolu complied, shedding his robe and footwear, and donned only a pair of cream-colored shorts before sitting cross-legged in the pit. He noticed that Li Mingru had laid a thin layer of material within the pit, preventing him from contacting the soil directly while still allowing him to feel its presence. Then, Li Mingru waved his hand once more, and a transparent barrier enveloped the entire pit. Addressing Lin Xiaolu, he cautioned, "Regardless of the pain you may endure shortly, you must persevere and not emerge. Do you understand?" Lin Xiaolu stared blankly at Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan outside the pit, his mind racing with fear as he exclaimed, "Boss, you're not planning to bury me, are you?" Li Mingru merely sighed, and Yi Qingwan erupted into laughter, her shoulders shaking in amusement. Li Mingru shot her an exasperated glare, then raised his right hand, summoning a brilliant glow. A surge of crimson hot blood erupted from his palm, directed towards the pit. Lin Xiaolu was momentarily stunned, about to inquire about the nature of this act when the hot blood made contact with him, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his body. "Ah!" he cried out, instinctively preparing to leap up, but Li Mingru barked, "Endure it." Yi Qingwan gazed at Li Mingru as blood splattered from his palm, her delicate features etched with astonishment. "Mingru, what is this?" "This is the blood of the crimson-eyed white tiger." The mention of the crimson-eyed white tiger startled Yi Qingwan. "Have you lost your mind, Li Mingru? You intend for Lin Xiaolu to bathe in the blood of a crimson-eyed white tiger? That creature is a foundational-level demonic beast, and Lin Xiaolu is merely 8 years old. She cannot withstand it." Li Mingru smiled and winked at her, his meaning unmistakable. "That is precisely why I have asked you to join me in observing this young one, to prevent any mishaps." He spoke slowly. "According to the ancient text I have come across, it states that whether mortal or cultivator, immersing oneself in the blood of a formidable demonic beast or consuming its flesh can yield 2 outcomes. 1. The body cannot endure, leading to explosive demise. 2. A significant enhancement of one's physical constitution." He looked at the pool, nearly filled with tiger blood, and recounted, "Over 30 years ago, I witnessed a hunter who inadvertently soaked in the blood of a chi condensation realm demonic beast. Not only did he survive, but his physique became extraordinarily robust, enabling him to lift a water buffalo. Although he was still inferior to cultivators, his unnatural strength and resilience were akin to that of a humanoid demonic beast. Subsequently, without any martial training, he ascended to become one of the most formidable martial artists in the realm. And now, I intend for Xiaolu to soak in the blood of a foundational-level demonic beast, even more potent than that of the Qi condensation realm. If he can endure it, his physical capabilities will surge rapidly. Following that, I shall administer the remaining tiger blood to him, facilitating yet another leap in his constitution, propelling him to transcend the realm of mundane martial arts. Chapter 59. Lifting the colossal stone within the blood pool. The crimson liquid had risen to the shoulders of Lin Xiaolu, who was now submerged and weeping uncontrollably. Whoa, it hurts so much, Grandpa. He felt as if he were seated in a furnace, tears like large droplets cascading down his cheeks, his cries a mixture of snot and sorrow. Li Mingru observed this scene with a nod. Such a loud wail. It seems this young lad still possesses considerable endurance. Yi Qingwan crouched by the edge of the blood pool, her small hand resting on her knee as she chuckled. You must hold on, little dear. Otherwise, if in 5 years you cannot measure up to your peers, I, the sect master, shall strip you of your inner disciple status. Indeed, little dear, just imagine how formidable you will be, bullying others and collecting protection fees, with everyone calling you big brother wherever you go. How imposing that will be. You must persevere. Li Mingru added, stifling his laughter. Ah, it hurts so much. Lin Xiaolu had been crying for nearly an hour, gasping for breath as the temperature of the blood pool began to gradually decrease. Li Mingru was quite pleased with his performance. At such a tender age, his willpower was remarkably strong, a rare trait indeed. The lad in the blood pool, eyes brimming with tears, wore an expression akin to one mourning a lost father. He continued to sob, and after a considerable time, his cries began to wane, his body involuntarily twitching, succumbing to spasms. Minru, do you think little dear will be all right? Yi Qingwan gasped at the sight. Just moments ago, this young one had been wailing in pain, his cries resounding. Yet now he was beginning to roll his eyes back, his voice silenced. While strong willpower was undoubtedly beneficial, exceeding the physical limits could lead to destruction. This child was merely 8 years old. Her concern was warranted. In the pool, Lin Xiaolu's cries had ceased entirely, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Li Mingru, witnessing this, felt a flicker of worry. The crimson-eyed white tiger was a fearsome beast, its massive form rivaling that of a small mountain, possessing extraordinary strength and speed. Its blood was searing hot, and even a slight touch would evoke excruciating pain, akin to being scorched by a branding iron. Submerging in such a pool was something many adults could scarcely endure, let alone an 8-year-old child. Observing Lin Xiaolu, who appeared lifeless, his expression grew increasingly anxious. Cracks had begun to form upon the child's skin. At that moment, with his head bowed, Lin Xiaolu was marked by golden-red fissures that spread across his cheeks. Li Mingru, startled by this sight, realized it hinted at a catastrophic failure of his body. His fists clenched tightly as he hesitated, contemplating whether to rescue Lin Xiaolu. He's bleeding from his nose. Little dear is bleeding. After a while, Yi Qingwan suddenly pointed at the unconscious boy in alarm. Li Mingru was taken aback, raising his hand to pull Lin Xiaolu from the pool. As Li Mingru was about to reach out to the boy in the pool, the youth suddenly let out a soft groan and slowly opened his glistening eyes. Little dear, how do you feel now? Upon seeing him awake, Li Mingru quickly inquired with concern. In the blood pool, the boy exhaled through his nose, and 2 visible waves of air erupted from his nostrils, dispersing the sanguine liquid around him and creating ripples. He then turned to Li Mingru at the edge of the pool, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. How do I feel? Only those who soak know. Li Mingru remained silent. Yi Qingwan stifled a smile. This little fellow had suddenly regained his vigor, indicating that he had weathered the ordeal. Furthermore, judging by the white vapor expelled from his nose, it was evident that he had indeed grown stronger. This little one had likely transformed into a formidable being in human form. Li Mingru carefully observed the boy in the pool, noting that the fissures on his body were gradually healing, and his complexion was beginning to redden. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Once you emerge from the pool, I shall give you the blood of the white tiger. After consuming it, you will feel an unbearable heat within your organs, and then you must train beneath the waterfall at the cliff until you can train no longer. Let the waterfall wash away the heat from your body, and absorb the essence of the white tiger's blood through rigorous training. Do you understand? Why do we need to train, master? Lin Xiaolu blinked in confusion. Shouldn't I just gain strength right after drinking that tiger's blood? Why the need for training? If you do not train, the tiger's blood will merely be expelled from your body. Wasted, Li Mingru patiently explained. In the future, I will provide you with the meat of wolves, tigers, leopards, and ferocious beasts of the mountains. And after each meal, you must train until you have exhausted all your strength, to the point of being unable to rise. Only then can you fully absorb the energy. Do you understand? At the mention of eating, Lin Xiaodu perked up, nodding enthusiastically and grinning like a fool. After soaking for another half an hour, the once steaming blood pool had completely lost its efficacy. With his body now infused with tiger's blood, Lin Xiaodu climbed out of the pool and used a cleansing pill to wash away the remnants of blood on his skin. How do you feel now? Both Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan looked on curiously, eager to discover if the boy's physique had indeed become more powerful. Standing in the snowy ground with bare arms, clad only in a pair of shorts, Lin Xiaodu felt no chill. Instead, he sensed an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. I feel all right. Li Mingru raised his hand and pointed to a massive boulder covered in snow nearby. Go and see if you can move that stone. Oh, okay, the boy replied eagerly, scampering towards the towering rock, which was taller than him. Yi Qingwan assessed the size of the boulder and inquired, Junior brother, that stone must weigh over 1,000 pounds, right? Li Mingru nodded, watching the small figure of the boy, and casually remarked, 1,023 pounds. Yi Qingwan gazed at him in astonishment. You have experienced it? Li Mingru affirmed with a nod. Beside the rock, Lin Xiaolu shook his arms, and then lifted his small hands to embrace the colossal boulder, exerting tremendous force. The 1,000-pound rock was suddenly hoisted by his tiny hands and flung above his head, effortlessly elevated. Yi Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Li Mingru's expression brightened with delight. He had not anticipated that the blood of the mythical beast could truly be harnessed in such a manner. Li Mingru was unable to contain his joy, realizing that he had indeed discovered a path for this little fellow to transcend the limits of his physical form. Of course, it was fraught with peril. Just moments ago, Lin Xiaolu had nearly met a catastrophic end. Fortunately, after a year of martial training, his physique was robust enough, bolstered by the consumption of numerous nourishing substances, and his remarkable willpower had allowed him to barely endure. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished countless times over. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu also recognized his newfound strength. Holding the massive rock aloft, he tilted his head back and laughed foolishly, exclaiming, I am so incredible. Chapter 60. The waterfall reversal. After a fit of wild laughter, the young boy cast aside the massive stone and scampered over to Li Mingru, exclaiming, Boss, please let me drink the tiger's blood. Li Mingru smiled gently and extended his palm, where a sphere of blood gradually formed, suspended 3 inches above his hand. As Lin Xiaolu leaned closer, inhaling the air around the swirling sphere, he detected not the expected metallic scent of blood, but rather a faint, alluring fragrance. Boss, where do you keep this tiger's blood? He inquired with curiosity. Li Mingru chuckled. My master possesses a spatial ring that can contain various items. With that, he presented the blood sphere before Lin Xiaolu, urging, drink up. The essence of this beast's blood is devoid of any foul taste. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiaolu puckered his lips and stretched out his neck. As his lips made contact with the blood sphere, he inhaled slightly, and the entire sphere flowed into his mouth, swiftly swallowed whole. To his astonishment, he realized he had consumed it without even tasting it. Just as he contemplated savoring the moment, a sudden wave of heat surged through his body. Ouch! It hurts. The warmth enveloped him rapidly, filling his entire being, causing him to howl in agony. Both Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan observed the transformation overtaking Lin Xiaolu. His previously pale skin began to visibly redden, emitting wisps of smoke. Even his once clear eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Lin Xiaolu screamed, rolling about on the ground in distress, unable to articulate coherent words. In a fit of madness, he pounded the ground, and with each strike, cracks appeared in the solid rock beneath the thick layer of snow. With a roar, he unleashed a primal scream. His 8-year-old frame curled up as it emitted the furious cries of a small beast. Witnessing this, Li Mingru commanded, head to the cliff waterfall and exhaust yourself. Go. Lin Xiaolu, disregarding the response, turned and dashed towards the cliff waterfall north of Jiaxing Peak. The discomfort was overwhelming, akin to an imminent explosion within his belly. He sprinted while howling, rushing to the cascading waterfall, plunging headlong into the torrent. As the cool water met his blazing body, it billowed steam, rising in thick clouds around him. Ah, this is unbearable. Under the waterfall's relentless cascade, Lin Xiaolu began performing push-ups at an astonishing speed, his youthful frame moving so rapidly that it appeared as if he was leaving afterimages behind. The force of the water repeatedly pounded against his small back, yet it could not bend him. His body continued to emit smoke, and despite the waterfall's continuous onslaught, he felt as though he were enveloped in a steam bath, rendering the area beneath the waterfall a white haze, obscuring all vision. With a roar born of desperation, Lin Xiaolu could no longer contain himself. He seized a massive boulder nearby, hoisting it high above his head, and began practicing weightlifting under the waterfall's relentless flow. Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan arrived at the precipice waterfall with an unhurried demeanor. As they gazed at the mist rising from below and listened to the continuous roars emanating from within, a hint of concern flickered in their eyes. "I hope that little one won't overdo it," Yi Qingwan remarked, casting a glance at Li Mingru. "You've given him too much at once. I'm afraid he might not be able to handle it." Li Mingru, holding a wine gourd, replied with an impassive expression. To practice martial arts is to swim against the current. If one aspires to stand shoulder to shoulder with the immortals, one must possess great willpower and endure immense hardship. As the Analects state, aim for the highest and you may attain the middle. Aim for the middle and you may attain the lower. Aim for the lower, and you will gain nothing at all. Yi Qingwan shot him a sidelong glance, snorting, "Junior brother, you truly are an oddity. Despite being a cultivator, you now resemble a mundane martial arts master." Senior sister, during my travels through various lands, I have encountered formidable martial artists and exchanged insights with them, which has led to some reflections, he replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Qingwan, intrigued by the persistent roars of the waterfall, asked, "So, how do you plan to train the little deer moving forward?" Li Mingru took a sip from his wine gourd and chuckled leisurely. "That's a secret." Yi Qingwan could only respond with a silent expression. That day, Lin Xiaolu did not return to the courtyard. He spent the entire night fiercely training beneath the waterfall, doing deep squats with massive stones and performing push-ups, even pounding the ground in distress. It wasn't until the following afternoon, after exerting himself for over 10 hours and reaching a peak of exuberance, that he finally returned to a normal state. Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan accompanied him throughout, observing his relentless training, and witnessed him, in a fit of rage, strike a punch at the waterfall above. This blow caused the entire cascade to reverse and surge skyward, the water soaring into the clouds. Yi Qingwan was taken aback by the sight. Eventually, the drenched young boy emerged from the waterfall, bare-armed, puffing out his small belly, and lifting his bright, clear eyes. He gazed at Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan with a bewildered expression before slowly breaking into a smile. "Big brother, sect sister. Am I impressive?" In the afternoon at the Zhaixingfeng courtyard, a group of children including Xiao Yuer, Dongfang Dan, Tang Hanqing, and Lu Shuai sat in a row on small stools, listening with rapt admiration as Lin Xiaolu recounted his experiences. They were particularly attentive, their small faces reflecting awe. "After the big brother bestowed upon me a stroke of fortune, I impressed him deeply with my talent and hard work. He remarked that although I cannot cultivate immortality, I am a rare martial prodigy, possessing extraordinary potential to transform the mundane into the miraculous. He assured me that I would surely become a significant figure in the future." Even the sect sister was moved by my charisma, lamenting her own inadequacy and expressing a desire to join my virtue overcomes all band. However, considering her status as the elder sister of my big brother, I declined. After all, having her as my subordinate would diminish my big brother's prestige. You all know that I, Lin Xiaolu, value loyalty above all and graciously refused the sect sister to honor my big brother. "Brother, was the sect sister very saddened by your rejection?" Xiao Yuer inquired, cradling her small head. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu sighed sorrowfully, her cherubic face reflecting her melancholy. It was undeniable that she had been deeply saddened at the time, weeping inconsolably and even contemplating despair, expressing her unwillingness to join the Yi de Shu Rin gang. Not even the esteemed leaders of the Yuaning period, including the head of a Mei, seemed to have any intention of persevering. It took considerable persuasion from both the boss and me to finally convince her to hold on. Dongfang Dan's chubby face quivered in astonishment as he exclaimed, "I had no idea that Brother Liu had become so formidable. Let us applaud." The children in the courtyard responded in unison, their applause echoing throughout. "Boss, does that mean you won't be able to cultivate further and will only be able to focus on martial arts? How does Elderly plan to instruct you?" asked Tang Hanqing, wiping his nose and blinking his wise, bulging eyes. As for this, the boss had yet to elaborate. Lin Xiaolu boldly interjected. "The boss mentioned that individuals like me are indeed extraordinarily impressive to an excessive degree, rendering his originally intended training methods somewhat inadequate. Thus, he plans to seek alternative approaches and will inform me of his decision tomorrow." Chapter 61. Battling the beasts. The following day, within the cave atop Star-Picking Peak, Lin Xiaolu, having just completed his morning exercises, gazed thoughtfully at a set of armor before him. This formidable suit weighed a total of 500 pounds, comprising 2 armors of 50 pounds each, 2 leg armors weighing 100 pounds apiece, and a chest plate weighing 200 pounds. Li Mingru sat cross-legged, one hand propping up his chin and the other holding a wine gourd, as he slowly spoke. "From this day forth, you shall don this burdensome armor. Unless in a moment of utmost importance, you are to wear it at all times, during meals, while sleeping, or while training." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's expression fell. Yet he had no choice but to comply, reluctantly donning the glossy black armor. 500 pounds would have once made it a Herculean task for him to even rise. But after consuming the blood of the white tiger, he had gained the strength to lift cauldrons, and this weighty armor now merely felt somewhat cumbersome. "Is this truly your idea of a training regimen, old man? How dreadfully mundane," he grumbled, moving his limbs within the cave while clad in the armor. "Indeed, it is not merely that simple," Li Mingru chuckled lightly. "From this day forth, your training will be divided into 2 sessions, morning and afternoon. First, in the morning, you are to rise at the hour of the rooster, freshen up, partake in breakfast, and then commence your training. Clad in this weighted armor, you will practice horse stance for half an hour, run for another half hour, and perform push-ups for yet another half hour. By the time you have completed these exercises, it will be the hour of the snake." "And what shall I do then?" Lin Xiaolu inquired, for they were to dine at the mess hall at noon, and there was still an entire hour between the hour of the snake and noon. Li Mingru smiled, gesturing toward a circular stone platform within the cave. "Look over there. Do you see that teleportation array?" Lin Xiaolu turned his gaze to the stone platform, indicating that he had indeed seen it. "This was constructed with the assistance of the sect leader yesterday, connecting us to a primitive forest 1,000 miles away in Amei. After the hour of the snake, you will wear this armor and utilize the teleportation array to venture into the forest, where you shall hunt and engage in combat with ferocious beasts." At this revelation, Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback. Li Mingru continued, unfazed, "Training in martial arts requires a wealth of practical experience. One cannot solely practice in isolation. However, as Amei lacks martial practitioners, I have arranged for you to spar with the wild beasts of the deep mountains. Are you not moved?" Lin Xiaolu, with a face full of indignation, puffed his cheeks and glared at Li Mingru. "You expect an 8-year-old child to confront ferocious beasts unarmed?" "Indeed, and while wearing this armor." "Absolutely." Lin Xiaolu. Li Mingru, witnessing the exasperation of the young boy before him, nearly burst into laughter. Suppressing his amusement, he spoke with a sense of satisfaction. "Once you enter the deep mountains each day, do not dare to be idle. For the meals you shall enjoy in the mess hall will depend entirely on the game you manage to catch." Lin Xiaolu. Li Mingru laughed heartily, saying, "If you do not bring back your prey, then you shall have no meal that afternoon. However, if you do manage to catch something, have the dining hall prepare it for you." Lin Xiaolu, with wide eyes, felt an anger bubbling within him. "Ah, how infuriating. I wish to pour out all of my leader's hidden wine and replace it with something distasteful." He continued to pout. "What am I supposed to do in the afternoon? You shall first practice the 8 extremes fist and the horizontal breathing technique for half an hour each, then learn the couplet steps of the Chuan Gua Taoshan school, as well as the flying dagger technique of the Yuan Gua Small Knife Society." Li Mingru replied with a smile. "Continue practicing until the hour of you. Then partake in your evening meal. After dining, run for half an hour, hold a horse stance for another half, and finish with half an hour of push-ups. Only then may your day's training conclude." Lin Xiaolu, upon hearing this, felt as though his head would burst from anger. He was left with scarcely any time for leisure. After Li Mingru spoke, He took a sip of wine, rose from the cushion, and cheerfully called out, "What are we waiting for? Let us activate the teleportation array." Dressed in dark armor, Lin Xiaolu huffed at him before climbing onto the circular stone platform adorned with talismans. Li Mingru joined him, guiding Lin Xiaolu in twisting a specific stone on the array. With a series of crisp sounds, the talismans surrounding the platform began to glow with golden light, and brilliant radiance erupted beneath their feet. In the next moment, they vanished amidst the brilliance. As a delicate leaf, intricately patterned, spiraled down from above, it gently settled upon the youth's face. Lin Xiaolu brushed the leaf aside, revealing a lush and verdant forest before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. How wondrous is the world of cultivation! I have arrived in the primeval forest. At that moment, he and Li Mingru stood atop a stone platform within the dense woods. This place is known as Wildman Mountain, Li Mingru explained. I have used my divine sense to cover the entire mountain. It is vast and teeming with life. Devoid of demonic beasts, malevolent cultivators, or spirits, only countless ferocious animals roam here, making it quite safe. Lin Xiaolu rolled his eyes in response. Humph, how very safe, you foolish leader. He added, in the future, after you hunt, simply teleport back from this stone platform. After a moment's thought, Li Mingru tossed him a jade token. Should you encounter danger, such as being bitten by a poisonous snake or insect, grasp this token tightly and call out the words Ame. I will come to your aid immediately. Lin Xiaolu nodded. A look of sorrow etched upon his youthful face. Li Mingru chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, saying, Go on and hunt well, little dear. I must return to teach Xiaoyu the star-plucking technique, so I shall take my leave. With that, he sent Lin Xiaolu down the teleportation array, twisting the array's core, and vanished in a blaze of radiant light. The 8-year-old boy watched him disappear, his mouth pouting in frustration. And he unleashed a torrent of curses at the empty teleportation array. You foolish old man. Go eat dung. After venting his anger, he turned and made his way into the depths of the dense forest, his short legs carrying him forward, his cheeks puffed up in indignation. As he walked, he muttered to himself, I'm only 8 years old. Why must I fight against wolves and leopards without any weapons, burdened by 500 pounds of weight? Truly, you are a remarkable fool. As Lin Xiaolu trudged along, grumbling incessantly, he soon heard an unusual rustling sound emanating from the forest behind him. His ears perked up, and just as he was about to turn around, a fierce gust of wind rushed past him. A roar erupted as a long, golden figure descended from the sky, pouncing fiercely upon the 8-year-old child. Lin Xiaolu was quick to react. He extended his small arms, his muscles tensing instantly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sensation, as though something had bitten his head. Turning to look, he was taken aback to see a magnificent golden leopard before him. Chapter 62. The solo kill of the black bear. The leopard, resplendent in its golden coat, crouched on the grass. Its lithe and powerful paws poised as it growled incessantly at the child before it. A flicker of confusion danced in its piercing eyes. It had clearly bitten down on the human cub's head, yet it felt as though it had clamped upon stone. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu felt an immense relief. Grateful for his striking appearance, his penchant for boasting, and his remarkable cunning, he had swiftly summoned his inner strength the moment he sensed danger. Had he relied solely on his physical form, he surely would have been torn apart by the ferocious beast. In the dense forest, the gaze of man and leopard locked, and after a moment of scrutiny from the beautifully furred feline, its fierce demeanor faltered, replaced by a growing fear as it began to retreat slowly. As if confronted by an ancient, terrifying creature, Lin Xiaolu, however, could not suppress a grin, his mouth stretching into a wide smile as he laughed heartily. Little leopard, you found yourself in a predicament. Huh. With that, the leopard turned on its heels and fled with astonishing speed, its cries echoing as if it were being pursued not by a mere child, but by a monstrous entity. Lin Xiaolu, in hot pursuit, waved his small arms and shouted, Don't run, little leopard. Don't run. I promise I'll be gentle when I devour you. The two raced through the verdant thicket, leaping over fallen logs and ditches, their speed remarkable. Yet, despite his fervent chase, Lin Xiaolu could not keep pace with the leopard. Its swiftness was unparalleled, and soon it was far beyond his reach. Watching the leopard's form vanish into the depths of the forest, Lin Xiaolu felt a surge of frustration. Burdened by an immense weight of 500 pounds, it was futile to chase a leopard at full speed. Goodness, Am I destined to catch no prey today? He lamented, wandering aimlessly through the woods, calling out whimsically, Is anyone coming to eat me? I'm quite delectable, I assure you. After a while, silence enveloped him, and suddenly an urge to relieve himself struck. He approached a grand tree, lifted his robe, and unfastened his trousers to urinate against its sturdy trunk. Having finished, he shook himself off, cheerfully humming a tune, when suddenly the sound of snapping branches reached his ears from behind. Lin Xiaolu hastily pulled up his trousers and turned around, his eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly drooling at the sight before him. Before him stood a magnificent, pitch-black bear. With a thunderous roar, the robust bear, its glossy fur shimmering, faced him without flinching, unfazed by the presence of Lin Xiaolu. It rose on its hind legs, exuding a palpable eagerness. Though Lin Xiaolu barely reached the bear's thigh, he was exhilarated, exclaiming, Big bear, your time has come. I may not outrun the leopard, but surely I can outpace you. Roar. A man and a bear, without uttering a word, lunged at each other simultaneously. With a vigorous leap, Lin Xiaolu raised his fist high, while the bear swung its massive paw, nearly the size of half its body. Bang! Crack! The two collided with a dull thud, each receiving a blow before landing simultaneously. In the very instant they touched the ground, Lin Xiaolu let out a fierce roar and charged once more. His physical prowess was astonishing. The bear's slap barely fazed him, as if he were untouched. With a furious growl, the bear retaliated, but the diminutive Lin Xiaolu executed a swift slide beneath its bulk, then crashed into the bear, as solid as a black wall. The Iron Mountain Strike. Before consuming the tiger's blood, Lin Xiaolu's Iron Mountain Strike could shatter rocks. After partaking of the tiger's blood, its power became formidable. Even while bearing a weight of 500 pounds, he managed to topple the adult bear to the ground. In a flash, Lin Xiaolu mounted the bear, straddling its neck, and raised his small fists to rain blows upon it. Today, I shall feast on roasted bear paws. The bear, battered by the onslaught, roared in frustration. Each punch from Lin Xiaolu packed a wallop, rivaling the bear's might. Dazed and disoriented, the bear struggled, its massive form suddenly heaving upward, causing Lin Xiaolu to stumble and roll off its neck. With a thunderous roar, the bear regained its footing and, turning its ample rear, fled. Lin Xiaolu, momentarily taken aback by the bear's sudden retreat, quickly shook off his surprise and chased after it, shouting, If you're capable, don't run. Wahaha! In the depths of the forest, the stout bear with its robust limbs raced frantically, yet its speed paled in comparison to that of a cheetah. As Lin Xiaolu closed in, the bear swiftly altered its course, charging towards an enormous tree. With its fleshy paws gripping the trunk, it clambered up, shaking its ample backside. Lo and behold, you can climb trees, Lin Xiaolu exclaimed in astonishment, watching the bear ascend the trunk. The bear climbed swiftly, reaching a considerable height, clinging to the tree while howling in despair, tears nearly streaming from its eyes, as if it had suffered great injustice. Below, Lin Xiaolu gazed at the wailing bear, a devilish smile creeping across his face. Big bear, shout all you want. No one will come to your rescue. With a hearty laugh, he inhaled deeply and swung his arm. The Iron Mountain Strike. Bang! The towering tree creaked ominously, its trunk beginning to sway violently. The bear, terrified, emitted a chilling scream, clinging tightly to the trunk as if it were a victim of domestic abuse. Bang! Lin Xiaolu struck again. The great tree creaked once more, with a resounding echo. The bear's cries grew increasingly mournful as it clung precariously to the tree trunk. The laughter in Lin Xiaolu's eyes intensified, and with a deep breath, he turned his body and spread his arms wide. Boom! The towering tree fell with a mighty crash, and the great bear was helplessly sent tumbling from its lofty perch, crashing forcefully to the ground. Observing this, Lin Xiaolu immediately leaped forward, his small hands fiercely tightening around the bear's thick neck. The bear howled in desperation, struggling to rise again, but Lin Xiaolu, clinging resolutely to its back, shouted fiercely as his diminutive frame unleashed in astonishing strength. Boom! The bear's massive body was toppled by the 8-year-old boy, landing on its back with its legs flailing in the air, while Lin Xiaolu lay beneath it, tightening his grip around its neck with increasing fervor. Meanwhile, within the cave, Li Mingru leisurely sipped his wine, admiring the illustrations in a rather inappropriate children's booklet. This particular illustration not only showcased exquisite craftsmanship, but the characters were depicted with remarkable realism, poignantly capturing the hardships of the old man's labor, evoking tears from any onlooker. Truly remarkable. After offering his appraisal, he turned the page, and his eyes gleamed with surprise as he exclaimed in wonder, "This depiction of a divine maiden is indeed a masterpiece of extraordinary skill." It was evident that the artist possessed not only exceptional painting techniques, but also a profound talent for line work. The maiden's posture was elegant, her demeanor exceptional, and her expression vividly lifelike, inspiring thoughts of the vast cosmos and the insignificance of humanity. An extraordinary experience, truly. As he savored the artwork, preparing to turn the page once more, a sudden flash of golden light emanated from the teleportation array within the cave, heralding the arrival of a small figure. Chapter 63. The hardship of martial arts in the midsection of the Zhaixing Peak, within the dining hall. The outer disciples responsible for preparing the meals were bustling with energy as lunchtime approached. Have the ingredients been prepared? Yes, senior brother. We are ready to serve at any moment. Haha, splendid. Do remember to prepare extra. Our little Lin senior brother's appetite has been growing immensely lately. He can devour 3 chickens and 2 ducks in one sitting, not to mention 7 or 8 braised hawks. Rest assured, senior brother, everything is ready for the brothers. The atmosphere in the dining hall was vibrant, and outside, the area was teeming with people, with voices and laughter echoing all around. Among them, 2 outer disciples were engaged in animated discussions about their training progress, eagerly awaiting the meal. Suddenly, in the midst of their spirited exchange, one of them appeared to have spotted something extraordinary. He raised his hand and shouted, "Look! Quickly, come and see!" Startled by the sudden outburst, the surrounding disciples looked up in confusion, only to freeze in astonishment. In the distance along the mountain path, a diminutive figure was seen carrying an enormous bear towards them. Lin Xiaolu, proudly hoisting the black bear, was drooling with delight, while his companion, Xiao Yu, bounced along behind him. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining hall, amidst the astonished gazes of the outer disciples, he unceremoniously dropped the bear, which weighed 400 to 500 pounds, onto the ground. Boom! The ground trembled slightly upon impact. Everyone, intrigued, gathered around to witness the spectacle. Monkey-san, wide-eyed, rushed over and marveled at the sight of the bear sprawled on the ground. Senior brother Lin, what is the meaning of this? Monkey-san, have the brothers prepare this magnificent bear. Save the 4 paws for my sister and me, and the rest can be used to treat the others, Lin Xiaolu declared with pride. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Such a grand bear! Did you go hunting, senior brother Lin?" At merely 8 years of age, Lin Xiaolu had managed to hunt such a formidable bear. Truly a prodigy who had surpassed all his peers. Ha ha ha, we are indeed fortunate. Thank you, senior brother Lin. With the praises showered upon him, Lin Xiaolu beamed with pride, placing his hands on his hips and laughing heartily. My master sent me to the primordial forest to hunt, to grapple barehanded with wolves, tigers, and leopards. So, I returned with this black bear. You cannot imagine how perilous it was. I was encircled by 100 bears, 100 wild boars, and 100 tigers, 300 fierce beasts roaring to devour me. Yet, I remained undaunted, fighting them barehanded until they cried for mercy, and ultimately chose to bring back the plumpest bear among them. The outer disciples listened in awe, their scalps tingling as they stared at Lin Xiaolu, utterly dumbfounded. Goodness gracious! Senior brother Lin single-handedly defeated 300 ferocious beasts. How terrifying! Indeed, comparisons among people can be disheartening. At 8 years old, I was merely chasing after little birds, while senior brother Lin was already tearing apart tigers and leopards. Incredible! Truly remarkable! The disciples engaged in lively discussions, while Lin Xiaolu joined in the jovial banter. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuer crouched nearby, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she listened to her brother recount stories. Soon, Hosen summoned the siblings to the dining room for their meal. Before departing, Lin Xiaolu cheerfully promised the group that he would bring them wild delicacies every day, ensuring that the bonds of camaraderie would not be forgotten. That afternoon, each outer disciple of Zhaixing Peak was delighted to receive a fragrant piece of bear meat, with Lin Xiaolu devouring 3 enormous roasted bear paws, while Xiao Yuer could only manage a small portion, graciously sharing the remainder with him. After their lunch, the young man resumed his afternoon training. He first sought out Li Mingru, requesting a bout of sparring to practice his horizontal energy technique. After enduring half an hour of vigorous sparring, he dedicated another 30 minutes to practicing the 8 Extremes fist. Subsequently, he began to learn new martial arts techniques, the Mandarin duck steps and the flying dagger technique. The flying dagger involved throwing specially crafted daggers, each weighing 10 pounds and slightly curved, which Li Mingru had prepared for him. He was instructed to throw them at a brick from a distance of 10 meters using the force described in his training manual. The Mandarin duck steps represented a form of lightness akin to a mortal's agility. Li Mingru insisted that he start with foundational training, which included climbing trees and scaling rocky terrains. He led him to a half-meter-tall sapling and instructed him to leap over it while wearing 500 pounds of iron armor. Li Mingru explained that the sapling would grow to 2 meters within 2 years, and if Lin Xiaolu committed to daily practice alongside the sapling's growth, he too would be able to leap over 2 meters in height, even while burdened. By then, his agility would reach commendable levels. And coupled with the techniques of the Mandarin duck steps, he would master the art of traversing walls and roofs, becoming a true expert in lightness. Lin Xiaolu approached his training with utmost seriousness, dedicating himself completely to even the most monotonous tasks. Was martial arts arduous? Indeed, it was. He had initially believed that consuming tiger blood would make the process effortless, but reality proved otherwise. His aspirations were never to be an ordinary martial artist, but to become an immortal cultivator. Bearing 500 pounds of weight, he relentlessly threw the 10-pound daggers, soon feeling the strain in his wrists and softness in his fingers, with his delicate fingertips developing blisters that stung painfully upon contact. He repeatedly leaped towards tree branches and scrambled over rocky surfaces like a little monkey, scraping his arms and knees until he was battered and bruised. His sweat soaked through layer after layer, yet Li Mingru remained a silent observer, showing no inclination to grant him even a moment's respite. To strive for excellence through effort rather than relying on innate talent is unrealistic. What, then, is the solution? It is simple. Exert tenfold effort to match a modicum of talent. As night fell, Lin Xiaolu struggled to hold chopsticks due to the searing pain in his fingers during dinner at the dining hall, with Xiao Yuer feeding him bite after bite. After finishing his meal, it was time for the final 3 tasks of the day. For half an hour, he stood in a horse stance. For another half an hour, he ran. And yet another half hour was spent doing push-ups, all while clad in weighted gear. Oh, how excessive my master is. How can one be subjected to such torment at merely 8 years of age? In the room, Li Miaoxin, while tending to Lin Xiaolu's blistered fingers, spoke with great concern. Junior brother, you must remove the weights. I cannot, senior sister, Lin Xiaolu replied, wincing as she prodded his blisters. I must wear this armor even while I sleep. Only in critical moments can I take it off. Why endure such suffering when you could simply refrain from training? It would be far better to grow up healthy, she lamented, her eyes brimming with tears. Her heart ached for him. Every finger bore blisters, and his arms and legs were marred with wounds. His entire body was a canvas of injury. What was even more outrageous was that the master forbade her from using spiritual energy to heal him, insisting that enduring pain is an essential part of martial training, a means to strengthen one's will. Chapter 64. Renowned Ame, Cultivating Willpower. Is this truly a pursuit befitting an 8-year-old? At such a tender age, Xiao Lu ought to relish a childhood brimming with laughter and joy, rather than engage in daily skirmishes with beasts or perilous training regimens. What if he were to stumble while running? What if a wild animal were to ambush him? What if he were to lose his grip and fall while climbing? Li Miaoxin dared not even envision such scenarios. Yet, Lin Xiaolu seemed unfazed, inhaling sharply at the pain but uttering no complaints. Wearing that carefree smile of his, he chuckled. Sister, it's not so hard for me. Life on Ame is quite pleasant. I can fill my belly and learn how to intimidate others. You little rascal. Always scheming to bully others, Li Miaoxin admonished him with a stern gaze. Even if you become a formidable warrior, you must not entertain thoughts of tormenting others. But the storyteller in the village said, who treats you better, the storyteller or your sister? Li Miaoxin glared at him with indignation. The youth paused, observing the almost tearful expression on Li Miaoxin's face. He pouted slightly and replied, Sister, you treat me well. Perhaps this little brat possesses a semblance of conscience after all. Li Miaoxin set down her embroidery needle and carefully applied ointment to Lin Xiaolu's wounds, gently blowing on them as she spoke. Xiaolu, it is wrong to bully others. If, In the future, you are unable to cultivate your skills and leave Ame for the mundane world. Do not use your martial prowess to intimidate those around you. Although I may lack martial knowledge, I understand that many practitioners of the arts are often chivalrous souls who aid the downtrodden. If you possess the courage to strike others, do you not also have the fortitude to assist those who are truly in need? Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, then resolutely shook his head. Sister, you don't understand. Good people never receive good returns. My parents were just like that. He recounted to Li Miaoxin, my parents were well regarded in the village, often performing kind deeds and helping many. However, after my father fell while assisting another family with their home, breaking his neck and perishing, my mother soon followed him into despair. After their demise, those who had once benefited from their generosity initially promised to care for my sister and me. But as time passed, they abandoned us to fend for ourselves. At one point, a villager even plotted to sell my sister to the city as a child bride for a wealthy family. Lin Xiaolu grimaced as he continued. That villager had been on good terms with my father, calling him brother every day. Yet, upon my parents' death, he had the audacity to target my sister. So, I secretly set his house ablaze. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have perished in the flames. I must say, he truly is fortunate. Upon hearing Lin Xiaolu's past, Li Miaoxin was momentarily stunned, a wave of unease washing over her. Her hand ceased its application of ointment as she gazed at the carefree youth before her. Her thoughts caught in a tumult of unspoken words. Gazing at the cheerful smile before her, an inexplicable emotion welled up within her, causing her nose to tingle. This child had truly experienced the vicissitudes of human relationships. Perhaps it was precisely this that had shaped his extreme character. Confronted with his past, Li Miaoxin found herself momentarily at a loss for how to guide him towards goodness. After a prolonged silence, she hesitantly spoke. From now on, little dear, you should be a person who distinguishes between kindness and enmity. Treat those who are kind to you with kindness, and those who are not. Lin Xiaolu broke into a wide grin, revealing an innocent smile as he replied, I shall root out the weeds. He then added with a sweet smile, Senior sister, you are so good to me. You are the kindest person I have encountered in Ame, even kinder than the eldest brother. When you become an old lady, my sister and I will take care of you. Li Miaoxin couldn't help but chuckle, affectionately pinching his small nose. You, always full of clever words. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A massive, black-haired wild boar charged towards the boy who defiantly raised his middle finger. Unfazed, the boy shouted and rushed forward, lifting his small hands to grasp the wild boar's two formidable tusks, engaging in a fierce struggle. The wild boar bellowed ferociously, its powerful hooves tearing at the ground, sending dirt flying. The boy was gradually pushed back by the boar's immense strength, his short legs carving deep trenches in the earth. Despite the boar's relentless thrusts and wild head thrashing, Lin Xiaolu clung on tightly, shouting even louder, Big fat pig, today you are mine. With that, the young boy's muscles tensed. He stepped back, twisted his waist, and with all his might, hurled the wild boar over his head. The beast soared into the air, its body tracing a half-circle before crashing violently to the ground. By midday, Lin Xiaolu triumphantly dragged the hefty wild boar to the dining hall, sprinting while laughing heartily at the outer disciples. Brothers, a dog does not forget its benefactor. Long live Brother Lin. They cheered. For a considerable time thereafter, Lin Xiaolu brought various game to share with the outer disciples, from bears to wild boars to tigers, never repeating a single dish. This generosity endeared him further to the outer disciples. Word spread beyond the Zhaixing faction, reaching other branches of Ame, about this peculiar inner disciple who, despite being unable to cultivate, defeated all his peers with his outstanding martial skills. He would venture out daily to hunt, sharing an array of wild delicacies with the outer disciples, and maintaining a light-hearted demeanor that made him a beloved and spirited companion. This has rendered the outer disciples of other branches quite envious of Zhaixing. Whenever they encounter the outer disciples of Zhaixing, the most frequent inquiry is, what delightful treats has Brother Lin brought you today? Moreover, Lin Xiaolu's deeds, upon reaching the ears of Li Mingru, brought him great satisfaction. He often remarked to others, Xiaolu is diligent, as if there were little else to commend in his disciple apart from his industriousness. However, the narrative has shifted. Now, when he speaks of Lin Xiaolu, he not only extols his diligence, but also adds, though young in years, Xiaolu is acutely aware of the hardships faced by outer disciples. While he may be headstrong, his inherent kindness shines through, as he understands the value of sharing with others. He truly is remarkable. Consequently, Lin Xiaolu's reputation began to resonate throughout Amei, with all of Amei recognizing that Zhaixing had a peculiar disciple who hunted daily. Of course, his training remained unwavering. Each day, he diligently adhered to the regimen set forth by Li Mingru, never allowing himself a moment of laziness, often emerging from his endeavors covered in bruises. Yet, this relentless pursuit honed his knife-throwing skills to an extraordinary precision, as he became nearly infallible within a 10-meter range, and his speed in scaling rocky terrains grew increasingly swift, with the steps of the Mandarin duck technique hinting at a nascent mastery. Thus, this period, filled with laughter and joy, leisurely drifted by, and soon, more than a month had elapsed. Chapter 65, The Egg Boss. Could you possibly get me another serving of tiger blood? Inside the Zhaixing cave, Lin Xiaolu, with a bruised face, eagerly inquired. It has been over a month since I finished the tiger blood, and I feel my progress has stagnated compared to before. Before the youth, Li Mingru sat cross-legged, intently examining a small yellow book. Upon hearing Lin Xiaolu's request for more tiger blood, he casually replied, "That substance should not be consumed excessively. It merely lays a foundation for you." Lin Xiaolu nodded in confusion, uttering a soft "oh," before curiously continuing, "Boss, a couple of days ago, I went out with Dongfang Dan and the others, and I discovered they still cannot surpass me. Boss, I believe you could teach the method of consuming beast blood to those outer disciples who, like me, are progressing slowly, enabling everyone to become as formidable as true cultivators." Li Mingru chuckled at this. "Are you not concerned that if everyone grows stronger, they might surpass you? What's there to fear?" Lin Xiaolu proudly raised his bloodied face, boasting, "Fair competition is what it is, and with my good looks, loyalty, and knack for boasting, it's unlikely that anyone could outshine me." Li Mingru nearly burst into laughter at his disciple's audacity and shot him a disapproving glare. He then closed his book and gazed at him meaningfully, saying, "Xiaolu, I believe you've become somewhat arrogant lately." Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, scratching his head in silence. "Ever since you defeated over 50 disciples and Chun Yinyan last month, you've become a bit inflated. And after drinking the tiger blood, your physical prowess has significantly increased, making you rather conceited. This is not favorable. You must maintain a clear self-awareness and avoid aiming too high." Lin Xiaolu blinked twice, somewhat unconvinced, and retorted, "Boss, I believe I am not inferior to any cultivator. I can even tear apart tigers and leopards now, which Dongfang Dan and Tang Yuan cannot achieve." Li Mingru smiled at his disciple's misunderstanding, realizing it was partly his fault for not clarifying the matter. It was understandable, as he was indeed formidable among cultivators at the same stage, while not invincible. He was certainly rare in finding opponents, and a bit of arrogance was somewhat excusable. He spoke slowly. "If consuming beast blood was truly an easy path for outer disciples to grow, we would have long since promoted it. After all, there are numerous outer disciples. If they all became stronger, it would benefit the entire Amei sect. Nobody is foolish. But the reason it is not promoted must be significant." Li Mingru looked at the boy before him and asked, "Do you recall your experiences when you soaked in and consumed the tiger blood?" "Yes," Lin Xiaolu replied, sitting cross-legged, cradling his head in his hands, with a pout on his lips. "At that time, I suffered immensely. I felt as if I were on the brink of death. I even thought that if I died, I would return as a ghost and seek you out on the 7th day after my death, taking you with me." Li Mingru. "My goodness, what a devoted disciple I have raised." He took several deep breaths, repeatedly assuring himself of the innocence of childlike words before regaining his composure to continue. "Consuming the bloodline of magical beasts does indeed enhance one's physical attributes. Yet it carries significant peril. Only those with unwavering resolve and immense perseverance can withstand its effects. Otherwise, they risk catastrophic bodily disintegration." With a self-satisfied demeanor, Lin Xiaolu chimed in, "Well, I possess remarkable perseverance." Li Mingru chuckled at his expression, acknowledging that the boy's unique childhood experiences had forged an extraordinary willpower, surpassing that of many adults. This was a key reason for his resilience. However, the situation was undoubtedly more complex. He proceeded to elucidate, "Xiaolu, willpower is but one aspect. The most crucial point is that the method of consuming the bloodline of magical beasts is generally limited to a maximum of 3 times. Lin Xiaolu sprang to his feet, wide-eyed and anxious. Why not? Calm down. Sit down, Li Mingru urged. Does that mean I can never grow stronger again? Lin Xiaolu's face flushed with indignation, puffing up like a balloon. Li Mingru paused for a moment before explaining. The vast majority of magical beasts possess blood imbued with madness, brutality, and a thirst for carnage. Prolonged consumption leads one to gradually evolve toward the nature of the beasts, ultimately losing rationality and transforming into a humanoid beast. Lin Xiaolu gasped in disbelief, staring at Li Mingru in shock. You mean to say, if I consume too much, I could become a monster? Li Mingru nodded gravely. Having already consumed the flesh of a magical beast once, each subsequent intake will double the agony endured, increasing the likelihood of explosive demise and heightening the risk of madness. At that point, an even stronger will is required to suppress it. With that, he retrieved a tattered scroll and introduced it to the boy. This scroll recounts the tale of a youth, much like yourself, who, in his quest for power, voraciously consumed the flesh of magical beasts. Ultimately, during his third consumption, he was overwhelmed by the madness and brutality within, transforming into a humanoid beast, only to be slain by his own mentor. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's face paled with fear, his previous enthusiasm extinguished. He had thought he had discovered a path to rival the immortals, only to find it a treacherous dead end. Observing his distressed expression, Li Mingru sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy as he offered words of comfort. Xiaolu, do not dwell excessively on this. Forge your own path, training diligently, and let your sweat and hard work empower you. External aids, opportunities, and treasures are merely supplementary. Only the skills you cultivate over time truly belong to you, unassailable by anyone else. Li Mingru continued, after 2 years of training, once your willpower has strengthened further, when you reach the age of 10, I shall procure a foundational-level magical beast for you, allowing you to consume its flesh. By then, you will be capable of self-defense against practitioners below the foundational stage. After that, you should focus solely on your martial arts training, casting aside all other distractions. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu clenched his small fists and fell silent. Indeed, the path of martial arts offers no shortcuts. It is impossible to rely solely on consuming magical beasts to grow stronger. Instead, one must undergo gradual and relentless refinement. Brother Liu, this is a new elixir I have recently developed. Once ingested, it allows a random part of your body to enlarge, which can be quite advantageous in a fight. For instance, if your fist becomes larger, a single blow can send an opponent flying. On the stony beach by the waterfall outside the academy, Tang Yuan earnestly presented his elixir to his companions. Today was a day of rest, and they had agreed to venture out together to catch fish. Lin Xiaolu, bare-chested and clad in oversized shorts, stood in the cool stream, wielding a bamboo spear for fishing. As he gazed thoughtfully at the elixir presented by Tang Yuan, he pondered its implications. Tang Yuan, will this potion cause hemorrhoids? Asked Dongfang Dan, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Rest assured, Brother Dan, it absolutely will not. Tang Yuan replied with unwavering confidence. Although the enlarged area is unpredictable, it could be an arm or a leg. It is entirely harmless. I have personally tested it. Curiosity piqued among the onlooking friends. They inquired, Brother Tang Yuan, has your fist grown larger? Not my fist. It was another part, Tang Yuan replied, his small face suddenly adopting a solemn expression. Which part? The children asked, intrigued. With a dramatic air, Tang Yuan declared, my behind. Chapter 66. Li Yaoshi. Upon uttering those words, the children collectively gasped, retreating in unison at the sight of the dumpling before them. Lin Xiaolu's face mirrored their terror, her petite frame trembling in fright. She glanced at the dumpling, which was staring back with cross-eyed intensity, its nose dripping with bubbles, and hesitantly inquired, You've grown. How many eggs? At this, the dumpling's expression grew even more tragic, tears welling in its eyes as it replied, 1. The surrounding friends, upon hearing this, felt an icy dread creeping over them, their disbelief evident as they stared in astonishment. Dongfang Dan swallowed audibly, his voice trembling as he pressed on. That egg, how large has it become? Suddenly, the dumpling erupted into inconsolable sobs, as if recalling some harrowing ordeal. Its tears flowed unabated, and it gestured with the elixir in hand, exclaiming, It's as big as a butt. Woo-tee-tee. The children were utterly bewildered by the notion of an egg the size of a posterior. What on earth had the dumpling endured? In that moment, while crying, the dumpling clutched the elixir and called out, "Who wants to try?" The effects are remarkable, woo-woo. The children, filled with terror, began to retreat hastily, some girls paling in fear, shrieking, "Dumpling, stay away from me." Dongfang Dan, witnessing the dumpling rushing toward him, shouted desperately, "Don't come any closer." The stream became a chaotic scene, children scampering barefoot as the dumpling pursued them, splashing crystalline droplets everywhere. On the stony shore, little Yuer, engrossed in stacking stones, observed the spectacle with a series of giggles. As everyone sought to evade the dumpling, it chased after them, tears streaming down its face, crying out, "Wu, Lu Gu, we promise to never forget each other in prosperity. Come try my newly concocted elixir. It's exceptionally effective, woo-woo." Lin Xiaolu was nearly petrified with fear, her little legs propelling her swiftly through the stream. Her strategist was far too formidable, a true force of nature. She could hardly fathom the sight of two eggs, one of ordinary size, and the other as large as a dairy ree. What a sight that must be! That such a gifted individual would recognize her as the leader was truly a travesty. As she ran, she cried out in horror, "Dumpling, calm down, calm down. The elixir you've created is far too precious, such rare ingredients. I am unworthy of them. Keep it for yourself." Upon hearing this, the dumpling pivoted and chased after Dongfang Dan, pleading, "Dangu, Dangu, come try my new elixir. It's incredible." Dongfang Dan swam deeper into the water, his voice filled with panic as he shouted, "Dumpling, I have treated you well. Please, seek another victim. Don't come near me. Help. Woo-woo, someone save me." Throughout the morning, all remained under the shadow of the dumpling, and by the end, no brave soul dared to sample its elixir, leaving the dumpling in sorrowful tears. At midday, the children, having caught some fish, made their way to the dining hall of Tongyao, seeking the elder there to prepare a meal for them. In the afternoon, they planned to visit the Spirit Beast Valley for some playful encounters with mystical creatures. At the entrance of Tongyao Peak and Spirit Beast Valley, Tang Xin was taken aback to see Lin Xiaolu along with a throng of 50 children. She felt utterly overwhelmed by their presence. "Must you all congregate here on your days off? Can't you find some other place to play?" Lin Xiaolu, the leader among the children, raised his chin proudly and placed his small hand behind his back, declaring with an air of superiority, "Other places are not as fun, so we chose to come and play with the spirit beasts. Indeed, no other branch is as entertaining as Spirit Beast Valley. Lingjin Peak is all about swords. Falu Peak is about talismans, and Yaoyuan Peak is merely herbs. None of them are enjoyable." A child piped up, "Sister Tang Xin, I want to see the rabbit poop." Tang Xin, her expression riddled with exasperation, conceded to the children, albeit with a hint of sternness. "All right, but remember the rules. No running around recklessly, stay safe. Do not disturb the formidable spirit beast elders, and absolutely do not bully the young spirit beasts. And you, yes you, the little one, do not repeat your previous mischief of feeding the rabbit a laxative." The children chorused in unison, "Understood." Each one was exceptionally obedient. Lin Xiaolu and his companions spent a delightful afternoon frolicking in Spirit Beast Valley, their joy palpable. He had initially wished to seek out the four-handed spirit monkeys and that foolish imperial penguin for fun, but Tang Xin had intervened, cautioning him that he was still too weak and would be soundly beaten. Lin Xiaolu, undeterred, believed he would eventually have his revenge. As the sun began to set, the children reluctantly departed, having promised to return soon. After parting ways, Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer chatted merrily as they returned to the star-picking area. As evening approached, it was time for dinner. The siblings, hand in hand, made their way to the dining hall, encountering numerous outer disciples along the way. "Hello, Brother Shaolin." "Good day, Brother Shaolin." The outer disciples greeted Lin Xiaolu warmly, to which he responded with cheerful banter, having become quite familiar with many of them, who enjoyed listening to his tales. No, not mere boastful stories, but accounts of genuine experiences. Junior sister Xiaoyuet. Just as the siblings were approaching the dining hall, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer paused, turning towards the sound to find the handsome Li Yaoshi. It was unclear why he was there, but he stood clad in a deep blue robe, an elegant folding fan in his hand, exuding charm and grace. With a warm smile directed at Xiao Yuer, he said, "Junior sister, I too have come to the dining hall for a meal. Would you care to join me? Little Xiao Yue, who barely reached his thigh, stared at Li Yaoxi in confusion, unable to comprehend his words. Lin Xiaolu, however, felt a twinge of distaste in his heart. He had long harbored discontent towards Li Yaoxi, especially at this moment when she appeared oblivious to his presence, which only fueled his irritation. He rolled his eyes at her and took little Yue by the hand, leading her away. As they departed, Li Yaoxi's bright gaze turned slightly cold, observing the siblings' retreating figures. The young junior sister was still too naive to understand that mortals would only encumber one's path. This was unacceptable. A prodigy like her needed careful oversight to prevent her from mingling with that rustic boy, Lin Xiaolu, as it could potentially affect her resolve in the future. In the dining hall's private room, once the siblings were seated, host Sanner approached them with enthusiasm. Over the past few days, he had grown quite familiar with Lin Xiaolu, and although he didn't voice it, he held a brotherly affection for the boy, reminiscent of his own younger brother whom he had not seen in many years. Junior brother Lin, we have just received some freshly prepared wild beef. Would you like a portion? Absolutely, Lin Xiaolu replied, glancing at little Yue. What would you like to eat, sister? I want winter melon and spare rib soup, little Yue chimed in with a sweet, childish voice. Very well. Rest assured, junior sister Lin, I will ensure that my brothers prepare it to perfection, host Sanner boasted, thumping his chest with pride. Little Yue's eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled sweetly at host Sanner. Thank you, brother host Sanner. It's a small matter. Please take a seat. I shall bring it over shortly, he replied with a grin, turning to leave. However, as he did so, he caught sight of Li Yaoxi standing behind him. Host Sanner froze, his previously jovial expression abruptly stiffening as he regarded the man before him with a hint of fear. Li senior brother, what brings you here? Li Yaoxi, his face devoid of emotion, cast a glance at host Sanner and coldly commanded, fetch me more dishes and drinks. His tone was reminiscent of that used to command a dog. He then stepped into the private room, turning to little Yue with a smile. Junior sister, how have the spirit stones I gifted you recently been treating you? Chapter 67. The young deer is struck. Lin Xiaolu observed Li Yaoxi, who had plopped down upon entering the room, with a slight pout. This fellow was as clingy as a stubborn adhesive. At the dining table, Xiaoyu timidly retrieved a spirit stone from her pocket and addressed Li Yaoxi with hesitance. I haven't used it yet. Sister Miaoxin mentioned that I currently have no need for the spirit energy within the stone. Ha ha ha. Indeed, my little junior sister possesses extraordinary talent. So the spirit stone is truly unnecessary, Li Yaoxi remarked with a warm smile. In our cultivation realm, spirit stones are a form of hard currency. It would be wise for you to keep it for yourself, as it can be utilized freely in the future, whether for purchasing magical artifacts, elixirs, or talismans. As he finished speaking, he prepared to pour himself a cup of tea. However, Xiaoyu gently placed the spirit stone before him and softly added, Senior brother. My brother does not like you. Xiaoyu does not want your things. Li Yaoxi was taken aback. Did you hear that? We don't wish to play with you. So kindly maintain your distance, Lin Xiaolu huffed. Feeling directly rebuffed, Li Yaoxi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but chose to disregard Lin Xiaolu entirely. My dear junior sister, you are still quite young and may not fully comprehend. Your brother will not be able to accompany you for long. Although he is related to you by blood, your innate talent signifies that you and he inhabit different realms. How long can he truly endure? The affections of the mortal world will only hinder our path of cultivation. You must learn to discern people. Li Shampao, Lin Xiaolu suddenly shouted, unable to contain his fury. This fellow was utterly overstepping, suggesting that his own sister distance herself from him. He seized the teapot, pointing it at Li Yaoxi in anger. Out of respect for sister and the elder, I refrained from engaging with you, but do not overestimate your worth. Do not presume that your foundational cultivation instills fear in me. Only then did Li Yaoxi turn his gaze to the furious child, sneering, Young Lin, those words ought to be mine. I have chosen not to lower myself to your level, considering your youthful ignorance, but you ought to recognize your own standing and keep your distance from my junior sister. Otherwise, I'll make you regret that. Lin Xiaolu interjected, seizing the teapot and hurling it towards Li Yaoxi, then grasping the stool beneath him. He was utterly enraged. He had never been this infuriated, even when wronged by Elder Feng Wuxiu. This fool dared to suggest he should understand his place. Today, he would ensure that Li Yaoxi faced the consequences. In the room, the teapot shattered upon its trajectory toward Li Yaoxi, never making contact, and in the next moment, Lin Xiaolu leapt onto the table, raising the stool high and roaring as he brought it down upon Li Yaoshi. Clang! The stool splintered, yet Li Yaoshi remained unfazed, a protective aura enveloping him. Observing the furious youth before him, Li Yaoshi leisurely set down his teacup, a smirk beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. He was not one of those naive children like Qin Yinyun. He is an earnest practitioner in the foundational stage, the esteemed elder brother of the star-picking lineage. In the arena, Lin Xiaolu was taken aback to see the fellow remain utterly unmoved beneath a bench. Regaining his composure, he jumped off the table and shouted, "Eight Extremes Iron Mountain, release me. Let go of me. Damn it, I will eventually put an end to you. If you have the guts, let me down for a fair duel. Li Yaoshi, I curse you." Little Yue, witnessing her brother struggling and shouting while suspended in midair, wore an expression of shock. In her recollection, her brother had never lost a fight, whether against the bigger children in the village or the local bully, the big goose, and even the fierce dogs. The current scene rendered her momentarily bewildered. Lin Xiaolu floated helplessly, as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to move despite his frantic cries and struggles. Li Yaoshi maintained an outstretched hand, smiling at little Yue. "Junior sister, do you see? This is the disparity between a martial artist and an ordinary person, utterly defenseless." After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Lin Xiaolu with a cold smirk. "You, young one, show no respect for your seniors and dare to be disrespectful. It seems I must reluctantly teach you a lesson on behalf of our master." With a wave of his hand, Lin Xiaolu was flung through the window, crashing onto the ground in front of the dining hall. "Brother!" little Yue screamed. Leaping off the stool, her tiny legs carrying her to the window, she pressed her tear-streaked face against the glass, weeping for Lin Xiaolu, who lay at the entrance of the dining hall. "Do not fret, little junior sister. This lad has the strength of a tiger. He will not perish from a fall," Li Yaoshi remarked leisurely. "Now, little sister, you must understand the chasm between him and practitioners like us." As soon as he finished speaking, little Yue abruptly turned around, her tear-filled eyes glaring defiantly as she shouted, "You bully my brother. I will bite you to death." With that, she lunged toward Li Yaoshi. Li Yaoshi chuckled, effortlessly restraining the furious little girl. "Worry not, dear sister. I merely wish to prevent your talent from being squandered. When you grow up, you will comprehend my good intentions. Oh, and remember, when facing adversaries, utilize spiritual techniques rather than relying solely on brute strength like that little scamp." Outside the dining hall, the outer disciples gazed in astonishment at Lin Xiaolu, who had just plummeted from the window, momentarily confused about the unfolding events. "Little brother Lin, are you all right? Is little brother Lin unscathed?" Several outer disciples rushed forward to assist him, but Lin Xiaolu sprang to his feet, howling and ready to charge back into the dining hall. However, before he could enter, Li Yaoshi descended gracefully from the loft, landing calmly in front of him. Upon seeing Li Yaoshi, the surrounding outer disciples were taken aback, hurriedly bowing in respect. "Greetings, brotherly. Good day, brotherly. We pay our respects to brotherly." Lin Xiaolu gazed at the haughty Li Yaoshi before him. His eyes widened in defiance as he raised his fist and lunged forward. "I'll curse you." The boy's shout barely escaped his lips when Li Yaoshi, with a serene smile, raised a hand. Instantly, it was as if an invisible hand had seized Lin Xiaolu by the neck, lifting him into the air and silencing his protest. Such filthy language, truly an undisciplined wretch. "Today, I shall impart a lesson on behalf of my master." With that, he lifted his other hand and swung it forcefully. Slap! Suspended in midair, the boy, with his throat constricted, received a resounding slap that left a crimson mark on his cheek. "Remember this. That was a lesson in discipline," Li Yaoshi declared before delivering another blow. Slap! "And this is a lesson in propriety." The outer disciples were left in shock, witnessing Lin Xiaolu, dangling like a marionette, his youthful face turning a shade of purple, marred by the marks of Li Yaoshi's strikes. Unable to articulate a word, he could only flail his little legs helplessly. "Senior brotherly, let us discuss this calmly." "Please put junior brother Lin down," one disciple implored. "Indeed, senior brotherly, Lin is still so young. If he has offended you in any way, please do not take it to heart." The outer disciples pleaded, their hearts aching for the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu, who, though a bit mischievous, had always treated them kindly and never looked down upon them for being outer disciples. They all held him in high regard, and witnessing his torment was unbearable. Li Yaoshi merely cast a chilling glance at the pleading outer disciples and retorted coldly, "Your words imply that I am bullying him. I am merely educating him on my master's behalf. Do you understand?" With that, he raised his hand once more. Slap. This slap is a lesson in respect. Lin Xiaolu's delicate face was sharply turned, his once rosy cheeks now stained with blood from the brutal strikes. Chapter 68. The pig-killing fist. He hung in midair, his robust physique allowing him to endure thus far, yet his previously thrashing little legs gradually lost their strength. Li Yaoshi's slaps were immensely powerful, making him feel as though he were being struck by a hammer. Among the crowd, Monkey Saner became anxious upon witnessing this, shouting angrily at Li Yaoshi. "If you strike Brother Lin again, I shall report to Elder Li." Li Yaoshi cast a disdainful glance at Monkey Saner and scoffed, "You worthless fool. Do you think you deserve to see the master?" With that, he turned his attention back to the nearly unconscious Lin Xiaolu and raised his hand once more. Slap. The sound echoed as Lin Xiaolu's head jerked violently to the side, a vivid crimson staining his mouth. After delivering 4 consecutive slaps, Li Yaoshi finally released his grip, allowing the boy's body to crumple to the ground like refuse. Brother Lin, Monkey Saner, and several outer disciples hurried over to help Lin Xiaolu up. Upon seeing his injuries, they were filled with shock and fury. Lin Xiaolu's face was grotesquely marred, no longer resembling the delicate beauty it once held, blood streaming from his wounds, and finger marks of bruises encircling his neck. Li Yaoshi, the heartless wretch, had truly beaten Brother Lin to a pulp. In the midst of it all, Li Yaoshi leisurely waved his folding fan, savoring the cool breeze, and looked down at the unconscious Lin Xiaolu with a cold smirk. This lesson is titled Tao, righteousness, propriety, and law. Should you dare to disrespect me again, I shall continue your education. He then turned to the silent outer disciples and said with a smile, "What are you all standing around for? Go prepare me some food and drink. Or perhaps you no longer wish to earn your contribution points this month. Then don't." Monkey Saner suddenly roared, lifting Lin Xiaolu in his arms and standing up in indignation. "Brothers, anyone with guts, follow me to the mountaintop to seek justice from Elder Li." "Yes, we'll go find Elder Li." In an instant, the outer disciples rallied in response, their collective fury ignited. In the Amei sect, it was indeed customary for seniors to discipline their juniors, but never had anyone been beaten to such a degree, especially not when the victim was merely 8 years old. They recognized that Li Yaoshi was audaciously assaulting Lin Xiaolu solely because he could not cultivate, as hundreds of outer disciples prepared to confront Li Mingru. This overwhelming scene caused Li Yaoshi to furrow his brow. Was Lin Xiaolu truly held in such high esteem among the outer disciples? This was rather unexpected. Mere mortals are but mortals. Having learned a modicum of martial arts, they begin to offer trifling favors to the outer disciples, foolishly attempting to gain their support to secure a place within Amei. Such unruly rabble tarnishes my reputation. In a flash, he positioned himself before the crowd. Eyeing Monkey Saner with cold disdain, "I had no wish to lower myself to your level. Do not test my patience, or you shall learn the consequences." The crowd momentarily froze, their bodies stiffening as they gazed upon the handsome man before them, seething with anger, their fists clenched tightly. Monkey Saner glanced at the severely injured boy in his arms, his chest heaving with rage. Observing their reaction, Li Yaoshi felt a surge of contempt within him. A gathering of inept individuals could never accomplish anything substantial. He donned a benevolent demeanor, chuckling softly, "If you entrust this young lad to me, I shall employ my spiritual techniques to heal his wounds." Monkey San was taken aback, then exclaimed in fury, "You intend to heal little Lin, only to sweep this matter under the rug." The others were equally incensed, with an outer sect disciple glaring at Li Yaoshi, accusing him. "You do not genuinely intend to heal little Lin. You fear the repercussions from Elder Li for having beaten him, and thus seek to deceive us with this ruse. You have no shame. Indeed, you are truly despicable." Li Yaoshi, realizing his intentions had been unveiled, felt a mix of embarrassment and fury. His eyes turned cold as he retorted, "I, out of goodwill, wish to heal my junior brother, yet you worthless fools dare to slander me. Very well. You shall forfeit all your contribution points for this month." Suddenly, a youthful voice shouted, "How dare you?" It was Lin Xiaolu, who had awakened unbeknownst to anyone. With bloodshot eyes, he leaped from Monkey San's embrace, charging once more toward the dashing Li Yaoshi. Monkey San gasped, urgently calling out, "Little Lin, you cannot defeat him." The others quickly reacted, but it was too late. The bloodied boy was already roaring forward. Li Yaoshi, taken aback by the boy's sudden approach, was surprised. He knew full well the weight of the 4 slaps he had delivered, each infused with considerable spiritual energy. How could this little wildling awaken so swiftly? He hesitated for a moment, then sneered, raising his hand to prepare the star-snatching technique to subdue the enraged youth once more. What if he had awakened? He could always deliver a few more slaps. However, just as he was about to raise his hand, Lin Xiaolu abruptly waved his own. With a swish, a gleaming flying knife was hurled from his hand, its speed astonishing. Arrogantly, Yaoshi had not activated his protective spiritual technique. Thus, the silver knife, akin to a silver dragon, pierced directly into his chest. Boom! The 10-pound knife, thrown with all its might, failed to penetrate his magical garment but struck him nonetheless, causing him to loosen his grip just as he was about to cast the star-snatching technique. Roaring, Lin Xiaolu surged forward, wielding a brick, and leaped into the air. Li Yaoshi, startled, quickly raised his hand again, but in the next moment, he was horrified to find his body suddenly stiffening, his hand, meant to blast the boy away, being tugged back. From a distance, little Yuera appeared, her fierce eyes locked onto him as she executed the star-snatching technique she had learned not long ago. At that moment, Li Yaoshi's expression finally changed. He gazed at Lin Xiaolu's youthful face, marred by numerous bruises, and exclaimed in shock, "You insolent wretch! How dare you? I shall teach you a lesson." Slap! A muffled thud echoed as the solid German brick struck Li Yaoshi's head with tremendous force, shattering it in two. Li Yaoshi grimaced in pain, blood streaming from his head, as his towering figure stumbled backward repeatedly. "Today, I shall end you." With a resounding crack, the brick shattered, and Lin Xiaolu let out a piercing scream. Stepping forward, every muscle in her body tensed as she propelled herself from the ground. Unleashing a powerful uppercut with all her might, the essence of the pig-killing fist, a fist of such formidable power soared into the heavens, capable of reversing the flow of the cliffside waterfall, and struck directly upon Li Yaoshi's chin. Wow! A torrent of searing blood mixed with shattered teeth erupted from Li Yaoshi's mouth, propelling his body high into the air. He then descended like a leaf caught in the autumn breeze, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. After falling, Li Yaoshi let out a couple of groans before rolling his eyes back, succumbing to unconsciousness. The outer disciples, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily struck with astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Shaolin had actually sent Li Yaoshi flying. The warrior astonishingly triumphed over a foundation establishment. Gasping for breath, the 8-year-old boy stared at Li Yaoshi, who lay sprawled on the ground with broken teeth, and spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva. He then bore the excruciating pain coursing through his body, picked up a broken tile, and kicked Li Yaoshi over as if he were a lifeless dog. Turning his back to the onlookers, he began to remove Li Yaoshi's trousers. The outer sect disciples looked on in confusion, pondering what Brother Xiaolin was up to. "I'm not sure. It seems that he is." Removing Li Yaoshi's trousers, an outer disciple remarked with a peculiar expression. Xiaoyu, filled with curiosity, wished to approach and witness the scene, but Hong Sen quickly embraced her, preventing her from advancing and shielding her sparkling eyes. Subsequently, under the gaze of numerous outer disciples, Lin Xiaolu audaciously stripped away Li Yaoshi's trousers in broad daylight and forcefully inserted a substantial piece of brick into his posterior. It seems that the reason lies in Li Yaoshi's chrysanthemum being too small to fit properly. After securing it, Lin Xiaolu forcefully stomped on the brick a few times to ensure its stability, all the while muttering angrily, "If you choose to mingle, you must honor your word. I intend to forcefully insert a brick into your rear. Just thrust it into your rear." The outer disciples gazed in terror at the formidable scene before them, swallowing hard as a chill crept over them, making them acutely aware of their vulnerability. Chapter 69. Cultivating Immortality. First, be a human atop the star-picking peak. Within his cave dwelling, Li Mingru sat cross-legged, holding a blood-stained blue brick in his hand, gazing with a peculiar expression at the two individuals before him, one large and one small. The larger figure was his eldest disciple, while the smaller one was his most exasperating junior disciple. The eldest disciple bore a visage smeared with crimson, 3 of his teeth shattered, and his posterior trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, With such a sizable brick forcibly inserted and subsequently removed, it would take quite some time for him to recover. As for the younger disciple, his cherubic face was marred with numerous injuries, a sight that was both shocking and heart-wrenching. Observing the woeful state of his disciples, Li Mingru sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness as he spoke. I am already aware of the circumstances surrounding today's events. Li Yaoxiu, still trembling, turned pale but dared not utter a word. Li Mingru, feeling a headache from the situation, was not particularly adept at disciplining his students. Yet he realized that a conversation with them was imperative. Rising, he first tended to their injuries. Lin Xiaolu's wounds were manageable, easily mended with spiritual techniques, while Li Yaoxiu's broken teeth would likely take a considerable time to heal, along with his posterior, which would also require time to mend, perhaps a lesson well learned. Once he had treated their injuries, Li Mingru gently wiped the blood from Lin Xiaolu's face and instructed, Xiaolu, please wait outside until I call for you to return. Lin Xiaolu pouted, casting a sidelong glare at Li Yaoxiu before storming off with his short legs. With the youth's departure, only Li Mingru and Li Yaoxiu remained inside the cave. Li Yaoxiu, immediately anxious, began to explain, Master, today's incident was, in fact, motivated by my concern for Xiaoyu's long-term well-being. Li Mingru raised his gaze to meet his disciple-s, and at that moment, the words on Li Yaoxiu's lips froze, swallowed back in an instant. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such an expression of fury from his master. In his memory, Li Mingru was always composed and easygoing, seemingly indifferent to all matters, yet this look made it clear that he was genuinely enraged. Was it due to his beating of Lin Xiaolu, that wild child? Or was it rooted in his contempt for mortals? Or perhaps a combination of both? Within the cave, Li Mingru regarded Li Yaoxiu for an extended moment before finally speaking, his expression impassive. Yaoxiu, how long have you been following me? Master, I have been with you since I was 4 years old, Li Yaoxiu replied. Ah, that is several years earlier than Xiaolu's initiation, Li Mingru remarked, taking a sip from the gourd of wine, his demeanor still unreadable as he continued. How did you come to know me? At this question, Li Yaoxiu's complexion paled, and he trembled as he recounted, I was abducted as a child, my legs broken and forced to beg. Then, during a heavy snowfall one year, it was you who rescued me. Li Mingru nodded, looking intently at his eldest disciple as he inquired further, so, what were you before you began your journey of cultivation with me? Li Yaoxiu trembled, drenched in perspiration, and dared not utter a word. Li Mingru, whose eyes were initially calm, suddenly widened them fiercely, his voice rising sharply. Speak. Before you followed me, who were you? A chill gripped Li Yaoxiu's heart, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, bowing his head and shouting, Disciple knows his fault. Please forgive me, master. Holding a wine gourd, Li Mingru glared at the kneeling Li Yaoxiu, his chest heaving violently. He realized he had previously neglected to discipline him adequately, having thought his eldest disciple was mature, composed, and diligent in his cultivation. Never did he expect that he had nurtured such a disposition. He looked at Li Yaoxiu, trembling on the ground, and coldly stated, whether as your master, the sect leader, or one of the elders of Amei, nearly everyone has emerged from the mundane world. Each began as a mortal before stepping into the realm of immortals. How dare you look down upon ordinary people and the world at large? Li Mingru's anger intensified with each word, his chest heaving as he exclaimed in exasperation. Even an illiterate peasant in the countryside knows the truth that a son does not despise his mother's ugliness, and a dog does not disdain a poor home. As the chief disciple of the star-plucking sect, do you not comprehend such a basic principle? What cultivator are you? What practices are you engaging in? With that, consumed by wrath, Li Mingru could not restrain himself and kicked Li Yaoxiu, who let out a muffled groan and fell heavily to the ground. Li Yaoxiu dared not resist. After being kicked, he quickly knelt again, assuming a posture of contrition. Li Mingru glared at him, breathing heavily. After a long moment, seeing his disciple's repentant demeanor, the flames of anger within him subsided slightly as he stated coldly, Both you and Miaoxin were taken in by me at a very young age. As neither of your parents were present when you entered my tutelage, and due to your tender age, you could not recall your names. Thus, I allowed you both to adopt my surname, Li. Do you remember? I remember, Li Yaoxi responded promptly. Then what is the meaning behind the name I bestowed upon you? Yaoxi? Li Yaoxi's body trembled as he knelt, his voice quivering. Master wishes for me to shine like the morning sun in the future. To be a righteous cultivator with a heart for the world. Li Mingru shot him a glance. It is fortunate you can still recall. He tilted his head back and took a deep draught from the gourd, as if trying to extinguish the fury within him. Once the contents of the gourd were consumed, Li Mingru finally regained his composure and continued to address his eldest disciple. You possess remarkable talent, and your cultivation surpasses Miaoxin's significantly, yet she is more compassionate than you. This is something you ought to learn from your junior sister. Do you understand? I understand. Master, rest assured, I will never err again. I shall live up to the name you have given me. Li Yaoxi declared fervently, clasping his fists. Seeing his response, the anger on Li Mingru's face gradually receded. Today, you have assaulted your junior disciple and humiliated the outer sect members. I initially intended to impose a punishment upon you, but considering that you have already learned your lesson, I shall refrain for the time being. However, I sincerely hope this is the last occurrence. Should you err again, I shall personally render you incapacitated. Li Yaoxi's body stiffened, and he repeatedly expressed his contrition. Observing this, Li Mingru waved his hand dismissively. You shall retreat into seclusion for a while and engage in profound reflection. Yes, Li Yaoxi replied respectfully, rising to take his leave. He retreated to the entrance of the cave, and just as he turned to depart, Li Mingru's instructive voice echoed once more. Yaoxi, remember, in the pursuit of immortality, one must first be a person. Upon hearing these words, Li Yaoxi momentarily froze, followed by a slight furrow of his handsome brow. He turned back to Li Mingru and cupped his fist in salute. This disciple shall remember. Outside the cave, the fully recovered Lin Xiaolu stood proudly atop the snowy mountain, gazing at the vast sky, radiating an aura of an immortal. As he looked up at the boundless heavens, a trace of solitude flickered across his youthful face. At the tender age of 8, he was already capable of overpowering foundation-building cultivators. Such prowess was indeed remarkable. If he were to grow further, what might he achieve? Alas, why am I so astonishing? The mere thought of it gives me a headache. As the boy lamented in solitude, a voice suddenly resonated from within the cave. The tyrant of Donghua village, come in. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's previously melancholic expression vanished, replaced by a mischievous yet endearing grin as he scampered toward the cave. Big brother, I am here. Chapter 70. The injury of Li Mingru. Lin Xiaolu trotted into the cave with her little legs, rushing up to Li Mingru, who was sitting cross-legged, and cheerfully exclaimed, Boss, you called for me. Li Mingru smiled at her and gestured towards the mat beneath her feet, saying, have a seat. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaolu plopped down, grinning widely as she gazed at Li Mingru. She was confident that her boss would not scold her. After all, Monkey San and the others could attest that it was Li Yaoxi, that boisterous fellow, who had provoked her first. She was merely ridding the world of a nuisance. Li Mingru indeed bore no grudge against her, and looked at the boy before him with a warm expression, smiling softly. How did it feel to spar with your senior brother? It felt fantastic. Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, waving her small fists excitedly. You should have seen it. That boisterous guy was so arrogant at first, but I sent him flying with my pig-slaying punch. In the end, I even stuffed a brick up his backside. Now, let me tell you, that was quite a technical feat. The force, speed, and precision were all crucial. Too much force would get it stuck. Too little wouldn't get it in at all. It required finesse rather than brute strength. Not to mention the varying sizes of each person's anatomy and the differences in brick materials, which really tests one's skill and technique. It's quite the rarity, and I've even gathered some insights on it. First, we must. Li Mingru found himself lost in thought as he observed the boy animatedly gesturing and speaking with abandon. How had he been so blind as to take in such a character? What a misfortune! He sighed deeply, interrupting the boy's vivid recounting with a question. Little dear, I must ask you, if today you had not received timely assistance from Xiaoyu, what would have happened? Lin Xiaolu paused, taken aback by the interruption, and then with a frown replied, I would have been badly beaten by Li Shanpao. Li Mingru nodded, feeling a sense of relief that his little disciple possessed some self-awareness. Perhaps there was hope. He spoke earnestly. Little dear, your bravery and spirit of challenging formidable foes, along with your tenacity, are indeed commendable. However, you must remember not to act recklessly in the future. What if you do not have Xiaoyu's help next time? What will you do then? If you are faced not with your senior brother, but with a practitioner of the demonic path or a fearsome, man-eating beast, would you still charge in headfirst? That would only lead to your demise. Lin Xiaolu blinked a few times, then pouted and nodded, signaling her understanding. Li Mingru, noticing her demeanor, realized the little rascal still harbored some defiance and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Such wildness was hard to tame. As her master, he would have to guide her diligently. With heartfelt sincerity, he said, "Little dear, when I was young, I was quite similar to you." Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback by this revelation and then looked at Li Mingru in disbelief. "Boss, did you also enjoy stuffing bricks up people's backsides?" Cough, cough, cough. Li Mingru nearly choked, erupting into a fit of violent coughing. Inside the cave, the echoes of his cough reverberated, nearly choking him to death. After a considerable while, he regained his composure and, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, glared at Lin Xiaolu. "What I meant was a character of valor and ferocity. Stuffing bricks where they ought not to go. You certainly have a clever mind." After catching his breath, he recounted, "In my youthful exuberance, I was high-spirited and proud. Possessing remarkable skills, I stirred up trouble across the realms of Shinzhou, disregarding everyone, only to ultimately pay a heavy price for my recklessness." With a smile, he inquired, "Xiaolu, have you heard the tales from Amei about my prowess in my younger days?" "I have," Lin Xiaolu replied earnestly. "I heard from senior sister Miaoxin that you once plucked a star from the heavens, astonishing Shinzhou, and were hailed for your audacity in reaching for the stars, causing quite a stir among celestial beings." Upon finishing, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly added, "Could you pluck one for me to see?" With a hearty laugh, Li Mingru seemed to reminisce about his once vibrant self, his gaze filled with nostalgia. "Alas, those days are gone. My strength has waned to the level of core formation, and I am no longer the Li Mingru of yore." Lin Xiaolu paused, her large eyes brimming with confusion. "Shouldn't you become stronger as you cultivate? How can you regress?" Upon hearing her question, Li Mingru offered a wry smile. He then lifted his robe to reveal his chest, where a long, jagged scar marred his skin, extending across his torso to the vicinity of his heart, which bore a faint red mark resembling embroidery. Lin Xiaolu gasped in astonishment. "What is this? In my youth, I believed myself invincible among my peers, untamed much like you. And I met this fate," Li Mingru replied, adjusting his robe once more. "Are you saying you were injured by someone?" Lin Xiaolu's expression turned serious, her face a mask of shock. "You mean you were not at the core formation stage before? You regressed after being wounded?" "Indeed." Li Mingru regarded the curious boy before him with a kind smile. "Xiaolu, this world is vast, and the number of formidable beings is beyond count. We must cultivate a heart of reverence. Blindly seeking valor and conflict will only bring calamity upon yourself and those around you. My outcome was fortunate. At least it did not affect our sect, and I retained my life. However, you must take heed and learn from it, understand?" Lin Xiaolu responded with a thoughtful "oh," then inquired, "What was your realm back then? Was it nascent soul? Or perhaps even stronger? Who was it that injured you? Tell me, and when I grow up, I shall avenge you." Li Mingru was amused by the earnest demeanor of the little fellow before him. With a tender gaze, he admonished, "Such thoughts are not befitting of you. My only hope is that you refrain from being rash in the future. When faced with challenges, you must first learn to think. Do you understand?" Lin Xiaolu nodded obediently, indicating his comprehension. Satisfied, Li Mingru continued leisurely, "In a few days, it will be the annual occasion for our Amei sect to recruit disciples. We shall send someone to the royal family of Du to select new apprentices. Tang Yadu from the Tongyao lineage will lead our delegation this time, representing Amei." Lin Xiaolu was momentarily startled, unsure of the relevance of this information to himself. Unlike previous years, the sect leader wished for Tang Yadu to bring along several accomplished young disciples to showcase the splendor of Amei to the mundane world, reassuring parents about entrusting their children to the sect. After conveying this, Li Mingru cast a glance at Lin Xiaolu and stated, "The sect leader and I have decided that you will also be one of the disciples participating in this exhibition." Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, staring blankly at Li Mingru. "But, big brother, how can I, a martial arts practitioner, possibly showcase anything? What is wrong with being a martial artist?" Li Mingru replied earnestly, "Xiaolu, do not underestimate your own abilities. Remember, even a single piece of paper has its own purpose. If you do not challenge yourself, you will never realize how exceptional you truly are." Lin Xiaolu, hearing this, was so bewildered that tears nearly streamed down his face. He felt something was amiss with this line of reasoning, but could not articulate it, so he scratched his head and inquired, Then what exactly will I be doing there? Quite simple. While other disciples elegantly display their various mystical arts, you shall perform feats such as breaking stones with your chest, throat piercing with a spear, iron head skills, and iron cloth shirt techniques. This way, the parents of those children in the mundane world will understand that even if their offspring possess limited talent and cannot master potent mystical arts, they can at least acquire remarkable martial skills and possess a practical talent. Lin Xiaolu. Chapter 71. Breakfast within the cave. Lin Xiaolu stared blankly at Li Mingru for a moment, then decided not to say anything further. If he had to go, so be it. He would treat it as an outing. After all, how formidable could it be to shatter stones with one's chest? However, he felt a twinge of concern for his sister, and with a hint of frustration, he inquired, "Boss, may I bring my sister along? She has never been apart from me." "You need not worry about that, Xiaolu," Li Mingru reassured him, understanding the bond he shared with his sister. "Miaoxin will take good care of her. Moreover, you will only be gone for a month. Remember when you were confined for 3 months? What is there to fear?" After pondering this, Lin Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Li Mingru continued to advise, "Once you arrive, remember to heed your senior sister Tang's instructions. Do not be mischievous or unruly, and maintain your training. Upon your return, I shall inquire with Tang Xian about your conduct. Should you misbehave, I will not let you off lightly." Lin Xiaolu scoffed, rolling his eyes. "How could such a good child like me be mischievous? Boss, do you not know me? I am not only well-behaved, but also exceptionally understanding." Hearing this, Li Mingru could only smile wryly, bemused by his disciple's audacious confidence. "Enough with the banter. You should also work on your habit of using foul language. It is unbecoming for a young person to speak so crudely." Embarrassed, Lin Xiaolu scratched his head and stuck out his tongue, then curiously asked, "Boss, apart from me, who else will be going to DU?" Chun Yinyun with his spirit sword, Yu Chu Chu from the medicinal sect, and Dongfang Dan from the 9 infants. They are among the more exceptional disciples of your cohort. Li Mingru replied with a smile, initially displeased at the mention of Chun Yinyun and Yu Chu Chu. Lin Xiaolu's demeanor brightened upon hearing that Dongfang Dan would also be attending. "Ah, Dan is going too? That is splendid." "Ha." Noticing his joy, Li Mingru asked, "You and Dongfang Dan get along well?" "Indeed." Lin Xiaolu nodded earnestly. "He is the third leader of our virtue-based group." Li Mingru chuckled at the title of third leader, finally unable to suppress his laughter. Dongfang Dan had decent skills, and with his father being the prime minister of DU, this trip would serve as an opportunity for him to return in glory and showcase his abilities to the people of DU, demonstrating that our Mei sect is a reputable and trustworthy establishment. "Ah, I see," Lin Xiaolu nodded, his bright eyes reflecting understanding. The incident involving Lin Xiaolu's fight with Li Yaoxi had not reached the ears of other branches of Mei, as it was not a matter of pride. Adhering to the principle that family disgrace should not be aired publicly, Li Mingru had imposed a strict silence on the matter and instructed Lin Xiaolu not to boast recklessly. In a courtyard adorned with elegance and steeped in antiquity, a piercing sound sliced through the air as a specially crafted flying knife, weighing 10 pounds, forcefully pierced a wooden target, striking the bullseye with precision. "Brother, your flying knives have become increasingly formidable," exclaimed Xiao Yuer, seated before the entrance of the house, her voice brimming with awe. "Hee, it's passable, merely a power that guarantees death to those below the nascent soul stage," the boy replied, intentionally flaunting his prowess. With a swift turn of his body, he flicked his wrists, and 2 flying knives soared forth like silver dragons, both hitting the target with unparalleled accuracy. Xiao Yuer clapped her hands in delight, her astonishment manifesting in joyous exclamations. The eldest brother said that the day after tomorrow, "I will descend the mountain with the Rakshasa and the old hag to the great Yu kingdom," Lin Xiaolu remarked, as he extracted the flying knives from the target. He turned to Xiao Yuer and added, "When your brother departs, you must listen to Sister Miaoxin, refrain from being mischievous, and strive to be a well-behaved, sensible child. Just like your brother, do you understand?" "Yes," Xiao Yuer replied in her sweet, childish voice. Lin Xiaolu nodded in satisfaction, sheathing the knives and twirling Xiao Yuer around in the courtyard, eliciting peals of laughter from her. "When your brother returns from the mountain, he will bring gifts for Xiao Yuer." Ha! The following morning, Lin Xiaolu sprang from his bed with exuberance, having washed up with dust-cleansing pills. He prepared to partake in breakfast. Due to his daily early morning practice, He was invariably the first inner sect disciple to arrive at the dining hall. At this hour, many outer sect disciples were already present, queuing outside the dining hall, for a full stomach was essential for exertion. He hopped down the stone steps of the mountain path, jogging towards the dining hall, greeted warmly by his fellow outer sect disciples, to whom he responded with cheerful smiles. "Little Lin, I just made some hot soy milk. Come over and give it a try," Monkey Sin called out, waving enthusiastically upon seeing him. "Never mind, I'll queue like everyone else," the boy replied, joining the line while engaging in light-hearted banter with those around him. Breakfast was typically devoid of inner sect disciples, thus the side rooms remained closed. Everyone queued for their meals, then sat outdoors at open-air tables and chairs to eat. At this moment, a female outer sect disciple stood before the small figure of Lin Xiaolu. Ecstatic to see him queuing behind her, she crouched down, affectionately smiling at him. "Little Lin, today we are going to the river to catch crabs. Come join us for lunch." Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. "Great. My sister and I want the biggest crabs. Ha ha ha, we will definitely save the largest ones for little Lin. No one else will get them." Others chimed in, grinning at the boy. "Indeed, we shall reserve the biggest crabs for both little Lin and little Lin's sister, even if the elders come. We will hide a few of the largest ones just for you two." Lin Xiaolu was overjoyed and playfully smiled at everyone, saying, "Since you all are so thoughtful, this leader shall venture out this morning to capture 2 majestic tigers to invigorate us." Laughter erupted among the crowd in response. Before long, amidst a harmonious atmosphere, the line reached him. Behind the serving counter was a middle-aged outer disciple, who, upon seeing Lin Xiaolu, immediately bellowed to his fellow brothers preparing breakfast, "Little Lin is here. Fetch those plump meat buns with the most filling." This exaggerated scene caused Lin Xiaolu to feel a touch of embarrassment, and he humbly replied with a smile, "Uncle Lu, there's no need for such fuss. Little Lin is at the prime of his growth. After such a long morning training and battling beasts, he must be well fed." The middle-aged disciple, referred to as Uncle Lu, chuckled. The disciples queuing behind Lin Xiaolu chimed in with playful banter. "Uncle Lu, you are being quite biased." "Indeed, we too wish to savor the finest," they exclaimed. "Enough of this ruckus," Uncle Lu playfully admonished, wielding a large ladle. "Finish your meals and get back to work." Laughter filled the air once more. Lin Xiaolu indeed had quite the appetite, consuming 26 sizable buns, 9 eggs, and 6 bowls of soybean milk in one sitting. Satisfied, he patted his belly and requested an additional portion of breakfast to take back for his sister. With a cheerful farewell, he announced, "Brothers, I am heading back now. I shall bring you a tiger by noon. Take care, little Lin." They called out, "Don't get hurt. Be sure to take it easy and not overexert yourself. And remember to save the tiger whip for me." Hearing their caring words, Lin Xiaolu departed with a heart full of joy. Chapter 72. Departure. On that day, Lin Xiaolu, as was his custom, toiled late into the night before returning to the small courtyard for rest. He was brimming with excitement, for after a year at Amei, he was finally about to descend the mountain for an adventure. This prospect held an irresistible allure for an active 8-year-old, prompting him to exert extra effort while hunting in the forest, where he successfully brought back 2 fierce tigers, a porcupine, and a pangolin. Yet, he managed to temper his enthusiasm, as his elder had once advised him that the path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. One must either forge ahead or risk falling behind. Thus, despite his exhilaration and restlessness, he remained dedicated to his training. Perhaps it was this rare discipline, coupled with a flicker of intelligence and a touch of physical prowess, that endowed him with abilities beyond the imagination of his peers at such a tender age. His skill with the flying knife allowed him to accurately strike a target the size of an apricot from 30 meters away. And his proficiency in the Yuanyang step had reached a commendable level, enabling him to scale walls and trees with a speed rivaling that of a monkey, even while bearing a burden of 500 pounds. All these talents were a testament to his exceptional self-discipline and hard work. Of course, they were also a result of his lineage, a heritage that bore the weight of life-threatening trials and tribulations. The following day, in the morning, Lin Xiaolu bid a brief farewell to Li Miaoxin and Xiaoyu, and then, munching on an apple, he followed Li Mingru towards Amei Peak. Crunch! On the crystal-clear Xuandao Bridge, the boy bit into the sweet, succulent flesh of the fruit, his cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Li Mingru walked ahead, periodically reminding him, "Xiaolu, The 6 flying knives I have bestowed upon you are genuine weapons for combat. Do not wield them frivolously. They may only be used in times of peril. Do you understand? Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu nodded earnestly, responding with a drawn-out "Oh." Li Mingru had gifted him 6 flying knives, not the cumbersome practice ones weighing 10 pounds, but rather true blades that could slice through iron with ease, each nestled within a leather sheath secured to the outer sides of his thighs. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. His hands could effortlessly reach them when hanging naturally by his sides. Li Mingru explained that these flying knives were significantly lighter than the practice tools and possessed remarkable power, capable of flying faster and farther with the same force. Master, could you possibly provide me with other weapons? Lin Xiaolu mumbled around the fruit in his mouth, his speech somewhat unclear. I'm not particularly fond of flying knives. Li Mingru, holding a wine gourd, chuckled casually. What weapon do you desire? I wish for a large cleaver, Lin Xiaolu replied. I have yet to learn the techniques from my book on the 8 knives of the Jinyue. Li Mingru, taken aback, shot him a curious glance. A cleaver? Wouldn't a sword be preferable? Shouldn't children your age aspire to be sword wielders? It is elegant, striking, and embodies righteousness. I do not want a sword. Lin Xiaolu shook his head vigorously while clutching a bright red apple. A sword is hardly impressive, he declared. As the storyteller said, only maidens wield swords. A true man must wield a blade for the purpose of combat. To engage in conflict, one must use a knife. I aspire to be a valiant swordsman, swift in vengeance and justice. After all, it is with a sharp blade in hand that the romance of a true man is realized. Li Mingru observed his friend's exuberant yet foolish demeanor, stifling a laugh, then curiously inquired, You often mention this storyteller. Who exactly is he? He is the old man Zhang from our village. Oh, and who might this old man Zhang be? Zhang is our village's storyteller. Li Mingru fell silent, realizing that further questions would lead nowhere, as it seemed his foolish disciple did not even know the storyteller's full name. With a sigh, he conceded, Very well. Since you have a penchant for blades, I shall agree to your request. When you descend the mountain, do not act recklessly. I will procure a fine blade for you, but it must only be used for self-defense and not to harm others. Really? Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Li Mingru, exclaiming, Then it's settled. You must find me a good knife, one that can cut down cultivators. I promise to obey you from now on. A knife that can cut down cultivators? Li Mingru's expression grew awkward, yet he nodded resolutely. He had already made the promise, and retracting it now would be rather embarrassing. However, considering that his disciple lacked spiritual energy, he realized that any weapon he could provide would inevitably be an ordinary blade. But what kind of ordinary blade could possibly pierce through the protective spiritual energy and treasures of a cultivator? This was a perplexing dilemma for Li Mingru, who felt a headache coming on. After pondering for a moment without arriving at a solution, he decided to put it aside and lead Lin Xiaolu up Mount Amei. At that moment, outside the Qingwan Hall atop Mount Amei, Yi Qingwan, clad in a flowing white gown, reclined on a lounge chair at the hall's entrance. Her legs crossed as she nibbled on a fragrant melon. Before her stood several individuals with utmost respect. Tang Xin, the eldest disciple of the demon path, Chen Yinyun, a disciple of the spirit sword lineage, accompanied by her master, Feng Wuxiu, Yu Chu, a disciple of the medicine origin lineage, with her master, Sun Tangliang, and Dongfang Dan, a disciple of the 9 infants lineage, alongside his master, Zhao Xuani. They had only just arrived, and the 3 elder gentlemen from the various sects were engaging in casual conversation, while the younger disciples, Chen Yinyun, Yu Chu, and Dongfang Dan, stood quietly, not daring to speak. Before long, Li Mingru and Lin Xiaolu ambled into view. Upon spotting them, Lin Xiaolu joyfully exclaimed, Rascal hag, little Dan. The shout reverberated, drawing the attention of everyone present. Dongfang Dan, upon seeing Lin Xiaolu, was equally thrilled but restrained by the presence of his master, opting instead to exchange playful glances with Lin Xiaolu without daring to approach. Tang Xin, however, had no such reservations and stepped forward to bow to Li Mingru before smiling warmly at Lin Xiaolu, playfully pinching his cheek. To my surprise, this little rascal has decided to accompany Senior Sister on her quest to recruit disciples. How intriguing. You must follow Senior Sister's guidance throughout this journey, do you understand? Lin Xiaolu's cheeks were pinched by her delicate fingers, and with an air of defiance, she scoffed, Whether I listen or not will depend on your performance. Tang Xin found herself at a loss for words. Yet she was not of the soft-spoken temperament like Li Miaoxin. Seeing Lin Xiaolu's playful demeanor, she narrowed her charming eyes and playfully threatened, "Watch your performance? If you misbehave, I'll hang you up and give you a little flick." Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, then puffed up her cheeks and glared at Tang Exine, looking as if she were about to explode with indignation. Hey, 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 Li Mingru, you're awfully slow." Yi Qingwan, lounging on a chair while enjoying a sweet melon, pouted and urged, "You're always the last one. Have you been drinking again?" Li Mingru smiled apologetically at Yi Qingwan and then patted Lin Xiaolu on the head. "Quick, greet the sect master." Oh. Lin Xiaolu's expression turned serious as she approached respectfully. "Disciple Lin Xiaolu, who upholds virtue and aids the sect leader and the esteemed Amei, greets sister sect master." Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Yi Qingwan burst into laughter, collapsing back onto her chair in mirth. The three elders, Zhao Xuanyi, Feng Wuxiu, and Sun Tangliang, frowned at Lin Xiaolu, silently cursing the pair for their antics. Fortunately, Yi Qingwan was not offended. After a few hearty laughs, she found it amusing and winked playfully at Lin Xiaolu. In the crowd, 11-year-old Chen Yinyun and 9-year-old Yu Chuchu glanced at Lin Xiaolu. Chen Yinyun remained expressionless, adopting a serious demeanor, while Yu Chuchu appeared slightly cold, letting out a soft hum of discontent. Once everyone had gathered, Yi Qingwan smiled at Tang Exine, saying, "Tang girl, these 4 little ones are entrusted to you. Please take good care of them on the journey." "Rest assured, sect master. I will look after my junior brothers and sisters well," Tang Exine replied. Yi Qingwan then turned to Lin Xiaolu and the other children, smiling. "This opportunity to go with you is a recognition from me and the elders. I hope you will conduct yourselves well and listen to senior sister Tang. No mischief, understood?" "Understood," the 4 children chimed in unison. Yi Qingwan nodded in satisfaction, having little else to say. Tang Exine was no stranger to representing Amei in recruiting disciples, so she had no cause for concern. Rising from her chair, she brushed off the remnants of the melon from her hands, then raised one delicate hand, which suddenly emanated a brilliant azure light, revealing an exquisite and flawless jade ruby blossoming in her palm. Chapter 73. The Honglu Temple beneath the vast, cloudless azure sky. A magnificent emerald scepter soared through the air with remarkable speed. The scepter, entirely green and elegantly elongated, seemed to be a natural creation, gliding gracefully under the brilliant sun. Perhaps it was the sunlight that cast a dazzling glow upon this colossal emerald artifact, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu stood proudly atop the large circular disc at the head of the scepter, his small arms crossed defiantly as he gazed at the heavens. Fearless of being swept away by the fierce winds, Lin Xiaolu remained secure within a transparent protective shield that mitigated most of the gusts. However, a slight breeze still managed to intrude, causing 2 long, crystalline streams of mucus to cascade from his nose, stretching out several meters. Behind him, the spherical Dongfang Dan marveled at the spectacle of Lin Xiaolu's elongated mucus. Truly, he thought, Lin Xiaolu was extraordinary. His robust physique even extended to the resilience of his mucus, which danced in the air like 2 shimmering silver dragons, a sight both astonishing and whimsical. As Dongfang Dan was lost in admiration, Lin Xiaolu, with an air of gravitas, broke the silence, his voice imbued with a sense of nostalgia. "Little Dan, how long have you been following this leader?" Replying to the leader, "It has been over a year," Dongfang Dan answered respectfully. With his hands behind his back, the boy sighed slightly, nodding with an enigmatic demeanor that exuded a commanding presence. "A year ago, when I first encountered you, you were merely a 10-year-old child. In the blink of an eye, look how much you have grown. Time is indeed relentless," Lin Xiaolu remarked, a hint of solemnity in his tone. Dongfang Dan's expression turned peculiar, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lin Xiaolu continued to reflect, "Little Dan, at the tender age of 8, I have already become the leader of a faction, revered as the supreme of Amei, capable of eloquently articulating thoughts and wielding power with virtue. Even my humble efforts can penetrate solid stone. What lies ahead for me? I'm not quite sure," Dongfang Dan replied, scratching his head in confusion. Lin Xiaolu sighed heavily once more, the 2 streams of mucus fluttering like banners in the wind, as he lamented, "How lonely it is. Looking across the world, I find no one worthy of my intervention." Dongfang Dan opened his mouth in astonishment. unable to articulate a single word as he stared at the whimsical display before him. Below the scepter, the winding emerald body transitioned into a grand jade bridge, reminiscent of a miniature path to enlightenment. At its end, a jade house sparkled under the sun's rays. Inside this jade abode were Tang Xian, Chen Yinyun, and Yu Chuchu. Unlike Lin Xiaolu and Dongfang Dan, Chen Yinyun and Yu Chuchu appeared remarkably subdued upon boarding the jade artifact, sitting quietly in their seats. Occasionally, Yu Chuchu would open her eyes to gaze around, while Chen Yinyun remained utterly still, her eyes closed throughout the journey. This stillness surprised Tang Xian, for it was rare to find disciples who could maintain such composure during their first ride upon the Emerald Scepter without succumbing to excitement or curiosity. Chen Yinyun, despite her youth, exhibited such remarkable composure. Her future accomplishments would undoubtedly be significant. She calculated the time and pondered that in just half an hour, they would arrive at the Great Yu Kingdom. As she prepared to take a brief nap, Lin Xiaolu and Dongfang Dan entered the room, engaged in lively conversation. "Brother Lu, how is it that your snot seems to flow endlessly? It has stretched 5 or 6 meters, floating about continuously. Truly remarkable." "This is the result of training," he replied. "Through diligent effort, I have mastered the art of snot, achieving the formidable ability to stretch it to such lengths." Back in the village, many asked me how I became so impressive. I told them, young ones should not expect to reach the skies in a single leap. My skills today have been earned step by step. "Wow, Brother Lu, you truly are impressive." Their jovial banter was quite loud, rousing Tang Xian, Chen Yinyun, and Yu Chuchu from their slumber. Lin Xiaolu disregarded Yu Chuchu and Chen Yinyun, moving to sit before Tang Xian, offering her an endearing smile as he curiously inquired, "Rascal Demonis, how much longer until we arrive?" "It should be soon," Tang Xian replied softly. "In a moment, we will reach the capital of the Great Yu Kingdom, where the Emperor and his officials will come to greet us." "Senior Sister Tang, are my parents there as well?" Dongfang Dan asked excitedly. Tang Xian smiled gently. "Of course they are." She then turned her gaze back to Lin Xiaolu. "Once we arrive, none of you are allowed to wander off or display any abilities. If anyone disobeys, do not blame me for the consequences." Lin Xiaolu nodded in understanding, but as he noticed Tang Xian's unwavering gaze upon him, he asked with curiosity, "Rascal Demonis, are your words directed solely at me?" "No, I am addressing all of you." "Then why do you only look at me when you speak?" "Because you are so adorable." At her words, Lin Xiaolu felt a surge of happiness, though he tried to conceal it, lifting his chin in a feigned aloofness. Humph. Who doesn't he know that? Half an hour passed swiftly, and the jade vessel finally arrived at its destination, beginning its descent from the heights. Lin Xiaolu and Dongfang Dan rushed out of the jade house, approaching the jade railing to gaze down below. Lin Xiaolu was filled with excitement as he beheld a grand city beneath, where countless tiny figures, like ants, were cheering in welcome. As night fell, at the hour of the rooster, in the Great Yu Kingdom, the Honglu Temple served as the temporary abode for Tang Xian and her companions. "With a few days remaining until we recruit disciples, we shall reside here during this time," Tang Xian remarked, looking at the 3 children who were having dinner in the elegantly decorated room. "Rascal Demonis, why did you decline the Emperor's invitation for a feast?" Lin Xiaolu asked, munching on a chicken leg, a look of frustration on his face. Upon their arrival in the Great Yu Kingdom, the Emperor had hosted a grand banquet to honor them, but Rascal Demonis had refused, leaving him perplexed. Isn't it foolish to decline an invitation to dine? Later, Dongfang Dan finally had the opportunity to reunite with his parents, and Tang Xian graciously agreed to allow him to return home for a family banquet, staying for a couple of days before coming back the day after tomorrow. Thus, only the 4 of them remained: Dongfang Dan, Tang Xian, Yu Chuchu, and Chen Yinyun. At the dining table, Tang Xian shot Lin Xiaolu a glare and remarked, "Whether you dine in the palace or here, what difference does it make? Are you truly worried that senior sister cannot afford to host you?" "Indeed, it is different," Lin Xiaolu mumbled through a mouthful of chicken leg. "I have never had the chance to dine with the Emperor in my life. I had even planned to raise a toast and inquire whether he enjoys being Emperor. Alas, that opportunity has slipped away." Tang Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling too irritated to engage with him. However, in a rare moment, Chen Yinyun interjected to explain. "Senior Sister Tang simply wishes to avoid giving His Majesty the chance to form a bond or owe any favors, thereby steering clear of potential complications." which is why she declined the invitation. Upon hearing Chun Yinyun's elucidation, Lin Xiaolu looked at him in surprise, taken aback that this individual had initiated conversation with him. Ever since their first meeting, he had only interacted with Dongfang Dan, leaving Yu Chuchu and Chun Yinyun out of the exchanges. At that moment, Yu Chuchu, who was sipping her porridge, also cast a bewildered glance at Chun Yinyun, puzzled by his sudden willingness to engage with this rascal. Seated at the marble dining table, Chun Yinyun took the initiative to speak to Lin Xiaolu, who, after a moment of astonishment, responded, "Oh, I see." Chapter 74. The subservient warrior Tang Xian rested her chin on one hand while holding a scroll in the other, engrossed in her reading. As three children quietly enjoyed their meal, Yu Chuchu and Chun Yinyun consumed little, merely finishing a bowl of plain congee accompanied by two small dishes. In contrast, Lin Xiaolu had a hearty appetite. Before her lay 3 pieces of delectable chicken, 2 yellow croakers, and several bowls of rice. After sipping her congee a couple of times, Yu Chuchu, filled with anticipation, turned to Tang Xian and inquired, "Sister Tang, we have to wait a few more days before disciples are recruited. Since we have some free time, may we go out and play? I wish to stroll with Ninyun Go." Tang Xian, upon hearing this, tilted her head in contemplation before glancing at Lin Xiaolu, who had just begun gnawing on her second chicken leg. "Little one, do you wish to go out?" "I do not," Lin Xiaolu replied, puffing her cheeks and shaking her head. "I want to train." The elder brother said that the path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. One either advances or regresses. Tang Xian was somewhat taken aback. This mischievous little girl did not wish to play. She chuckled lightly. "It is perfectly acceptable for you all to enjoy some leisure time during this outing. But as your sister, I must look after you. Thus, we shall do everything together." Coincidentally, tomorrow marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, and there will be a lantern festival in the evening. We can all go out to admire the lanterns together. "Wow!" exclaimed Yu Chuchu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I nearly forgot that tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival." Chun Yinyun also appeared slightly delighted. Their prolonged time in Amei had caused them to lose track of the earthly festivities. Both children beamed with joy, and even Tang Xian could not help but smile. As the trio jovially discussed their plans for the following day, an innocent voice suddenly interjected. "What is the Mid-Autumn Festival?" In the brightly lit room, Tang Xian, Yu Chuchu, and Chun Yinyun all turned in astonishment to look at Lin Xiaolu. "Little dear, you do not know what the Mid-Autumn Festival is?" Tang Xian asked incredulously, her eyes wide. Lin Xiaolu blinked her large eyes, her expression one of utter bewilderment. "Ha! You don't even know about the Mid-Autumn Festival? How foolish can you be?" Yu Chuchu laughed heartily, teasing. "From which nook of the world did you and your sister emerge? This is too amusing." Yu Chuchu laughed so hard she could barely stand upright, her words dripping with derision, which made Tang Xian furrow her brow and glance at her disapprovingly. Yu Chuchu, still caught in her laughter, did not realize the gravity of her words until Chun Yinyun gently tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to regain her composure. She quickly stifled her laughter. Directing a scornful look at the boy, Chun Yinyun cautiously cast a glance at Lin Xiaolu, relieved to find no anger in her demeanor, and curiously asked, "Have you and Xiaoyu never celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival?" "Never," the boy replied, his mouth full of food, as he continued to ask, albeit muffled, "What is the Mid-Autumn Festival?" "The Mid-Autumn Festival it is a celebration to frolic with friends." Tang Xian abruptly interrupted Chun Yinyun's words and, with a smile, began to explain to Lin Xiaolu. "Little dear, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, people often venture out with friends to enjoy the festivities, admire the moon, and partake in mooncakes." Lin Xiaolu nodded in sudden understanding, though a hint of melancholy crossed her face. Dongfang Dan had returned home and would not be back until the day after tomorrow. It seemed she had no true friends nearby. Perhaps the Rakshasa hag could be considered one? No, not really. At most, she counted as half a friend. Especially after the last time she had struck Lin Xiaolu on Tongyao Peak and then asked if she was happy, leaving her with a headache just at the sight of her. Nevertheless, since it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, she decided to broaden her horizons and share the experience with her sister later. After dinner, several children, guided by the guards of Honglu Temple, returned to their respective rooms. The guards showed great deference to the Amei cultivators, similar to the guard who attended to Lin Xiaolu. They displayed no hint of disdain for his youth. Instead, they treated him with utmost respect, lowering their heads and speaking only in hushed tones, never daring to meet his gaze. This made Lin Xiaolu feel somewhat uncomfortable. He was not fond of such treatment. Lin Xianxing, this is your bedroom, announced a tall guard as he led Lin Xiaolu to an opulent chamber, bowing respectfully. If you require anything, you may summon me at any time. I shall remain outside your door. Lin Xiaolu scratched his head and expressed his gratitude to the older man, who seemed taken aback by the thanks but said nothing in response. Upon entering the lavish room, Lin Xiaolu wandered about, finding nothing particularly remarkable except for the delicious mung bean cake on the table. He savored several pieces, filling his cheeks to the brim. However, halfway through his indulgence, he suddenly seemed to recall something, scampering out of the room to find the guard on duty. The guard, momentarily startled by Lin Xiaolu's emergence, was about to speak when Lin Xiaolu eagerly inquired, "Uncle, have you practiced martial arts?" The guard blinked in surprise and replied, in response to Lin Xianxing, "I hold a 6th grade official position and am a member of the Imperial Forest Army. I have learned some martial arts from the rivers and lakes, as well as military knife techniques." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Grabbing the guard's hand, he pulled him back into the room. The guard, feeling nervous yet unable to resist, allowed himself to be led inside. "Come, uncle, sit here," Lin Xiaolu directed as he gestured for the guard to take a seat at a table while he perched across from him, leaning forward with delight. "What martial arts do you know?" The guard was slightly bewildered, unsure of Lin Xiaolu's intentions. He honestly replied, "In my youth, I learned a bit of the hawk's backflip, ground-laying fist, and Tai Chi after joining the army. I mainly focused on military knife techniques and marksmanship." "Wow, you've learned so many martial arts," Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, his face radiating admiration. "Uncle, your skills must be exceptional. And with your impressive stature, you would surely excel in protecting the nation. In defending our homeland." Upon hearing these words, the guard lowered his head, pressed his lips together, and struggled to suppress a smile, ultimately managing to say with utmost respect, "Thank you for your praise, esteemed immortal." Lin Xiaolu, with a foolish grin, leaned over the table, his large, spirited eyes sparkling with eagerness as he pleaded, "Uncle, I wish to spar with you in martial arts. What do you think?" "I dare not." The guard's reaction was immediate. He sprang from his seat and, with a thud, knelt on one knee before Lin Xiaolu, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Esteemed immortal Lin, I am but a mere martial artist and surely not your match. I implore you to spare my life." Startled by the guard's response, Lin Xiaolu quickly clarified, "Uncle, it's merely a friendly spar, you needn't worry. I want to inform the Emperor, I swear." However, the guard was not swayed, his fear palpable as he responded, "Esteemed immortal, please do not jest with me. The realms of the immortal and the mortal are vastly different. I am merely a commoner. How could I possibly contend with an immortal like yourself? Though you may be young, you are still a cultivator, capable of living for thousands of years. A mere flick of your spiritual power or the use of a magical artifact could leave me without a burial place. How could I dare to lay a hand on you?" Lin Xiaolu was utterly bewildered by the guard's words, staring at the towering figure before him, momentarily at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that this uncle would be so terrified. Why was he afraid? Why should a martial artist be fearful? An 8-year-old boy struggled to comprehend why a warrior, a person of unyielding spirit, could be so intimidated by a cultivator. His simple mind suddenly ignited with frustration as he glared at the guard and exclaimed, "Uncle, what are you doing? You are a martial artist. Why are you so afraid of me? Is it just because I come from a May? I've already said it is merely a friendly spar. You need not act this way." Lin Xiaolu himself could not articulate why he felt anger. It was an inexplicable sense of frustration that welled up within him. This was the first time he had encountered a martial artist from the mortal realm, and although he served in the court, perhaps not entirely embodying the essence of a martial practitioner, he had still trained. How could he be so fearful? Shouldn't he, a martial artist, fear nothing? As a mere 8-year-old child, should he be treated with such deference just because he hailed from a sect of cultivators? Was this truly a reflection of the hard-earned skills he had cultivated? In the room, the guard remained silent, still kneeling before Lin Xiaolu, as if this were the natural order of things. Lin Xiaolu hopped off his chair, intending to help him up, but the guard trembled and quickly interjected, "Esteemed immortal, please do not put me in such a predicament. I truly cannot. I genuinely cannot." Chapter 75. An unnamed dilemma. Lin Xiaolu found herself perplexed by the reaction of the guard uncle. At that moment, she was unaware that to the mortal martial artists, she was akin to a celestial being, a revered deity deserving of worship. Thus, the martial artists among mortals held her in profound reverence. After all, martial artists, despite their prowess, remained mortals. In the eyes of most common people, deities have always been exalted figures, a notion as old as time itself. Much like the devoted believers who bow to the bodhisattva upon entering a temple, their prostrations are instinctive, filled with a sense of peace, devoid of any humiliation. Lin Xiaolu informed the guard uncle that she would not engage in sparring, assisting him to his feet before swiftly changing the subject. Uncle, you mentioned that you have practiced various martial arts. Are they all from the Great Yu Kingdom? Is there a wealth of martial arts in Great Yu? In response to the Exalted One, the guard replied, the martial arts native to Great Yu are rather few. The most renowned among them is Tai Chi, while the others are rather ordinary. Tai Chi? What kind of martial art is that? Lin Xiaolu inquired, her expression one of confusion. Tai Chi is unique to our Great Yu. It embodies a harmonious blend of hardness and softness, allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. Triumphing over the strong with the weak? Lin Xiaolu's eyes brightened at this revelation, and she looked at the guard with excitement. Uncle, would you teach me this Tai Chi? I'll acknowledge you as my little brother. Whenever you feel hungry, you can dine at the Amay Star Peak cafeteria, just mention my name. And you can eat to your heart's content without spending a dime. Wouldn't that make you happy? The guard's expression shifted to one of perplexity. He found it difficult to comprehend why Lin Xiaolu, a celestial being from Amay, exhibited such keen interest in Tai Chi. However, he dared not inquire further and respectfully responded. Exalted One, my knowledge of Tai Chi is limited to a few years of childhood practice. It hardly merits distinction. I see, Lin Xiaolu replied, her mouth agape as if struck by a sudden realization, before pressing on with her inquiries. Do you know other martial artists who teach Tai Chi? The guard pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Exalted One, I serve in the court and am not acquainted with the affairs of the martial world. I am not well versed in the various sections. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, falling silent in her discontent. The guard's assertion that Tai Chi could allow the weak to overcome the strong led her to ponder. Could Tai Chi even triumph over cultivators? The next day at dawn, just as the first light of day began to break, Lin Xiaolu was already dressed and ready to leave her abode. Outside, the guard, who had been awake all night, was taken aback to see her emerge so early. The esteemed Lin has arisen at such an hour? The sun has yet to fully illuminate the sky. Uncle, you must be exhausted from your vigil. Why not rest in my room for a while? Lin Xiaolu suggested with a cheerful smile. The guard was startled and quickly declined, stating that he had a designated resting place. Observing his demeanor, Lin Xiaolu did not press further, despite her youth. She could discern that the guard's reverence for cultivators was deeply ingrained, a sentiment not easily altered. He waved his hand at the guards and proceeded downstairs to partake in breakfast, preparing to commence his morning exercises. An hour later, the golden sun gradually ascended, marking the arrival of the morning hour. Shun Ninyun awoke from a chamber, freshened up with a cleansing elixir, and then called for Yu Chuchu to join him for breakfast. Tang Xian did not accompany them. Being a foundation stage cultivator, she abstained from mundane food and remained in her room, meditating. Ninyun, I never expected the cuisine of the Diyue Kingdom to be so delectable, far better than that served in the dining hall, Yu Chuchu remarked, playfully picking at a runny salted duck egg on the exquisite yellow pearwood table. Shun Ninyun maintained a stoic expression, quietly sipping his soybean milk, and replied, the Diyue Kingdom treats us as esteemed guests, hence the food served is naturally of the finest quality. Though devoid of spiritual essence, it is already quite delicious. After speaking, he glanced at the salted duck egg in Yu Chuchu's hand, adding, rather than saying the food of the Diyue Kingdom is delightful, it is more accurate to say that the fare of the nobility is exquisite. This salted duck egg you have would be unattainable for the impoverished. Oh, Yu Chuchu nodded in confusion, then smiled at him with admiration. Ninyun, you know so much. Shun Ninyun responded with a non-committal smile. When I was younger, I often accompanied the elders in my family on escort missions, traversing various regions, and I encountered many impoverished families and refugees, gaining some insights. As they conversed, a familiar figure suddenly burst in from outside. Both Chun Ninyun and Yu Chuchu were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected intrusion. Yu Chuchu huffed and turned her head away to continue her breakfast. Chun Ninyun, however, curiously observed the boy before him, noting his flushed face, beads of sweat on his forehead, and the heat emanating from his body, indicating he had just finished exercising. "Did you go for a run?" he inquired. Lin Xiaolu, who had just completed half an hour of jogging, nodded and performed a few stretching exercises to relax his muscles. Then, he glanced at Chen Yinyun and walked over to seize the soybean milk from his hands. Chen Yinyun was startled and quickly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Don't drink that. You just finished running. Your heart and lungs are still heavily exerted. Consuming soybean milk directly could harm your body." Lin Xiaolu paused, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he looked at Chen Yinyun, wondering how this fellow was becoming increasingly human-like. Could it be that after being beaten by him a few times, he had grown comfortable? Moreover, wasn't this guy a swordsman? How did he also understand running? He regarded Chen Yinyun with curiosity. "You understand running as well?" The 11-year-old Chen Yinyun nodded modestly, saying, "I have a basic understanding." Lin Xiaolu laughed heartily in response. "I have drunk tiger's blood and run twice daily, covering over 30 miles each time. My heart and lungs have long surpassed those of an ordinary warrior, so I can handle it." With that, he gulped down the soybean milk in the bowl, his posture, movements, and demeanor exuding unparalleled vigor. Chen Yinyun found himself momentarily dazed, pondering how this boy managed to imbibe soybean milk with the bravado of consuming strong liquor. After finishing his soybean milk, the young boy hurriedly continued his martial arts training. The Honglu Temple, expansive in its grounds, boasted numerous gardens well suited for practice. Lin Xiaolu possessed a distinctive trait in his training. He preferred to practice in places filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, believing that such an environment would facilitate the attainment of the legendary realm of unity between heaven and man. Within the courtyard, the youth settled into a horse stance and completed a series of push-ups before launching into a vigorous display of Baji Quan. Bolstered by the vigor of his tiger blood and his relentless daily training, his martial prowess flourished at an astonishing pace. At this moment, every movement of the Baji Quan was imbued with the essence of a master, astonishing for an 8-year-old child. Before long, a number of guards began to gather around. Their curiosity piqued as they watched him practice, wondering how a young Ame immortal came to be honing his skills here. With an audience to behold, the childlike Lin Xiaolu became even more animated, shouting passionately, his presence electrifying as the air around him crackled with energy. The guards were left astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. How old could this little immortal be to produce sonic booms with his strikes? A mere punch from an ordinary person would surely result in utter devastation. "Zhang Yong, is this little immortal the one you received? Why is he practicing martial arts?" Several guards inquired of a tall, burly man. This man, named Zhang Yong, was indeed the guard responsible for attending to Lin Xiaolu. I am not certain," Zhang Yong replied, his rugged exterior betraying his own confusion. He gazed at the spirited youth in the courtyard, bursting with energy and commanding presence, and hesitantly remarked, "This little immortal I received seems quite different. Yesterday, he even asked me to spar with him." Chapter 76. The beggar. The surrounding guards were startled by this remark, gazing at him in disbelief. "It is not as you imagine." Zhang Yong realized from their terrified expressions that they had misunderstood. "This little celestial being is quite amiable. Unlike other deities who are so haughty, he resembles a younger brother. Initially, I found it somewhat disconcerting, and he seems to have a keen interest in martial arts. Just yesterday, he mentioned wanting to learn Tai Chi." The guards were left utterly perplexed. Why would a celestial being from Ame abandon his cultivation to pursue Tai Chi? Zhang Yong pondered for a moment and turned to his colleagues, inquiring, "Do you fellows know where one might find a master of Tai Chi?" "Well, I'm not quite sure," the guards replied, their expressions blank. They typically served in the palace and rarely interacted with ordinary martial artists. I know. One guard suddenly exclaimed. "There's an old man Gu in Pingyang Lane. In his youth, he was a direct disciple of a Tai Chi sect. It is said that his Tai Chi skills are extraordinary, and he has studied various martial arts, becoming quite the martial arts enthusiast. Now, in his old age, he has returned to the capital to enjoy retirement." Zhang Yong's heart leaped with joy as he eagerly asked, "Is that old man Gu formidable?" "He should be quite formidable," the guard mused, stroking his chin in recollection. "I've only heard tales, so I cannot vouch for their truth. It's said that in his youth, he encountered bandits and, using one hand for Tai Chi's push hands and the other for grasp the bird's tail, he unarmed and dispatched over 20 of them with his bare hands. His skills are indeed profound. Wow. Zhang Yong's eyes widened in astonishment, and the other guards expressed their admiration. That is truly remarkable martial prowess. Indeed, the guard continued. I've heard those bandits were armed, while old man Gu was unarmed. In the entire realm of Du, few possess skills that rival his. Upon hearing this, the other guards looked at Zhang Yong with envy. Yongzi, this is an opportunity. You should take this little celestial being to meet old man Gu. If you manage to win him over, he could speak a few kind words to his majesty on your behalf, and your promotion would be all but guaranteed. You must seize this chance. Yes, Brother Yong, under the protection of Amei, our Du has enjoyed peace and prosperity. While that is wonderful for us soldiers, it is exceedingly difficult to gain ranks in such a flourishing era. This is indeed a grand opportunity. Listening to his colleagues, Zhang Yong smiled with joy, once again casting his gaze towards the young martial artist training in the courtyard. In truth, even if he himself could not attain a promotion, he would still take the little celestial being, Lin, to meet old man Gu. The heartfelt thank you Lin had expressed to him yesterday lingered vividly in his memory. This little celestial being was truly the finest he had ever encountered. Really? Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Uncle, you truly found a master of Tai Chi? Wow, you're amazing. Let's go. Let us set off right now. He grasped Zhang Yong's hand and dashed outside, leaving Zhang Yong no time to resist. He could only lament the overwhelming strength of this little celestial being, feeling as though he were a mere rag doll being towed along. Little celestial, your senior sister has stated that you are not permitted to leave the Honglu temple without authorization. Let us first inform her, he advised with a wry smile. Lin Xiaolu chuckled in response, eagerly agreeing, and then hurried off to find Tang Xian. Arriving at Tang Xian's door, his excitement made him forget to knock. He simply thrust his hand forward, his forceful push shattering the door latch, and boldly barged in. Zhang Yong was taken aback and dared not follow, silently waiting outside. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted from within the room. Sweet candied hawthorn, 3 coins a skewer. The bustling brick-lined street was alive with vendors and throngs of people, brimming with the vibrancy of market life. Lin Xiaolu, his face swollen and eyes shadowed with bruises, held several skewers of candied hawthorn while gripping Zhang Yong's hand. As he licked the treats, he remarked, Uncle, it's not that I can't defeat my senior sister. I simply disdain engaging in a scuffle with a woman. Surely you understand? Zhang Yong nodded with a peculiar expression. Haha. Lin Xiaolu laughed joyfully, popping a candied hawthorn into his mouth and puffing out his cheeks as he continued. In truth, another reason I refrain from stooping to her level is that my master has deemed me far too formidable. Engaging in combat might stir the resonance of heaven and earth, leading to calamity. I wish to avoid such a fate, so even if I am beaten to a pulp by that ghastly woman, I will not retaliate, for I harbor the concerns of the world. After several deep breaths, Zhang Yong eventually nodded again, his honest disposition shining through. The duo, one large and one small, strolled down the street towards Pingyang Alley. As they passed a lively tavern, Lin Xiaolu noticed a group of filthy, disheveled beggars outside. Among them stood a grimy little girl, around his age, gazing longingly at the candied hawthorn in his hand. He glanced at her, but said nothing. As they walked past, Lin Xiaolu's candied hawthorn vanished, along with the 20 taels of silver Tang Xian had given him for pocket money. On the street, many passers-by witnessed a peculiar sight. A dozen beggars kneeling in the middle of the main road, repeatedly bowing towards the figure of a small boy, uttering words of gratitude. Among them stood a frail little girl, isolated, clutching a handful of candied hawthorn in one hand and a heavy silver coin in the other, her bright eyes fixed on the boy's retreating silhouette. What has prompted such behavior from the celestial being? Zhang Yong queried, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Xiaolu, bewildered by the generosity shown towards the beggars. Throughout history, beggars have existed. Although our great you may not be a grand empire, under the protection of the immortal sect of Amei, it enjoys favorable weather and a peaceful populace. As long as the common people exert a little diligence, they can easily fill their bellies. Therefore, in my humble opinion, most of these beggars are simply indolent souls, living off the charity of others without any intention of working or farming, which hardly merits the sympathy of the immortals. The implication from the elder is that they are all deceivers, is it not? Lin Xiaolu lifted her small face and inquired. Not entirely, though it is likely that a significant portion are indeed fraudsters. Then that suffices. Lin Xiaolu chuckled heartily. Even if I encounter 10 false beggars, as long as I can assist one genuine beggar, I would deem it worthwhile. Those of us who navigate this world ought to be generous and compassionate. Zhang Yong was momentarily taken aback, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar, feeling that her statement about navigating this world was somewhat off. He refrained from questioning her, but resolved in his mind to investigate upon returning, ensuring that if these beggars had received the immortal silver, they had not engaged in any criminal activities. Should it be discovered that any false beggars, after receiving silver, were still unsatisfied and resorted to robbing the true beggars, they would be apprehended and dealt with severely. The duo continued their journey, with Lin Xiaolu inquisitively asking questions, to which Zhang Yong responded in kind. Soon, they arrived at the so-called Pingyang Alley, where they encountered a somewhat dilapidated residence. Zhang Yong lightly knocked on the door, and shortly thereafter, a young servant in a blue robe appeared. Upon seeing Zhang Yong's official attire, the servant was startled and trembled as he bowed, inquiring, "Esteemed official, whom do you seek?" Zhang Yong, devoid of any airs of authority, spoke in a subdued tone. "This official comes in the company of the immortal from Amei to pay a visit to Mr. Gu." Chapter 77. Taiji. The arrival of the Amei sect to recruit disciples in the Great Yu was hardly a secret. It was common knowledge throughout the realm. When the young attendant in green heard that an immortal from Amei was visiting Mr. Gu, he was taken aback and promptly announced their arrival, leading Zhang Yong and Lin Xiaolu into the residence. Upon entering, the first impression was that the house bore the weight of years, with many of its facilities showing signs of age and the walls marred with patches of wear. Yet, to Lin Xiaolu, it seemed quite opulent compared to the dilapidated dwelling he had shared with his sister. He reminisced about the past, recalling the New Year's celebrations of others filled with laughter and feasting, while he and his sister often endured hunger due to their inability to gather enough firewood. Several times, they nearly succumbed to the cold, and he would hold his sister tightly, using his own body to provide meager warmth as he lulled her to sleep. He vividly remembered that fateful New Year's Eve when heavy snow sealed off their village, leaving them with no food. Little Yuer cried incessantly, her tears eventually running dry as she lay in his embrace, murmuring, "Brother, why hasn't Mother come back? I miss her." At just 7 years old, Lin Xiaolu could not answer her. He merely bit his lips stubbornly until it bled. His capacity to provide was limited, and in desperation, he used the family's chopping knife to slice a piece of flesh from his own arm to feed his sister. Strangely enough, he felt no pain from the cut. Rather, he found a sense of comfort in witnessing her delight as she savored the morsel, wishing he could offer her even more. Ironically, after this act, his wound became infected, sending him into a fever that lasted an entire day and night. He would use his burning forehead to warm Yuer's hands, attempting to provide her with the last vestiges of warmth. Miraculously, he survived this ordeal, which left Lin Xiaolu in awe of his own resilience. Feeling as if he were indestructible, an existence that even the heavens could not take away. Within the courtyard, Lin Xiaolu held Zhang Yong's large hand as they walked. Lost in memories, a sense of pride swelling within him, which caused him to erupt into laughter, startling Zhang Yong. Shortly after, the attendant in green led them to a modest tile-roofed house, where they encountered an elderly man leaning on a cane, dressed in gray. The old man appeared vibrant, his white hair contrasting with his rosy complexion, and he walked with a steadiness uncommon among his peers. The cane seemed more a prop than a necessity. "Commoner Gu Jiqing, I have met the esteemed one," he greeted. Zhang Yong quickly stepped forward to assist the kneeling elder. "There is no need for excessive formality, Mr. Gu," he said. "I have come here today because this young immortal, Lin Xiaolu, has heard of your mastery in Taiji and wishes to pay his respects." Lin Xiaolu, still too young to articulate the formalities of official speech like Zhang Yong, gazed eagerly at the elder and exclaimed, "Grandfather, can you teach me Taiji?" The old man paused, caught off guard by the unexpected request, which struck him as rather peculiar. Gazing at Lin Xiaolu before him, the old man found himself in a quandary. Is this truly an immortal? Why does he appear younger than my own grandson? Doubt lingered in his heart. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he addressed the celestial figure from Amei, hesitantly inquiring, "Does the esteemed immortal wish to learn Tai Chi?" "Indeed, indeed." Lin Xiaolu blinked his large eyes and asked, "Isn't Tai Chi quite formidable? I have heard that it can enable the weak to triumph over the strong. Could it possibly defeat cultivators?" Upon hearing this, The old man's countenance grew exceedingly peculiar. In the martial world, the transmission of skills is taken very seriously. To teach him Tai Chi, by convention, would necessitate accepting him as a disciple. Yet, this young lad is an immortal. Could he truly take him as a student? He wished to live a few more years, after all. The old man was at an impasse. To teach him would violate the rules, but to refuse left him apprehensive. And then there was the question posed to him. Can Tai Chi defeat cultivators? Was that not a jest? While it is true that Tai Chi can achieve remarkable feats with minimal effort and allow the weak to overcome the strong, facing a cultivator, that would be akin to bullying. The old man hesitated for a moment, then respectfully replied, Esteemed immortal, Tai Chi is a finite art of the mortal realm and cannot defeat cultivators. Moreover, I have entered my twilight years and am no longer physically capable of teaching you. Lin Xiaolu's face fell in disappointment, his small features marred by gloom. Observing his discontent, the old man grew even more fearful, concerned about incurring the ire of this young immortal. He quickly turned to the attendant dressed in green nearby and commanded, Go fetch my writing materials. The attendant promptly dashed into the adjoining study and emerged with a neatly bound gray booklet. Accepting the tome, the old man addressed Lin Xiaolu with deference, Esteemed immortal. This is a manuscript I authored myself, containing detailed accounts of Tai Chi's techniques and training methods, along with my own insights and reflections on the art. It is quite comprehensive. Should you wish to learn, simply follow the instructions diligently, and you shall surely master it. Lin Xiaolu's spirits lifted upon hearing this, his earlier disappointment evaporating as he eagerly accepted the booklet and began to peruse it. Although the old man claimed that Tai Chi could not defeat cultivators, it also depended on who wielded it, with the strength granted by the tiger's blood he had consumed. If he were to employ this technique that allows the weak to triumph over the strong, its power should surely be magnified, no? The boy delightedly flipped through the pages, and the old man, witnessing his joy, felt a sense of relief. By merely providing the manuscript without personally instructing him, he hoped this would not entirely contravene the conventions of his school. In the hall, Lin Xiaolu meticulously examined the booklet. After noting its thorough descriptions of Tai Chi, he cherished it and once again turned his eager gaze toward the old man. Old man, the gentleman mentioned that you have extensive knowledge of various martial arts. Is that true? Gu Gong humbly nodded. Esteemed immortal, I must confess that in my youth, I was indeed a martial arts enthusiast, having studied numerous styles and developed a habit of collecting martial arts manuals. Is there any martial art that allows one to strike with objects? Lin Xiaolu inquired. Lin Xiaolu raised her small hand and gestured to the old man, saying, For instance, imagine a golden sphere enveloping a person. This sphere is indestructible. Even a brick cannot shatter it. Is there any martial art capable of striking directly at the person within such a sphere? The old man, initially bewildered, gazed at the animated Lin Xiaolu, and it took him a while to grasp her meaning, leaving him even more perplexed. To strike an object to reach a person? Surely, any celestial technique should suffice for that. Why then is this young immortal seeking a method within martial arts? He cast a furtive glance at Zhang Yong, particularly at the dagger gripped in his left hand and the token hanging at his waist. It was indeed evident that he belonged to the Imperial Guard, not a charlatan. Setting aside his doubts, he turned back to Lin Xiaolu and continued, To the immortal, such martial arts, to my knowledge, do not exist. Lin Xiaolu's small face stiffened, her heart plunging into despair. Yet, the old man spoke once more. Although they do not exist, there are a few methods within certain martial arts that approach the essence of what the immortal seeks. What methods? Lin Xiaolu exclaimed in delight, her face brimming with anticipation. The old man regarded the youth before him and slowly began to elaborate. Siyuan Jin, Beng Jin. Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, her expression a canvas of confusion. Observing her lack of understanding, Gu Gong turned to the young attendant in the green attire and instructed, Go, fetch my treatises. Chapter 78, Martial Arts and Fantasy Grandfather. How come you possess other martial arts manuals? Lin Xiaolu inquired, astonished. The old man chuckled softly. Dear immortal, in my youth, I had the privilege of engaging with numerous esteemed martial artists, exchanging techniques and insights. The concepts of inch power and burst power left an indelible impression on me. Alas, I dedicated myself to Tai Chi. I understand the principle that mastery lies in depth rather than breadth. Hence, I merely documented these insights without practicing them myself. He elaborated candidly. Inch power originates from Wing Chun, while burst power is derived from Xing Yi. I do not possess the specific techniques of these two martial arts. Yet these methods of force application are indeed present in various martial disciplines. For instance, similar force generation methods can be found in De Chung Quan, akin to Wing Chun's inch punch, and in Hung Gar, reminiscent of Xing Yi's burst power. Thus, they are not particularly rare. Lin Xiaolu responded with a thoughtful "oh," nodding as if she comprehended fully. The old man continued with a smile. Immortal, both inch power and burst power possess a degree of penetrating capability. Yet they fall short of your expectations. I have an unrefined notion. If it could be realized, perhaps one might indeed harm from a distance. What method? Lin Xiaolu inquired anxiously, for the old man always spoke in a roundabout manner, leaving her exasperated. Within the room, the old man leaned on his cane, contemplating leisurely. After a considerable pause, he slowly articulated, "If I were to use the soft power of Tai Chi as a fulcrum for balance, while activating the inch power from Wing Chun with my forearm, and employing the half-step burst power from Xing Yi with my lower body, could we incorporate Bejiquan as well?" Lin Xiaolu interjected suddenly. The old man cast a surprised glance at her, seemingly taken aback by her knowledge of Bejiquan. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Indeed, Bejiquan's vigorous nature provides an excellent foundation for force. It can certainly be included. If someone could simultaneously harness the formidable strength of Bejiquan, the soft power of Tai Chi, the burst power of Xing Yi, and the inch power of Wing Chun, culminating in an explosive force guided by Tai Chi's advancing push, it could potentially unleash unimaginable penetrating power, achieving the desired effect. Upon finishing his thoughts, the old man offered a wry smile. What he had just described was purely theoretical. Having practiced martial arts for a lifetime, he understood the intricacies involved. Setting aside whether one could master these four powers simultaneously, even if an exceptionally talented individual managed to do so, executing them concurrently would be impossible, for the body could not withstand such strain. To utilize Bejiquan's might as a foundation, Tai Chi's soft power for balance, and the burst and inch powers for explosive force, only to unleash it with the advancing push of Tai Chi. If anyone were to strike in such a manner, they might well inflict injury upon themselves before even reaching their opponent, resulting in grievous harm. A young attendant dressed in azure emerged from the study, holding 2 volumes which he respectfully presented to Lin Xiaolu. "Immortal, please take these books to peruse at your leisure. Alas, it is a pity that in my old age, I cannot wholeheartedly impart the teachings of Tai Chi to you. I hope for your understanding." Lin Xiaolu cradled 3 tomes in his hands, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He bowed respectfully to the old man and graciously said, "Grandfather, there is no need for such formalities. I understand that these 3 books must be quite precious. Upon my return to Amei, I shall have my elder brother present you with a gift." The old man chuckled heartily, clasping his hands in acknowledgement, seemingly unfazed by Lin Xiaolu's words. Upon returning to Honglu Temple, Lin Xiaolu eagerly retreated to his chamber to delve into the secrets held within the 3 volumes. Though he was young, he was far from foolish. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings when facing cultivators and recognized the advantages he possessed over ordinary martial artists. One significant realization was his inability to inflict pain upon these cultivators. The indelible impression left by Chun Yinyun's Vajra Bowl loomed large in his mind. Had it not been for his senior sister's agreement to cast him down to secure a victory, he would have been utterly helpless against her. Then there was that fool, Li Yaoshi, who, without activating his protective spiritual energy, could withstand his flying daggers merely by donning his magical attire. Although he had consumed tiger blood, enhancing his physical attributes beyond those of ordinary martial artists, he remained powerless against foundation-building cultivators and above. He had experienced this firsthand when the Rakshasa which had overwhelmed him, pinning him to the ground and delivering a relentless barrage of blows, over 200 strikes, leaving him sore and bruised. Curse it! Once I master Bejiquan, Tai Chi, Wing Chun, and Xing Yi, I shall repay them in kind, starting with the Rakshasa witch. I will inquire whether she is happy while delivering my retribution. If she claims discontent, I will continue my assault. Should she declare happiness, I will probe the reason behind her joy, infuriating her further. In the elegant chamber, the boy climbed onto the soft bed, kicked off his shoes, and embraced the books, immersing himself in their contents. As he read, his imagination ran wild with visions of reclaiming his honor, and he could not suppress a boisterous laugh that echoed through the room. Outside, Zhang Yong, who had been waiting, was startled by the boy's infectious laughter, nearly drawing his sword, believing a monster had arrived. As time flowed by, several hours slipped away. In the afternoon hour of Shun, Tang Xian emerged from her meditation, her beautiful eyes opening to the world. She stretched languidly, a contented sigh escaping her lips, reveling in the delightful sensation. The sun had begun its descent, casting a warm golden hue throughout the room. After completing her stretch, she rose, donned her light blue embroidered shoes, and stepped outside to gather the three little ones, eager to head to the streets for the upcoming Lantern Festival. Immortal Tang. The temple guards knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in reverence as they beheld Tang Xian. She responded to each with a warm smile before proceeding directly to Yu Chuchu's door. "Chuchu, are you there?" she called out, and a voice from within answered promptly. "I'm here, Sister Tang." Yu Chuchu opened the door and stepped out, her face lighting up with surprise. "Sister Tang, are we going out to have fun?" Tang Xian smiled and nodded, inquiring about her afternoon training before taking her by the hand to seek out Chen Yinyun. Chen Yinyun was also indoors, diligently meditating, and had not left since. Upon receiving the two children, Tang Xian engaged in cheerful conversation with them as they made their way to find Lin Xiaolu. "Xiaolu, are you in your room?" Tang Xian called out from outside, but no response came from the boy. "Has he not returned yet?" A hint of surprise crossed Tang Xian's face. As she assumed Lin Xiaolu was still outside practicing Tai Chi, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Three celestial beings, a guard timely appeared. Addressing Tang Xian and Chen Yinyun with respect, "Lin Xiaolu is currently training in Maple Leaf Garden." "Oh, I see." Tang Xian nodded and smiled at the two children, saying, "Let us go call for Xiaolu." "Oh dear, senior sister, must we bring him?" Yu Chuchu tugged at Tang Xian's arm, pouting playfully. "It would be just fine for the three of us to play together. That fellow is so oblivious. He doesn't even know it's the Mid-Autumn Festival. It would be quite embarrassing to take him along." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian glanced at Yu Chuchu, noting her youth, and refrained from reprimanding her. Instead, she casually remarked, "As senior sister, I must take responsibility for you both. We should always stick together, understood?" With no choice, Yu Chuchu sulked. Her lips pursed in displeasure as she followed Tang Xian and Chen Yinyun downstairs toward Maple Leaf Garden. Before long, the trio arrived at their destination, catching sight of Lin Xiaolu practicing martial arts in the garden from a distance. Just as Tang Xian was about to call out to him, she was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. In the Maple Leaf Garden, the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu was clad in a small robe, gracefully moving amidst a flurry of swirling maple leaves, with Zhang Yong and several other guards standing nearby. The climate of the Great Yu Kingdom differed from that of other worldly dynasties. It was the mid-autumn season, and the maple leaves had turned a vibrant red and begun to fall. At that moment, illuminated by the golden warm sunlight, the young boy appeared deeply focused, his movements deliberate and fluid. He raised his hands slowly, gestured with his arms, and shifted his steps. Each action was remarkably elegant, flowing like water. The fiery red maple leaves danced around him, seemingly twirling in harmony with his motions, creating a dreamlike and ethereal spectacle. Chapter 79. Mid-Autumn Festival. Tang Xian found herself momentarily bewildered by the scene before her. What was the young deer doing? Dancing, perhaps? Chen Yinyun and Yu Chuchu shared her confusion, speculating that the young deer was practicing martial arts, though his movements appeared somewhat sluggish. Yet, as he danced, his form would suddenly accelerate, creating afterimages and causing the air to crackle with each swing. At that moment, in a corner of Maple Leaf Garden, Zhang Yong and several guards were equally captivated, marveling at the boy who seemed to merge with the foliage. Truly, he was worthy of being an immortal from a May. In less than 2 hours, he had mastered the 24 postures of Tai Chi with a fluidity befitting a seasoned practitioner. Moreover, it appeared that Master Lin possessed remarkable physical prowess, requiring no more than an ounce of force to yield 100 pounds. He was, in essence, a force of nature. In the midst of the gathering, Lin Xiaolu completed the 12th posture of Tai Chi, Shantong Bei. Then, with a firm stance, he withdrew and initiated a punch. The surrounding maple leaves seemed irresistibly drawn to his motion, spiraling away in a whirl around his forearm and fist. Suddenly, the 8-year-old boy's gaze sharpened as he advanced with a punch. The rapidly spinning leaves shot forth like a barrage of spears, propelled by his strike, dispersing a good 5 to 6 meters before settling. This spectacle astonished everyone present. Zhang Yong, possessing a deeper understanding of Tai Chi, recognized that the boy had just executed the Jinbu Ban Lan Shui, and he was astounded by the boy's remarkable proficiency in such a short time. The might of his punch exemplified the harmonious blend of hardness and softness intrinsic to Tai Chi. Was this the prowess of an immortal? Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiaolu's extraordinary physical abilities, enhanced by the tiger's blood he had consumed, allowed him to perform feats that would take an ordinary person years of training to achieve. Coupled with his keen intellect and quick wit, he had managed to grasp the essence of Tai Chi within just 2 hours. As the gathering continued, Lin Xiaolu withdrew his fists, exhaling a long breath of stale air, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. He sensed that Tai Chi was indeed a unique discipline, contrasting sharply with Bajiquan, especially with regard to his last move, Ban Lan Shui, which he had executed without exerting his full strength. If combined with his signature pig-killing fist, the power could potentially be magnified infinitely. The pig-killing fist was his most formidable technique, unleashed in moments of anger. Once he mastered the Siyuan Jin and Bung Jin and attempted to integrate them, he believed he could pierce the defenses of any cultivator with a single strike. With his chin held high, he stood amidst the carpet of crimson leaves, deep in contemplation, oblivious to the approach of Tang Xin and the others. "Little ghost, were you dancing just now?" "It looked rather delightful," Tang Xin teased, plucking a leaf from his head with a light-hearted smile. "This is Tai Chi," Lin Xiaolu pouted, correcting her. "How could you, as a cultivator, be so ignorant?" Tang Xin chuckled, unfazed by the boy's impudent retort, and with a playful smile said, "The Lantern Festival is about to begin. Shall we go out and have some fun?" "Fun, fun, fun. All you know is fun. Can't you focus on your cultivation?" He placed his small hands on his hips, pouting as he said, "My elder brother told me that time is as precious as gold, and I must strive diligently. In the future, Hey, what are you doing? You ogress, let me go? Let me go?" In the maple leaf garden, the guards watched in astonishment as Tang Xin clamped the boy's head with her arm and effortlessly lifted him away. "Ogress, I apologize for my earlier childishness. I did not intend to frighten you. I merely wished for a bit more time to train." "Unexpectedly, little imp, you are quite industrious," she replied. "Indeed, for I am a person with dreams, and young people ought to strive hard. That way, we shall not lament our regrets in the future. You understand, right, ogress?" "Haha, I understand, but Nian Yun and Chu Chu also wish to come out to play. Majority rules, so you must join us." "All right, you have a point. Playing is fine, but could you please refrain from squeezing my head? I am the formidable tyrant of Donghua Village, the bloodhand butcher, the benevolent leader of my gang, and the esteemed one of Amei. Being paraded around the streets like this is quite humiliating. How am I to maintain my reputation? Could you perhaps consider my perspective?" As the lanterns began to glow, amidst the bustling lakeside streets, Tang Xin leisurely strolled, with Lin Xiaolu's head tucked under her armpit. The short boy dangled his legs in the air like a rag doll, creating a rather comical scene that drew the attention of passers-by. Tang Xin chuckled. "I can set you down, but you must not run off. Otherwise, I shall continue to carry you like this until we've explored the entire capital." Lin Xiaolu, wearing a face of despair, shot her a sidelong glare, but he was powerless against the ogress and could only reluctantly nod in agreement. "When we return to Amei, I shall tell the boss you bullied me, and he will deal with you." Tang Xin released the boy and smiled at the 3 children beside her. "Tonight is indeed lively. I heard we can release lanterns at Luzhou Lake soon. Shall we join in?" Yes, Yu Chu Chu exclaimed, happily taking Chun Yinyin's hand. "Sister, I also want to buy some trinkets." Tang Xin generously retrieved several gold ingots from her spatial ring and distributed them among the 3 children for their pocket money. Lin Xiaolu accepted the heavy ingots and glanced around. He found himself in a vibrant and bustling street, teeming with people. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the streets were filled with revelers admiring the moon, while vendors called out and performers drummed and clanged nearby. Many children, clutching rattles and candied hawthorns, ran about joyfully. Colorful lanterns adorned the intricately carved buildings around them, and beside the road lay Luzhou Lake, where elegantly decorated boats glided gracefully, festooned with lights. Occasionally, Lin Xiaolu could hear the melodious exchange of poetry from the talented scholars and beautiful maidens aboard, painting a scene of splendid festivity. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was swiftly captivated by a vendor selling a variety of masks. "Rascal, I shall procure a mask. Wait for me," he declared, and with his short legs in motion, he dashed toward the mask stall, disregarding any objections from Tang Xin. The stall owner, an elderly man, beamed at the sight of the approaching child, assuming a potential sale was at hand. "My dear little one, are you in search of a mask?" Gazing at the dazzling array of masks, Lin Xiaolu was about to nod in affirmation when, for reasons unknown, he blurted out, "Old man, it's time to pay the protection fee for this month." The smile on the elder's face faltered as he regarded the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu with a peculiar expression. Fortunately, Lin Xiaolu quickly realized his faux pas. He cleared his throat awkwardly and laughed heartily. "My apologies, Grandpa. I've been in the game for so long that it has become second nature. I truly wish to purchase a mask." The old man, still slightly bewildered, hesitantly gestured, "Choose as you wish." Lin Xiaolu examined the masks hanging on the wooden rack, soon spotting a yellow tiger mask. He raised his chubby little hand and pointed, "Grandpa, I want that one." Having made his selection, he then noticed a white rabbit mask and added, "I want that one too." "That will be 8-1. Lin Xiaolu handed over a gold ingot, which startled the old man. He then expressed his dismay. This is far too much. I cannot provide change." "Not to worry, Grandpa. If you cannot provide change, then let it be. We of Amei are exceedingly wealthy. Even our bridges are made of jade." The old man. Chapter 80. Lanterns. Before long, Lin Xiaolu returned to Tang Xin's side, adorned with a golden yellow tiger mask. With the mask on, he playfully bared his teeth at Tang Xin and Chun Yinyun, attempting to frighten them with a spirited declaration. "I am the great tiger. I shall devour you." "Awoo." Amused by the boy's antics, Tang Xin chuckled softly, covering her lips in surprise at his unexpected cuteness. The group strolled leisurely along the banks of Luzhou Lake, enjoying the refreshing evening breeze and sampling a variety of delicacies. "Little rascal, are the mooncakes delicious?" "Absolutely delightful. The red bean paste is so sweet." Lin Xiaolu lifted the tiger mask to his forehead, holding Tang Xin's hand with one while indulging in a mooncake with the other. Yuchu and Chun Yinyun each took one as well. However, Yuchu seemed less fond of the mooncake, taking just a bite before setting it aside, while Chun Yinyun, like Lin Xiaolu, stuffed her cheeks full. Tang Xin appeared to have brought along a considerable sum of silver, as she generously treated Lin Xiaolu throughout their outing, frequenting various snack stalls and purchasing numerous goodies to store in her spatial ring for him to take back to Xiaoyu. Despite Lin Xiaolu's hearty appetite, he ultimately found himself overwhelmed, unable to indulge further as he gazed longingly at the fried dough twists in Tang Xin's hands. "Oh, how I wish to taste that. But alas, I cannot eat another bite." "Sister, look over there. They are releasing lanterns." After a delightful stroll, Yuchu suddenly pointed to the lanterns floating on Luzhou Lake, shouting with glee. Indeed, as they turned their gaze, they beheld numerous lotus-shaped lanterns gently drifting on the moonlit waters, resembling twinkling stars, an exquisite and poignant sight. Releasing lanterns is a cherished tradition of Daiyue. Each year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, many individuals inscribe their wishes upon the lanterns, allowing them to drift upon Luzhou Lake. It is believed that these lanterns, symbolizing goodwill, will float to the moon, where the deities might see them and grant their desires. Over time, this tradition has evolved into a game among scholars and young maidens. Unattached scions from noble families would venture to Luzhou Lake to inscribe greetings on the lanterns, marking them with recognizable symbols, and then wait downstream. In the midstream area, numerous refined young ladies would gather lanterns from the lakeside, selecting responses based on the pinned messages and handwriting. When the lanterns floated downstream, the young gentlemen could retrieve their lanterns and discover if anyone had responded to their overtures. This game flourished particularly among the elite, where many a single scion would leave behind what they deemed poetic verses on the lanterns, hoping to attract the notice of a beautiful young lady who might inscribe a rendezvous location for a romantic mid-autumn encounter. Similarly, single maidens yearned to engage in this mysterious and thrilling pursuit of fate in search of their ideal partners. Having squandered his silver on the mask, Lin Xiaolu received no reprimand from Tang Xin, who casually provided him with more and led him to purchase a lantern. "We can inscribe our wishes and place them inside the lantern." By the banks of the Luzhou Lake, at the long corridor designated for writing wishes, 3 children, along with other visitors, leaned over tables, inscribing their heartfelt desires. Among them was Lin Xiaolu, who playfully placed a brush in his mouth, blowing on it before scribbling his aspirations on paper. At this moment, many tourists were engaged in writing, exchanging laughter and well wishes, hoping that their dreams, as well as those of others, would come to fruition. Tang Exine, however, refrained from writing. As a cultivator, she held little belief in such practices. Yet she respected the traditions of mortals and found the activity rather amusing. The three children formed a line, each focused on their own wishes, while Tang Exine quietly approached from behind to sneak a glance at their penned desires. She first observed Yu Chu Chu, easily spotting her increasingly charming wish, which made her chuckle softly. Indeed, girls often wish to be more beautiful. But in the next moment, she was taken aback as she saw Yu Chu Chu pen a second wish, for Lin Xiaolu and his sister to drown in a cesspit. Tang Exine paused, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she regarded the girl. It seemed that upon returning to Amei, she would need to have a word with her master. Moving past Yu Chu Chu, she arrived behind Chen Yinyun, discovering her wish was succinctly stated in 4 bold characters. World's number 1. Tang Exine nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on how Chen Yinyun was, indeed, a natural-born sword cultivator. She then shifted her attention to Lin Xiaolu, peering over his shoulder, and was utterly dismayed by what she saw. This boy had utilized a staggering number of paper slips, densely filled with numerous wishes. Moreover, he seemed to be fantasizing about the realization of his dreams, chuckling to himself intermittently. The nature of his wishes made Tang Exine's eyelids twitch in disbelief. My sister becomes the most formidable cultivator, achieving immortality, and remains joyous every day. I defeat all cultivators, except my sister. I collect protection fees from all cultivators, excluding the eldest, the senior sister, and the brothers from the gang, along with the likes of Ho-san. I vanquish the Emperor Penguin, which then performs acrobatics for me daily. Those 4-armed monkeys line up to showcase their talents, including chest-breaking stunts, throat-piercing techniques, and iron head feats. The Rakshasa, which has a bowel movement only once every 6 months, lasting half a year each time. I slay Li Yaoshi, who then resurrects, only to be slain again. Endlessly repeating this cycle, eternally. Gazing at the lengthy list of wishes, Tang Exine gritted her teeth, her small fists clenched tightly. The sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the air as she glared fiercely at the back of this mischievous boy's head. She truly yearned to give him a good thrashing. Oh dear. Soon, the 3 children completed their writings, placing their slips into lanterns before racing to the riverside to release them. Lin Xiaolu's lantern was particularly grand. It seemed he was aware that his multitude of wishes could not fit into a standard lantern. While others chose lanterns the size of a palm, his was as large as a basin, stuffed full of densely written slips of paper. At this moment, he cradled a lantern as large as a basin, racing towards the riverside while emitting a series of gleeful chuckles, exuding an air of unwavering confidence in the realization of his desires. The surrounding onlookers regarded his lantern with bewilderment, their expressions akin to those who had encountered a specter. Squatting by the riverbank, he excitedly placed the basin-sized lantern into the flowing waters, watching as it led a multitude of smaller lanterns adrift, as if it were their leader. The boy was utterly elated, hands on his hips, and he laughed heartily towards the heavens. Just as he was on the verge of laughter-induced collapse, a small lantern drifting downstream leisurely lodged itself in the crevice of the stone steps beneath his feet. The boy paused, astonished. This lantern had come from upstream. And could it possibly be the romantic lantern spoken of by the old witch? With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he picked up the lantern and curiously unfolded the note attached to it. The note bore a line in delicate script. This night, I find myself restless, yearning for the company of a fair maiden to accompany me to Tsue Pavilion to admire the moon. Dear lady, finding my lantern is a stroke of fate. May I inquire your esteemed name? Upon reading the note, Lin Xiaolu, quick-witted as he was, instantly grasped its implication. He had heard Uncle Zhang mention Tsue Pavilion, a rather upscale establishment in the capital. The owner of this note was, in essence, boasting of his affluent background, suggesting he could treat a lady to a meal there. How uncultured of him, unable even to compose a proper verse. Initially inclined to discard the note, Lin's hand hesitated as a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He gazed at the note in his hand, revealing a devilishly charming smile. Downstream at Luzhou Lake, A group of young aristocrats eagerly watched the floating lanterns, each one straining to catch a glimpse, filled with anticipation. They fervently hoped that their lantern would be picked up by a beautiful maiden, allowing one of them to win her heart. "I possess exceptional literary talent," boasted one, having penned an impeccable romantic poem. "Any lady who retrieves my lantern will surely be captivated by my eloquence. Humph, for this mid-autumn festival. I even sought the counsel of a grand scholar at the Hanlon Academy for a couplet to woo a lovely companion. Surely, I will secure a date with a woman of both beauty and grace." As many young aristocrats vied to outdo one another with their literary prowess, tempers flared, and tensions rose, until a brazen laugh rang out. "Ha! What is this nonsense?" Chapter 81. A name yet to be found upon hearing the raucous laughter. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. They turned in unison to behold a young gentleman adorned in splendid attire, embellished with exquisite jade ornaments. At that moment, this wealthy scion regarded them with disdain, a smirk playing on his lips as he proclaimed, "Today, I shall forego composing verses and instead directly inquire about the young lady's name." One young man widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lou, you are remarkably forthright. Are you not afraid that such candor might lead to rejection?" "Rejection? How could I possibly be turned away?" The affluent Lou scoffed, casually fanning himself with his folding fan, exuding confidence. "Just watch, my friends. Even without your pitiful ink and quills, I shall undoubtedly capture the heart of the fair maiden." The onlookers exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence as they awaited the arrival of the lanterns. Soon enough, myriad lanterns began to emerge upon the lake's surface, gently swaying with the rippling waves. The young nobles became animated, clamoring to retrieve their lanterns, while some, whose lanterns drifted far, resorted to long bamboo poles to salvage them. Once the lanterns were retrieved and the messages unfurled, the young nobles engaged in a lively exchange, their emotions ranging from elation to despair. "Alas, not a single young lady has left a message for me. Are they blind? Do they not see my unparalleled talent?" lamented one. "Oh dear, I too have received nothing. Truly, these young ladies are the most difficult to win over." "Haha, I, on the other hand, have received a reply. A young lady responded to my verses, her handwriting delicate and fragrant, clearly the work of a beauty. Wow, I am utterly envious. Pray tell, what did this enchanting lady write to you? Begone. Why such bitterness?" "Lo and behold, a lady has left a message inviting me to meet in the grove." "Ah, Wong, what did you write? Pray share it with us." The gathering buzzed with animated chatter and laughter. Before long, Lou, the wealthy young man, finally spotted his lantern. "Ha! My lantern has arrived," he bellowed, eagerly using his bamboo pole to retrieve it, boasting as he did so, "Just you wait and see. If the young lady did not notice my lantern, she surely would have admired me had she seen it." With this proclamation, the other young nobles gathered around Lou, intrigued. Lou, eager to show off, proudly lifted his lantern before the crowd and unfurled his message. On the paper, his words read, "This night, I find myself restless, yearning for the company of a fair maiden. Would you join me at Suiwei Pavilion to admire the moon? Dear lady, finding my lantern is already a stroke of fate. May I inquire your name?" The crowd fell silent, realizing that Lou's approach relied not on poetic prowess, but rather on flaunting his wealth. As they glanced at the response below, their eyes widened in disbelief. "I am your father?" The message read, "I am your father." The four characters left Lou, the young gentleman, momentarily frozen, his expression resembling that of someone who had just ingested a fly, while those around him erupted into boisterous laughter, each one reveling in the merriment. "Serves you right." On the other side, beside the shimmering waters of the Luzhou Lake, the playful Lin Xiaolu seized the opportunity, unnoticed by Tang Xin and the others, to dash into the lake wielding a calligraphy brush. A multitude of young women gathered here, engaged in recovering lanterns and responding to letters, squatted in rows by the lakeside, their laughter and chatter filling the air. One moment, they praised this young gentleman's poetry, and the next, they admired another's elegant calligraphy, creating a lively atmosphere. The 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu, undeterred by shyness, boldly joined the ladies, disregarding everyone as he joyfully lifted a bamboo pole to fish out lanterns. The girls momentarily paused, bewildered by the sight of this child in a Taoist robe. "Little brother, which family do you belong to?" As Lin Xiaolu lifted a lantern from the water, he effortlessly replied, "Madam, You have no right to question me." The young women could barely contain their laughter, enchanted by the child's amusing retort. Curiously, they gathered around Lin Xiaolu as he unfolded the paper, revealing the lines of poetry. "May I inquire how the quiet tide compares to the river's flow? In what way does my affection reflect your heart?" Wow, this poem is quite remarkable. "It must have been penned by a scholar of great erudition," they exclaimed, surprised by the quality of the verse. One particularly beautiful and graceful lady looked at Lin Xiaolu with a smile and asked, "Little brother, are you writing a reply? Can you write?" Lin Xiaolu shot her a sideways glance, pouting, "Madam, are you questioning my abilities?" With that, he raised his small arm and boldly inscribed on the paper, "Young master, I can defecate." The young women, upon reading his words, nearly choked in disbelief, their faces flushed with embarrassment and indignation as they glared at the child. Whose child is this, to be so utterly rude, ruining the Lantern Festival? "Little brother, this is not appropriate. You are disrupting the traditions of the Lantern Festival. Indeed, if you continue this way, I shall catch you and inform your parents, so they can discipline you." Lin Xiaolu, unfazed by their admonitions, retorted, "My parents have long since passed away," and resumed his quest to retrieve lanterns. The women, upon hearing his circumstances, fell silent, their expressions softening. "Little brother, did your parents really pass away so early? How do you manage on your own?" Another inquired. "Yes, sister, seeing you so young and already able to write. You must have come from a noble family." The young ladies surrounded the boy, chattering incessantly, causing Lin Xiaolu's head to ache. As he continued to scribble various peculiar responses on the lanterns, he cast them an impatient sidelong glance. Soon enough, he penned yet another whimsical line on a piece of paper. "Young master, how might I grow nose hair as handsome as yours?" Laughter erupted from Lin Xiaolu, who was in high spirits. The mere thought of the young lords receiving notes and their excited expressions upon reading the replies filled him with an uncontrollable, silly chuckle. Just as he reveled in his joy and the surrounding maidens engaged in playful banter, a man's voice emerged from behind. "Young brother, without parents. Life must be quite arduous. Why not come and seek refuge with me? I assure you, you shall want for nothing in terms of food and drink." The sudden proclamation startled Lin Xiaolu and the maidens nearby, causing them to turn and gaze upon a short, middle-aged man sporting a small mustache. He stood by the lakeside corridor, hunched over, twirling his mustache with a grin. "By your attire, young brother, you must be a young Taoist priest, having joined the temple as an acolyte after the passing of your parents. Alas, the life of a temple is hardly suitable for a child. The strict rules and regulations must be burdensome. If you are interested, I could take you to a place where you can work and enjoy sumptuous meals regularly." Upon finishing, the man seemed to sense Lin Xiaolu's trepidation and added, "We are fated to meet. Come with me to take a look. I shall treat you to a meal. And if you are satisfied, you may stay. If not, I will ensure your safe return." "Hey, what are your intentions?" one maiden questioned suspiciously. Protecting Lin Xiaolu as she called out, "You should leave at once, or I shall summon help. This fellow must be a child trafficker. Do not trust him, little brother. Indeed, he does not appear to be of good character." The maidens murmured amongst themselves, forming a protective barrier around Lin Xiaolu, their vigilance directed at the middle-aged man. "Ha ha, ladies, you jest," the mustached man chuckled, attempting to clarify. "This is the capital. Who would dare engage in such nefarious activities under the emperor's gaze? To be candid, I work at Miao Yufeng and seek to introduce this young brother to a position as a favored child." Chapter 82. The Mysterious Jade Pavilion. The young ladies were momentarily taken aback. A male courtesan? This term referred to young male prostitutes who catered to customers with a particular affection for the same sex. Subconsciously, they glanced at Lin Xiaolu's face and noted that the boy was indeed quite handsome, his skin flawless, features delicate, lips rosy, and teeth pearly white. His large, clear eyes could captivate anyone at first glance. He possessed a visage that was a perfect amalgamation of charm and beauty, which undoubtedly drew the attention of the mysterious Jade Pavilion. "How about it, young brother? Are you interested?" the man inquired with a jovial smile. The surrounding girls, upon hearing the name of the pavilion, ceased their chatter. After all, in their perception, being a male courtesan was merely a profession akin to that of actors, porters, or merchants, perhaps even slightly more esteemed. Male courtesans endured considerably less hardship than those in other professions, and from a young age, they were accustomed to a life of luxury. learning various arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. Given the boy's appearance, it seemed likely that he would easily attract the attention of the city's elite, potentially becoming the pavilion's star attraction, far superior to the life of a destitute monk. Lin Xiaolu listened in bewilderment to the ladies' discussions, utterly unaware of what a male courtesan entailed. Curiously, he turned to the man with the mustache and asked, "Are you inviting me to dinner?" "Indeed," the man replied with a grin. "You can take a look around first, enjoy a sumptuous meal, and then decide for yourself whether you wish to become a male courtesan." "Wow!" Lin Xiaolu exclaimed in delight. Although he wasn't hungry at the moment, the prospect of a free feast was inherently appealing to him. Moreover, he was quite intrigued and eager to discover what the mysterious Jade Pavilion was like and whether it would be entertaining. "All right, sir, I shall accompany you to experience it," Lin Xiaolu said with a fearless smile. In the past, he would never have followed someone so casually. But now he was an 8-year-old boy capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. The man with the mustache, pleased by his agreement, beckoned. "Rest assured, young brother. You will surely enjoy the mysterious Jade Pavilion. It is resplendent, with excellent food, clothing, and accommodations, and numerous guests visit daily." On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, within the opulent, mysterious Jade Pavilion in the capital of the Great Yu Kingdom, where did you find such a remarkable specimen? Just look at that charming face. He will surely enchant the guests. Haha, Mother Wu, this child is named Lin Xiaolu. Orphaned, he has been serving as a young acolyte in a temple. I brought him here. You must take a look and determine how much he is worth. Such a fine young man must fetch a handsome reward, right? Indeed, he is quite handsome. Allow me to assess his physique. If everything is in order, I assure you I will provide a satisfactory price. In the fragrant, rosy room filled with the scent of cosmetics, Lin Xiaolu found himself facing a lavish spread of dishes, yet felt little appetite, having been overly indulged with snacks by Tang Xian. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his enjoyment of the scene before him. He found the situation rather amusing. The little mustached man who had brought him here, named Laifu, was currently engaged in conversation with a plump woman. Many heavily made-up women were peeking from the doorway, seemingly mesmerized by the masculinity he exuded. "Wow, is this the new boy toy? He's absolutely adorable, far more attractive than the previous ones," one commented. "Indeed, just look at him, so delicate like a porcelain doll. He will undoubtedly become the star attraction of our Miaoyu Pavilion," another chimed in. A few courtesans lingered by the entrance, whispering and occasionally uttering suggestive remarks, punctuated by flirtatious laughter. After a bout of jovial banter, the plump woman and Laifu approached the table where Lin Xiaolu sat. The woman squatted down, smiling at him. "Little brother, let Wu Ma check your body." As she reached for Lin Xiaolu's collar, preparing to undress him, he curiously inquired, "What are you doing, you plump lady?" "Ha ha ha, don't be afraid. Wu Ma is just going to examine your backside," she replied, her tone gentle yet laced with an undeniable authority. Lin Xiaolu, bewildered, glanced at the corpulent woman, catching a whiff of her nauseating perfume. Suddenly, he swatted her hand away, exclaiming, "Why do I have to take off my clothes? This is so troublesome. I no longer wish to be a boy toy." With that, he leaped off the stool, intent on leaving, but Laifu blocked his path. A disingenuous smile plastered on his face. "Little brother, you haven't eaten yet. Don't be in such a hurry to leave," Laifu insisted. Lin Xiaolu raised his delicate face, puzzled. "Did you not say that I could leave if I was unsatisfied?" Laifu, eyeing the 8-year-old, smirked coldly. "Yes, but if you are unsatisfied, we will find ways to ensure your satisfaction." Lin Xiaolu scratched his head in confusion, while the plump woman stood up, supporting herself on the table with one hand and placing her other hand on her ample hip, chuckling softly. "Little brother, let me be frank with you. Our Miaoyu Pavilion is a brothel, and you will not be leaving today. From now on, you shall stay here and serve as our boy toy." With a casual command, she called out, "Laifu, bind this child for me. I shall teach him the rules." The courtesans outside, having eavesdropped, were taken aback. Wu Ma was furious, and it seemed the boy was destined to face a severe reprimand. They dared not intervene, for Miaoyu Pavilion was the largest brothel in the capital, wielding immense power. Whether courtesans, boy toys, or male patrons, all were under Wu Ma's control, and none dared to defy her. Seemingly resigned to Lin Xiaolu's fate, they turned to leave. Just as they prepared to exit, a blood-curdling scream erupted, echoing throughout Miaoyu Pavilion, startling the courtesans, who quickly glanced back into the room. At this moment, within the confines of the pink chamber, Lai Fu lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his arm and rolling in agony, emitting heart-wrenching screams. One of his arms appeared grotesquely twisted, dangling limply in a bizarre, contorted shape. Wu Ma, startled, stared at the boy with disbelief, her plump face trembling. Yet the boy exhibited little emotion, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. With his small hands clasped behind his back, he cast a fleeting glance at the writhing Lai Fu and, with an air of nonchalance, proclaimed, "Life is so fleeting, yet you fail to cherish it." Following this, the 8-year-old raised his gaze towards Wu Ma, offering a sweet smile. "May I go out now, dear chubby one?" The courtesans, witnessing this spectacle, stood frozen in astonishment, utterly amazed by the audacity of this tiny figure who had dared to strike Lai Fu. Remarkable. Who would have thought this little rascal was a skilled fighter? After a brief moment of shock, Wu Ma quickly regained her composure. Rolling up her sleeves, she bellowed with a piercing voice, "Help! There's trouble brewing." Her cry resonated loudly, echoing throughout the entire Miaoyu pavilion. In an instant, a multitude of burly thugs armed with clubs poured forth from the hidden doors and secret chambers of the establishment. These thugs were numerous, numbering at least 200 or 300, each one cursing and brandishing their weapons, surging towards Wu Ma like a dark tide. The very floor trembled beneath their feet, echoing as if an earthquake had struck. Before long, they had rushed in, encircling the room where Wu Ma and Lin Xiaolu were situated. The narrow corridor could barely accommodate their throng, extending their ranks beyond the stairway, creating an ominous and oppressive presence. Within the banquet hall on the first floor of the Miaoyu pavilion, the patrons leisurely observed the unfolding commotion. One guest, cradling a courtesan while indulging in food and drink, glanced up at the thugs lined up to the staircase, exclaiming in wonder, "It has been ages since anyone dared to cause a disturbance in the Miaoyu pavilion." Indeed, with 300 fierce enforcers, all seasoned fighters, it was a testament to one's recklessness to provoke chaos in such a place. Chapter 83. A brawl regardless of him. Let us indulge in our libations. The two men raised their small goblets and clinked them together, producing a delightful chime. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted above them, as several burly figures clad in black shattered the wooden barrier and plummeted from the upper floor, their cries echoing in despair. The cacophony of bodies colliding with tables, floors, and stone platforms created a scene of utter chaos. Amidst the grandeur of the spacious banquet hall, the revelers were startled, their enjoyment interrupted. The courtesans in their arms gasped in horror, their faces paling in fear. At that moment, on the second-floor corridor, the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu sauntered out of a private room, stretching leisurely before the multitude of black-clad assailants. With a charming and innocent smile, he addressed them, "If you kneel and call me father now, I shall spare you." The formidable men momentarily froze, their weapons wavering in their grips, utterly perplexed by how this mere child had managed to send several of their comrades flying. The first wave of brutes had rushed into the room, and before they could comprehend the situation, they were hurled back out with a resounding crash. Hearing Lin Xiaolu's words, the remaining thugs hesitated, their resolve faltering as their weapons trembled. Inside the room, the rotund madam was shrieked at them, "What are you waiting for? Attack! What do you think I pay you for?" Her piercing cries broke the spell of hesitation, and the assailants, gritting their teeth, charged at the boy, shouting, "Finish him! Get him!" The roar of the muscular men reverberated throughout the establishment, causing the very walls of the Miaoyu pavilion to tremble. Many patrons, caught in the throes of their indulgences, emerged from their chambers in disarray, only to witness Lin Xiaolu raising his hands to meet the onslaught of black-clad assailants. "Excuse me, good sir, have you encountered a young Taoist boy, approximately 7 or 8 years old? He stands about this tall?" Along the corridor by the shores of Luzhou Lake, Chen Yunyun inquired of passers-by regarding Lin Xiaolu's whereabouts. Not long ago, senior sister Tang Xin had discovered that Lin Xiaolu was missing, prompting the trio to split up in search of him. While senior sister Tang Xin possessed the ability to use her spiritual awareness to cover the entire city, her cultivation level was relatively modest within the foundation establishment stage. She excelled in soothing spiritual beasts rather than searching, thus allowing herself and Chu Chu to search first before resorting to her more forceful methods. At present, clad in a Taoist robe, Chen Yunyun continued her inquiries along the lakeside, yet no news had yet emerged. "Excuse me, sir, have you seen?" "No, I haven't seen anything." The passerby impatiently waved his hand and departed, leaving Chen Yinyun in a state of bewilderment. How could this adult behave so dismissively? I haven't even said what it is, and he didn't see it. The 11-year-old pouted and continued to inquire along the path. Where on earth has this fellow wandered off to? By the time he is found, he will likely be met with the wrath of senior sister Tang Xine. Chen Yinyun mused as he questioned others. Oh look, there's another little Taoist over there. Remarkably similar to the previous one. Could they possibly belong to the same Taoist temple? A few girls giggled and playfully teased as they passed by, pointing at Chen Yinyun. Upon hearing their chatter, he perked up and hurried over to them. Sisters, have you seen a little Taoist boy? He's 3 years younger than me, about this tall. Chen Yinyun gestured to indicate his height. Oh yes, that little guy. He's your junior disciple, isn't he? The girls laughed, saying, It seems he found your temple too austere and ran off to Miaoyu Fong to become a courtesan. Miaoyu Fong. Courtesan? Chen Yinyun's face froze in shock. What on earth is that? Noticing his confusion, one of the girls, her cheeks slightly flushed, offered an explanation. As she spoke, Chen Yinyun felt as though his head had exploded. Lin Xiaolu actually went to sell himself. A disciple of a maze inner sect. How could he resort to such a place? Good heavens. The shocking news left Chen Yinyun utterly flabbergasted. As if the world he had known for 11 years had crumbled. After a long moment, he regained his composure and asked in astonishment, Sisters, did he go willingly? Yes, they replied. He heard there was free food and ran off. He was quite cheerful about it, bouncing away as he left. Chen Yinyun. Free food. A disciple of a maze inner sect went to sell himself for free food? What on earth is happening? Crash. With a resounding thud, a nearly 200-pound brute was hurled through the air, crashing down onto a wooden table, shattering it, while the club he wielded flew from his grasp. His body lay broken and writhing in agony on the ground. In the expansive banquet hall of Miaoyu Fong, the floor was strewn with moaning and groaning black-clad henchmen, each one battered and bruised, a pitiful sight. The instigator of this chaos stood proudly in the center, the 8-year-old little Taoist. At that moment, the remaining henchmen encircled the young boy, hesitating to make a move, while even Aunt Wu on the second floor looked on in terror. What kind of monster is this? How old is he? He has single-handedly taken down dozens. I've just warmed up. Do you still wish to fight? Lin Xiaolu puffed out his little belly, proudly smiling at the black-clad henchman. I've already shown mercy. The henchman trembled in fear, but still slowly advanced towards him. As Lin Xiaolu observed their intent to attack, a sense of resignation washed over her. With a flick of her delicate wrist and a twist of her ankle, she sprang into action. Boom. Before the onlookers could fully grasp the situation, the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu had made her move, her speed astonishing. In a single, swift motion, she dashed forth and felled a burly man. Brothers, let's take him down. Don't be afraid, strike him. The thugs surrounding her erupted in a chorus of shouts, brandishing their clubs as they lunged at Lin Xiaolu. The terrified patrons and courtesans screamed in alarm, scrambling to escape, fearful of being caught in the chaos. The banquet hall descended into utter pandemonium, filled with the foul language spewed by the black-clad thugs. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Lin Xiaolu's petite figure deftly navigated through the throng of assailants, darting left and right, her fists and palms striking with the ferocity of a tempest. One by one, the thugs who attempted to surround her were sent reeling, unable to withstand even a single blow from her, as if they were leaves swept away by the autumn wind. With a powerful leap, she executed a horizontal kick, her short legs sweeping through the air like a scythe, shattering a wooden club and delivering a crushing blow to the throat of one thug, who fell unconscious without a sound. Grab him, encircle him, and beat him. Strike his head with the clubs. In the midst of the fray, Lin Xiaolu unleashed a fluid series of 8 extremes fist techniques, forcing her attackers into retreat. Though a few wooden clubs struck her, they bore no effect, as if they were hitting solid rock. With a resounding thud, she propelled one thug across the room with a kick, his body colliding with a distant wooden lantern, rendering him unconscious. After a flurry of rapid punches, Lin Xiaolu followed up with a kick to another thug's knee, then deftly looped her small hand around his neck, using the momentum to send him sprawling away. Chapter 84. Please bestow guidance. The body of the assailant suddenly spun to the ground like a rapidly rotating top. Lin Xiaolu exclaimed with a laugh as he leaped. Propelled by the grace of the Yuanyang step, allowing him to escape the encirclement and ascend the spacious wooden staircase in the center of Miayu Pavilion. With 2 swift punches, he incapacitated 2 more assailants, and with a deft grab, he seized a wooden club swung by a cloaked attacker and, with a flick of his wrist, sent the attacker hurtling through the air. The force of his remarkable strength sent the assailant crashing into others, scattering them like autumn leaves. The already dazed assailant was effortlessly lifted and hurled by Lin Xiaolu, crashing into the stair railing with a resounding crack before tumbling backward down the steps. "Come on, brothers. Don't be timid. Strike him." The assailants surged up the staircase, creating a chaotic throng, a sea of black that surrounded the boy in a flurry of fists. Yet, Lin Xiaolu, fortified by his extraordinary resilience and rigorous training, braved the onslaught of countless wooden clubs, impervious to pain. He leaped, delivering a stunning slap that knocked one of the black-clad men unconscious. An assailant wielding a club swung viciously at his head, but Lin Xiaolu deftly caught the weapon with his youthful hand, pushing it back with a forceful thrust that sent the attacker sprawling, blood gushing from his nose as he fell to the ground, howling in agony. The onlookers in Miayu Pavilion were left bewildered. Who was this young acolyte? Despite his tender age, he single-handedly battled against 300 burly men, his ferocity reminiscent of a tiger among sheep, leaving everyone astounded. With a whoosh, another gust of wind heralded Lin Xiaolu's aerial leap, executing a graceful side kick that sent another assailant flying. Upon landing, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against the black-clad figures blocking his path. One by one, the attackers tumbled down the staircase, smashing into the opulent furnishings that surrounded them. Eventually, Lin Xiaolu felt the pace was too slow. With a deep breath, his small frame surged forward with urgency. 8 extremes, Iron Mountain crash, he proclaimed. The tremendous force scattered the assailants before him, sending them crashing into one another in a rapid succession of chaos. With a single Iron Mountain crash, Lin Xiaolu toppled a multitude, leaving them sprawled on the staircase, wailing in despair. "Finish him." The assailants, now in disarray, were moaning in agony as Lin Xiaolu stood amidst them, his position on the stairs secure. Yet, more black-clad figures surged up behind him, charging with clubs raised and furious shouts echoing in the air. The 8-year-old boy turned to face the oncoming attackers, unflinching and with a slight smirk that was both charming and endearing. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he suddenly unleashed a swift kick. The little leg stirred a tempest, rising high before forcefully descending upon the advancing assailants. Crack! Boom! With a resounding crash, the wooden staircase shattered beneath Lin Xiaolu's decisive kick, fissures rapidly spreading until the entire staircase collapsed. The henchmen who had not yet ascended felt their bodies lighten, plummeting alongside the crumbling steps, crying out as they fell to the ground amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The battle was far from over. The boy let out a fierce shout, leaping from the stairs and landing with a knee strike that incapacitated one of the assailants. Upon landing, he sprang forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the terrified henchmen, the sound of palms meeting clubs echoing in the air like thunderous beats. In the next moment, he deftly deflected an incoming wooden club with one hand, pivoting to deliver a swift palm strike, an elegant display of Taiji's wild horse parts its mane. One henchman, his neck twisted, fell heavily to the ground. Amidst the chaos, another assailant, unwilling to confront the boy directly, screamed as he swung his club at Lin Xiaolu. The boy, having subdued yet another opponent, raised his leg and landed a precise kick against the wooden club. With a resounding thud, the club was sent back, striking the attacker down. At this juncture, an overwhelming number of henchmen, 300 strong, had already fallen in Miayu Fong, the scene littered with unconscious and moaning figures. Many were even suspended from the staircase railings and red lanterns. While the main staircase of the banquet hall lay in ruins, the entire venue a tapestry of devastation. The plump Wu Ma, terrified, could hardly stand, her body trembling in fear. "Huh!" A sharp cry pierced the air as Lin Xiaolu propelled himself forward, his chubby fists swinging, sending the black-clad henchman crashing to the ground. One burly henchman hoisted a 8 immortals table and charged at Lin Xiaolu, who effortlessly leaped forward, executing a swift side kick that shattered both the table and the man in a spectacular display. Witnessing this scene, Wu Ma fell into utter despair, crouching in a corner, trembling at the sight of this little menace. Crash! In the next heartbeat, yet another henchman was sent flying by Lin Xiaolu's kick, his body shattering numerous antique vases upon impact. Surround him! Surround him! The curse had barely escaped one henchman's lips when Lin Xiaolu executed a backward leg sweep, sending him spinning into a crimson pillar. Henchmen from Miao Yufeng fell in droves, soaring through the banquet hall at an alarming rate. The cacophony of screams and the sound of bodies colliding with objects filling the air. I curse your mother. One henchman swung his club menacingly toward the boy's head, but Lin Xiaolu adeptly sidestepped, delivering a palm strike to the assailant's leg, seizing his arm, and with a graceful twist, sent him crashing to the ground. Taiji Cloud Hands. Get a knife. Bring me a knife to chop him up. Wu Ma, overwhelmed with fear, could no longer contain herself, pointing at Lin Xiaolu and shrieking, her hefty frame bouncing in agitation. The remaining black-clad henchmen, upon hearing her command, hesitated no longer and drew their gleaming blades. Lin Xiaolu beheld dozens of blades directed at him, disdainfully curling his lip before bellowing a challenge and advancing toward the oncoming weapons. Employing the force techniques of the Mandarin duck's step, his speed was astonishing as he swiftly dispatched several adversaries in a mere breath, sending them sprawling as he deftly bent their swords. Kill him. Slash him. Murder. Strike his head. The men clad in black roared as they charged forward with their knives. Yet, the 8-year-old boy exhaled deeply, his body resilient against the razor edges, and with a flourish of his hands, he seized multiple blades. Finally, he closed in, unleashing a barrage of punches. Tai Chi. Move. Block. Strike. The resounding crash echoed as his youthful fists, imbued with a force seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, shattered several blades, sending shards flying through the air. The wielders of those knives were likewise catapulted backward by the primal ferocity of his strength, their anguished screams ringing out in succession. Thus, from a battalion of 300, fewer than 100 remained standing. Within the banquet hall, rife with cries of despair, Lin Xiaolu remained composed, his clear eyes sweeping over the remaining assailants, none daring to meet his gaze, rendered mute with fear, trembling, and reluctant to advance. Observing this, the boy revealed a smug smile, standing amidst the moaning figures of the fallen black-clad thugs, and slowly assumed a peculiar stance. With his left hand mimicking the 8 extremities posture and his right embodying Tai Chi, he stepped forward in a bow stance, offering the remaining assailants a warm, inviting smile. Amay Supreme, Lin Xiaolu humbly seeks your guidance. Meanwhile, 11-year-old Chen Yinyun, having gathered information along the way, soon arrived at the so-called Miao Yufeng. At this moment, the opulent and grand establishment was surrounded by a throng of murmuring pedestrians. As he squeezed through the crowd to investigate, a thunderous crash erupted. 2 bruised and battered black-clad thugs burst through the intricately carved wooden doors of Miao Yufeng, crashing to the cobblestone street, unconscious. This sudden spectacle startled everyone, including Chun Yinyun himself. He rushed to the shattered entrance, peering inside, and was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 85. Chen Erlingzi within the expansive hall of Miaoyu Pavilion. Anguished cries and lamentations echoed as black-clad henchmen lay scattered in disarray, some even suspended in various positions. At the very center of this chaotic scene, Lin Xiaolu was perched atop the back of a plump woman who was wailing in despair, while rhythmically tapping her head with his small hand, muttering, "Let you be arrogant. Let you be arrogant. Let you be arrogant." Chun Yinyun rushed into Miaoyu Pavilion, finding himself at a loss due to the sheer number of incapacitated henchmen strewn across the floor, forcing him to tread carefully to avoid stepping on them. "Xiaolu, what are you doing?" he inquired. Engrossed in his antics, Lin Xiaolu, upon noticing Chun Yinyun's arrival, casually replied, "I'm bullying someone." He continued his playful assault on the plump woman's head, each tap delivered with just enough force to elicit a yelp from her. Chun Yinyun was taken aback, glancing around the brothel that appeared to have been ravaged by bandits, and incredulously asked, "Why are you bullying them?" "This big fat woman wanted to see my butt." Lin Xiaolu puffed out his cheeks in indignation. "My butt is so valuable, she can't just look at it whenever she wants." Chun Yinyun sighed, exasperated as he pulled Lin Xiaolu away, retorting, "But I heard it was you who wanted to sell your butt." "How could that be?" Lin Xiaolu protested, jumping up in disbelief. "I came to see what a male courtesan does, and to eat something. The people here said I could eat for free." Realizing that Lin Xiaolu was completely oblivious to the true meaning of male courtesan, Chun Yinyun regained his composure. Then why did you end up hitting so many people? He chided. Just wait until Sister Tang Xian finds out. She will surely scold you. Don't worry, I controlled my strength well. They are merely unconscious, Lin Xiaolu huffed, placing his hands on his hips defiantly. Chun Yinyun, feeling helpless, ceased further discussion and dragged Lin Xiaolu out of the Miaoyu pavilion, pushing through the crowd to escape. You'll have to explain yourself to Sister Tang Xian later. She warned you repeatedly, yet you still ran off recklessly. She will definitely punish you this time. As the two children walked along the cobbled streets, they exchanged banter. Am I afraid of her? Lin Xiaolu scoffed, rolling his eyes as they turned a corner. I just choose not to stoop to her level. You know how impressive I am. Chun Yinyun, now 11 years old and no longer the naive child he once was, merely smirked at Lin Xiaolu's boastfulness. Navigating the bustling streets adorned with vibrant lanterns, their surroundings were a kaleidoscope of colors. Suddenly, Chun Yinyun turned to Lin Xiaolu and posed a question that had lingered in his mind. I've always wanted to ask, can you truly not cultivate immortality, and are you solely practicing martial arts? What? Do you look down on martial arts? Lin Xiaolu raised his chin defiantly, clenching his tiny fists, prepared to deliver a playful punch should Chun Yinyun dare to agree. Of course not, Chun Yinyun replied flatly. My family runs a security agency, and my father is a martial artist. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Chun Yinyun, astonished to discover that this fellow hailed from a family of escort merchants. As they strolled along the bustling lantern-lit street, Chun Yinyun regaled Lin Xiaolu with tales of his lineage. His family belonged to a prestigious escort agency, where every elder was expected to master martial arts. He was initially destined to embark on a path of martial prowess. However, unforeseen circumstances led him to join the Amei sect, forsaking martial arts for the pursuit of immortality. As he spoke, he suddenly halted, glancing around awkwardly before clearing his throat. Though I am a cultivator, I am merely 11 years old. Having listened to your grandiose tales along the way, it is only reasonable that I have lost my way. Lin Xiaolu shot him an indignant glare, pouting, useless. Chun Yinyun retorted, bewildered. On the street, two lost young acolytes purchased sticky candy, continuing their journey while licking their treats. With newfound confidence, Chun Yinyun declared, although I am lost, I can generally discern the correct direction. We can inquire along the way. Stuffing an entire string of candy into her mouth, Lin Xiaolu, cheeks puffed, remarked, I should never have believed your nonsense. Yet, you are becoming more human-like, which makes it difficult for me to bully you. Bully me? Chun Yinyun exclaimed, wide-eyed. Do you not realize how fortunate you were to win the last test? Had I not underestimated you and failed to use my Mushua dust whisk, you would have been finished long ago. What are you bragging about with your father? Lin Xiaolu retorted defiantly. Your master gifted you a spirit sword, and you possess that so-called treasure, the Vajra bowl. Without those, I would have utterly defeated you. Chun Yinyun's face flushed crimson as he protested with indignation. I am a sword cultivator. Is it not fitting to wield a sword? Yet you are 3 years my senior. If you were my age, you would have been done for, Lin Xiaolu shot back. You? What do you mean by that? You, who can run 2 miles without wiping after a bowel movement, are beneath my notice. With that, Lin Xiaolu, clutching her candy, turned away haughtily with her arms crossed. Frustrated, Chun Yinyun found his candy no longer appealing, his cheeks flushed with anger. With a flash of azure light, he drew a spirit sword from his storage ring, glaring at her furiously. Upon witnessing his readiness for battle, Lin Xiaolu disdainfully lifted her robe, exposing her tender belly, and taunted, Chinair, do not say I am not giving you a chance. Come, stab me. Show me your courage. Do not just stand there with your sword. Are you not exhausted? Come, stab me. I am magnificent and handsome, and I dare you to strike. As Lin Xiaolu wore a mischievous expression, Chun Yinyun's face flushed with indignation, resembling a monkey's backside. As she glared at him furiously, he repeatedly picked up and set down his spiritual sword, caught in a moment of indecision. Amidst the bustling festivities of Lantern Street, the two little ones resumed their journey, navigating the crowd. Lin Xiaolu swaggered ahead, humming boastfully, Yinyun, given the chance, you simply can't measure up to me. Chun Yinyun, cheeks puffed in anger, retorted, your martial arts skills are woefully inadequate. You will never surpass me. Lin Xiaolu rolled his eyes and shot back. Are you really that confident? Have you taken up fortune-telling too? My father is a martial artist, and I know my own capabilities well, Chun Yinyun stated earnestly. Before I joined AMA at the age of 8, my father and my uncles would take me along on security missions, allowing me to witness many martial artists in action. Lin Xiaolu cast him a sidelong glance, contemplating why this fellow seemed so knowledgeable about running. It turned out there was a backstory. In the midst of Lantern Street, Chun Yinyun continued, "Do you know how I came to join AMA? How would I know unless you tell me?" Lin Xiaolu replied, licking a sugary treat. Chun Yinyun paused momentarily, then resumed his narrative. "It's not that I look down on you. Rather, I am acutely aware of the disparity between martial artists and cultivators. When I was 8, my father took me on a security mission, intending to broaden my horizons for the sake of inheriting the family business. Unfortunately, as we passed a small hill, we encountered practitioners of the demonic path. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, glancing at the earnest boy with surprise. And then what happened? Chapter 86. Punishment. Chun Yinyun revealed a bitter smile that belied her youth. And then my father, uncle, and elder uncle all perished at the hands of that demonic cultivator, utterly powerless despite their martial prowess. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, gazing at Chun Yinyun in shock. Why did the demonic cultivator kill them? Chun Yinyun clenched her small fists, gritting her teeth as she replied, "At first, I was unaware. But later I learned from my master that the demonic cultivator's sect was at war with AMA. After being wounded by my master, he fled and encountered us. Harboring resentment towards AMA and knowing our nation was under its protection, he took out his anger by slaughtering my father, uncle, and elder uncle. And then, you became a disciple of Feng Wuxiu?" Lin Xiaolu asked, astonished. "Yes, the demonic cultivator intended to kill me as well, but fortunately, my master arrived just in time and struck him down with a single sword, saving me." After speaking, Chun Yinyun looked at Lin Xiaolu and said, "Frankly, I haven't been particularly fond of you, but upon discovering that you cannot cultivate and can only practice martial arts, I felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, had my family's escort agency not encountered that demonic cultivator, I too would likely be a practitioner of martial arts by now." "So you've changed so much during this time?" Lin Xiaolu asked, licking the syrup while pondering. "Do you think of my father whenever you see me?" Chun Yinyun. She scratched her head, feeling that Lin Xiaolu's statement was somewhat off, yet unable to articulate what was amiss. Indeed, it was rare to encounter martial practitioners in AMA. So upon realizing Lin Xiaolu was a martial artist, she often recalled her father practicing martial arts in front of her as a child. However, she was reluctant to admit this directly. It felt too shameful. Thus, she replied, "It's not entirely the case. I was confined by my master for 6 months, during which I read numerous books and gained insights into life's principles, leading me to no longer harbor grudges against you. After all, I aspire to become the foremost swordsman in the world, a man who will slay the demonic cultivators of this realm. You might as well give up. You're too foolish to ever be number one." "Then I shall settle for being second," Chun Yinyun retorted. Lin Xiaolu chose not to continue arguing with her, instead crunching the remaining syrup and discarding the stick to purchase a skewer of candied hawthorn. The two engaged in idle chatter, seemingly setting aside past grievances as they exchanged thoughts on the distinctions between martial arts and cultivation, their laughter echoing like that of innocent children. Until late into the night, when they finally arrived at Honglu Temple. Xiaolu. As they neared the temple, Chun Yinyun, who had been laughing and joking with Lin Xiaolu, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and spoke to him. "My elders all perished at the hands of demonic cultivators. Each was a master of martial arts, possessing formidable skills. Yet when faced with cultivators, they were as helpless as chickens on a chopping block, having the strength but only awaiting death in despair. This is my personal experience." Lin Xiaolu shot him a glare, feeling displeased, and asked, "Are you trying to persuade me to give up on martial arts?" "That is not my intention." Chun Yinyun, towering above him, elucidated, "I heard from Senior Sister Tang that you have imbibed the blood of a foundational stage beast, enduring pain beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals, coupled with the trials of martial arts. After enduring such tribulations, you have acquired profound and inscrutable martial skills. If it were possible, I would earnestly wish for you to forge a path of your own, a road uniquely for martial artists, for I, as a cultivator, was once also a practitioner of martial arts." The 8-year-old boy paused, seemingly incredulous at Chun Yinyun's words, a glimmer of surprise reflecting in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, a mischievous grin began to form on his lips, revealing a carefree yet cheeky smile. We are but children. Such matters should concern the adults. However, when I grow up, I shall ponder your words, to carve a path for all martial artists, to establish a foundation for our existence, to tread a road that belongs solely to practitioners of martial arts. After all, the boy hesitated, his gaze flickering as memories of Zhang Yang's terrified kneeling before him surfaced. After all what? Chen Yinyun inquired, curiosity piqued by his silence. Lin Xiaolu snapped back to reality and smiled. After all, those who practice martial arts cannot kneel. That night, at the hour of the boar, in a warm and comfortable room that exuded a subtle fragrance, Tang Xian sat before a lavish banquet, gazing at the sumptuous spread in silence. There lay a 3-yellow chicken, Crucian fish tofu soup, spinach and egg soup, crispy pork knuckle, the 3 delicacies from the earth, fried meatballs, sauced beef bones, roasted lamb trotters with wild mountain peppers, oil-braised prawns, mapo tofu, alongside a pear and a bunch of grapes. 8 dishes, 2 soups, and 2 fruits, an extravagant feast indeed. Tang Xian remained seated, her expression impassive, fixated on the food before her, her countenance frosty. Beside her, Lin Xiaolu, with dark circles under his eyes and still sporting a nosebleed, gazed longingly at the delectable dishes, his mouth watering. He hadn't eaten yet, having expended considerable energy during the ruckus at Miaoyu Fong, and after merely consuming a string of candied syrup and a skewer of candied hawthorn, he was utterly famished. "Rascal, I am hungry," Lin Xiaolu murmured, his stomach audibly growling in protest. Yet, Tang Xian remained unresponsive, her demeanor as cold as ice, unmoving in her seat. Seeing her indifference, Lin Xiaolu's resolve faltered, and he cast a longing glance at the fragrant dishes, sniffing the air in vain, before sulkingly retorting, "I didn't even know what a courtesan was. I only went because that guy said I could eat for free. You can't blame me for that." Tang Xian continued to ignore him, as though he were a mere specter, her icy demeanor unwavering. "They wouldn't let me leave and insisted on staring at my backside. That's why I struck them. I held back, merely knocking them unconscious and making them cry," Lin Xiaolu reiterated. Frustrated by her continued silence, he pouted in exasperation. To revert to his former disposition, he would have long since resorted to forceful measures. However, having promised Sister Miaoxin to be a child who distinguishes between gratitude and grievances, he deemed the presence of the fierce old hag somewhat tolerable. After all, quarreling with a woman is not the conduct befitting a gentleman. Inwardly, he sought to console himself, yet his stomach audibly protested once more. It was only at this moment that Tang Xian cast him a cold glance, her voice icy as she inquired, "What did you promise me before coming to Daiyue?" Lin Xiaolu hesitated momentarily, then pouted and mumbled, "I was supposed to listen to you. But how have you acted?" Tang Xian's tone rose slightly, her eyes fixed on Lin Xiaolu as she chastised, "You acted on your own accord, willfully rebellious, disregarding your sister's words as if they were mere whispers in the wind." Lin Xiaolu, still sulking, remained silent, his lips pursed in indignation. Observing his defiance, Tang Xian continued with a frosty demeanor, "Your sister Miaoxin possesses a gentle nature. An elderly seldom interferes. They have indulged you excessively, fostering your numerous faults. However, I shall not coddle you." With that, she lifted a platter of 3 yellow chicken from the table, presenting it enticingly to Lin Xiaolu, coaxing him as he swallowed hard. "Do you wish to eat? Reflect on your misdeeds, confess to your sister, and she will allow you to dine. Otherwise, you shall starve today." Not even a blink from her. Having delivered her ultimatum, Tang Xian departed from the table, settling onto the bed to meditate, leaving Lin Xiaolu standing alone in the room. Inside, Lin Xiaolu pouted, noticing Tang Xian sitting motionless, akin to someone asleep, and angrily snorted at her. "Humph, when I grow up, I shall make you stand in punishment, and then feast before you, while demanding a reflection on the experience." He fumed to himself, casting longing glances at the delectable spread on the table, his mouth watering at the sight of the succulent 3 yellow chicken. Chapter 87. The spanking. After observing for a while, Lin Xiaolu noticed that Tang Xian was seated in meditation, her eyes closed and utterly still. He tiptoed to the table, cautiously lifted the 3 yellow chicken, and then stealthily made his way to the door. He intended to sneak the chicken out for a feast. However, upon reaching the door and pulling with all his might, he found it immovable. Lin Xiaolu, maintaining his composure, increased his strength, yet his face turned crimson with effort, and still, the door remained shut, leaving him bewildered. He was an 8-year-old boy capable of lifting immense stones. Yet now he was wholly unable to budge the door. I have set up a formation in this room. Tang Xian's voice suddenly rang out as she remained in her meditative state. This chamber can withstand a force of 5,000 pounds. You cannot open it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's cheeks puffed up in indignation. The cruel spirit was being excessively tyrannical towards him. He contemplated biting into the chicken directly, only to discover, to his dismay, that his mouth had inexplicably become sealed. Tang Xian opened her beautiful eyes and looked at him with a playful smile. Have you thought it through? Where did you go wrong? Lin Xiaolu found himself unable to open his mouth. He could only emit muffled sounds of frustration while glaring fiercely at Tang Xian, his feet stomping in agitation. Tang Xian, amused, sat cross-legged, her fair arms resting on her knees, chin propped in her palm, teasingly remarked, "You little rascal. You promised your senior sister to behave, yet you have not upheld your end. Do you realize your mistake?" With that, she lifted her hand and temporarily lifted Lin Xiaolu's restrictions, allowing him to open his mouth. As soon as he did, he furiously lunged at the 3 yellow chicken, only to find his mouth sealed once more before he could take a bite. "Do you realize your mistake?" Tang Xian inquired again, her smile unwavering, before releasing his restraints once more. Fuming, Lin Xiaolu placed the chicken back on the table and, with a fierce cry, charged at Tang Xian. "You cruel spirit! I shall fight you! Ah! Don't hit my face! Wow! Ah!" In the room, Lin Xiaolu lay across the bed, trapped by Tang Xian's arm, his pants half down, revealing his fair little backside. She continued to spank him, each slap turning his skin a shade of red. The boy struggled valiantly, screaming and kicking his short legs. Yet to no avail. He was firmly under the control of Tang Xian's spiritual power, unable to summon any strength. "Do you realize your mistake?" Smack! "I am not at fault." Lin Xiaolu shouted defiantly, his neck stiff, still being stubborn. Smack! Another slap resonated, causing his little backside to quiver. Tears nearly welled in Lin Xiaolu's eyes from the pain, but he persisted in holding back, threatening loudly, "Cruel spirit, you better release my backside, or when I grow up, I shall spank you too. You will be utterly embarrassed then." Hearing this, Tang Xian's cheeks flushed, and she scolded playfully, "You little rascal. I must teach you a proper lesson today." With that, she delivered yet another resounding slap to Lin Xiaolu's backside, making him gasp in pain. Not long after, with a few more slaps, Lin Xiaolu could no longer bear it and cried out loudly, "If you must hit me, then do so. But why do you always focus on my left cheek? Can't you strike the right one too? I just want to be happy." After saying this, Tang Xian delivered another slap, threatening as she did, "Today, I shall make your little backside asymmetrical, so that one side is larger than the other." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu involuntarily envisioned the scene, and his scalp tingled with dread. He hurriedly exclaimed, "I was wrong. Please, don't hit my backside anymore. Where did I err? I shouldn't have disrespected my elders, acted on my own accord, or promised to obey you without following through. Will you commit such errors again in the future?" "No. I shall never err again." Hearing the child's sobs, Tang Xian finally nodded in satisfaction and released him. Lin Xiaolu lay on the soft bed, tears brimming in his eyes as he pulled up his trousers, looking as if he had been wronged. The source of Tang Xian's anger today was that despite his promise to behave, he had failed to uphold it. A true gentleman would not act in such a manner. "Do you understand?" Lin Xiaolu pouted, his eyes reddened, remaining silent. Tang Xian continued, as Mencius once said, "Sincerity is the way of heaven. Those who think sincerely embody the way of humanity. A true gentleman keeps his word, for it is not easily earned. You have always aspired to be a big brother. Haven't you? To be a big brother means to uphold honesty. This is a virtue you must remember." Lin Xiaolu sniffled, feeling somewhat discontented. Yet he did not dare to be arrogant any longer and could only mumble softly, "I remember." In truth, Lin Xiaolu was usually a person of his word. It was just that today, being the Mid-Autumn Festival, he had let loose and forgotten. His stomach growled, and he glanced at the food on the table, whispering, "Can I eat now?" Tang Xian smiled and ruffled his hair, saying, "Go ahead and eat." Lin Xiaolu, still clutching his backside, climbed up to the dining table and was delighted to find 3 yellow chicken waiting for him. Tang Xian also got off the bed and sat across from him, watching him eat with a warm smile. Though Lin Xiaolu's eyes were still red, he relished the meal, alternating between a chicken leg and a pig's trotter, thoroughly enjoying himself. Outside the window, the bright moonlight streamed in, illuminating the dining table and casting a warm glow on both his and Tang Xian's faces. The following morning, in the courtyard of the Honglu Temple, a loud crack echoed. Lin Xiaolu smashed 2 slabs of bluestone with a single punch, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. Beside him, the guard Zhang Yong marveled. Lin Xiansheng, your strength is truly remarkable. To shatter such thick slabs of stone with a single blow is indeed worthy of a celestial being. However, upon hearing the praise, Lin Xiaolu was not particularly pleased. Instead, he sulked, saying, "What is the point? I intended to learn how to strike through obstacles. Yet after mastering this technique, all I've gained is increased destructive power. What a farce." He gazed at the shattered bluestone slab before him, enveloped in frustration that gnawed at his very being. Despite having mastered the techniques of inch power and explosive force, he found himself unable to harmonize these 2 forms of energy. In his original conception, he envisioned that his punch would leave the upper slab unscathed while shattering the one beneath. Yet, the simultaneous fracturing of both indicated his utter lack of success. He had already grasped the nuances of inch power, explosive strength, soft power, and the fierce might of Baji, yet he could not execute them in unison. As if his body were bound by some unseen constraint. It felt akin to the struggle of drawing a square with one hand and a circle with the other. Each task was easily accomplished in isolation, but together they proved impossible, driving him to the brink of exasperation. "Shaolin, you're already quite remarkable. There's no need to be so harsh on yourself," comforted Zhang Yong from the side. The boy shook his head in dejection, declaring, "Not enough, not enough. This level is far from satisfactory." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to practice anew, when suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Lu Gu, I'm back." At the entrance of the Honglu Temple, a plump figure came rushing toward him, a large bag slung over his shoulder, a cloud of dust trailing behind. Upon reaching Lin Xiaolu, he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Dongfang Dan pays respects to the chief." This unexpected display startled Zhang Yong, while Lin Xiaolu remained unfazed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he adopted an air of authority and casually nodded to the chubby boy, remarking nonchalantly, "It's been a while, Dan. You've lost weight." Chapter 88. Strength and Gentleness in the Courtyard. Dongfang Dan eagerly unwrapped her cloth bundle, revealing a delightful assortment of treats. "Dear brother, I have brought many local specialties for you and little you. Look, there's lotus leaf chicken, osmanthus cake, and snow lotus pastry," exclaimed Dongfang Dan. Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she praised Dongfang Dan's thoughtfulness. Hearing the commotion, Tang Xian, Chen Yinyun, and Yu Chuchu emerged from their guest rooms. Generously, Dongfang Dan shared her snacks with everyone, embodying the spirit of hospitality. Chen Yinyun received only a single twisted donut, while Yu Chuchu was playfully given a gesture of the middle finger, truly considerate. "Dear brother, I have confirmed that the large bluestone, spear, and hammer are all ready. In a couple of days, we will recruit disciples at the entrance of the ancestral temple in the capital. You will be able to demonstrate your skills in breaking stones with your chest, thrusting the spear into throats, and breaking bricks barehanded. Will there be many spectators?" Lin Xiaolu inquired as she savored the lotus leaf chicken. "Certainly," Dongfang Dan replied with a smile. "The emperor, along with the civil and military officials, and the outstanding youth of our grade, you will all be present. I assure you, there will be a sea of people. We will be recruiting disciples for several days." Tang Xian looked at Lin Xiaolu and chuckled. "Breaking stones with your chest? Perhaps you should practice a bit beforehand, lest you cry out in pain." Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes. "Do I really need to practice? You know how impressive I am. Tang Shiji, what kind of spell should we perform?" Chen Yinyun curiously asked Tang Xian, contemplating whether to showcase flying swords. "We won't need to exert ourselves too much. We can simply display some minor tricks." With that, Tang Xian's eyes sparkled as she waved her hand, conjuring a long golden rift that shimmered before her. The next moment, a thunderous roar of a beast erupted from within the rift. A colossal lion, its golden fur flowing like clouds, emerged from the rift, agilely landing on the ground. The guards of the Honglu Temple were taken aback by the sight of this magnificent golden lion. Lin Xiaolu and the other children were equally astonished, their disbelief palpable. "Mimi, come here, no running around," Tang Xian gently called, and the great lion obediently squatted behind her, its eyes the size of basins surveying the children in front of it. Tang Xian affectionately stroked its fluffy chin, and the lion promptly closed its eyes in contentment, emitting a purring sound reminiscent of an enormous cat. This is my spirit beast, the Huanyan lion, affectionately named Mimi. It will also make an appearance to showcase its prowess, and when people see it, they will immediately understand the might of our Mei. Wow, Tang Shiji, that is so cool. The four children gazed up at the lion, each brimming with envy, particularly Lin Xiaolu, who nearly drooled at the sight. The majestic golden lion was breathtaking, especially with the golden clouds swirling and dancing around its neck, body, and tail, exuding an air of regal authority. How splendid it would be to ride it and collect protection fees. Who would dare refuse? Tang Xian, delighted to see the children's enthusiasm, proudly remarked. If you diligently cultivate your skills, you will eventually succeed your senior brother and become the chief disciple. Each chief disciple within our lineage possesses remarkable abilities. I, as your senior sister, am relatively weaker. Is my senior brother also very strong? Lin Xiaolu inquired with curiosity, refraining from directly mentioning Li Yaoxi or his previous encounters, as Li Mingru had advised him against it. Without a doubt, Li Yaoxi is formidable, Tang Xian responded with a smile. He ranks among the top 3 inner disciples of the 9 veins, far surpassing my own strength. Lin Xiaolu, somewhat bewildered, offered a dismissive "oh," as he harbored doubts about Li Yaoxi's prowess, believing him to be inferior to the fearsome Rakshasa witch, though the witch had indeed attacked him. He deemed her preferable to Li Yaoxi, who seemed perpetually overwhelmed. The 4 children playfully circled around Mimi, the towering lion that stood over 3 meters tall, delighting in teasing the majestic creature. Lin Xiaolu even sought out its smaller sibling for further study, only to discover, regrettably, that it appeared to be a lioness. As noon approached, the group concluded their lunch, and Tang Xian, Qin Yinyun, and Yu Chuchu each retreated to their chambers, some for cultivation, others for a midday rest. Lin Xiaolu, lacking the habit of napping, persisted in the courtyard practicing his techniques, accompanied by Dongfang Dan and Zhang Yong. To facilitate his training, Zhang Yong procured a substantial brass bell, larger than himself, to serve as a target. This bell, with a thickness of 5 to 6 inches and weighing several tons, was securely fastened to the ground with sturdy iron nails. Inside, a piece of blue stone awaited. Lin Xiaolu's goal was to shatter it using the power of his strikes through the bell. In the expansive courtyard, Lin Xiaolu, bare-chested, relentlessly struck the bell, producing a thunderous cacophony with each blow. He exerted his full strength, employing Tai Chi to relax his body while drawing upon Ba Ji to harness his energy. He coordinated his waist and legs to unleash explosive force, using his forearms to channel concentrated power, but each attempt fell short of his expectations. He struggled to simultaneously activate his various strengths, often losing the explosive force or failing to maintain the softness necessary for his techniques. It felt as though his body instinctively resisted the effort. For a full hour, Lin Xiaolu pounded against the formidable bell, his small fists leaving deep imprints on its unyielding surface. Initially, Dongfang Dan enthusiastically cheered him on, but soon he reclined on a nearby lounge chair, leisurely enjoying a chilled watermelon, appearing more like the elder brother. "Lu Gu, why not take a break? This watermelon is sweet and refreshing," Dongfang Dan said, his round belly protruding as he spat out seeds. Lin Xiaolu shook his head, declining the offer, and continued to massage his sore, swollen fists, striving to regain the right sensation and maintain his punches. "There's no need to rush," Zhang Yong advised from the side. "Martial arts cannot be hurried. You've only practiced for a day. It's unrealistic to expect quick results." Lin Xiaolu shook his head once more, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow, and stubbornly declared, "My master has given me the blood of a demon beast, which has endowed my body with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary warrior. Thus, I cannot hold myself to the standards of a common fighter." With that, he let out a roar and struck with his fist again, causing the massive bronze bell to tremble violently. Seeing that their persuasion was futile, Dongfang Dan and Zhang Yong ceased their attempts. Dongfang Dan shared 2 pieces of watermelon with Zhang Yong, and as they savored the fruit, they observed Lin Xiaolu laboring in the courtyard, drenched in sweat. Throughout the afternoon, the sound of the bronze bell resounded incessantly from the Honglu temple, ringing every 2 breaths without a pause. Dongfang Dan and Zhang Yong grew increasingly bewildered. They had not anticipated Lin Xiaolu's relentless dedication, which resembled an obsession. He practiced repeatedly, reflecting, analyzing, and then attempting anew. Moreover, Lin Xiaolu had a penchant for murmuring to himself as he trained, incessantly uttering phrases such as, "The inability to manifest is merely a resistance from my body's habits. I must restrain this tendency and transform involuntary muscles into voluntary ones. The body moves as the heart desires, and the heart is stirred by thought." As the training progressed, after countless strikes, his fists finally broke the skin, leaving his delicate hands bloodied and bruised. The bronze bell bore the marks of his punches, each imprint stained with blood, a sight that would cause pain to any observer. Yet, he appeared impervious to the suffering, continuing his assault while muttering, "The clash of hardness and softness," followed by, "Hardness and softness must unite. From a single body, one cannot express both adequately. I must unleash both elements within a single strike." Zhang Yong, familiar with Tai Chi, found himself at a loss, and Dongfang Dan was even more bewildered. In Zhang Yong's understanding, even the so-called harmony of hardness and softness in Tai Chi could not achieve a single punch that encompassed both. One could only embody hardness in certain moves and softness in others. After all, hardness is hardness, and softness is softness. Could one truly combine both in a single strike? At last, after a full 3 hours had passed, as the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land, Lin Xiaolu finally ceased his training and joined Dongfang Dan for dinner in the Grand Hall. Upon their entrance into the brightly lit hall, Tang Xian, Chen Yinyun, and Yu Chuchu immediately noticed his bloodied and mangled hands. Chapter 89. The Great Gung Bronze Vessel, What Happened to Your Hand? Tang Xian asked, gazing at Lin Xiaolu with a hint of surprise. "Come here, senior sister will tend to your wounds. Just help me clean the injury." Lin Xiaolu replied as she approached Tang Xian, extending her small hand. "If I heal it all at once, I might lose some insights and memories during my training tomorrow." Tang Xian looked at her with confusion, uncertain of what ailed this little one. Chen Yinyun curiously examined the hand, noting the deep cuts, and hesitantly inquired, "You still plan to practice tomorrow? Doesn't it hurt?" "Indeed, if you don't treat this hand, it will surely ache more tomorrow," Tang Xian expressed her concern. "It's merely superficial injuries. They are inconsequential. Pain can fortify one's will and deepen impressions," Lin Xiaolu responded with a carefree smile. Upon hearing this, everyone, except Yu Chuchu, gazed at Lin Xiaolu in astonishment, while Chen Yinyun felt a flicker of admiration in her heart. "I didn't expect you to be quite so brave," Tang Xian remarked as she utilized her spiritual energy to cleanse the wounds and wipe away the blood. She then called out to Dongfang Dan, "Chubby, go fetch some cloth from the guards. I shall bandage little dear." Dongfang Dan replied affirmatively and hurriedly exited. Soon, Tang Xian gently wrapped Lin Xiaolu's hands in fabric, and they all shared laughter and conversation over dinner. Simultaneously, in an unknown deep forest somewhere in the land of Xinzhou, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a long robe, carrying a wine gourd, leisurely traversed the dark thicket. It was late at night. The forest was pitch black, yet the Taoist remained undeterred, strolling leisurely while sipping from his gourd, appearing quite at ease. Crossing a suspension bridge and passing through a dense bamboo grove, he listened to the cooing of doves and arrived at a small fenced courtyard. This modest courtyard stood isolated amidst the dark woods, its entrance adorned with 2 red lanterns that glowed like the sinister, crimson eyes of a beast in the shadows, exuding an aura of eeriness. Stepping past the lanterns and into the courtyard, the middle-aged Taoist surveyed the surrounding vegetable patches and chicken coop before approaching a small, dimly lit cabin, rapping gently on its dilapidated wooden door. Before long, an aged voice resonated from within. "Old Ghost Shah is not here. Please come again tomorrow." The middle-aged Taoist took a sip from his gourd, contentedly burping and lazily chuckling. If Old Ghost Shah is not here, then who is speaking inside? At his words, silence enveloped the cabin. Moments later, an exasperated, furious shout erupted from within, shattering the tranquility of the night. "Li Mingru, you are not allowed to enter. If you do, I shall take my own life." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Li Mingru unceremoniously pushed open the door. Instantly, the light within blazed forth. An elderly man clad in tattered black robes, with a single eye, sat at a table adorned with bowls and chopsticks, alongside a half-consumed feast of fine wine and succulent chicken. Upon noticing Li Mingru's abrupt entrance, the old man was instantly incensed, his temper flaring as he bellowed, Do you not know the courtesy of knocking? Li Mingru chuckled lightly. Were you not contemplating suicide? I have come to claim your inheritance. With that, he casually seated himself at the old man's dining table, nonchalantly seizing the wine jug from the elder's grasp and pouring it directly into his mouth, leaving the old man fuming with indignation. Why do you not make your move? Li Mingru inquired, as he tore off a chicken leg and savored it while sipping his wine, a playful smile gracing his lips. Old Ghost Sha, do not be shy. Once you are gone, I can ensure your soul's passage. As you well know, Miame lineage is rooted in the Tao, and I am well versed in the scriptures of rebirth. My skills in this regard are unparalleled. Enough of your nonsense. The one-eyed elder, known as Old Ghost Sha, glared at Li Mingru, his expression darkening. What do you truly seek by visiting this old man? Nothing much, merely to reminisce, Li Mingru replied, continuing to gnaw on the chicken leg. Old Ghost Sha scoffed derisively, muttering a few choice obscenities under his breath. He scrutinized Li Mingru from head to toe, and a flicker of surprise crossed his murky eye. Why has your strength diminished so drastically? Li Mingru discarded the remnants of the chicken bone and plucked another leg, casually responding, I suggest you refrain from harboring any misguided intentions. Even if my abilities have regressed to the bare minimum, you remain no match for me. Old Ghost Sha curled his lip in disdain, wishing to counter, but finding himself at a loss for words. He turned away in frustration, grumbling. What do you want from me? I require your Dagung bronze artifact. What did you say? The old man sprang to his feet, his remaining eye fixated on Li Mingru with fierce intensity. What need do you have for that? It is of no use to you. It is my coffin. Do you truly need a coffin at your age? Li Mingru retorted, ripping off a chicken wing, taking a swig of wine, and looking at him pointedly. The grace of sparing your life is indeed a great favor. Were it not for me, would you still be here today? Hand over the Dagung bronze artifact, and I shall take my leave immediately. You shameless wretch, do not attempt to play games with me. Old Ghost Sha erupted in anger. What purpose do you have for the Dagung bronze artifact? It is my lifeblood. I intend to forge a weapon. That artifact is merely an ordinary object, not capable of becoming a magical tool. My aim is not to create a magical tool. I seek to craft a weapon. Will you yield it to me or not? Li Mingru shot him a sidelong glance and threatened, should you refuse, I shall return to inform the sect leader that I have uncovered remnants of the former refining underworld sect. The leader will undoubtedly dispatch others to eliminate you. Then you too would be complicit in my downfall. Old Ghost Sha retorted. Li Mingru nodded thoughtfully. You do make a valid point. Upon finishing his words, his expression shifted dramatically, and he raised his gaze towards the one-eyed elder before him, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Who are you? The one-eyed elder responded. How did I end up here? How did you deceive me into coming? The elder, a man of considerable age, observed Li Mingru as he theatrically indulged in his own wine and roasted chicken, all the while questioning the elder's identity. This outrageous display ignited a fury within him, causing his entire body to tremble in exasperation, wishing he could simply swat this insolent fool dead. Damn it, how can he be so shameless? After a prolonged moment of indignation, the one-eyed elder reluctantly took a seat. Li Mingru, noticing his demeanor, chuckled heartily, patting the elder on the shoulder, inadvertently smearing grease upon him as he comforted, Do not be angry, Old Ghost Sha. After all, I have rescued you and arranged for you to enjoy your twilight years here. Just hand over the bronze artifact to me, and I shall send you some other materials for coffin making in return. The elder gasped a few times, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he shot a fierce glare at Li Mingru before finally rising. Follow me. Li Mingru smiled, expressing his gratitude as he stood. You need not thank me, the one-eyed elder retorted coldly. You are right. I am but an old man nearing death. Were it not for you, I would not have lingered for so many years. However, for what purpose do you desire my Dagung bronze artifact? Surely, you must reveal that to me. As Li Mingru trailed behind him, they passed through a hidden door. Wearing a smile, he replied, I have a young disciple, a martial artist, who requires a mortal blade capable of slaying immortals. The elder paused for a moment, astonished, and glanced at Li Mingru. So, you seek the Dagung bronze artifact for your disciple? Indeed. Under the dim light, the elder scrutinized Li Mingru's face, his lips moving in surprise. Moments later, his single eye widened, and he bellowed in anger, Damn it! If you wish to cultivate a warrior, then teach him properly. In the future, let my Dagung bronze artifact be used to slay those despicable immortals. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Mingru awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing the irony. After all, were they not also practitioners of the immortal path? It seemed the old ghost Shah had inadvertently condemned himself. Chapter 90. The Crossbeam at Noon. A deafening clang reverberated throughout every corner of the Honglu Temple. The massive bronze bell trembled violently, bearing a deep dent resembling a fist. Zhang Yong and Dongfang Dan gazed in astonishment at Lin Xiaolu's clenched fists, which were wrapped in pristine white cloth, now stained crimson with blood. The prowess of the young immortal had evidently intensified. Zhang Yong marveled, recognizing that it was not merely an increase in strength, but rather a burgeoning mastery of various techniques, culminating in an even greater explosive force. Dongfang Dan, clutching a watermelon, was equally dumbfounded, his plump face quivering as he mused, "If Brother Lu's punch were to strike me, I might very well perish." No sooner had he uttered these words than a handsome youth emerged from the house, observing Lin Xiaolu in the courtyard. "Dongfang Dan, I believe you lack confidence. You should discard the notion of possibility," he remarked. "Chen Yinyun, what brings you here?" Dongfang Dan inquired, handing him a piece of watermelon. "The commotion from Xiaolu's training was too great, so I came to see," Chen Yinyun replied, taking the watermelon and seated himself on a small stool, munching as he continued. "I believe Xiaolu might very well shatter the limits traditionally imposed upon martial artists. I share your sentiments. Though it would be splendid if Brother Lu could acquire some fortuitous opportunity," Dongfang Dan added. To be candid, he was not particularly optimistic about the martial path, as the upper limits of martial arts were well entrenched in people's minds. Thus, he felt that Brother Lu required a monumental chance to defy fate. On the small stool, Chen Yinyun shook his head while consuming watermelon, his gaze increasingly filled with admiration for the 8-year-old boy in the courtyard. Those who practice martial arts often disdain luck. He mused. But didn't Brother Lu drink tiger's blood? Surely that counts as an opportunity? Dongfang Dan queried. Tiger's blood? What sort of opportunity is that? Chen Yinyun chuckled. That is hardly a grand secret. After all, with so many monstrous beasts in the world, you and I could persuade our master to slay one. And we could drink its blood. But would you dare to do so? Dongfang Dan. Fair enough. Chen Yinyun's reasoning was sound. One must possess self-awareness. Dongfang Dan was acutely aware that he was merely a playful child, certainly not bold enough to drink beast's blood. With his current willpower, should he attempt to ingest the blood of a ferocious creature, he would likely perish on the spot. In contrast, Brother Lu, the youngest among them, displayed remarkable willpower, dedicating more time to training than anyone else, never complaining of fatigue. Who among his peers could rival such tenacity? Dongfang Dan, enjoying his watermelon and spitting out seeds, exuberantly proclaimed, "A person like Brother Lu deserves to be extraordinary." Chen Yinyun nodded in agreement. With Lin Xiaolu's diligence, if he does not grow stronger, it would indeed be a sign of divine neglect. While cultivation emphasizes opportunities, martial practitioners do not rely on such notions. They place their faith solely in their own efforts and sweat. I surmise that, in Xiaolu's view, those who seek growth through luck are akin to those who live off the fruits of others' labor. The two children continued their conversation, enjoying their watermelon in a spirited exchange. In the ensuing days, Lin Xiaolu devoted himself to rigorous training with an almost frenzied zeal. He was the first to rise each morning, often before many of the guards. After completing his morning run, practicing horse stance, and performing push-ups, he would spend the day striking a bronze bell with his fists, relentlessly hammering away until the sun dipped below the horizon. This intense regimen indeed amplified the power of his punches. Gradually, the bell bore a significant dent, its surface caving in by more than half, an astonishing sight. Thus, amidst his unyielding dedication, the day for recruiting new disciples finally approached. Tomorrow we shall depart in the morning to recruit disciples at the time Miao entrance. In the bright hall that evening, Tang Xian smiled at the 4 children dining before her. The emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom will dispatch numerous imperial guards to assist us, so there will be a great crowd. You 4 little ones must not run about and must listen to your senior sister, understood? Understood. The 4 children chorused in unison. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu struggled with a charcoal grilled beef leg larger than his own head, stuffing large chunks of meat into his mouth, cheeks puffed out as he mumbled, "Rascal witch. If we go recruit disciples, will there be no time to train?" Indeed, Tang Xian replied with a smile. Recruitment generally takes about 7 or 8 days. leaving little time for cultivation. Wow! Dongfang Dan exclaimed, I despise training. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu shot him a glare, feeling dismayed. I barely have time to train as it is. If I stop for 7 or 8 days, I will surely regress. Uft. The moment he finished speaking, Yu Chu, who was sipping her porridge, burst into laughter. Lin Xiaolu, you're going to be stuck in your martial arts forever. Do you really care about regressing? Lin Xiaolu glared at her and rolled up his sleeves. Do you think you're so formidable? Care to test that? I can knock you down with one hand. Do you believe it? Seeing Lin Xiaolu's fury, Yu Chu's face paled, and she pouted, refraining from further conversation. Chun Yinyun, observing nearby, found her words rather harsh. What did she mean by being stuck in martial arts? It sounded as though she was mocking his father. At the dining table, Tang Xin continued to smile at the boys. If you fear regression, you could always practice breaking stones with your chest, treating it as a way to cultivate your inner strength. Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her meaning. Tang Xin patiently elaborated. While we are recruiting, you could simply lie there and break stones with your chest all day, which would also serve as a form of training, wouldn't it? Lin Xiaolu. Damn it, this rascal which is truly clever. Tang Xin continued. I'll arrange several hundred blue stone slabs and a multitude of golden spears for you to practice with. And I'll have the Imperial Guards line up to help swing the hammer and break the stones, ensuring excellent training results. Lin Xiaolu fell silent, lowering his head to continue quietly savoring the beef. This beef is truly delicious. After a sumptuous dinner, during which he consumed a carbon-grilled beef leg, 3 yellow croakers, 12 bowls of rice, and an abundance of fruits and vegetables, he contentedly patted his belly and sauntered away from the dining hall. Having just finished his meal, it was inadvisable for Lin Xiaolu to engage in vigorous activity. Thus, he lifted 2 green bricks and raised his arms to shoulder height before assuming a horse stance in the courtyard. He maintained this position for half an hour to strengthen his lower body and aid digestion. Following this, he performed push-ups for another half an hour for strength training. Finally, he ran around Honglu Temple for 30 minutes, marking the conclusion of his day's exercises. Once he finished his workout, the boy moved about the spacious courtyard to stretch his limbs and tidied himself up with a cleansing powder before preparing to retire to his room. However, as he leisurely approached the eaves, a wooden beam, having become loose with age, unexpectedly fell. Reacting swiftly, Lin Xiaolu threw a punch without hesitation. With a soft thud, the beam was sent flying to the ground. He dismissed the incident as trivial and continued toward the house, but just as he lifted his foot, he sensed something was amiss and halted in his tracks. After a moment, he glanced back at the dislodged beam. Under the silvery moonlight, it lay quietly on the ground, slightly damaged yet essentially intact. Confusion washed over Lin Xiaolu's small face as he pondered why his powerful punch had failed to shatter such a seemingly fragile object. Curiously, he picked up the beam, weighed it in his hands, and then, intrigued, delivered a gentle punch. A sharp crack echoed as the beam broke cleanly in half. He then tossed the remaining piece into the air and struck it again as it descended. With a thud reminiscent of before, the beam was simply propelled away, unbroken. In the stillness of the night, gazing at the beam that had been knocked aside, the 8-year-old boy's mind stirred, as if a realization was dawning upon him. Chapter 91. Come, show it. Awakening with an epiphany, Lin Xiaolu found himself suddenly invigorated. He seized the wooden plank and dashed towards the maple leaf garden. He realized that he should not be preoccupied with merely harnessing the interplay of hardness and softness in a single punch. Rather, he ought to explore the possibility of executing 2 distinct forces in one strike. In the garden, the boy hurled the horizontal log high into the air, then raised his hand to swing his fist once more. This time, he refrained from brute strength, instead accelerating his speed to its zenith, producing a whistling sound as his small fist cleaved through the air. Crack! The log shattered in response. In the deep of night, amidst the darkness of the maple leaf garden, Lin Xiaolu stood in contemplation, his brow furrowed. The combination of speed and power enabled him to break the log without any support, with the speed stemming from the explosive force of inch power. Yet, he recognized this was still a flawed approach. He needed to incorporate softness into his technique and then elevate the explosion with a collapsing force. Was there a method to blend the 2 forces into a dualistic attack? He felt he had erred from the outset, for he should not have practiced on hard objects like bluestone slabs or bronze bells, but rather on softer materials. The night air was still, as a single maple leaf fluttered down and the young boy threw his punch. In utter silence, the leaf soared away from his fist, yet bore no trace of damage. He paused, pondering why he could leave dents in the robust bronze bell but not harm the delicate maple leaf. The answer was clear. The leaf was soft. His fist, akin to a blunt instrument in the realm of weaponry, would naturally struggle to injure something so pliable. The 8-year-old boy's eyes grew brighter as he sensed a veil being lifted, a barrier separating the realms of martial prowess. That night, Lin Xiaolu remained awake, consumed by fervor. He practiced his punches against the leaves, paced restlessly in the garden, muttering incessantly. Many guards witnessed this bizarre sight in the dead of night, initially startled, believing they had encountered a ghost. Time slipped by unnoticed as the boy immersed himself in the maple leaf garden, training, contemplating, refining his methods, and training anew. In an endless cycle, completely oblivious to the passage of time. It was not until dawn broke the next day, with the first rays of sunlight bathing the garden in golden hues, that Lin Xiaolu awoke from his reverie. Rising, he lifted his shining gaze towards the warm sun, his posture subtly stretching as his small frame executed an unprecedented series of punches. This new form of martial art embodied the gentle expansiveness of Tai Chi while also encapsulating the unyielding ferocity of Bejiquan. The early morning guards gathered around the maple leaf garden, speculating on the nature of the martial practice being displayed by the young boy, curious about the techniques of the little immortal. Meanwhile, Tang Xian, donned in a flowing white dress, stepped out of the main hall, her embroidered shoes softly tapping the ground. As she called the children to rise for breakfast, she noticed Lin Xiaolu was absent from his room and resolved to seek him out. Upon stepping outside, she immediately spotted the young warrior practicing in the maple leaf garden. In the garden, Lin Xiaolu lowered his stance and executed a low sweep, causing a cascade of maple leaves to whirl around him in a spiraling ascent. Then, with a sudden tension in his back, his body seemed to transform into a whip. After a twist, he struck fiercely at the floating leaves before him. Whoosh! Silently, a single leaf suspended in the air was cleaved in two by his palm. The guards were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment as they witnessed the precise division of the leaf in midair, without a trace of fragmentation, just as if it had been sliced by a blade. Surely, this was far more challenging than shattering a stone with a punch. In the next moment, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Lin Xiaolu extended his arms, his form undulating gracefully, as his small hands danced to draw all the swirling leaves around him into a cohesive mass. He then stepped forward and delivered a punch. Zhang Yong, one of the guards, exclaimed in surprise, "Advance and strike." Whoosh! The mass of leaves was scattered, and simultaneously, a searing wave of energy erupted from within, soaring 5 or 6 meters before exploding with a tremendous force. Lin Xiaolu had succeeded, projecting his strength, a harmonious blend of might and gentleness. At the entrance of the hall, Tang Xian widened her beautiful eyes, incredulous at the sight. She could sense that Lin Xiaolu's punch was devoid of any spiritual energy. Yet, how could such a wave of heat be generated without it? At the entrance of the Tai Miao, the site of annual sacrificial rites in the Great Yu Kingdom, located to the east of the capital and in close proximity to the imperial palace, a multitude of citizens had gathered early that day, bringing their children to form a long queue. This day marked the recruitment of disciples by the Ame sect. The line stretched on endlessly, a sea of humanity, bustling with the sounds of adults conversing and children playing, while numerous guards maintained order. From a distance, the queued citizens could see the emperor and his officials standing atop a grand circular platform. The emperor engaged in conversation with a woman exuding an ethereal aura. Behind her stood 4 young acolytes and a magnificent lion, its body enveloped in golden, flowing clouds. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu stood idly, glancing occasionally at the emperor conversing with the Rakshasa witch, soon losing interest. He found the emperor rather ordinary, an affable yet rotund figure, and returned to quietly chat with Dongfang Dan and Chen Yinyun. The process of recruiting disciples for Ame was rather tedious, laden with various rituals. After the ceremonies, the emperor took to the stage to deliver a lengthy speech, followed by the Rakshasa witch, who also spoke at length, creating a sense of monotony. Meanwhile, the crowd below listened with rapt attention, each individual seemingly filled with reverent admiration. Lin Xiaolu discovered that there were many children of similar stature seated below, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed upon him. Puzzled by the source of their reverence, he glanced over at Dongfang Dan, who displayed no reaction to the adoration of the crowd, as if such admiration was a commonplace occurrence. Beside him, Chun Yinyun stood in serene contemplation, exuding an ethereal grace. Yu Chuchu, on the other hand, proudly lifted her chin, seemingly quite pleased with the esteem in which she was held by the onlookers. Lin Xiaolu felt an odd sensation in his heart. Logically, one would expect to feel joy from being admired. Yet he sensed that their admiration was solely due to his status as an inner disciple of Ame, rather than a reflection of his true self. Sighing, he decided to dismiss these tangled thoughts, for today marked the joyous occasion of having mastered the ability to strike from a distance. Before long, upon the splendid and magnificent platform, the Emperor of Deyue concluded his discourse with Tang Xian and, with a warm smile, announced to the common folk below that the young disciple Lin Xiaolu and his companions would demonstrate the celestial arts of Ame. This proclamation ignited a fervor among the crowd, who erupted into cheers, their voices ringing loudly in excitement. For the masses of the mortal realm, witnessing such supernatural feats was a rare delight, and parents brought their children. All eyes widened in anticipation as they gazed at the four young acolytes upon the stage. Prepared for this moment, Lin Xiaolu and his companions approached the platform and began to showcase their skills. Soon, Dongfang Dan stepped forward with flair, elegantly raising his hand to perform a mystical technique. His movements graceful as he conjured yellow dust. Yu Chuchu followed suit, piercing the air with a pointed finger, from which a dazzling green light burst forth, captivating the onlookers. Finally, Chun Yinyun stepped forward, her eyes snapping open, radiating an otherworldly aura as a silvery spiritual sword materialized before her, swirling mysteriously around her. The crowd, a sea of eager faces, erupted in cheers as they witnessed the astonishing displays from Chun Yinyun, Dongfang Dan, and Yu Chuchu in succession. However, when their anticipation turned towards Lin Xiaolu, he flashed a mischievous grin, and then, to everyone's bewilderment, he collapsed to the ground. The jubilant roars of the crowd fell eerily silent, the atmosphere becoming strangely still. The spectators watched in astonishment as two burly guards huffed and puffed, lifting two enormous slabs of green stone and gently placing them upon Lin Xiaolu's small belly. Chapter 92. The first day of accepting disciples' drink. The powerful guard swung a massive hammer down with tremendous force, and with a resounding crash, the 2 layers of blue stone slabs atop Lin Xiaolu's abdomen shattered instantly. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the young boy, including Dongfang Dan, Chun Yinyun, and Yu Chuchu, who momentarily forgot to continue their exhibition, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Tang Xian backstage could hardly contain her laughter, clutching her belly in amusement. "Bring forth the golden spear," Lin Xiaolu boldly declared, waving his hand with great enthusiasm. In the bustling square of the Grand Temple, amidst the assembly of civil and military officials, the Emperor of Deyue, and thousands of common folk, the 8-year-old boy pressed the tip of the golden spear against his fair neck, resting the other end upon a stone pedestal. This alarming spectacle startled many onlookers. Numerous adults instinctively shielded their children's eyes. Unperturbed, Lin Xiaolu raised his arms, channeling all his inner strength, and stepped forward with a mighty shout. "Huh!" The wooden shaft of the spear bent into a semicircle, and in mere seconds, it snapped with a loud crack. The crowd gasped in unison. Is this truly a disciple of the Ame sect? Could this possibly be a trick? On the platform, a mere red mark adorned Lin Xiaolu's neck, and he bore no injury. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode confidently to the forefront, revealing a benevolent smile to the people below. Then he emphatically thumped his chest and declared to the gathered crowd, "A few months ago, I was just like you. In a few months, you shall be like me. Do you wish to achieve greatness without effort? Do you desire invincibility? Join Ame. Join my Ame, Lin Xiaolu's Ame." The day of recruiting disciples was indeed quite bustling. Tang Xian sat at a long table, wielding a testing artifact to assess the talents of the children, while Chun Yinyun diligently recorded the names of those who met the standard. Not far off, Dongfang Dan and Yu Chuchu were also busy, patiently addressing the inquiries of various parents, occasionally showcasing minor feats to astonish the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu continued to demonstrate feats such as breaking stones with his chest, thrusting the spear, and performing iron head techniques, surrounded by a throng of fascinated children. Behold, even an ordinary mortal like myself, with no hope of cultivating immortality, can acquire martial skills at Ame. Lin Xiaolu lay on a bed of nails, clutching a massive blue stone slab. He turned to the children and said, "Mastering martial arts is not much different from cultivating immortality. At the tender age of 8, I have already honed my body to be as tough as iron, capable of facing ferocious beasts. Just imagine the prowess." The children gazed wide-eyed in wonder, their hearts filled with aspiration. In the next moment, the guard's heavy hammer struck down once more, shattering another thick stone slab. Once again, Lin Xiaolu remained unscathed, while around him, the fragments of shattered stone slabs and broken spears had accumulated into a small mountain. At merely 8 years of age, I have already become remarkably formidable. Can you believe it? Lin Xiaolu sat upon a wooden bench, earnestly boasting to the other children. Among them, a little girl gazed at him with wide eyes and inquired, "Big brother, you are so impressive at just 8. There must be many who envy you, right?" "Indeed. Just a few days ago, while I was at Ame, I awoke with a stiff neck and spent the entire day with my head askew. Yet this did not hinder my extraordinary prowess. I ventured into the deep mountains alone and vanquished 10,000 ferocious tigers, 10,000 mighty lions, 10,000 great bears, and 10,000 wild boars." The children listened in awe, their mouths agape. After the astonishment, a boy suddenly questioned, "Big brother, why would lions and tigers be found in the same place?" Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled mysteriously. "Young one, do not get bogged down by such trivialities. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with minor details. Can you comprehend that?" The children nodded in shock. That afternoon, Lin Xiaolu continued his boastful tales while performing his training, shattering stones all afternoon without pause. By the time he returned to Honglu Temple that evening, he felt a dull ache in his chest and a raspy throat. "You all have worked hard today. Rest early tonight," he said as he observed the 4 little ones at the dining table. Tang Xian smiled warmly, especially looking at Lin Xiaolu. "You needn't continue training today, right? You've shattered stones all afternoon. Surely your throat is sore from all that effort." "Indeed, Brother Lu, you didn't sleep a wink last night pondering your martial arts. It's only fitting you take a proper rest today," said Dongfang Dan, munching on sweet potatoes in agreement. Lin Xiaolu chuckled, gnawing on a chicken leg, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied, "I successfully executed inch power, soft power, explosive power, and the might of 8 extremes all at once. I intend to solidify it further tonight." "What nonsense! You've only just mastered it, and you want to rest?" Tang Xian questioned in confusion. "Although I have mastered it, I am not yet proficient." Lin Xiaolu blinked innocently. "When I practiced shattering stones today, I suddenly found myself unable to deliver that punch again. I suppose it is due to my lack of familiarity. Brother Lu, I heard from Sister Tang that your punch can strike from a distance, a creation of your own. Shouldn't you give it a name?" Dongfang Dan inquired curiously. Chen Yinyun, who had been sipping porridge nearby, also looked on with interest. "I have yet to decide on a name. For now, I shall call it the pig-slaying fist. However, I believe I have invented a new form of energy, which I think should be termed the double-hidden force." "Double-hidden force?" The others were taken aback. Lin Xiaolu nodded, boasting to Chen Yinyun, "Next time you use that so-called diamond bowl, I shall not fear you. With the diamond bowl, I could make you weep." "Do stop your boasting," he retorted. Yu Chu displayed a look of disdain, remarking that Nien Yun's Vajra bowl was a protective talisman bestowed by his master, questioning the audacity of a mere martial artist to shatter it. "This is not merely a matter of breaking or not breaking," Lin Xiaolu interjected. "When I unleash that punch, the softness of Tai Chi intertwines with the ferocity of Baji, producing a recoil that propels objects away. Following that, the inch force and explosive force strike out a second time. I cannot precisely articulate it, but it feels akin to passing through the narrowest crevices of an obstruction." Chen Yinyun's Vajra bowl, once activated, was impervious. Where could there be any crevices? Tang Xian looked at him with a hint of confusion. She too was curious about how Lin Xiaolu managed to unleash such power with a single punch. This morning, she had found it puzzling. For Lin Xiaolu clearly lacked spiritual energy. How could he achieve this? What was the underlying principle? Yet, she could generally infer that this little brat seemed unaware of the underlying mechanics himself. She surmised that Lin Xiaolu must have stumbled upon an uncharted realm, one that, while he could utilize, remained a mystery to him. If this were indeed the case, it would signify that this young lad possessed remarkable insight and diligence, potentially paving the way for an unprecedented path in the future. At the dining table, the group continued their lively meal, animatedly discussing Lin Xiaolu's newfound technique. Thus ended the first day of recruiting disciples, with a record of over 20 talented individuals. Once the week-long recruitment concluded, they would return to Amei with these new disciples in tow. Unbeknownst to them, while they reveled in their conversation, a group clad in conical hats and raincoats, riding in horse-drawn carts, approached the city gates of the capital of Diyue under the cover of night. Chapter 93. The following day, who goes there? What is your purpose? At the city gate, the vigilant guards immediately approached the peculiar group, questioning them. In the dim light of night, the figures adorned with wide-brimmed hats stood motionless, resembling statues, save for one groom who stepped forward. He did not raise his head, his hat obscuring his face, and let out a wheezy laugh. Esteemed sir, we come to partake in the recruitment of disciples at the Amei sect. You arrive at such a late hour for this? The guard demanded. Remove your hats. We must conduct a routine inspection. Surrounding the group, 7 or 8 guards demanded compliance, with one inquiring about the occupants of the carriage. Who is inside? Step out and show yourselves. The groom chuckled in response. Very well. The group complied, removing their hats to reveal their faces to the officials. The groom then lifted his own hat, unveiling a visage etched with deep wrinkles. The guards were taken aback, and in the next moment, all the figures removed their hats, revealing an array of faces, each pair of eyes entirely black, exuding dense clouds of dark mist. A guard began to speak, but was quickly enveloped by the black fog, inhaling it unexpectedly, causing him to freeze in place, as though he were a mere zombie. The leading guard, witnessing this, was struck with alarm. He hastily held his breath and drew his blade. The groom, with eyes streaming black smoke, regarded him with mild surprise. You possess some skill. With a fierce shout, the leading guard hurled his knife, turning to call for reinforcements. The blade flew, but just as it was about to strike the groom's face, it exploded in a burst of force. The guard, believing he could escape into the city, soon found himself ensnared as 2 tendrils of black mist surged from either side, completely blocking his retreat. Despair washed over the guard leader as he turned to face the mysterious figures before him. Over 20 individuals, their eyes radiating black smoke, stood in various postures, each bearing a mocking expression, as if they were cats and he, the guard leader, a mere mouse. Sir, you are but a mere warrior. How could you hope to contend with us? Perhaps if you kneel and bow twice, appeasing my master, you might be spared, the groom taunted. Sweat beaded on the guard leader's brow, his formidable frame trembling slightly in fear, his eyes filled with bloodshot terror. After a fleeting moment, he steeled his resolve against the fear swelling within him, bellowing in defiance, "Wicked sorcery! I shall fight you to the end." With that, he lunged forward, muscles taut, and delivered a powerful blow aimed at the groom. With a sickening thud, the guard leader's head was sent soaring, crashing down with the force of a rotten potato, splattering crimson across the ground. Observing the decapitated body of the guard leader, the groom wore a look of disdain and instructed the others, dispose of the corpse. We must not alert anyone. He then turned and bowed toward the carriage. Master, we have arrived at the capital. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaolu was the first to rise, eagerly commencing his training in Maple Leaf Garden. He was diligent and earnest. However, he found himself unable to replicate the punch he had executed the previous day, which left him feeling quite dejected. It was as if he could not recapture that feeling, the exhaustion from a sleepless night, followed by the serenity that came with witnessing the first rays of morning sunlight. After practicing for a while without any progress, Lin Xiaolu returned to the hall for breakfast, his spirits dampened. He ate with little enthusiasm, staring at the bowl filled with a dozen buns, several eggs, and a few bowls of pumpkin porridge, sighing heavily. "Brother Lu, what's wrong? Why aren't you eating?" asked Dongfang Dan, who was stuffing his mouth with zongzi. Tang Xian, sipping her porridge, and Chun Yinyun, enjoying her xiaomai, also turned their gazes toward him. "Little ghost, what's the matter? Not hungry? Is the breakfast unappetizing today?" Chun Yinyun inquired straightforwardly, tasting her pumpkin porridge with a puzzled expression. "It tastes quite good, sweet even." With a glum expression, the boy replied, "I was able to strike from a distance yesterday, but now I can't do it at all." "You're too anxious." Tang Xian chuckled. You mustn't rush. The more impatient you are, the harder it becomes. Exactly, Dongfang Dan chimed in seriously. It's like when I was constipated a few days ago. I couldn't relieve myself no matter how hard I tried. The more anxious I became, the more stubborn it was. Eventually, I just let it be. If it wanted to come out, it would. And guess what? After a while, it did. Tang Xian grimaced at this, shooting Dongfang Dan a fierce glare. Can you not be so crude? We're eating, for heaven's sake. I can't help it. It's so disgusting I might vomit. You all carry on without me, Chun Yinyun said, gagging as she hurried out of the hall. You Chu too. Turned pale at the conversation and shot a fierce look at Dongfang Dan before following suit. Tang Xian tried to hold it together for a moment, but ultimately felt unwell from not having eaten breakfast. She angrily stood up and left. At the table, only Lin Xiaolu and Dongfang Dan remained, the duo watching the three girls depart with disdainful snorts. Lin Xiaolu remarked, still practicing cultivation, yet these youngsters have no composure whatsoever. Dongfang Dan agreed. Indeed, they pale in comparison to you and me, Brother Liu. After their banter, the two exchanged hearty laughter, and Lin Xiaolu's mood improved significantly. Shortly thereafter, they finished their breakfast and set off in a carriage to the Grand Temple. In the days to come, they were to recruit disciples for an entire week. Naturally, the most occupied were Tang Xian, responsible for the assessments, and Chun Yinyun, in charge of registrations. Meanwhile, Dongfang Dan, Yu Chu, and Lin Xiaolu found themselves with little to do, enjoying a leisurely time. In this life of wandering, the most vital principle is loyalty. As I have traversed the world for many years, I owe my success to three things: being resolute, valuing brotherhood, and having many comrades. A group of children sat in rows, gazing at Lin Xiaolu, who sat on a bench, their faces alight with admiration, occasionally breaking into murmurs of praise. Lin Xiaolu, swinging her little short legs, exuberantly recounted, "When I was 7 years old, I collected protection fees and oversaw the scene, receiving 2 skewers of candied hawthorn every day. Can you believe it? I was merely 7. 2 skewers a day." The children listened with wide, glimmering eyes, and one little girl with horned braids exclaimed in admiration, "Big brother, you had 2 skewers of candied hawthorn every day at 7. Others must have envied you greatly." Lin Xiaolu smiled faintly, her expression serene as she replied, "I recall that during that time, there was a lad in our village slightly older than I, whose father was a fisherman. They owned a fishing boat and were among the wealthier families in our village. When we played together, he saw me enjoying 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, one for me and one for my sister. He became quite resentful, and I could clearly perceive the envy in his gaze. Surely he envied you," one child exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Lin Xiaolu continued to boast, "Now, I am so indifferent to candied hawthorn that I no longer wish to eat it. Why? I've grown tired of it." The children gasped in awe once more. Observing the group of children before her, Lin Xiaolu revealed a cryptic smile, "Young ones, remember this. When you find yourselves receiving 2 skewers of candied hawthorn daily at a tender age, you will realize that wealth is merely a figure to you. Thus, you must strive diligently, grounded in reality, advancing step by step." The leisurely morning drifted by, and as noon approached, the recruitment of disciples paused momentarily for lunch. Zhang Yong and the other guards had brought the midday meal prepared by the palace chefs. Initially, His Majesty had intended to invite Tang Xian and the 4 children into the palace for lunch, but she had consistently declined, deliberately maintaining a distance from the royal family of the mortal realm. This included ensuring that their expenses in Deyue would be accounted for, as May aimed to avoid entanglement and fate. Chapter 94. A chicken leg for you at noon. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu sat on a nail bed, cradling a plate of white-cut chicken. With chopsticks, he picked up a tender piece of chicken and dipped it into a fragrant and spicy sauce, relishing every bite, his little head bobbing joyfully in delight. "Xiaolu, do not throw the chicken bones around," admonished Tang Xian, who was sitting nearby engrossed in a book, casting him a sidelong glance. "I know," Lin Xiaolu replied somewhat impatiently, feeling that the old hag was becoming increasingly nagging, akin to a cantankerous old woman. By this time, there were hardly any people left beneath the high platform. During lunchtime, individuals could leave a marker at their cued spot, such as a brick engraved with their name, and then proceed to eat or attend to their necessities, quite a considerate arrangement. In the afternoon, the atmosphere remained the same as in the morning. Everyone laughed and joked together while recruiting disciples, enjoying a leisurely and pleasant time. Days passed in this manner, with Lin Xiaolu finding himself unhurried each day, boasting with some children, and when tired, he would break large stones on his chest to stretch his muscles. Each evening upon returning to Honglu Temple, his first task was to practice martial arts. Although he had yet to replicate the remarkable punch from last time, he remained undeterred. After a few days of such fulfilling and joyous existence, they arrived at the final day for recruiting disciples. Senior Sister Tang, we currently have a total of 123 registered disciples, Chen Yinyun remarked while checking a ledger at the breakfast table. Tang Xin nodded with a smile. Today marks the end. We can return to Amei tomorrow. Having recruited over 100 disciples is quite commendable. How will these 100-plus disciples be allocated? Lin Xiaolu, who was savoring a xiaomai, asked eagerly. Will I have junior brothers and junior sisters? Probably not. Tang Xin chuckled, shaking her head. The training requirements for the star-picking technique are exceedingly stringent, and Elder Li is not fond of taking on disciples. Most of these new disciples will likely be assigned to other sections. Lin Xiaolu pouted in dismay upon hearing this. He had hoped that he and his sister would have junior siblings to play with, but it seemed that this notion would be dashed, as everyone chatted and laughed. Finishing their breakfast, they set off together to the grand ancestral temple to continue with the day's duties. Meanwhile, within a certain tavern in the capital, a serious-looking middle-aged man stood by a window, gazing intently towards the direction of the grand ancestral temple. After observing for a while, he smiled faintly at the bustling crowd at the temple entrance. How lively. Behind the man, the stableman who had recently slain the leader of the guards stood respectfully, accompanied by over 20 kneeling cultivators. Master, the isolation talisman has been set up. The cultivators from Amei this time will absolutely be unable to contact Amei, the stableman reported. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. It is indeed worth the expenditure of half our family's resources to secure such an isolation talisman. Have you gathered intelligence on the cultivators from Amei? We have. The groom responded. There are a total of 5 individuals, led by Tang Xin from the Tongyao lineage, who is at the foundation establishment stage. The other 4 are junior disciples, the eldest among them being no more than 11 years old. How formidable are these junior disciples? Quite impressive, it seems, the groom replied. The strongest is a young lad named Chen Yinyun, who has already achieved the 3rd level of qi condensation at the age of 11. Following him are Yu Chu Chu and Dongfang Dan, both at the 2nd level of qi condensation. There is also a boy named Lin Xiaolu, whose capabilities the groom hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Noticing his pause, the middle-aged man turned slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Is this Lin Xiaolu particularly remarkable? Not exactly, the groom quickly continued. It's just that Lin Xiaolu seems somewhat peculiar. He is the youngest among them, merely 8 years old, yet he appears not to be a cultivator. The middle-aged man was taken aback, turning to the groom with disbelief. Not a cultivator? Indeed, he seems to be a martial artist. Recently, our people observed that during the recruitment of disciples by the Amei sect, Lin Xiaolu showcased feats such as breaking stones with his chest and performing throat strikes. As well as demonstrating iron head techniques, the middle-aged man was left utterly bewildered, his serious demeanor now marred with confusion. He glared at the groom with a mix of anger and incredulity. Do you find this amusing? Certainly not, my lord. The groom, startled, immediately knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. It is indeed the truth. Our people have observed Lin Xiaolu from a distance and felt no trace of spiritual energy from him. Moreover, he has been joyfully performing his stone-breaking acts. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow tightly, his piercing gaze fixed on the groom for a long moment before shifting back toward the direction of the ancestral temple. It seems Amei intends to recruit some outer disciples, and Lin Xiaolu is likely just an accompanying outer disciple. After reflecting for a while, he regained his composure and spoke once more. This time, our Bai family is risking everything, burning our boats, to seize the Amei's jade scepter. We must succeed. Failure is not an option. You all understand the gravity of this mission. The groom and the assembly of cultivators responded in unison, affirming their understanding. The middle-aged man continued, we will strike at noon. I shall personally deal with Tang Xin. Lao Lu? Present. Came the loud reply from the man, known as Lao Lu. You will handle the 3rd level qi condensation disciple. Chen Yinyun. Ensure his demise. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded and proceeded to issue further commands. The others will split into two groups. One group will encircle Dongfang Dan and Yu Chu, while the other will confront the Imperial Guard. Understood. The entire assembly replied in unison. However, after they acknowledged the orders, the grooms suddenly expressed some uncertainty. My lord, what about Lin Xiaolu? He is merely a martial artist. It would suffice to eliminate him alongside our brethren dealing with the Imperial Guard. Understood. Upon your arrival at Amei, you are all welcome to join my esteemed Ida foreign gang. I am the leader, and together we shall strive for prosperity, never to forget our bonds. Lin Xiaolu, seated on a wooden bed, spoke to a group of new disciples who had yet to be initiated. Beside him, Dongfang Dan vigorously promoted. Brother Lu's Ida foreign gang is the most formidable force in Amei. It is truly remarkable, and everyone is welcome to join. Lin Xiaolu nodded, his demeanor calm and unflustered, and continued to boast. Initially, the headmaster of our Amei sect wished for my Ida foreign gang to become the 10th lineage of Amei. However, I am a person of modesty and disdain for such fame and fortune, which is why our Ida foreign gang has remained an underground organization. Lin Xiaolu spoke for an entire morning, his tongue growing weary as he dazzled a group of new disciples, most of whom were under the age of 7, into a state of astonishment. Just as he was relishing his monologue, Tang Xian suddenly called out to him. Xiaolu, come here for a moment. What is it? I am busy teaching the new disciples, Lin Xiaolu muttered impatiently, instructing Dongfang Dan to explain the gang rules to the newly joined disciples before hopping off the wooden bed and jogging over to Tang Xian. What do you need me for? Tang Xian, sitting at a table, offered a shy smile. We have quite a few new disciples today, and my internal spiritual energy is somewhat depleted. Could you make a trip to Hongjun Temple and bring back my storage ring? I need the spiritual stones inside. Lin Xiaolu paused, instinctively glancing at Tang Xian's delicate, pale hand, which was conspicuously empty, and exclaimed in astonishment. You forgot to wear your storage ring? Oh dear. I simply forgot, Tang Xian said with a playful pinch of his cheek, smiling gently. Hurry along now. I shall treat you to chicken drumsticks at noon. Chapter 95. The encounter. Lin Xiaolu curled his lips in disdain, his short legs hastening toward the Honglu Temple, grumbling about the increasing foolishness of the old witch, who had forgotten such essential matters for the sake of a chicken leg. The entrance of the Grand Temple was still quite a distance from the Honglu Temple, otherwise, they would not have taken a carriage this morning. As Lin Xiaolu jogged along, he was eager to return before mealtime. He dashed past bustling streets, taking a shortcut into a narrow alley. With a graceful leap, he scaled a 3-meter-high earthen wall, then flipped over and landed deftly. Approaching another alley, he could see the back gate of the Honglu Temple ahead. Just as he was about to sprint forward, a figure emerged from behind a stack of hay, a man wearing a conical hat obscuring his features. This man appeared to be lying in wait for unsuspecting travelers, stepping out with a cold smirk and uttering, "I." Before he could finish, the diminutive Lin Xiaolu darted past him, muttering under his breath, "What is wrong with this guy, blocking the road in broad daylight?" The man in the hat was taken aback, baffled by the boy's audacity. Did he not realize that he was obstructing the way? Was he oblivious to his own malevolence? "Hey, you little brat!" The man in the hat shouted angrily, feeling slighted. Upon hearing the shout, Lin Xiaolu halted and turned, puzzled by the man's outburst. "Are you talking to me?" he inquired curiously. The man in the hat was at a loss. Why did this child seem so brazen? Did he not recognize the danger he was in? Frustrated, the man considered disposing of the boy swiftly before returning to meet his master. "What do you want from me?" Lin Xiaolu asked, wide-eyed. "Will you tell me or not? If not, I'm leaving." He was anxious to return in time for the meal. "Humph," the man sneered, suddenly raising his hand. A thick, dark mist surged from his palm. In the alley, Lin Xiaolu stared at the encroaching darkness, his face a portrait of confusion. Meanwhile, at the crowded entrance of the Grand Temple, Tang Xian had just completed a talent assessment for a child. Noticing the time, he decided to dismiss the waiting crowd for lunch, inviting them to return in the afternoon. Beside him, Chun Yinyun set down his pen and stretched, while Yu Chu kindly massaged his shoulders. Dongfang Dan leisurely enjoyed a slice of watermelon. "Lunch is served," the celestial beings remarked. Before long, Zhang Yong and several guards arrived carrying wooden boxes, cheerfully presenting the dishes one by one. "Little dear hasn't tea returned yet. Let us wait for him before we eat," Tang Xian instructed the 3 children, who nodded in agreement. just as they were busily arranging the bowls and chopsticks. A solitary figure clad in a black robe appeared on the desolate street. Following him was a hunchbacked old man and more than 20 individuals wearing conical hats, creating an oddly unsettling procession. A guard, upon seeing the newcomer, smiled and remarked, "Are you here to participate in the talent test? Please return in the afternoon." The middle-aged man paid no heed to the guard's words. Instead, he smiled at Tang Xian from a distance, saying, "It's been a long time, Tang Shangxian." Tang Xian, surprised by the call, lifted her beautiful eyes and gazed at the middle-aged man, questioning inwardly, "Who are you?" The man raised the corners of his mouth, his smile growing ever more radiant. "I am Bai Yao, the head of the Bai family." Tang Xian paused for a moment, then recalled the Bai family of Du, a loose cultivator clan affiliated with Amei. She rose and smiled. "Ah, so you are the head of the Bai family. It has indeed been a while." The middle-aged man approached, exuding the warmth of a long-lost friend, saying, "Yes, it has truly been a long time. Did you come this time because a younger member of your family wishes to join Amei?" Tang Xian inquired with a smile. The man shook his head, still smiling, and, followed by a group of hooded cultivators, walked closer to Tang Xian. Suddenly, these hooded figures surrounded them. Observing this scene, Tang Xian furrowed her delicate brows. Her expression shifted from a smile to one of seriousness. Chen Yinyun, Dongfang Dan, and Yu Chu Chu, despite their youth, sensed something awry and stood up, their faces filled with confusion. Even Zhang Yong and the other guards of the imperial forest placed their hands on the hilts of their swords, ready to draw them at a moment's notice. "By family head, I trust you would not engage in actions you might regret." Tang Xian's voice turned cold, her beautiful eyes now revealing a glimmer of anger. The middle-aged man chuckled, his expression one of helplessness. "What you may not know, Tang Shangxian, is that my Bai family has encountered great calamity and requires a substantial amount of spirit stones to fill the void. It is with great reluctance that I resort to such measures. I apologize for the inconvenience." With that, he extended his palm towards Tang Xian, pleading, "Might I borrow the Amei Master's Jade Talisman for a moment?" Suddenly, a wave of black energy surged forth, filling the alleyway and causing the earthen walls on either side to crack. The hooded cultivator released the entirety of the black energy and turned to leave, convinced that Lin Xiaolu was destined to perish. An 8-year-old warrior could not possibly withstand his spiritual technique. He was confident of that. Uncertain of how the head of the family fared, he hurriedly paced away, muttering to himself, worried about the consequences of failing the family. Just as he finished his thoughts, he heard a rush of wind behind him. He paused momentarily. Bang! A dull thud resonated from his groin. The hooded cultivator shivered, incredulous as he looked down at his lower body. There, between his legs, stood a small foot clad in Taoist shoes, with the toes pointed directly at his face. "Oh, ah!" In a narrow alley, the hat-wearing monk clutched his groin, howling in agony as he rolled on the ground in pain. Unperturbed, Lin Xiaolu, who had just delivered the kick, promptly mounted his back, seizing the collar of his robe. Raising his small hand, he began to strike the monk's head while berating him. "You think you're so clever, so impressive. What gives you such confidence to act so arrogantly? Even to the point of passing gas with your hands?" Moments earlier, after a surge of black energy had erupted, the exceptionally strong Lin Xiaolu had used his formidable strength to lift a moss-covered rock beside him, positioning it as a shield against the encroaching darkness. With the rock and his cultivated internal energy bolstering him, the black mist posed no threat, allowing him to deliver a decisive kick. The monk, now howling in desperation, summoned his internal spiritual power to struggle free, flipping over to confront Lin Xiaolu, who was still perched upon his waist. With a mouth filled with dense black mist, he seemed poised to unleash it upon Lin Xiaolu. However, Lin Xiaolu remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap that scattered the black energy and knocked out 2 of the monk's teeth. "How dare you speak with such bravado? Who gave you the audacity?" he exclaimed before resuming his relentless assault, raining down blows upon the monk's head, eliciting cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 96. "I am not your father. Dispatch a portion of our brothers to evacuate the civilians. The rest shall enter the palace to summon the other armed guards." At the entrance of the Grand Temple, Zhang Yong shouted to a group of guards while he, along with several dozen imperial guards, unsheathed their swords, some even preparing bows and arrows. In the skies above the great Yu Kingdom, Tang Xin had already engaged with a middle-aged man, both of them foundational stage cultivators. They transformed into two streaks of light, clashing in midair and generating waves of circular light. Tang Xin felt somewhat perplexed, unsure of the madness that had gripped the head of the Bai family, who dared to attack her and her companions. She only vaguely understood that he had come for the Master's Jade Scepter. To prevent the battle from affecting innocent civilians, she endeavored to draw the battlefield into the skies, fiercely battling her opponent while riding on Mimi. On the ground, a hunchbacked elder and a group of straw-hatted cultivators watched the three disciples, led by Chen Yinyun, along with dozens of guards, revealing smiles etched with deep wrinkles. Kill. As the word floated lightly in the air, over 20 straw-hatted cultivators simultaneously removed their hats, dark clouds of smoke swirling around them. The hunchbacked elder, with a swift movement, charged directly at Chen Yinyun. Without hesitation, the 11-year-old Chen Yinyun surged forward, his pristine spirit sword extending from his fingertips, imbued with a sharp intent of slaughter. Heading straight for the hunchbacked elder. Killing duck, shouted Dongfang Dan, his plump body enveloped in a layer of earthy spirit energy, as he dashed toward the straw-hatted cultivators. His belly jiggled comically as he ran, a rather amusing sight. In a heartbeat, words were unnecessary as both sides roared and collided with one another. Dongfang Dan, you choo-choo. And the dozens of Imperial Guards unleashed their full prowess against the straw-hatted cultivators before them. Boom! The snow-white spirit sword soared through the air, leaving a winding and jagged trail of sword energy. The hunchbacked elder, raising his hand, coalesced black energy into two massive, claw-like appendages, wildly shredding the surrounding houses and shops, leaving chaos in their wake. At such a tender age, you possess a cultivation level of the third layer of Qi consolidation, truly a prodigy of a Mei. The hunchbacked elder scoffed, engaging Chen Yinyun in several exchanges while simultaneously sneering. His black claws firmly defended against Chen Yinyun's flying sword, producing explosive sounds in the air. Whoosh! The flying sword whistled through the air, creating a long, piercing sound, while the elder's black claws frantically struck, generating a cacophony of metallic clashes. Before long, the elder and the young boy became embroiled in a fierce struggle, both hurtling toward a distant street. Your flying sword is indeed formidable, but alas, your youth renders you inexperienced in both realm and combat. Today, you shall inevitably fall to my hands, the hunchbacked elder sneered, his black claws gripping Chen Yinyun's flying sword. After several intense exchanges, he seized an opportunity and struck a palm against Chen Yinyun's chest with great force. Chen Yinyun let out a muffled groan. His diminutive frame suddenly propelled outward, colliding forcefully with a stone bridge, which collapsed under the impact, sending a cascade of rubble into the air before he plunged into the frigid waters below. In the next moment, the coachman descended from the heavens, landing atop the broken bridge. Gazing upon the young boy in the lake, he slowly smiled and declared, I am the horseman of the Bai family, surnamed Lu. Given the name Sen, remember this name. In the emerald waters, the drenched youth struggled to rise, clutching a spiritual sword in one hand while pressing the other against his chest, gasping in pain. The coachman was a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi condensation, towering over him by 2 entire realms. Chen Yinyun, with a bittersweet pang in his heart, gazed up at the horseman, his sword-bearing hand trembling slightly. After observing him from his elevated position for a moment, the coachman sneered coldly, leaping into the air with arms crossed, summoning 2 enormous black energy claws that resembled vast wings, which he thrust violently toward Chen Yinyun. Little brat. Safe travels. At the lakeside, the 11-year-old Chen Yinyun dared not hold back any longer. Gritting his teeth and widening his eyes, he swiftly formed a sword technique with his hands. In the next instant, the spiritual sword soared before him, hovering in midair as the waters of the Green River erupted, countless droplets rising from the lake's surface and transforming into crystalline snowflakes, all coalescing upon the sword. Twilight Spirit Sword Technique, Twilight Snow Dust. Confronted by the massive black claws, Chen Yinyun's eyes sparkled with determination. The spiritual sword before him surged upward, diving down with a piercing strike toward the coachman, scattering the water droplets and snowflakes like a flurry of penetrating snow, all aimed at the horseman. Unfazed, the coachman crossed his black claws, tearing through the swirling snowflakes to intercept the flying sword. In an instant, water droplets and snowflakes danced through the air, while the surrounding streets, houses, shops, and cobbled stones were pierced and shattered by the chaotic barrage. The coachman charged toward Chen Yinyun, unleashing a claw strike. Diamond Bowl. Boom. Although the boy's form was encased in a golden orb, he was still sent flying by the coachman's blow, momentarily suspended in the air before crashing heavily into the lake, displacing two massive waves and creating a long ripple in the water. With a splutter, Chen Yinyun, lying on the water's surface, coughed up a trace of crimson, the protective golden orb dissipating as he clutched his chest, gazing helplessly at the distant coachman. The horseman merely chuckled coldly, showing no intention to speak further. Raising his hand to summon a dark aura, intent on annihilating this future sword master completely. As Chen Yinyun beheld the encroaching dark energy, despair flickered across his features, rippling across the lake's surface. Tap, tap, tap. A rapid patter echoed. From the rooftop of a house by the lakeside, a small figure dashed across the tiles, leaping from the edge with a graceful bound. Little dear. Upon catching sight of that figure, Chen Yinyun was instantly filled with joy. Lin Xiaolu, after executing a graceful somersault in midair, landed precisely before Chen Yinyun. Subsequently, she lowered her posture and twirled in the water, her short legs carving out a circular wave that sent splashes soaring into the air. With both hands, Lin Xiaolu amalgamated the cascading water into a colossal sphere, which she hurled at the ominous black mist before her. The water enveloped the darkness, and with a twist of her waist and a retreating step, she exerted all her strength to fling it away. The technique resembled the Tai Chi movement known as grasp the sparrow's tail. Splash! The black mist was ensnared within the water sphere and was flung violently towards the bank, creating a deep crater upon impact. The scene left the coachman astounded, as he gazed at the 8-year-old boy before him, utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? How had this lad managed to redirect his spiritual energy? Chen Yinyun, equally perplexed by Lin Xiaolu's display of skill, did not let this cloud his gratitude. Despite being gravely injured and adrift in the lake, he looked upon the boy's not-so-imposing figure with profound appreciation. Lin Xiaolu shook off the damp water from her hands and glanced at the coachman, flashing a smile that suggested he was in deep trouble. Then, turning back to Chen Yinyun, she sought to ascertain whether he was still alive. As she turned, she was immediately met with Chen Yinyun's intensely affectionate gaze. Their eyes locked, and Lin Xiaolu was startled, prompting her to exclaim, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not your father." Chapter 97. To kill or not to kill. Upon hearing those words, Chen Yinyun's cheeks puffed up as she cast a resentful glance at the youth before her. Lin Xiaolu, unfazed by her antics, thought that a mere glance would not cost him anything, as he had more pressing matters at hand. With half his body submerged in the lake, he lifted his gaze to the horseman before him, his large eyes widening as he shouted, "Which path do you tread upon?" "I am the protector of Ame." The horseman, equally immersed in the water, looked at him with surprise, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his aged eyes. "Are you that little martial artist?" he inquired, a smirk creeping across his lips. "How amusing. A mere martial artist dares to contend with me." Lin Xiaolu, indignant at the remark, placed his hands on his hips and mimicked the horseman's demeanor, retorting, "How amusing. A mere cultivator dares to challenge a martial artist." The horseman could only stare, momentarily taken aback. "Xiaolu, he is at the 5th level of qi condensation. He is not to be trifled with." 5th level of qi condensation? I have faced Foundation establishment before. Lin Xiaolu interrupted Chen Yinyun's warning, and with a fierce cry, he charged forward without a hint of fear. "Hey, be careful!" Chen Yinyun shouted, watching in alarm as the boy barreled forward like a wild boar. On the lake's surface, the horseman narrowed his eyes at the approaching child, then swiftly waved his withered hand, summoning 2 black energy claws that ruthlessly lunged towards the little imp. In the next moment, the old man and the boy collided. "Ah, I will beat you to death. How dare you scratch me? You old coot, watch as I splash water on you." "Oh no, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Chenair, hurry and help me. I can't handle him alone." Chen Yinyun watched in dismay as the horseman pinned the flailing boy beneath the water, her eyelids twitching in disbelief. "What is this fellow doing? Weren't you brave just a moment ago?" The horseman firmly gripped Lin Xiaolu with his black claws, desperately trying to submerge the boy's head underwater. Internally, he was astonished. This little rascal had withstood so many of his strikes without faltering. How thick-skinned could he be? At that moment, Chun Yinyun, severely injured, felt pain with every movement and was unable to summon her spiritual energy. From a distance, she helplessly shouted, "Lin Xiaolu, hit him. Use your Tai Chi or whatever. I can't move right now. He's clawing at me, and my short arms can't reach him. I need a weapon." Lin Xiaolu yelled, sputtering as water filled his mouth. With his short arms pinned behind him and his neck held firmly, he could do nothing but kick helplessly, splashing water everywhere. "Sharp-tongued brat, today I shall end your life," the horseman declared, intensifying his spiritual energy as he struggled to contain the surprisingly strong child. Without sufficient force, he knew he could not hold him down. "You damned old fool," gurgling and spluttering. "Do you think I fear you?" Lin Xiaolu's anger surged as he forcefully shook his wrist, unleashing a burst of power. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiaolu unleashed a burst of strength, freeing himself from the grasp on his wrist. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew forth a flying dagger from the scabbard beside his legs for the very first time. In the emerald waters of the lake, the boy, accompanied by a cascade of sparkling droplets, swiftly propelled himself forward, and with a whoosh, 2 silver daggers shot forth with remarkable speed. Flying daggers? Mere tricks of the martial world. The coachman scoffed, swatting the air with a massive black claw that effortlessly deflected the silver blades. Lin Xiaolu, undeterred, charged towards him with astonishing speed, his small hands waving frantically as he drew more glimmering daggers from their sheaths, hoping to delay the coachman's south advance and close the distance. However, the coachman remained unfazed, casually batting away the flying daggers before launching another claw strike aimed at Lin Xiaolu's head. As the ominous black claw drew near, the boy did not falter. He inhaled deeply and plunged into the water. With a resounding crash, the black claw met empty air, sending towering waves crashing across the lake's surface. In the next moment, Lin Xiaolu erupted from the water, leaping high into the air, his short legs kicking up a dazzling spray as he aimed a fierce kick at the coachman's face. In a moment of desperation, the coachman quickly raised his black claw to block, resulting in a dull thud and a sudden ache in his arm, forcing him to take a few steps back. What kind of creature is this? Such strength. Having consumed the essence of a tiger, Lin Xiaolu unleashed his full power. Resembling a humanoid beast, executing martial arts techniques with unimaginable force, as evidenced by that kick capable of bending a pillar of iron. Now close to the coachman, Lin Xiaolu, undeterred by the pain in the latter's arm, engaged in a fierce struggle. The boy, utilizing his agile skills, danced through the water with remarkable finesse, evading the coachman's relentless attacks. The coachman's black claws slashed wildly, creating towering waves that scarred the banks of the river. Lin Xiaolu, like a nimble monkey, darted and weaved, compelling the coachman to retreat. Finally, he sank to the lake's bottom, executing a swift underwater maneuver that propelled him behind the coachman. And as the latter turned, Lin Xiaolu struck fiercely at his eyes. "Ah!" The coachman cried out in pain, clutching his eyes and stumbling backward, momentarily blinded. He, the boy, witnessing the coachman's plight, revealed a mischievous grin. "Come on, hit me. Aren't you strong? Aren't you good at scratching? Aren't you full of yourself?" The coachman, tears streaming down his face, had yet to reach the foundational stage of cultivation, unable to summon protective energy. Now, faced with Lin Xiaolu's relentless assault, he could only muster a feeble defense, which was utterly insufficient against the boy's might. "Ha!" The young boy lunged at the horseman, wrapping his short legs around the man's waist, while his small hands firmly gripped the horseman's wrists, preventing him from unleashing his dark, claw-like energy. Then, he concentrated all his internal energy into his head and forcefully collided it against the horseman's skull, an iron head technique. The sound of a resonant metallic clash echoed. The horseman staggered under the impact of the boy's iron skull, which could easily shatter several layers of bluestone. He felt darkness enveloping his vision. Seemingly confident in his own iron head, Lin Xiaolu executed a graceful somersault, leaping off the horseman and landing in the water, playfully clapping his small hands. Behind him, the dazed horseman swayed for a moment before collapsing with a splash onto the water's surface. In the distance, Chun Yinyun watched in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. He struggled to comprehend why a horseman, who posed such a challenge to him, seemed so vulnerable before Lin Xiaolu. Was it merely because he had consumed tiger blood, granting him the ability to wield enhanced martial arts? How impressive! As Lin Xiaolu busily retrieved his flying daggers, he boasted to Chun Yinyun, Do not look at me with such admiration. Against such a foe, I could have taken down 7 or 8 before I turned 3. Chen Yinyun remained speechless. With the horsemen vanquished, the two little ones exchanged playful banter before crawling back onto the shore. Once ashore, Chen Yinyun clutched his still aching chest and glanced at the horseman floating on the lake. Is he still alive? Are you going to kill him? Lin Xiaolu, who was shaking off the water droplets from his body, paused at the question. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled out a flying dagger and handed it to Chen Yinyun. You should handle this task. I am not suited for such deeds. Upon hearing this, Chen Yinyun's face turned pale as he vigorously shook his head. I cannot. I have never killed anyone. He then looked at Lin Xiaolu with confusion. But don't you kill people every day? You must have ample experience. Just take care of him. He's a bad man who wanted to harm us. Tang Shiji won't blame you for it. Chapter 98. The showdown. Lin Xiaolu pondered for a moment, then placed her hands on her hips and feigned nonchalance, declaring, I used to kill frequently, but I've grown weary of it. How about we tie him up and hand him over to the Rakshasa witch? Chen Yinyun looked at her with a perplexed expression, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Are you, perhaps, afraid? Lin Xiaolu, could it be that your previous claims of slaying were merely boastful? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu scrutinized Chen Yinyun earnestly, then positioned herself at the water's edge, slowly striking poses while exclaiming, Iron Mountain. Enough, enough. Chen Yinyun quickly intervened, halting her antics. His current state could not withstand such a display. He feared that a mere lean would spell his demise. He chose not to dwell on the topic of murder with Lin Xiaolu and promptly began searching for rope. At that moment, the crowd had been dispersed by the Imperial Guards, leaving the surrounding houses largely vacant. They swiftly discovered a long hemp rope in a nearby farmhouse. This rope, seemingly intended for harnessing a donkey to pull a cart, was remarkably sturdy. With Lin Xiaolu's considerable strength, she began binding the coachman after hauling him from the lake. Before long, an oddly fashioned restraint appeared before Chen Yinyun. What do you think? My masterpiece. The boy exclaimed cheerfully, presenting his handiwork. It's exceptionally secure. He won't be able to escape. Chen Yinyun gazed at the coachman's peculiar binding and felt an unsettling sense of embarrassment. The unconscious man had his arms and legs tied apart, leaving him in an awkward position, with his midsection exposed and his groin constricted. The sight was undeniably bizarre. After a few glances, Chen Yinyun could no longer bear to look and urged Lin Xiaolu to assist the others. A resounding boom echoed in the air. Above the Grand Temple, Tang Xian found herself at a disadvantage in the fierce battle. Having spent the morning testing the children's abilities, her spiritual energy was already depleted. Now, faced with Bai Yao's relentless assault, she began to feel overwhelmed. Roaring, the enormous lion named Mimi bellowed furiously, yet failed to inflict any harm upon the middle-aged man clad in black before them. Tang Xian, mounted on Mimi, grew increasingly anxious. Throughout the skirmish, she had attempted to call for aid from Amei multiple times, but the spiritual energy transmitted by her talisman soon dissipated, as if obstructed by some unseen force. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind surged forth as Tang Xian, riding Mimi, transformed into a streak of golden light, racing through the sky. With her hands adorned with glimmering beads, she unleashed a flurry of light, creating explosions in tandem with the gusts produced by Bai Yao's strikes. Below, the situation was equally dire. The palace of the Great Yu Kingdom had mobilized all its imperial guards and armed attendants, nearly 1,000 in number, filling the entire Grand Temple area. They wielded long spears, swords, and halberds, with arrows raining down from above. However, being mere mortals, they could not withstand the combined onslaught of a dozen cultivators, and many had already sustained grave injuries. Alas, the palace guards were few in number, with most of the Great Yu's military stationed at the borders. They had no choice but to rely on this limited force. Both Dongfang Dan and Yu Chuchu were faring little better. They found themselves retreating step by step against the relentless onslaught of the hat-wearing cultivators. Particularly, Dongfang Dan had been reduced to tears, crying as he fought, becoming increasingly frantic with each blow. In the midst of the chaos, after several futile attempts to parry the attacks from the hat-wearing cultivators, Yu Chuchu could no longer hold her ground. She was soon struck by a wave of dark energy, her small frame sent flying to the ground with a heavy thud. The young girl struggled to prop herself up, gazing at the hat-clad cultivators with eyes full of terror. It hurt so much. Relying on his sturdy earth spirit magic, Dongfang Dan bravely withstood the dark energy from multiple cultivators, all the while crying and headbutting them, causing his nose to bleed profusely. Before long, he too was sent sprawling to the ground. Dongfang Xianxing, are you all right? Zhang Yong, amidst the turmoil, sought to assist him, but the little chubby boy shouted, "Stay behind me. I am the immortal. I will protect you." After wiping his nose, he charged back into the fray, weeping as he ran, as if racing to be reborn. Yu Chu glanced at Dongfang Dan's plump yet valiant figure, a flicker of conflict crossing her features. After a moment's hesitation, she dared not rise. "Loose arrows," commanded the Imperial Guard, and countless soldiers drew their bows towards the distant group of hat-wearing cultivators. In the next instant, a torrential downpour of arrows rained down, yet the cultivators remained unfazed, opening their black mouths to unleash thick clouds of dark smoke, effectively shielding themselves from the barrage. The soldiers trembled at the sight, but soon rallied, raising their swords and preparing to charge once more. Zhang Yong too unsheathed his blade, roaring as he joined his comrades in the assault. "Bai Yao, why do you act thus?" In the sky, Tang Xin was forced to retreat sharply, producing a piercing sound of sonic boom. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and she was beginning to struggle for breath, sweat glistening on her forehead. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man floating before her maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of a wry smile gracing his lips. "I find myself with no other choice. If I do not proceed in this manner, my only fate awaits, death. Betraying a Mei is not my desire. You may rest easy and perish, if you will." Hearing the seemingly polite, yet menacing words of the man, Tang Xion's face turned ashen. She cast a weary glance at the children below, a profound sorrow swelling within her. "I have not cared for them properly. Damn it, it is all my fault for being so careless. I even forgot the spatial ring in my room." The middle-aged man continued, "None here shall survive today. Once I acquire the Jade Rui, I shall depart from Ame's domain, joining another sect, and from that day forth, I will vanish from sight. So I apologize." With that, he transformed into a wave of darkness, surging towards the girl riding the lion. The young girl, with resolute determination in her eyes, charged forward on her roaring steed, Mimi, ready to confront the chaos. Below, Dongfang Dan lay prostrate on the ground, besieged by a throng of conical-hatted cultivators who mercilessly pummeled him. He clutched his head tightly, desperately employing earth magic to shield himself, yet the protective sphere formed by the magic was on the verge of collapse, teetering precariously as if it would shatter at any moment. "Ah, if you dare, strike a little softer," Dongfang Dan cried out in a tragic wail. Just as despair washed over him, and a dark aura fissured through the earthen sphere before him, a sudden sound of rapid footsteps echoed from afar. An 8-year-old boy leaped into view, soaring through the air with grace. With a swift motion, he raised his arm and forcefully collided with the assailing cultivators surrounding Dongfang Dan. 8 Extremes, Iron Mountain. Boom. The unexpected force of the boy's primal strength scattered 4 or 5 cultivators, sending them reeling backward, some even crashing to the ground. All eyes in the vicinity were drawn to the commotion, including Tang Xin, who was entangled in combat with a middle-aged man, Zhang Yong of the Imperial Guard, the seemingly lifeless Yu Chu, and the bruised Dongfang Dan. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the boy before them. Little Lin, the immortal, Lin Xiaolu, having narrowly escaped disaster. Dongfang Dan blinked at the boy's figure before him. Then, in a moment of overwhelming emotion, he wrapped his arms around Lin Xiaolu's short legs and burst into tears. "Brother Lu, they are beating me. I am so miserable. They used all their strength to hit me." "Wah," Lin Xiaolu chuckled, gently patting Dongfang Dan's chubby shoulder. He then turned to face the conical-hatted cultivators, twisted his neck, and clenched his delicate little fists. "Don't be afraid, little Dan. Your big brother is here to support you." Chapter 99. Are you in Foundation Establishment? Not far away, Chen Yinyun, who arrived late, clutched her chest and gazed at Lin Xiaolu's nonchalant silhouette with a tragic expression. "Oh, how I long to put on a show as well." At that moment, Lin Xiaolu, having warmed up his joints, raised his hands in a gesture of respect towards the hat-wearing cultivators before him. "Please, enlighten me." With a sudden rush, 4 or 5 cultivators in hats sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of black smoke. Lin Xiaolu, agile as ever, executed a swift slide, allowing the smoke to billow over him as he kicked up a cloud of dust while approaching. In an instant, he leaped and turned, delivering a powerful slap. The eight extremes splitting palm. With a resounding smack, one of the hat-wearing cultivators was sent flying, his hat soaring through the air. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaolu unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the others. These cultivators were mere servants of scattered cultivation families, their collective strength barely reaching the second layer of qi condensation. Engaged at close quarters, they stood no chance against him. With his formidable inner strength and mastery of the eight extremes and Tai Chi, he relentlessly pummeled them. This spectacle stirred the onlookers, igniting their spirits as if they had found a lifeline. Little dear, take them down. Go, little immortal Lin. Smite them. Dongfang Dan marveled at the valor of his brother, exclaiming, truly, my brother is astounding. He then turned to Chen Yinyun with a disdainful smirk, unyielding sword body. You're lacking. Chen Yinyun's face flushed, and she retorted, I haven't matured yet. Neither has brother dear. He is 3 years younger than you. Chen Yinyun fell silent, stung by his words. Suddenly, the boy leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick that struck a hat-wearing cultivator in the neck, causing him to groan and collapse to the ground. Lin Xiaolu had already dispatched 4 of the cultivators, and as the last one prepared to unleash another cloud of black gas, he harnessed the power of the Mandarin duck steps. With a powerful push off the ground, his small frame surged forward at an astonishing speed, landing before the cultivator. He stepped onto the man's shoulder, adopting a mountaineering stance, towering over him. With one hand, he covered the cultivator's mouth to stifle his impending release of black gas, while the other hand was raised high. The eight extremes mountain climbing palm. With a thunderous clap, the hat-wearing cultivator was struck down by the descending palm, collapsing into a cloud of dust, instantly rendered unconscious. Excellent! Dongfang Dan and Chen Yinyun exclaimed in unison, clapping enthusiastically. In the arena, as Lin Xiaolu single-handedly brought down 5 hat-wearing cultivators, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The remaining cultivators found themselves increasingly outnumbered under the relentless assault of Lin Xiaolu and the numerous sword-wielding guards, gradually succumbing one after another. Although they were considered skilled within the scattered cultivation families, their actual mastery was rather meager, predominantly confined to the realms of the first and second layers of qi condensation. They had yet to achieve a true distinction between the celestial and the mundane. At this moment, confronted by Lin Xiaolu, whose strength and defense rivaled that of a foundational beast, they found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man hovering in the sky, having engaged in countless fierce battles with Tang Exine, also noticed the unfolding scene below and cast his gaze toward Lin Xiaolu. This young martial artist displayed an astonishing prowess. His sheer combat capability could very well rival that of a 7th-layer qi condensation practitioner. The middle-aged man silently lamented his oversight, and as he glanced at Tang Exine, who had been exchanging blows with him for several rounds, a sense of panic surged within him. His initial strategy had been for the coachman to eliminate Chen Yinyun while the others dispatched Dongfang Dan, Yu Chu, Lin Xiaolu, and the accompanying guards, before collectively besieging Tang Exine. However, he had not anticipated that a mere child would disrupt his plans. What kind of martial artist Hadame truly nurtured? There was no time to linger. A swift resolution was imperative. The middle-aged cultivator, named by Yao, ceased holding back, extending his arms as a torrent of surging black energy emanated from his entire being, propelling him towards Tang Exine like a black meteor at an unparalleled speed. Lin Xiaolu, who was currently engaged in removing the pants of a crying cultivator, took note of this development and promptly released the weeping individual. Shouting towards Tang Exine in the sky, rascal ghostly matron, I have obtained the storage ring. Come down quickly, and I shall give it to you. Hearing this, Tang Exine's eyes lit up as she mounted the colossal Mimi and soared downward, while the middle-aged man, transformed into a black streak, let out a disdainful snort. His violent form executed a sharp turn in midair, creating a formidable wave of black energy as he charged towards Tang Exine. Boom! Caught off guard. A deafening explosion reverberated through the sky. The golden-hued Mimi let out a painful roar as its massive body plummeted from the heights, and Tang Exine, grievously injured, fell like a kite with severed strings. Witnessing this, Lin Xiaolu was startled. Her short legs moved swiftly as she leaped over scattered obstacles, extending her small hand to catch Tang Exine with precision. Unfortunately, Mimi was less fortunate. Its tough hide and robust physique struck the ground with a heavy thud. rolling several times and kicking up a cloud of dust before its lion-like eyes rolled back and it succumbed to unconsciousness. Rascal ghostly matron, are you all right? Lin Xiaolu gently set Tang Xian down and retrieved a jade-colored ring. Here, your storage ring. Do not forget to wear it again. Tang Xian, clutching her chest and pale-faced, nodded in acknowledgement. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the middle-aged man in the sky rushing towards Lin Xiaolu. With no time to replenish her spiritual energy, she was taken aback and hastily pulled out a jade talisman from her storage ring, slamming it onto the ground. The talisman embedded itself into the earth, sending ripples across the surface, and an azure semicircular shield instantly materialized. Boom! The middle-aged man's black energy violently struck the azure protective barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Yet it ultimately succeeded in blocking this lethal assault. Lin Xiaolu turned his head and saw the middle-aged cultivator outside the barrier. With a loud cry, he attempted to charge out and challenge him. Tang Xian quickly restrained him, simultaneously gripping a spirit stone to restore her spiritual energy, and said hastily, Xiaolu, you are no match for him. I can fight him with martial arts. Lin Xiaolu replied earnestly. Martial arts are formidable. I am well versed in Bajiquan and Taijiquan. In literature, Taijiquan brings peace to the world, while in combat, Bajiquan establishes order. Tang Xian shot him an exasperated glare and sighed. A foundation stage cultivator can fly. If he takes to the air and you cannot reach him, what will you do? Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, observing the pallid face of Tang Xian. He scratched his head in confusion and hesitantly suggested, how about I kneel and beg him not to fly? Coughing, the weakened Tang Xian nearly choked, casting an annoyed glare at him. Outside the azure dome, the middle-aged man observed the young child and girl within, a faint cold snort escaping his lips as he unhesitatingly raised his hand towards Chun Yinyun and Dongfang Dan in the distance. Since he could not breach the barrier for the time being, he would first eliminate others. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xian felt a surge of anxiety. She had not anticipated Bai Yao's decisiveness. Lin Xiaolu, realizing that the adult intended to harm Dong Dan and the others, dashed out of the azure dome without a second thought. Xiaolu, Tang Xian gasped in shock, her weakened state preventing her from stopping him as she helplessly watched him run towards the middle-aged man. The surrounding imperial guards were equally astonished, attempting to rush to his aid, but the remaining cultivators with hats firmly obstructed their path. Dongfang Dan, Chun Yinyun, and Tang Xian were all gravely injured, while Yu Chuchu feigned death with light injuries. At this moment, only the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu stood alone at the entrance of the Grand Temple, facing the middle-aged man. Everyone held their breath, anxiously observing the scene. Lin Xiaolu looked at the middle-aged man before him and inquired eagerly, "Are you a foundation stage cultivator?" The man nodded, dark energy swirling around him, as if poised to strike at any moment. In the arena, upon receiving confirmation, Lin Xiaolu silently crouched down, beginning to untie the weights bound to his calves. As he worked, he grinned and said, "Fortunately, you are not a core formation or nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, at 8 years old, I would truly struggle against you." Chapter 100. The martial practitioner upon finishing his words, he proceeded to unfasten the weights he had been bearing one after another, casting them aside onto the ground, where they created a series of small craters. After nearly 2 months of enduring this burden, he experienced the exhilarating sensation of lightness for the first time, as if he were a feather gliding through the air. Lin Xiaolu had once confronted a foundation establishment practitioner, specifically during his encounter with Li Yaoshi, and he fully comprehended the formidable strength that such an individual possessed. Thus, he felt it was a pivotal moment to shed his encumbrance. Naturally, he held a modicum of confidence in himself. Compared to his previous battle with Li Yaoshi, he had undergone 2 months of rigorous training with full weights, mastering the Mandarin duck steps, learning to wield a flying knife, and even acquiring skills in Tai Chi, inch power, and explosive force. Therefore, even if he were to fall short in defeating the foundation establishment practitioner, he could still buy some time for the Rakshasa hag to recover, couldn't he? He recalled his leader mentioning that he had encountered the most formidable martial artist, 1,000 household commander capable of perishing alongside a foundation establishment beast, which suggested that martial practitioners were not entirely devoid of opportunities against such foes. Indeed, when facing a foundation establishment cultivator, a martial artist would require just a modicum of courage, a dash of intellect, and an unwavering commitment to give their all, which should suffice, right? Within the verdant dome, Tang Xian anxiously observed the boy, her heart yearning to rise, but Lin Xiaolu, with his back turned to her, smiled and said, "Rakshasa hag, I believe I can hold on for a while. Focus on your recovery and do not underestimate me. In truth, I am quite strong." With that, he engaged in a few exercises, twisting his waist, stretching, and expanding his chest. Having just shed his weights, his body required some movement to adapt, enabling him to perform at his best. The middle-aged man watched the earnest warm-up of this young lad and couldn't help but smirk slightly. How intriguing. In the distance, the injured Dongfang Dan and Chun Yinyun shouted in unison, "Go, Brother Liu. Defeat him. Use your Tai Chi against him. Don't be timid. Brother Liu, a sliding tackle. Flank him and strike. No, no, no. Lin Xiaolu, ignore him. Use your Tai Chi to throw him out. Chun Yinyun, you're quite bothersome. Do not disturb my tactical discussion with Brother Liu. Plump boy, what nonsense are you teaching Lin Xiaolu? Stabbing his eggs? How disgraceful for us Amei people. Chun Yinyun, has your hemorrhoids healed, perhaps? Watch the sword." As Chun Yinyun and Dongfang Dan bickered, Lin Xiaolu had completed his warm-up. Rising to his feet, he performed a formal fist salute towards the middle-aged man. "Lin Xiaolu, I humbly seek your guidance." Observing the gesture reserved for martial artists, the man looked on with disdain. "Amei certainly has its share of embellishments. I wonder which great master produced such a practitioner, nearly leading him to his downfall. Yet fortunately, in the presence of cultivators, martial artists, in the arena, one large and one small, a cultivator and a martial artist exchanged glances for a moment before. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the two clashed fiercely. Bai Yao's furious aura of foundational realm energy surged through the air like a tempest, while Lin Xiaolu, having shed his burden of 500 pounds, showcased his extraordinary mastery of the 8 extremes martial arts, boldly clashing against his opponent's spiritual force. The collision of spiritual energies and martial prowess unleashed a tempestuous wave, sending dust swirling and debris flying in all directions. Tang Xian, witnessing the spectacle, gasped, her hand fluttering to her lips in astonishment. She had not anticipated that the unencumbered Lin Xiaolu possessed such formidable strength, capable of contending with foundational spiritual energy. With a thunderous roar, the chaos intensified. Amidst the swirling winds, onlookers beheld a middle-aged man emanating a dense aura of black energy, reminiscent of a demonized cultivator. Lin Xiaolu circled him with astonishing speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks akin to a torrential storm. The middle-aged man howled in rage, conjuring wave after wave of black energy, yet he could not land a single blow on Lin Xiaolu. The boy, now unburdened, moved with unparalleled swiftness, his light-footed grace allowing him to evade attacks effortlessly, leaving mere afterimages in his wake as he relentlessly assaulted the middle-aged man. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted with explosive sounds as black energy shot forth, creating craters in the ground. Lin Xiaolu, while deftly avoiding the onslaught, struck back with a variety of attacks. However, no matter how powerful his punches and kicks were, they could not penetrate the seemingly tangible cloak of black energy that enveloped his opponent. Even after delivering a flurry of blows, the middle-aged man remained steadfast and unyielding. The most notable traits of a foundational realm cultivator are their ability to soar through the skies using spiritual energy and to manifest protective spiritual barriers. With a swift turn, Lin Xiaolu leaped into the air, executing a rapid spin that created a whistling sound as he dodged multiple waves of black energy. In that moment, he unleashed 6 flying blades, which shot forth like silver streaks of lightning. Boom! The blades clashed with the black energy, resulting in a dazzling display of sparks. As Lin Xiaolu advanced with fierce determination, he twisted his fists and crossed his arms, launching a powerful strike while propelling himself toward the middle-aged man with a fierce thrust, the 5 peaks ascending to the heavens. This pinnacle move from the 8 extremes Diamond 8 form reverberated with a resounding impact, yet the opponent remained unmoved, the black energy completely absorbing the force. In the blink of an eye, the dark aura erupted once more. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air as elongated tendrils of black energy shot forth like spears, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Lin Xiaolu quickly retreated, his small frame evading with an astonishing speed. executing acrobatic flips and rolls as the black energy whizzed past him, stirring up clouds of scorched earth around him. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless bombardment of the black energy, vast plumes of dust erupted, and the vicinity of the Tai Miao was nearly obliterated, leaving only ruins and debris in its wake. Fortunately, Lin Xiaolu, with remarkable speed, ultimately evaded all the dark energy with a swift backflip. The middle-aged man, witnessing his futile attacks, narrowed his eyes and could not help but exclaim, "Young one, I admire your ability to achieve this." With that, he transformed once more into a black meteor, hurtling towards Lin Xiaolu, who was still suspended in midair. The velocity of this dark meteor surpassed even Lin Xiaolu's, and given his current position, evasion was impossible. "Be careful, Xiaolu," Tang Xian cried out in alarm, as countless hearts raced with trepidation. On the ground, Chun Ninyun and Dongfang Dan, entangled in their own struggle, paused to gaze anxiously in this direction. Whoosh! The sound of the dark meteor slicing through the air reverberated, causing discomfort in the ears of all present. Meanwhile, the boy in midair, upon seeing the approaching wave of darkness, was momentarily stunned. Gradually, he lifted his hand, striking a Tai Chi stance in the air. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the anxious spectators, the two forces met in mid-flight. Lin Xiaolu abruptly raised his small hand, bracing against the middle-aged man's dark energy wave, and deftly hooked his knee, forcefully redirecting his momentum downwards. Utilizing the Tai Chi move, lifting the knee, he brought the middle-aged man crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The small figure was propelled by the ferocious dark wave, his little legs carving deep ruts into the earth as he resisted the tumultuous energy, leveraging it to spin around, shaking his shoulders and striking downwards. With the Tai Chi grasping the sparrow's tail, he followed up with the 8 extremes splitting palm, drawing upon all his strength. And with the momentum from the Tai Chi move, Lin Xiaolu countered the middle-aged man, sending him flying backward with a powerful punch. Unyielding, Lin Xiaolu pressed on, raising his elbow for another strike against the man. With the 8 extremes top elbow, he unleashed 5 successive techniques, sending the middle-aged man, enveloped in dark energy, hurtling away. Bravo! Dongfang Dan and Chun Yinyun cheered, their hands clapping in delight, while Tang Xian looked on in awe, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had witnessed the ferocity of the patriarch's attack firsthand. How had this little one managed to send him back? At that moment, after executing 5 techniques in quick succession, Lin Xiaolu landed, slightly out of breath. With moves like lifting the knee, grasping the sparrow's tail, splitting palm, flashing arm, and top elbow, he wondered if the man would sustain any injuries. If he emerged unscathed, it would defy all logic, given Lin Xiaolu's considerable strength and prowess. Yet, to his relief, the middle-aged man was indeed injured, albeit only slightly. In the arena, a middle-aged man knelt on one knee after landing, stirring up a cloud of dust from the ground. He then rose, rubbing his chest where he had been struck by an elbow, gazing at Lin Xiaolu with an expression of astonishment. "Little one, your strength is as remarkable as that of a mythical beast. Even with my protective spiritual energy, your blow left my chest aching. Truly, you possess some remarkable skills. You must surpass many of your peers in Ame, am I right?" After speaking, he looked at Lin Xiaolu with curiosity and inquired, "Is this a new path for cultivators you are following? A focus on physical training?" In response, Lin Xiaolu shook her head, silently stretched her body, and assumed a martial arts stance that combined elements of Baguazhang and Taijiquan. With utmost seriousness, she replied, "I am not a cultivator. I am merely a practitioner of martial arts." Chapter 101. The Unworldly Fist. A middle-aged man scoffed derisively, his form suddenly propelling skyward, soaring into the heavens. He raised his hand, unleashing several tendrils of black mist toward the unsuspecting Dongfang Dan and Chun Ninyan below. Realizing that the resilient young boy could withstand considerable punishment, he concluded that it would be more prudent to strike at the others in the distance first. This sudden assault sent shockwaves of terror through the crowd. The black mist surged forth like arrows piercing through the clouds, reaching a breathtaking velocity. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xian immediately rose from her azure shield, intent on utilizing her recently regained spiritual energy to defend against the impending threat. However, it was too late. She had not anticipated Bai Yao's ruthless intent to target Chun Yinyun and Dongfang Dan, leaving everyone stunned and unprepared. In the midst of their quarrel, Dongfang Dan and Chun Ninyun simultaneously looked up at the commotion, their expressions frozen in disbelief as the black mist approached with a menacing hiss. Spirit sword, rise. In a moment of desperation, Chun Ninyun fought through his excruciating pain, attempting to summon his spirit sword. Yet, gravely injured, the sword trembled and quivered, refusing to ascend. Dongfang Dan, engulfed in despair, collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Lin Xiaolu, equally bewildered, turned and ran towards them, but the distance was too great. No matter how swiftly he sprinted, he could not outrun the oncoming black mist. Ah! 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 The boy screamed at the top of his lungs, his eyes bulging in panic as he witnessed the impending doom threatening Chen Yinyun and Dongfang Dan. Just as they seemed destined to be enveloped by the dark energy, a powerful figure suddenly emerged from among the guards nearby, a robust man bursting forth with vigor. In a moment of astonishment, Zhang Yong appeared just in time. Positioning himself before the two children, his silver blade confronting the oncoming wave of darkness. Uncle! Lin Xiaolu cried out in alarm. Boom! Warm blood sprayed across the youthful faces of Dongfang Dan and Chen Yinyun. They gazed in bewilderment at the towering figure of the man who now lay shattered before them. Before, collapsing lifelessly, Lin Xiaolu halted, his round eyes wide with disbelief as he bore witness to the scene unfolding before him. Zhang Yong lay in a pool of crimson, his eyes slightly ajar in Lin Xiaolu's direction, his lips moving as if to speak, yet no words emerged. And soon his chest ceased to rise and fall. Lin Xiaolu stood frozen, staring at the grotesque tableau, the light slowly fading from his once clear eyes. It felt surreal and absurd. Just moments ago, he had been laughing and boasting with the uncle, who now lay cold and lifeless, creating an overwhelming sense of unreality. In that moment, memories of his brief acquaintance with Zhang Yong flooded his mind. This man, Zhang Yong, spoke little and had been apprehensive of him. He was assigned by the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom to serve him. Their first meeting had been marked by Lin Xiaolu's eagerness to witness martial arts, prompting him to challenge Zhang Yong to a spar, which had frightened the man into kneeling. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame, believing that as a martial artist, kneeling before others was utterly disgraceful and unworthy of someone who practiced the art. Yet, he realized his error. This elder truly embodied the essence of a martial artist. Perhaps his thoughts, insights, and life experiences had rendered him somewhat reserved. However, when the moment demanded it, he could still exhibit the valor of a true warrior. Just like now, he defended two so-called immortals with his mortal form. Lin Xiaolu was not particularly sentimental. In fact, he was quite extreme. Due to a unique childhood, he harbored a memory of every slight against him, biding his time for retribution. Yet, this also meant he cherished kindness from others, though he seldom expressed it, believing that to do so would be uncool. At this moment, the taciturn and honest elder had fallen, and Lin Xiaolu's immediate reaction was to seek vengeance for him. Taking a life necessitated paying the ultimate price, a fundamental truth, regardless of whether one was human or immortal. In the sky, the middle-aged man, seeing Lin Xiaolu standing motionless with his back turned, was elated. Thinking the gruesome scene before him had rendered the boy paralyzed with fear, he transformed into a black meteor, charging towards Lin Xiaolu with the intent to obliterate him. Xiaolu! Tang Xian screamed upon witnessing this scene, yet the boy remained still, seemingly stunned, allowing the furious black wave of the approaching middle-aged man to crash upon him. The man unleashed his full power, immense black energy swirling around him, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Lu Gu, behind you, cried Dongfang Dan, realizing the danger. Lin Xiaolu, move. Chen Yinyun shouted in urgency. Yet Lin Xiaolu stood there, gazing blankly at Zhang Yong's lifeless body. In that moment, he felt as if he were in a maple leaf garden, witnessing the first rays of morning sunlight once more. He sensed the approaching tempest behind him, closed his eyes, and awaited his fate. Die! The middle-aged man roared ferociously, unleashing a torrent of black energy that surged forth, a tempest of chaos erupting. The onlookers were gripped by terror. Tang Xian was so frightened she could hardly open her eyes. Just as the middle-aged man was about to strike Lin Xiaolu, he finally moved. He executed 3 distinct actions. He turned, he stepped back, and he threw a punch. At that moment, the foundation of his technique was rooted in the 8 extremes. As solid as rock, the explosive force of Xing Yi shattered through barriers and Wing Chun's rapid strikes pierced with precision. The soft strength of Tai Chi acted as a pivot, harmonizing hardness and softness. His youthful fist cut through the air with a wailing scream, momentarily dimming the world around him. In midair, the rushing middle-aged man scoffed at Lin Xiaolu's punch and laughed derisively, charging forward without hesitation. "You little brat, you!" Boom. The words were cut short as a violent explosion resonated, a spray of blood erupting from his back. Tang Xin, Chen Yinyun, Dongfang Dan, and even the seemingly lifeless Yu Chuchu gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. The middle-aged man stood frozen, his eyes fixed upon the young boy, utterly stunned. The tempestuous black waves dissipated as if they had never existed. Moreover, the sheer force of that punch pierced through the dark aura, crashing against the man's chest, sending a violent surge of energy coursing through him, shattering his internal organs and erupting a crimson mist from his back. Drip, drip, drip. A trickle of blood flowed from the man's mouth, splattering onto the ground. He struggled to contain it, yet found himself utterly powerless. His gaze remained locked on the expressionless boy before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Staggering backward, he felt his spiritual energy ebb away like a receding tide, and eventually, his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He could not comprehend how Lin Xiaolu had defeated him, nor why that punch had penetrated his very core. His consciousness began to fade, the darkness closing in around him. At last, the middle-aged man gasped for breath, and with a sudden heave, he expelled a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground, twitching slightly before falling entirely still. In the distance, Tang Xin found herself at a loss for words to describe her astonishment. The boy before her had struck down a Foundation establishment cultivator. While it was true that Bai Yao had chosen to engage in close combat, leaving him vulnerable, and had he remained airborne, Lin Xiaolu would have been unable to contend with him, the feat was nonetheless astounding. She had witnessed firsthand the might of Lin Xiaolu's final punch, which was nothing short of otherworldly. Chapter 102. Return to Amei the following day, beneath a vast azure sky. A magnificent jade rui glided gracefully in the sunlight. Within the jade edifice, Tang Xin, Dongfang Dan, and Shun Yinyun were earnestly persuading Lin Xiaolu to partake in a meal. Xiaolu, the Emperor of Daiyue has declared that he will posthumously honor Zhang Yong and ensure lifelong safety for his family. Amei will also bestow rewards upon them. You need not suffer any longer. Indeed, Brother Liu, we have recently welcomed over 100 new disciples, all clamoring to join our benevolent faction. You must regain your spirits. Otherwise, how can you lead them? Although Uncle Zhang sacrificed himself, you avenged him and ultimately comprehended that world-shattering punch. We shall soon return to Amei. And you must uplift yourself. You have not eaten for an entire day. Xiaolu, both Adan and Ninyun are correct. You haven't consumed anything since last night. When elderly, Miaoxin, and your sister see how thin you have become, they will surely blame me. Here, this lotus leaf chicken has been preserved by my senior sister in her spatial ring, and it remains warm. Please, eat. Seated cross-legged on the jade floor, Lin Xiaolu clutched the lotus leaf chicken that Tang Xin had forcefully given him. Mourning the loss of Zhang Yong, he had been melancholic for some time, and his companions were attempting to console him. Perhaps thinking of soon reuniting with his sister and the leader, he finally set aside his sorrow. With a solemn expression, he unwrapped the lotus leaf, revealing the fragrant, tender chicken. However, upon inspection, his already troubled heart sank further. Why was one chicken leg missing? He glared furiously at Tang Xin. Tang Xin's face flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly explained. Senior sister found it too fragrant and couldn't resist sampling a bit. Beside them, Dongfang Dan and Chun Yinyun looked equally bewildered. Senior Tang, weren't you fasting? How could you eat a chicken leg? Yes, you claimed you wouldn't eat. Tang Xin bashfully clarified. Fasting means I don't feel hunger. It doesn't mean I'm immune to temptation. Resigned, Dongfang Dan and Chun Yinyun conceded. Well, that does make sense. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu, already burdened with grief, could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears, clutching the lotus leaf chicken. Wah! My chicken is incomplete. The cruel, ghostly old woman stole my chicken. How heartless. Outside the jade abode, over 100 newly recruited disciples exchanged glances upon hearing the commotion within. What has happened to our leader? Who took his chicken? Didn't you hear? Senior Tang stole the leader's chicken. Oh dear, the leader is so sorrowful. Well, It's understandable to be upset when one's chicken is incomplete. The children chattered animatedly, and after a while, the soaring jade Rui finally approached the borders of Amei. In the distance, the children aboard beheld the 10 vast, towering majestic peaks. In the jade abode, Lin Xiaolu, Dongfang Dan, Chen Yinyun, Yu Chuchu, and Tang Xian emerged together, their hearts brimming with excitement as they gazed at the approaching Amei mountain. "We have arrived home," Tang Xian joyfully announced to the 4 children. Lin Xiaolu, holding Tang Xian's hand, cast a glance at the distant mountains, and the sense of solemnity in his heart began to dissipate. Thoughts of his elder brother, senior sister, younger sister, and the mischievous host San, whom he had not seen for nearly a month, brought him a sense of joy, making him feel as if he had indeed come home. In the afternoon, within the cave atop the Jiaxing Peak of Amei, Li Mingru sat cross-legged on a mat, a wine gourd in hand, sipping leisurely while watching the little boy before him with a smile. Li Miaoxin and Xiao Yuer were also present, eagerly surrounding Lin Xiaolu, asking him countless questions. Lin Xiaolu had ceased to show any signs of sorrow, adopting a carefree demeanor as he recounted his experiences over the past month to his senior sister and younger sister. He playfully placed a small rabbit mask, bought during the Mid-Autumn Festival, on Xiao Yuer's face and twirled her around in the cave, eliciting joyous giggles from her. All right, little dear. Put Xiao Yuer down and play later," Li Mingru chuckled as he chided them. Lin Xiaolu finally set his sister down, sitting obediently and displaying a surprising level of maturity. Observing his little disciple, Li Mingru felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. After sipping from his wine gourd, he spoke. "I heard from Tang that your performance this time was quite commendable. You acquired new martial skills and innovated a style of martial arts that transcends the mundane. Ultimately, you even turned the tide, striking down a foundation establishment cultivator and saving everyone." Upon hearing this, Li Miaoxin looked at Lin Xiaolu in astonishment. Her little junior had become so formidable, capable of slaying a foundation establishment cultivator with a single punch? Far stronger than herself, indeed impressive. "Actually, the reality is not quite as you described," Lin Xiaolu replied earnestly. "Oh, and what is the true situation?" "The reality is that over 100 foundation establishment cultivators appeared, along with several core formation cultivators and 3 nascent soul cultivators. It was perilous, no one could withstand them. In the end, I bravely stepped forward, turning the tide and saving everyone from calamity, defeating them one by one," Lin Xiaolu stated. As he spoke, Li Mingru, who had been pouring wine into his mouth, suddenly found himself unable to locate his lips and spilled the wine into his lap. Li Mingru glared at the boy with annoyance. "The individuals you mentioned combined would likely surpass the entire Amei, wouldn't they?" "Indeed, but that pales in comparison to my prowess," the boy declared with an air of certainty. Cough, cough, cough. Li Mingru nearly choked on his drink, while Li Miaoxin struggled to suppress her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. Within the cave, Li Mingru shot Lin Xiaolu an exasperated glance, realizing that his disciple's boasting had reached new heights. It was evident that he should refrain from praising him, for such flattery only inflated his ego further. "Master, I have learned Tai Chi from an elderly gentleman named Gu Gong. Additionally, there was an uncle named Zhang Yong, who sacrificed himself to protect Chen Yinyun and Dongfang Dan. Could you arrange for some gifts to be sent to their families? The matter regarding Zhang Yong has already been acknowledged by the sect leader, who will make the necessary arrangements. As for Gu Gong," Li Mingru turned to Li Miaoxin and said, "Miaoxin, please retrieve 10 nourishing heart pills and have the outer disciples responsible for delivery send them over." "Understood," replied the disciple. Li Mingru nodded, then glanced at Lin Xiaolu, reiterating to Li Miaoxin, "Miaoxin, take Xiaoer back first. I have a few words to discuss with Xiaolu." "Yes." Li Miaoxin smiled and winked at Lin Xiaolu, then took the little girl, who was wearing a rabbit mask, and left the cave residence ahead of them. Lin Xiaolu, somewhat bewildered, looked at Li Mingru, who was still sipping wine, and asked anxiously, "Master, do you have something else to discuss?" "I was planning to return to the dining hall for a grand feast with Ho San and the others." Li Mingru put down the wine gourd, gazing at him with a cheerful expression. "Didn't you desire a blade capable of severing cultivators? I have procured one for you." "Really?" The 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, leaping from the mat. Li Mingru, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, replied, "Indeed, it is genuine. Initially, I had no intention of granting it to you, But considering your commendable performance this time, I bestow this item upon you. Thank you, master. Lin Xiaolu exclaimed joyfully. Li Mingru nodded, then raised his hand, causing the cave to be illuminated by a brilliant green light. Under this dazzling radiance, a colossal object materialized in the air. Yet as the eager boy beheld it, he was momentarily stunned, his youthful face reflecting utter confusion. Master, is this truly the blade you found for me? Chapter 103. Forging a blade with a resounding crash, a massive azure cube descended upon the clearing within the cave, its astonishing weight causing the ground to sink beneath it. Lin Xiaolu stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. The object, rectangular in form and cloaked in a somber ancient blue hue, measured approximately 4 meters in length and half a meter in width and height. From a distance, it resembled a colossal coffin, yet it was entirely solid. Gazing at this coffin-shaped artifact, Lin Xiaolu felt a profound sense of confusion. This object, known as the Great Gung Bronze, was a rare material from antiquity, characterized by its remarkable combination of rigidity and flexibility, as well as its immense density. This seemingly modest piece weighed over 1,000,000 pounds and had been acquired from the renowned first master craftsman of the refining underworld sect, Old Ghost Sha. As he spoke, Li Mingru took a hearty swig of wine, seemingly quite pleased with this remarkable object. Lin Xiaolu circled the massive bronze piece, curiously touching its surface, before turning to Li Mingru with a perplexed expression. Boss, what kind of bronze artifact is this? It doesn't even have a hilt. How am I supposed to wield it? Ah, dear Xiaolu, allow me to elucidate, Li Mingru replied, sprawling comfortably atop the sturdy bronze piece and beckoning Lin Xiaolu to join him. After much contemplation, I have decided that you shall forge your own blade from this bronze. What? Lin Xiaolu exclaimed in disbelief, his large eyes filled with doubt. You mean I will personally craft the weapon? Indeed, a blade forged by your own hands will be far more attuned to your spirit, allowing you to achieve the harmonious state of unity with your weapon. No one will understand it better than you, having witnessed its very creation and growth, Li Mingru explained. With a flourish of his hand, a stream of radiant light surged forth. Behold! Lin Xiaolu gazed in astonishment at the direction of the luminous trail, and as he did, his astonishment deepened. The light landed, transforming into countless enormous solid iron hammers, their handles and heads forged from iron, piled together to resemble a small mountain. Upon counting, Lin Xiaolu realized there were at least 100 towering iron hammers. You will no longer need to struggle against beasts. Those creatures are no match for you now. Li Mingru chuckled. Each morning, you shall come to me, and I will use spiritual fire to heat the bronze. You will then employ these hammers to gradually compress this resilient material until it transforms into a dense great gung bronze blade. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu felt a twinge of disappointment and pouted slightly, expressing his reluctance. What a letdown. I thought you had found me a blade capable of slaying cultivators. But it turns out it's just the material. Li Mingru affectionately ruffled his hair and smiled. There are 2 advantages to forging your own blade. Firstly, as I mentioned, a weapon crafted by your own hands will feel more natural in your grasp, allowing you to achieve the state of unity with it as soon as it is completed. Moreover, striking with a hammer is indeed a commendable form of exercise, capable of significantly enhancing your core strength in the waist and abdomen. Each blow generates a reverberation that effectively strengthens your musculature, fortifying your physique. Lin Xiaolu inquired with a hint of helplessness. So, once this object is forged into a blade, can it slay a cultivator? Naturally, Li Mingru responded with patience. In this world, spiritual tools and magical artifacts are crafted from materials capable of storing spiritual energy, enabling them to be driven by such power. Although this large bronze vessel is inanimate, it possesses remarkable depth and weight. Imagine, once you compress this bronze vessel into a blade with your hammer, despite potential reductions in weight due to the burning of spiritual fire and repeated hammering, it would still weigh at least 700,000 to 800,000 pounds. The sheer mass of a blade weighing 700,000 to 800,000 pounds, combined with your forceful swing, generates a destructive power that is beyond the capacity of an ordinary cultivator to withstand. Even the protective aura of a core formation cultivator may falter against it. Lin Xiaolu scratched his head, feeling a bit dazed, and then dejectedly patted the hefty coffin. This thing weighs over 1,000,000 pounds. I can't possibly lift it. His current limit was around 10,000 pounds, and he could hardly sustain that for long. The weight of this bronze vessel was so immense that it could crush him entirely, rendering him immobile. Li Mingru, however, appeared unperturbed, casually sipping his drink. Do not worry. Before you forge this bronze vessel into a bronze blade, I shall bestow upon you a second dose of beast blood. With a smile, he continued, though your innate talent and cultivation may be lacking, your comprehension is exceptional. You endure great hardships and possess rare perseverance. Thus, I am preparing to have you hunt a core formation realm beast. Core formation realm. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, turning to Li Mingru with astonishment written across his face. Aren't you supposed to be preparing me for the foundation establishment stage? Li Mingru laughed heartily, placing a hand on his shoulder. Xiaoyu is on the verge of breaking through to the 6th layer of qi condensation. How can you, as her elder brother, still be content with merely the foundation establishment stage? Indeed, Lin Xiaolu chuckled confidently. Then his expression shifted to one of concern as he looked at Li Mingru. But, old master, you are currently at the core formation stage. Can you truly contend with a core formation realm beast? Li Mingru shot him a sidelong glance. Do you doubt my capabilities? No, I am merely worried for your safety. Seeing Lin Xiaolu's concern, a warmth flickered in Li Mingru's eyes, and he affectionately ruffled his hair. Rest assured, although my cultivation has regressed, hunting a mere core formation realm beast does not necessitate my direct involvement. I can easily send a message to a few acquaintances in the nascent soul realm, and they will assist me in the hunt. Old master, you are truly remarkable. Lin Xiaolu admired. What kind of cultivation did you possess in the past? Li Mingru smiled without answering, continuing to pour wine from the gourd into his mouth. Seeing Li Mingru's silence, Lin Xiaolu ceased his inquiries, swinging his short legs while feeling the substantial coffin beneath him. After a moment, an idea struck him, and he looked at Li Mingru again, asking, Boss, is this thing rare? Indeed it is, Li Mingru replied proudly. Though the great Gung bronze vessel is an ordinary object, it is exceptionally scarce due to its stringent formation conditions. The coffin you sit upon is the largest I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Then, if this item is so rare, why would the so-called artifact master give it to you? Lin Xiaolu asked eagerly. Upon hearing this question, Li Mingru, who was drinking, coughed lightly and then responded with utmost seriousness. This is primarily a testament to my character, as that old rascal, Sha, holds me in high regard. Upon learning that I was in search of a mundane blade capable of injuring cultivators, he promptly offered the material he intended for his own coffin. Wow, Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration as he gazed at Li Mingru. Boss, you are truly remarkable. He was even willing to part with his own coffin for you. You must have been a significant figure in the past. Haha. Indeed, Li Mingru chuckled, placing a hand on Lin Xiaolu's shoulder, unable to suppress a smile. In my youth, I was renowned throughout the entire realm, a paragon among the younger generation of righteous sects, excelling in temperament, cultivation, and appearance. Undoubtedly the best of all. With that, he burst into laughter, and Lin Xiaolu joined in, the two of them sitting atop the coffin, laughing heartily like two fools. Chapter 104. The rigorous cultivation that evening. Lin Xiaolu enjoyed a sumptuous feast at the dining hall with his companions, Xiaoyu and Sister Miaoxin, seemingly in celebration of his triumphant return. Monkey San and the outer disciples of the dining hall exerted their utmost efforts, presenting an array of delectable dishes, while fervently feeding Lin Xiaolu. He reciprocated by engaging in lively banter, spinning tales that caused spittle to fly and hands to gesticulate animatedly, continuing for nearly an hour until his lips grew weary. It was not until the deep of night that this joyous repast came to an end. After bidding farewell to Sister Miaoxin and his sister, Lin Xiaolu returned to his small courtyard. He purified himself with a cleansing elixir before climbing into his familiar bed. However, as he lay down, the forced smile on his face gradually faded away. The allure of the night is undeniable, and after the vibrant laughter and merriment, one often finds themselves in a contemplative silence, reflecting on past memories or looking toward the future, or perhaps indulging in whimsical thoughts. On this particular night, Lin Xiaolu found himself pondering the impending day when he would begin forging weapons with a mighty hammer, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Simultaneously, he recalled the visage of Uncle Zhang Yong, stoic yet endearingly honest. In truth, Lin Xiaolu had known Zhang Yong for a mere month. Yet the haunting image of his fallen figure amidst a pool of blood evoked an almost suffocating sorrow within him. At that moment, The 8-year-old could not help but entertain uncontrollable thoughts. If only Uncle Zhang possessed strength akin to his own, perhaps he would not have met such a fate. Zhang Yong had undoubtedly trained longer than he had, enduring hardships that, while perhaps not as severe as Lin Xiaolu's, were still considerable. Yet, when faced with cultivators, he seemed no more formidable than a paper tiger, easily vanquished. While Lin Xiaolu's current achievements were indeed a testament to his relentless efforts, the influence of the tiger's blood played a significant role in his success. What if, just what if, Uncle Zhang had also consumed the tiger's blood and emerged with extraordinary strength and resilience? Perhaps then, he would have survived. Yet, could Zhang Yong truly withstand such a transformation? Lin Xiaolu was uncertain. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the beams concealed in darkness and listened to the chorus of cicadas and frogs outside. He envisioned a method to enhance one's physical abilities without relying on the blood of monstrous beasts, a technique he could share with martial artists across the land, empowering them with the means of self-defense. In such a world, any individual, provided they were diligent and earnest, could shatter the monopoly of cultivators, standing shoulder to shoulder with them, heralding an era of equality between mortals and immortals. In such a scenario, how delightful it would be. A young boy, restless and unable to sleep, tosses and turns on his soft bed, haunted by the horrific image of Uncle Zhang Yong's demise. Frustrated, he slaps himself, muttering fiercely, "Lin Xiaolu, can you not possess a shred of dignity? Uncle Zhang's death was valiant. He was a true man. You must learn from him, look forward, and strive onward. What kind of man wallows in the past?" With that, he wraps himself in a blanket, forcing himself to succumb to slumber. Yet before long, Lin Xiaolu finds himself overwhelmed with tears, not the gentle kind, but a sudden, uncontrollable outburst. He curls up in the blanket, his head covered, sobbing with heart-wrenching gasps. His extreme temperament drives him to cry harder, and in his fury, he berates himself. "Why are you crying? Haven't you seen death before? You are such a coward. How will you ever confront foes in the future? Are you even a man?" His tears flow uncontrollably, and amidst his self-reproach, he remains perplexed as to the reason behind his sorrow. He perceives weeping as an embarrassment, yet the tears cascade forth, unstoppable. The young lad does not yet comprehend that the tears he sheds stem from the despair of never seeing Uncle Zhang again. The humiliation of martial artists being as insignificant as ants before cultivators, and the profound respect for the fleeting nature of life. Suddenly, with a resounding clang, a massive iron hammer descends with full force, striking the red-hot bronze artifact, igniting a shower of sparks that send vibrations through Lin Xiaolu's palms, leaving his muscles trembling. Each swing of the hammer demands every ounce of strength, with no room for hesitation, as this recoil serves to fortify his muscles and hone his blade. Inside the cave, Li Mingru, holding a gourd of wine, watches with a smile as the bare-chested boy, laden with weight, sweats profusely. Beneath the coffin-like bronze vessel, he has placed several precious fire crystal stones, their fiery essence continuously heating the artifact, casting a glow throughout the cavern. Li Mingru, sheltered within a transparent dome that shields him from the heat, leisurely supervises Lin Xiaolu's training while sipping his drink. The temperature in the cave, elevated by the blazing spirit fire, is intense, yet the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu endures a burden of 500 pounds, firmly rooted in a horse stance, repeatedly lifting the heavy hammer and striking down with all his might. Sweat cascades from him in torrents, resembling a waterfall, as he appears on the verge of dehydration. Li Mingru remains vigilant, and each time Lin Xiaolu nears his limit, he conjures a water sphere from his palm to replenish the boy's fluids. With another thunderous crash, the iron hammer's steel handle begins to bend under the immense force of impact, yet the bronze artifact remains steadfast, while Lin Xiaolu gasps for breath, utterly exhausted. Beneath his feet, a puddle of sweat had formed, and his small face, no larger than a palm, began to pale slightly. This was the rigorous training regimen devised by Li Mingru. Each morning, while maintaining a horse stance and bearing weights, he was to swing a hammer with all his might 10,000 times within 2 hours. This not only compressed the density of bronze to forge weapons, but also honed Lin Xiaolu's core strength and arm muscles. The recoil from the hammer and bronze would resonate through his entire body, invigorating his muscles and internal organs, thereby enhancing his physical constitution. As the thunderous sound of striking continued, the 2 hours gradually elapsed. Li Mingru observed the boy before him, drenched in sweat, and his gaze was filled with satisfaction. It was evident to him that Lin Xiaolu had not shirked his efforts. Each of the 10,000 strikes was executed with unwavering resolve, his stance unwavering and steadfast. Remarkably, throughout this ordeal, Lin Xiaolu had not uttered a single complaint, not even a mere grunt. Li Mingru's satisfaction grew, and he could not help but mentally chastise himself. Indeed, the more I observe this lad, the more I am impressed. How is it that he can endure so much? He bears a striking resemblance to my younger self, not just in resilience, but also in appearance. Perhaps one day he might inherit my title as the most dashing in the land. At noon, the grueling session of 10,000 strikes finally came to an end. An almost exhausted Lin Xiaolu donned his clothes and began his descent from the mountain, pausing with every few steps. His small hands, shaken by the relentless impact, could no longer form a tight fist. His arms were sore and swollen from the continuous recoil, causing pain with every movement. His little legs, after 2 hours of maintaining the horse stance, were nearly unbearable, and more than once he felt his knees weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. In summary, every inch of him ached, and as he trudged down, a sense of indignation welled within him. The training methods of his elder were becoming increasingly extreme. After hammering for an entire morning, the bronze had barely dented. If this level of arduous training continued daily, wouldn't he become incredibly formidable? At such a young age, he might find himself unrivaled, with no opponents to challenge him, leaving him without a goal to strive for. The burdens of a strong warrior are indeed perplexing. Chapter 105. The 10th birthday amidst rigorous and protracted training, with virtually no time for leisure aside from 1 day of rest each week. Lin Xiaolu often felt that each day was scarcely sufficient. To elaborate, during the mornings, while practicing his horse stance, he would exert himself to swing a hammer 10,000 times, rendering a heavy iron hammer nearly unusable within just 2 or 3 days. In the afternoons, he enjoyed some freedom, indulging in his personal training pursuits, throwing flying knives, practicing the paired steps, and engaging in boxing. As for the evenings, he adhered to a consistent regimen of jogging, push-ups, and horse stance, each for half an hour, never once faltering. Lin Xiaolu was uncertain how long this routine continued. Although it was exhausting, he found joy and fulfillment in his daily life. Gradually, the pangs of longing for Uncle Zhang Yong subsided as he devoted himself to training, eating, sleeping, and during breaks, he would take his sister to chase after Dongfang Dan and Tang Yuan, frolicking through the hills and trees, relishing a carefree existence. As days turned into weeks, his physique grew increasingly robust, and the Dagung bronze vessel was gradually hammered and compressed from a half-meter thickness down to mere centimeters. He had no notion of how long he had been hammering, but it must have been quite a while. Then, one day, as Lin Xiaolu prepared to conclude his morning training after striking the 10,000th blow in the cave, Li Mingru revealed to him astonishing news. He was now 10 years old. That summer, Lin Xiaolu turned 10, while his sister, Xiaoyu, was 8. Unbeknownst to them, 2 years had slipped by, akin to a fleeting dream. At this point, Lin Xiaolu had yet to grasp the concept of martial realms, yet Xiaoyu had already achieved the tangible level of qi condensation at the 7th layer. The Dagung bronze vessel, subjected to 2 years of relentless hammering totaling 730,000 strikes, had begun to take shape. It had been over 3 years since the siblings arrived at Amei, and Xiaoyu was nearly forgetting what their village looked like, whereas Lin Xiaolu retained some memories, albeit somewhat hazy. In the cave, Li Mingru observed the bare-shouldered boy before him and shared the news. Xiaolu, you are 10 this year. According to worldly customs, a banquet must be held in your honor. What do you think? The boy, now taller than before, scratched his head in confusion. I do not recall my birth date. How can we hold a banquet? That is quite simple, Li Mingru chuckled, holding up a wine gourd. The day you and your sister arrived at Amei is considered your birthday. Lin Xiaolu paused, then joyfully nodded in agreement. Inside the cave, under Li Mingru's guidance, the boy meticulously penned invitations, inviting others to join him for a starry feast that evening to celebrate his birthday. Li Mingru watched as he wrote, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. His apprentice had not simply noted his birthday, he had boldly declared it a grand celebration. 10 years, a grand celebration? Why did that sound so peculiar? That afternoon, all of Lin Xiaolu's peers from the same cohort received invitations, with the exception of Yu Chuchu from the Zhouing lineage. In the east, Dan, filled with excitement, shouted at the elderly figure before him, "Master, our leader is celebrating his 10th birthday tonight. I shall return a little later." Elder Zhao Xianyi, the 9 infants' elder, cast an annoyed glare at his plump disciple and remarked, "You are already 13, yet still frolicking with that child, Lin Xiaolu. Do you not feel a tinge of shame?" Upon hearing this, Dan, with tears welling in his eyes, shook his head vehemently. "Master, Brother Lu saved my life 2 years ago during the great turmoil in Du. Had it not been for his valiant efforts, you might not even see me here." Zhao Xianyi rolled his eyes at this and waved his sleeve dismissively. "Do not linger too long in your play." Overjoyed, Dan exclaimed, "Thank you, Master," before hurriedly departing. At the Yaoyuan lineage, the gifted alchemist, Tang Hanqing, known for his extraordinary talent in pill refining, sat on a mat, blinking his bulbous eyes while earnestly addressing the elder before him. "Master, I have recently concocted a new pill. Once crushed, it will cause an unbearable itch for all cultivators below the core formation stage within a 10-mile radius, lasting for 3 days. They must remain unclothed to alleviate the itch. I am heading to our leader's 10th birthday celebration. Surely, you do not wish for our Yaoyuan disciples to run about bare for the next 3 days?" The Yaoyuan elder, Sun Tengliang, felt his eyelids twitch in irritation, raising his hand to discipline his mischievous disciple. However, Tang Hanqing continued, blinking his wise eyes, "Master, I possess another pill that, once crushed, will cause all our female disciples to experience their monthly cycle early. Combined with the bear pill, the effect will be remarkable. I am certain you would not want to see you Chu and the others running about, bare and bleeding." Hearing this, the elderly son Tongliang's face darkened with anger, while the 10-year-old Tang Hanqing remained unperturbed, still blinking his wise eyes. After a lengthy pause, the infuriated elder suddenly donned a benevolent smile. "Hanqing, I have always respected your camaraderie with Lin Xiaolu. Go on, and do remember to send my regards to him." "Ha. Thank you, Master. You are the most understanding." In the Lingjin lineage, 13-year-old Chen Yinyun sat on a mat, holding an invitation sent by an outer disciple, chuckling at the crooked handwriting. He then rose and exited the courtyard, summoning his spirit sword, which soared into the sky as he stepped onto it, gliding upward into the clouds. On this day, countless young disciples from Amei gathered at Jiaxing Peak through various means, all to attend Lin Xiaolu's 10th birthday celebration. Even Tang Xian made an appearance in the dining hall of Jiaxing. The dining hall buzzed with excitement, filled with people coming and going. Lin Xiaolu stood at the entrance, holding Xiao Yuer's hand, graciously welcoming the guests attending the banquet. "Greetings to our leader. May you have blessings as vast as the eastern sea and a longevity surpassing the southern mountains." Ha, splendid. Bring forth the rewards." Boomed a joyous laugh, as the nimble Ho San promptly presented Dan with a string of candied hawthorns. "Dear Lu Gu, I have just crafted a medicinal pill for you as a token of longevity." "Oh, a Tang Yuan? Pray tell, what is the purpose of this pill?" In response, Lu Gu, "This pill, when consumed, will induce a year-long constipation, thereby allowing you to conserve time in the restroom and dedicate yourself to your cultivation." Ha, splendid. Bring forth the attendants. Strike him with utmost vigor. Roar. Before long, Chun Yinyun arrived, gracefully gliding on his flying sword. At the age of 13, he had grown increasingly handsome, his demeanor exuding an extraordinary presence reminiscent of a sword immortal. Upon dismounting, he approached Lin Xiaolu and playfully punched him. "You truly have a way with words. For your 10th birthday, you nearly bring me to tears of laughter. Did you bring a gift?" Lin Xiaolu inquired eagerly. Chun Yinyun hesitated, scratching his head, and sheepishly replied, "I did not bring anything. Our lineage of spiritual swords possesses only spiritual swords, which you cannot utilize, so how could I present you with a gift?" Ha, marvelous. Bring forth the delicacies for young Master Chun." The entrance of the dining hall was bustling with people, who showered Lin Xiaolu with congratulations. Eventually, they entered the dining hall in an orderly fashion to prepare for the birthday banquet. Chapter 106, From Boyhood to Adolescence. "Sister, is that big fool Li Yaoxi still in seclusion?" The young boy cheerfully inquired of Li Miaoxin as he led his sister back to their courtyard. "Indeed," Li Miaoxin replied with a nod and a smile. "Your senior brother will likely remain in seclusion for quite a while." "What a pity. I was looking forward to giving him a good thrashing when he emerged," Lin Xiaolu boasted. "When I was 8, I single-handedly defeated a Foundation establishment cultivator. Now, 2 years have passed, and I have completely mastered the second level of dark energy. I can unleash penetrating force not just with my fists, but also with my legs, elbows, and knees. The protective spiritual techniques of the Foundation establishment have become utterly ineffective against me. Li Miaoxin chuckled at his bravado, gently covering her lips with her hand. Your senior brother can fly. Does brother have a way to deal with someone who can fly? Little Yuer curiously looked up and asked. Lin Xiaolu pondered for a moment before shaking his head in frustration. Not at the moment. He felt quite helpless, without his burdens. He could leap 4 or 5 meters high due to his exceptional jumping ability and the skill of the Mandarin duck steps. Yet he still fell far short of the Flying Foundation establishment cultivators. Flying daggers were also ineffective, while they could strike a Foundation establishment cultivator. They lacked the power to breach their defenses, and he could not channel the second level of dark energy into the daggers he threw. Sister, what do you think I can do to hit a Flying Foundation establishment cultivator? He gazed at Li Miaoxin with eager eyes. Li Miaoxin tilted her head in thought, but failed to come up with a suitable suggestion. I'm sorry, Xiaolu, but I believe you will likely be unable to hit a Foundation establishment cultivator unless you find a way to prevent them from flying in your presence, she casually remarked. Prevent a Foundation establishment cultivator from flying in front of me? How could that be possible? Lin Xiaolu blinked in disbelief. The days following his birthday continued unchanged, with Lin Xiaolu diligently persisting in his training. The great Gung bronze vessel shrank increasingly under his relentless hammering, and the hammers he had broken and bent had formed countless small mounds. His physique was continuously growing taller and stronger. Ultimately, with each blow of the hammer, he gradually transformed from a child into a young adolescent. Time is a curious entity, perceived differently by various individuals. For instance, when a person is compelled to engage in activities they find unpleasant, time seems to stretch endlessly, while engaging in pursuits they love makes it fly by in an instant. Moreover, when one is fully engrossed in a task, time often slips away swiftly. Lin Xiaolu experienced this firsthand. The relentless grind of training day after day, year after year, allowed him to forget the passage of time. Thus, after celebrating his 10th birthday, 3 more years had slipped away. On this day, Li Mingru observed the young boy in the cave, tirelessly swinging his hammer, and suddenly felt as if he were gazing upon a figure from another era. The boy has suddenly grown so tall. Why does it feel like just a moment ago he was still that mischievous little rascal? He set down the illustrated book in his hands, stroked his chin, and marveled at the fact that at 13, this little imp has finally matured into a young man. Crash! With a resounding clang, the last solid iron hammer was bent under his might. 13-year-old Lin Xiaolu, with a visibly defined upper body, shouted excitedly within the cave, "Boss, I've bent all your hammers, and this knife is finally complete." Li Mingru, holding a gourd of wine, took a sip and sighed contentedly. His stature has increased, his physique has grown sturdier, and he radiates the vibrant energy of youth. Yet, his temperament remains largely unchanged. Well, he is still only 13 after all. And the environment of Amei is relatively simple, lacking the perilous nature of the outside world of cultivation. His disposition can be honed later. With a smile, he stood up and approached the bronze vessel, surveying the artifact that had been compressed to its utmost density, revealing a satisfied grin. After 5 years of relentless hammering, 10,000 strikes a day without respite, totaling over 1 million strikes, this grand bronze vessel has finally been transformed into a heavy instrument of immense density. What remains is to refine it a second time with spiritual techniques, shaping it into a blade. He patted the boy's shoulder, gazing at the 13-year-old Lin Xiaolu with admiration. One cannot help but note that this cheeky young lad, having matured a bit, boasts a rather striking countenance. Compared to his adorable looks at 8 or 10, the 13-year-old now carries a certain devilish charm, though the remnants of youthful chubbiness still linger. Alas, he is still quite young. It is likely that by the time he reaches 16 or 17, he will fully inherit the handsomeness of his youth. At that time, this little rascal will find himself in situations akin to mine back then, constantly besieged by various female admirers, always on the brink of perilous entanglements. But such is fate. Great responsibilities are bestowed upon the handsome. Xiaolu, this afternoon, you need not train any further. Go home and rest well. Lin Xiaolu paused, looking at Li Mingru, who wore a contemplative expression, perplexed. What's the matter, boss? I intend to forge this knife into shape this afternoon, Li Mingru replied with a smile. But it is far too heavy for you now. You wouldn't even be able to lift it, let alone wield it. So, rest today, and come back tomorrow. I shall enhance your strength using the bloodline of a core formation realm beast. The boy's eyes brightened instantly with excitement, and he asked eagerly, Boss, I heard from Sister Miaoxin that my sister is about to establish her foundation? Li Mingru nodded, unable to suppress his joy as a laugh escaped him. At 13, Lin Xiaolu has blossomed, and little Yuer has transformed into an 11-year-old girl on the verge of foundation establishment. An 11-year-old foundation establishment. What extraordinary talent. Just the thought is exhilarating. He draped his arm over Lin Xiaolu's shoulder and spoke. Xiaoyu possesses extraordinary talent that must not be squandered. In a few days, I shall seek out some spiritual treasures for her, enabling her to establish a foundation in the heavenly path. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu was taken aback. Casting a surprised glance at Li Mingru, Li Miaoxin had informed him that there were 3 types of foundation establishment: the mortal path, the earthly path, and the heavenly path, each representing the upper limit of one's future cultivation. In the whole of Amei, nearly all cultivators established their foundations in the mortal path, with only the eldest brother and the sect leader achieving the earthly path. Yet now, the eldest brother was personally going to protect his sister, aiding her in establishing a foundation in the heavenly path. Goodness, what remarkable heights would he and his sister reach in the future? Just the thought of it was thrilling. Inside the cave, Li Mingru, with his arm around Lin Xiaolu's shoulder, observed the boy grinning foolishly, which brought a smile to his own face. He then glanced at the youth, now nearly as tall as himself, and, in a moment of whimsy, extended the wine gourd towards him. You rascal, you've grown so tall. Care to share a drink with your master? Sure. Lin Xiaolu, though having matured somewhat, remained his boisterous self, for one cannot change their nature. Unfamiliar with the concept of politeness, he took the gourd and, imitating Li Mingru, unhesitatingly poured it into his mouth, only to be met with an overwhelming spiciness. Cough, cough, cough. The youth coughed, his face turning red as he struggled for breath. Li Mingru, witnessing his comical display, burst into hearty laughter, affectionately patting him on the back. Chapter 107. The agony of Lingqi. The following morning, Lin Xiaolu ascended once more to the snow-laden peak of Zhaixing Mountain. Almost immediately upon reaching the summit, he beheld the blade meticulously crafted by Li Mingru. Yesterday, he had compressed the Dagung bronze artifact into a massive disc 3 centimeters thick, and at this moment, it had been transformed entirely into a sword, a colossal heavy blade. Embedded within a large rock at the mountain's apex, the enormous rectangular ancient turquoise blade stood majestically, resembling a wall. This sword far exceeded the dimensions of an ordinary weapon, measuring an astonishing 3.5 meters in length, with a width of over 30 centimeters. The hilt itself was half a meter long, and even the spine of the blade boasted a remarkable thickness of 3 centimeters, appearing as if it were a steadfast pillar against the snowy backdrop. At the end of this bronze-hued heavy blade, there were rectangular bronze plaques affixed on both sides, each adorned with 3 substantial circular bronze rings, exuding an aura of ferocity. It was as though this blade was not intended for human use, but rather crafted for ancient behemoths, an unparalleled weapon of might. What an imposing sword! Just the thought of wielding this grand blade in battle filled Lin Xiaolu with exhilaration. At that moment, Li Mingru was standing alongside Yiqing Wan, sipping on wine, while Yiqing Wan was munching on an apple. Upon seeing Lin Xiaolu approach, her eyes sparkled with delight, her cherubic cheeks stuffed with fruit. She mumbled, "It's been a long time, little dear." Lin Xiaolu, upon encountering Yiqing Wan, greeted her with the utmost courtesy. Disciple of Donghua village, the bloodied-handed butcher. Revered leader of the Amei sect, Lin Xiaolu pays his respects to the esteemed sect master. With a chuckle, Yiqing Wan covered her mouth, stepping forward to ruffle Lin Xiaolu's hair. "You've grown so tall. The last time I saw you, you were merely 8 years old. Now that you've emerged from seclusion, you've turned into a handsome young lad at 13. Time truly flies." "Hee, I think so too, especially regarding the handsomeness," Lin Xiaolu replied with a playful grin, glancing at Li Mingru, who appeared somewhat pale. "Boss, are you all right?" the young man inquired, noting the pallor of Li Mingru's complexion and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yiqing Wan, with her impatient demeanor, quickly interjected to explain to Lin Xiaolu. The density of the Dagung bronze artifact you forged is excessively high and hard. Mingru exerted tremendous effort to carve it into a blade yesterday. He is quite exhausted. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly expressed his gratitude to Li Mingru, suggesting he consume more chives for vitality. Li Mingru, feeling awkward, shot a glare at Yi Qingwan before smilingly introducing, "Little dear, this Dagung bronze artifact is now significantly lighter than before, weighing in at 80,000 pounds, which should suffice for your use." Lin Xiaolu nodded, acknowledging that he still could not lift such a heavy blade. After years of rigorous training, he had managed to lift nearly 20,000 pounds at most. However, he was confident that once he harnessed the bloodline of a core formation realm beast, he would be able to wield it. In the arena, Li Mingru exchanged a few light-hearted words with Lin Xiaolu before leading him to the very same pit as years past. Immersing oneself in the blood of a core formation realm beast inflicts agony several times greater than that of a foundation establishment realm beast, and the torment endures far longer, an excruciating experience. You must endure. Only by submerging your physical form can you proceed to internal consumption. Do you understand? The youth nodded earnestly. I understand. Li Mingru acknowledged with a nod, setting everything in place before signaling Lin Xiaolu to descend. Without hesitation, the 13-year-old shed his robes, clad only in white shorts, and leaped into the abyss, settling cross-legged. Li Mingru then raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of crimson blood from his spatial ring. This was the blood of a four-winged dragon serpent, hunted on behalf of a few old acquaintances. Its lineage is exceedingly fierce. Hold on. The blood, devoid of any metallic scent, gushed forth, enveloping Lin Xiaolu's skin in mere moments, submerging him to the chest. With his eyes closed, Lin Xiaolu silently bore the pain, emitting no sound, though the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and his brows quivered. Just as Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan believed all was well, the youth in the blood pool suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. A roar erupted, a sound more beastly than human, as Lin Xiaolu convulsed erratically, veins bulging, his anguished cries echoing. Before long, dark blood streamed from his nostrils and eyes. Yi Qingwan was taken aback by this sight, and even Li Mingru felt a wave of unease. Hesitating whether to pull his disciple from the depths, the youth in the pool let out a ragged scream from his throat, black blood oozing from his eyes and nose, his entire being racked with torment. In a desperate frenzy, he raised his hands, clawing at his own face, leaving his youthful visage a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. This harrowing scene left both Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan feeling uneasy, with Li Mingru nervously clenching his fists. Xiaolu, hold on, you can do it. The initial pain may be intense, but it will gradually become more bearable. Stay strong. Think of your martial path. Think of your dreams of overcoming others. By the blood pool, Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan fervently encouraged him, yet all that responded was the primal roar of a beast. Seeing this, Li Mingru grew anxious, quickly squatting by the pool and presenting a gourd filled with strong liquor before him. Drink some, it will ease the pain. With a fierce cry, Lin Xiaolu raised his already wounded hands, snatching the gourd and tilting it back, draining the entire contents in one go. Roaring with renewed vigor, perhaps dulled by the effects of the liquor, the youth's cries diminished somewhat, to prevent him from biting his tongue in agony. Yi Qingwan pressed a dry towel against his mouth, watching him with a pained expression. The youth remained ensconced in the blood pool, clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity, forcing himself to maintain composure amidst the chaos. This agony was incessant, unyielding to the passage of time. It merely allowed his body to gradually acclimate. At this moment, the boy perceived each second as an eternity, the torment compelling him to strike his own head with his fists in desperation. Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan stood vigil by the blood pool, powerless, watching as the boy convulsed, trembled, and struggled within the crimson depths. In the pool, Lin Xiaolu's form was shattered by the plasma, only to be slowly mended and then shattered once more, a relentless cycle of destruction and repair, seemingly infinite. No one could ascertain when this torment would cease. They only understood that within this suffering, should Lin Xiaolu's faith waver even slightly, his reason would be consumed by primal instincts, leading him to either become a maddened beast or meet a catastrophic end. Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan remained steadfast, unwilling to leave his side. their hearts heavy with the dread that at any moment Lin Xiaolu might succumb to annihilation or plunge into madness. Days turned into weeks, during which Li Mingru could do little more than administer copious amounts of strong liquor to Lin Xiaolu, hoping to dull his nerves and provide some semblance of relief. Time and again, witnessing his disciple's harrowing plight brought tears to his eyes. Such cruelty was unbearable for a mere boy. Thankfully, he endured, and the duration of that endurance was a grueling 33 days. After enduring an agony worse than death for 33 days, the waters of the blood pool began to grow murky, and the once unrecognizable Lin Xiaolu gradually regained his senses, the crimson hue in his eyes starting to fade. Upon witnessing this, Li Mingru exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Yi Qingwan, unable to contain herself, covered her mouth and wept, her heart heavy with empathy. Understanding that the suffering this child had endured was akin to 1,000 cuts, yet he had borne this torment for over a month. After a long while, the rejuvenated youth looked weakly at his elder brother and the sect leader, struggling to muster a smile. "Elder brother, am I impressive?" Li Mingru nodded vigorously, giving him a thumbs up. "Impressive." Lin Xiaolu smiled, and then spoke, "Feed me beast blood." Li Mingru hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Chapter 108, The Pinnacle of Martial Arts? He grasped the young deer and gently brushed away the bloodstains from its body, forming a sphere of blood within his palm. After the young deer consumed this sanguine orb, it immediately began to wield the colossal bronze weapon, training relentlessly until exhaustion set in. The boy, although somewhat weakened, hesitated not a moment. He opened his mouth and swallowed the blood sphere, then dashed towards the gigantic blade embedded in the mountainside. Yet, halfway through his sprint, he suddenly convulsed. A roar erupted, more intense than before, resonating through the heavens. The tremendous sound wave caused the snowflakes atop the star-picking peak to quiver. Upon witnessing this, Li Mingru swiftly cast a spiritual technique to contain the sonic wave unleashed by Lin Xiaolu, preventing a potential avalanche. With a fervent cry, the boy's eyes transformed once again into a blood-red hue. He leaped from his position, soaring over 10 meters directly towards the massive blade. In the next moment, the formidable bronze weapon, weighing a staggering 800,000 pounds, was violently uprooted from the mountain, revealing its full form. Bathed in sunlight, the 4-meter-long bronze weapon shimmered with an ancient blue light, showcasing its meticulously crafted blade tip. The instant Lin Xiaolu grasped the weapon, he instinctively reached a state of unity between man and blade. After 5 years of painstaking creation, none understood this weapon better than he did. Now, with one hand gripping the half-meter-long hilt, he hoisted the long blade onto his shoulder, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. At just 165 meters tall, the 13-year-old appeared almost surreal wielding such a colossal blade. Yet within this surrealism lay an indomitable spirit that declared, "None but I shall prevail." Swing the blade until exhaustion, Li Mingru commanded without hesitation. Lin Xiaolu, upon hearing his words, wasted no time. He swung the 800,000-pound bronze weapon with a single stroke. In that instant, the terrifying weight of the weapon combined with his swinging speed generated a power so great that it nearly darkened the heavens and the earth. Even the distant Yi Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing. More astonishing still, Lin Xiaolu was now able to wield such a blade with one hand. On the mountaintop, the boy stood beneath the vast sky, burdened by wind and snow, brandishing the massive bronze weapon. The violent gusts of blade wind howled past him, summoning forth fierce gales, and he remarkably practiced the 8 blades of the imperial guards of the northern Liang kingdom. Li Mingru observed the boy tirelessly wielding the blade amidst the storm, his eyes alight with admiration. He set aside his wine and turned to the proud Yi Qingwan beside him, saying, "Sister, you initially designated Lin Xiaolu as an inner disciple for a term of 5 years. That time has now elapsed. What do you think?" Yi Qingwan shot him a glare, pouting slightly as she replied, "What do you expect me to think? He remains an inner disciple, doesn't he? This little fellow is likely stronger than your eldest apprentice by now." Li Mingru chuckled. If Yaoshi were to face Xiaolu, it would indeed be a tough match for him. However, given that Yaoshi can fly, he would surely find a way to escape. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Can you believe the absurdity of such words? A cultivator in the foundation establishment stage is reduced to fleeing before the martial artists? This is utterly ridiculous. Nonetheless, despite her reluctance to accept it verbally, she refrained from arguing, for it was merely Li Mingru's arrogant demeanor that she found irksome. As for Lin Xiaolu, she genuinely harbored some fondness for him. One could only imagine how this child endured the harrowing 33 days. She and Li Mingru had witnessed it firsthand. Picture this: a 13-year-old youth subjected to the torturous agony of dismemberment for an entire month, yet he remained remarkably sane. This transcends mere effort. It is a feat unparalleled even in the entirety of May. Such a person is undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps Li Mingru is a commendable mentor, providing him with martial resources. But those resources were earned through countless tribulations. Whether it be 5 years of unrelenting blade forging or the method of strengthening one's body with beast blood. How many young prodigies across the vast expanse of Shenzhou could achieve such feats? Moreover, to speak frankly, the method of utilizing beast blood for physical enhancement is hardly a secret known only to a select few cultivators. Yet, how many of them possess the courage to employ it? Can they endure over a month of excruciating dismemberment without succumbing to madness, as Lin Xiaolu did? Thus, it is evident that the capacity for hardship and diligence varies by class. A person like Lin Xiaolu, an extreme bearer of suffering, will pursue excellence with reckless abandon at the slightest opportunity, embracing pain without regard for his humanity. He is indeed a figure who defies the heavens. Reflecting on this, Yi Qingluan's gaze towards the young man was imbued with admiration. What a diligent and resilient little fellow he is. Alas, the lifespan of a martial artist remains an insurmountable chasm, unbreakable. On the peak of Zhaixing, Lin Xiaolu, striving to fully absorb the beast blood within him, endured the excruciating agony of his internal organs being scorched by fierce flames, relentlessly wielding his blade, a colossal bronze weapon weighing 800,000 pounds, repeatedly executing the 8 blades of the Jinyue. This grueling practice lasted for another 10 days. 10 days of ceaselessly swinging the massive blade finally allowed him to absorb the essence of a demon beast at the core formation stage, fully mastering the 8 blades of the Jinyue. In the cave, Li Mingru used his spiritual energy to slide a tray towards the young man, upon which lay an entire roasted ox. Having gone over 40 days without sustenance, it was time to eat. Lin Xiaolu wasted no time, carelessly setting aside the colossal bronze weapon and seizing a leg of the ox to devour. Slow down, eat slowly. What kind of behavior is this? Li Mingru remarked, holding a wine gourd, watching the boy devour his meal with a benevolent gaze. Once you finish, remove your weight training gear. Midway through his meal, Lin Xiaolu paused, puzzled. Boss, do I no longer need to wear the weight training gear? No, it's just that 500 pounds of weight is too light for you now. With that, he waved his hand, and a new set of weight training equipment appeared before the boy, adorned with intricate runes yet not overly burdensome. This set of burdens was augmented by Master with a spell of 10,000 jin, 2 bracelets, each weighing 50,000 jin, and 2 ankle rings, each weighing 100,000 jin, along with a shoulder burden of 200,000 jin, totaling 500,000 jin. Lin Xiaolu found himself utterly bewildered. In an instant, the beef in his mouth lost its flavor. Puffing up his cheeks like a little meat bun, he glared furiously at Li Mingru. Boss, you truly have a knack for this. My great Gung bronze artifact already weighs 800,000 jin, and with this additional burden, that amounts to a staggering 1,300,000 jin. I am still growing, and with such weight, I could very well collapse the ground beneath my feet. Fear not, Li Mingru reassured. The spell on this burden only affects the wearer. It is ineffective against inanimate objects such as the ground. I shall find a skilled artisan to create an ingenious device that allows you to store the great Gung bronze artifact conveniently. So you won't have to carry it around and risk damaging the star-picking mountain path. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu felt even more indignant. Realizing that he could not escape this burden today, his foolish boss had indeed prepared thoroughly. Inside the cave, Li Mingru looked at the young man, whose cheeks were puffed up in frustration, and laughed until his stomach hurt. After a good while, he shifted the topic and spoke of another matter. Xiaolu, having undergone the second infusion of beast blood, you have essentially reached the limits of this martial path. The probability of death or madness with the third infusion is exceedingly high, as clearly stated in my master's incomplete manuscript. The so-called third infusion of beast's blood is merely theoretical. After all, the last youth who attempted it lost his sanity. Lin Xiaolu felt somewhat dazed and nodded silently, continuing to eat his beef without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Li Mingru continued, "In terms of martial arts, I believe you have reached your peak. How you proceed henceforth lies solely in your hands." Coincidentally, in a few days, Xiaoyu will begin her foundational cultivation, and I must assist her in her heavenly foundation. She may need to enter seclusion for several years. Several years? Lin Xiaolu exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't foundational cultivation supposed to take just a few days to a couple of months at most? That is for ordinary foundational cultivation, Li Mingru explained. Heavenly foundation cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Even with Xiaoyu's remarkable talent, it will require at least several years. Of course, the greater the effort, the greater the reward. In comparison to ordinary foundational cultivation, the heavenly foundation allows for easier breakthroughs into the nascent soul stage under similar conditions. Whereas the limits of ordinary foundational cultivation generally cap at the nascent soul stage. Chapter 109. The Quest for Martial Arts 2 days later. Lin Xiaolu received a delicate silver bracelet, crafted by Li Mingru through the assistance of a skilled artisan. Naturally, the arrival of the bracelet brought him immense joy. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had long envied other cultivators who possessed spatial rings, including Chen Yinyun. Yet, lacking spiritual energy rendered such rings useless for him. The bracelet, however, was different. This secret silver bracelet could be employed without any spiritual energy. It was intricately inscribed with a complex binding spell alongside the Dagung bronze artifact, allowing it to exclusively store this particular item. While it could not accommodate anything else, it was still a considerable boon. Now, Lin Xiaolu could simply release the clasp atop the bracelet to access the spirit stones within and from its independent silver space. He could extract the 4-meter-long Dagung bronze artifact. From a distance, it appeared as though a hand had reached into another dimension, gradually retrieving an imposing sword from thin air, a sight that was undeniably striking. After bestowing the secret silver bracelet upon his disciple, Li Mingru retreated into seclusion with Xiao Yuer, choosing a cave behind the waterfall of Zhaixing Peak for their retreat. Before departing, he specifically advised Lin Xiaolu to heed the counsel of senior sister Miaoxin and to refrain from mischief, focusing instead on his martial training. Thus, the entirety of Zhaixing Peak was left with only the youthful Lin Xiaolu and senior sister Miaoxin to rely upon one another. His daily life remained largely unchanged, adhering to a regimented training schedule that felt reminiscent of the past. Yet, a sense of frustration began to creep in, as he sensed he had reached an impasse in his martial journey. His extraordinary physical capabilities allowed him to learn martial arts with remarkable speed, mastering many complex techniques after merely observing them once. Within a month of his sister and master-s retreat, he had achieved great proficiency in various disciplines: horizontal training, Baguazhang, Taijiquan, flying daggers, the Yuanyang step, and the 8 blades of the Jinyue. However, his progress stagnated thereafter, leaving him feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his martial path, as Li Mingru had suggested. This realization filled Lin Xiaolu with anxiety, fearing that he might remain stuck at this stage, gradually aging and witnessing his vitality wane, ultimately succumbing to helplessness and death. The prospect of a finite martial career, devoid of further growth, was a torment for someone of his disposition. At noon, within the dining hall, the 13-year-old boy sat sullenly, immersed in a pot of hot pot. He stared blankly at the bubbling, spicy broth infused with pepper and ginger, swirling with tender lamb and beef tripe, his eyes devoid of spark. "Shaolin, beef meatballs," exclaimed Hosseiner, entering with a platter of beef balls and cheerfully placing them on the table, only to be met with the dejected expression on Lin Xiaolu's face. Taken aback, Hosseiner curiously inquired, "What troubles you, Shaolin? Is the hot pot not to your liking?" Lin Xiaolu pouted and shook his head, murmuring, "Eating alone is so dull, and my martial progress has stagnated." Upon hearing this, Monkey Sanner sat beside him and comforted him with genuine concern. "Sister Xiaoyu will emerge after 2 or 3 years. This is quite a common occurrence in the realm of cultivation. Take our senior brother, for instance, who has been in seclusion for an extended period. Or our esteemed sect leader, who has devoted over 2 centuries to continuous meditation and practice. Everyone follows this path. But I am different," Lin Xiaolu lamented to Monkey Sanner. "Yesterday, I wanted to join Xiao Dan and the others for some fun, but they were all engrossed in their training, confined by the elders of their respective clans. Even the female demon of the underworld hasn't emerged. I feel so bored. Monkey Sanner scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for a solution. In the world of cultivation, this was indeed the norm. Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, few, like Li Mingru, could afford to be idle. Most were racing against time, striving for enlightenment. But Lin Xiaolu was distinct. He had reached the pinnacle of conventional martial arts, while others pursued strength and the revitalization of their sects as mere stepping stones. Their ultimate goal was longevity, which Lin Xiaolu would never attain. Inside the dining room, the young man glumly picked up a chopstick full of lamb rolls, dipped it in sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up. Monkey Sanner, do you think I have any other means to grow stronger? Well, Monkey Sanner appeared troubled. How could he, an outer disciple, possess knowledge that even elderly lacked? The atmosphere at the dining table grew quiet for a moment. After a long pause, Lin Xiaolu sighed dejectedly. It's so lonely. If only that mountain fool Li Yaoshi would come out for a stroll. I could practice my sword on him. Sigh. Monkey Sanner couldn't help but chuckle at his words. He had witnessed the formidable great gung bronze blade wielded by junior brother Lin. After acquiring that massive blade, Lin Xiaolu had eagerly showcased it before the other outer disciples. The great gung bronze blade was indeed intimidating to behold. He vividly remembered the scene of Lin Xiaolu executing a complete set of sword techniques in the dining hall courtyard, leaving the ground sunken beneath his feet. Junior brother Lin, Monkey Sanner hesitantly began, if you still wish to pursue martial arts, I believe you could consider traveling beyond the sect. Lin Xiaolu looked at Monkey Sanner in surprise, taken aback by the latter's suggestion. When you returned from Daiyue, you mastered Tai Chi, along with inch power and explosive force, and subsequently created the dual dark force technique. Hence, I think you could journey through the realm, learn diverse martial arts, and amalgamate the strengths of various schools. This might elevate your martial arts realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. Of course, he could learn other martial arts. Although one's energy is limited, and it is generally advisable for martial artists to specialize in a single discipline, his comprehension and physical prowess had reached an extraordinary level, defying conventional wisdom. After all, when he developed the dual dark force, his combat power had surged significantly, allowing him to defeat the head of the Bai family in a single punch. So indeed, he could explore other martial arts, amalgamate their strengths, and innovate anew. At the dining table, host Sanner continued to express his opinions, addressing the young man. Since Elder Li and Sister Xiaoyu plan to enter seclusion for several years, and your physical form has reached its so-called pinnacle, why not embark on a journey to seek breakthroughs? After speaking, host Sanner realized he had overstepped, offering a sheepish smile as he added, Senior Brother Shaolin, this is merely my personal perspective. You might want to consult Sister Miao Xian or the sect leader. For I, as an outer disciple, am not particularly knowledgeable in this matter. No. Host Sanner, your reasoning is quite sound. Lin Xiaolu, awakening from his reverie, appeared exhilarated, grasping host Sanner's hand fervently. You are right. My current training has yielded little progress. It would indeed be more beneficial to venture out and learn different martial arts. With that, he jovially patted host Sanner on the shoulder, adding, do not underestimate yourself. Though the sect leader and Sister Miao Xian may possess greater cultivation, they too lack mastery in certain martial arts. In this regard, you are on par with them. Each individual is unique, and in this vast world, there cannot be another you. Hearing these words, host Sanner felt a stirring within, gazing at Lin Xiaolu's youthful visage. His own enthusiasm ignited further. Indeed, each person is truly one of a kind. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu suddenly felt a surge of joy, realizing that the gloom of recent days had significantly diminished. Descending the mountain would be splendid. It offered the chance to meet new people, revel in delightful experiences, and enhance his knowledge and insight. What could be more exhilarating? Observing the excited youth, host Sanner couldn't help but chuckle wryly, advising, Senior Brother Shaolin, this matter requires careful consideration. After all, you are still quite young, and it is unsafe to descend the mountain alone, with elderly in seclusion. You must first consult Sister Miao Xian and then speak with the sect leader. However, the exhilarated Lin Xiaolu was beyond listening, his youthful spirit eager to set forth immediately. With a hearty laugh, he declared, once I finish my meal, I will go speak with Sister and the sect leader. I am descending the mountain to seek martial arts. Chapter 110. I wish to descend the mountain. Are you planning to descend the mountain? Within the enchanting confines of the Qinghuan Hall on a May peak, Yi Qinghuan, adorned in a beautifully flowing white gown, sat cross-legged upon a mat, cradling a watermelon in her arms and using a silver spoon to indulge in its sweetness. As she savored the fruit, her captivating gaze fell upon the young man before her, with a hint of crimson watermelon juice gracing the corner of her lips. She queried, somewhat indistinctly, "Have you spoken to Miaoxin?" "Not yet," Lin Xiaolu replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "My senior sister is quite reluctant to part with me. I am certain she would not agree. Hence, I have come to seek your approval, esteemed master. Once you grant your consent, my senior sister is likely to follow suit." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghuan's eyes curved into crescent moons as she regarded the youth with a playful smile. "I was in the midst of my meditation when you called me out. My mood is rather foul now, and I can only quell my ire with watermelon. What makes you think I would agree? Moreover, your master is in seclusion, and I hold the highest authority here at Amei. I cannot allow you to act recklessly. Should your master and Xiaoyer emerge from their retreat and discover your absence, they would surely be furious with me. I cannot permit you to leave." Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yi Qinghuan in astonishment. "But you are the master. Are you truly afraid of my master?" "Of course I am," Yi Qinghuan candidly admitted. "If your master is in good spirits, he ranks just below me in Amei. However, if his mood sours, even the most formidable nascent soul cultivators would stand beneath him. As for someone like me, he could easily make me weep with a single blow." The young man was bewildered. Was his master truly that formidable? Did he even realize the extent of his own strength? "But my master has sustained grave injuries, and his cultivation has diminished to the core formation stage, hasn't it?" Lin Xiaolu persisted, unwilling to concede. A starved camel is still larger than a horse, and his power has always been shrouded in mystery. Who knows how many hidden cards he possesses? In his foundational days, he once single-handedly vanquished 3 core formation elders. Can you even fathom that? A mere foundation establishment youth bested 3 elders of the core formation stage. After this revelation, Yi Qinghuan playfully offered a slice of watermelon to Lin Xiaolu. Gazing at the enticing red fruit before him, Lin Xiaolu hesitated, scratching his head. "Master, I am a boy." "Oh, right. I almost forgot," Yi Qinghuan replied, momentarily flustered, before returning the watermelon to her own mouth, continuing to enjoy its sweetness. Lin Xiaolu mused. "I never imagined you would now comprehend the distinctions between genders." Yi Qinghuan laughed charmingly, complimenting him. "Little dear, you are quite clever, unlike me. Even now, I remain somewhat perplexed. In my childhood, your master would often call me silly senior sister." Lin Xiaolu rolled his eyes in exasperation, sensing that his master was not particularly astute, and her intellect might not surpass that of a Tang Yuan, glutinous rice ball. It seemed he had encountered a worthy opponent. Yet, undeterred, he earnestly implored, "Master, please allow me to go. I promise not to cause any trouble and will return swiftly." "That is not an option. Who knows how long you would be gone once you descend? The Huangtian Mirage will soon open in 3 years, and I must arrange for you and Xiaoyer to participate." "What is the Huangtian Mirage?" Lin Xiaolu inquired, curiosity piqued. It was a secret realm that opened once every decade, where the esteemed disciples under 20 from various sects across the Divine Land would participate, seeking the opportunities left by the 3 great sects. After mentioning this, Yi Qinghuan deftly shifted the conversation, smiling as she said, "Since your strength can no longer grow, why not stay at Jiaxing? I shall provide you with ample food and drink, which should be quite agreeable, no?" "But that would be so dull," Lin Xiaolu replied eagerly. "I want to continue growing stronger and experience the martial arts of the world." "That is not permissible," Yi Qinghuan firmly rejected, presenting an air of indifference that irked Lin Xiaolu greatly. When his temper flared, he glared at her fiercely. "I will definitely return within 3 years." "I don't believe it. Then when I become powerful, I won't charge you for protection. I have no money. You cannot collect from me." "Ah, master sister, I will bring you delicious food. I can eat whatever I wish." At this, Lin Xiaolu's youthful cheeks puffed up again in frustration. He realized that Yi Qinghuan's demeanor was akin to that of a child, resolutely adopting an "I want to listen" attitude, leaving him at a complete loss. It was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent, and it was indeed quite vexing. Within the ancient and elegant hall, the young man fell silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghuan leisurely enjoyed her watermelon, exuding an air of nonchalance as if to say, Speak as you will, I shall not listen. After a while, once the watermelon was devoured and she was satisfied, she patted her small hands contentedly, letting out a satisfied burp. She then looked at the sullen young man before her and asked with a smile, "Do you truly wish to descend the mountain?" Lin Xiaolu nodded, his small face reflecting his misfortune. Little Dan, Tang Yuan, Chen Yinyun, they are all cultivating daily. And my sister has entered seclusion. I feel incredibly lonely in the sect. Although I train every day, it is of little use. As my elder said, I have reached the limits of conventional martial arts and can no longer improve. Hearing this, Yi Qingwan smiled and pondered momentarily before saying lightly, "It is not impossible to let you descend the mountain, but I have 3 conditions." 3. That is quite a lot, Lin Xiaolu pouted. Is it really too much? Yi Qingwan playfully scolded. You are not going down for just a day or two, but for a year or 2. It is rather reasonable. She continued with a hint of impatience. The first condition is regarding the Huantian Mirage. This is a significant matter. Do not inquire about the Huantian Mirage. You must return within 3 years, understand? What if I cannot return? Lin Xiaolu retorted. Cannot return? Yi Qingwan leaned closer to him, her lips curling into a mischievous smile akin to a little devil. Little brat, your sister is still in my hands. If you do not return, do you believe I would not make you and your sister meet a dire fate? Lin Xiaolu. He was instantly infuriated, glaring at Yi Qingwan fiercely. If you bully my sister, my elder brother will take you down. You said it yourself. You cannot defeat my elder brother. Indeed, it is true that one cannot prevail. Yet the prospect of perishing together with your sister remains a possibility. Yi Qingwan continued to tease with a mischievous grin. Lin Xiaolu, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement. Sister Master. What other conditions do you have? Please, continue. Well, the second condition is that you must persuade Miaoxin, rather than using my words to coerce her. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu readily nodded in acquiescence, as his intention to convince Sister Master was merely to bolster his confidence when approaching his senior sister. From the outset, he had no intention of leveraging Sister Master's authority against her. What is the third condition? The youth inquired further. The third condition is rather straightforward. Before you descend the mountain, you must leave behind a drop of your essence to create a life lamp. This way, should you encounter any grave danger, both I and your master will be made aware, allowing us the opportunity to rescue you. Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback by this request, and the grievances he held against Yi Qingwan began to dissipate, replaced by a warmth in his heart. In truth, many Edame had treated him well. They genuinely cared for both him and his sister. He consented and followed Yi Qingwan to a room filled with candles, where she drew a single drop of his essence from his fingertip to ignite the so-called life lamp. That is settled. Now, go persuade Miaoxin. Once you succeed, I shall grant you permission to descend the mountain tomorrow. The youth, filled with joy, clasped his fists in gratitude towards Yi Qingwan. Thank you, Sister Master. That very night, upon returning to star picking, Lin Xiaolu immediately sought out Li Miaoxin to inform her of his desire to journey down the mountain. To his astonishment, Li Miaoxin agreed without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 111. Descending the mountain inside the room, Lin Xiaolu stood in a daze, his small face etched with confusion. He had not anticipated that his senior sister would so readily agree to his descent from the mountain, leaving him momentarily speechless. Unable to express the myriad of persuasive arguments he had prepared, Li Miaoxin, observing his apprehensive demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Senior sister noticed you have been rather glum lately. I understand you are restless. Descending the mountain will be beneficial for you to gain more experience. However, the mortal realm is not like our sect. One must exercise caution in all matters. Strive to avoid conflicts with others, and refrain from resorting to violence whenever possible. After speaking, she affectionately pinched Lin Xiaolu's cheek and added, Once you descend, I will be the only one left in the star-plucking sect. Be sure to return promptly. The young boy nodded earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement as he gazed at the 22-year-old Li Miaoxin, who appeared unchanged in beauty. Senior sister, I will bring you a gift. Li Miaoxin smiled gently and offered a few more words of caution. Once Lin Xiaolu assured her of his understanding and retired to his room for sleep, she ceased her cultivation. In the quiet glow of a candle, she took out several pieces of silk cloth, along with a needle and thread, and began to sew diligently. The following morning, Lin Xiaolu awoke with fervent anticipation. eagerly using a cleansing pill to freshen himself before heading to the dining hall for breakfast. Today marked his descent from the mountain, an event that stirred his excitement. While having breakfast, he boisterously boasted with his companions about how he would master the most profound martial arts and achieve great deeds in the world, thereby fulfilling his ambitions. The outer disciples in the dining hall had gathered, each offering their well wishes and advice for his journey, many expressing a hint of reluctance. "Little Lin, if it's not fun out there, come back early. We may not have much, but we have plenty of good food and drink here." "Yes, little Lin. Eat more today. You want to get to savor my kanji while you're away. Come back soon. Who knows, by the time you return, I might have become an inner disciple." Listening to their heartfelt farewells, Lin Xiaolu felt a pang of emotion, yet he feigned indifference, laughing heartily. "I'll be back before you know it, and I'll bring back a big tiger for us to feast on." Laughter erupted among the crowd. The youthful boy lingered in the dining hall for over an hour, enjoying his meal and bidding farewell to his friends. Upon returning to the courtyard, he discovered Li Miaoxin waiting for him. "Senior sister, shall we set off?" he exclaimed joyfully, aware that she was accompanying him down the mountain. Li Miaoxin smiled and did not rush to leave. Instead, she produced a finely sewn cloth bag and a blue tassel, both of which she had crafted through the night. Li Miaoxin gently adorned the young lad before her with a charming blue tassel, plump and round, gracefully cascading down with elegant blue strands, embroidered with the words "May Forest Little Dear." The boy, as if gifted with a new toy, radiated delight. "Sister, you are remarkable. I never imagined you possessed such a skill," he exclaimed. Li Miaoxin chuckled softly, assisting him in securing the small cloth pouch upon his back, while advising, "The mortal realm is filled with myriad nations, each with its own unique currency. Hence, I have not provided you with silver notes. Instead, you will find a few gold ingots and a box of cleansing pills. Be frugal with the gold, understood? Fear not, sister. If I exhaust my funds, I shall resort to collecting protection fees to ensure I do not starve." Lin Xiaolu replied nonchalantly. Li Miaoxin, upon hearing this, lightly tapped his head and admonished, "You are already 13, on the cusp of adulthood, yet you still behave in such a manner. Remember, in life and in actions, one must not tread the path of malevolence or deceive in shadows. Accumulate virtue, perform good deeds, cultivate compassion, and remain true to both heaven and your own heart." Lin Xiaolu paused, his wide eyes filled with confusion. "What do you mean, sister?" he inquired. Li Miaoxin smiled at him, reiterating, "One must not stray into wickedness, nor conceal the truth. Engage in benevolent acts, build up merit, and practice kindness, so as to live without regret towards heaven and your own conscience. Do you remember? It's too long. I didn't catch all of it," he admitted. "Then you shall write it out 10 times, and upon completion, I will escort you down the mountain," she instructed. Before long, Lin Xiaolu, with the small pouch on his back and the tassel at his waist, held Li Miaoxin's hand as they descended from the star-picking peak. Throughout the journey, she continued to remind him and had him recite the proverbs repeatedly until he could recite them flawlessly. As they merrily traversed the verdant bamboo forest paths, approaching the mountain gate, he spotted several familiar figures. A group of youths, aged between 12 and 16, stood in a line awaiting his arrival. Lin Xiaolu was initially startled by the number of people at the mountain gate, fearing he had encountered bandits, but upon recognizing them, he exclaimed, "What are you all doing here? I thought you were training." "You ought to inquire with Tang Yuan," chuckled Qin Yinyun, who had been waiting with crossed arms. He claimed to have observed celestial patterns last night, noting the southern migration of the Big Dipper and the gleaming of the greedy wolf star, thus predicting your descent today. Lin Xiaolu shot a glance at the sniffling boy with crossed eyes, feigning a smile as he praised, "Truly, you are a remarkable strategist, possessing such talents. You truly are a gem." Tang Yuan wiped his nose, grinning at Lin Xiaolu. "Hee, you speak the truth, leader." His silly demeanor brought forth laughter from Li Miaoxin, who covered her mouth in amusement. "Dear brother." A chubby boy rushed forward, enveloping Lin Xiaolu in a tight embrace while sobbing, "Please don't go. If you leave, our virtuous helpers will be without a leader." Lin Xiaolu felt uncomfortable being embraced by the chubby boy, fearing that he might wipe his snot on her. Thus, she playfully flicked his forehead and turned to Qin Yinyun, inquiring, "Qin or Lingzi, would you care to join our deceptive virtue gang?" "Me?" Qin Yinyun was taken aback, as were the surrounding children, who simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at him. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head, replying, I want to join. I don't wish to be your little brother. I am several years your senior, and calling you big brother would be rather embarrassing. Very well, very well. You will come to regret this decision, Lin Xiaolu declared. She then addressed her companions, announcing, Our gang shall descend the mountain in search of profound martial arts. Little Yuer is in seclusion, so during my absence, everyone should heed Adan's guidance. Understood. The children responded in unison. Satisfied with their reply, Lin Xiaolu proceeded to shake hands, embrace, and bid farewell to each of her friends. However, upon completing her farewells and arriving before Tang Yuan, she was taken aback to see him carrying a burlap sack. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Surely, wasn't he intending to descend the mountain alongside her? No, no. This child was astute beyond his years. If he accompanied her down the mountain, whether she could safely exit the Amei territory would indeed be in jeopardy. At this moment, the frightened youth broke into a nervous sweat as he gazed into Tang Yuan's clever, bulging eyes, forcing a genial smile. Tang Yuan, what is this? Chapter 112 Farewell, Amei Brother Lu. This is a gift I have prepared for you. Tang Yuan grinned foolishly as he dropped a sack from his back onto the ground. Upon opening it, a plethora of densely packed black pills spilled out. Hiss! The sight of an entire sack filled with pills left everyone present feeling a bit uneasy. Even Li Miaoxin appeared momentarily astonished. Lin Xiaolu gazed at the clever youth before him in fear, momentarily at a loss for words, hesitating whether to draw his sword for practice. What are these pills? He resolved to grant Tang Yuan another chance and refrained from unsheathing his blade immediately. Brother Lu, I consulted my master, who, under my gentle persuasion, oh no, I mean kind advice, sought the sect leader and learned that you intend to descend the mountain in search of martial arts. Hence I prepared these for you. As Tang Yuan spoke, he proudly retrieved 3 black pills from the sack under the watchful eyes of the surrounding children, declaring, These are the only 3 types of pills contained within, each possessing immense utility and capable of saving lives in critical moments. Oh, Lin Xiaolu gazed curiously at the 3 round pills. Without hesitation, Tang Yuan picked one up and began to explain. This particular one, once consumed, will cause immediate diarrhea. Even in the absence of feces, it will produce some. Lin Xiaolu. Everyone else. What use is that? After a brief moment of shock, Lin Xiaolu shouted in indignation, Are you afraid I might starve on the road? Are you aware of how clever you sound? Tang Yuan, startled by Lin Xiaolu's outburst, quickly clarified, Brother Lu, the usage of this pill is as follows. If you encounter a formidable foe, you consume this pill, and you will have diarrhea, but it won't be from your behind. Then where will it be from? Dongfang Dan inquired curiously. Tang Yuan grinned widely, beaming with pride. From your pores. Everyone. Just imagine, when numerous foes approach Brother Lu, he suddenly trembles fiercely, revealing a devilishly charming grin, and in the next moment, he exudes feces from his entire body. Who would dare approach him then? I bet even a nascent soul would flee in terror. It's simply astounding. The crowd fell into a state of bewilderment, with Li Miaoxin covering her mouth, nearly on the verge of retching. Are children nowadays so imaginative? This is absolutely insane. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu stood frozen, absorbing Tang Yuan's elaborate explanation. Tang Yuan, with a face full of delight, inquired, Brother Lu, do you like such a marvelous pill? Lin Xiaolu stared at Tang Yuan, and after a moment, he suddenly grabbed his own hair and shouted like a madman. I'll kill you today. No one shall live. Ah, help. Tang Yuan shrieked in terror, turning on his short legs and fleeing. The others hurriedly attempted to pacify the enraged Lin Xiaolu, and after considerable effort, they managed to stabilize him. Tang Yuan, the cost of this pill is far too great. Exuding feces from every pore, I cannot even begin to imagine what that must be like. Chun Yinyun addressed the boy with a runny nose, saying, Moreover, many cultivators possess long-range, offensive spiritual techniques. If they attack you from a distance, what will you do then? At this moment, my second elixir comes into play. Tang Yuan, with mucus hanging from his nose, cast a fearful glance at Lin Xiaolu, whose chest was heaving violently, apprehensive that he might strike him. Hastily, he produced the second elixir. Brother Lu, this elixir is specifically designed to counter long-range spiritual techniques. Once consumed, you will temporarily gain the ability to escape by excreting. At that point, you can flee. Everyone present was taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief and distaste. A few children could no longer contain themselves, covering their mouths and rushing aside to vomit. Even someone as resilient as Chun Yinyun felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Undeterred by their reactions, Tang Yuan continued to elaborate. Brother Lu, imagine combining the effects of the first and second elixirs. First, you would automatically excrete. Then you could employ the art of escape. This would undoubtedly catch the enemy off guard. Even those at the nascent soul stage would be bewildered. I am not interested in surprising others. I only wish to strike you. Lin Xiaolu exclaimed through clenched teeth. He gazed at Tang Yuan's runny nose and his pair of astute, bulging eyes, feeling an overwhelming weariness. He sighed heavily and placed a hand on the shoulder of his strategist. Tang Yuan, I acknowledge my errors. I was too young back then, unable to recognize true talent. I allowed a genius like you to become my strategist, and for that, I can only blame myself. After a moment, he weakly inquired, what about the last elixir? As long as it isn't related to excretion, please tell me. Brother Lu, the last one is entirely unrelated to that, Tang Yuan replied, producing the final elixir with a smile. This is my latest creation. Although it is not yet fully perfected, it has shown promising results. You might want to give it a try. It is a disguise elixir. Disguise? Lin Xiaolu and the other children, including Li Miaoxin, were momentarily taken aback, gazing in disbelief at the elixir in Tang Yuan's hand. Impressive, Tang Yuan. You've even mastered the art of disguise. Remarkable. Indeed. Finally, something truly useful, Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, clapping Tang Yuan on the shoulder with delight. Well done, Tang Yuan. You've accomplished something significant. Curious, he asked, how does this elixir work for disguise? Tang Yuan, basking in the praise, proudly displayed the elixir and explained, once consumed, it allows the user to alter their appearance based on their thoughts. For instance, Brother Lu, after consuming it, you can hold a mirror and mentally adjust your features. Wow, that's incredibly impressive, the children exclaimed in unison. It's truly remarkable, able to enhance one's appearance and serve as a means of escape. The possibilities are endless. Yes, with the ability to assume various forms, one could traverse the vast world freely. The children encircled Tang Yuan, pleading, Brother Yuan, could you grant me two as well? I want some too. I wish to become handsome. Laughter erupted as Tang Yuan reassured them, fear not, everyone shall receive some. The crowd was captivated by the allure of the transformation potion, and even Chun Yinyun felt a stir of curiosity, inquiring, Tang Yuan, does this have any side effects? I have tried it myself, and there are no side effects, just a minor limitation, Tang Yuan chuckled. Lin Xiaolu took the potion, scrutinizing it intently while casually asking, what limitation? Hee, it's nothing significant, but the potion only works when you are alone. It will automatically become ineffective in the presence of others. The crowd fell into an astonished silence, their voices momentarily hushed. Tang Yuan, realizing the sudden quiet, glanced at everyone, scratching his head in confusion. Why has everyone stopped talking? It was not until noon that Lin Xiaolu departed from Amei. Amidst the heartfelt farewells from Master Miaoxin and his companions, many with tears in their eyes, urging him to return soon. Tang Yuan was among them, though his runny nose had transformed into 2 streams of blood, and he wore nothing but a pair of shorts. His belly adorned with the words, the wisdom of a strategist, shining through the ages, Lin Xiaolu. At the mountain gate, Lin Xiaolu waved goodbye while carrying a small cloth bag, bidding farewell to all. The gathering continued to watch him until his small figure vanished completely beyond the horizon. After he had distanced himself significantly, Lin Xiaolu could no longer resist glancing back at the soaring peaks of the 9 meridians and 10 summits. He took a deep breath, a smile gracing his face. Farewell. Amei. Chapter 113. I am a bandit, and I shall rob in the dead of night, beneath the luminous moon. A group of individuals gathered around a flickering campfire in an obscure forest in the northern region of the Qin Kingdom. The dancing flames illuminated the jovial faces of 8 men and 2 women who were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Clad in coarse linen garments, their attire was unembellished, and many of the men bore the dust of their arduous travels, hinting at a life spent in the elements. Despite the summer season, the temperature in this damp woodland remained quite low during the night, necessitating the warmth of the fire. Over the flames, a cast-iron pot was suspended, and at that moment, someone was extracting a piece of cured meat from a bag, skillfully slicing it with a small knife before tossing the pieces into the pot. In a nearby clearing, 2 horse-drawn carts stood idle, their 4 sturdy steeds tethered to robust tree trunks, leisurely munching on neatly stacked hay. The carts were laden with several large wooden boxes bound with hemp ropes. Among this assembly, a middle-aged man with a weathered visage and an abundance of wrinkles, named Wang Lei, the leader of the group, was savoring a bowl of meat soup. He turned to a young girl, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, urging her, "Yuner, the mosquitoes are abundant in the old forest. Light the mugwort and bring out the realgar wine. Do not focus solely on eating." The girl, Wang Yun, was his daughter, and the majority of those gathered around the fire were related by blood, forming a family-run merchant caravan that traversed between the Qin and Tang kingdoms, engaging in trade to sustain their livelihood. Hearing her father's prompt, the girl reluctantly replied, "Father, let brother do it. He eats more than I do." "Hey, I say, you little one, I toil daily, so what if I indulge in some meat? Unlike you, who spend your days idly, neglecting to learn the craft from your father," her elder brother chided. "Hurry and light the mugwort, or I shall sell you to the bandits as a maid." Wang Yun pouted at his words, continuing to sip her soup, adopting an expression of indifference as if to say what you will, I shall remain unmoved. Seeing his sister's disregard, her brother was about to press her further when a middle-aged woman beside him interjected with a smile, "Huazi, do not frighten your sister. Our family has traveled this route for years without encountering any bandits." With that, the woman rose to light the mugwort herself. Upon seeing her mother get up, Wang Yun promptly set down her bowl, shot a playful huff at her brother, and, as she stood, grumbled, "Indeed, treating me like a child. With so many uncles in our Wang family being martial experts, which bandit would dare approach us?" Her words elicited laughter from the men around the fire, who praised her wit. Enjoying the accolades, Wang Yun tossed her head back in delight, resembling a proud little swan as she strutted past her brother. She approached the cart, deftly preparing to ignite the mugwort, when suddenly, the sound of a twig snapping echoed from the darkness beyond. This startled Wang Yun, who swiftly drew the dagger from her waist and shouted, "Who goes there?" Beside the campfire, Wang Lei and the others immediately reacted, rising cautiously to their feet, their gazes converging on the girl. Soon, from the depths of the dark forest, accompanied by the calls of nightingales, emerged a young Taoist clad in a deep blue robe, a cloth bag slung over his shoulder, and his hair styled in a bun. Upon realizing he was merely a young Taoist, the group momentarily froze, while Wang Yun curiously observed his face, astonished by the boy's striking features. She scrutinized him once, then again, and ultimately, she could not resist gazing at him intently, her eyes barely blinking. "Who are you?" The cold voice of her father roused her from her reverie. Regaining her composure, she clutched her dagger and exclaimed, "Who are you? What do you want?" The young Taoist appeared slightly bewildered, blinking his large eyes as he glanced at the girl before him, who wore simple clothing, her face flushed, and her hair styled in braids. He then surveyed the burly men gathered around the campfire, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the simmering meat soup. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the enticing broth, he turned back to the girl and the group of men, revealing a friendly smile. "Greetings. I am a bandit, and I have come to rob you." Lin Xiaolu felt quite unfortunate. After departing from Mount Amei at noon, he had followed the direction indicated by his senior sister, who had mentioned that if he ran eastward at his pace, he would reach the nearest country, Jin, before nightfall. Unfortunately, the weather turned gloomy in the afternoon, obscuring the sun and causing him to become utterly lost. He could only wander aimlessly, relying on his memory of the path, and somehow ended up in this dense and remote mountain forest, having gone the entire afternoon without a single drop of water or a morsel of food. He had merely carried a bag of gold ingots while running, yet he could not find Jean, instead meandering through the wilderness. Perhaps it was due to his past misdeeds of extorting protection fees from others that fate decided to intervene. The heavens seemed to recognize his plight and arranged for him to encounter this merchant caravan. Each member of the group was kind-hearted and, knowing he was hungry, had taken the initiative to prepare the meat soup, which naturally led him to rob them. By the warm campfire, the young boy sat cross-legged, joyfully devouring a pot of cooked cured meat, reveling in his meal. The taste, of course, could not compare to that of a canteen, but it was still quite delightful. As he ate, he chuckled in blissful contentment, while Wang Yun glared at him with indignation, her eyes brimming with fury. Her parents, brother, uncles, and relatives stood around, equally perplexed, alternating their astonished gazes between the 12 or 13-year-old boy and the fallen tree nearby, their faces a mix of terror and bewilderment. The young Taoist, seemingly unaware of the path he tread, unexpectedly emerged from the depths of the forest under the cloak of night. Upon his arrival, his first utterance was a demand for robbery, prompting the assembled crowd to instinctively reach for their weapons in resistance. However, without hesitation, the young Taoist unleashed a single punch upon a towering tree nearby, shattering it with a force that left them utterly astounded. They stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Subsequently, the young Taoist swaggered over to the campfire, settled cross-legged, and began to devour a large pot of cured meat with unabashed gluttony, smacking his lips as he feasted. Ah, what a travesty! Is there any left? As the crowd grappled with their predicament, the Taoist suddenly pointed at the empty soup pot and exclaimed, "The cured meat is gone. Uncle, bring me some more." Wang Lei, the leader of the merchant caravan, felt compelled by the threat posed by the young Taoist's formidable punch and refrained from protest, instead procuring a generous piece of cured meat and quietly offering it to him with a knife. Upon witnessing this small Taoist, younger than herself, commanding her father's servitude, Wang Yun's frustration intensified. She glared, muttering under her breath, "Golden exterior, rotten within, a disgrace." The night winds howled, and the soup bubbled in the pot. Yet her deliberately lowered voice went unheard by Lin Xiaolu. Wang Lei sliced a few more pieces of cured meat for him, to which Lin Xiaolu responded with a bright smile. "Thank you, uncle." Wang Lei, taken aback by the young one's gratitude, wore a peculiar expression but chose silence. Retreating to his family, he then beckoned his relatives to sit down. He realized that the young Taoist who had so effortlessly demolished a great tree was not quite as fearsome as he initially appeared. It seemed he was merely hungry. Chapter 114. The Jianghu. Before long, Lin Xiaolu had once again devoured all the cured meat, eagerly requesting more while incessantly urging for larger portions. The reluctant Wang Yun, pouting, added the entirety of their caravan's provisions for the next 3 days into the pot. Unperturbed, Lin Xiaolu savored the steaming cured meat. His cheeks flushed as he devoured it with the fervor of a starving wild boar, quickly finishing every last morsel. Wang Yun, observing in bewilderment, could scarcely comprehend how the seemingly slender young Taoist could consume such an astonishing quantity of meat. At last, sated, Lin Xiaolu patted his little belly contentedly, then leisurely retrieved his cloth bag. To the astonishment of those around him, he produced a gold ingot and tossed it into Wang Yun's hands. She was instantly perplexed, wondering if this fellow was indeed a bandit, yet here he was, offering her money. Unsure, she glanced at her father before accepting the ingot. It was only then that the group began to grasp the situation. The young Taoist's notion of robbery was, it seemed, merely a means of acquiring food, albeit with compensation. "Sir," the caravan leader, Wang Lei, observed Lin Xiaolu with a bemused expression and said, "The cured meat you just consumed is not worth such a sum." "Not to worry, keep it," Lin Xiaolu replied, patting his belly while regarding the group with curiosity. "Who are you? What brings you to these remote mountains at such a late hour?" The group, seated around the campfire, exchanged glances, silently thinking that this was a question they ought to pose to him. Wang Yun, reassured that Lin Xiaolu was not a true bandit, softened her perception of him, though his handsome appearance certainly played a role. She blurted out, "We are a caravan trading fabrics in the Tang Kingdom, traveling between the Qin and Tang realms." Lin Xiaolu responded with an exaggerated "oh," feigning enlightenment. He was aware of both kingdoms, having been informed by his senior sister, Miaoxin, that they were affiliated with Amei. "If you're heading to the Tang Kingdom, could you take me along? I wish to go, but I do not know the way," he stated candidly. Wang Lei hesitated, furrowing his brow. "Well, that is possible, but our wagon travels rather slowly. The journey to the Tang Kingdom will take 2 to 3 days, and your appetite is quite substantial. Our provisions may not suffice." "Indeed, you do eat quite a lot," Wang Yun remarked bluntly. "I can hunt for you," Lin Xiaolu offered enthusiastically, gesturing animatedly with his small hands. "I excel at hunting, though I cannot cook and lack fire-starting tools. Here is my proposition. If you take me to the Tang Kingdom, I will hunt daily and not consume your rations. You simply need to prepare the meals for me. The gold ingot I just gave you should cover the cost of your cured meat, and the excess can be seen as payment for your hospitality and guidance. What do you think?" A group of individuals, upon hearing the words, exchanged glances. momentarily falling into silence, while Wang Lei sank into contemplation. Earlier, he had witnessed Lin Xiaolu shatter a towering tree with a single punch, and observing his Taoist robe had led him to entertain the thought that he might be a celestial being from Amei. However, the boy's utterance of robbery cast doubt, as he had never heard of an Amei immortal resorting to such actions against mortals, especially to pilfer food. After pondering, he turned to the youth and began to inquire, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Taoist?" "I am Lin Xiaolu," replied the boy. "From where do you hail?" Wang Lei pressed further. Lin Xiaolu instinctively thought of declaring his Amei affiliation, but reconsidered, deeming it prudent to refrain. He harbored a disdain for the common folk's attitude towards cultivators. Should he reveal his Amei identity, they would likely prostrate themselves before him, reverently addressing him as an immortal, which would make him profoundly uncomfortable. Thus, he fabricated a tale. "I come from a distant Taoist temple, seeking profound martial arts." Martial arts? Wang Lei and the surrounding men were taken aback. So this little Taoist was a martial artist. It made sense, after all. What Amei immortal would descend to the mortal realm to rob? Yet, shattering a towering tree with a single punch, was that truly martial arts? Having dabbled in self-defense martial arts themselves, Wang Lei and the others were intrigued. This young Taoist appeared merely 12 or 13, yet possessed the strength to accomplish such feats. Curiosity piqued, he inquired again, "Which Taoist temple do you hail from?" Lin Xiaolu continued his fabrication, casually responding, "The Temple of Incredible Might." Everyone else. With a laugh, Wang Yun burst forth, covering her mouth in amusement. "How can you, little Taoist, spout such nonsense? There is no temple by that name." "Ah, woman, do not confine your understanding to the narrow bounds of your perception," Lin Xiaolu replied earnestly. "The world is vast and full of wonders. I have even encountered penguins that can speak human language." "Huh, who would believe you?" Noticing his daughter's bashful demeanor, Wang Lei furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Since the Taoist wishes to accompany us to the Tang Kingdom, I shall escort you. I am Wang Lei, the leader of the Wang merchant caravan." "I am Wang Yun, and Wang Lei is my father," the girl chimed in cheerfully, introducing herself to Lin Xiaolu. Wang Lei observed his daughter's eager disposition, as if she were willing to sell herself for the boy's attention, and he could not suppress a cough. Yet, Wang Yun remained oblivious, her gaze firmly fixed upon the young Taoist. This left him feeling quite vexed, akin to a gardener who devoted years to nurturing a tender cabbage, only to find it confronted by a lazy pig, which showed no interest in the cabbage, while the cabbage yearned for the pig's attention. Helplessly, he resolved to advise his foolish daughter once more, cautioning her against getting too close to this enigmatic young Taoist. Time was not on their side. He urged the Taoist to rest well. Wang Lei lightly punched Lin Xiaolu, then called upon the members of his family clan to gather around the campfire and take a rest. As night fell, Lin Xiaolu, having eaten and drunk his fill, began to feel drowsy. He casually tossed a cleansing pill into his mouth and lay down on a pile of grass beside the fire, quickly succumbing to sleep, utterly unguarded. Observing his demeanor, Wang Lei's final shred of hesitation dissipated. It appeared that he was merely a child endowed with formidable martial skills. As he pondered, his eldest son cautiously approached, lowering his voice. "Should we wait until he is sound asleep before we leave?" Wang Lei furrowed his brow, remaining silent. After a prolonged moment, he shook his head, dismissing his son's suggestion. The night wind began to rise, sharp and biting. In the darkness, illuminated by the flickering flames of the campfire, the members of the caravan gradually succumbed to slumber, soon filling the air with a symphony of varying snores. Only after they had all drifted off did Lin Xiaolu open his eyes, casting a cheerful glance at them before turning over and falling back into a deep sleep. The storyteller once remarked, "The world of martial arts is a one-way road. To navigate it, one must possess not only exceptional courage but also a meticulous heart. It is essential to maintain a readiness for conflict while remaining vigilant against the intentions of others. Only then can one truly gaze upon the world with disdain and laugh heartily amidst the martial realm." Chapter 115, Taoist Xiaolu. Here's a steamed bun. "Oh, thank you." The merchant caravan moved at a leisurely pace, with Lin Xiaolu seated atop a cart laden with crates. Beside him sat Wang Yun, her hair styled in two braided pigtails, gazing at him with wide, unblinking eyes. The young boy accepted the bun, cautiously taking a bite, avoiding Wang Yun's gaze. He felt an odd discomfort under her constant scrutiny, which had persisted since he awoke that morning. Daoist Xiaolu, your martial arts are so powerful you could shatter a tree trunk with a single punch. How impressive. Taken aback by her flattery, the boy nodded in a daze and replied nonchalantly, I know. Could you teach me your martial arts? Wang Yun continued with a smile. Lin Xiaolu casually responded, it's quite difficult. You would have to endure a great deal of hardship. That's all right. Take your time to teach me, she replied, her admiration for him growing. In her 14 years of life, he was the most handsome person she had ever encountered. Yun'er, come here. Just as she was contemplating how to delve deeper into the mysteries of this young man, the voice of her father, Wang Lei, called from the front of the caravan. Coming, father. With a hint of impatience, she answered, then turned to Lin Xiaolu with a smile. My father is calling me. We shall continue our conversation later. With that, she jumped off the moving cart, her cheeks flushed as she hurried to the front to find her father. Once she departed, Lin Xiaolu grimaced. He had no desire to engage in conversation with the young lady named Wang Yun, who chattered incessantly, creating a cacophony. At the front of the caravan, the girl rushed to her father, immediately asking, What is it, father? I was just discussing martial arts with Daoist Xiaolu. Wang Lei glanced at her with a hint of annoyance, handing her the reins. You'll drive the cart. Ah, but why? Wang Yun protested, eager to return to her conversation with Lin Xiaolu. I don't want to drive the cart. Would you rather chat with a mysterious young Taoist? Wang Lei scolded, his eyes narrowing at his love-struck daughter. As a young lady, shouldn't you carry yourself with a bit more decorum? I'm not being undignified. I haven't done anything inappropriate. Having grown up accompanying the caravan through the woods, Wang Yun was anything but timid. She was rather bold and directly explained. I was merely seeking guidance from Daoist Xiaolu on martial arts. Nearby, a young man couldn't resist chuckling at Wang Lei's frustration. Father, just leave her be. She is simply experiencing her first crush, ha ha ha. Upon hearing her brother's teasing remark, Wang Yun's face flushed crimson as she glared at him indignantly. What are you saying, you annoying brother? Looks like I've hit the nail on the head. Little sister, you've taken a liking to a Taoist. And he is even younger than you by a year or two. TSK, you certainly know how to have fun. You're talking nonsense. Wang Yun's face reddened further, her words stumbling as she struggled to respond. In the midst of the afternoon, Wang Lei, a middle-aged man, found himself unable to suppress a cough upon observing the appearance of his daughter. Lin Xiaolu's origins were shrouded in mystery, prompting him to advise his children to limit their interactions with him, as their sole responsibility was to escort him to Tang country. Wang Yun, feeling a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest, inquired, Father, does this mean we will have to part ways with Daoist Xiaolu once we arrive in Tang country? Wang Lei nodded in affirmation. At midday, the caravan arrived at a relatively flat patch of woodland, bustling with preparations for a meal. Lin Xiaolu, eager for adventure, leapt from the wagon and ventured into the forest to hunt. He dared not stray too far, fearing he might lose his way back. Instead, he scoured the surrounding area and soon managed to catch 2 plump rabbits with his bare hands. However, recognizing that rabbits, being more bone than meat, would not suffice for their hunger, he delved a little deeper into the thicket. Fortune smiled upon him as he soon spotted several grazing sika deer in the distance. The sight of the deer ignited a spark of excitement in the young hunter's eyes. Without hesitation, he drew a flying knife from his leg, and with a swift motion, released it with a whoosh. A particularly robust sika deer fell instantly, while the others fled in terror. When Lin Xiaolu returned, proudly carrying the 2 rabbits and the sika deer, the entire caravan was awestruck by his remarkable hunting prowess. Hardly any time had elapsed since his departure, and they had barely finished gathering firewood for the bonfire. Daoist Xiaolu, do you possess the skill of lightness? Someone asked in admiration. A little, he replied modestly. I practice the Mandarin duck steps of the Taosan sect in Chuan country. What other martial arts do you know? Wang Yun inquired, squatting beside him. Lin Xiaolu scratched his head, candidly admitting, I also practice Baji Quan, horizontal training of Qi Gong, Tai Chi, the 8 knives of the Imperial Guards, and flying knife techniques. Wow, that's an impressive repertoire. Wang Yun gazed at the young man, her eyes sparkling with fascination, unable to tear her gaze away. Under her intense scrutiny, Lin Xiaolu felt increasingly uncomfortable, realizing that Miss Wang Yun was merely filling the silence with idle chatter, giving off an impression of folly. He chose to ignore her, and instead watched the caravan's cook deftly prepare the ingredients, observing as they skillfully cleaned the rabbits and the deer. threading them onto coarse willow branches and placing them over the crackling fire. The flames blazed brightly, and soon the aroma of sizzling rabbit and deer meat filled the air. Lin Xiaolu, entranced by the sight of the roasting meat, was closely followed by Wang Yun, who gazed at him with equal eagerness. Before long, the 2 rabbits were ready. While the thicker deer meat required additional time to cook, Lin Xiaolu decided to satisfy his hunger with the roasted rabbit first. Given his current appetite, consuming both rabbits hardly made him feel full, and he quickly finished them before indulging in the fragrant roasted deer meat. As the afternoon waned, the idle youth reclined atop a wooden crate of the wagon for a short nap. When evening descended, and the caravan began to set up camp for the night, he quietly slipped away to practice his martial arts in solitude. Bored, Wang Yun stood idly by, watching the uncles of the caravan ignite a bonfire in preparation for the evening meal, feeling utterly dejected. Earlier in the afternoon, she had hoped to visit Daoist Xiaolu for some amusement, but her father had forbidden it, leaving her in a state of lingering frustration. "Brother," she queried with a perplexed expression, "you say Daoist Xiaolu is so remarkable. Wouldn't interacting with him benefit our family?" She could not comprehend why their father opposed her proximity to such an appealing figure. The young man, bemused, cast a glance at his sister before surveying the surroundings. Noticing that Lin Xiaolu was absent, he lowered his voice to explain, "Father has spent considerable time traversing the Jianghu, and his judgment of people and circumstances is quite astute." He chuckled softly. "If you were to associate with a youth who is merely a bit more capable than you or our Wang family's caravan, who possesses decent character, Father would likely have no objections. However, to pursue a connection with someone of significantly greater stature, such as Daoist Xiaolu, poses a risk. It could invite calamity, especially given his ambiguous origins. Who knows what might transpire from getting too close?" He then earnestly continued to enlighten his naive sister, Xiao Yun, at all times. "As a caravan, we must practice prudence. We should strive for minor gains without being overly greedy for substantial wealth, avoiding enmity with others while also refraining from forming overly close ties. Only through such wisdom can we attain enduring prosperity." Wang Yun pouted at her brother's words, and upon seeing her expression, he realized she had not absorbed his counsel. With a resigned smile, he shook his head. In the camp, feeling a bittersweet pang in her heart, Wang Yun squatted for a moment, observing her parents, who were shielding their goods from the dampness of the night. Their backs turned to her, and seeing the others busy with their own tasks, she had a sudden idea. With a quick glance, she stealthily slipped into the darkened woods. Chapter 116. The Tang Kingdom. At this moment, not far from the campsite, Lin Xiaolu was diligently performing push-ups on the grass. He bore an immense weight of 500,000 pounds, swiftly rising and falling, with sweat pouring down like rain. As he exercised, he reflected on the foresight of his leader. The burden he carried was only beneficial to himself and exerted no gravitational pull on the ground. Otherwise, he mused, he might find himself sinking into the muddy earth as he continued, lost in his thoughts of the delectable cuisine and delightful trinkets awaiting him in the Tang Kingdom. He couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Just as he reached the midpoint of his push-ups, a rustling noise emerged from the dark woods, interrupting his train of thought. Elated, the young man recognized the sound. It was unmistakably that of a wild boar. It seemed he wouldn't need to hunt after all, as the wild boar had come to him. How considerate. With a laugh, he resumed his push-ups, patiently awaiting the arrival of the wild boar. Before long, a massive, black-haired wild boar ambled out from the thicket, curiously observing Lin Xiaolu as he continued his exercise routine. "Hold on, big fellow. Let me finish my workout before I come for you," Lin Xiaolu called out amicably. However, before he could complete his sentence, a new rustling sound echoed from the shadows nearby. Lin Xiaolu paused, puzzled by what else might be approaching. Soon, he spotted Wang Yun. "Lin Xiaolu, I came to play with you," the girl exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him. But as her words faded, her gaze fell upon the wild boar beside him. Lin Xiaolu, a wild boar. The sight of the wild boar sent the girl into a shriek, startling both Lin Xiaolu and the boar. The frightened creature let out a loud grunt and charged at Wang Yun, its sturdy hooves pounding the ground. Faced with the massive beast, the girl was paralyzed with fear, falling to the ground as she watched the boar rush toward her, screaming in terror. In that moment of panic, she instinctively covered her eyes, forgetting to flee, her cries echoing in the night. Lin Xiaolu rolled his eyes in exasperation at the scene. This girl was truly bothersome. to the point where he felt disinclined to rescue her. After a brief internal complaint, he swiftly positioned himself in front of her, ready to confront the oncoming wild boar. One hand slipped into his pocket while the other slowly rose above his head. With a deafening roar, the wild boar charged forward, its fierce cry resonating in the night air, while Lin Xiaolu stood calmly, poised and elegant. Just as the boar reached him, he executed a casual yet precise downward strike. Boom! The wild boar's full-force charge was abruptly interrupted by a powerful blow, its massive head crashing to the ground, causing the earth to sink several inches. The creature, weighing between 700 and 800 pounds, fell heavily alongside its head, sending tremors through the ground and stirring up a thick cloud of dust. The wild boar was rendered unconscious, while Lin Xiaolu stood quietly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, his hand remaining tucked in his pocket throughout the ordeal. Behind him, Wang Yun, shielding her eyes, sensed the commotion and cautiously opened them, peering through her fingers. The sight before her left her utterly astonished. A colossal wild boar collapsed on the ground, and the silhouette of a young man. "Little Taoist, how did you do that? That's incredible." Lin Xiaolu offered no reply, instead gazing at the foaming wild boar beneath him with a hint of secret delight, feeling that his strength had increased. After reveling in his triumph, he seized one of the boar's hooves and dragged it over to Wang Yun, casting her a glance and inquiring, "What brings you here?" At that moment, Wang Yun was just beginning to recover from her shock. She stared at the enormous wild boar being dragged behind Lin Xiaolu, her eyes brimming with fear, and softly replied, "I came to discuss martial arts with you." Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Little Taoist, do you intend to use this wild boar as food?" "Indeed," Lin Xiaolu responded, contemplating for a moment before continuing with a smile. "I cannot possibly consume such a large boar by myself. We should share it." "Little Taoist, you are truly remarkable," Wang Yun exclaimed, rising to her feet, her words failing her as she marveled at the unconscious boar, repeatedly praising. "How on earth did you manage to bring down such a massive beast?" "It's quite simple," Lin Xiaolu replied, blinking innocently. "When it charged at you, I stood in its path and delivered a swift strike to its head." "A strike to the head?" she asked, bewildered, glancing between Lin Xiaolu and the wild boar, where she noticed a distinct indentation on its skull. "You knocked out a 700 to 800-pound wild boar with just one blow?" The girl was utterly astounded, her admiration for Lin Xiaolu overwhelming her senses, her mind blank as she blurted out, "Little Taoist, are you married?" "Huh?" Lin Xiaolu stared at the blushing girl before him, puzzled by the concept of marriage. Wang Yun herself was taken aback by her sudden question, feeling it was rather abrupt. She froze, stammering, unsure of what to say next. Due to the darkness of the night, Lin Xiaolu did not notice her flushed cheeks. Seeing her silence, he chose not to engage further with the flustered girl and dragged the wild boar away. For the following 2 days, Lin Xiaolu accompanied the caravan, becoming quite familiar with the members within. Their interactions were harmonious, and by the 4th day's morning, the caravan finally reached the borders of the Tang Kingdom. Sitting atop the cart, the youth caught sight of the grand gates in the distance, and a sense of wonder washed over him, igniting an eager anticipation. He turned to Wang Lei, who was riding alongside, and inquired, "Uncle Wang, are there any renowned martial arts sects in the Tang Kingdom?" Wang Daozhong replied, "I have not spent much time in the Tang Kingdom, as my visits are primarily for trade, leaving little room for martial arts engagement. However, I have heard of a temple named Mitakuisai, where some martial monks practice their skills. If you are interested, it might be worth a visit." After this, Wang Lei looked up at the youth sitting cross-legged in the cart, and added with a smile, "Lin Daozhong, we are nearing the city gate of the Tang Kingdom. Once we pass through, we will arrive in Yuzhou City, where we shall part ways." Lin Xiaolu chuckled heartily. "I appreciate your company on this journey, Uncle Wang." Wang Lei modestly replied, "It was my pleasure." Meanwhile, at the front of the caravan, Wang Yun turned her head back, gazing intently at Lin Xiaolu, her heart heavy. She lamented to her brother beside her, "Brother, I fear I may never encounter someone as handsome as Daozhong Xiaolu again. Do try to refrain from such infatuation," her brother advised, his expression one of exasperation. "Our meeting with Daozhong Xiaolu was merely a fleeting encounter. We are but passing figures in each other's lives, much like those who, once missed, fade into the annals of time." Wang Yun, a sentimental soul, felt her heart sink further upon hearing this. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying the essence of heartbreak. Her brother sighed at her despondency, choosing to remain silent. Soon, the caravan arrived at the imposing city gates, and Wang Yun's sorrow deepened as she frequently turned to steal glances of Lin Xiaolu's face, as if to etch his likeness into her memory. Meanwhile, her father, Wang Lei, adeptly approached the guards at the gate to communicate their purpose. "Good sirs, we are a merchant caravan from the Qin Kingdom, here to deliver fabrics to the Tang Kingdom." The guards surveyed the members of the caravan and their large crates before questioning. "You hail from the Qin Kingdom?" "Indeed," Wang Lei responded with utmost respect. "That is unacceptable." To the astonishment of Wang Lei and the entire caravan, the guard outrightly refused them, stating, "The patriarch of the Zhu family, a noble sect in our kingdom, has recently emerged from seclusion, and even His Majesty is celebrating this occasion. According to Zhu family customs, all foreign interactions are suspended during this period. Only citizens of the Tang Kingdom may enter." Chapter 117. Master Zhu. Upon hearing the guard's words, Wang Lei was momentarily taken aback. However, upon realizing that he and his merchant convoy were the only ones present, he retrieved a silver ingot from his sleeve and respectfully stated, "Esteemed sir, our Wang family trading group frequently conducts business in the Tang Kingdom. Might I beseech you to show some leniency? We have already arranged a time with the fabric shop, and my family relies on this shipment for our livelihood." The guard cast a covetous glance at the silver ingot but hesitated to accept it. "This is the Zhu family's protocol. The Zhu clan possesses formidable influence. I cannot permit you to enter. Please return in a few days." Wang Lei's expression grew increasingly troubled, caught in a dilemma. If the 2 carts of goods were not delivered to the Tang Kingdom on time, they would face steep compensation fees to the fabric shop, leaving him in a state of paralysis. The guard, noticing his stillness, grew impatient and urged, "Hurry along, don't block the entrance. If you cannot enter, then you cannot enter. This is beyond my control." At these words, Wang Yun and the other uncles were left at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. They understood the adage that commoners should not contend with officials and dared not argue with the guard, opting instead to shake their heads in dejection. "Sir, would you be so kind as to communicate with the manager of the fabric shop in Yuzhou on our behalf? After all, the delay is not our fault," Wang Lei implored, extending the silver piece toward the guard. "What are you doing?" The guard retorted, still refusing to take it. "With the ancestral master of the Zhu family emerging from seclusion, I cannot engage in any dubious dealings on such a significant occasion. Leave this place at once, and do not force my hand." As he finished speaking, a bright voice rang out from behind Wang Lei. "Uncle, why aren't we going in yet?" Lin Xiaolu had jumped down from the cart, her curious gaze fixed on the guard and the commotion. Wang Lei, feeling helpless, explained the situation to Lin Xiaolu, who was equally bewildered. "The ancestral master of a cultivation family has emerged? What does that have to do with ordinary people? Why can't we enter the city?" She looked at the guard, puzzled. Are cultivation families really that powerful? Uncle Wang has already signed orders with the fabric shop in the Tang Kingdom. Why can't we go in? Cannot enter means cannot enter. What nonsense is this little Taoist spouting? The guard's patience was wearing thin. He glared at Wang Lei, Lin Xiaolu, and the entire group, urging them brusquely, "Get lost." Seeing the guard's anger, Wang Lei, who usually adhered to amicable dealings, could only ponder sadly for a moment before offering an apologetic smile to Lin Xiaolu. "Little Taoist, this situation arose unexpectedly. I did not foresee encountering such an impediment. I sincerely apologize for not being able to bring you into the Tang Kingdom. I shall return this ingot to you." "Oh, there is no need for that." Lin Xiaolu waved her hand dismissively, grinning. "Uncle, I can take you in. You have no idea how remarkable I am." Upon finishing his words, he turned towards the guard amidst the puzzled gazes of Wang Lei, Wang Yun, and the others from the caravan, deliberately donning an expression of feigned sorrow, and ostentatiously proclaimed, "I initially intended to interact with you as a mere mortal, yet all I received in return was estrangement. Very well, I shall no longer pretend. I am an immortal from Amei, and I lay my cards on the table." At this revelation, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. With Wang Yun's eyes sparkling in surprise, she instinctively believed Lin Xiaolu's assertion. The guard, momentarily stunned by Lin Xiaolu's claim, hesitated, for he knew that assuming the identity of an Amei immortal was a perilous act, punishable by the annihilation of one's entire lineage. Thus, he regarded the young lad with uncertainty and inquired, "You assert that you are an immortal from Amei. Do you possess any proof? Indeed, allow me to show you. Lin Xiaolu swiftly unfastened the fragrant pouch hanging from his waist, brandishing it before the guard to reveal the inscription May Lin Xiaolu in bold characters. Upon seeing this, the guard's expression transformed immediately, and he hastily replied, I shall go inform the others. Please wait here, esteemed immortal. Without delay, he rushed through the city gate, instructing the other guards to keep an eye on Lin Xiaolu and Wang Lei. As soon as he departed, Wang Lei, Wang Yun, and the members of the caravan turned their astonished gazes toward Lin Xiaolu. Unable to contain her excitement, Wang Yun eagerly asked, Taoist Xiaolu, are you truly an immortal from May? Of course, Lin Xiaolu replied, hands clasped behind his back, exuding pride. Among all of May, I rank third. The first is my master, and the second is the leader of May. The crowd gasped in disbelief at his words, incredulity etched on their faces. So, Taoist Xiaolu is indeed an immortal from May. It makes sense. How could an ordinary martial artist possibly shatter such a thick tree with a single punch? Exactly. Just the other day, Taoist Xiaolu knocked out a massive wild boar with a single blow. I sensed something was amiss. A mere martial artist could not possess such extraordinary prowess. It must be the work of an immortal. At the city gate, everyone lavished praise upon the young lad. Yet amidst the adoration and reverence, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Xiaolu's large eyes. Though he was initially elated by the compliments, he felt a twinge of discomfort when they remarked that a martial artist could not possess such abilities. The reason for his unease eluded him, leaving him bewildered and rooted to the spot. After standing amidst the flattery of the caravan's members for a time, the previous guard returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a splendid robe, followed by several attendants. Upon their arrival, the guard introduced the man. This is Mr. Zhu from Yuzhou City, a distant relative of the Zhu family and a practitioner of qi condensation. Upon hearing the term practitioner, the caravan members immediately bowed their heads in reverence, as if in the presence of a significant figure, and they knelt in unison. Wang Lei, seemingly aware of Mr. Zhu's reputation, prostrated himself on the ground and proclaimed loudly, Commoner Wang Lei, a native of Ruzhou in the Qin kingdom, pays his respects to Mr. Zhu. His demeanor was exceedingly respectful, yet the middle-aged man before him paid him no heed, instead striding directly towards Lin Xiaolu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The only one still standing. Lin Xiaolu gazed back at him in bewilderment, inwardly lamenting how someone at the first layer of qi condensation could command such deference, feeling as if he were being overshadowed. How irritating. The middle-aged man first regarded him for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, How audacious! You dare impersonate an May immortal. Lin Xiaolu, taken aback, retorted, When did I ever impersonate anyone? Humph, still stubbornly denying it. The man coldly scoffed at Lin Xiaolu. You are utterly unconvincing. How could a dignified May immortal enter the Tang kingdom and accompany a caravan of lowly peasants? Moreover, I observed you earlier and found no trace of spiritual energy within you. You are nothing but a commoner. I possess evidence. Lin Xiaolu then produced the fragrant pouch with tassels that his senior sister Miao Xian had embroidered for him, boldly declaring, I truly come from May. Just take a look. However, the arrogant man before him, hands clasped behind his back, dismissed him with a derisive laugh. Such a trinket hardly qualifies as evidence. Do you think I am a fool? He then turned to the guards beside him and shouted, What are you standing around for? Seize this impudent wretch impersonating an May immortal. At the utterance of impudent wretch, Lin Xiaolu froze in place. Initially, he had intended to heed his sister's advice and reason with this Zhu Yuanwei, but how could he tolerate being called an impudent wretch? In the midst of the commotion, the youth glared at the arrogant Zhu Yuanwei, his voice suddenly dropping to a menacing tone. Am I giving you face, or what? Chapter 117. Who are you? The angry words were spoken, and Master Zhu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished that this lowly peasant dared to address him in such a manner. Feeling insulted, his gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, intending to execute the young monk on the spot. Everyone present was stunned, gripped by terror, while Wang Yun, standing behind Lin Xiaolu, happened to hear a bird's call from the sky. Instinctively, she looked up at the flying birds, but when she returned her gaze, she saw Master Zhu had collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his forehead, unconscious. Everyone was bewildered. Wang Yun, in particular, gasped in disbelief at the scene before her. She was unaware of what had transpired, But even those who had not diverted their eyes failed to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. It was all too swift, devoid of any sound. People only vaguely perceived a fleeting shadow, and then the once formidable Master Zhu, possessing foundational qi, fell without even a groan. How did Lin Xiaolu accomplish this? In the midst of it all, Lin Xiaolu, hands behind his back, feigned disinterest in the defeated ruffian and shifted his attention to the guards and servants, flashing a warm smile. "Gentlemen, might I inquire about the strength of the Zhu family's elder?" The guards, drenched in cold sweat, stared at the youth in terror and replied, "The elder Zhu is at the foundational level, yet has not successfully formed his core." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu felt a wave of relief wash over him and responded with an even more amiable demeanor. "I wish to enter the Tang Kingdom. Gentlemen, please inform that esteemed elder Zhu, or perhaps His Majesty, to come see me. I intend to remain in Yuzhou City for a couple of days. Oh, and as for Uncle Wang's merchant caravan and other common folk, as long as their paperwork is in order, they should have free passage into the Tang Kingdom, correct?" The guard, trembling in fear, replied, "Master, this is the Zhu family's regulation, and His Majesty may find it challenging to intervene." "Oh, then please notify Elder Zhu to meet with me. I shall inquire whether he values rules or his life more. To be frank, I often take lives. I typically eliminate over 200 individuals at the foundational level each day. Each time I relieve myself, I must kill as many foundational practitioners." "Everyone." "Master, I have an immature confusion," one guard tentatively asked. "Speak. Do you mean to say you relieve yourself over 200 times a day?" Lin Xiaolu. He cleared his throat awkwardly and earnestly explained, "What I mean is, I eliminate a foundational practitioner for every drop I relieve myself of. So, if I relieve myself 200 times, that seems quite reasonable, doesn't it?" "Oh." Everyone suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Before long, Lin Xiaolu led the Wang family caravan into the city, and no one dared to obstruct them along the way. Upon entering the city gates of Yuzhou, Wang Lei promptly bid farewell to Lin Xiaolu, appearing quite anxious, as if fearing delays, leaving Lin Xiaolu somewhat perplexed as to why Uncle Wang was in such a hurry. At present, he remains oblivious to the fact that Wang Lei fears the immortal cultivation families and the government may come seeking Lin Xiaolu. He worries that his own family may become entangled in peril due to their close association, hence his desire to expedite the delivery and depart swiftly. The two parties parted ways on a bustling and vibrant street. Wang Yun gazed longingly at Lin Xiaolu, who responded with a cupped fist and a hearty laugh, bidding farewell with a cheerful "see you in the martial world," without casting a glance towards the infatuated young lady. Ultimately, the caravan members watched Lin Xiaolu's figure fade into the throngs of the busy street, marking the conclusion of this fleeting encounter. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiaolu, for a considerable time thereafter, the young lady named Wang Yun would continue to remember him fondly and hold him in her thoughts. "Esteemed guest, would you like to dine or seek lodging?" "Both, please." "Certainly, esteemed guest. Shall we start with your meal?" "Yes, I shall dine in the main hall. Once I am satisfied, please prepare a room for me." "Very well, esteemed guest. What would you like to order? What are your specialties?" "Ah, esteemed guest, to be candid, I am particularly colorful." In a quaint and elegantly adorned inn, Lin Xiaolu sat at a table, bewildered by the server's response, rendered speechless. Is it customary for the servers in this Tang Kingdom to speak so boldly? Even a dignified figure such as himself was taken aback. He exclaimed in frustration, "I was inquiring about your culinary delights, not your peculiarities." "My apologies, esteemed guest." The server quickly apologized and enthusiastically elaborated. "Our establishment is renowned for its beef buns and stewed dog meat, famous far and wide, with many patrons expressing their fondness for them. Additionally, we offer Lidu wine, a fine brew that emanates a delightful fragrance even before uncorked. I do not indulge in alcohol. Then may I serve you some rice wine? Our rice wine is chilled in the well, sweet and refreshing, perfect for alleviating the summer heat." "Very well," Lin Xiaolu responded with a cheerful grin. "Bring me 2 portions of dog meat, 20 beef buns to start, a jar of rice wine. And do you have any vegetables? Bring me several plates of those as well." The server, taken aback by Lin Xiaolu's order, wore a peculiar expression and cautioned, "Esteemed guest, our dog meat is served in jars. If you order 2 portions, that will be 2 jars, totaling 4 to 5 pounds of meat. As for the beef buns, they are generously sized, each nearly the size of a palm, and you have ordered 20. Surely, That is too much. Just bring what I asked for. You seem unaware of my wealth." With that, Lin Xiaolu pulled out a gold ingot and slammed it onto the table with a resounding thud. The server's demeanor instantly transformed into one of delight as he respectfully replied, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I shall have your order prepared promptly." Seeing the young shopkeeper scurry away, the boy smiled softly. Contentedly pouring himself a cup of tea, he sighed wistfully. Ah, how delightful it is to be wealthy. He leisurely sipped the rather unpalatable, bitter brew, silently awaiting the arrival of his meal. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, a girl dressed in tattered gray linen, her face smudged with dirt, stole a glance at him. Her eyes sparkled brightly, despite the grime obscuring her features, yet they could not conceal the luminescence of her gaze, which was now fixated on the gold ingots on Lin Xiaolu's table, lost in thought. "Esteemed guest, your buns," the young shopkeeper announced, presenting 20 fragrant beef buns with enthusiasm. Arranging them neatly before him, and producing a refreshing cup of rice wine to quench the heat, he added, "The dog meat and vegetables are still being prepared. Please bear with us a moment." "Ah, wait, don't leave just yet." Lin Xiaolu grasped the shopkeeper's arm, inquiring, "Young man, do you know where the Amipa Temple is?" "Sir, you wish to visit the Amipa Temple?" "Yes, I would like to learn martial arts there," Lin Xiaolu replied. "Ah, I see. The Amipa Temple is located at Yinmen Pass, not too far from our Yuzhou city. If you ride, it should take approximately 3 to 5 days, but on foot, it may take about a month." "Oh, thank you very much." After inquiring about the location, the boy merrily began to devour the buns. The warm, generously stuffed buns burst with flavor, and he nearly consumed one in 3 bites, alternating between indulging in a bun and sipping the cool rice wine, reveling in sheer joy. Just as he was delighting in his meal, the girl at the neighboring table, who was munching on pickled vegetables and steamed bread, suddenly spoke up. "You're going to the Amipa Temple?" Upon hearing her cool, distant voice, Lin Xiaolu, with his cheeks stuffed full, turned curiously toward her and was met with her captivating, autumn-like eyes. Momentarily taken aback by the beauty concealed within the girl's dark complexion, he puffed up his cheeks and mumbled, "Who are you?" Chapter 119. And Ning, the girl at the neighboring table, exuding a certain air of the martial world, greeted him with a playful fist salute and introduced herself as Ning. She continued, "If you wish to visit the Mituan Monastery, I can guide you there." Lin Xiaolu, initially taken aback with delight, soon regarded the dark-haired girl with curiosity and hesitance. "But I don't know you. Why would you lead me?" And Ning smiled softly. "Seeing how affluent you are, ordering such an abundance of food, I thought I might ask for a meal in return." Lin Xiaolu, still somewhat bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze wandered to her table, where aside from steamed buns and pickles, lay a long, black cloth bundle, the contents of which remained a mystery to him. And Ning appeared to be of similar age, perhaps around 13 or 14, and her attire suggested a modest lifestyle. The most striking feature, however, were her hands, delicate and long. Yet Lin Xiaolu's keen eye detected subtle calluses at her fingertips and the base of her thumb. This hinted at 2 possibilities. Either she frequently wielded farming tools, or she was a martial artist, accustomed to gripping weapons. As Lin Xiaolu pondered this, he neither accepted nor declined her offer. Just then, the waiter arrived, placing a steaming dish of dog meat before him, and he was instantly captivated, devouring the meal without further thought. And Ning smiled at him, saying, "I happen to be heading to Yinmen Pass for a few days. If you go to the Mituo Monastery, I can lead you in exchange for a few taels of silver afterward." "Sounds good," Lin Xiaolu replied boldly, feeling undaunted. He reasoned that even if she were a martial artist, she could hardly pose a threat to him. He added, "I anticipate lingering here for a few days. As someone referred to as old ancestor may seek me out for guidance on how to conduct himself, I intend to depart only after that." The girl, not overthinking it, simply responded with a cheerful all right. After their brief introduction, they fell into a comfortable silence, each absorbed in their own meal. And Ning, being a girl with a modest appetite, finished a single bun before feeling satisfied. She picked up her black cloth bundle, waved goodbye to Lin Xiaolu, and followed the waiter to her room. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, took his time savoring his meal, as he had a hearty appetite. After a considerable while, he finally finished the buns and the stewed dog meat, contentedly patting his belly before unsteadily making his way to his room, where he practiced stances. The afternoon swiftly passed, and as night fell, the young man, having exhausted his food, bounced down the stairs. He discovered the inn's lobby remained desolate, save for the enigmatic Ning. She, dressed as simply as before in her tattered linen clothes, had her long hair tied with a grass rope, cascading down to her waist, and was delicately sipping her porridge. Lin Xiaolu, intrigued by the past, cast a glance at her hastily assembled dinner and queried, "Is porridge truly sufficient to satiate your hunger at night?" "It's merely a matter of being poor," Aining replied candidly. Lin Xiaolu took a seat before her, and, noticing the dust obscuring her face, inquired, "Pray tell, what is it that you do?" "My surname is not A," Aining retorted, raising her gaze and shooting Lin Xiaolu an annoyed look. "Aining is merely a shorthand for my name. We are but fleeting acquaintances. There is no need for full introductions, just as you have yet to reveal your own name." "Oh, I seem to have forgotten." Lin Xiaolu chuckled apologetically, poised to disclose her name, only for Aining to interject. "A name is merely a label. There is no necessity to share it. As wanderers of the world, we need not adhere to trivialities. Once we reach Mituwa Temple, we shall part ways. And even if you told me, I might not remember." Feeling somewhat awkward at Aining's words, Lin Xiaolu found her quite cool, exuding an unspoken charisma in her every gesture. Noticing Aining's reticence, Lin Xiaolu refrained from further conversation, turning to the waiter and calling out, "Good sir, please bring me another serving of lunch, with an extra helping of beef. I shall forego the rice wine and instead request a sweet soup." After ordering, he glanced at Aining's porridge and chuckled, "Surely, porridge alone cannot fill you up. You may have some of mine. I have plenty of money." The girl shot him a sidelong glance and huffed lightly. "I cannot afford such extravagant food. When we reach Mituwa Temple, if you fail to reward me under the pretext of treating me to a meal, where shall I seek justice?" The implication was clear. It was about money. With a flourish, Lin Xiaolu produced a gold ingot from his pocket, boasting, "My senior sister dotes on me. I have over a dozen of these in my bag." Clang. Before he could finish, Aining tapped her chopsticks against his teacup, warning him in a hushed tone, "Lower your voice. Do you not understand the principle of concealing one's wealth? How could your family allow you to roam free like this? Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" "Robbed?" Lin Xiaolu, ever audacious, laughed heartily, addressing the girl before him. "Who would dare to rob me? Aining, you have no idea how formidable I am. Have you heard of a May?" "Yes, I have." "What of it?" "I once robbed an elder from a May when I was 7. The girl rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical, and deemed him to be bragging. Unfazed by her disbelief, Lin Xiaolu continued with unabashed pride, "By the age of 8, I could tear apart tigers and leopards, and I even killed a foundational stage cultivator. I founded a gang. Anyone who dares to rob me is merely seeking their own demise." As she listened to his outlandish tales, the girl felt an ache in her head, regretting her decision to escort him to Mituwa Temple. This fellow was all talk, and the more she listened, the more absurd it became. Killing a foundational stage cultivator at 8? Why not ascend to the heavens? She no longer paid any attention to Lin Xiaolu, allowing him to boast endlessly. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes one by one. While eating, Lin Xiaolu continued to chatter incessantly, his little mouth moving rapidly. The girl could no longer restrain herself and interrupted him again. "Are you going to Mituwa Temple to learn martial arts?" "Indeed," Lin Xiaolu replied, stuffing a bun into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out like a sphere. He mumbled indistinctly, "I heard there are many formidable monks there, and I wanted to witness it for myself." "Humph," the girl scoffed disdainfully. Noticing her apparent disdain for Mituwa Temple, Lin Xiaolu curiously asked, "Isn't the martial arts there good?" After finishing her last spoonful of porridge, the girl picked up her black cloth bag and, as she rose to ascend the stairs, casually remarked, "You'll only know if it's good or not by seeing for yourself." With that, she decisively returned to her room, leaving the bewildered boy behind. That evening, after satisfying his hunger and cleansing himself with a washing elixir, Xiaolu enjoyed a refreshing sleep. At the break of dawn the next day, he rose promptly and prepared to go for a run. Upon exiting his room, he was slightly surprised to see Aining, who was also preparing for a jog. It was unexpected, as he had woken up quite early and did not anticipate Aining would be up at such an hour. Chapter 120. The ancestor of the Zhu family. "Good morning, Aining. You rise early," he remarked. Aining merely nodded, disregarding him as she descended the stairs alone to take her morning run. Even during her exercise, she had a long cloth bundle secured to her back with a rope. The city of Yuzhou was not particularly bustling. Situated on the border of the Tang Kingdom, it was quiet in the early hours. With only a handful of vendors selling breakfast and vegetables, Lin Xiaolu sprinted along the cobblestone streets, pondering why the so-called ancestor of the Zhu family had yet to arrive in Yuzhou after an entire night had passed. He couldn't wait indefinitely for his arrival. After a while of running, the streets began to fill with more people. He bought a skewer of candied hawthorn and consumed it as he jogged, unperturbed by any potential stomach discomfort. After completing several laps around Yuzhou, he broke a sweat and decided to stop by a breakfast shop. Outside, he devoured around 40 red bean buns and drank 12 bowls of soybean milk, drawing admiration from passers-by and boosting the stall's business significantly. When he returned to the inn, the clock indicated it was already mid-morning, and the lobby was devoid of any patrons. With nothing to occupy his time, he approached the counter, engaging in idle chatter with the innkeeper, who was busy calculating accounts. The innkeeper mentioned that business had once thrived here, as Yuzhou served as a transportation hub at the border, attracting numerous travelers and merchants from other nations. However, since the ancestor of the Zhu family had closed the city gates, the inn had not received a single guest recently. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu chuckled and patted the innkeeper's shoulder, assuring him that the situation would soon improve. The innkeeper, however, took little notice of his words, merely responding with a polite smile. At noon, he opted for a change from the previous day's selections, ordering a simple assortment of home-cooked dishes and a hot pot. Lin Xiaolu was generous, consistently ordering enough for 10 people, which earned him increasing respect from the innkeeper and staff, who treated him with utmost deference, considering him their benefactor during these lean times. "Are you truly not going to eat?" Lin Xiaolu asked, gnawing on a pig trotter and glancing at Ning, who was seated at the adjacent table, consuming her steamed buns. "This pig trotter is delicious. I do not partake in food that is merely offered," Ning replied, rejecting his invitation. After a moment's thought, she added, "If you have any enemies or if anyone bullies you and steals your gold, I can protect you, though it will not come cheaply." "Oh, that won't be necessary. I'm formidable enough to scare myself," he jested. Ning's disdain deepened as she perceived him as nothing more than a braggart, having already noted that Lin Xiaolu's hands bore no calluses and his complexion was too fair, betraying no signs of a martial artist. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiaolu had been consuming and utilizing resources imbued with spiritual energy during his stay at Ame. While he could not absorb the spiritual essence, the nourishment contained within these items was remarkably beneficial for his complexion and overall health. Thus, he appeared as a strikingly handsome youth, in stark contrast to the robust figures typically associated with martial practitioners. "And Ning, do you know martial arts?" Lin Xiaolu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he ate. "A little," the girl replied candidly, a newfound smile gracing her lips as if she had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. "If you wish to learn martial arts from me, I can teach you, though it won't be free." Lin Xiaolu promptly shook his head, indicating his disinterest in lessons. Through their interactions over the past couple of days, he had discerned that Ning was fundamentally a money-minded individual, albeit one with principles. For instance, she would not agree to let him treat her to a meal. She struck him as a rather peculiar character, seemingly with her own quirks. The two lapsed into silence, each indulging in their lunch until Ning, having finished her steamed bun, probed, "When shall we set off for Mitua Lucy?" "Soon," Lin Xiaolu mumbled through a mouthful of freshly cooked beef tripe, turning to her with a vague response. "Don't rush. It should be in the next couple of days. I'm waiting for someone." No sooner had he spoken than a raucous commotion erupted outside the inn, followed by the entrance of several imposing figures. Each person exuded an extraordinary aura, their attire resplendent, with the leader being an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, his expression grave. At first glance, Lin Xiaolu surmised that this old man was the fabled ancestor of the Zhu family. His face lit up with excitement as he turned to Ning. "I believe we can set off tomorrow. Look, this old fellow has come to find me." And Ning cast a curious glance at the white-bearded elder and then at the formidable middle-aged men accompanying him. Her attention was swiftly drawn to the jade tokens at their waists, causing her to gasp in shock. Her beautiful eyes widened in terror, and her lips pressed tightly together, as she dared not utter a sound. These individuals belonged to the illustrious Zhu family of the Tang dynasty, far beyond the capabilities of a mere martial artist to confront. Cursed be this braggart youth. What on earth had he done to attract the attention of cultivators? She discreetly gripped her black cloth bag, contemplating whether to flee. In stark contrast to the girl's trepidation, Lin Xiaolu remained leisurely, observing the elder before him, who exuded an air of a transcendent master. Setting aside other considerations, the elder's appearance alone was that of a celestial being, radiating an aura that would likely lead passers-by to believe him to be a venerable immortal. As he assessed the scene in his mind, he absent-mindedly retrieved a chopstick full of beef rolls from the hot pot, carefully blowing on it before savoring the morsel, seemingly oblivious to the unfriendly gazes directed at him. At that moment, within the inn, the white-bearded elder, accompanied by a cadre of middle-aged men, strode purposefully towards Lin Xiaolu, casting a scrutinizing glance upon him. With a single look, he discerned the absence of any spiritual energy within Lin Xiaolu, and a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. A lowly commoner, upon encountering the old man, did not kneel. Instead, he sat leisurely indulging in hot pot. Such an act was utterly sacrilegious. As the old man's visage grew increasingly frigid, the terror within the hearts of all intensified. The innkeeper and the serving boy cowered behind the counter, too fearful to utter a sound. The atmosphere in the inn's grand hall became extraordinarily eerie, reminiscent of a calm before a storm, with only the sound of the youth slurping his hot pot echoing through the establishment. In the next moment, a middle-aged man beside the white-bearded elder suddenly spoke sharply to Lin Xiaolu. "Are you the one who injured my cousin?" Pretending to be an immortal from a May, the youth, unfazed, blew on a piece of steaming beef, nodded slightly, and continued to eat while playfully swinging his short legs. With his hand propping up his chin, he cast a sidelong glance at them, exuding an air of defiance that dared them to harm him. This demeanor incited a fiery rage among the group of cultivators, who were unaccustomed to being gazed upon with such insolence by a mere commoner. The middle-aged man bellowed, "Lowly wretch! Do you not know who stands before you?" The white-bearded elder also huffed in anger, fixing his gaze on Lin Xiaolu, and mockingly remarked, "I have only emerged from seclusion for a few days, and already I encounter a brash child who knows nothing of the world's gravity. How amusing!" In response to the elder's derision, Lin Xiaolu continued to jiggle his legs while savoring his hot pot, muttering between bites, "I wonder how it is that you all, at such an advanced age, possess so little discernment. Can't you see I am dining? Go queue up in the corner and wait patiently until I finish my meal before you come to strip your trousers." Chapter 121. Will you withdraw? As the audacious words escaped his lips, the atmosphere within the inn plummeted to a chilling silence. Nearby, Ning clutched her cloth bag tightly, appearing ready to flee at a moment's notice. She felt helpless. The foolish child was courting disaster, and she could not intervene, burdened as she was with her own troubles and cautious not to reveal her true identity. At that moment, the middle-aged men surrounding the white-haired elder glared with murderous intent, while the elder himself erupted into a terrifying laugh. "Good, good, good. Even His Majesty would not dare to speak to me in such a manner." With that, the elder abruptly turned to leave, unwilling to demean himself by confronting a mere child, for it would tarnish the reputation of the Zhu family's ancestor. Consequently, as the elder turned away, his companions immediately directed their ire towards Lin Xiaolu, believing it unnecessary to employ excessive force against such a trivial opponent. How formidable was Lin Xiaolu at this juncture? The lack of precise tiers in martial cultivation made it difficult to assess. Yet he had a keen understanding of his own strength. After undergoing the second infusion of beast blood, his combat prowess had far surpassed the foundational stage. One could even say he could effortlessly crush those at that level. Unless they took to the skies in close combat, those at the foundational stage would be thoroughly dominated. The middle-aged men before him were merely practitioners at the qi condensation stage, to put it bluntly. Even if he stood idly by and allowed them to unleash their full might upon him, he would remain unperturbed. Thus, when these middle-aged practitioners decided to engage, Lin Xiaolu executed two swift actions. First, with a subtle flick of his wrist, he split his chopsticks into two brilliant streaks of light that plunged forcefully into the abdomens of two of the men. Second, he swiftly stomped on the foot of one middle-aged practitioner with such force that the man was driven to bend over in agony. Just as the man was about to cry out in pain, Lin Xiaolu promptly shoved a piece of scalding beef ball into his mouth, causing him to choke and collapse to the ground, coughing violently. These actions were performed in unison, executed with such rapidity that it took less than 2 breaths of time. And Ning could scarcely comprehend the scene. 3 qi condensation practitioners lay at his feet, clutching their bellies or throats, moaning in distress. Everyone was left in a state of shock, and Ning stood frozen at the table, while the previously imposing white-haired elder turned in disbelief, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. Inside the inn, 3 practitioners writhed in pain on the floor, while Lin Xiaolu nonchalantly continued sipping his soup. Was it merely a matter of prestige? Who was afraid of whom? He excelled at portraying himself as a formidable figure. The young man's air of confidence and composure astounded all present, and the elder's gaze shifted to Lin Xiaolu with a hint of wariness. "You are a cultivator?" The young man shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Cultivators are so weak. How could I ever be one? I am an exceptionally skilled martial artist." This declaration left the white-haired elder momentarily speechless. He could indeed sense that the young man before him possessed no trace of spiritual energy. However, if he were merely an ordinary martial artist, it would be inconceivable for him to effortlessly incapacitate 3 practitioners at the qi condensation stage. At least, within his understanding, such a feat was impossible. He stood there in confusion, while Lin Xiaolu, indifferent to his presence, continued to savor his hot pot. The old man found himself in a dilemma. Neither able to sit nor stand, his aged face contorted with displeasure. After a while, he managed to force out an awkward smile, saying, "My young friend, I believe everything that transpired just now was merely a misunderstanding." Given Lin Xiaolu's calm demeanor, the elder found himself uncertain of the youth's prowess, which softened his tone as he spoke kindly. "I am willing to befriend you, transforming hostility into harmony. What do you say, young friend?" The white-haired elder believed he had spoken without fault, having softened his stance, and as an elder, he thought that even if this young lad possessed some strength, he would surely know when to yield. However, to his astonishment, Lin Xiaolu showed no inclination to grant him any favor. With a mouthful of meatballs, he shook his head and mumbled, "Grandpa, this situation was entirely your fault. The uncle at the city gate who I knocked out was someone I intended to reason with, but he scolded me without cause, which is why I taught him a lesson. The fault does not lie with me. Moreover, you all came to trouble me today without discerning right from wrong. Had I lacked some ability, you surely would not have spared me, would you? You would certainly have dealt with me harshly. Thus, it is only reasonable that if I possess some ability, I would not let you off easily either. But rest assured, my senior sister forbids me from killing indiscriminately, so I only require your trousers." Upon finishing, he held his small bowl, crossed his legs, and, while using his chopsticks to enjoy lamb rolls, looked at the white-haired elder with a puffed-up face and asked, "Will you take them off yourself, or shall I assist you?" The elder's expression changed at his words, and the wrinkles on his forehead twisted tightly. This young lad dared to suggest that a foundational stage cultivator like himself should remove his trousers in front of everyone. Was this even a reasonable request? Lin Xiaolu's words left not only the white-haired elder and the surrounding cultivators stunned, but even Aining, not far away, was momentarily bewildered, as if it were the young fool who was the true antagonist. She wore an odd expression, biting her lips to suppress a laugh. After a moment, Lin Xiaolu finally felt full. He wiped his mouth and gazed at the unmoving elder in astonishment, saying, "Grandpa, are you truly asking me to help you take them off? You are quite lazy. Come on, lift your backside." His tone was so light and casual, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, causing the elder's chest to rise and fall with agitation as he glared fiercely at the boy. Having never endured such humiliation, the elder coldly retorted, "Little lad, as the saying goes, one should spare others when able. Do not think for a moment that I am truly afraid of you." Lin Xiaolu smiled, raising his youthful face to meet the elder's gaze, revealing a charming grin adorned with dimples. "If I lacked some ability, and I told you to spare me, would you truly let me go?" The elderly man glared fiercely at him, remaining silent. "You see, you would not spare me, would you?" Lin Xiaolu said with a smile, extending his small hands. "My senior sister once said, 'Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself.' Since you are unwilling to show me mercy, what face do you have to plead for my clemency? Now, remove your trousers and obey. You are exceedingly tyrannical." The white-haired elder suddenly roared, his entire being radiating immense spiritual energy as he struck out with a palm, accompanied by blinding light. Aining was startled by the elder's sudden aggression and hastily grabbed her black cloth bag, preparing to flee. However, in the next instant, she witnessed Lin Xiaolu grasping the elder's withered wrist, forcefully suppressing the violent surge of spiritual energy. Aining stood frozen, dumbfounded at the scene unfolding before her. "Old man, how can you be so unreasonable and still accuse me of being oppressive?" Lin Xiaolu chuckled playfully. Then, with a surge of strength, the elder's wrist produced a sharp crack. "Ah!" The elder cried out in pain, his wrist shattered, causing him to kneel on the ground, cracking the floor beneath him. He quickly activated his protective spiritual energy, attempting to retaliate, but Lin Xiaolu remained undeterred, still gripping his deformed wrist as he continued. "If you had flown away earlier, I truly would have had no means to deal with you. But alas, old man, you overestimated yourself." With that, he leisurely raised his small hand and delivered a resounding slap to the elder's forehead. Bang! The delicate hand unleashed tremendous power, producing a sound akin to a bell being struck, as an invisible wave of energy radiated from where the elder's forehead had been struck, causing the floor, which had been knelt upon, to crack yet again. Uft! Blood spurted from the elder's mouth, and had he not been held by Lin Xiaolu, he would surely have collapsed to the ground. This scene astonished everyone once more, and Aining gasped in disbelief, her hand covering her mouth. How could this foolish child have defeated a Foundation establishment cultivator with a single strike? In the midst of it all, Lin Xiaolu looked down upon the severely injured elder, continuing to inquire kindly, "Old man, will you remove them?" The elder, blood spewing from his mouth, glared at him with malice, shouting no. Bang! Another slap was delivered, causing the elder's body to shudder violently, his knees sinking deeper into the ground, blood oozing from his nose. "Will you remove them?" I will not." The elder continued to shout, tears streaming down his face, an utterly pitiful sight. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xiaolu, showing no mercy, unleashed a flurry of rapid slaps upon the elder's head, causing it to nod up and down like a chick pecking at grain, his body gradually sinking into the earth. Finally, he could no longer bear it, crying out in anguish, I will. Please stop slapping me, I will." Seeing his plea for mercy, Lin Xiaolu finally ceased his assault, sitting at the dining table, crossing his legs and resting his chin in anticipation. "Go on, I'm watching." Chapter 122. Acquiring a duck in the afternoon. The city of Yuzhou basked in the radiant sunlight, while gentle breezes caressed the bustling streets. A venerable old man with ethereal grace and flowing white hair was accompanied by a group of handsome middle-aged cultivators, elegantly bounding and leaping through the thoroughfare. Clad in resplendent robes, they exuded an air of sophistication, while their lower halves were audaciously bare, revealing their smooth posteriors. Their carefree strides epitomized the exuberance of youth, their movements strikingly beautiful as they ran, showcasing the elegance and vitality of cultivators, drawing accolades and applause from onlookers. Standing at the entrance of an inn, Lin Xiaolu watched the departing figures of these cultivators, marveling, truly, they are remarkable beings. Even at such an age, their posteriors remain so round, delicate, and lustrous. How extraordinary! If only I could possess a dairy as splendid as theirs. Behind him, Aining stood quietly, and after observing the young man for a while, she interrupted his admiration with a question. "How did you accomplish that?" "Huh?" Lin Xiaolu turned, bewildered, gazing at Aining. "What do you mean?" "About the Zhu family's ancestor." Aining inquired, her eyes fixed intently on him. "How did you breach his protective spiritual aura?" With a hearty laugh, Lin Xiaolu replied, "Are you eager to learn?" "Indeed." Aining nodded, her expression stoic. "Name your price, and I shall see if I can afford it." Lin Xiaolu flashed a charming smile at the girl before him, stating, "My asking price is 1,000,000 taels of gold." Aining was momentarily stunned, her disbelief evident as she gazed at him, before lowering her head and lamenting, "I cannot afford that." Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiaolu glanced at her, finding Aining quite endearing at that moment. He jovially declared, "The method to shatter a protective aura is one I devised myself, called the double shadow force. However, the training conditions are quite stringent. One must undergo a beast blood baptism and possess a formidable physique. Thus, I regret to inform you that I cannot teach you." After speaking, Lin Xiaolu cheerfully suggested, "Tomorrow, we can head to Mitua Temple. Should we buy some provisions for the journey? Or perhaps acquire a horse to ride?" "Can you ride?" Aining queried. "Can you?" "Not at all." "Can you?" "I can, but I am but a pauper." "Then how about I purchase a horse, and you can guide me?" Lin Xiaolu asked with excitement. "I'd rather not. That would bring you too close to me." Aining replied, her expression unchanged, then suggested, You could buy a carriage instead. I can drive it for you. It would be much faster than walking. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's eyes brightened at the idea, and in perfect accord with Aining, he promptly set off to purchase a carriage, delighted by the prospect of spending his wealth. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaolu and Ning set out to purchase a horse cart. The shopkeeper initially demanded 2 ingots of gold, but Lin Xiaolu, quite generous, was ready to pay the price. However, Ning intervened and engaged in a fervent negotiation, successfully having the price. Ultimately, they acquired a chestnut-colored steed and a sturdy cart for the cost of 1 ingot of gold. As they traversed the streets, Lin Xiaolu peered curiously out of the carriage window, while Ning led the horse at the front. Had it not been for my bargaining skills, you would have spent 2 ingots of gold on this cart. I saved you 1, so a portion of that should be my reward. Ning remarked as he guided the horse. I don't require much, just half of the ingot you saved, he added. Lin Xiaolu, in a generous spirit, replied with a smile from within the cart. Once we reach Michalu Temple, I shall present you with an ingot of gold. What do you think? Very well. Ning succinctly agreed. With one steering the cart and the other riding, they soon arrived at a grain shop. Lin Xiaolu, carefree with his spending, placed an order for over 10 pounds of fried rice, an item that could be preserved for a long time and consumed directly or boiled in water, making it suitable for travel. Ning, should we not purchase something else? Fried rice alone lacks variety, Lin Xiaolu suggested, tasting the dry morsels. The young girl, vigilant against the shopkeeper's potential deceit, cast an admonishing glance at him and responded, we will pass through other towns along Yinmen Pass. We cannot linger in the wilderness for too long. Fried rice will suffice. Ah, well then, Lin Xiaolu conceded, feeling somewhat discontented with his wealth and lack of places to spend it. As he idly glanced around the grain shop, his attention was soon captured by a poultry vendor. Inside the shop, various small enclosures crafted from woven fences housed an assortment of chickens, ducks, and geese. The shopkeeper, an elderly man in his 50s, was lazily reclining in a chair, fanning himself, seemingly unfazed by the cacophony of clucking and quacking around him. Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiaolu approached the shop entrance. Crouching down to touch the chicks and ducklings, contemplating whether to purchase a fowl to diversify their meals during the journey. After a brief selection process, he noticed a large white duck lying comfortably amidst dry straw, its wise eyes fixed on him. Intrigued, he reached out to pet the duck, only for it to flap its pristine wings and swat his hand away, displaying a remarkable sense of self-preservation. Startled by this unexpected reaction, Lin Xiaolu called out to the shopkeeper, Old man, grandfather, how much do you sell this duck for? The elderly man resting on the lounge chair was roused from his slumber, casting a glance at Lin Xiaolu before casually stating, 61. Haha, thank you, Grandpa. Can you give me a cage? Otherwise, I might just find someone to burn down your shop. With that, Lin Xiaolu boldly retrieved the change she had from purchasing fried rice, using it to acquire the bizarrely rotund duck. When Lin Xiaolu returned to Ning, cradling the plump, white duck, Ning was utterly taken aback. What on earth do you need a duck for? You have too much money, it's weighing me down. Lin Xiaolu, akin to a child who has just received a cherished toy, erupted into gleeful laughter, her joy echoing as she dove into the carriage. Ning, shaking his head in resignation, placed the purchased fried rice into the carriage and led the horse back to the inn. That afternoon, upon returning to the inn, Lin Xiaolu couldn't contain her excitement and hurriedly took the duck to her room, locking the door behind her. She began to feed the duck as if it were a beloved pet. However, the duck exhibited a rather strong-willed disposition, remaining completely still and silent, dismissing the food Lin Xiaolu offered with disdain. Why aren't you eating? Lin Xiaolu inquired curiously, opening the cage and attempting to lift the hefty duck. The duck, however, showed no inclination to be touched, but Lin Xiaolu's strength was not something a mere duck could resist. She forcibly extracted it from the cage and placed it on the table, then leaned over the table herself. Her big eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at the duck, meeting its gaze with a mischievous grin. Brother Duck, are you perhaps a spirit beast? In her candidness, Lin Xiaolu boldly asked, Can you understand me? Can you speak? If you can, say something. Seeing that the duck continued to ignore her, the young girl seized it, lifting her small hand to pat its head repeatedly, urging, Stop pretending. I can tell at a glance that you're no ordinary duck. Speak up, come on. The duck flapped in protest, but was unable to resist her persistence. Feathers began to shed under her ministrations. Finally, the duck could no longer contain its frustration, glaring at Lin Xiaolu and exclaiming with a loud quack, "Fool! Try patting me again, I dare you." Chapter 123. The handsome duck Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback by the duck's scolding, but soon erupted into joyous laughter as he seized it, exclaiming, "You are indeed a spirit beast. Ha ha ha! I cannot believe I have purchased a spirit beast. My discernment is truly remarkable." The plump white duck flailed helplessly in his grasp, yet to no avail. Lin Xiaolu possessed astonishing strength, capable of effortlessly crushing granite. "Let me go, you foul creature. If you do not release me, you shall suffer dire consequences." The duck squawked indignantly, its head being playfully shaken by Lin Xiaolu. Unperturbed, Lin Xiaolu continued to swing the duck back and forth while gleefully inquiring, "What realm do you belong to?" Generally, only spirit beasts of the Foundation Establishment realm can speak. So does that not place you on par with the Emperor Penguin? You have unwittingly invited calamity upon yourself, foolish human. The duck retorted, flapping its short legs in a furious protest. "If you set me down now, I may grant you the courtesy of a whole corpse. Otherwise, I shall unleash my wrath." Before the duck could finish its sentence, Lin Xiaolu mischievously grasped its two orange-webbed feet and, with a swift motion, sent its head crashing against the wardrobe before it tumbled backward onto the floor. Dazed from the impact, the duck eventually regained its composure, shaking its head groggily before furiously spreading its tiny wings and waddling toward Lin Xiaolu, bellowing, "A gentleman may be slain, but never insulted. You vile creature, I shall fight you. Once, I was merely an ordinary duck, living joyfully among a flock of hens. However, 2 years ago, while swimming in the village, I stumbled upon a shimmering object floating on the lake's surface. Drawn by an instinctual allure, I swam closer and discovered a crystal-clear pearl. Upon swallowing it, I gained consciousness. Since then, I have lurked among mortals, learning much about the world. I pondered whether I could be the spirit beast you speak of, yet, aside from my intelligence, ability to speak, and striking appearance, I possess no other capabilities. I understand that a duck of my striking visage would not be accepted by society, thus I often hide, only to be captured, sold, and escape, only to be captured again, and so the cycle continues. Perhaps this is my fate, to be a handsome duck destined to wander the earth. Of course, encountering you has changed everything. With your discerning eyes, you have found me amidst a vast sea of ducks. Even a duck as dashing as I must concede that your beauty surpasses my own at the peak of my allure, so I have made my decision. I, the handsome duck, willingly pledged to follow you, the magnificent Lin Xiaolu, for all eternity. In the room, the duck knelt on the floor, a 4-meter-long bronze machete resting across its neck, sincerely concluding its heartfelt declaration. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu sat before it, casually munching on an apple while listening intently to the duck's words. A young boy held an apple in his left hand and a magnificent bronze artifact in his right. One short leg perched on a chair while the other hung naturally, gazing down at the duck before him. "Thus, your name is Handsome Duck?" he inquired. "Indeed, master. Even more handsome than I," the duck replied obediently, displaying a surprising degree of understanding. "But you are not handsome at all," Lin Xiaolu retorted, brandishing a knife with one hand and chewing on fruit, his words muffled by the morsel. "You resemble Chen Yinyun quite closely." "Who is Chen Yinyun?" "A youth who reminds me of my father every time we meet." "Oh," Lin Xiaolu continued, "besides talking, do you possess any other abilities?" The duck shook its head vigorously, solemnly asserting that it relied solely on its looks for sustenance. "Lin, the great charmer, I truly have no other use. Apart from being handsome, I am utterly useless. Please, let me go," the duck pleaded pitifully. Lin Xiaolu, however, erupted into hearty laughter, reassuring, "Do not belittle yourself. You can still praise me. From now on, you shall accompany me, praising me 20 times a day, and I promise you a life of indulgence." With that, the 4-meter-long bronze artifact in his hand shimmered with a piercing azure light before vanishing. Discarding the apple core, Lin Xiaolu revealed a charming smile, adding, "I advise against trying to escape. Although I am not a cultivator, my lightness of foot is exceptional. If you dare to flee, I shall castrate you." As night fell, when Lin Xiaolu emerged from his room to dine in the hall, the pristine feathered handsome duck followed closely at his side, descending the stairs together. In the hall, apart from the innkeeper and the waiter, only Ning remained, consuming steamed buns and porridge. Upon glancing at him, Ning naturally noticed the duck at his feet, her gaze betraying a hint of confusion. The boy grinned, showcasing, "Handsome duck, show my friend your skills." And Ning, taken aback by Lin Xiaolu's claim of friendship, opened her mouth to counter, but the duck suddenly spoke. "My dear, you are quite lovely." And Ning gasped, leaping down from her chair, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the duck. "Not that." Lin Xiaolu puffed up his cheeks in annoyance. "Say it again." The duck paused, human-like, scratching its head with a wing before speaking again. "I am Handsome Duck, pleased to meet Miss Ning." Satisfied, Lin Xiaolu nodded, smiling at the trembling girl, and Ning. "This is my newly recruited little brother." "Impressive, isn't it?" The girl's face turned pale with fear, while the innkeeper and the waiter cowered behind the counter, too frightened to move. After a moment, and Ning, still clutching her black bag tightly, stammered, "Is this a monster?" No, this is a spirit beast." Lin Xiaolu corrected, beckoning Handsome Duck to the dining table, then thumping the table and calling out, "Young man, bring me another serving of food, just like at noon. I want hot pot." After he finished shouting, he continued to smile at the still frightened Ning, saying, "Do not be afraid. Spirit beasts do not harm humans. Besides, the Handsome Duck is an exceedingly weak spirit beast. Its only merit lies in its looks, and I doubt it could even defeat you." Upon hearing this, Ning glanced at the duck's appearance and pouted slightly, feeling that the duck was not particularly handsome. She watched as the Handsome Duck used its pristine white wings to lift a teapot and pour a cup of tea. Then, it cradled the teacup with its wings and took a sip, emitting a long sound reminiscent of a human's exclamation, which only deepened her confusion. Who exactly is this Lin Xiaolu? This is clearly a creature of the supernatural. Is Lin Xiaolu not afraid? Where do you truly come from? She posed her lingering questions to the young man. Lin Xiaolu chuckled. "Did you not say I need not reveal my name?" The young girl pursed her lips, remaining silent, her brow furrowed as if lost in thought. Noticing her silence, Lin Xiaolu assumed she was embarrassed from being caught off guard and boastfully proclaimed, "I am Lin Xiaolu, Lin as in the forest, Xiaolu as in a young spotted deer. I hail from Amei and am the designated successor of the Amei sect." Ning was taken aback, staring at the foolish-looking boy before her, momentarily uncertain of the truth. "Amei, if he is indeed from Amei, perhaps he could assist me." Chapter 124. The small village within the bustling lobby of the inn, Lin Xiaolu and the charming duck, Shui Shuiya, reveled in their indulgence around a bubbling hot pot, their laughter echoing amid the peculiar scene. The two, a boy and a duck, engaged in boisterous banter, while Ning appeared lost in thought, seemingly wrestling with an inner turmoil. Lin Xiaolu had openly revealed his true identity, declaring himself a martial artist whose prowess far surpassed that of any cultivator, sharing numerous tales of Amei. Since that moment, Ning had fallen silent. "Waiter, bring us 2 more plates of lamb. By the way, this hot pot is rather spicy. Could you fetch me a bowl of soy milk with extra sugar?" Shui Shuiya remarked, popping a beef ball into its small beak, then casting a disdainful glance at the boy, who was sticking out his tongue in reaction to the spice. "Can you not handle such mild heat?" Pathetic. At the dining table, Ning observed quietly as Lin Xiaolu seized Shui Shuiya by the neck, lifting and tossing the duck, causing feathers to scatter through the air like a flurry of snow. That evening, after finishing his steamed bun and a bowl of thin porridge, Ning retreated to his room alone. In contrast, Lin Xiaolu and Shui Shuiya lingered. Lin Xiaolu took his time eating, while Shui Shuiya, having requested a jar of wine from the innkeeper, indulged heartily, consuming an entire jar of Jiaoying Chun. It wasn't until late into the night that the tipsy ducks staggered back to their room alongside Lin Xiaolu. By the time morning dawned, Shui Shuiya stumbled about, appearing every bit the inebriated creature. After savoring their final breakfast at the inn and settling the expenses of their stay, Lin Xiaolu and Ning and the duck bid farewell to the innkeeper and the staff, boarding a carriage bound for Yinmen Pass. And Ning took the reins, while Lin Xiaolu, Shui Shuiya, and a large sack of fried rice, along with bundles of horse feed, settled comfortably inside the carriage. As they journeyed, the boy and the duck occasionally poked their heads out of the carriage window, delighting in the ever-changing scenery. Lin Xiaolu relished this experience, nestled in the cozy carriage, gazing through the window at the bustling shops, taverns, and passers-by, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Shui Shuiya chimed in, expressing how enjoyable the carriage ride was. albeit still slightly under the influence of alcohol, occasionally babbling nonsensically. They set out in the morning and did not exit the city gates until the afternoon. The journey from Yuzhou City to Yanmen Pass would take approximately 10 days by carriage. As they finally departed the city, Lin Xiaolu dozed off, with Shui Shuya nestled in his embrace. Upon awakening, they discovered the carriage had come to a halt. "And Ning, where are we?" Lin Xiaolu inquired, leaning out of the bamboo curtain of the carriage, only to find the night sky adorned with stars. And Ning was nearby, tending to a campfire. Lin Xiaolu hopped down from the carriage, noticing the horse tethered to a tree, munching on the feed, while Ning munched on dry fried rice by the fire. He approached, alongside Shui Shuya. "Are you awake?" he asked. "Yes," Ning replied, tossing a water pouch to Lin Xiaolu. Expressing gratitude, Lin Xiaolu took a sip of water and shared some with Shui Shuya, before settling beside Ning and reaching into the sack for more fried rice. To speak frankly, fried rice isn't particularly delectable. Having it occasionally is tolerable, but consuming it regularly can lead to a rather dry palate, which might cause discomfort in the throat for those who swallow it. Moreover, it lacks any distinctive flavor. However, Lin Xiaolu, having endured hardships, remained unfazed and relished every bite. As he ate, he cast a glance at Aining, noticing her black cloth bag resting across her lap, which piqued his curiosity. "What's in that bag? I see you carry it everywhere," he inquired. "It's a secret," Aining replied coldly. Lin Xiaolu pouted dismissively, retorting, "I hail from a Mei. I've seen my fair share of remarkable things. I wager that's your weapon, perhaps a sword?" Aining shook her head, maintaining her indifferent demeanor. "Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. My only duty is to escort you to Mitian Lucy. After that, we shall have no further ties. Must you be so aloof?" Lin Xiaolu muttered under his breath, then turned to the side where the duck, Shui Shuiduk, was munching on the fried rice. "Shui Shuiduk, is the fried rice good?" "Not at all," the duck scoffed. "If it's so unappetizing, why do you eat it so enthusiastically?" Lin Xiaolu and Shui Shuiduk continued to engage in light banter while consuming the fried rice, feeling somewhat bored. After a while, having consumed a substantial amount, Lin Xiaolu stood up and assumed a horse stance beside the campfire, while Aining observed with keen interest. After watching for some time, she added some firewood to the flames and noted Lin Xiaolu's unwavering stance, offering rare praise. "Your horse stance is quite stable." "Indeed," Lin Xiaolu beamed. "I've been practicing since I was 7. It has been many years without pause." "You're from a Mei, yet you practice martial arts? Shouldn't TMA be comprised solely of cultivators?" Aining questioned. Rather than admitting his lack of talent in martial arts, Lin Xiaolu boasted, "Cultivation is outdated. Martial arts is the true path." Upon hearing this, Shui Shuiduk burst into laughter, one wing covering its belly while the other pointed at Lin Xiaolu, exclaiming, "This is the first time I've encountered such a theory. Who doesn't know that cultivators are divine beings? No matter how proficient one is in martial arts, they remain mere mortals." "Lin, you're quite the storyteller." Lin Xiaolu, feeling indignant, retorted loudly, "I am far superior to any cultivator. The last time I faced the Zhu family's ancestor, he stood no chance against me," he asserted seriously, "and I was still burdened at the time, without the use of my Dagung bronze weapon. Otherwise, as long as a foundational cultivator doesn't take to the skies, I could take on dozens." At this declaration, Aining, sitting cross-legged by the campfire, suddenly brightened. "Xiaolu, is that truly the case?" "Of course it is," Lin Xiaolu insisted, his neck stiffening in defense. "You witnessed it yourself?" "Aining, I can nearly annihilate foundational cultivators. And what of those at the core formation stage? Could you contend with them?" the girl asked, her gaze intense. Lin Xiaolu, his cheeks flushed as he hesitated and murmured, "I've never fought a core formation cultivator, so I can't say." After speaking, he curiously glanced at Aining. "Why do you ask? Do you have enemies at the core formation stage?" Lin Xiaolu felt a sense of perplexity, struggling to comprehend why Ning, a mere mortal, would inquire about the matters concerning a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. Beside the campfire, the wood crackled and popped in the flames, occasionally releasing a few sparks that danced into the night. In response to Lin Xiaolu's confusion, Ning offered no explanation. She simply sat in silence, her gaze fixed upon the flickering flames, which reflected in her eyes like a breathtaking masterpiece. On the following day, the carriage continued its journey, arriving at a quaint mountain village by midday. The two, accompanied by a duck, ventured into the village to partake in a meal. during which Lin Xiaolu consumed an astonishing 20 bowls of noodles. His spirits were high, for it had been a long time since he had visited such a small village. The sight of familiar rural fields, kitchens, and the joyful laughter of children transported him back to Winter Melon Village. Squatting by the edge of the field, the young lad cradled a large blue and white bowl, savoring his 29th bowl of noodles, overflowing with fresh vegetables and delicate strands of noodles, crowned with 2 golden eggs. The aroma was intoxicating, a culinary delight beyond compare. With his cheeks stuffed, Lin Xiaolu watched with keen interest as a group of children flew kites in the lush green fields, his heart swelling with nostalgia. Oh, I wonder if old Zhang has passed away. Perhaps after I learn new martial arts at the Mito Monastery, I could return to Winter Melon Village? But I hardly remember the way. I was too young when I left and have no idea which country Winter Melon Village belongs to. It seems only the elder who rescued me would know, which complicates matters. How many bowls have you eaten now? Just as the boy reminisced about his hometown. And Ning's voice emerged from behind him. She crouched down beside him, looking at him with mock annoyance. The village chief is utterly terrified. You really can eat a lot. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu bristled, indignantly shouting, I've only had my 29th bowl. Why is he so stingy? I'm not even refusing to pay. Chapter 125. The impostor monk and Ning cast a helpless glance at him, squatting beside him with a bemused expression. Was this truly a matter of frugality? The concern was more about his well-being. After all, Lin Xiaolu stuffed the fried egg from his noodle bowl into his mouth, cheeks puffed as he glanced around and inquired, Where's Shui Duck? And Ning's face flushed. As if recalling an embarrassing moment, she murmured softly, It has gone to impart wisdom to the female ducks at the village chief's home. Oh, Lin Xiaolu gave it little thought, cradling his bowl of noodles and continuing to feast. Soon, the bowl was empty, and he rose to shout towards the thatched cottage behind him, Grandpa Village Chief, another bowl. Please. The mountain village was merely a small stop. After a hearty meal, the trio, 2 humans and a duck, set off once more. In the following days, the carriage traversed numerous villages and crossed 2 or 3 cities of the Tang Kingdom. Lin Xiaolu leisurely sat in the carriage, boasting and playfully sparring with Shui Duck, while Ning remained her usual taciturn self, silently guiding the carriage. Nothing particularly noteworthy transpired during these days of leisure, and after a few days, they arrived at the so-called Yinmen Pass. Yinmen Pass is the westernmost fortress of the Tang Kingdom, and Ning mentioned that beyond the pass lies the vast desert, and the Maital Temple is established within this frontier city. At this moment, the carriage entered the city gate, meandering slowly through the streets of this border town. Lin Xiaolu had never seen a desert. Curiously, he poked his head out of the carriage and immediately felt the arid climate, as if the air were laced with sand. The buildings here were relatively low, and Ning explained that due to the strong winds and frequent sandstorms in the desert, Yinmen Pass lacked tall structures, which could easily be toppled by the gales. Each region nurtures its own people. Due to geographical differences, the construction of cities varies as well. The youth, cradling Shui Duck, peered around at the surrounding buildings and passers-by, while Ning drove the carriage to a grand, earthen-hued temple bustling with worshippers. This was Maital Temple. She, carrying a black cloth bag, turned to the boy and extended her hand. Let us part ways here. Pay me. Lin Xiaolu readily placed a gold ingot into Ning's hand and asked, Ning, are you leaving right now? Why don't we explore the temple together? Since we've come all this way. Shui Duck nestled in Lin Xiaolu's arms quacked in agreement. Woman, my brother invites you to explore the temple. Do not be ungrateful. And Ning, expressionless, tucked the gold into her waist belt and shook her head. There are no feasts that do not eventually disperse. We are not destined to walk the same path. Let us part ways here, and may we meet again by fate. With that, the cold-hearted girl turned and walked away. Showing no signs of hesitation, Lin Xiaolu watched her retreating figure, scratching his head. Though he had anticipated this day, he hadn't expected Ning to be so resolute. In her embrace, the charming duck sighed melodramatically, Lin, the handsome one, it seems that from now on, it will just be the 2 of us relying on each other. Lin Xiaolu nodded gloomily, feeling a sense of melancholy at Ning's departure, sensing that the small team was becoming desolate. He was reluctant to part with her, yet he recognized her stubborn nature. Well, it seems we are destined to meet again. With that, Lin Xiaolu cradled the charming duck and alighted from the carriage. On the official road of Yinmen Pass, Ning trudged along, burdened by a lengthy black cloth bag, solitary amidst the bustling crowd. She moved with urgency, as though pursued by unseen forces. While hastening her steps, she discreetly retrieved a small round mirror from her waist, glancing over her shoulder. Through the mirror, she discerned two men clad in pale gray robes, scanning the surroundings. Startled by their presence, Ning immediately veered into a nearby alley. Breathless and anxious, she leaned against the wall, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear. Fortunately, after a lengthy silence outside, she finally exhaled in relief, cautiously raising the mirror to inspect the situation. Just as she peeked out of the alley, a chilling laugh echoed behind her. As a princess of a fallen kingdom, managing to elude us for so long is quite impressive. Are you here to offer incense at the temple, young benefactor? Please, follow this humble monk. No, I am here to learn martial arts. I have heard that Amitabha Monastery has many skilled monks, Lin Xiaolu replied earnestly. In a certain courtyard of the temple, Lin Xiaolu stared intently at a group of plump monks, puzzled. Why are the monks in this temple so rotund? At that moment, upon hearing Lin Xiaolu's desire to practice martial arts, a large monk burst into hearty laughter, revealing a kind smile. Young benefactor, you have a discerning eye. Amitabha Monastery is renowned throughout the realm, with an array of martial arts techniques and countless formidable monks. Upon hearing the monk's words, Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Please, let those monks come out and showcase their skills. Certainly, however, the monk paused, rubbing his fingers together with a smile. A donation of incense money will be required. Oh, that is easily arranged. I am quite affluent. The youth nonchalantly removed his small backpack, unfastened it, and revealed a handful of gold ingots. The large monk was taken aback, his triangular eyes widening as he fixated on the gleaming gold, nearly drooling. Lin Xiaolu tossed an ingot towards the monk and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" Yes, absolutely." The plump monk, suppressing a smile, respectfully clasped his hands together and addressed Lin Xiaolu. "Esteemed benefactor, your generous heart has bestowed upon this humble monk such a substantial donation. Rest assured, I shall proclaim your benevolence as I venture forth to assist others." With that, he summoned an even larger monk, whose rotund figure was a sight to behold. Lin Xiaolu, taken aback by the sight of this laboring giant, exclaimed incredulously, "Is this hefty fellow truly a martial artist?" "Indeed," the monk from the temple replied earnestly, nodding his head. Before calling out to the larger monk, "Yongjua, come forth and demonstrate your skills for our esteemed benefactor." With a smile, the hefty monk proceeded to showcase his prowess in breaking bricks with his bare hands. He let out a loud shout, raised his chubby hand, and effortlessly shattered a red brick. The surrounding monks cheered enthusiastically, yet Lin Xiaolu stood there, utterly speechless. Is this truly what they call martial arts? Breaking a mere red brick? Any healthy adult could accomplish that. Even an ordinary martial artist like Brother Zhang could break 2 or 3 of these fired bricks with a single punch. Is this display of breaking one solitary brick meant to impress? Are they serious? Though Lin Xiaolu had only recently embarked on his journey through the martial world, he was not naive. At this moment, he realized that the monks at this Amitabha monastery were nothing but charlatans, each one plump and portly, proclaiming a vegetarian diet. Who could possibly believe such a fade? Chapter 126, A Worthy Task, A Fitting Reward. How do you find it, young benefactor? Is it impressive? One of the portly monks jested, "If you present us with 2 more gold ingots, I shall take you as my disciple and impart to you the profound secrets of the iron sand palm." Surrounded by a throng of rotund monks, Lin Xiaolu's expression shifted dramatically. Clenching his tiny fists, he glared at them in indignation. "Do you think I am so easily deceived because of my youth?" he exclaimed, extending his hand and shouting, "I refuse to donate any more offerings. Return my gold." The monks paused, glancing around before realizing the courtyard was devoid of onlookers. They discreetly encircled Lin Xiaolu, the leading monk wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes, threateningly stating, "Young benefactor, the offering has already been made. There is no recourse to retrieve it. The Buddha would surely be displeased." Indeed, another chimed in, and having witnessed the unparalleled techniques of our Amitabha monastery, such a trifling sum is hardly sufficient. You must leave your backpack as well. Lin Xiaolu's anger flared instantly as he pointed at the group of monks and shouted, "Do you dare to believe I want to report you to the authorities?" "Authorities?" The monks erupted in laughter, one retorting, "Can the authorities rival the Buddha?" Even if the emperor himself were to come, he would kneel and bow before our Buddha. Lin Xiaolu was left speechless, a mix of frustration and disbelief washing over him. In the afternoon sun, golden rays illuminated the world around him as Lin Xiaolu descended the high stone steps of the Amitabha monastery. The anguished cries of the monks echoed behind him. Shuai Shuaiya, his faithful companion, struggled to navigate the stairs, marveling. I can hardly believe you managed to send them all flying in such a short span of time. Lin Xiaolu's face was a mask of discontent as he retorted. I expected genuine martial prowess here, but it's all a ruse. It's infuriating. I shall never trust a monk again. Come now, with your charm. Why stoop to their level? There are good and bad among all professions. They merely represent the disgrace of the Buddhist community. As the boy and the duck conversed, they emerged from the monastery, fetching a carriage. Soon, they found themselves on the main thoroughfare, uncertain of their next destination. What now? Where shall we go? Shuai Shuaiya inquired, raising his head to look at Lin Xiaolu. I'm at a loss, Lin Xiaolu admitted, scratching his head, a hint of bewilderment in his gaze. I came in search of martial arts, yet it seems this country has little to offer. Casting a sidelong glance at Shuai Shuaiya, he asked, as a wanderer, do you know of any lands where martial arts thrive? I am but a duck who thrives on good looks. How could I concern myself with martial arts? Shuai Shuaiya replied, casually leaving a mess on the ground. Afterward, he felt relieved and declared, Lin, I'm done here. My stomach is empty. Let us go find something to eat. Lin Xiaolu chuckled heartily. Sure. I spotted a roast duck shop on my way here. Allow me to take you there. Upon hearing this, Shuai Shuaiya glared at him in outrage. Do you think yourself amusing? A man and a duck engaged in conversation for a while. Yet they could not arrive at a consensus. They decided to first have a meal before feeding the horse some hay. However, just a few steps into their journey, they witnessed an astonishing scene. From a nearby establishment, the window of a second-floor tavern shattered abruptly, and a girl with a black cloth bag flew out, her graceful form accompanied by splintered wood that lingered in the air. Both the man and the duck were momentarily taken aback, and Lin Xiaolu gazed at the girl, her expression filled with curiosity. Handsome duck, do you think this girl looks somewhat familiar? Handsome duck lifted his small wing, shielding his eyes from the sunlight, squinting as he observed the girl still twirling in the air. She does seem a bit familiar, he replied earnestly. Lin Xiaolu, holding the horse's reins, stood in the middle of the road, continuing her contemplation. Don't you think she resembles Aining a little? Somewhat. But Aining doesn't have that red liquid on her forehead, Handsome duck remarked, standing at the boy's feet. Lin Xiaolu nodded, then posed another question. Could that red liquid be the girl's blood? Has her head been injured? That's a possibility, Handsome duck commented seriously. But her face seems larger than Aining's. That's true, Lin Xiaolu observed as the girl began to plummet from the sky, stroking her chin in deep thought. After a moment, she speculated, if her face is larger than Aining's, could it be that it's swollen from an injury? That's also a possibility. Handsome duck nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he paused, raising his head in surprise to ask Lin Xiaolu, so, is it possible that this girl is Aining? Well, that's a possibility. Lin Xiaolu's thoughts trailed off as she watched the girl descend, her head lowering in contemplation. If we don't save her, could she die? Handsome duck pondered this seriously for a moment before replying. It's hard to say. What if she only sustains serious injuries? That's true, Lin Xiaolu agreed, her initial anxiety beginning to dissipate. Just as the girl was about to crash to the ground, two men in light gray robes suddenly burst forth from a nearby shop. They simultaneously invoked a spell, and two fiery serpents erupted, twisting and charging toward the falling Aining. The man and the duck remained in the middle of the street, watching intently. Handsome duck, finally taken aback, tapped Lin Xiaolu's leg with his wing. Hey, look, cultivators, he exclaimed. Yes, I see, Lin Xiaolu replied. If Aining were in this situation, she probably wouldn't end up merely injured, would she? She'd likely perish. That's what I think too, Lin Xiaolu nodded, but then suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, oh no, Aining is going to die. With that, the two fiery serpents coiled upward, the flames thrashing violently in the wind, unleashing a tempest of heat as they surged toward the unconscious Aining. At this very moment, Lin Xiaolu surged forward with remarkable speed, executing the Mandarin duck steps with an agile leap. Simultaneously, the silver ring adorning his right wrist gleamed brightly as his hand shot out into the empty air beside him. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Although his hand was extended into seemingly vacant space, it appeared as though it had pierced the surface of a pale blue lake, vanishing amidst the rippling azure waves that spread outward, creating gentle undulations. Then, with a swift motion, his hand emerged from the depths of the blue lake, grasping the hilt of a bronze blade. In an instant, a colossal bronze sword, measuring 4 meters in length and over 30 centimeters in width, was drawn smoothly from the shimmering waters as he continued his run. Amidst the panicked screams of countless bystanders fleeing the main thoroughfare, the youth wielded the giant blade with effortless grace. The fierce gusts of wind scattering the tousled hair from his forehead, revealing his youthful visage. His short legs pounded against the bluestone pavement, shattering it into fragments, as if he were carving a long trench through the dust. With a thunderous crash, the bluestone shattered underfoot as the boy leaped into the fray, unhesitatingly dropping to one knee. With his left hand, he caught the descending Aining, while his right arm extended forward, brandishing the massive bronze weapon as a shield. In the next moment, 2 roaring serpents of searing fire collided violently against the great bronze artifact, which stood like a bulwark. A sharp crack echoed, and amidst the explosion of fire, thick smoke billowed forth. The 2 cultivators present were momentarily stunned, gazing in bewilderment at the enormous blade that continued to emit smoke. What was this sudden arrival? Meanwhile, the terrified pedestrians had long since vanished, and after a brief interval, the protective azure blade gradually lowered, revealing the youthful profile of the boy. Behind him, witnessing this spectacle, the charming duck flapped its little wings and quacked excitedly. Such a dashing rescue. It truly reminds me of my own glory days. Well done. You deserve a reward. Chapter 127. A name yet to be decided in the midst of the street. Lin Xiaolu blinked his eyes and glanced at the frail Aining in his arms. He then hoisted her onto his shoulder, drew his blade, and stood tall, turning to face the 2 enigmatic cultivators before him, a hint of innocent bewilderment on his face. Why are you fighting? Isn't it excessive for cultivators to attack mortals? Look, you've even made Aining plump. The 2 cultivators stood side by side, their cold gazes fixed on the young boy. After a prolonged silence, one of them scoffed. No matter who you are, leave that girl and scram. At these words, Lin Xiaolu's ire flared. Puffing out his cheeks, he retorted, before I descended the mountain, I promised my senior sister not to fight. Don't push me. Senior sister? The other cultivator nearly burst into laughter. Youngster, do you have any inkling who the woman on your shoulder is? I advise you to set her down, otherwise it won't just be your senior sister who meets her demise. Even if your master's wife were to come, she'd face the same fate. Lin Xiaolu's expression turned icy upon hearing them insult his senior sister. What if I refuse to let go? Refuse? The cultivator chuckled darkly, his face clouded with malice. Falling silent thereafter, the 2 sides stood opposed on the desolate official road, a chilling wind sweeping through, the air filled with tension. Suddenly, the cultivator on the left bellowed, and in the next instant, both he and his companion simultaneously chanted a spell. Flame Serpent. Boom. Before they could finish their incantation, Lin Xiaolu executed a swift side kick, striking the massive Dagung bronze vessel with precision. The colossal artifact soared through the air with a thunderous roar, akin to a wall being hurled forward, crashing into the 2 cultivators and reducing them to mere pulp. The vessel continued its trajectory, smashing into the tavern behind them. The tavern echoed with a resounding crash as the 80,000 gene bronze vessel obliterated its structure, bricks shattered, wooden beams splintered, and tiles scattered. In an instant, the entire establishment collapsed, enveloped in a cloud of dust, burying the remains of the 2 foundational cultivators beneath the rubble, transforming the scene into a wasteland. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the elegant kick of the boy had sent the bronze vessel careening forward, effortlessly demolishing everything in its path, leaving both men and tavern in utter ruin. Now, on the official road, Lin Xiaolu, carrying the unconscious Aining, surveyed the dust-laden debris before him, sneering disdainfully as he feigned arrogance. I, the tyrant of Donghua village, take delight in confronting those who overestimate their prowess. In the distance, the handsome duck looked on in shock, utterly questioning its existence. Its foolish brother had, in an instant, dispatched 2 foundational cultivators. The 2 of them hadn't even had a chance to utter a sound before meeting their end. It glanced at the not-so-tall boy and then at the ruins. promptly resolving in its heart to stick close to this foolhardy brother from now on. What a formidable ally he was. When the young girl awoke, the first thing she beheld was an intricately carved wooden ceiling. She blinked, and after a considerable pause, her head began to throb as memories flooded back. Sitting upright, she surveyed her surroundings with caution. It appeared she was in a room of an inn, and her black cloth bag lay quietly by the bedside, which eased her anxiety slightly. Nevertheless, confusion lingered within her. How could she have ended up here after being found by them? Yet, the fact that she had not been captured and forced to reveal the incantation was a blessing, especially with the precious Qianlong hanging still in her possession, truly a blessing from her royal parents. With a mix of joy and determination, the girl picked up her black cloth bag and, lifting the quilt, prepared to rise from the bed. However, she was met with a shocking revelation that nearly drove her to madness. The coarse hemp garments she had been wearing were gone, replaced by a flowing blue floral dress. In a state of panic, she touched her face, only to confirm that the dust she had meticulously applied to evade detection had vanished as well. What had she encountered? As she stood there in terror, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door. The candied hawthorn sold by that old man wasn't sweet at all. I'll make sure to collect his protection fee when I turn back. All right. When the time comes, you cover his eyes so he can't see, and I'll go and clear out his house. Laughter erupted, a cacophony of mirth from a person and a duck, as the door swung open, revealing Lin Xiaolu and the charming duck who had conspired together. A Ning, clad in a blue floral dress and standing barefoot with her delicate feet on the floor, glared at Lin Xiaolu with reddened eyes. Upon seeing her, Lin Xiaolu and the charming duck shared a moment of delight. "A Ning, you're awake," Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, her voice brimming with glee. "Don't ask me who saved you. I absolutely want to tell you it was me. So don't thank me or offer to treat me to a meal. Ha ha ha." The charming duck chimed in, "Woman, I too will never disclose that the moment we saw you being flung away, my big brother charged in. Indeed, we shall not reveal that after my brother vanquished those 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, an additional 4,000 Foundation establishment cultivators arrived." Wait, didn't I recall it being 40,000? Oh yes. It was indeed 40,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, plus an extra 4,000 core formation and 400 nascent soul cultivators. Exactly. At that moment, my brother shed his trousers. Oh no. It was his clothes that he lifted. Facing the ominous cloud of cultivators above, he boldly slapped his belly and proclaimed, "This girl is under the protection of the overlord of Donghua village. Any who dare step forward can try." Lin Xiaolu basked in the exuberance of the moment. Hands on her hips, laughing unabashedly, the charming duck speaks the truth. The sheer number of cultivators was so intimidated by my magnificent presence that many of them lost control of their bowels. "A Ning, can you imagine that scene? Over 40,000 cultivators hovering in the sky, dropping their excrement like rain. It was quite the spectacle. Who changed my clothes?" Within the room, the girl's icy voice trembled, interrupting the harmonious exchange between Lin Xiaolu and Shui Shuiya. Lin Xiaolu paused momentarily, glancing at Aining with a hint of confusion. The attire was chosen by Shui Shuiya, and the change was facilitated by the innkeeper, a gossip-loving matron. "Indeed, what troubles you, dear lady? Are you disappointed that my elder brother did not change your clothes? Do not overreach, dear woman." Upon learning that a matron had assisted her with the clothing, Aining finally breathed a sigh of relief. For a fleeting moment, despair had enveloped her. She was not foolish and understood that it was Lin Xiaolu who had rescued her. Yet the thought of being exposed to him due to that rescue was unbearable. Fortunately, boys mature slower than girls, both physically and mentally, and Lin Xiaolu seemed rather oblivious to the complexities of gender relations. In the room, Lin Xiaolu continued to gaze at Aining, smiling as he remarked, "Aining, why did you always apply so much ash to your face?" When the innkeeper matron applied the medicine, "I only then realized that you possess a rather delicate and human-like beauty." Aining shot him an exasperated glare, but soon felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Her injuries had yet to heal, prompting her to lean against the table as she returned to her bed. Chapter 128. The heart of the law is unintentional. "I am pure and unblemished in Ning. Why did those individuals strike you? I observe that they are all practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage. Indeed, it is utterly outrageous to assault an ordinary person like you." The young boy and the duck conversed animatedly in front of the girl's bed. The girl pressed her pale lips together and remained silent. After a long pause, she softly addressed Lin Xiaolu. You saved me today. I shall repay you in the future. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Xiaolu chuckled heartily. As a martial artist, it is our duty to uphold justice. Besides, we are friends, and camaraderie is paramount in our world. He then inquired, and Ning, have you encountered some trouble? Speak up, and I shall assist you. Handsome Duck nodded vigorously from the side. My elder brother is exceptionally formidable. He can vanquish Foundation establishment cultivators in an instant. If you have any troubles, do share, so my brother may find joy. And Ning gazed at the young boy and the duck, pursed her lips, and then spoke with an expressionless face. My troubles are quite substantial. You have already saved me once. I cannot afford to owe any more favors. I do not like being in debt. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, and Handsome Duck was momentarily stunned as well. The room fell into an oppressive silence. After a moment, Lin Xiaolu exhaled and broke into a smile. Very well. The doctor said your injuries are severe and require proper care. I am not a cultivator and lack the means to treat your wounds. And Ning, please rest here for a while. With that, he cheerfully rose and departed. Handsome Duck watched the young boy leave, then turned to Ning, scratching his head with his wing, and finally huffed at her in indignation. What are you so proud of? I thought of you as a good friend, sharing the bonds of chivalry with my elder brother, yet you speak of repayment. Can loyalty be measured in currency? Had I known, I would not have allowed my brother to save you. It is truly vexing. With that, Handsome Duck waddled out of the room in a huff. Once they had both left, the room was left in solitude, with the girl sitting silently. Her gaze fell upon the black cloth bundle resting by the head of the bed, tears brimming in her eyes. After a long while, she picked up the black cloth bundle and held it tightly against her chest, embracing it fervently. Elder brother, are you angry at that woman? It is too much. You saved her, and she still behaves like that. Even I, a mere duck, cannot bear to witness such arrogance. In a bustling marketplace somewhere in Yinmen Pass, Lin Xiaolu strolled through the throngs of people while listening to Handsome Duck vent his frustrations. Keep your voice down. If others hear you speaking, they might be frightened. But elder brother, aren't you angry? I was a bit irritated at first, but I am no longer. Lin Xiaolu replied, squatting in front of a small stall to select fruits. Uncle, how much for this watermelon? 1 coin per pound. Is it sweet? Certainly sweet. And if it's not sweet, it's free. Oh, then bring me 2 that aren't sweet. Vendor. Lin Xiaolu picked 2 unsweet watermelons, placed them in a basket, and held it in hand while saying to Handsome Duck, and Ning merely maintains her distance from us out of fear of implicating us. Handsome Duck was taken aback, looking at the young man with astonishment. How did you know, boss? Just a guess. Handsome Duck. Should we still concern ourselves with her? Handsome Duck continued to inquire. Perhaps we should refrain for now. If she is determined to leave us, we cannot hinder her. However, should we encounter her in danger, we must certainly come to her aid. As martial artists, it would be unbecoming to ignore injustice. All right, you do possess a sense of responsibility. Hee indeed. The duo continued to meander leisurely through the streets, but before long, Lin Xiaolu suddenly spotted a crowd ahead, where a gleaming bald head emerged, shining brilliantly under the sun, quite conspicuous. He was taken aback. Oh my, the monk from Mitian Temple has something going on. Despite being beaten into such a state, he is already out wandering about. Immediately, he eagerly beckoned Handsome Duck. None of these bald monks are good. Let us go give him another beating. Haha, all right, boss. Amidst the bustling market, Lin Xiaolu and Handsome Duck navigated through the throngs, heading straight for the eye-catching bald head. Yet, this bald monk seemed to have noticed them. Without even turning to look, he quickened his pace and soon slipped into an abandoned muddy alley. The crafty bald monk must have realized we were onto him. It's just unfortunate for him to encounter the tyrant of Donghua village. Lin Xiaolu led Handsome Duck into the alley, soon spotting the monk's silhouette. This muddy alley was a dead end, and at that moment, the monk, dressed in a pristine white robe, stood quietly with his back to Lin Xiaolu and Handsome Duck. Upon seeing his figure, Lin Xiaolu was initially taken aback. He found it surprising that this bald monk did not appear as corpulent as those from Mitian Temple, but rather slender, and he seemed a tad shorter. Perhaps even shorter than Lin Xiaolu himself. Handsome Duck was also momentarily stunned, blinking his eyes at the monk before looking back at Lin Xiaolu. Boss, this doesn't seem to be one of the bald monks from Mitian Temple, does it? Probably not from the batch I pummeled. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiaolu shouted, Hey, Are you one of those bald monks from Mitian Temple? As his voice echoed, a clear youthful voice responded shortly after. Dear patrons, you seem to have mistaken the person. Upon saying this, the monk turned around, revealing his full appearance. He was a rather handsome young monk, appearing to be around Lin Xiaolu's age, likely about 11 or 12 years old, with a strikingly refined appearance, though a black lump on his forehead somewhat marred his aesthetic appeal. At that moment, he turned around and caught sight of the deep blue Taoist robe worn by Lin Xiaolu, momentarily taken aback. Then, with a graceful gesture, he joined his hands in reverence and said, "Ah, it appears that I am in the presence of a Taoist master. My humble self has been remiss." Lin Xiaolu, bewildered, glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you a bald monk from the Amitabha Monastery?" The young monk shook his head with a smile. "I hail from the Wuxing Temple." "Wuxing Temple? Where is that?" Lin Xiaolu stared at him in surprise for several moments. Then, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. In any case, I find bald monks quite disagreeable." With that, he raised his hand and pointed at the young monk, shouting furiously, "Little bald monk, drop your trousers." The young monk was taken aback, his face paling at the command. He looked at the fierce and intimidating Lin Xiaolu, hesitating for a moment before timidly replying, "No. Perhaps that wouldn't be necessary." Upon hearing his refusal, Shui Shuiya, standing at Lin Xiaolu's feet, became indignant, crossing his wings defiantly and squawking loudly. "If I tell you to take them off, you will take them off. If you hesitate, I swear I will make you regret it." The young monk was astonished to hear Shui Shuiya speak, momentarily stunned. He then turned to Lin Xiaolu in amazement. "So it turns out that the benefactor is also a cultivator. My apologies, esteemed one." Lin Xiaolu was slightly taken aback. "Also, could it be that you are a practitioner of the Buddhist path?" The young monk smiled and affirmed, "Indeed." Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's interest was piqued. It was his first encounter with a practitioner of Buddhism. He scrutinized the young monk for several moments before introducing himself. "I am Lin Xiaolu, from Amei. How shall I address you, little bald monk?" "Ah, so you are a practitioner from Amei. I am honored," the young monk said, holding a string of prayer beads in his hand and facing the earthen wall. Once more, he joined his hands in reverence towards Lin Xiaolu, exuding an aura of great compassion. "The essence of the law is without heart, and I am without defilement. I am known as Wugo." Chapter 129. The Great Tang Lin Shizhu, the Duck Benefactor. The humble monk, known as Wugo, is a monk from the Wuxing Temple. 2 years ago, he journeyed to Mount Jiuhua to pay homage to the Bodhisattva Ke Itagarbha and is now preparing to return to his original temple. In a muddy alley, a young Taoist, a novice monk, and a small duck are huddled together, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Lin Xiaolu curiously glanced at the dark bump on Wugo's forehead and asked, "Did someone strike you?" The young monk smiled gently. "You misunderstand, Shizhu Lin. This is a result of my prostrations." He elaborated, after departing from my master. "I traveled to Mount Jiuhua to pay my respects to the Bodhisattva Ke Itagarbha, performing 3 steps and a kneel, 5 steps and a bow, 7 steps and a prostration, which led to my 2-year pilgrimage." "Your hobby is quite peculiar, finding joy in prostrations," remarked the charming duck in astonishment. Wugo clasped his hands together. "You misunderstand, duck benefactor. This is a demonstration of my reverence for the Bodhisattva Ke Itagarbha. It is a matter of faith." Lin Xiaolu continued to regard him with curiosity, a playful smile gracing his face as he queried, "Little bald donkey? You seem to be about my age. What is your cultivation level?" In response to Shizhu Lin, "My current cultivation is at the 3rd level of qi condensation," the monk replied. "Ah, that seems rather feeble," Lin Xiaolu scoffed. "You are even weaker than Chun Yinyun, merely on par with Dongfang Dan and Tang Yuan. My sister, merely 10 years of age, is already capable of foundational establishment." His pride in his sister was evident in his tone. Feeling embarrassed by the disparagement of his cultivation, the young monk sheepishly rubbed his smooth head and cleared his throat. "As a monk, my path of cultivation differs significantly from that of many practitioners, as I dedicate most of my time to studying Buddhist teachings." "And what do you study in Buddhist teachings?" Lin Xiaolu inquired with continued curiosity. Though he was a Taoist, aside from learning characters, he had never perused Taoist scriptures. While Amei had a dedicated hall for Taoist texts, he had never ventured there. However, his elder brother seemed to enjoy reading, often engrossed in a pictorial book likely filled with profound Taoist scriptures. Seeing Lin Xiaolu's interest in Buddhist studies, the young monk eagerly shared. The character for Dharma in Buddhism can be disassembled into 3 dots and the character for to come and go. Therefore, the study of Buddhism teaches one to eliminate these 3 points. What are the 3 points? Lin Xiaolu inquired. In the muddy alley, the young monk raised 3 fingers before Lin Xiaolu and the charming duck, proclaiming, greed, hatred, ignorance. At noon, Lin Xiaolu warmly invited the young monk to stay at the inn where he resided, assuring him that all his needs would be taken care of. This invitation, of course, had its reasons. Lin Xiaolu, uncertain of where to seek martial arts, confided in the young monk about his dilemma. The monk informed him that within his Wuxin temple, there existed 2 ancient scriptures left by predecessors, profound in nature and related to martial arts. It is said that the young monk's master, an elderly Zen master named Wuxin, acquired 2 scrolls from a martial arts master in his youth. However, as both he and his master were practitioners of immortality, these scrolls, though exquisite, were scarcely studied and merely kept for collection. The titles of the 2 scrolls are Heart Intent and Muscle Change Classic. Thus, Lin Xiaolu warmly welcomed the young monk, expressing his desire to visit Wuxin Temple, and the young monk gladly agreed. After all, Wuxin Temple was quite small, home only to him and his master, and he seldom had peers to play with. Finding a companion was indeed a delightful prospect. From now on, you shall follow me. Forget about venerating the Buddha. Worship me instead, the young monk proclaimed. Yes, yes. I shall worship my elder brother every day. If he forbids me, I become quite upset and can hardly eat, the charming duck chimed in. The young monk, modestly clasping his hands together, murmured a Buddhist verse, saying, as a novice, I follow my master to learn the Dharma, and thus I do not worship the Buddha. Not worship the Buddha? Then whom do you worship? Lin Xiaolu asked, astonished. We worship the Dharma, the young monk explained with a smile. My master teaches me that the Dharma cannot be attributed to any single person or manifestation, but rather embodies a profound concept of great compassion. Therefore, what my master and I revere is this boundless compassion. How unexpected. You and your master are rather unique, unlike any bald-headed monks I have encountered before. Lin Xiaolu remarked in wonder. The 2, along with the charming duck, entered the inn, where they spotted Aining sitting in the hall, sipping congee. Her complexion was pale, and she appeared utterly worn, as though a gust of wind might topple her. Upon seeing her, Lin Xiaolu cheerfully greeted, Aining, allow me to introduce my new friend. This young monk is named Wugo, hailing from a temple called Wuxin. He continued, Wugo, this is my half-friend, Aining. Her full name remains a mystery to me, as she has not disclosed it. At the mention of being referred to as a half-friend, Aining's pallor deepened further. Greetings, Lady Benefactor. Wugo politely performed a Buddhist salutation towards Aining. She nodded in response, her voice weak as she managed to utter, Good day, young master. Subsequently, she turned her gaze back to the jovial Lin Xiaolu, hesitatingly saying, You, come here for a moment. Huh. Lin Xiaolu, a bit slow to realize, noticed Aining struggling to rise, clutching her black cloth bag as she made her way to the inn's backyard. He reluctantly set down the watermelon and followed her, puzzled. Young monk, we shall continue our chat shortly. I will treat you to chicken legs tonight. Inside the inn's hall, the young monk Wugo, clad in pure white robes, stood side by side with the charming duck, both gazing at the departing figures of Lin Xiaolu and Aining, somewhat bewildered. Then, the charming duck flapped its wings, puffed up its plump rear, and sighed with a tinge of wisdom. A woman's heart is inscrutable, perhaps due to the abundance upon her chest. The innocent young monk also joined his palms together, bowing his head to utter a soft, Ba. Lin Xiaolu followed Ning to the deserted backyard and immediately inquired, Why did you call for me? Within the courtyard, the girl stood with her back to him, pausing for a moment before speaking in a voice that trembled slightly. My surname is Jiang, and my full name is Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning? Lin Xiaolu replied, puzzled, You summoned me just to tell me your name? The girl remained silent, seemingly grappling with some inner conflict. Lin Xiaolu, feeling impatient with her indecisiveness, shrugged and remarked, If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I bought some free watermelons. Let us share them together. Wait, Jiang Ning called out, turning around with a long black cloth bag in her hand, her gaze fixed earnestly upon Lin Xiaolu. After a moment of quiet contemplation, she finally spoke. Xiaolu, have you heard of the Tang dynasty? Of course. Are we not in the Tang dynasty right now? The girl shook her head. This is the Tang kingdom, not the Tang dynasty. The Tang kingdom is merely a vassal state of the immortal sect Mei, while the Tang dynasty is a formidable nation capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the cultivation sections. Take Mei, for instance. The Tang dynasty is not entirely inferior to Mei. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Xiaolu was somewhat astonished. Are you saying that this so-called Tang dynasty, as a mortal nation, can be compared to Mei? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, then nodded with a furrowed brow. If Mei were not under the command of Li Mingru, then indeed, they could be regarded as equals. Chapter 130. The Cloudbone sect. Upon hearing and Ning call out the name of his master, Lin Xiaolu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that an ordinary person like a Ning would be aware of his esteemed mentor. However, maintaining a composed demeanor, he refrained from revealing that Li Mingru was indeed his revered master, choosing instead to reserve this information for a future opportunity to impress. Thus, Lin Xiaolu continued to inquire. I have never heard of the Tang dynasty. Why do you mention it to me? Have you not always been curious about my origins? Jiang Ning flashed a somewhat pale smile and responded, I am the only princess of the Tang dynasty, Lin Xiaolu. In the courtyard, the young boy was momentarily stunned by her revelation. Then, with an exaggerated puffed-up expression, he spread his small hands and declared, So what? Are you boasting about your lineage? I am the next leader of Mei. In terms of status, I am certainly not intimidated by you. Jiang Ning, that is not my intention. Jiang Ning, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, explained, The Tang dynasty has been destroyed. I am now a princess of a fallen kingdom. With that, Jiang Ning proceeded to recount her past to the boy before her. The Tang dynasty, situated in the eastern part of the Divine Land, was a nation renowned for its martial spirit. Its military was valiant and skilled, with numerous martial arts sects flourishing among the populace. At one point, it had reached an apex of prosperity, standing as a formidable power in the mortal realm. As the eldest princess, Jiang Ning had been trained in martial arts from a young age, mastering exceptional spear techniques and learning the Tang's national martial arts. The 8 trigrams palm and the white crane fist. Surrounding the Tang dynasty was the only cultivation sect, the Cloudbone sect. This sect boasted a heritage rivaling that of Mei, housing several golden core cultivators, innumerable foundation establishment practitioners, and its patriarch and ancestors were all formidable nascent soul experts, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Mei, barring Li Mingru. Of course, despite the Cloudbone sect's might, the Tang dynasty remained no weakling. For centuries, both had occupied an equal status, with the citizens of the Tang never venerating the immortals of the Cloudbone sect. This was primarily due to the Tang's martial culture, but most significantly, it was attributed to a spear known as the Qianlong Red Tassel. It was said that Jiang Ning's ancestor, the founding emperor of the Tang, Jiang Taiqing, was a notable cultivator of remarkable talent, renowned throughout the Divine Land. However, his descendants lacked similar aptitude. Thus, he ensnared a powerful azure dragon with an ordinary red tassel spear and captured its dragon spirit within. Subsequently, Jiang Taiqing broke through to the nascent soul realm, achieving an even higher level of cultivation, and bequeathed this spear to his descendants, along with a chant capable of summoning the dragon spirit, usable solely by those of the Jiang lineage. This bestowed the Tang dynasty with the means to stand on equal footing with cultivators. In the small courtyard, Lin Xiaolu rested his chin on the grinding stone, attentively listening to Jiang Ning's tale, his curious gaze occasionally drifting toward the black cloth pouch in her hands. Could it possibly contain the spear that harbored the dragon spirit? He asked with intrigue. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Regrettably, I am a woman. Even if I were to grasp the incantation, the dragon spirit within the Qianlong Red Tassel would not recognize me as its master. I cannot replicate the valor of my great-grandfather, who stood resolutely at the gates of the Tang dynasty with nothing but his red tassel spear, defying the bandits of the Yungu sect with his flesh and blood, safeguarding the soul of the Tang dynasty. Safeguarding the soul of the Tang dynasty? Lin Xiaolu mused over this phrase, finding it rather impressive. What happened afterward? What led to the downfall of the Tang dynasty? He inquired further. Upon hearing this question, Jiang Ning shuddered, as though recalling a deeply painful memory. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with an overwhelming fury as she gritted her teeth and declared, It was because a traitor emerged from our Jiang family. Who was it? My twin brother, Jiang Yuanin. Originally, There were two heirs to the Qianlong red tassel in this generation. One was the crown prince, my elder brother Jiang Qingguang, and the other was my brother Jiang Yuanan. Unexpectedly, my brother exhibited extraordinary talent in cultivation and reached the 4th level of qi condensation at a young age. 4th level of qi condensation? Lin Xiaolu paused, realizing that in terms of strength, his talent indeed surpassed that of Dongfang Dan and Tang Yuan, yet fell slightly short of Chen Yinyun. Nevertheless, it was still quite commendable. In the small courtyard, Jiang Ning continued her lament. That traitor, in his quest for immortality, willingly became a lackey of the Yungu sect. Upon discovering that my elder brother was the crown prince, and realizing he could not obtain the Qianlong red tassel, he committed fratricide and patricide, coercing our father for the location of the Qianlong red tassel and its incantation. Wait a moment. Lin Xiaolu suddenly interrupted Jiang Ning, his large eyes filled with confusion. Did your brother not know the incantation? No, Jiang Ning shook her head. According to the ancestral teachings of the Jiang family, only the crown prince can learn the incantation from the emperor when ascending to the throne. Neither Jiang Yuanan nor I knew the incantation, and my elder brother had not yet ascended. So, this led to the tragic scene of him committing fratricide and patricide. At that time, our father and elder brother were poisoned by that beast, and when our father was being coerced, I happened to witness the scene. That beast fled back to the Yungu sect. My elder brother succumbed to the poison first, and before our father passed away. He revealed the incantation and its location to me, instructing me to seek out my uncle, who was ruling a small principality, to convey the Qianlong red tassel and the incantation to him. Lin Xiaolu listened in bewilderment, slowly piecing together the narrative. So, you intend to find your uncle to restore your nation? Indeed, the people of the Tang dynasty have never worshipped deities but revered our ancestral emperors. However, now that our land has fallen, they are treated as slaves, forced to pay homage to the cultivators of the Yungu sect in every household. My brother, through his heinous acts of fratricide and patricide, has gained immense power and status within the sect. After speaking, Jiang Ning let out a deep sigh, calming her troubled heart. She then lifted her reddened eyes to gaze at the young man, softly saying, "Little dear, I am truly delighted that you consider me a friend. I shall not keep any secrets from you. The Yungu sect has long sought to obtain the Qianlong Hongying and the incantation that only I possess, intending to extract the soul of the azure dragon within by means of celestial arts. They covet both the faith energy of the people of the Great Tang and the soul of the azure dragon within the Qianlong Hongying. Thus, they will persistently dispatch cultivators to capture me. Already, 2 foundation establishment cultivators have approached, and I fear that even more formidable ones will follow." Jiang Ning paused momentarily. Her eyes filled with resolve as she continued, "I estimate that it will be exceedingly difficult for me to reach the fiefdom of my uncle. You cannot assist me. Despite your remarkable abilities, you are ultimately constrained by your youth and cannot contend with those of the core formation realm or above. Therefore, I must apologize, little dear. Our paths have crossed briefly, and I do not wish to burden you." Lin Xiaodu, feeling awkward, smacked his lips. Jiang Ning seated herself by a well in the backyard and retrieved a gold ingot from her belt, tossing it to the young man. He caught it, gazing at her in confusion. She, in turn, rarely allowed a tearful smile to grace her lips. "When I escaped the palace with the Qianlong Hongying, I was in such haste that I carried no money with me. Thus, this exiled princess is rather impoverished. I only asked you for money so that I could reach my uncle. However, the Yungu sect has already sent cultivators after me. Though they have perished, stronger cultivators will surely come for me, and I doubt I will make it to my uncle's side. Therefore, I no longer require this gold ingot." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodu scoffed dismissively. "What kind of logic is it to take back gold that has been given? Do you look down upon those of us who navigate this world?" Jiang Ning, initially taken aback by his nonsensical remark, soon burst into laughter, rolling her eyes playfully. "Who would dare to underestimate you? You are truly formidable, capable of facing thousands of cultivators single-handedly." The young man puffed up with pride, smirking as he replied, "What's the big deal? If your uncle's fiefdom isn't too far, I shall escort you the entire way, ensuring your safety. Little dear, do not overestimate yourself," Jiang Ning said with tears in her eyes, her smile gentle yet poignant. "The Yungu sect is a formidable power, teeming with strong individuals. Even with your backing from Amei, they will not be easily dealt with. What about my master, Li Mingru? Lin Xiaodu suddenly inquired with a cheerful grin. Li. Upon hearing the name Li Mingru, Jiang Ning's once gentle gaze instantly sharpened, her excitement causing her to rise abruptly from her seat by the well, staring at the young man in disbelief. Is your master truly Li Mingru? The Li Mingru who has upheld the righteous path for 3 centuries? Chapter 131. The past of Li Mingru. As Lin Xiaolu was about to nod with a hint of pride, she was momentarily taken aback by Ning's address to the leader. 3 centuries of steadfastness in the righteous path of humanity? What on earth is this? Wasn't the leader renowned for plucking stars from the sky and disturbing celestial beings? When did he acquire such a title? While Xiaolu was in a state of bewilderment, a glimmer of hope flickered in Jiang Ning's eyes. Truth be told, she had never considered that Xiaolu's master would be Li Mingru. After all, in her view, a figure of such high caliber would not easily take on disciples, especially not someone like Xiaolu, who seemed somewhat unconventional. However, if Xiaolu's master truly was Li Mingru, then all questions would be rendered moot. She recalled that in her youth, her father had narrated tales of the most formidable cultivators he had encountered in his lifetime. Among the many powerful figures he spoke of, one stood above all, the legendary Li Mingru. Her father had recounted that many years ago, Li Mingru had visited the Tang dynasty. At that time, her father was but a child, and he, along with the late emperor and the entire court of officials, had the privilege of meeting him. The head of the Yungu sect and their ancestors were also present, all of whom were cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Yet, upon encountering Li Mingru, they prostrated themselves in reverence. It was not that Li Mingru compelled them to kneel. Rather, it was their own volition, an uncontrollable urge to show their gratitude. They expressed their thanks for the opportunity to pay homage to Li Banshan, and for many years thereafter. The old ancestor of the Yungu sect boasted of having knelt before Li Mingru, basking in pride for decades. Thus, if Li Mingru were to intervene, all problems would indeed cease to exist. In the courtyard, Jiang Ning gazed at Lin Xiaolu with great excitement, her lips parting to inquire, Xiaolu, can you summon Master Li? My leader is in seclusion, Lin Xiaolu replied with a hearty laugh. But rest assured, and Ning, I left a life lamp when I descended the mountain. If that Yungu sect sends any core formation or nascent soul cultivators to bully me, I will injure myself first. This way, my master will sense it and come to my rescue. Jiang Ning stared at Lin Xiaolu, torn between laughter and tears. Injuring yourself first? You truly are something else. Unperturbed, Lin Xiaolu continued to chuckle confidently. So you need not worry at all. With my master around, we shall check the routes together, your uncle's small principality and the way to Wuxing Temple, to see if they align. We can set off together and have a splendid time. Jiang Ning bit her lip, a bittersweet smile gracing her face. I have become a princess of a fallen kingdom. There is nothing I can offer in return. It's no matter. There is no need for repayment. As martial practitioners, we are bound to assist the virtuous and confront the wicked. Having said this, Lin Xiaolu turned to the young girl, her eyes filled with curiosity, and asked, Is my master, Li Mingru, truly as formidable as they say? What do you mean by steadfastly adhering to the righteous path for 300 years? I have never heard of it, she remarked. You haven't heard of it? Jiang Ning replied, somewhat astonished. Not at all, Lin Xiaolu shook her head. I suppose I am aware that my master is quite formidable, known for plucking stars from the sky and disturbing celestial beings, but I had no inkling of such a title. Sitting by the well, Jiang Ning's delicate features reflected her confusion. She too had never encountered the phrase plucking stars from the sky, disturbing celestial beings. Was it true that Li Shanshan could reach for the stars? The atmosphere between the two grew momentarily quiet, and even the usually astute Lin Xiaolu began to realize something profound. She was, in fact, woefully ignorant about her master, and it was likely that even the entire Ame sect, including her elder sister, only grasped the tip of the iceberg regarding him. After a brief silence, Jiang Ning spoke softly, Li Shanshan must be quite renowned. The untainted little master you brought back is also a cultivator, isn't he? You could inquire if he has ever heard of Li Shanshan. Great. I shall ask him this instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaolu turned and dashed toward the inn's courtyard. Once he departed, the girl sitting by the well remained still for a while, wiping away her tears before revealing a charming smile as she picked up her black cloth bag and made her way to the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the inn, the untainted little master was enjoying a bland watermelon with shui shuiya, both relishing the moment. Suddenly, Lin Xiaolu approached with a serious expression, speaking in a mysterious tone. My master is Li Mingru, untainted. Shui Shuiya. Both the monk and the duck were momentarily taken aback, and then they erupted in excitement. Lin Benefactor, your esteemed master is actually Li Mingru. Brother, your master is indeed Li Mingru. Lin Xiaolu stared at the astonished expressions of the little monk and Shui Shuiya, utterly bewildered. It was one thing for the monk to know, but even a duck was aware of her master's name. She glanced between Untainted and Shui Shuiya, then cautiously asked, Do you know what title my master holds? Shui Shuiya, now thoroughly agitated, began flapping his little wings on the table, quacking with enthusiasm. Of course, we know. Who doesn't know Li Mingru? Many cultivators have said, if one has never seen Li Mingru in their life, even celestial beings are in vain. Lin Xiaolu stood there, dumbfounded. What sort of title was this? She directed her fervent gaze toward Untainted. The sharp-witted Untainted, equally excited, replied, Lin Benefactor. I have spent many years studying Buddhist teachings with my master in the temple, and I am not very familiar with the titles of senior cultivators. But I have heard my master speak of Li Senior. Oh, how did your master, the unintentional master, evaluate my master? Lin Xiaolu inquired with great interest. In the courtyard, the little monk joined his palms together, a bashful smile gracing his face. Master said, cultivators can be divided into two kinds. One is Li Mingru, and the other encompasses all other cultivators. Lin Xiaolu gasped upon hearing this evaluation, feeling a shiver run down his spine, as if a wave of goosebumps washed over him. The little monk's master certainly possessed a remarkable talent for extolling his superior. A true eminent monk, indeed. Surely, a practitioner of renunciation would not indulge in falsehoods. Could it be that his master was truly so extraordinary? Why had he always believed that his only skills lay in excessive drinking and perusing picture books? The young Lin Xiaolu could not help but conjure an image in his mind. His master, brandishing a tattered wine gourd, grinning smugly with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, proclaiming, Foolish disciple, you know not the extent of my prowess. Ho ho ho. The mere thought of this vision caused him a headache, leading him to resolve that upon his return to Amei, he must inquire of his master, asking what deeds of infamy had earned him such illustrious titles and accolades. It was simply outrageous. His reputation was even loftier than his own. Would he be able to surpass him before reaching adulthood at 17? The pressure was immense. As time passed, evening descended, and Jiang Ning, Wuku, Xiaolu, and Shui Shuiya gathered in the great hall for dinner. Due to the proximity of Yinmen Pass to the desert, resources here were rather scarce compared to the central regions of Tang country, rendering hot pot an unattainable luxury. Consequently, Lin Xiaolu spent a gold ingot to procure a roasted camel, laying it out on an expansive table. Wuku, as a practitioner, abstained from meat. Despite Xiaolu and Shui Shuiya's earnest attempts to persuade him, he remained steadfast in his abstinence, serving himself a bowl of porridge along with a cucumber and a carrot. While watching his companions feast with longing eyes, Lin Xiaolu relished the lively atmosphere. The sight of the group gathered for a meal filled him with joy, greatly stimulating his appetite. He devoured nearly the entirety of the camel on his own, resembling a little wild boar. After their meal, they discussed their route. Since Jiang Ning's uncle resided in a small vassal state along the way to Wuxin Temple, it was only natural that the three young men and a duck decided to first escort Jiang Ning to his uncle's abode before continuing their journey to seek martial arts at the temple. Chapter 132. Journey through the desert. The rhythmic sound of the wooden fish echoed, dong 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 dong, as the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara delved into the profound Prajnaparmitha. He perceived the emptiness of the five aggregates, transcending all suffering. Sariputra, form is not different from emptiness enough already. Little monk, could you please be quiet? Oh, my apologies. Lin Benefactor. The next morning, before dawn had even broken, Lin Xiaolu was abruptly awakened by the incessant chanting of scriptures from Wuku, the little monk. With a scowl etched upon his face, he sat up in bed and glared at Wuku. Do you believe I will strike you? The chanting ceased, and the little monk, holding his small mallet, shyly stammered, And no, please don't. Lin Xiaolu sighed in exasperation, rising to dress. It appeared he would have to get up early to run today, as this little monk had risen even earlier than he. The sky outside remained dark as the monk chanted, truly diligent in his devotion to the Dharma. I'm going for a run. Are you coming? The little monk must attend morning prayers and will not join. Wuku blushed as he spoke. stealing a glance at Lin Xiaolu. Lin Benefactor, are there no other rooms in this inn? None. I asked the innkeeper. The Yinmen Pass sees few visitors, and apart from the station troops, there are rarely any guests. Thus the inn only has 2 rooms. Why? Don't you wish to share a room with me? And no. No. The little monk, merely seeing the little monk's stammering demeanor, Lin Xiaolu grew impatient, hastening to put on his shoes. Speak plainly, you're a grown man. After a long pause, the little monk finally confessed, his face flushed. The little monk simply finds it odd that Lin Benefactor sleeps without clothes. What is odd about it? We are both men, what is there to fear? Lin Xiaolu rolled his eyes, thinking that while the little monk had many admirable qualities, his timidity was not among them. He suspected that Jiang Ning possessed more courage than this fellow. With that, he disregarded the little monk and pulled the still sleeping Shuaiyu out of the room. For the next couple of days, they could not depart immediately, as Jiang Ning's injuries required a few days of rest. They had planned to leave the Yinmen Pass for the desert the day after tomorrow. After their dinner of roasted camel the previous night, Lin Xiaolu had shared Jiang Ning's situation with Wuku. The pure-hearted little monk was quite loyal, expressing his willingness to assist with heartfelt compassion and confidently asserting his capabilities. However, after Lin Xiaolu had shown him the large bronze artifact, Wuku humbly acknowledged that a monk must possess a humble heart and that he needed further training. As dawn broke, after completing an hour of running, Lin Xiaolu returned to the inn and found Jiang Ning and the little monk having breakfast. Xiaolu, have you finished your run? Jiang Ning inquired with a smile. Indeed, I noticed that the grandfather who sold me the watermelon yesterday has vanished. Lin Xiaolu replied, taking a seat and summoning the innkeeper for 20 meat buns, 10 dumplings, 10 eggs, and 10 bowls of porridge. Would you accompany me later to sell the horse and cart? As Jiang Ning sipped her porridge, she remarked, before we venture into the vast desert, we ought to first procure a camel. Isn't it simpler to just buy the camel directly? It seems so cumbersome, Lin Xiaolu replied. Jiang Ning shot him an exasperated glance. And what about the horse? Let us give it away. I can't be bothered. After all, I am quite wealthy, Lin Xiaolu retorted. Jiang Ning couldn't help but kick him lightly at that. Don't you ever consider saving a bit? You simply cannot fathom the world of the affluent, my dear. Came the interjection from Shuaiyu, who chimed in. Indeed, Li Mingru is my superior. Do you think I am unworthy of spending freely? Lin Xiaolu posed with a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, the quiet and innocent Wugo struggled to suppress laughter, fearing a jest might earn him a reprimand. Jiang Ning cast a disapproving look at the trio, both the boy and the duck, realizing that Lin Xiaolu had become increasingly audacious since learning of Li Shangxin's prowess. He truly deserved a reprimand. After breakfast, the 3 youths, along with Shuaiyu, set off from the inn in search of a camel. Their appearance attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. A slightly pudgy young Taoist with a mischievous grin, a handsome young monk with a warm smile and a perpetual blush, a girl exuding an ethereal grace, clutching a slender black cloth bag like a heroine, and trailing behind them was a duck strutting with an air of arrogance, an odd sight indeed. Jiang Ning led the cart to a horse trading yard, skillfully persuading the owner. In the end, she managed to sell it for a price of 1 gold ingot and 5 taels of silver, exceeding the original offer by 5 taels, leaving Lin Xiaolu utterly astonished. Jiang Ning, you are extraordinarily adept. Who knew you had such business acumen? The young monk also expressed his admiration. At such a young age, you possess such a keen sense for commerce. If you wish to amass wealth, it would be an effortless endeavor. Beaming with satisfaction, Jiang Ning tossed the earnings to Lin Xiaolu and proudly declared, what do you think? This princess has her uses, doesn't she? Indeed, her utility rivals that of a Tang Yuan. He quipped. Who is Tang Yuan? A resourceful boy who is also skilled in alchemy. Wow, Xiaolu, are you complimenting this princess's intellect? I didn't expect you to have such discernment. Ah, merely flattery, he responded with a grin. The trio continued to banter amiably, eventually arriving at the camel market. Once again, it was Jiang Ning who haggled fiercely, ultimately purchasing a robust camel for 15 taels of silver. Additionally, considering their impending journey into the desert, Lin Xiaolu procured ample water and provisions. Wugo, possessing a spatial ring, was able to conveniently store these items within the beads of his prayer necklace. Over the following days, the companions resided at the inn, engaging in playful antics, listening to Wugo expound on Buddhist teachings, Lin Xiaolu recounting tales of his heists, and Shuai reminiscing about his past exploits in the duck realm. Their days passed in delightful leisure. After a considerable period, as Jiang Ning's injuries had nearly healed, they set forth once more, riding camels through the gates of Yinmen Pass, entering an expanse of boundless desert. On that day, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire desert in a golden hue. Lin Xiaolu perched atop a tall camel, flanked by two soft humps, joyfully sipping from a water pouch. Shuai, small in stature, reclined comfortably on the camel's back, basking under the scorching sunlight as if indulging in a sun bath. Jiang Ning and the innocent little monk followed closely beside the camel. Jiang Ning and Xiaolu took turns riding the camel, each occupying the saddle for an hour, while the monk abstained from riding, unwilling to burden the creature. Jiang Ning, we have been traversing the desert for 2 days. How much longer until we reach the kingdom of Yuan? Lin Xiaolu called out from the camel's back, feeling as if he were being scorched black by the sun. Soon. Perhaps in 3 to 5 days we shall emerge from the desert, Jiang Ning replied, then turned to caution him. The kingdom of Yuan is not subordinate to Amei. They are allied with Chuanjin. You must temper your temperament when we arrive. Will the Chuanjin practitioners harm me? Lin Xiaolu inquired. No, they are part of the righteous sect. Jiang Ning assured him. If I encounter them and mention that my master is Li Mingru, will they treat me with reverence? Lin Xiaolu continued to question. That is uncertain, Jiang Ning responded. Lin Xiaolu felt that the purpose of his journey had shifted from earnestly seeking martial arts to proudly proclaiming, my master is Li Mingru. He found amusement in recounting the illustrious tales of his master. Xiaolu, it is time to change places. My hour to ride the camel has arrived. Oh, all right. Lin Xiaolu replied, dismounting swiftly while watching Jiang Ning clamber up. Upon mounting, Jiang Ning immediately felt the oppressive heat of the desert sun. It was August, and the air shimmered under the intense heat. Unlike the resilient Xiaolu or the ethereal monk, she could only shout down to the monk, Master Wugu, it is unbearably hot. Can you summon rain? Chapter 133. Jiang Ning sneezed upon hearing Jiang Ning's request. Wugo's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as he humbly replied, Jiang benefactor, I am but a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi condensation and have not learned the art of rain summoning. Lin Xiaolu, amused by Wugo's courteous demeanor, glanced at him with a smile and remarked, how delightful, little monk. I never expected you to be so polite to a mere mortal girl like a Ning. You truly embody the grace of an enlightened master. I find myself increasingly fond of your company. Indeed, our little master Wugo is the epitome of politeness. Unlike certain individuals who spew vulgarities daily, Jiang Ning chimed in cheerfully from atop her camel. Upon hearing her pointed remark, Lin Xiaolu paused momentarily before casting a disdainful glance at the handsome duck who had fallen asleep on the camel. Look at you, boasting every day, only to be scorned by a Ning. In the vast expanse of the desert, Wugo, flattered by the praise from Xiaolu and Jiang Ning, felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks, his voice barely above a whisper, benefactors Lin and Jiang, you overestimate me. I am merely a humble disciple of a great master. My master once taught me that whether a cultivator or a mortal, we are all beings of this world, fundamentally no different from one another. While each person's birth, talent, and abilities may vary, their souls hold no distinction of worth. Lin Xiaolu, upon hearing this, regarded him with newfound respect, patting him on the shoulder in admiration. Little monk, you are quite remarkable. I believe your master, Master Wuxin, must also be a person worthy of respect. He continued with a grin. I suddenly realized that we share a strong rapport, at least our philosophies align closely. As a martial artist, I believe that practitioners of martial arts are no less than cultivators, and mortals hold equal value as well. Your perspective on the equality of all beings is commendable. With a hearty laugh, Xiaolu inquired, Little monk, has your master ever imparted any classic wisdom to you? Share it with me, so I may cleanse my rather inflated soul. Jiang Ning, equally intrigued, leaned forward and chimed in, Yes, little master, enlighten us with your master's teachings to guide Xiaolu and temper his wayward spirit. Wugo scratched his bald head shyly, avoiding the gazes of Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning, and stammered, My master has shared many teachings, but at this moment, I can only recall one. Which one? Xiaolu pressed eagerly. The sage seeks the heart, not the Buddha. The fool seeks the Buddha, not the heart. As these words escaped his lips, Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she exclaimed, Such profound wisdom. Wait, Wait, what does that mean? Lin Xiaolu puffed his cheeks in confusion. I don't quite understand. Oh Xiaolu, you are utterly hopeless. Jiang Ning smiled as she explained. I believe this statement implies that those of true character can act according to their innermost convictions without the need to invoke deities, for their hearts are free of guilt. Conversely, the ignorant individuals who have committed misdeeds are the ones who desperately seek divine intervention to articulate their malevolent thoughts and alleviate their remorse, in pursuit of inner peace and liberation. Upon hearing this, Wugo chuckled and complimented her. Jiang, you possess great wisdom. However, the essence of this statement remains misunderstood. Oh? Jiang Ning inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling. Wugo, what is the true meaning of these words? Wugo responded with a smile. The deeper significance of this phrase indicates that to learn Buddhism is, in essence, to cultivate the heart, while the Buddha merely represents the external manifestation of the heart. Or rather, the Buddha has attained the true heart. The sages possess profound wisdom. They comprehend the true essence of learning Buddhism. Thus they seek inwardly to cultivate the heart, rather than striving to perfect the Buddha. In contrast, the foolish remain unenlightened, mistakenly believing that the Buddha is the ultimate source of all, leading them to seek externally, thereby invoking the Buddha. This discourse on Buddhist philosophy left Lin Xiaolu bewildered, yet it did not diminish his respect for the young monk, whom he had only known for a mere 3 or 4 days. After all, despite his youth, the little monk was indeed a figure worthy of reverence. Were he to be a bit older, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a living Buddha, especially when compared to the boisterous youths at Amitabha Monastery. The difference was indeed stark. As the 3 young men strolled along, engaging in joyful banter, they gradually sensed a slight alleviation of the heat in the air. Several hours later, as the once clear sky began to darken, the previously sweltering temperatures plummeted unexpectedly. The desert, known for its significant diurnal temperature variation, was experiencing a notably colder night than anticipated. Consequently, the group ceased their journey and began to prepare for camping under the stars. Wugo retrieved firewood for burning, mats for resting, as well as cleansing pills, provisions, and water for the little deer. Before long, the trio had ignited a campfire on a relatively flat patch of sand and were cooking their rations. Achoo! By the fire, Jiang Ning let out a loud sneeze, her nose running from the chill, her body shivering beneath Lin Xiaolu's robe, now fully enveloped in the night. The desert was illuminated by the twinkling stars and the pale moonlight, casting a silvery hue across the landscape. While it was visually stunning, the vastness also rendered it somewhat desolate, evoking a sense of poignant beauty. This night in the desert was undeniably cold. Jiang Ning had not anticipated such frigid temperatures, having never before ventured into a desert. Ill-prepared, she had only thought to procure a camel, neglecting to bring sufficient clothing. Even seated close to the crackling campfire, she found herself shivering and sneezing uncontrollably. Amidst the laughter, and Ning, please refrain from allowing your nasal discharge to mingle with your mouth. Observing Jiang Ning with her stream of clear mucus, Lin Xiaolu was utterly delighted, jesting at her while performing acrobatic flips by the campfire. Handsome Duck, beside him, quacked heartily, rolling on the ground, its tiny wings clutching its belly, kicking its legs in sheer amusement. The duo, a boy and a duck, presented a picture of sheer mischief. Lin Xiaolu, you wait for me. Just wait. Achoo! Jiang Ning, wrapped in Lin Xiaolu's robe, was on the verge of tears, her teeth chattering as her cold words came out haltingly. The monk Wuku, stirring the fried rice, glanced at Lin Xiaolu and remarked, Lin, do you have any spare clothes? Jiang's condition cannot continue like this. Ha, I'm out of options too. Look, I'm down to my undergarments. Lin Xiaolu chuckled, pointing at his white underwear. Wuku sighed at this and offered a polite smile to Jiang Ning. I sincerely apologize, Jiang. My limited magical skills offer no viable assistance, but I can lend you my monk-s robe for warmth. No need for formalities, Master Wuku. I am truly grateful, unlike certain individuals who only revel in my misfortune. Jiang Ning retorted, casting an angry glare at Lin Xiaolu. Yet Lin Xiaolu, with a nonchalant demeanor, stuck out his tongue and made a silly face at her. This only fueled Jiang Ning's irritation further, prompting another inevitable sneeze. In truth, she was quite appreciative of Lin Xiaolu for lending her the robe. However, his mischievous expression irked her to no end, and she often fantasized about delivering a couple of kicks to him. As for that handsome duck, with its sycophantic antics. She vowed to eventually pluck all its feathers. In the desert, Wuku observed the incessantly sneezing Jiang Ning, feeling the cool breeze in the air, and sighed, alas. If only there were walls to shield from the wind in this desert, Jiang would not suffer so. Amidst the playful antics with Handsome Duck, Lin Xiaolu suddenly brightened with an idea. Eureka! I've thought of a solution. Chapter 134. Bliss upon finishing his words. Lin Xiaolu scooped up a handful of sand before Jiang Ning and Wugo, then clapped his hands together. What are you doing, Xiaolu? Jiang Ning, tightly wrapped in his robe, asked with a puzzled expression. Wugo and the Handsome Duck also gazed at him in confusion. Lin Xiaolu laughed heartily. I'm building a wall with the sand on the ground to shield you from the wind. Stop messing around, Jiang Ning replied helplessly. We don't have enough water. The sand can't form, can't come together. In response to the girl's skepticism, Lin Xiaolu flashed a mischievous grin. Oh, dear woman, you know nothing of my prowess. With that, he exerted force with his hands, and a soft sound echoed as a solid block of sandstone materialized in his grasp. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Wugo was equally astonished. And even the Handsome Duck gaped, unable to close its beak for a considerable time. My heavens, what kind of strength is this? Jiang Ning exclaimed, his nose no longer running. Wugo, observing how Lin Xiaolu compressed fine grains of sand into sturdy stones, was equally impressed, exclaiming, what a remarkable skill. Although Lin is not a practitioner of immortality, his sheer strength surpasses many of his peers in cultivation. Truly a formidable figure. With that, he gazed enviously at Jiang Ning, saying, I envy you, Jiang, for encountering such a loyal and capable youth as Lin. Jiang Ning's cheeks flushed at this compliment, rendering him speechless. In the meantime, Lin Xiaolu worked with astounding speed, continuously compressing the sand. Before long, he had molded countless bricks and stones, piling them up haphazardly to create a small sand wall that effectively shielded Jiang Ning from the cold wind. Jiang Ning, filled with delight, stood beneath the sand wall, wrapped in his robe, expressing his gratitude. Your strength is truly impressive. Lin Xiaolu proudly tilted his head. This is nothing, merely the tip of the iceberg. Have you heard of the old tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains? Both Jiang Ning and Wugo nodded in response, and then Wugo, with brightened eyes, asked in admiration, could it be that Lin has moved mountains too? No. What the foolish old man accomplished is far beneath my capabilities. What I have done surpasses his feats. Lin Xiaolu declared with pride. What have you done? Jiang Ning inquired curiously, leaning against the sand wall by the campfire. With a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Lin Xiaolu replied, I moved the foolish old man Jiang Ning. Wugo? Clap, clap, clap. The Handsome Duck erupted in applause, flapping its little beak excitedly. Isn't that impressive? Just ask yourselves, isn't that impressive? The world knows only of the foolish old man moving mountains. Yet my brother moved the foolish old man. Now that is a true man. Jiang Ning. Wugo. As night fell, the group had their dinner and chatted for a while before gradually succumbing to slumber, with Wugo beginning her meditation and cultivation. As the clock approached the midnight hour, Lin Xiaolu, Jiang Ning, Shui Shuiya, and Luo Tua had all succumbed to slumber. In the midst of his meditation, Wu Gu, sensing an unseen presence, opened his eyes. He first glanced at the subtly rotating prayer beads on his wrist, then turned his gaze towards the youth beside him, who was soundly embracing Shui Shuiya and the girl lying nearby, both deeply ensconced in dreams. Not wanting to disturb their rest, he quietly rose from his mat and directed his clear gaze towards the distant expanse of the desert. The night desert was desolate, accompanied by gusts of cold wind. 5 cultivators garbed in light gray robes trudged across the soft sands, moving deliberately towards a spot illuminated by the flickering glow of a campfire. They did not fly. Instead, they advanced stealthily, making no sound, as if wary of disturbing someone lost in dreams. As they drew closer to the campfire, they beheld a frail young boy approaching from afar. This boy, a handsome little monk clad in robes as white as jade, wore a gentle smile upon his face, surrounded by a canopy of twinkling stars. His demeanor was serene and ethereal, walking alone through the silvery gray, boundless desert, reminiscent of an exquisite painting. The 5 cultivators halted, instinctively raising their hands, prepared to unleash their spells in combat. However, the little monk seemed oblivious to their movements. He continued to approach, stopping before them. bringing his palms together in reverence, closing his eyes, and softly reciting scriptures in a voice as faint as a whisper. He stood there in tranquil silence, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Although his cultivation was modest, merely at the third layer of chi condensation, he still left the 5 foundation establishment cultivators momentarily perplexed. Unsure of the intentions of this sudden apparition, the leader among the 5 cast a sidelong glance at his companions, his spell already formed in his hand, yet hesitating on whether to eliminate this enigmatic monk. Just as he was about to act, Wugu finally opened his eyes and spoke with a gentle tone. "Esteemed sirs, I humbly request that you spare Jiangning." The 5 foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances, bewildered. Wugu continued, his smile warm. "My friend, Jiangning, is but an ordinary girl, now bereft of her homeland and family, a truly unfortunate soul. The heavens bestow mercy upon all living beings. I implore you to spare her, and in doing so, spare myself as well. I shall bow before you." With that, he truly knelt down, respectfully bowing 3 times, carving a deep indentation in the sand. The 5 cultivators stood in stunned silence, uncertain of how to proceed. After bowing, the little monk did not rise but remained kneeling, palms together, continuing to address them softly. "Esteemed sirs, my other friend, Lin, possesses the formidable might of the Vajra. You are no match for him. Advancing further would only lead to your demise. I understand that you are merely following orders and are not inherently wicked. Thus, I have come to offer you salvation. I beseech you to grant Jiangning a chance to live. Allow oneself a path to salvation." After speaking, Wugu once again sincerely bowed 3 times. Observing the incessantly bowing young monk, the leader among the 5 cultivators could not help but chuckle. What a sight! Are you suggesting that our advance is surely met with demise? Indeed, with Lin as our companion, your deaths are inevitable, Wugu replied without hesitation after completing his bows. Then why venture here to meet your end? One of the foundation-building cultivators scoffed. According to your words, we are doomed to die regardless. Are you not afraid we shall slay you? Or perhaps bind you to threaten Miss Lin? I seek to rescue you all, thus I harbor no fear. Wugu stated earnestly. Being of lowly strength, I am no match for you 5. Hence, I have recited the Itagarbha Sutra, performing a rite for your salvation and my own. Should you persist in your intentions to move forward, then please, end my life. The cultivators exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing this. This young monk seems overly prepared, having even arranged for his own salvation. In the midst of it all, someone derisively interjected. Impressive, truly a high monk of the Buddhist order, unafraid of death. How amusing indeed. Who is this fool wishing to perish alongside us? Young monk, be swift and depart. Do not think I hesitate to slay you. The leader of the cultivators furrowed his brow and added, Young monk, you must leave at once. I cannot discern whether you are genuinely foolish or a living Buddha, but our lives are granted by our sect. We have committed many unseemly acts and are destined for hell after death, whereas you, whether a fool or a true Buddha, will surely ascend to paradise. We are not of the same ilk. Please, depart swiftly. Wugu knelt upon the ground and resolutely shook his head. Rest assured, I shall accompany you all to hell. At these words, the leader of the cultivators paused, and all present were momentarily taken aback. Why? The leader inquired. Only by descending into hell can I witness the suffering of all beings and aid them in their afflictions. Wugu replied with sincerity, his gaze, even while kneeling, radiating a purity surpassing that of many standing before him. Esteemed one, the so-called paradise resides within each of our hearts, albeit in varying forms. Rather than allow all beings to suffer, I would choose to bear their pain alone. This is my paradise. Thus, I fear not death, but I dread the possibility that you 5 may refuse to spare Jiang, that you may refuse to spare yourselves. Within the silver-gray expanse of the desert, the chilling winds had inexplicably ceased. The 5 foundation-building cultivators stood amidst the desert, gazing at the young monk kneeling and bowing before them, rendered speechless. Devoid of any further mockery, they stood in silence, unspoken words hanging in the air, and within the hearts of many, an absurd thought began to take root. Even the legendary Buddha, Tathagata, might pale in comparison to this young monk. Chapter 135, Physical Cooling. The following day, dawn broke. The scorching sun ascended as expected, awakening the desolation of the desert with its warmth. Lin Xiaolu, still enshrouded in dreams, was roused by the sun's piercing rays and sat up, cradling the also recently awakened Shui Shui duck. "Good morning, Lin," and "Good morning, duck," greeted Wugo, who was nearby preparing fried rice, smiling as he handed Lin a cleansing pill. Lin Xiaolu let out a long ah and yawned, then waved his hand coolly in response, while Shui Shui duck quacked a couple of times. After swallowing the cleansing pill, the youth noticed that Jiang Ning beside him had not yet awakened. So he squatted by the campfire, gazing longingly at the pot of fried rice. "Are you not going to train today, Lin?" Wugo inquired gently, fanning the flames with a palm leaf fan. "I'll go after I finish eating," Lin Xiaolu replied, saliva pooling as he eyed the food. He then glanced at Wugo, noticing a persistent smile on his face, seemingly filled with joy. "What's got you so cheerful, little monk?" Lin Xiaolu teased. Cough, cough. Wugo felt a bit embarrassed, pursing his lips into silence. Observing his peculiar expression, Lin Xiaolu felt something was amiss and immediately asked sternly, "Are you hiding something that makes you so happy? Speak." Wugo was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiaolu's words, unable to meet his gaze. He lowered his head and mumbled, "The little monk did a good deed last night, so I feel happy." "Oh, what good deed? Share it with me and Shui Shui duck," Lin Xiaolu urged. "I cannot say," Wugo replied, his head downcast. "If I reveal it, Lin will surely blame me for meddling." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu paused briefly, then, after some contemplation, quickly deduced the situation and glared at Wugo. "Are you so pleased because you went alone to collect protection money?" "Wugo, I misjudged you. We are no longer friends." Shui Shui duck, standing beside them with his little wings akimbo, quacked loudly indeed. "How could you engage in such amusing affairs without inviting me? Brotherhood is over." At merely 13 years of age, Wugo felt wronged by their misunderstanding, and his eyes began to well with tears. Just as Lin Xiaolu was energetically confronting Wugo, Jiang Ning, lying on the bedding, suddenly emitted a soft groan of discomfort. In the afternoon, amidst the golden sands of the desert, Wugo led a camel, upon which Shui Shui duck was comfortably seated, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Lin Xiaolu followed behind, carrying the semi-conscious Jiang Ning on his back. As they walked, he queried, "Ah Ning, you have practiced martial arts, haven't you? How could you still succumb to a febrile illness?" In response to Lin Xiaolu's question, Jiang Ning, feeling feverish, lacked the strength to reply and could only languidly rest against Lin Xiaolu's back, clutching his neck while silently enduring the internal heat and discomfort. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is stark. Although Jiang is a martial artist, she is still a woman, and her constitution is not as robust as a man's, so contracting a febrile illness is inevitable, Wugo sighed. Lin Xiaolu felt a sense of helplessness as Jiang Ning's warm breath tickled his neck. As he carried her on his back, he murmured, "In all my years, you are only the second person I have ever carried, the first being my sister. Should you succeed in restoring your nation and ascend as the empress of the Tang dynasty, do remember the kindness I have shown you. Ensure that 2 high-ranking positions are reserved for me and my sister, so that whenever I tire of my life at Amei, I may come to visit you and take delight in teasing those corrupt officials and wealthy landlords." Jiang Ning, feeling unwell, did not wish to speak and pinched him lightly with her small hand, but alas, Lin Xiaolu hardly felt it. Throughout the day, he bore her on his back, yet her body temperature remained high, leaving her in a dazed state. This was the very reason Lin Xiaolu and Wugo dared not place her on a camel, fearing she might fall again in her stupor. Soon, night fell once more, the cold wind rose, and the temperature dropped again. Wugo lit a large bonfire to warm Jiang Ning, while Lin Xiaolu exerted considerable effort to fashion a semicircular sand wall with his small hands to shield her from the wind. Jiang Ning sat by the bonfire, her complexion flushed as she leaned against the sand wall, softly murmuring to herself in a daze. Seeing this, Wugo and Lin Xiaolu grew increasingly anxious, fearing that if she continued like this, she might lose her wits. Many impoverished individuals in the realm had succumbed to foolishness due to lingering fevers and heat. If Jiang Ning were to become foolish, how could she ever restore her nation? "Little Master Xiaolu, the porridge is ready," Wugo said, handing a bowl of porridge made from fried rice to Lin Xiaolu. He noticed the change in Wugo's address and chuckled in response. He then carefully took the porridge to feed Jiang Ning. Although he often jested and expressed disdain for her in word and tone, his actions were remarkably gentle. He would blow on the steaming porridge to cool it before delicately offering it to the girl, who, wrapped in his robe, took small bites, her face still flushed. They sat together under the starry sky of the desert night, illuminated by the firelight, one feeding and the other eating, enveloped in a serene silence. Wugo, witnessing this scene, smiled as he served a bowl of porridge to the charming duck, saying, "Little Master Xiaolu is actually quite a gentle soul." Upon hearing this, the charming duck flapped its wings, exclaiming, "Just look at my brother's skilled manner. It's clear this isn't his first time feeding someone." "Oh, is little Master Xiaolu adept at caring for others?" Wugo inquired, curiosity piqued. "Don't ask me, for I know nothing of my brother's past," replied the charming duck, before eagerly indulging in the porridge. Before long, the entire bowl of warm porridge was consumed. Lin Xiaolu touched Jiang Ning's forehead and found it still burning. After a moment's contemplation, he rolled up his sleeves and plunged his hand into the ground. With a soft thud, his arm sank deep into the sand, and he drew forth cool, damp earth. "What is the purpose of this, little Master Xiaolu?" Wugo asked, perplexed at the sight. Lin Xiaolu explained with a hearty laugh. "Aining's head is too hot. If this continues, it will surely damage her brain. My sister suffered from a fever when she was younger. It was during a heavy snowfall, and the village storyteller went to the frozen river to fetch some ice, which he then wrapped in cloth to place on my sister's forehead, claiming it was a form of physical cooling." Physical cooling? Wugo pondered, bewildered by this concept. "I am not entirely sure either, but it seemed to work quite well." Lin Xiaolu continued, "The desert is scorching under the sun during the day, yet at night it cools down dramatically, especially the sand beneath, which is as cold as ice and can remedy Aining's ailment." After saying this, he took out a handkerchief carried by Jiang Ning, carefully wrapping the frozen sand and applying it to the girl's feverish forehead. Witnessing this scene, Wugo clasped her hands together, marveling by the campfire. "Xiaolu, you truly possess great wisdom." "Oh, this is nothing," Lin Xiaolu chuckled. "Your Buddhist teachings are far more profound. That is true wisdom." In a rare moment of humility, Lin Xiaolu settled by the fire, sipping his porridge while saying with a smile, "Compared to your Buddhist principles, mine is merely a minor path." Chapter 136. The Panda Princess. The young deer humbly remarked, "You are too modest." Wugo responded earnestly, "Wisdom is not measured by magnitude." At this moment, as Jiang Ning suffers from illness, my Buddhist teachings and insights do not avail her, yet the methods conceived by you, dear young deer, can indeed bring relief. Thus, in this instant, your approach transcends all worldly Buddhist doctrines. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoda's face brightened with delight, and she gazed at him with anticipation. "Are you serious, little monk? Are you saying that at this moment, I am even more remarkable than the Buddha?" Wugo nodded with a smile. This declaration filled Lin Xiaoda with uncontainable joy, and she erupted into a hearty laughter, clutching her warm porridge. Witnessing her exuberance, Wugo could not help but smile in return. Two 13-year-old contemporaries, a Taoist and a monk, formed a profound bond before the warm campfire. After dinner, Lin Xiaoda replaced the sandy earth for Jiang Ning. Each time the cold sand warmed against her forehead, Lin Xiaoda would dig out fresh sand to cool her down and continuously offer her warm water, causing Jiang Ning to break into a light sweat in her slumber. She patiently awaited until Jiang Ning's forehead finally turned cool before she felt at ease to sleep. Time passed, and in the stillness of the night, the handsome duck was sound asleep, while Wugo had entered a meditative state. Jiang Ning, whose condition had improved, unknowingly opened her beautiful eyes, curiously surveying her surroundings. She discovered Lin Xiaoda lying beside her, belly up, with a large bubble forming on his nose, expanding and contracting with his steady breathing. Observing the slumbering youth, she tilted her head in mild confusion. Throughout the day, she had been in a daze, her consciousness wavering, and the night was no different. Yet, she vaguely recalled Lin Xiaoda's attentive care, carrying her along the way, feeding her porridge and water, and applying cool compresses to her forehead. At this moment, the young girl gazed at the sleeping boy with gratitude, softly murmuring, "I didn't expect you to have such a warm-hearted side." After speaking, she became curious about the bubble perched on Lin Xiaoda's nose. It was the first time she had seen someone sleep with such a large bubble, and she could not resist leaning in closer for a better look. A moment later, she raised her finger and poked the bubble. Pop! The bubble burst, startling Lin Xiaoda awake, his eyes widening in bewilderment as he met the gaze of the girl so near to him. Bang! I admit, I may have been a tad too forceful just now, but you know, For someone like me who values speed, acting before thinking is merely a reflex. Besides, I reacted swiftly, did I not? Otherwise, do you think your little frame could withstand my punch? I could knock the very breath out of you. And furthermore, if you chose to lean in so close and startle me, who can be blamed? I did not intend for this. Ultimately, it is your own fault. The campfire flickered in the night breeze as Jiang Ning covered her swollen eye, biting her lip, and gazed at Lin Xiaolu, who was passionately articulating her thoughts. Her red lips pressed tightly together, emanating an aura of contempt that suggested she wished nothing more than to silence him permanently. She recognized that her injury was not truly the fault of Xiaolu, yet it still provoked considerable ire within her. The mere thought of the innocent Master Wu and the charming duck waking up the following morning to see her battered eye filled her with a desire to vanish into the earth. How could she possibly face anyone tomorrow? In truth, Jiang Ning was quite mature for her age, unlike many princesses. Her upbringing in martial arts had imbued her with a steadiness and understanding that surpassed many of her peers. However, the heart of a girl remains delicate. To put it candidly, her loving parents and brothers had all departed from her life, leaving her to be pursued by the cultivators of the Cloudbone sect, perpetually on the brink of life and death. Thus, Lin Xiaolu had become the sole source of comfort for Jiang Ning, not merely because he was a disciple of Li Mingru, but also due to the bond they had forged during their time together. They regarded each other as partners, and as the only girl in their team, Jiang Ning sometimes yearned for a measure of tenderness, wishing for Lin Xiaolu to indulge her whims just as a close family member might, allowing her to express her softer side. After all, this exiled princess had long been deprived of the experience of being cherished. Yet, to her dismay, Lin Xiaolu, this insufferable boy, showed her no leniency. While he had indeed held back his punch earlier, it was still far too much for a 14-year-old girl to endure. To make matters worse, he persisted in lecturing her about life's philosophies, boldly proclaiming that she deserved it. How dare he lecture a girl? Was he out of his mind? Would offering a simple apology or a bit of comfort truly be so burdensome for him? Aining, please refrain from glaring at me with your one remaining eye, he said. I know you wish to refute me, but have you considered why you find yourself at a loss for words? It is simply because what I say holds truth. Thus, your predicament is indeed of your own making. Tomorrow, have the little monk adjudicate this matter and see whether he sides with you or me. With that, Lin Xiaolu crossed his arms, proudly lifting his chin in a manner that suggested he believed himself invincible in this debate. Observing his infuriating demeanor, Jiang Ning felt her chest rise and fall with indignation. Her teeth clenched as she glared at him while cradling her swollen eye. Be cautious when you sleep at night. We are bound to meet again. Lin Xiaolu, unimpressed by her fierce expression, rolled his eyes and retorted, I, Lin Xiaolu, take great pleasure in confronting those who consider themselves exceptional. My dear lady, I would advise you not to challenge my patience with your obstinacy. After all, you are but a year younger than I am. Is that the only confidence you can muster? How pitiable. Curse you. She shot back. Jiang Ning seized a handful of sand from the ground and hurled it fiercely at him. Lin Xiaolu, brimming with confidence, did not flinch. Then, oh dear, my eyes are blinded. Woman, I cannot see. I am blind. Observing him vigorously rubbing his eyes, Jiang Ning couldn't help but stifle a laugh, then haughtily snorted and chose to ignore him, lying down to sleep. In the following 2 days, the trio, accompanied by a duck, journeyed through the desert in a serene and harmonious manner. Of course, Jiang Ning's eyes remained unwell, shrouded in darkness, resembling a panda, which appeared rather amusing. Lin Xiaolu, alongside the handsome duck, mercilessly mocked her for 2 whole days, even bestowing upon her the nickname Princess Panda. This infuriated Jiang Ning, who refrained from speaking to Lin Xiaolu for 2 full days, until on the 3rd day, when they finally emerged from the desert into the realm of Chuanjin. The situation came to an end. That morning, in a small town within the Yuan Kingdom, an innkeeper remarked, Sir, my camel is robust and docile. Your offer of 1 ingot of gold and 30 taels of silver is indeed too low. Previously in the Tang Kingdom, someone offered 2 ingots of gold and 20 taels of silver, and I did not sell. The innkeeper continued, I see you are a reasonable businessman. To speak frankly, my friend here has recently fallen ill and requires silver for treatment, which is why I am selling the camel at such a low price. Thus, the price cannot be less than 2 ingots of gold. In the camel market, an elderly man looked curiously at the 3 children before him and inquired of Jiang Ning. "Little girl, which of your friends is afflicted with madness?" Jiang Ning raised her fair hand and turned to point at Lin Xiaolu, who was engrossed in licking a candied hawthorn stick, exclaiming him. Chapter 137. The Complete Truth. I am immensely grateful to Ning for granting me the opportunity to showcase my talents, allowing me to discover the depth of my artistic abilities, which, although not entirely surprising, still brings a smile to my face. In the border town of the Yuan Kingdom, on the cobblestone path lined with various shops, Lin Xiaolu and her companions sat in their newly acquired carriage, each indulging in a skewer of candied hawthorn, leisurely driving forward. Lin Xiaolu was the most delighted, her cheeks puffed up like a small pouch from the round candies. Jiang Ning, skillfully guiding the horses with one hand, wore a perpetual smile. The thought of Lin Xiaolu's antics just moments ago, where she had comically squinted and acted foolishly in the camel market, made her chuckle once more. The girl had truly mimicked the fool remarkably well. It was unclear from whom she had learned such a performance. Perhaps it was the convincing nature of Lin Xiaolu's act that led to the successful sale of the camel for 2 bars of gold. Subsequently, Jiang Ning used 1 bar to purchase a new horse and a pristine carriage. The audacity of such transactions left the 2 young boys in awe, and even Shuai couldn't help but admire her shrewdness. Lin Xiaolu mused that if Jiang Ning did not become an empress in the future, she would undoubtedly thrive as a cunning trader. The trio continued their jovial journey, with Lin Xiaolu feeling stifled inside the carriage, climbing onto the driver's seat. There, she eagerly observed the local customs of the Yuan Kingdom while engaging in light-hearted conversation with Jiang Ning. As dusk descended, Jiang Ning skillfully maneuvered the carriage to a rather opulent inn. Turning to Lin Xiaolu and Wu Gu, she remarked, after spending 5 or 6 days in the desert, "I can finally enjoy a good night's rest. Indeed, I feel as though I might vomit from all the fried rice I've consumed." Lin Xiaolu burst into laughter, picking up Shuai and leaping down from the carriage, with Wu Gu following suit. At the inn, a waiter promptly approached upon seeing the guests. Jiang Ning entrusted the reins to him, instructing him to ensure the horses were well fed, before leading the 2 jovial boys inside. "Esteemed guests, at this late hour, will you be staying for the night or dining?" the waiter inquired. "Please prepare 3 rooms for us, and some food as well," Jiang Ning replied. "Certainly, please follow me," the waiter responded. The young ladies settled at an empty table in the inn's grand hall. Noticing Lin Xiaolu and Wu Gu whispering and occasionally giggling, she playfully admonished, "Aren't you 2 going to order?" "Oh, right, we're coming," Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, pulling Wu Gu to sit down, and then, cradling Shuai, she smiled at the waiter and asked, "What delectable dishes do you have?" "Esteemed guest, our restaurant's braised beef is renowned far and wide for its rich flavor. Shall I bring you 2 pounds? 2 pounds. Is that enough for anyone? Let us start with 20 pounds, Lin Xiaolu declared, pulling out a bar of gold. Much to the waiter's astonishment, before continuing, "Do you have meat buns?" Yes, we do, esteemed guest," the waiter replied, taken aback by Lin Xiaolu's boldness, and enthusiastically recommended, "Our signature dish also includes poached chicken, which many guests greatly enjoy. Please bring me 10 steamed buns, and let us have 2 chickens as well," Lin Xiaolu said, turning to Jiang Ning and Wu Gu. "What will you 2 have? Just a few vegetarian dishes will suffice. The meat you ordered is already ample, and Wu Gu cannot partake." With that, Jiang Ning smiled at the waiter. "Could we have several vegetarian dishes, 3 bowls of rice, and by the way, do you serve sweet and sour ribs? I would love to have some." "Certainly, we can prepare that. So, 10 meat buns, 20 pounds of braised beef, 2 servings of poached chicken, 1 order of sweet and sour ribs, and a few seasonal vegetarian dishes, along with a spinach and egg soup," Lin Xiaolu called out. "Understood, dear customer. Please hold on for a moment," the waiter replied with a cheerful demeanor before heading to the kitchen. After the waiter departed, Jiang Ning poured tea from the teapot into cups for the 3 of them, even rinsing the cup for the charming duck he held. "Tonight, I intend to indulge in a feast, followed by a relaxing bath, and then a delightful slumber," she remarked with a smile while pouring the tea. "Didn't I already provide you with a cleansing elixir? What more do you need?" Lin Xiaolu countered, prompting Jiang Ning to shoot him a glare. "You have only a few of those elixirs left, and we do not know how long we will be out in the wilderness. Can't you conserve them?" Lin Xiaolu was taken aback by this revelation and quickly turned to Wu Gu, who was sipping tea. "Little monk, how many cleansing elixirs do I have remaining?" His elixirs were stored within Wugo's prayer beads. Wugo set down his cup and replied, "Dear Xiaolu, there are only 3 elixirs left." "What?" Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, bewildered. "My senior sister gave me only 3 elixirs? What should I do now?" Jiang Ning rolled her eyes. "This is what happens when you spend extravagantly. Now you're at a loss." Lin Xiaolu began to fret, unsure of how to proceed, when the charming duck in his arms suddenly suggested, "Brother, do not panic. This is the realm of Chuanjin, and we can simply go and borrow some." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled, and he slapped the table in laughter. "Yes, I can go to Chuanjin and borrow a few sacks of cleansing elixirs. Ha ha, you're brilliant, charming duck." As Lin Xiaolu reveled in his idea, Jiang Ning's expression shifted, laced with concern. "Xiaolu, you can't be serious. Don't stir up trouble. Chuanjin is as formidable as a Mei. But my master is Li Mingru." Lin Xiaolu exclaimed confidently, chuckling. "I'll just tell the Chuanjin cultivators that my master is Li Mingru and see their reaction." "Absolutely not," Jiang Ning exclaimed, kicking him under the table in frustration. "You must refrain from causing any disturbances. We should simply pass through Chuanjin without complications." "Why not?" Lin Xiaolu protested. Turning to Wugo, "What do you think, little monk?" With pure hands clasped together, the gentle monk replied, "Little dear, I too believe it is best to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, the dust-washing pill is not entirely a necessity. Moreover, it is worth noting that I have heard it mentioned that both the current and previous leaders of the Chuanjin sect were bested by the esteemed Li Mingru." Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, while Jiang Ning appeared somewhat astonished. Only the charming duck seemed unfazed, continuing to sip his hot tea and letting out a soft chuckle. "It's quite normal, you see. To be defeated by Li Mingru is, in fact, a mark of honor." Lin Xiaolu, puzzled, glanced at the charming duck and then at the monk, before inquiring with a furrowed brow, "The current and previous leaders? Did my master defeat both of them together?" "It seems that way, though I am not entirely certain. That incident appears to have occurred quite some time ago," the monk responded. In the hall, just as Lin Xiaolu was once again struck by the impressive prowess of her master, the charming duck suddenly interjected, "In truth, it wasn't all that long ago, merely a little over a century. During my wanderings, I have heard tales of this. It was said that there was a conflict between Chuanjin and a Mei, resulting in the 2 successive leaders being alternately struck by Li Mingru, who did so with one hand in his pocket, using only a single hand against the duo. The spectacle must have been something extraordinary. Those who have not witnessed it would scarcely dare to imagine. Yet it must be noted that this does not imply the Chuanjin leaders were weak. Rather, Li Mingru's prowess was simply exceptional." Chapter 138. An unexpected visitor. Upon finishing his words, the charming duck raised his head and advised Lin Xiaolu, "Brother, I take back what I just said. Perhaps we should refrain from visiting the Chuanjin sect. If they discover you are a disciple of Li Mingru, you may find the experience rather unpleasant." Hearing the duck's tactful remarks, Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a twinge of gloom. Simultaneously, his curiosity about his whimsical leader, who was perpetually cheerful, deepened. Just how formidable was his leader in the past? The aura he exuded was undeniably lofty. After a moment of curiosity, the young man casually glanced at the charming duck and remarked, "Duck, you seem to know quite a bit." The duck was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment, brother." Before long, a delightful array of fragrant dishes was served at the table: richly flavored sauced beef, large and juicy meat buns, tender and flavorful poached chicken, and soft, sweet and sour ribs. Accompanied by several fresh, seasonal vegetables and spinach egg soup, the table was generously laden, allowing everyone to momentarily forget about the cleansing elixir and indulge heartily in the feast. Jiang Ning and Wugu, whose appetites were modest, only sampled a few bites. Soon, they had finished their meal and turned to watch Lin Xiaolu and the charming duck eat. Each time they observed Lin Xiaolu's voracious appetite, they were left astonished. Particularly Jiang Ning, who struggled to comprehend how this fellow, who was not particularly large, managed to consume such an astonishing quantity of food. It was genuinely remarkable. Lin Xiaolu let out a long, drawn-out sound of satisfaction, his mouth agape as he stuffed an entire palm-sized meat bun into his mouth. Jiang Ning and Wugu, positioned on either side, simply stared at him in silence. After dinner, Lin Xiaolu and the charming duck, with their bellies full, returned to their room. He heeded Jiang Ning's advice and refrained from using the cleansing elixir, instead enjoying a relaxing hot bath with the charming duck. It had been a while since he last soaked in a bath, and this sudden indulgence felt quite delightful. Before long, the freshly bathed young man nestled under the covers with the charming duck, and they both swiftly drifted into slumber. In the stillness of the night, as the hour of the tiger approached, Wugu, who had been meditating in his room, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at the slowly rotating prayer beads on his wrist, and, with a wry smile, prepared to rise once more. However, just as he stood, he noticed that the beads, which had been turning, abruptly ceased their motion. Furrowing his brow, a hint of confusion arose within him. Were the cultivators of the Yungu sect departing? At the same moment, beyond the gates of Yuangua City, in the desolate expanse of the pitch-black desert, a young girl, adorned in a colorful, fluffy dress and sporting an elegant bun, stood confidently in the sand. With her seemingly harmless visage, she coldly mocked the cultivator kneeling before her. Surrounding the cultivator, several lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground, all of them his companions, and all at the foundational level of cultivation. I merely wish to inquire for directions, yet you common folk of the cultivation world dare to tell me to leave? How audacious, the girl scoffed arrogantly. The cultivator, upon being referred to as a commoner, was engulfed by a sense of bewilderment, a flicker of terror evident in his eyes. Generally, the term commoner is employed by practitioners of the mystical arts to describe mere mortals. Who in this world would ever dare to designate a cultivator as such? Stunned for a moment, the frightened cultivator suddenly grasped something, his gaze narrowing in disbelief as he looked again at the girl before him. Observing his astonishment, the girl narrowed her charming eyes and smiled sweetly. Do you now recognize who I am? The cultivator, trembling with fear, nodded. With a delightful grin revealing her adorable little fangs, the girl continued, Since you know who I am, do you think you will survive today? The cultivator, quaking in terror, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration wash over him as he regarded the girl, who appeared to possess merely the second layer of chi condensation and was clearly younger than himself. It was not that he could not defeat her, rather, the sheer number of magical artifacts she wielded was astonishing. Each item was incredibly precious and rare, worth more than an entire small sect. He had 8 foundation-level cultivators on his side, yet 7 had perished at the hands of this seemingly innocuous girl, merely due to her arsenal of enchanted treasures. How could he possibly reconcile such a fate? He stared at the girl, who resembled a little demon, his emotions a tumultuous blend of anger and fear. Speak. How do you wish to die? She asked, arms crossed, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The cultivator's face turned pale at her words, and in the next moment, he lunged at her with a furious scream. If I cannot escape, I might as well fight back. Die? As the deafening roar echoed, his powerful palm, imbued with spiritual energy, struck her face, yet it was met by a tangible aura that rendered his attack utterly ineffective. The girl remained unfazed, wearing a smug expression as she observed him, as if he were nothing more than a frightened dog. Realizing his assault bore no fruit, the cultivator felt a wave of despair wash over him. He abandoned all thoughts of resistance and turned to flee. The girl made no move to stop him, merely watching him retreat until he had flown a considerable distance of 1,000 meters. Then, with an evil grin, she leisurely retrieved an oddly shaped slingshot from her spatial ring and aimed it at the retreating cultivator. The orange rubber band snapped tight. Whoosh! Under the cold moonlight, the girl stowed the slingshot away and hummed a little tune as she strolled toward the gates of Yuangua. In the next instant, from over 1,000 meters behind her, the cultivator, who believed he had escaped, let out a blood-curdling scream, and with a deafening explosion, his body disintegrated into a shower of crimson rain. And the delightful girl, standing amidst the cascade of blood under the starlit sky, joyfully skipped into Yuangua. The following day, early in the morning, Jiang Ning's unanticipated scream pierced the tranquility of the inn, and she promptly delivered a flurry of blows to the still groggy Lin Xiaolu, intent on exacting her revenge. In a state of bewilderment, Wuku and Handsome Duck watched intently, unsure of how to intervene. The situation unfolded as follows. Recently, they had all gradually risen from slumber to prepare for breakfast, with Lin Xiaolu being the last to awaken. He explained that he had not slept well the previous night, plagued by a terrifying nightmare, which was why he had risen so late. Jiang Ning, curious, inquired about the nature of his dream. Lin Xiaolu recounted that he dreamt of Jiang Ning eating something repugnant, and in his dream, He urged her not to partake, but she disregarded his pleas and retaliated by striking him while continuing to indulge. Thus, the current scene came to be. "Ah, today, I shall surely make you pay," Jiang Ning exclaimed, unleashing her fury as she gripped Lin Xiaolu's neck and relentlessly pounded his head. Despite being restrained and struck, Lin Xiaolu remained unfazed, his hairstyle untouched, and he disdainfully retorted, "My dear lady, I suggest you release me. Otherwise, I might execute a swift maneuver that would leave you quite embarrassed. Go ahead and try." "Who's afraid?" Jiang Ning shouted defiantly, continuing her assault. She was resolute in her determination to teach this rogue a lesson for his incessant teasing. Nearby, Wuku, with a look of resignation, and Handsome Duck, relishing the spectacle, silently observed this dramatic confrontation. Just as Jiang Ning's hands began to ache from the effort of punishing Lin Xiaolu, a melodious voice rang out from outside the inn. "Commoners, what are you doing?" Chapter 139. A colorful butterfly. Lin Xiaolu, Jiang Ning, Wugu, and Shuai Shuai turned their gaze towards the entrance of the inn, drawn by the sound. There stood an exceptionally peculiar girl, the kind of peculiar that truly stood out. The most striking aspect of her appearance was undoubtedly her attire. She donned a vibrant, floral dress that billowed out, resembling an inverted, colorful goblet below the waist, starkly different from the long skirts typically worn by other girls. Adorning her were an array of exquisite jewelry pieces, sapphire necklaces, pearl bracelets, jade rings, and dazzling earrings, to name a few. Some of the bracelets were worn in multiples, creating a lavish display that evoked the image of an ostentatious nouveau riche individual. As their eyes drifted downward, they noticed her shoes, delicate pink embroidered slippers embellished with glimmering accents, decorated with motifs of butterflies. The multitude of colorful jewels reflecting light enveloped her in a kaleidoscope of hues, making her appear as a resplendent flower butterfly. Adding to her allure, her hair was styled into two round buns tied with long, red ribbons cascading down to her shoulders. Her petite face, adorned with delicate brows and round, endearing eyes, exuded charm, yet her lifted chin and haughty demeanor rendered her sweetness somewhat less noticeable. In terms of beauty, she and Jiang Ning were both captivating in their own rights. Jiang Ning embodied a blend of gentleness and charisma, exuding a certain gallantry, while this girl possessed a quirky, enchanting charm, albeit tinged with arrogance. The flamboyance of her attire also amplified her allure to a somewhat exaggerated degree. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu and the others were momentarily taken aback by the girl's flamboyant appearance, uncertain of her identity. After a brief pause without any response, the girl arrogantly lifted her chin once more, declaring, "Commoners, answer me. What are you doing here?" Lin Xiaolu exchanged glances with Jiang Ning, who hesitantly inquired, "And you are?" "I am the third miss of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Pomegranate. You may address me as my lady." Her haughty proclamation stunned Lin Xiaolu, who thought to himself, "What nonsense! Who does she think she is? Even I, the reigning figure of Donghua village and the revered one of Amei, do not demand such titles. What right does this flower butterfly have?" Both he and Jiang Ning perceived her to be somewhat eccentric. Meanwhile, Wugu and Shuai Shuai were equally taken aback by the girl's self-importance, clearly unaware of her significance. "Little monk, Shuai Shuai, do you recognize her?" Lin Xiaolu faced Wugu, expressing his frustration. "This girl is so arrogant, even more so than I am. It's infuriating." Wugu furrowed his delicate brows, seemingly in contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. On the other hand, Shuai Shuai seemed to recall something, tilting his head thoughtfully. "The Shangwan family. That sounds somewhat familiar." After a moment of contemplation, it spoke softly, "Brother, it seems to be from a rather formidable cultivation family, though I cannot recall the specifics. However, they are likely not from the righteous path." "Not from the righteous path?" Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning were momentarily taken aback. Handsome Duck nodded. "It appears to be a family associated with the demonic path, but my understanding of such individuals is rather limited. This is my first encounter, as they predominantly operate in the western regions and southern frontiers, making them seldom seen in the heart of Shenzhou." "Is this so-called Shangwan family powerful?" Jiang Ning inquired. "That is uncertain," Handsome Duck replied, vigorously tapping its head with its small wings, a look of deep concentration upon its face. "I have a vague impression, yet I cannot recall, as they have not made an appearance in the heart of Shenzhou for quite some time." "Well, it seems like a spoiled, demonic young lady. Jiang Ning remarked. The trio, along with the duck, engaged in their own discussions, while Shangguan Pomegranate grew somewhat irate. Feeling that these individuals were lacking in decorum for ignoring her, she raised her hand adorned with colorful beads and pointed at Jiang Ning, exclaiming, I am addressing you. Why do you persist in striking this boy? What wrongdoing has he committed? Her pointed question piqued Lin Xiaolu's curiosity. It appeared that this butterfly was advocating for him. He suddenly found her rather likable, while Jiang Ning felt displeased, perceiving the girl as impolite. With a haughty huff, she lifted her chin defiantly. We are friends. He did not protest when I struck him. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs and refrain from meddling. Shangguan Pomegranate was further displeased, raising her chin even higher. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Why should I not? Jiang Ning was no timid soul. As the great Tang's princess, she had trained in martial arts since childhood. Though she may not rival a cultivator, she was still a skilled martial artist. She had never acted tyrannically among the common folk, so why should she allow anyone to be audacious in her presence? At this moment, faced with Jiang Ning's retort, Shangguan Pomegranate placed her hands on her hips, her chin nearly reaching the heavens in pride, declaring, My father is Shangguan Sheng, Jiang Ning, Lin Xiaolu, Wugo. The trio, Jiang Ning, Wugo, and Lin Xiaolu, were left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing the girl's proclamation. So, does she imply her father is superior? In contrast to their confusion, Handsome Duck's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the girl's name, looking at Shangguan Pomegranate in shock. It recalled the illustrious Shangguan family of the 3,000 demonic path. Within the inn, Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning remained oblivious to Handsome Duck's astonishment, especially Lin Xiaolu who, upon hearing the girl boast about her father, felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. What audacity this butterfly possessed! His own leader was Li Mingru. Did he flaunt that? With a disdainful snort, he crossed his arms and rolled his eyes. So what? Shangguan Pomegranate was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a moment before asking, What do you mean by so what? My friend inquired about the purpose of revealing her father's name, questioning whether it was intended to intimidate us. At this moment, Jiang Ning interjected with an explanation. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Shilu was taken aback, her wide eyes reflecting astonishment as she exclaimed, Have you not heard of my father's esteemed name? Lin Xiaolu, oblivious to the dapper duck at her feet, was fervently exchanging glances with it, crossing her arms in a display of disdain as she replied, No. Jiang Ning, unreserved in her agreement, added, Never heard of it. Feeling a surge of indignation, Shangguan Shilu regarded the individuals around her as foolish and dim-witted. Yet, she quickly admonished herself not to stoop to the level of mere mortals. With an air of magnanimity, she addressed Lin Xiaolu, saying, Never mind, considering you are merely a commoner, I shall forgive you. Lin Xiaolu, taken aback by this statement, gaped in disbelief, pointing to herself and casting an incredulous glance at Hua Daiyu. Forgive me? Shangguan Shilu continued. Indeed, ought you to be profoundly grateful? Not all cultivators are inclined to champion the cause of commoners as I do. It is a privilege reserved for those of the Shangguan lineage. With an air of haughtiness, she proclaimed, Thus, you now comprehend my status. I am the third young lady of the Shangguan family, and you must show me due respect. Within the inn, after once again proudly introducing herself, Shangguan Shilu cast a puzzled look at Lin Xiaolu, who was seated on the ground, beginning to remove her burdensome gear. Commoner, what are you doing? Lin Xiaolu smiled kindly as she replied, Oh, I am preparing to teach you how to conduct yourself. Chapter 140. Unsure of what name to choose for, Lin Xiaolu was unfazed by the distinctions between righteous and demonic paths. He was resolutely prepared to act. His movements and words left Shangguan Shilu momentarily stunned, as she incredulously gazed at him and inquired, You are not even a cultivator, yet you dare to confront me? What audacity do you possess? Well, I've always been formidable. I relish confronting those who consider themselves superior, Lin Xiaolu retorted nonchalantly. The handsome duck, alarmed, hastily grabbed Lin Xiaolu's arm and advised, My friend, please do not act impulsively. This girl has quite an impressive background. And what of it? Lin Xiaolu scoffed, dismissing the warning while loosening his burdens. I've faced formidable individuals before. The handsome duck shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, this is different. I just recalled her mentioning that her father is Shangguan Sheng. They belong to the Shangguan family, a prominent cultivation clan from the southern border, and they lead the 3,000 demon sects. This is an extraordinarily powerful family of demonic cultivators. It is rumored that among the 3,000 demon sects, the Shangwan family commands a staggering 2,900, representing a pinnacle in the demonic sect hierarchy. Their strength and foundation surpass even that of a Mei by a considerable margin, and her father, Shangwan Sheng, is the head of the family. It is said that only the Shangwan family of the demonic path refers to cultivators as commoners, for in their eyes, cultivators and ordinary mortals are indistinguishable. Only those of the nascent soul realm earn their slight respect. Upon hearing the handsome duck's words, Wu Guo and Jiang Ning exchanged astonished glances, unable to fathom the arrogance of the young lady. Yet, Lin Xiaolu remained unimpressed, continuing to shed his burdens while casting a disdainful glance at the handsome duck. So what? So this girl is quite formidable. The handsome duck insisted urgently. Is my leader not more formidable? Lin Xiaolu queried. The handsome duck was momentarily rendered speechless, blinking in disbelief. It was true that the Shangwan family held significant power as the de facto leaders of the demonic sects, consistently challenging the 6 great sects of the divine continent. If the Shangwan family were to unite the 3,000 demon sects, they might indeed rival a fraction of the peak prowess of Li Mingru, which was certainly impressive. Lin Xiaolu shot a vexed glare at the handsome duck. So you're saying that despite your grandiose descriptions of this girl's father and background, their might is merely a fraction of my leader's peak strength? And why do you appear as if merely matching my leader's fraction is already commendable? He regarded the handsome duck, contemplating the need for a thorough discussion later, as the breadth of his knowledge was quite excessive, bordering on the unusual. As he continued to remove his burdens, he declared, I couldn't care less about this frivolous butterfly. To boldly proclaim, she forgives me, is a blatant disregard for my status as the overlord of Donghua village. If I do not make her weep, how can I continue to navigate this world? Lin Xiaolu, please refrain from causing trouble. We can simply ignore her. Jiang Ning gently urged him, not wishing for complications to arise. Beside her, Wu Gu clasped her hands in a pleading gesture, saying, Little dear, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. We could sit down and converse with this esteemed official. With a carefree demeanor, Lin Xiaolu chuckled, Oh, it's nothing. Once I make her cry, I shall return to reason with her, so she understands that such arrogance is unacceptable. This could be seen as a lesson in virtue. Jiang Ning and Wu Gu exchanged glances, both resigned to the inevitable. They recognized that when Lin Xiaolu's temper flared, he resembled a stubborn mule. So they decided to let him be, for he had his master, Li Mingru, to back him up, which gave him the confidence to act out. In the early morning, the inn's lobby was nearly empty, and there stood Shangwan Shirlu, dazed at the entrance, resembling a colorful fool, astonished as she beheld Lin Xiaolu, who had just risen from his burdens. After a moment of surprise, she raised her fair chin, her expression filled with haughty pride, declaring, Commoner, I must say you possess remarkable courage. However, should I choose to strike, you would undoubtedly meet your demise. I find no pleasure in bullying a mere mortal. Before she finished speaking, the girl watched as the youth drew forth an enormous bronze blade, over 4 meters in length, seemingly conjured from thin air, and he charged towards her with reckless abandon. As the afternoon sun poured its warmth over the modest border town of the Yuan Kingdom, illuminating the battered, desolate stone streets outside the inn, Jiang Ning returned from the magistrate's office with a list of compensation. She traversed numerous circular pits caused by Lin Xiaolu and Shangwan Shirlio's collisions, passing by buildings reduced to mere ruins due to their antics, and finally returned to the inn with a sense of resignation. Fortunately, you two still possess a modicum of reason, managing to avoid crowds during your brawl. Master Wu Gu diligently followed you, cleaning up your mess and protecting the innocent. Otherwise, today would have resulted in a scene of carnage, she scolded, glaring at the two wrapped in bandages like dumplings. She forcefully slammed the list of compensation onto the table, declaring, This is the amount determined by the magistrate. You two may handle it as you see fit. Whoa, I can't believe I lost to that butterfly. Her magical artifacts are simply too numerous, woo-woo. Lin Xiaolu, swathed in bandages, lay half reclined in a grand armchair, weeping inconsolably, tears streaming like a child mourning a lost parent, completely disregarding Jiang Ning. Woo-woo, I, a mere maiden, could not defeat a martial artist. I even had over 80 magical artifacts destroyed, woo-woo. Beside her, Shangwan Shirlu, similarly wrapped like a dumpling and reclining in another grand chair, cried out in equal measure, her tears flowing even more abundantly than Lin Xiaolu's. The jewelry adorning her was, with rare exception, an assortment of various spatial rings. Adorned with an array of bracelets, necklaces, rings, and earrings, there were no fewer than a dozen, each harboring distinct treasures and resources. Among them, one was designated specifically for storing healing elixirs, which, during a brawl, was accidentally shattered by Lin Xiaolu. Consequently, the 6 substantial chests of miraculous medicines and rare materials contained within were obliterated by that unparalleled fool with a single strike. This left him, much like the unfortunate individual he had so recklessly attacked, wrapped up like a plump dumpling in bandages. Otherwise, he would have already consumed the elixirs to mend his wounds. In the bustling lobby of the inn, observing the 2 immobile figures, the illustrious talents of the age, Wu Gu and Shui Shuiya, wore expressions of exasperation, while Jiang Ning found herself increasingly irritated by these 2 miscreants. They were likely aware of the circumstances. The individual known as Shangwan Pomegranate, the most cherished daughter of the Shangwan family, had run away for unspecified reasons, embarking on a clandestine journey through the heart of the divine land, where, by sheer coincidence, she encountered them. Initially, Jiang Ning harbored a modicum of fear towards the so-called practitioners of the demonic path. However, upon closer interaction, she discovered they were not as formidable as she had imagined. Shangwan Pomegranate was merely a spoiled little girl whose only offense, aside from her unseemly manner of speaking, was her propensity to cause trouble if provoked. For instance, when she passed by the inn and witnessed Lin Xiaolu confronting Jiang Ning, she mistakenly believed he was being bullied and sought to intervene in what she perceived as a matter of justice. Regrettably, the girl's intellect was rather lacking. Having been indulged at home, she wielded her hundreds of magical treasures with disdain for social niceties, while Lin Xiaolu, a veritable powder keg, retaliated instantly, resulting in a chaotic clash. This confrontation ravaged several streets, demolishing over 60 buildings, a stone bridge, and a camel yard. The spectacle was indeed eye-opening for Jiang Ning, Wu Gu, and Shui Shuiya, leaving them in awe. Lin Xiaolu possessed strength akin to a dragon, wielding an imposing bronze artifact weighing over 800,000 pounds with great vigor, cleaving a path from one end of the street to the other, leaving countless structures in ruins. One could easily mistake the scene for an earthquake. Meanwhile, Shangwan Pomegranate exhibited a ruthless ferocity, unleashing magical treasures at an astonishing rate of 1 per second, bombarding Lin Xiaolu with an assortment of bizarre and immensely valuable artifacts. From self-protecting glazed mirrors to dolls capable of transforming into colossal warriors, tornado-inducing talismans, and captivating rattles. She was, in essence, a walking treasury of magical relics. This formidable duo wreaked havoc as they battled from the tavern to the theater and then into residential quarters, their relentless confrontation reducing a significant portion of the city to mere ruins. At this moment, Jiang Ning gazed upon the injured pair and exclaimed in frustration, "You two should cease your wailing. Half the city has been laid to waste by your antics, and you still have the audacity to lament. Can we settle the bill? I trust you do not intend to leave debts with mere mortals, do you? I shall cover it." Lin Xiaolu retorted fiercely, tears brimming in his eyes. "How much is it?" The total damages amounted to 90,032 taels of silver, which, when converted to gold, equated to 93 ingots and 2 taels of silver. "Wu Gu, bring the money," Lin Xiaolu shouted with bravado. Innocent gazed at Lin Xiaolu, hands clasped, a hint of embarrassment gracing her delicate face. "Xiaolu, you only have 12 ingots of gold left." Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, then, with an outstretched neck, shouted indignantly, "I'll owe you for now. Once I recover, I will venture out to perform and repay my debt." With that, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned to the side, furiously yelling at Shangwan Pomegranate, "You better watch out, butterfly. Soon, I will harm myself to summon my master. Then seize your treasure and teach you a lesson." Shangwan Pomegranate, equally defiant, glared with her bright red eyes and retorted loudly, "You're finished, you smelly cow nose. I'll contact my father to come and thrash you, then bind your soul to make you my servant. Let your father lay a finger on me and see what happens. Do you even know who my master is?" Lin Xiaolu defiantly continued, her neck stretching even longer. "I don't care who your master is. Do you know who my father is? My father is Shangwan Sheng." The girl unabashedly proclaimed her father's name once more. Both were wounded, their bodies bandaged and immobile. Thus they slumped in their respective armchairs, craning their necks to shout at each other, as if competing for the loudest voice. Before long, Lin Xiaolu completely lost her temper, glaring with wide eyes. Her face flushed. She shouted, "Let me tell you, my master is Li Mingru." Shangguan Pomegranate was about to counter, but upon hearing the name Li Mingru, she swallowed her retort, blinking her red, beautiful eyes in a moment of stunned silence as she gazed at Lin Xiaolu. After a brief pause, she suddenly exclaimed again, "Impossible! Li Mingru cannot possibly have such a foolish little brother." Chapter 141. The Sorcery of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. After some time, within the bustling Inn lobby, the lavishly wrapped Shangguan Pomegranate exerted considerable effort to lift her arm and remove a sapphire earring. With a reluctant pout, she began to cast golden ingots to the ground, resembling a fountain in full flow, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. The golden pieces rolled about, soon accumulating into a small mountain of wealth, leaving Lin Xiaolu and the others utterly speechless. Even Princess Jiang Ning, of noble descent, found herself momentarily dazzled by the sheer opulence. Such was the display of true extravagance. Let me be clear, I am not intimidated by your elder, Li Mingru. After all, my father is no less formidable. I simply do not wish to provoke tension between our families over our personal grievances, Shangguan Pomegranate muttered, her irritation palpable as she continued to shower the ground with gold. Observing her willingness to shoulder the compensation, Lin Xiaolu grudgingly forgave her and languidly remarked, "Enough of the boasting. My leader is of a righteous lineage, while your father leads the demonic path. What possible connection could they have?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Pomegranate shot her a fierce glare. "Oh, please. You may be unaware, but I have indeed heard my father speak of your leader. Years ago, he appropriated my father's precious tome. No, he borrowed it, and has yet to return it after all these decades." With that, she resumed her gold spraying, her murmurs growing increasingly despondent as she lamented. "What is so impressive about Li Mingru? He is just slightly more powerful, a tad more formidable, and has intimidated those transcendent cultivators into avoiding the mortal realm. Humph. After a few more years of my father's training, perhaps there might be a chance." As her musings trailed off, Shangguan Pomegranate found herself unable to finish her thoughts, sinking deeper into frustration. Her face flushed crimson, and she felt a pang in her stomach from the mounting irritation. Although she was loath to admit it, the prospect of defeating Li Mingru seemed increasingly bleak for her father. Upon finishing her shower of gold, she tucked away the earring and addressed the gathering with a haughty demeanor. "This should suffice to compensate the common folk here. We are settled." Turning to Lin Xiaolu, she glared with fierce determination, her eyes wide as she proclaimed, "It is unjust to bully others with one's status. My father taught me that one should rely on their own abilities rather than their family's background. Therefore, do not think you can use Li Mingru to intimidate me. Let us see who prevails next time. That will be your doom." With that declaration, she mustered her strength and, under the watchful eyes of Jiang Ning, Wuku, and the dashing duck, she painfully rose, eager to escape the humiliation of this place. She resolved to return and settle the score with Lin Xiaolu when she was older. "Should you not wait until you are fully healed?" Jiang Ning inquired, noticing her labored movements, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "No need," Shangguan Pomegranate retorted fiercely, her eyes blazing. "The Shangguan family will remember you. We shall meet again, whether by fate or fortune." With a resolute expression, she lifted her bandaged leg and, with unwavering determination, took her first step forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended into the night sky, Lin Xiaolu found himself in a rather precarious situation, having slipped and landed awkwardly, much to the amusement of those present. By nightfall, he had managed to remove half of his bandages. With his robust physique and remarkable recuperative abilities, he could now barely move about, although the pain in his arms prevented him from lifting them. At that moment, Wugo was gently feeding him, while not far away, Jiang Ning was attending to the injured Shangguan Shilu, who was slumped in a grand chair. The young woman had exacerbated her injuries earlier in the day and would likely remain bedridden for at least a week. "Is it true that this so-called Yun Gu Zong has been relentlessly pursuing a mere mortal like you?" Shangguan Shilu asked, her cheeks stuffed with food. Jiang Ning nodded, adopting a tone meant to comfort her younger companion. "Do not worry, Miss Shangguan. What is there to worry about? I cannot abide cultivators bullying mortals. Just tell me where this Yun Gu Zong is, and I shall have my father eradicate them, ensuring their complete annihilation and their souls rendered forever restless," she declared with fervor. "Such bravado," Lin Xiaolu remarked, his mouth full, as he scoffed. "I've heard from Shui Shuiya that there are many righteous cultivators present. Your father wouldn't even be able to enter the divine land, let alone exterminate them. That is truly Navi. Who is this Tang Yuan you speak of?" Shangwan Shilu inquired, her neck aching as she cast a sideways glance at him. "A great," Lin Xiaolu began, about to call him a fool, when he noticed Jiang Ning's puzzled expression upon him, sending a chill down his spine. He quickly amended his words, "A remarkable alchemist, known as the greatest genius." Once Jiang Ning's gaze shifted away, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his cleverness in diverting the conversation. He was currently powerless, and if Jiang Ning were to discover his earlier deception, he feared she might unleash her wrath upon him, or worse, treat him like a mere plaything. Meanwhile, the not-so-perceptive Shangwan Shilu, not pondering Lin Xiaolu's words further, enthusiastically brainstormed ways to assist Jiang Ning. As she slurped her vegetables, she offered, "Your name is Jiang Ning, right? You need not worry too much. Even if my father cannot come, you could call upon that fellow's master. He is incredibly formidable. However, my master is in seclusion and will only sense my peril in times of grave danger," Jiang Ning replied, still feeding Shangwan Shilu, her smile warm. "Do not trouble yourself, Miss Shangwan. Focus on your recovery." Jiang Ning's opinion of Shangwan Shilu had shifted, finding her to be rather entertaining. It seemed she had been well protected by her father throughout her childhood, embodying the innocence of a true demonic cultivator. Shangwan Shilu, with her genuine heart, continued to enjoy the meal Jiang Ning provided, cheerfully adding, "In that case, if neither my father nor that fellow's master can assist, what of that little bald monk who is also present?" As Wugo was feeding the fawn, he suddenly paused at the mention of the name Little Bald Donkey, turning his head in confusion to look at Shangwan Shilu. "Master Shangwan, I am but a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi condensation. I am aware. Yet your master could lend a hand as well," Shangwan Shilu replied, her expression mischievous like that of a cunning little fox. "I have been with you all day. Do you think I haven't noticed? I have recognized your moonlight monk robes and the beads of the 13 monks of the revealed truth. You are indeed the sole disciple of Master Wuxin, the fabled new Buddha, are you not?" Wugo's gentle eyes widened for a moment, only to flush with embarrassment as he realized his thoughts had been discerned. Shangwan Shilu's round eyes curved into crescent moons as she beamed at the group before her. Continuing to chuckle, "The disciple of the great demon King Li Mingru, and the disciple of Master Wuxin. Are you not the most formidable team of second-generation cultivators?" At this proclamation, both Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning were taken aback, casting puzzled glances at Wugo. Holding the porcelain bowl meant for feeding Lin Xiaolu, Wugo moved with an ethereal grace that evoked a sense of comfort and harmony, perhaps a testament to the profundity of his Buddhist practice. Yet, his shy demeanor belied his true strength, as he was indeed a genuine practitioner at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Lin Xiaolu had always believed that his master, Wuxin, was merely an ordinary monk, perhaps slightly more adept in his studies of Buddhism. However, it became apparent that he was far from simple, likely rivaling her own master in his prime, albeit only a fraction of his prowess. Truly impressive. At that moment, the atmosphere in the inn quieted momentarily before Shangwan Shilu's melodious laughter broke the silence. "I have changed my mind. I shall join you and accompany Miss Jiang Ning on her journey to her uncle's place. With this, all that's left is a Confucian to complete our assembly of Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic elements. How amusing." Having observed Wugo and Lin Xiaolu closely, she suddenly questioned her desire to leave. After all, she had sneaked out for a bit of fun, and being with this group was rather delightful. When she returned home, she would have plenty of tales to share with her dim-witted brother and her icy sister. "I fought with the disciple of Li Mingru. I chatted with the disciple of Master Wuxin. How exhilarating." She began to envision the astonished expressions of her brother and sister. Inside the inn, Jiang Ning was still in a daze, struggling to keep pace with Shangwan Shilu's train of thought. Just a moment ago, she had been adamant about leaving to seek revenge, and now she wished to join their group? What an extraordinary and whimsical character. Moreover, from what this girl implied, Wugo's master was also a significant figure in his own right. At this moment, the innocence that had been unveiled revealed a hint of shyness intertwined with helplessness. Subsequently, her face flushed, and with hands clasped together, she softly recited, Gate, P. Ragate, P. Razumgate, Bodhi SVH. The solemn and clear sound of the chant resonated throughout the inn, accompanied by the melodic laughter of Shangwan Shirlu. Unbeknownst to anyone, when Shangwan Shirlu mentioned that Lin Xiaolu's team, along with herself, would be complete with just one Confucian member, the handsome duck in the corner, engrossed in his grilled fish, suddenly narrowed his eyes in surprise. Chapter 142. Jiangning dances with the spear. Handsome duck, do tell. How is it that you possess such extensive knowledge of the cultivation world? As night fell, Lin Xiaolu nestled within the warmth of his duck-down blanket, cradling the duck in his arms. My dear brother, I must apologize for deceiving you, handsome duck confessed, abandoning his pretense and revealing a forlorn expression. In truth, I did not consume the mysterious pearl 2 years ago, but rather 2 centuries past. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback. Blast it, a mere duck is older than I. The realization struck him with a headache. Having been overwhelmed by the butterfly of flowers during the day, he now faced another revelation from his subordinate at night. Moreover, it was now clear that Wugo had laid his cards on the table. His master, Master Wuxin, was an old acquaintance of Lin Xiaolu's leader. In their youth, they frequently engaged in discussions regarding the philosophies of Buddhism and Taoism. The prowess of Master Wuxin was so formidable that even when Lin Xiaolu's leader struck him, it felt akin to striking the Buddha himself. Such a notion was utterly terrifying. Striking the Buddha, who could dare to do such a thing? Yet, his leader seemed to take pleasure in it, reportedly becoming so moved that he could not help but compose poetry and sing with wine in hand. Brother, I truly did not intend to deceive you. Handsome duck lamented from within the blankets, his voice filled with despair. When you first purchased me, I was constantly seeking an escape, hoping that if I spoke of my abilities in a diminished light, you would release me. Who could have anticipated your formidable prowess? Your leader must be Li Mingru. Besides your ability to speak human language, do you possess any other talents? Alas, I do not, Handsome Duck exclaimed. I swear, I can only speak human language. If I, Handsome Duck, possess any other skill beyond that, may all my feathers fall away, leaving me as bare and unsightly as you. Lin Xiaolu remained silent, contemplating his plight. That night, the room echoed with the lamentations of Handsome Duck, continuing into the depths of the night. The following day, Lin Xiaolu arose, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. He had awoken early, as was his habit, but today he knew he could not engage in training. His battle with the butterfly of flowers had exhausted all his skills. The butterfly herself was exceedingly wealthy, possessing treasures in abundance, as if all the demonic arts in the world belonged to her. Fortunately, Lin Xiaolu's own abilities were formidable enough to leave them both equally injured, with neither gaining an advantage. Casting a glance at the limp handsome duck nestled in the blankets, Lin Xiaolu rose and used a cleansing pill to freshen himself. The cleansing pill had been given to him by the butterfly of flowers, who had expressed her desire to join his small team to escort Jiangning. He had accepted a modest fee for her inclusion, merely a jade bracelet, which contained 8 large boxes, each capable of holding his entire being. Once refreshed, the young man staggered out of his guest room. Although he could not train today, a leisurely walk would suffice. After all, it was a habit formed since childhood, and he felt uncomfortable remaining idle. At this hour, the inn's lobby was devoid of any guests. Yet as Lin Xiaolu passed by the door of Wugo, he could still hear the rhythmic chanting and the sound of a wooden fish being struck. He observed that Wugo was unlike other cultivators, who tirelessly pursued longevity through rigorous training. Wugo seemed indifferent to such aspirations, dedicating the majority of his days to reciting scriptures. Lin Xiaolu found it perplexing. What was so compelling about recitation? Surely, once one memorized the texts, that should suffice. Why the need to repetitively recite them each day? It struck him as rather odd. Could one truly conjure a flower from mere memorization? Nevertheless, he refrained from interrupting Wugo, recognizing that everyone has their own ambitions, and besides, Wugo was akin to family, deserving of his support. What else could he do? It would be absurd to barge in and hurl bricks at him. Descending the stairs, Lin Xiaolu meandered through the inn's lobby before leisurely making his way to the backyard. Upon arriving, he was greeted by a sharp and commanding shout. In the muddy ground of the inn's backyard stood Jiangning, clad in a deep red training outfit, her long hair tied with a crimson ribbon cascading down to her waist. She appeared exceptionally poised as she wielded a mysterious black cloth-wrapped bundle, skillfully dancing with it in a manner that exuded formidable energy. Being a martial arts enthusiast, Lin Xiaolu watched Jiang Ning's performance with great interest. After observing for a while, he was taken aback. Jiang Ning indeed possessed remarkable skill. Although he lacked expertise in spear and staff techniques, it was evident that her martial prowess was not mere showmanship. Each of her movements displayed impeccable form, and the spear, securely enveloped in the black cloth, remained steady regardless of whether she was slashing, sweeping, parrying, or thrusting. Such control was not achievable without extensive training. A typical untrained individual, when wielding a sword and attempting a thrust, would cause the blade to tremble in the air, leading to inaccurate strikes due to uncontrolled muscle spasms. Yet Jiang Ning's spear, more challenging to master than a sword, exhibited none of these issues, indicating years of dedicated practice. As the saying goes, an expert can discern the subtleties while a novice merely enjoys the spectacle. Lin Xiaolu, having practiced martial arts since childhood, immediately recognized the depth of Jiang Ning's abilities. Of course, she had not utilized beast blood and thus could not be compared to him. But her skill was certainly on par with that of seasoned military leaders like Uncle Zhang Yong, which was quite impressive for a princess. Huh. The young woman let out a clear and crisp shout, seamlessly combining her movements with the spear as she executed a swift and precise counter-thrust, her long ponytail, adorned with the red ribbon, dancing in tandem. Ning, your spear play is truly remarkable, Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Startled by the sudden voice, Jiang Ning turned, her forehead gleaming with a sheen of sweat, and a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks, rendering her utterly charming. What are you doing? You should tread quietly, Lin Xiaolu. Why were you spying on my practice? What's the big deal? We're so familiar with each other. What is wrong with watching? Lin Xiaolu replied, casually pocketing his hands and playfully swinging his short legs. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Ning's cheeks flushed, the color swiftly spreading to her ears. She felt somewhat shy and averted her gaze, raising her small hands behind her back to feign indifference while haughtily looking up at the sky, softly huffing. How shameless. Who is familiar with you? Are we not familiar? The youth asked, bewildered. Jiang Ning, disinclined to engage with him, glanced at his physique and inquired lightly. How is your injury? It's all right, nearly healed. I reckon in a few days, I'll be able to do somersaults, Lin Xiaolu replied, then curiously added, Ning, why are you practicing today? You've never been this diligent before. Before Jiang Ning could respond, Lin Xiaolu suddenly displayed a look of realization and speculated. Is it because you feel pressured by me, Wu Go, and the new arrival, Huadai? Our backgrounds are too formidable. Not at all, Jiang Ning retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. The stronger your backgrounds, the greater my hope of dealing with the Yungu sect, understand? Besides, as an ordinary person, having so many remarkable friends is something I'm overjoyed about. Indeed, that's true, Lin Xiaolu chuckled confidently, hands on his hips. Ning, I believe we needn't visit your uncle. Let us go directly to the Yungu sect's headquarters, storm their lair, and let Wu Go and Huadai introduce themselves, causing the sect's disciples to line up and call us father. Absolutely not. Jiang Ning decisively waved her hand. Why not? Lin Xiaolu asked, puzzled. My boss is Li Mingru. Huadai's father is the leader of the demonic path, and Wu Go's master is quite formidable. They could frighten them to tears. Are you foolish? Jiang Ning shot him an exasperated glare. Shangguan is merely 12, younger than you. She is reckless and lacks sense, and you lack sense as well. Think carefully. She encountered us upon arriving in Shenzhou. What if she had met a righteous sect, like the Chuanjin school? If she shouted there, my father is Shangguan Sheng, what do you think would happen? Lin Xiaolu frowned in contemplation, his eyes widening in realization. Although his experiences were limited, he was not foolish. Jiang Ning's words struck a chord. As she indicated, while his boss was indeed a righteous cultivator, he was not like other righteous sect members, and his relationship with Huadai's father was amicable. However, that did not imply that other righteous sects shared the same rapport with her father. What was that saying? Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have never coexisted. If Huadai, the daughter of a demonic path leader, foolishly proclaimed her lineage at a righteous sect, what fate awaited her? It was highly likely she would be slain on the spot or captured. In the tidy courtyard, seeing Lin Xiaolu finally grasp the situation, Jiang Ning continued, moreover, regarding Master Wu Go, she has never boasted about her master's prowess. She only spoke of some Buddhist principles, indicating that she does not wish to brag about her master. Surely you can see that? Lin Xiaolu hesitated, his mouth opening slightly as he struggled to formulate a retort, ultimately resorting to an awkward inquiry. Well, there's still me. I could report my master's name and frighten them, right? Jiang Ning, caught between amusement and exasperation, shook her head in resignation. Xiaolu, did you not observe the reaction of Shangwan when you mentioned your master, Li Mingru, yesterday? Lin Xiaolu fell silent. Jiang Ning, crossing her arms, adopted a tone akin to instructing a child. Although Shangwan is willful and headstrong, her thoughts are rather simplistic and innocent. When you mentioned your master as Li Mingru, she could hardly believe it. How do you expect those esteemed cultivators to accept it? Only after becoming familiar with you would both I and Wuku come to trust you. With that, she crossed her arms and added, let us be prudent and visit my uncle instead. Let us not entertain any misguided notions. Chapter 143. This young lady does not fancy fried rice. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Lin Xiaolu nodded in reluctant agreement. Curiosity piqued. He glanced at Jiang Ning's black fabric bag. Ning, you mentioned last time that with the Qianlong Hongying, one could summon the spirit of the Azure Dragon. Just how formidable is it? Can it defeat me? Of course it can, Jiang Ning replied with a proud smile. My father once said that if a descendant of the Jiang family wields this gun, they can directly summon the Azure Dragon's spirit and become possessed by it, thereby gaining strength equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator for a limited time. Is that true? Lin Xiaolu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the black fabric bag. Equivalent to a nascent soul? Doesn't that place you on the same level as the sect leader? In the courtyard, Jiang Ning embraced the black fabric bag, a hint of self-deprecation in her smile. Unfortunately, as a girl, even with the Jiang bloodline, the Azure Dragon spirit does not recognize me. After expressing her slight sorrow, her gaze turned resolute. Once we reach my uncle's vassal state, I will have him use this gun to assault the Yungu sect, punish my brother, and restore the Tang dynasty. Yes, yes. Although Lin Xiaolu only grasped the general idea, he could discern Jiang Ning's determination and wholeheartedly agreed. Jiang Ning, you will surely restore the country. The storyteller often says that where there is a will, there is a way. His words have never been wrong. On a moonless, windy night, this young lady found herself alone, wandering through a graveyard shrouded in darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. As she passed a burial site, suddenly, a pale hand emerged from the earth, grasping her foot. Oh, how terrifying! She cried out. Wah! Mother, there's a sister scaring me. Wah! At the entrance of the inn, wrapped like a white dumpling, Shangwan Shirlu sat on the stone steps, laughing heartily at the children who ran away in fright. Hey, don't run. Sister has stories to tell you, ha ha. After a good laugh, Jiang Ning approached, looking exasperated. Shirlu, it's time for dinner. Oh. Struggling to rise with Jiang Ning's assistance, the girl pouted in discontent. Miss Jiang has told you countless times to address me as Lady Shangwan. Shirlu sounds dreadful. Jiang Ning smiled wryly. What can I do? Your father named you. Indeed. Why did your father name you Pomegranate? Is he particularly fond of pomegranates? Asked Lin Xiaolu, gnawing on a chicken leg at the dining table. Because my mother loves fruits, so he gave me this name. It's simply annoying. Shangwan Shirlu plopped down at the table, scrunching her small nose in displeasure. Upon hearing of Shangwan's father's affection for her mother, both Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning paused, momentarily nostalgic for their departed parents. A few individuals dined quietly when Wu Gu, after consuming a piece of corn, suddenly flushed with embarrassment and glanced shyly at Shangwan Shirlu. Master Shangwan, I have a humble request. Oh, pray, do tell, Shangwan Shirlu replied, resting her delicate chin in her hand as she regarded him. Wu Gu, speaking slowly, continued, this morning, the innkeeper mentioned that you, swathed in bandages, sat at the entrance of the inn basking in the sun, thereby frightening away the guests. He asked me to persuade you to return to your room and rest. Why didn't he come to me directly? I wouldn't bite him, she retorted. Who would dare speak to you? Jiang Ning interjected, exasperated. You and Xiao Lu had a skirmish that left half the city in ruins. They'd sooner flee than approach you. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Shirlu merely huffed, her lips curling in disdain, and retrieved a gold ingot, palm-sized, from her bracelet. Little monk, please inform the innkeeper that this establishment is now owned by me, and he should refrain from disturbing my sunbathing. At the dining table, her wealth astounded the others once more, and Jiang Ning playfully exchanged glances with Lin Xiaolu. Look, this girl resembles a nouveau riche even more than you do. In the days that followed, The group of young individuals continued their stay at the inn, reciting scriptures and practicing martial arts, leading a leisurely existence. Shangguan Shirlu delighted in playing with the children, sharing stories while basking in the sun at the entrance. As her injuries healed slightly, she took to playing games like kicking the shuttlecock and hide-and-seek with the children, who adored the sisterly figure in her floral dress. Her demeanor endeared her to everyone, as she bore no semblance to the feared demonic cultivator rumored about. Instead, she resembled an ordinary girl next door. This amiable atmosphere persisted for 7 or 8 days until Lin Xiaolu and Shangguan Shirlu fully recovered from their injuries, at which point they prepared to embark on their journey once more. Before their departure, Shangguan Shirlu generously purchased an array of candies and snacks for the children, bidding them farewell with laughter and joy. A few days later, at the foot of a mountain in the Yuan Kingdom, a heated exchange unfolded. Why traverse the main road when you insist on the narrow path? Lin Xiaolu, has your mind been squeezed by the door? Try speaking to me like that again, and I swear I'll take you down. Come on then, do it. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? At the foot of a modest hill, Shangguan Shirlu, barefoot, stood in the clear, rushing waters of a shallow stream, her skirt lifted, glaring angrily at the youth beside her who bore the cart. At this moment, Wu Gu, Shangguan Shirlu, and Jiang Ning, each holding their skirts and revealing their fair, snow-like feet, stood in the cool water. The stream was a shallow flat, strewn with colorful, rounded pebbles and several larger stones, rendering the cart unpassable. Lin Xiaolu was left to carry the cart alone, as he was the only one capable of doing so. Do not fret, Master Shangguan. Wu Go stood aside, hands clasped, and remarked, the long road is indeed a winding one. Besides, the young fawn is unaware that taking the narrow path may lead to a stream, which is quite understandable. However, should you continue to show off, my elder brother may very well be compelled to end you. Shui Shuai perched upon Lin Xiaolu's shoulder, cawing loudly. Shangguan Pomegranate pouted, her lips forming a displeased line as she fussed with her damp skirt, clearly irked. What shall we do now? There are no villages in sight and no inns nearby. I have gone several meals without food. There's still plenty of fried rice in Wugo's storage ring. We can make do with that, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. I do not care for fried rice, Shangguan Pomegranate grumbled. Whether you care or not is irrelevant. You've spoiled yourself with too many whims, Lin Xiaolu retorted, exasperated. This butterfly of a girl is indeed quite particular, more so than herself. Although she too finds no joy in fried rice, at least she can stomach it. This flower butterfly, however, had made a fuss the previous day while camping in the wild after leaving the city, rejecting the fried rice Wugo had prepared, complaining about this and that, declaring it unfit for human consumption. Were it not for Wugo and Ning's intervention, she would have long since been met with a brick. It was infuriating. Initially, having observed her fondness for children, Jiang Ning's opinion of her had softened slightly, but it seemed her true nature had not changed. Once a princess of the Tang dynasty, she could relish fried rice. Why could this girl not? Wugo, start a fire and prepare a meal. If she does not wish to eat fried rice, let her go hungry. Chapter 144. The flower butterfly in tears with an air of defiance. Lin Xiaolu set down the cart by the riverbank, casting not a glance at the furious Shangguan Shirlu. Wu Gu and Jiang Ning, observing the scene, chose silence and began to kindle a fire for cooking, leaving Shangguan Shirlu standing alone and forlorn at the river's edge. She watched Lin Xiaolu, Jiang Ning, and Wu Gu gathered around the crackling fire, preparing a meal of fried rice with water from the stream, ignoring her presence, and felt a pang of injustice in her heart, her rosy lips pouting like a sulky duck. After a moment, the rice boiled in the pot, releasing an enticing aroma. Shangguan Shirlu, who had not eaten since the previous night, inhaled deeply yet remained stubbornly silent, opting instead to approach the stream in search of fish. Humph, just you wait. I shall catch fish for myself. On the riverbank, Lin Xiaolu and the others looked on in bewilderment as Shangguan Shirlu bombarded the stream with her magical artifact, sending splashes of water flying. What is she doing? Does she really think she can blow up the fish? Lin Xiaolu quickly deduced her intention, munching on the fried rice and muttering, this stream is so shallow. It must be the water cascading down from that little mountain waterfall. How could there possibly be fish? At most, there might be a few tiny fry. As expected, after a considerable effort, Shangguan Shirlu found no fish soaring into the air, but instead was drenched from head to toe in the splashing waves, looking rather foolish. The enticing aroma of fried rice wafting from behind her made her swallow hard. No, if she lowered her head now, they would surely mock her. With so many magical artifacts at her disposal, how could she not find something to eat? Resolving to prove herself, she shot Lin Xiaolu a fierce glare before striding into the nearby woods in search of food. Wu Gu, observing her departure, was puzzled. What is she up to? She thinks she can hunt, Lin Xiaolu replied, continuing to chew on the dry fried rice while critiquing. She has no sense of practicality. This isn't a deep mountain or a forest, just fields near a village with a small hill. If she finds any large game, it would be a miracle. And even if she did, she wouldn't know how to prepare it. Jiang Ning, noticing Lin Xiaolu's uncanny ability to predict Shangwan Shilu's next move, cast him a knowing look. Xiaolu, I didn't realize you understood girls so well. Not really. I just understand her a bit more. The boy mumbled with his cheeks stuffed with fried rice, his words somewhat indistinct. Her stubborn nature reminds me of myself at around 8 or 9 years old, but she hasn't faced any real hardships. Has Xiaolu often faced hardships? Wu Gu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Not exactly hardships, Lin Xiaolu replied, sitting cross-legged. My parents passed away early, and by the age of 7, I was already taking care of my younger sister while living in the village. 7. Jiang Ning exclaimed, astonished. At that age, he had still been indulged by his parents, blissfully unaware of the world, while Xiaolu was already struggling to provide for his sister in their small village. Didn't anyone take care of you? He asked. The village's storyteller occasionally offers us some assistance, though he is rather impoverished himself. His performances in the town have garnered little attention, seemingly due to the peculiar nature of the tales he narrates, which often leave many listeners bewildered. He primarily shares his stories with me and my sister. Curiously, the young boy, holding the charming duck, tilted its head and inquired, Brother, what kind of stories does the storyteller tell? I can't quite recall. Lin Xiaolu scratched his head, striving to remember. I believe there was something about Azian, perhaps Awindong or something of the sort. It was ages ago, and I am almost forgetting. As they chatted casually, indulging in fried rice, they soon concluded their lunch. Observing that Shangwan Shilu had not yet returned, Wu Go placed her portion in the sunlight to dry, ensuring it would be ready for her when she arrived. With Shangwan Shilu absent, the group felt disinclined to continue their journey. Thus, Lin Xiaolu and the charming duck engaged in skipping stones by the stream, while Jiang Ning squatted nearby, watching them play with a smile. Yaha! Accompanied by the youthful exclamation. A flat stone soared through the air, propelled by a gust of wind. Boom! The force unleashed a mighty splash, sending waves cascading through the stream, while the stone shattered under the impact. Quack, quack, quack. Brother, you exerted too much strength. Watch me. The charming duck grasped another stone in its beak, flapping its little wings energetically. With a vigorous toss of its long neck, the stone leapt gracefully, bouncing across the water's surface as if it were alive, achieving a remarkable 8 skips. Seeing this, Lin Xiaolu felt a pang of frustration. How could he let a duck outshine him in stone skipping? Determined, he picked up another stone and hurled it once more. On that scorching afternoon, as Shangwan Shilu remained absent, the group harbored no real worries. She was quite capable. They continued to play while they awaited her return. Moreover, the sun was at its zenith, casting a radiant glow upon the crystalline stream, which shimmered like 1,000 stars. Nearby, horses grazed lazily on the verdant grass, creating a most delightful and refreshing atmosphere. Whether it was Lin Xiaolu and the charming duck engrossed in their game, Jiang Ning observing with amusement, or Wu Go seated by the bank in meditation, all felt a sense of blissful contentment. As the day waned and the group prepared to camp for the night, Shangwan Shilu finally reappeared. Unlike her earlier appearance, she now appeared disheveled and covered in mud, her once vibrant floral dress drenched and soiled. Having gone without food for an entire day, she looked as if she might faint from hunger, resembling a forsaken kitten. Lin Xiaolu, Jiang Ning, Wu Go, and the charming duck were taken aback by her dismal state. Shangwan, with red-rimmed eyes and a pouting mouth, stood before them, exuding an air of I might cry, so come comfort me. After a long afternoon of stone skipping, Lin Xiaolu stepped forward, glancing at her before hesitantly asking, Were you robbed? At this, Shangwan shot him a resentful glare, though her hunger left her too weak to argue back. Why have you only just returned, Shangwan? Jiang Ning and Wu Gu approached with concern, Jiang Ning regarding her with the tenderness of an elder sibling, gently inquiring, What troubles have you encountered? Yes, speak up. Are you in shock? A woman interjected. If my brother asks you again and you remain silent, he might just toss you into the water. Shangwan. Feel free to express your thoughts, the group urged, encircling Shangwan Shirlu with eager inquiries. In response, the 12-year-old Shangwan Shirlu suddenly reddened at the eyes, her lips quivering. A muffled sob escaped her as she tearfully murmured to the gathered individuals, I do not like fried rice. Whoever goes hunting for me, I shall reward them with a treasure. Jiang Ning and Wu Gu were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that this girl would be reduced to tears over such a trivial matter. She had not cried when fighting with Lin Xiaolu, yet here she was, weeping over fried rice. It was simply astonishing. They found it difficult to comprehend, but Lin Xiaolu, with his keen understanding, quickly deduced the underlying situation. Disliking fried rice was trivial. The core issue was her sense of humiliation. She had failed to catch fish, returned empty-handed from an afternoon of hunting, and given the mud on her clothes, she had likely taken a tumble as well. At this moment, she was merely feeling wronged and hungry, thus succumbing to tears, a common occurrence among children who can easily be brought to tears by their own frustrations. Observing the stubborn and willful Shangwan Shirlu, Lin Xiaolu huffed. Do you have any idea how many people would envy even the opportunity to eat such fried rice? Do you know what I consumed during my childhood? With your constant disdain, if you do not wish to eat, then don't. Do not wield your lofty status over us. It holds no weight here. With that, Lin Xiaolu turned on his heel and departed, unwilling to indulge this spoiled flower. Everything unfolded as it had during midday. After exchanging glances, Jiang Ning and Wu Gu followed suit, leaving Shangwan Shirlu once again isolated and forlorn. Chapter 145. Choking before long, the night descended, and the sky gradually darkened. Wu Gu lit a fragrant incense by the campfire, one that could repel mosquitoes and insects, and glanced at the prayer beads on his wrist. Curious, he wondered if the disciples of the Cloudbone sect had given up their pursuit of Master Jiang. It had been several days without any assassins sent their way. Pondering this uncertainty, he recited scriptures under the moonlight, all the while observing his companions. Not far away, Master Shangwan, with reddened eyes, was ravenously stuffing fried rice into her mouth. In her haste, she occasionally choked and pounded her chest in distress. Master Xiao Lu refrained from allowing anyone to speak to her, insisting that she enjoy her meal in peace. He recalled that as a child, he had disliked others lecturing him, so he believed Master Shangwan would feel the same. Some matters, once addressed, should be put aside. After all, they were all good friends. By the flickering firelight, Wu Gu watched the young lad chatting animatedly with Jiang Ning, his eyes filled with admiration. Master Xiao Lu was indeed gentle, possessing profound wisdom. Although he appeared fierce today, he acted rightly. He conveyed to Master Shangwan that all were equal, no one would yield to another. Friendship, too, required sincerity for true bonds to form. When Master Shangwan could no longer resist and began to eat the fried rice on her own, he refrained from lecturing Jiang or mocking her, instead affording her dignity, truly a thoughtful and tender-hearted youth. Wu Gu smiled, illuminated by the firelight, clasped his hands together, and silently wished, "May you forever find happiness and health, my dear disciple." Suddenly, Master Shangwan was choked by the dry fried rice, unable to suppress a heavy cough. She raised a small hand to pat her chest, prompting Jiang Ning to quickly offer her the water pouch. "Drink some water, you ate too quickly." The young girl, cheeks puffed like a little hamster, hastily took the water pouch and gulped down a mouthful. Once she regained her breath, she retorted fiercely, "What is so impressive? If Lin Xiao Lu bullies me again, I won't play with you anymore. I'll just go home." At that moment, Lin Xiao Lu had just settled down with his handsome duck and fallen asleep swiftly, lying by the campfire with his belly up, soon snoring softly. Jiang Ning, noticing Master Shangwan's pouting cheeks and her fierce expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiao Lu didn't mean to bully you. It's just that yesterday, when Wu Gu prepared a meal, you refused to eat it, claiming it wasn't fit for humans. That was rather excessive. I didn't do it on purpose." The girl retorted angrily. Besides, the little monk didn't say anything. What right does he have to be angry on his behalf? Because he is good friends with Wu Gu, Jiang Ning continued to smile. "Moreover, your lack of respect for food is something Xiao Lu truly dislikes about you." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Pomegranate pouted defiantly, her expression one of indignant dissatisfaction. If one does not like her, then so be it. There is no need for her to seek their approval. Having grown up without ever experiencing such indignities, she found him utterly detestable. Relying on the influence of his master, the formidable Li Mingru, he bullied her, a kind-hearted and charming little demoness. How shameless! After her moment of anger, she stuffed another morsel of fried rice into her mouth and cast a curious glance at the slumbering Lin Xiaolu. With a mischievous twinkle in her eye, she posited, "Jiang Ning, don't you think this fellow sleeps so soundly that it would be difficult for him to awaken?" Jiang Ning paused at her words, only to witness Shangwan Pomegranate suddenly break into a devilish grin as she lifted her skirt and dashed towards Lin Xiaolu. Startled, Jiang Ning hurried to intervene. But it was too late. Shangwan Pomegranate had already charged forth, raising her foot to deliver a kick to Lin Xiaolu's snot-covered face. "Humph, you insufferable fool. Causing me such distress. Prepare to meet your end." By the warm glow of the campfire, Jiang Ning watched as Lin Xiaolu, having seized Shangwan Pomegranate by the throat, elicited cries from her that were both comical and pitiful. It seemed Lin Xiaolu had gained some experience from their previous altercation. Upon awakening, he restrained her hands and swiftly rendered her unconscious with a headbutt, then secured her arms to prevent her from accessing her storage ring, finally applying a classic one-handed choke from behind. Observing the chaotic tussle between the two, akin to wild boars in combat, Jiang Ning could hardly suppress her laughter. "I'm off to sleep now. You two should rest as well," she called out with a playful wave. "All right, I'll keep her restrained for another hour before I sleep," Lin Xiaolu replied jovially. "Release me at once, you brute. If you don't let go, I swear I will tear you to shreds." Shangwan Pomegranate threatened, her little legs kicking in vain. Yet Lin Xiaolu showed no mercy, remaining steadfast in his hold, indifferent to her plight. As time passed, half an hour slipped by. Wugo had entered a meditative state, while Shui Shuiya and Jiang Ning had succumbed to sleep on their bedding. Meanwhile, Shangwan Pomegranate remained ensnared by Lin Xiaolu, who, in her predicament, proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Lin Xiaolu, Amei has long been a prestigious sect, renowned for its virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and fidelity throughout the realms. As a disciple of Amei, you should not bully a charming little demoness such as myself." "Charming, are you?" Lin Xiaolu queried. "Am I not charming?" she retorted. "Are you more charming than I?" He pressed further. "Shangwan Pomegranate. Lin Xiaolu. Have you no shame? Release me, you scoundrel," she cried, flailing helplessly, but Lin Xiaolu showed no sign of compassion, allowing her to squirm without a shred of mercy. After a considerable amount of time, Shangwan Shirlu finally conceded begrudgingly, prompting the young man to disdainfully release her and adopt a condescending demeanor, shaking his legs and humming, "Why stay awake at such a late hour? Insisting on forcing me to teach you how to conduct yourself?" Under the glow of the campfire, Shangwan Shirlu sat beside him, clutching her sore throat, and retorted angrily, "You are a man, bullying a mere girl. What kind of hero does that make you? With all your wealth, you sneak attack a poor girl while she sleeps. What kind of gentleman are you?" Infuriated, Shangwan Shirlu picked up a stone and threw it at him. Yet Lin Xiaolu remained unfazed, not even flinching, instead colliding head-on with the rock, shattering it, and proudly shaking his legs in triumph. "This is what they call a tough head." Shangwan Shirlu, exasperated by his antics, pouted and glared at him with her large eyes. Following such an uproar, Lin Xiaolu found himself wide awake. Noticing the fierce expression on Shangwan Shirlu's face, he scoffed. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone so talented, handsome, and adept at robbery? Bah, truly shameless." Shangwan Shirlu retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. "What transpired yesterday was indeed my fault. I should not have disrespected food. However, you must not bully me again, or I shall refuse to play with you." Lin Xiaolu shrugged nonchalantly, showing no intention of relenting, which only incensed Shangwan Shirlu further, nearly causing her head to steam. Within the campfire crackled and danced, its flames leaping skyward. The young girl simmered in her frustration, exchanging fiery glares with Lin Xiaolu. Just as she prepared to chastise him further before retreating to sleep, Lin Xiaolu's gaze suddenly shifted past her, fixated intently behind her. As he uttered, "Who? Are you trying to frighten me at this late hour?" Shangwan Shirlu scoffed disdainfully. "Such childish tactics are far too juvenile. I am no child. Moreover, you may not be aware, but the beads in the little monk's hand are a formidable artifact with many functions, one of which senses hostility within a 10-mile radius. If anyone truly intended to ambush us, the little monk would awaken. But now, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiaolu, sitting cross-legged before her, suddenly sprang up, leaping over her head with a swift motion and raising his arm for a forceful strike. 80 Extremes Iron Mountain Strike. Chapter 146. May you always find joy. With suffering far away, a resounding crash shattered the tranquility of the night. A shadowy figure, enveloped in darkness, was forcefully hurled by Lin Xiaolu, landing heavily in the inky stream. Shangguan Pomegranate was taken aback, while Jiang Ning and Wugu were also roused from their slumber. Beneath the flickering glow of the campfire, a peculiar man, entirely shrouded in darkness with a pallid complexion, lay motionless in the stream, while Lin Xiaolu maintained a vigilant stance, poised like an iron mountain. Watching him intently, upon witnessing this scene, Wugu instinctively glanced at the beads adorning his wrist, only to find that the bead representing the bodhisattva of great listening remained undisturbed. He paused, perplexed, and scrutinized the strange man. In the next moment, the man lying in the stream suddenly sat upright, water cascading from him as if a statue had been abruptly lifted. He stiffly raised his claw-like hands, lunging towards Lin Xiaolu with ferocity. Lin Xiaolu, slightly taken aback, wasted no time and launched himself forward, raising his right fist high, unleashing a piercing shriek reminiscent of a ghostly wail. The double dark force strike. Boom. Another thunderous sound reverberated, causing pain to resonate in the ears of those present as the strike collided with the man's chest. The man's body quivered slightly, and an invisible wave of heat erupted from his back, sending splinters flying from a towering tree positioned 5 to 6 meters behind him. Soon after, the massive tree began to topple with a series of cracking sounds. And Ning, is this yet another cultivator sent by the Yungu sect? Lin Xiaolu inquired, observing the unmoving figure. He stood up, curiosity piqued as he retracted his fist and turned to his companions. He believed the peculiar man before him must be lifeless. After all, the double dark force had penetrated deeply enough to shatter trees, so surely his internal organs were obliterated. Just as the group of youths concluded that it was all over, the peculiar man behind Lin Xiaolu suddenly raised his arms again, lunging menacingly at the back of Lin Xiaolu's head. "Xiaolu, watch out!" Jiang Ning screamed in alarm, while Wugu and Shangguan Pomegranate's pupils constricted in shock, both prepared to unleash their abilities. Lin Xiaolu felt the fierce wind rushing towards him, startling him profoundly. Is he not dead yet? With no time to turn around, he summoned his internal energy to converge at the back of his head, activating his formidable hard qigong. With a resounding clang, he braced himself against the man's claws with the back of his head. Simultaneously, the silver ring on his wrist glimmered brightly, and he extended his hand into the empty air before him. Azure ripples emerged once more, and without hesitation, Lin Xiaolu seized the hilt of the great gung bronze weapon, pivoting to deliver a horizontal slash. At the stroke of midnight, the four stood before the dismembered corpse, each wearing a bewildered expression. The cause of their confusion was singular. The bizarre figure before them was neither a cultivator nor a martial artist, but an ordinary mortal, one who had already succumbed to death. Wugu examined the body, concluding that this individual must have been deceased for quite some time, inexplicably preserved in a state of decay. Upon realizing that she had just engaged in a struggle with the corpse, Lin Xiaolu's face turned ashen, a profound sense of unease surging from the depths of her being. "Shangguan, as someone from the demonic path, do you know what manner of creature this is?" Jiang Ning inquired. "I am equally in the dark," Shangguan Shirlu admitted awkwardly while squatting beside the corpse. "I have been confined at home by my father and seldom venture out. This cannot be a living being." Wugo hesitated, stating, "When this corpse attacked the little dear benefactor, my prayer beads remained still, which is quite strange. What on earth is this?" Lin Xiaolu kicked the corpse twice, her expression one of confusion. "My previous strike should have finished it off, yet it still retaliated. How audacious!" Jiang Ning and Shangguan Shirlu exchanged glances, speechless. Is this truly a matter of audacity? If you lack the vocabulary, refrain from using it indiscriminately. The group of youths found themselves at a loss, unable to discern the nature of the entity before them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaolu's eyes suddenly brightened as she stood and approached the still sleeping Handsome Duck, gleefully delivering a kick. "Time to wake up." Handsome Duck was roused from its slumber, its eyes narrowing in indignation. "Who dares to disturb your noble self?" Upon recognizing Lin Xiaolu, it erupted into laughter. "Truly, you are my elder sibling. That kick was quite invigorating." Jiangning. Wugo. Shangwan. Humph. Indeed, a pet reflects its owner. Shangwan Shirlu shot a disdainful glance at the two. Lin Xiaolu tugged at Handsome Duck, bringing it before the corpse. Come and see, what is this thing? Handsome Duck examined the corpse and yawned. It's a zombie, what else could it be? After saying this, it stroked its chin with its small wings, pondering how peculiar that a zombie would appear here. The others, hearing the term zombie for the first time, were filled with curiosity and inquired about its nature. By the bright campfire, Handsome Duck began to elucidate for the newly initiated youths. Zombies are entities that do not enter the cycle of reincarnation. They are akin to lifeless stones, unable to be reborn. Most are transformed from human corpses, possessing iron-like resilience, immense strength, and a penchant for consuming human flesh and blood. For mortals, they are exceedingly difficult to slay. One must sever the head to vanquish them. The causes of their existence are varied, predominantly arising from natural phenomena, and they do not partake in the cycle of reincarnation, belonging to no known category of beings. Wugo, upon hearing this, expressed astonishment. No wonder my prayer beads could not sense it. It is indeed beyond the cycle of reincarnation. He then sighed, marveling at the wonders of the vast world. Yet shouldn't a person become a ghost after death? Is this not similar to a ghost? Lin Xiaolu queried. Brother, this creature has no relation to ghosts whatsoever. The elegant duck explained that ghosts possess a soul, but lack a corporeal form, whereas most zombies have a corporeal body but are devoid of a soul. In simpler terms, ghosts retain a fragment of consciousness, while the majority of zombies do not, unless they belong to the advanced category known as flying zombies. Moreover, in this day and age, zombies have become exceedingly rare. They are not inherently formidable unless they are of the flying variety, which have become mere legends. Typically, an ordinary zombie can be dealt with by practitioners at the cultivation level of 3 or 4 layers. However, for common folk, encountering such creatures is nothing short of a calamity. This is because the minions of the zombie carry a virulent poison. If one is scratched or bitten, they will succumb to death in a fleeting moment, subsequently transforming into a zombie themselves. Furthermore, these creatures possess immense strength, can leap great distances, and are impervious to blades and bullets. For ordinary people, the only effective means of defense against them is fire and glutinous rice. Having spoken, the elegant duck gazed at the individuals before him, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Do you think this zombie could have wandered here from another location? Perhaps from a nearby village? Upon hearing this, the group was startled, their heads snapping towards the corpse. The zombie was clad in a coarse black cloth, indicating that he must have been an ordinary villager. This suggested that many common folk had encountered zombies. Let us not linger. We must prepare to set out, urged Lin Xiaolu, his heart racing with the urgency to rescue those in peril. As a martial artist, he felt compelled to act in the face of injustice, for to do otherwise would be a disservice to his skills. Oh, it's nothing. ISN Tichuanjin, the local sect of cultivators? They will take care of it, said the languid Shangwan Shirlu. There is no time for that, interjected Wuku, who was busy adding firewood to the campfire. If the zombies were to appear in the city, it would indeed be appropriate to seek help from Chuanjin. However, many small villages in the countryside are often comprised of a single surname, and the distances between them are rather vast, making effective communication nearly impossible. I once passed through a village that was ravaged by a plague, resulting in the demise of the entire population. It took months for anyone to discover what had transpired. Therefore, we must hasten our departure. The presence of this zombie indicates that the site of the incident is likely not far from us. With that, Wuku lifted the corpse and placed it into the roaring flames. He then clasped his hands together and softly recited, "For all sentient beings yet to be liberated, their nature and awareness remain uncertain. Evil habits will bear fruit, while good practices will yield results. Whether virtuous or malevolent, they are born from their circumstances, revolving through the 5 paths." Before the blazing fire, Wuku, clad in pristine white monk robes, completed his recitation of the K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva's fundamental vows, and, leaning against the darkness, bestowed upon the dissipating zombie in the firelight the most beautiful smile of the human realm. May you always find joy, and may suffering never touch you. Chapter 147. Zhou Family Village. Zhou Family Village is a remarkably remote hamlet nestled within the borders of the Yuan dynasty. Strategically situated between Tanqing and Bianzhou, in a hollow amidst deep mountains. The villagers of Zhou family village are predominantly closely related, with most bearing the surname Zhou. The elders of the village often recounted tales of its auspicious feng shui, encircled by mountains and graced by a river beyond. A quintessential locale where the auspicious aura flows from the east, suggesting that a future emperor may arise from such a place. Whether an emperor has indeed emerged from Zhou family village remains a mystery to Xuanzi, who only knows that his village is notoriously labeled as a bachelor village, where many of the adults are single. They have expressed their desire on numerous occasions to leave this place for a life in the city. However, the four towering mountains and the winding, treacherous paths resembling a chicken's intestines have ensnared the villagers, confining both their bodies and their thoughts. The challenging mountain routes have rendered the area exceedingly impoverished, compounded by a deeply ingrained preference for sons over daughters. Over time, this has culminated in the tragic plight of countless villagers in Zhou family village who are unable to find brides. On this particular night, a mere 10-year-old Xuanzi gazes intently at the adults working tirelessly outside the village to dig a trench. This trench, a massive encirclement around the entire village, is illuminated at intervals of 3 meters by torches that burn continuously, casting a bright glow over the village's perimeter. The events that led to this situation unfolded 5 days prior, when the village butcher, Zhang, was discovered lifeless in his home under mysterious circumstances. His relatives wept inconsolably, preparing to arrange his funeral, only for Zhang to miraculously revive before their eyes, subsequently descending into a frenzy of violence. Remarkably strong, Zhang proved impervious to the efforts of the village's strapping young men armed with knives and axes. Ultimately, it was the wise village chief who devised a solution, instructing the villagers to throw their meager remaining supplies of glutinous rice at him. Strangely enough, the seemingly invulnerable butcher began to emit thick black smoke upon being struck by the ordinary rice, and soon thereafter, with a harrowing scream, he disintegrated into a pile of blackened remnants. The village chief declared Zhang had transformed into a zombie. Though Xuanzi was unfamiliar with the concept of a zombie, he had heard whispers that it was a form that emerged after death and preyed upon the living. Instead of feeling fear, the 10-year-old boy found himself eagerly anticipating the day his mother, who had been beaten to death by his father, might rise from the grave as a zombie, allowing him to embrace her once more as he did in his childhood, even if it meant facing her deadly bite. Following the bizarre incident with the butcher, chaos descended upon the village. Villagers began to vanish one after another, and soon the sky was eternally shrouded in darkness. Day after day, whether morning or afternoon, the heavens remained a pitch-black expanse, devoid of stars, clouds, or moonlight, a pure blackness that instilled profound oppression and despair. Over time, Xuanzi felt as though he was on the verge of forgetting the very color of sunlight. Xuanzi, lend your uncle a hand with a couple of shovels, while I take a breather. Do not be afraid. The torches will keep you safe from the zombies. The boy, somewhat dull-witted, responded with a simple okay as he accepted the shovel and descended into the trench. Over the past few days, nearly all the firewood and trees in the village had been fashioned into torches for the purpose of fending off zombies. The adults toiled ceaselessly, day and night, digging trenches around the village as a second line of defense. Zombies are known to fear glutinous rice, yet the impoverished Zhoujia village could scarcely afford such luxuries, making glutinous rice exceedingly scarce. Zombies also fear fire. Hence, they first used firewood to create torches encircling the village, ensuring they burned continuously. Simultaneously, they worked through the night to excavate the trenches, preparing for the eventuality that their firewood would be exhausted and they would still need means of defense. The aim was to buy time, awaiting the arrival of the true immortal to rescue them. Regrettably, on the 5th day, none of the adults who had ventured into the city seeking aid had returned. They had all vanished without a trace. Yesterday, the village tailor was overheard whispering that while he was digging the trench near the torches, he had seen a zombie. This zombie was none other than the elderly man who had previously gone out to seek help. His account was chilling, describing how the elderly man's body was shrouded in darkness, illuminated faintly by the firelight, revealing a face lined with deep wrinkles. The hollow sockets where his eyes once were seemed to gaze at him, as if questioning why he would compel an elderly farmer, bereft of children and support, to relay a message. Why not someone else? Why not you? Was it solely because he was an outsider? The knowledge that those who sought help had transformed into zombies filled the villagers with dread, leading to increasing murmurs of concern. The boy, known as Xuanzi, often overheard these discussions, as no one felt the need to shield him from their fears. In recent days, the prevailing sentiment was that the village, where he had grown up, was not a hidden gem, but rather a place of great misfortune. The so-called geographical advantages of being surrounded by mountains and water were merely the contours of a natural coffin. At that moment, outside the village, illuminated by torches positioned 3 meters apart, Xuanzi clutched a shovel taller than himself and jumped into the trench, digging with fervor. Other villagers were also laboring diligently within the trench. Upon seeing Xuanzi join them, they exhibited little reaction, their expressions blank and their movements mechanical, as if they were not digging a trench to contain zombies, but rather excavating their own graves. Being young, Xuanzi grew weary quickly. After a short while, he became parched and decided to climb out in search of water. However, just as he emerged from the trench, he noticed several indistinct figures appearing in the distance beyond the dark. At the age of 10, he crouched at the trench's edge, peering out with curiosity at the silhouettes. He felt no fear of zombies, for the flickering torches behind him kept them at bay. Before long, the figures drew nearer, accompanied by a clear voice stating, "I will never ride a cart again. Climbing mountains is simply too inconvenient." Seated at the front of the cart, Lin Xiaolu lamented to Jiang Ning, who was skillfully guiding the horse beside her. "As I struggled to ascend the mountain with the cart, this horse seemed utterly delighted, prancing ahead of me, its rear end facing me the entire way. Every now and then, it would glance back at me with a teasing look, and in its gaze, I discerned a message." "What message?" Jiang Ning inquired gently. "Oh, just this. Look at you now." A chuckle escaped Jiang Ning as she covered her mouth, her laughter causing her to tremble with mirth. Then, with a playful glare, she retorted, "All right, you've been complaining the entire journey. We have arrived, haven't we?" She shook the reins in her hand, pouted slightly, took a deep breath, and called out to the carriage, "Wugga Shangwen, we have arrived." The cart halted before a trench, and with a nimble leap, Lin Xiaolu hopped down, surveying the peculiar village before him. A long line of torches illuminated the similarly elongated trench, casting an orange glow. Many villagers, engaged in digging the trench, peeked out with expressions of fear, confusion, or excitement as they regarded him. The young lad glanced back at them, placed his hands on his hips, and proudly proclaimed, "What's the matter? The big shots aren't coming out? Let the little ones take the lead. Summon your elder brother." Chapter 148. The Peculiar Villagers. Have you heard? A few children have arrived, reportedly having vanquished numerous zombies on their journey to our village. Oh, could they be genuine immortals? It seems not. They are merely passing immortals who discovered the presence of zombies in our village and came to assist us. Currently, they are at the village chief's residence, and many villagers have gone to see them. Let us go as well. In a humble earthen dwelling in Zhoujia village, Lin Xiaolu cradled the charming duck, Shui Shuiya. As he, Jiang Ning, Wu Gu, and Shangwan Shirlu gathered around an 8 immortals table, listening attentively to the kindly elder recount the matter of the zombies. Jiang Ning and Wu Gu were engrossed, while Lin Xiaolu and Shangwan Shirlu displayed a lack of patience, their eyes wandering as they listened to the villagers outside discussing them. Shangwan Shirlu observed that a considerable number of villagers had gathered outside, each casting curious glances at her and Jiang Ning. However, Jiang Ning, facing away, remained oblivious to their scrutiny as she conversed with the village chief. Lin Xiaolu also noticed this phenomenon, realizing that most of the villagers were men, who now gazed at the butterfly-like girls with envious eyes. He thought it rather discerning of them to quickly recognize the less than attractive features of both girls. Several esteemed immortals may stay here for the time being, and we shall deal with the zombies tomorrow. On behalf of the villagers, I extend my gratitude, the elder expressed. There is no need for such formalities, Jiang Ning replied, swiftly assisting the village chief, who was bowing with the aid of a cane. They are the true immortals. I am merely an ordinary person, just like you. Upon hearing this, the villagers outside stirred once more, many of them fixing their gaze on Jiang Ning's graceful silhouette, appraising her repeatedly. Lin Xiaolu observed this with keen awareness, concluding that Jiang Ning was far too honest and lacked the artifice to embellish her words. As soon as she claimed herself to be an ordinary person, the villagers seemed to regard her with a hint of disdain. The village chief's abode was quite spacious. Although modest, it was clean and tidy. The few youths settled in, with Lin Xiaolu and Wu Gu sharing one room, while Jiang Ning and Shangwan Shirlu occupied another. After a night of travel, The group had not rested well, and after consuming the cleansing elixir, they soon fell into a deep slumber, the night passing in silence. On the following day, the sky over the village remained shrouded in darkness. Lin Xiaolu was awakened early by the sound of Wugu chanting scriptures. Annoyed, he raised his hand to strike Wugu on the head but hesitated upon seeing Wugu's slightly reddened face, deciding against it. Outside the village chief's earthen house lay a small courtyard. The awakened youth, unable to return to sleep, rose from his bed, consumed the cleansing elixir, and ventured outside, practicing his stances in the courtyard. However, after a brief period, he noticed a villager clad in coarse linen, appearing to be in his 30s, curiously peering towards him from the earthen path. He glanced at the villager, disregarding him as he continued his practice. Yet, after a short while, 2 more villagers approached, casting inquisitive glances his way. Irritated, he shot them a fierce look and demanded, "What are you staring at?" Several villagers appeared to harbor a certain curiosity about the young celestial being, their expressions lacking any semblance of reverence. One villager boldly spoke up, "Celestial, yesterday I observed your conversation with the village chief, and a maiden mentioned that she, too, is a mortal." "Oh, you mean Aining?" "Indeed, what of it?" "Celestial, from where does that maiden hail?" "We hold her in great admiration," another villager eagerly inquired. Lin Xiaolu sensed nothing amiss and replied directly, "Aining is from the Tang dynasty, a distant realm I have yet to visit." As the villagers perceived Lin Xiaolu as less formidable than they had imagined, their youthful demeanor brought forth their excitement. Prompting more questions, "Little Celestial, does that maiden have a betrothed?" "Betrothed?" Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, bewildered as he stated, "Aining is merely 14, only a year my senior. Where would a betrothal arise?" "14? That's not young at all," one villager remarked. "Indeed, many girls in our village marry by 13 or 14. On the dirt road, more villagers gathered, their chatter growing increasingly animated, deepening Lin Xiaolu's confusion. After a moment, observing the villagers, who were several years his senior, he hesitated and asked, "You are not contemplating marrying Aining, are you?" The villagers did not deny it. One burly man, rubbing his hands together, chuckled, "He, dear Celestial, do not take offense. Our village is notoriously known as the bachelor village. The men here struggle to find brides. With 2 celestial-like maidens gracing us, it is only natural that our hearts are stirred." Seeing that Lin Xiaolu seemed amicable, the floodgates of conversation opened, and they began to chatter animatedly. One man, old enough to be Lin Xiaolu's father, smacked his lips and exclaimed, "In my 40 years of life, I have never encountered such a charming young girl. How wonderful it would be if she could bear my children. Indeed, she is far more beautiful than those girls brought by the toothless beggars." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu felt a twinge of discomfort. While he could tolerate the earlier remarks, the villagers' words were becoming increasingly offensive. Adhering to his principle of not bullying ordinary people, he cautioned them, "We are here to deal with the zombies and rescue you. Once the zombies are vanquished, we shall depart." "Ah, what's wrong with that?" One villager laughed. "That maiden is a mere mortal. Having her accompany you serves no purpose. I shall inquire about her, and see how high her demands are for marriage." "Yes, Celestial. How can that young girl, as a mortal, remain with you? Is she your servant?" Lin Xiaolu, feeling genuinely incensed, thought, "Are these people mad? Have they lost their minds over marrying? Aining is not my servant. She is my friend. Please refrain from speaking further. We are solely here to confront the zombies." With those somewhat brusque words, the villagers remained undeterred, treating him as merely a somewhat capable young child, continuing their discussions about Jiang Ning's figure. A voice emerged from the crowd, proclaiming, "If I could spend a night with such a beautiful girl, it would truly be worth dying for. Far better than languishing here without heirs." Lin Xiaolu, taken aback and utterly bewildered, stood frozen, having never encountered such matters before. He discerned that these individuals seemed to hold little reverence for the celestial beings. Their sole concern appeared to be whether they could marry a wife and secure descendants. As Lin Xiaolu grappled with his astonishment, a petite figure with 2 bun-like hairstyles, adorned in a vibrant floral dress, suddenly stepped forth from within the room. The moment she appeared, she captivated the attention of all the men present, dozens of them fixated on the 12-year-old girl, a sight that made Lin Xiaolu profoundly uncomfortable. The spirited young girl, Shangwan Pomegranate, approached Lin Xiaolu and cast him a dismissive glance, scoffing, "Why do you display such arrogance towards formidable cultivators? brandishing your weapon at will. Yet show weakness towards these oblivious commoners? Lin Xiaolu scratched his head, feeling awkward and at a loss for words. After a disdainful huff, Shangguan Pomegranate turned to the crowd of villagers, her expression transforming into a devilish smirk. From this moment on, if any of you dare to lay a lewd gaze upon me or Jiang Ning, even utter a single word, I shall pluck out your eyeballs. After that, I will sever your tongues, then your hands, your legs, and finally, your little brothers, until I extract your very souls. You claim that dying is worth it? Very well. I shall ensure your suffering is worse than death, rendering you unable to be reborn. With her fierce proclamation delivered, she lifted her chin defiantly and surveyed the villagers with an imperious glare. Who among you wishes to test this? Chapter 149. The boy. After the serious and terrifying threats were uttered, the villagers lowered their heads and shuffled away, not daring to act frivolously in front of the fierce little fairy. Once they departed, Shangguan Pomegranate cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xiaolu. You are truly spineless. Lin Xiaolu retorted, I am not spineless. You have no idea how many people I have killed. When I become fierce, even I fear myself. I spare no one, be they elderly, women, or children. Very well, Shangguan Pomegranate said, gesturing towards a young boy sitting by the riverbank in the distance. There's a child over there. Go and fetch his head for me, so I may kick it like a ball. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, stammering in disbelief. You can't expect me to do that. It would be utterly humiliating to obey your command. I refuse to go. With a haughty roll of her eyes, Shangguan Pomegranate dismissed him, turning to retreat into the house. Lin Xiaolu, feeling indignant, continued to practice his stance, internally reassuring himself that he was a heartless child, untroubled by emotions. The only reason he hesitated to act was the fear of blood staining his clothes. At dawn, having completed his training, Lin Xiaolu joined the others for breakfast. Following the village chief's instructions, they set out to exterminate the zombies. Just before their departure, Lin Xiaolu inadvertently glanced towards the river not far from the village chief's home and noticed that the little boy had not left. He still sat alone by the riverbank, his back turned to Lin Xiaolu. A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind, but he dismissed it. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Clad in a Taoist robe, Lin Xiaolu cradled the handsome duck, accompanied by the whimsical Shangguan Pomegranate in her pure white monk's attire, and the composed Jiang Ning as they ventured beyond the village, crossing the trench and stepping into the gloom. Why is the sky always dark here? I can hardly see the path, Lin Xiaolu murmured. Alas, this is something even I, a humble monk, cannot elucidate, replied the duck. Do not look at me. I am equally in the dark, Shangguan Pomegranate added, feigning ignorance. Come on, handsome duck, aren't you an ancient duck of over 200 years? Please enlighten us as to why the sky is shrouded in darkness. Can you please address me differently? Old duck sounds rather derogatory, the duck protested. I will call you that, old duck. Old duck in the pitch-black darkness, Lin Xiaolu, one arm embracing the handsome duck, stepped onto a zombie beneath his feet, exerting force to crush its skull. He led the group at the forefront, having already dispatched 7 or 8 zombies, leaving Shangguan Pomegranate with no opportunity to act. Meanwhile, Wugo followed behind, his hands pressed together in silent prayer, chanting scriptures to deliver the unfortunate souls. There are 2 possibilities, the handsome duck mused from Lin Xiaolu's arms. Either a practitioner has deliberately crafted these zombies and set up some form of formation here, such as turning everyone in this village into zombies. Either this place has once witnessed an extraordinarily tragic miscarriage of justice, resulting in the deceased transforming into vengeful spirits, their wrath manifesting in a tangible form, ultimately obscuring the sun. Which possibility seems more plausible? Inquired Jiang Ning, clutching a black cloth bag. As of now, it remains uncertain. The erudite and seasoned Shuai continued with an air of familiarity. This village is peculiar. No one knows how zombies are formed. When I questioned the village chief yesterday, he appeared equally bewildered. If zombies were spawned by natural causes, they would not cast the sky into darkness. Indeed, this village is decidedly abnormal. Shangguan Shirlu recalled the villagers from the morning and concurred. Each villager exhibits strange behavior. I have long contemplated their demise. Shuai, are you suggesting that the zombies here are artificially created? Does that imply the presence of other adversaries? Jiang Ning inquired. Shuai nodded. That seems to be the case. Where there are foes, there are foes. After all, I am formidable. Let anyone come to challenge me. The group conversed cheerfully as they walked, their demeanor reminiscent of a leisurely autumn outing. Before long, a zombie bounded towards them. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaolu, at the forefront, executed a proficient side kick, propelled by an extraordinary force that sent the zombie's head flying. He had gained experience when confronting zombies. The head was always the target for a swift kill. Behind him, Wugo continued to recite scriptures for the fallen zombie, while Lin Xiaolu, draping an arm over his shoulder, remarked, "Wugo, we are becoming increasingly in sync. Let us continue this way. Your role is to deliver salvation to all beings, while I shall eradicate the injustices of the world." Wugo's face flushed at his words, and he nodded subtly. "Xiaolu, you possess quite the knack for eloquence. It's simply you handling the adversaries while Master Wugo oversees the spiritual transcendence, yet you frame it so poetically," chuckled Jiang Ning and Shengwan Shirlu, their expressions a mix of amusement and exasperation. Hee, the youth grinned and boasted, "I excelled in my studies as a child, even receiving commendations from our schoolmaster, who dubbed me the little Confucian sage of Amei." Upon hearing this, both young ladies shook their heads in disbelief, and even the Shuai in his arms looked up at him. "Brother, you have no semblance of a Confucian. That is not what a Confucian embodies." "Oh, what does that entail?" I cannot articulate it." The morning hours swiftly passed, and as the group ventured deeper into the darkness, the appearances of zombies outside the village dwindled. Eventually, finding no more zombies, they had no choice but to return to the village. Although they had eliminated most of the zombies, the sky remained perpetually dark. After some deliberation, the young men decided to stay in the village a while longer to observe. At noon, the village chief graciously hosted them. Lin Xiaolu and Shuai indulged in a feast, their unreasonable appetites causing the elderly chief to weep with sorrow. After satisfying their hunger, the group dispersed. Wugo returned to his room to quietly recite scriptures, while Shengwan Shirlu expressed her desire to indulge in a delightful afternoon nap. Jiang Ning ventured into the courtyard to practice his marksmanship, while Lin Xiaolu, accompanied by Shuai, set out for a jog. With the zombies now vanquished, the villagers gradually reclaimed their former smiles, and tranquility briefly returned to their lives. Outside the village, Lin Xiaolu repeatedly circled the area, with Shuai struggling to keep pace behind him. The little duck's legs were shorter than Lin Xiaolu's, leaving it breathless as it barely managed to complete a lap before collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. "I'm done running. You can go on without me," Shuai exclaimed, puffing out its beak. "Just be careful. If you encounter a zombie, fly away," Lin Xiaolu replied. "Got it," Shuai shouted back then. Watching the boy grow distant, it sighed. "I can't even fly higher than a zombie can jump. What good would that do me if I ran into one?" After saying this, the fatigued duck waddled over to a white poplar tree, settled against its trunk, and pondered, "If I were to inadvertently confront a zombie, what could I say to make it feel ashamed enough not to bite me? It's not bound by the cycle of reincarnation, so words might not hold much power." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolu continued running for another half hour before stretching luxuriously. "Ah, this feels wonderful. It's been ages since I ran so comfortably." When he could run no more, he strolled leisurely along a stream to ease his muscles, glancing at the villagers toiling in the fields. Perhaps influenced by the harsh words of Shengwan Pomegranate that morning, the laborers did not dare to meet his gaze, each absorbed in their tasks with heads bowed low. This lack of interaction bored Lin Xiaolu. After wandering for a while and finding little amusement, he decided to return to the village chief's home. Just as he was about to turn around, he noticed a solitary little boy sitting by the stream. "Has this child been sitting here since morning?" Lin Xiaolu thought, sensing something amiss, and approached with curiosity. "Hey kid, which way are you from?" Chapter 150. The river. The young boy turned around and was startled to see Lin Xiaolu, immediately dropping to his knees in reverence. Lin Xiaolu, however, gently pressed her foot against his knee, preventing him from kneeling. "Young lad, what do you intend to do?" "I wish to pay my respects to the immortal brother." "Why bow to an immortal?" Lin Xiaolu assessed the boy, who appeared to be around 10 years old, slightly younger than herself. His face was smudged with dirt, and he wore ragged clothes, standing barefoot by the muddy riverbank. Unbothered by the filth, Lin Xiaolu sat down beside him, propping herself up with her hands, and cheerfully beckoned. "Sit." The boy, somewhat apprehensive, sat down, lowering his head and remaining silent. "I see you've been here all morning. What are you doing?" Lin Xiaolu inquired with a smile. I am watching the river, he replied. What is there to see? Are there fish? Lin Xiaolu leaned closer to the murky water, curious to spot any fish. However, she soon discovered the water was quite turbid, carrying a faint, unpleasant odor, likely due to villagers discarding refuse into the river. What is your name? She asked. Xuanzi. Oh, I am Lin Xiaolu. How old are you? 10. Haha, you are younger than me. You should call me Big Brother. Big Brother. From now on, you shall be my disciple, and when you are hungry, you may go to a May, mention my name, and dine without cost. Lin Xiaolu chuckled, then contemplated removing her shoes to play in the water. Upon witnessing this, Xuanzi gasped and hastily tried to dissuade her. Brother Xiaolu, the water is dirty. Lin Xiaolu paused, momentarily taken aback, and looked at Xuanzi in surprise. The atmosphere between the two boys, one 13 and the other 10, fell silent. After a brief moment, Lin Xiaolu's once bright expression turned grave, her delicate brow furrowing. Is there something in this river? Suddenly, Xuanzi's face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. He shook his head repeatedly, about to deny it, when Lin Xiaolu swiftly covered his mouth. She noticed the villagers, who had previously been working in the fields, now stood upright, casting their gazes towards her and Xuanzi. Xuanzi, if anyone asks what we discussed, tell them I inquired about your village's specialties. Moreover, if anyone attempts to bully you, just shout that you trust your big brother. I will surely come to your aid. After whispering these words, Lin Xiaolu transformed her serious demeanor back to laughter, patting Xuanzi's shoulder. When I was your age, I was already training in martial arts every day. But tell me, is your village truly so destitute that there are no local specialties? Upon hearing this, the distant villagers seemed to relax, and after a while, they resumed their work in the fields. Wugu had often praised Lin Xiaolu, declaring her to be a youth of great wisdom. Indeed, the truth remains that although he often appears unfocused, he possesses an extraordinary level of observation, insight, and perseverance that far exceeds his years. Whether in his early days at the literacy hall, mastering martial arts, comprehending Tai Chi, or creating his own unique techniques, he consistently transcends the ordinary. Of course, being still quite young, Lin Xiaolu's experiences are somewhat limited. However, he is certainly not foolish, as he clearly remembers the storyteller's words. Abnormal occurrences often conceal hidden truths. In the afternoon, he engaged in casual conversation with Xuanzi by the riverbank, subsequently practicing alone and teaching Xuanzi some self-defense techniques, all while enjoying their time together. As night fell and after dinner, Lin Xiaolu returned to the riverbank alone, seizing the opportunity of solitude to plunge into the icy, foul-smelling waters. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of the village chief's home, Shangguan Pomegranate sat on the stone steps, cradling the charming duck, Shuai Shuai, while idly observing Jiang Ning practicing with his spear in the yard. As she watched, she absent-mindedly stroked Shuai Shuai's soft, white feathers, causing the duck to squint with pleasure. How boring it is, dear duck. What has your elder brother done all day? I haven't seen him except during mealtimes. I suppose he must be training. Shuai Shuai responded comfortably. What is there to train for? My father used to force me to practice every day, but I always found ways to slack off and never listened. She sighed. That dull monk, Wugo, spends his days locked in his room chanting scriptures, while Jiang Ning practices his spear daily, leaving me with no one to play with. In the courtyard, Jiang Ning, having just finished a set of spear techniques, chuckled shyly upon hearing her words. Shangguan, your family possesses such a distinguished lineage and abundant resources for cultivation, coupled with your innate talent. Naturally, those like me and Xiaolu, mere mortals, cannot compare, which is why we can only rely on hard work to master the martial arts. Oh please, if Lin Xiaolu were a mere mortal, then the world's mortals would not be regarded as insignificant by cultivators. She pouted adorably, her cheeks puffed up. Though he can be quite annoying, he is undeniably impressive. He is the first among his peers to withstand so many of my treasures and to compete with me on equal footing, despite lacking any cultivation talent. With this, I shall never again believe in the notion of innate talent. As Shangguan Pomegranate concluded her thoughts, Wugo emerged from the house, hands clasped before him. And with a gentle smile, he remarked, Dear Shangguan, Lin Xiaolu indeed possesses great talent. After all, everyone has their unique gifts, and not all talent is measured by cultivation alone. Upon hearing this rebuttal, Shangwan Pomegranate, initially taken aback, raised her gaze in irritation. Yet, after a moment, she surprisingly refrained from lashing out, instead opting to huff in frustration. Little bald donkey, you do possess a modicum of truth in your words. My grandfather once remarked that your master, the heartless Zen master, is endowed with but mediocre talent in his cultivation, having only attained the golden course stage. Yet, the depths of his Buddhist wisdom are unfathomable. My grandfather has always held a disdain for monks. Even the revered Buddha himself does not escape his scorn. Yet he speaks of your master in nothing but glowing terms. Upon receiving such praise, Wugo smiled softly, joining his hands in reverence, uttering Umitba. As their conversation unfolded, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Before long, Lin Xiaolu, drenched and reeking faintly of blood, appeared. He was soaked through, and trailing behind him was a boy of about 10 years of age. The sight of the youth in such a state left them momentarily stunned. Just as they were about to inquire about the situation, the boy clenched his fists, his face a stormy shade of fury as he vehemently exclaimed, "Damn it all! We should not concern ourselves with these beasts. They ought to be left to be devoured alive by zombies." The group was taken aback by his fierce demeanor. Zhang Ning, Wugo, Shui Shuiya, and the whimsical Shangwan Pomegranate had never witnessed Lin Xiaolu in such a rage. His eyes, filled with an intense murderous intent, seemed to harbor a wish to annihilate every villager in sight. Chapter 151. The River of Women in the Countryside. Villagers usually retire early, especially during this period. The residents of Zhoujia village have been tirelessly digging trenches to defend against zombies day and night. Exhausted from their efforts, now that the zombies have been vanquished, as soon as darkness descends, the villagers begin to rest. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, Wu Gu, and Shangwan Shirlu gather in the courtyard of the village chief's home. Listening to a young boy named Xuanzi recount a tale about a river known as the River of Women. Xuanzi shares that, from the earliest moments of his memory, the adults in the village have been fervently purchasing abducted women from human traffickers. These women predominantly hail from various cities within the Yuan Kingdom, and their prices are steep. Villagers often need to save for a decade, or even two, to afford a single woman. With no women in the village, the men desperately seek companions to continue their lineages. Consequently, after acquiring these women, the villagers procreate. If a girl is born, she is cast into the river to drown. In the villagers' eyes, girls serve no purpose. When they grow up, they must be married off. They neither contribute to the family legacy nor provide for their parents in old age, merely adding another mouth to feed, a burden for the impoverished village. Conversely, if a boy is born, the trafficked women are brutally beaten to death, their bodies likewise discarded into the river. This grim practice arises from the fear of the authorities discovering the illicit transactions, prompting the villagers to erase all evidence. Over time, the river, which has submerged countless women, has come to be known as the River of Women. In Xuanzi's childhood, he witnessed his uncle exhaust his life savings to purchase a young lady from a wealthy family, only to have her bear 3 daughters in succession. Coldly, his uncle discarded each infant into the river. Ultimately, the madwoman did give birth to a son, but on that very day, she was bludgeoned to death by her husband with a hoe. Therefore, the boys of the village have never seen their mothers. The day they were born marks the day of their mother's demise. As a result, they hold a profound indifference towards the concept of motherhood, perceiving women merely as vessels for procreation and release, with no further value after childbirth. However, Xuanzi stands as an exception. He recounts that after his birth, his father could not bring himself to kill his mother and instead concealed her in the sheepfold, caring for her daily. Thus, Xuanzi is the only boy among his peers to possess memories of a mother. Regrettably, on a fateful day when Xuanzi was 6, his father returned from the fields and, for reasons unknown, suddenly turned against his mother. In a fit of madness, he struck her down with a heavy iron weight. As she lay dying, she pleaded desperately, but her husband seemed deaf to her cries, unleashing his rage upon her in a frenzy, as if he were attacking a bitter enemy rather than the woman with whom he had shared his life. The tale of the River of Women, rife with flaws, was brief, yet its brevity did not spare the hearts of the young listeners from a chilling sensation. "How many women lie buried in that river?" asked Wugo, gazing at the storyteller, Xuanzi. With his head bowed and fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of his garment, Xuanzi eventually uttered a rough estimate. "Over 1,000. According to the village elders, The number elicited gasps of shock from those present, while the fiery Shuangshili began rummaging through her storage ring for weapons, indignantly declaring, "Shall we slaughter the village tonight?" "Shuang, hold your horses," urged Jiang Ning, equally agitated but striving for calm. "We could report this to the authorities and let them handle it." After a moment of silence, Wu Go turned to Lin Xiaolu and inquired softly, "What course of action do you propose, Xiaolu? What else is there to do? I am intent on a massacre." Lin Xiaolu responded with unrestrained fury, exclaiming, "I descended into that river of women and beheld countless corpses at the riverbed. The actions of these villagers are more terrifying than the undead. But we still do not comprehend the origin of the zombies," Wu Go replied, maintaining his composure. "There are many questions yet to be answered." "What questions could there possibly be?" Shuang Shuiliu retorted passionately. "If you two are hesitant to act, I shall join Lin Xiaolu in the fray. The thought of those innocent women, abducted and subjected to such horrors, sends chills down my spine. This ignorant and morally ambiguous place is far more dreadful than the path of demonic sorcery. These villagers deserve no mercy." With that, she seized a slingshot and stood, addressing Lin Xiaolu. "I shall begin the slaughter from the village's edge while you commence from the other. We shall spare no one, old or young, save for Xuanzi and the village chief. It is time for us to coordinate our efforts." Agreed. The two impetuous allies found remarkable accord in their intentions, ready to spring into action, leaving Wu Go and Jiang Ning feeling a sense of helplessness. As Wu Go considered intervening to dissuade the impassioned duo, a slow, aged voice suddenly resonated in the courtyard. "Do not rush, esteemed guests. Xuanzi's tale is not yet complete." The group turned, momentarily taken aback, to see the village chief, a man in his twilight years, his hair white as snow, standing quietly before the earthen house, leaning on a cane, his gaze deep and serene, a hint of an enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. An elusive aura emanated from him, perceptible only to Wu Go and Shuang Shuiliu, who exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions shifting to one of apprehension. "A practitioner of the arcane? Xuanzi, why do you not approach the village chief for sweets as you did in your youth?" The elder chuckled warmly. Xuanzi trembled in fear, gazing at the village chief as if confronted by the most fearsome specter of the mortal realm. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiaolu stepped forward to stand before Xuanzi, confronting the village chief with his kindly gaze. In truth, whether it was Lin Xiaolu, who abhorred evil, or Shangwan Pomegranate, who championed justice, both held a certain respect for the village chief. If anyone in this village could be deemed somewhat normal, it would undoubtedly be this frail and elderly leader. However, it was evident that at this moment, the village chief was far from normal. At this juncture, four young individuals stood in a row, facing the benevolent old man, their expressions betraying a hint of unease. Yet the village chief appeared unfazed, instead chuckling heartily as he addressed them. "My dear young ones, Xuanzi is but 10 years old. The story told from the perspective of a child of such tender age is inherently incomplete. I, as an old man, am willing to reveal the truth to you." "Oh, are you suggesting you are on the brink of reincarnation?" Shangwan Pomegranate retorted boldly. "Do you know who my father is? Do you know who my elder brother is?" Lin Xiaolu echoed her defiance, and after glancing at Wu Go, who remained silent, he added, "Do you know who his master is?" The village chief merely smiled and remained silent, waiting for the young individuals to finish their words before bursting into laughter. His laughter, reminiscent of an elder's indulgent amusement towards the younger generation, rang out sharply in the pitch-black night devoid of light. Regardless of who these little ones were or the formidable backgrounds they boasted, the old man proclaimed, "I can assure you, based on your current strength, you shall not leave this village today." Chapter 152, The Corpse Demon Method. Ah, how I relish confronting those who overestimate their own abilities. Lin Xiaolu, with an expression of disdain, addressed the village chief. "Is it you who has conjured these zombies?" The village chief, smiling benignly, nodded. "There is no other choice. Lacking talent and cultivation, one must seek alternative paths to immortality." He introduced himself to the others with a grin. "I am known as Zhou Pingyan, a native of Zhoujia village, once an outer disciple of the Chuanjin sect." The listeners were taken aback. Chuanjin? Wu Gu furrowed her brow. Chuanjin is one of the 6 great sects of Taoism. How could they engage in such despicable acts? The elder's face, lined with deep wrinkles, contorted into a sinister smile. Indeed, Chuanjin is a venerable sect, known for its integrity. I have brought shame upon my sect. However, I had no choice. I lacked the talent for cultivation. I entered Chuanjin at 6 and spent 13 years as an outer disciple. Yet I could not even reach the first layer of qi condensation, let alone enter the inner sect. Ultimately, I was sent back to my hometown, becoming the village chief of Zhoujia. With his cane as support, he hunched over, his eyes reflecting nostalgia as he recounted. I vaguely remember, before leaving Chuanjin, a senior at the chores department told me that people like me, devoid of talent, are as foolish as pigs by nature. We should accept our fate and not covet the path to immortality. Waiting in silence for death back in the countryside is the best outcome. Lin Xiaolu furrowed her brow at these words, suddenly reminded of her own situation. In the courtyard, the elder laughed heartily and continued. I once heard tales of ordinary individuals in the divine land, without talent, who stumbled upon great opportunities and soared to unimaginable heights, making those who once looked down upon them, those who considered themselves extraordinarily gifted, realize how blind they truly were. Coincidentally, I have encountered such an opportunity myself. I inadvertently acquired a spiritual technique known as the corpse demon method. Tell me, how could I possibly turn down such a rare chance? At this point, Shangwan Shilu, losing interest, interjected impatiently. So you resorted to creating zombies? Can you hasten your farewell? I am eager to put an end to you. The elder paid her little mind and continued reminiscing. Counting this year, I have served as the village chief of Zhoujia for precisely 60 years. During this time, in pursuit of immortality, I have utilized the villagers to practice the corpse demon method, subtly influencing their thoughts, administering corpse poison, compelling them to harm women. Until just a few days ago, I finally succeeded. 60 years. In my quest for immortality, I have sacrificed over 1,000 women, accumulating a profound resentment capable of darkening the heavens. Truly, it has been a laborious endeavor. He spoke with a proud admiration, as if moved by his own perseverance and determination. What is the corpse demon method? Wu Gu inquired, her brow still furrowed. It is a secret technique that defies fate. The elder explained with a smile. Humans have their paths, and ghosts have theirs. The corpse demon method involves transforming oneself into a zombie and enslaving malevolent spirits within one's body, thus achieving the secret of immortality. Upon concluding his words, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the 4 individuals and the lone duck before him. As cultivators, we must honor our commitments. I, an old man, have declared that you cannot leave this village, and I shall ensure that my word is upheld. With a chilling intonation, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted abruptly. His form ascended slowly into the air, while not far away, from the depths of the woman river, countless vengeful spirits of tormented female ghosts emerged, twisting together to form a colossal, spiraling wave of darkness that surged across the sky, entering the elder's head in a relentless torrent. The onlookers stood frozen in terror, witnessing the ghastly apparitions transform into faces of extreme malice, their howls, curses, screams, and cries of despair amalgamating into a harrowing symphony, continuously funneling into the elder's mind. Soon after, the villagers, unbeknownst to them, began to emerge from their humble abodes, their expressions blank and their gazes vacant, instinctively producing wails of horror as they too were drawn into the elder's being. In a state of shock, Lin Xiaolu suddenly noticed Zhuangzi soaring towards the elder's body, and he quickly grasped the boy's leg to prevent him from being consumed. It was at this moment that the truth dawned upon them all. The villagers had long been half dead, half living, oblivious to their own plight. The female spirits from the river were ensnared by the elder's sinister sorcery, and now he was merging these wraiths and zombies into himself, seeking to attain immortality. Lin Xiaolu, clutching Zhuangzi's leg tightly, felt an overwhelming force pulling him, nearly rendering him incapable of holding on. In midair, the elder absorbed thousands of female ghosts, while his frail body was replenished by the blood and flesh of the villagers. Yet he maintained the facade of a benevolent elder, looking down with a condescending smile, proclaiming, "Zombies possess a corporeal form, but lack a soul. Vengeful spirits possess a soul, but lack a corporeal form. The union of the two yields the essence of corpse ghosts. The path to immortality has never been singular. While those who cultivate the Tao seize the essence of heaven and earth, I shall harvest the life force and resentment of the masses to forge my own eternal path." "How dare you?" Lin Xiaolu retorted vehemently, his teeth clenched in fury. In his struggle to hold on to Zhuangzi, His muscles bulged, exerting every ounce of strength. Yet he found himself unable to maintain his grip, his short legs sinking into the earth. Amidst the cacophony of anguished wails from the restless spirits, the elder laughed heartily at the sight of Lin Xiaolu desperately clinging to Zhuangzi. I only seek immortality. Whether as a human, a ghost, or a corpse, I care not. So long as I do not perish, I shall embrace whatever form. Why don't you turn into excrement instead? Lin Xiaolu's face flushed crimson as he strained with all his might to pull Zhuangzi, shouting fiercely, Zhuangzi, do not fear. You have joined the benevolent alliance. Your elder brother will protect you. No sooner had he spoken than Zhuangzi, who had been wailing continuously, suddenly ceased his cries. Blinking his reddened eyes and gazing at Lin Xiaolu, who was desperately trying to save him. Little dear, I miss my mother. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback, his grip on the tether subconsciously loosening. Lin Xiaolu, this child has become half human, half corpse. There is no hope left. Shangguan Pomegranate's tone was laden with helplessness. She understood the intricacies of cultivation and recognized that this secret technique, prepared over the course of 60 years, once fully activated, could not be halted. At least, with their limited strength, they were powerless to reverse the situation. When the tether's father hid his wife away, it indicated that he once harbored thoughts of resistance or possessed a formidable will. Yet, as an ordinary mortal, he ultimately fell prey to the old fiend's discovery, leading to the uncontrollable killing of his own wife. Over the span of a full 60 years, the corpse poison within the villagers had permeated to their very marrow, and their twisted thoughts had taken deep root, rendering any prevention futile. Little dear, let go. I want to embrace my mother like I did when I was young. The boy, Zhuangzi, revealed a pure, innocent smile, turning to Lin Xiaolu, who was exerting himself to save him. Thank you, little dear, for playing with me by the river this afternoon and teaching me martial arts. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. Lin Xiaolu bit his lip in silence, his eyes reddening. In the end, he could no longer hold on, watching helplessly as 10-year-old Zhuangzi flew from his grasp, diving headlong into the old man's body. From that moment on, all living beings in Zhoujia village were completely transformed into zombies, absorbed by the elder. Over 1,000 vengeful spirits from the woman river were also consumed. The elder's so-called fortune, the corpse ghost technique he had meticulously prepared for 60 years, had finally come to fruition. Under the pitch-black night, Shangguan Pomegranate observed the benevolent elder descending from the sky, her demeanor unexpectedly serious, her brows knitted tightly. This old monster, in a single night, has transformed from a low-level cultivator with barely any spiritual energy into an entity nearing the core formation stage. At this moment, the elder took a deep, satisfying breath, cast aside his cane, and his white hair swiftly darkened. His hunched form straightened, transforming within 3 breaths into a dignified middle-aged man. He then looked at the several youths before him, a jubilant smile spreading across his face. At last, I have achieved immortality. With fortune and my own efforts combined, I have reaped the rewards of my labor. Heaven is truly fair. With effort comes reward. After speaking, he turned to the young monk clad in white robes. Smiling broadly, young master, as a practitioner of the monastic life, with profound Buddhist teachings, can you answer an inquiry of mine? The monk, with a stoic expression, silently joined his palms together. Please, old benefactor, speak. The elder's smile carried a hint of mockery as he asked, within me, there are now over 1,000 vengeful spirits who met untimely deaths, their resentment palpable. Moreover, the essence and flesh of hundreds of villagers from Zhoujia village have nourished my body. Young master, with so many departed souls, can you, as a monk, ferry them across? The monk pondered for a moment before shaking his head. This humble monk is currently limited by age and cannot assist the old benefactor at this time. Upon hearing this, the elder's smile grew even more smug. However, at that moment, Wuku suddenly spoke again, his tone measured and deliberate. Though I am unable to guide the venerable elder, there are others who can. Oh, who could possibly assist me? Inquired the old man. It is the young fawn, Wuku replied. No sooner had he spoken than the elder beheld a youth spring forth from behind Wuku, wielding a formidable bronze blade measuring 4 meters in length, striking fiercely towards him. Chapter 153. The enraged Lin Xiaolu with a resounding crash. The soil of the courtyard was torn open by the immense Gung bronze artifact, creating a vast chasm. Lin Xiaolu, having shed her burdens, missed her strike, but without hesitation launched a fierce kick at the elder soaring above, propelling the 80,000 gene bronze artifact into the air. The elder, hovering high, gazed at the incoming bronze blade with a derisive laugh. With a mere gesture, he summoned a black sphere adorned with ghastly visages, unleashing it with a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that knocked the colossal Gung bronze artifact down. As the elder prepared to strike again, the agile Shangwan pomegranate suddenly leapt into action. Her delicate embroidered shoes shimmered with golden light, allowing her to ascend into the air. In one hand, she wielded a crimson dagger, while in the other, she held a pale blue circular mirror. Golden armor enveloped her, and a massive illusory green serpent coiled around her form. The elder, who had initially intended to mock Lin Xiaolu's audacity, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Shangwan pomegranate. What in the world is this? So many magical artifacts? In the next moment, the two faced each other in midair, the swirling black, ghostly energy and vibrant lights illuminating the dark night. Below, an infuriated Lin Xiaolu shouted at Shangwan pomegranate, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the elder. "Butterfly, I can't reach him. Bring him down so I can strike." Amidst the nocturnal chaos, the waves generated by the fierce skirmish between Shangwan pomegranate and the elder shattered the surrounding rural homes into ruins. She exerted every ounce of her strength, wielding her treasures against the elder while urgently exclaiming, "What can I do? My artifacts are either for offense or defense. The only flying artifact I possess are these cloud-treading boots on my feet. You'll have to think of something else." With that, she discarded the damaged spiritual artifact and retrieved a small flag from her necklace, soaring once more towards the elder. Lin Xiaolu, unable to fly, paced anxiously beneath. Desperate for a solution, just as hope seemed lost, he spotted a well in the courtyard, next to which lay a thick hemp rope used for drawing water. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. "Huh!" With a youthful exclamation, Shangwan pomegranate waved her small flag, releasing a flurry of fiery birds that soared towards the elder. Yet the elder, having absorbed over 1,000 vengeful spirits, stood unyielding, his body manifesting a multitude of resentful specters, forming a colossal sphere composed of countless female faces that shielded him from the fiery assault. In their aerial clash, various techniques were employed. The elder, whose cultivation neared the golden core stage, relentlessly pressured Shangwan pomegranate, forcing her into retreat after several exchanges. "You possess quite an array of magical artifacts. You must be of noble lineage. Perfect. I have grown weary of your kind, the proud children of heaven." With that, he twisted his form and launched towards Shangwan pomegranate with a sinister grin. Already appearing fatigued, Shangwan pomegranate's face paled in fear as she hurriedly prepared to produce another artifact for defense. Just as the elder was mere inches from her, a sudden sound of breaking air erupted from below. On the ground, Lin Xiaolu clutched a thick hemp rope several meters long in his left hand. After a furious sprint, his short legs propelled him with astonishing force, shattering the earth beneath him. In an impressive leap, he soared 5 to 6 meters into the air. With a swift motion, he swung the hemp rope towards the elder, who was caught off guard as it swiftly wrapped around his ankle. "Who told you to fly? Come down," the young boy bellowed, yanking with tremendous strength. The rope snapped, but it also yanked the elder down from the sky. In the next instant, Lin Xiaolu crashed to the ground alongside the elder. Without hesitation, he charged at the elder with his blade, determined to deny him any chance of escape, and swung his weapon in a horizontal arc clang. Though the elder was shrouded in a dark sphere adorned with countless female faces, he could not withstand the boy's overwhelming might and was sent hurtling away by the force of the strike. He collided violently with a farmhouse, demolishing it entirely, and was then propelled through the debris, scattering dust and rubble for several meters before landing with a backward flip, kneeling in the field as he slid backwards, carving a trench several meters long in the earth. The sheer power of that blow left everyone present in awe. Lin Xiaolu turned to the innocent Jiang Ning behind him and urged, "You too, step back. Don't get hurt." Jiang Ning nodded shyly, her gaze filled with concern as she warned him, "Don't overexert yourself. If you can't win, just run." "Run?" Lin Xiaolu scoffed, dragging the heavy bronze artifact behind him. "This old man has done so much evil and harmed countless people. If I don't take his life today, I would be failing my new little brother, Xuanzi." With that, he dragged the elongated bronze artifact, screaming furiously as he charged towards the elder. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu was genuinely intent on eliminating the wicked old man. He barreled into the farmhouse he had just demolished, and with a resounding crash, he shattered the already crumbling earthen wall with his head, dragging the bronze artifact behind him, enveloped in a cloud of dust as he charged into the fields, racing directly towards the elder with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, Shangwan pomegranate dove from the sky towards the elder. In the boundless emerald fields, the elder observed the small child flying above and the one sprinting below, astonished by their power. Suddenly, he raised his hand, a vengeful eye emerging from his palm. In the next moment, countless waves of dark energy erupted like a torrential rain of arrows from the eye, hurtling towards the approaching Lin Xiaolu. "Old fool, your arrogance is laughable." Lin Xiaolu shouted furiously at the elder, releasing the dark energy. "Eat dirt." He swiftly grabbed 3 bronze rings from the artifact, positioning the entire blade diagonally in front of him, akin to wielding a massive rectangular shield. As he continued his relentless charge, the torrent of black energy surged forth. It was entirely thwarted by the indomitable De Gung bronze artifact. Lin Xiaolu, with her petite legs, darted forward with remarkable speed, braving the dense waves of darkness as she charged relentlessly through the tumultuous terrain, dust swirling around her in an uncontrollable frenzy. In the sky above, Shangwan pomegranate soared, wielding a broken blade artifact that sliced through the air, ultimately leading to a cataclysmic collision in the fields below. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated, its shockwave rippling outward, causing Jiangning and Wuku in the distance to cover their ears. The collision shook the earth across thousands of acres, a fierce wind howling as fertile fields shattered. Whether it was Shangwan pomegranate, Lin Xiaolu, or the elder, all were propelled several dozen meters away by the overwhelming force, their bodies resembling 3 arrows that carved straight furrows into the verdant fields, soil scattering and rice stalks flying. As the clash subsided, the elder found himself lying in a muddy pit he had created, clutching his aching chest in astonishment at the prowess of these 2 youngsters. He had presumed that among them, only Shangwan pomegranate and the young monk were cultivators, and merely at the 2nd or 3rd tier of qi condensation. He never anticipated that the strongest would be Lin Xiaolu, a mere mortal. Just as he prepared to rise, a sudden roar erupted from the distance, a young boy's furious voice cutting through the air. "You old bastard! Today, you will kneel and bow before me, acknowledging me as your grandfather, or I will slay you." "Ah, you old fool!" The elder, still catching his breath, gazed at the boy charging towards him with bewilderment, pondering the child's sanity. Though he had taken many lives, this boy was not among them. Why such fervor? Meanwhile, Shangwan pomegranate, also sprawled in the muddy pit, wore a perplexed expression. Her face was smeared with mud and green rice stalks as she sat up from the mire, observing the boy sprinting towards the elder with a knife in hand. She spat out a mouthful of mud in confusion. Was Lin Xiaolu not affected? Surely he had been hurled away by the earlier impact just as she had. Though his physique was robust, she had her protective artifact and still felt considerable pain. How could he, like a rampaging bull, charge back without a moment's respite? Chapter 154. Great goodness, does Lin Xiaolu feel pain? Certainly. Yet, this slight discomfort is nothing in comparison. He endured the torment of slow slicing for over a month without faltering, rendering this pain trivial in his eyes. In this moment, filled with fury, Lin Xiaolu rushed towards the elder, wielding the massive bronze weapon, devoid of any idle chatter, and commenced his assault. The enormous bronze tool danced in his hands like a mighty pillar, delivering blow after blow, akin to a torrential waterfall cascading from above. Relentless in its onslaught upon the elder's barrier, forcing the venerable figure, whose cultivation was perilously close to the golden core stage, to retreat repeatedly. Look at the blade. Strike with the elbow. Look again. Block and smash. Once more, behold the blade. Slice and chop. Lin Xiaolu shouted with fervor, employing both fists and feet in his relentless attack, completely forsaking his own defense. He engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the elder, his eyes wide with rage as he bellowed, "You must relinquish the lives of those mortals to me. How dare you?" In the fields, the enraged youth raised the colossal bronze blade, slashing with fury, causing the elder's barrier to crack ominously, teetering on the brink of collapse. The elder, thoroughly flustered, found himself battered and bruised by the reckless youth before him. After fending off several strikes, he dared not engage further with this ancient beast of a child and attempted to flee. However, Just as he took to the air, the furious Lin Xiaolu seized his ankle, dragging him back down to the ground. "Fly, my foot!" The youth, in a fit of rage, yanked the elder down and slammed him onto the earth, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. He roared, lifting the elder by his leg, smashing him from left to right, then from right to left, creating a cacophony in the surrounding fields, as dirt flew and the ground sank beneath the relentless assault. Finally, he raised his weapon once more, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the elder's head, granting him no respite, driving him deeper into the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding metallic clashes of the bronze weapon against the elder's barrier echoed thunderously, each impact deafening, sending shivers of fear through the distant Su Guan pomegranate. Goodness gracious, it seems my assistance is unnecessary. This fellow's full power is astonishing. It appears he held back during our last encounter, mused Su Guan pomegranate. In the distance, Jiang Ning watched in utter astonishment, completely taken aback by Lin Xiaolu's ferocity. The current Lin Xiaolu appeared fierce and intimidating. Lin Xiaolu truly is a gentle soul, remarked Wu Gu, his hands clasped in prayer, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Jiang Ning shot him a quizzical look, exclaiming, "Where's the gentleness in this? I fail to see it." Wu Gu smiled slightly. "Ah, Jiang, you may not realize, but to harbor compassion for the suffering of the innocent, this is the essence of Buddhism. And to be consumed by righteous fury to prevent the innocent from meeting a tragic fate, this is the way." Yet the young fawn, for the sake of unrelated individuals, is willing to risk its own life, exerting every effort to ensure that the wicked bear the consequences. "Jiang, do you know what this signifies?" Jiang Ning paused momentarily at the words, remaining silent. To speak frankly, she felt it rather foolish to sacrifice one's life for those who do not concern oneself. Although the fawn's actions were indeed commendable, and perhaps the world could benefit from more individuals like it, the education she received from a young age led her to view such selflessness as somewhat imprudent. Beside her, Wu Gu, noticing her silence, smiled and was about to speak, when the attentive Shui Shuiya, who had been observing the battle, suddenly spoke with a calm demeanor. "The world recognizes only the four philosophies of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic thought, yet remains unaware of another philosophy. One that was once recorded in ancient texts, but has since vanished from the annals of history." Jiang Ning looked at Shui Shuiya with curiosity, asking, "What philosophy?" The serene Shui Shuiya gazed into the distance at the furious youth, brandishing his sword toward the heavens, his eyes lost in contemplation for a long while, before finally articulating a single word: chivalry. "Little child, you seek death." Under the relentless strikes of the great gung bronze weapon, the elder was thoroughly enraged, sinking into the ground as he raised his hand, unleashing a multitude of vengeful spirits, their wails piercing the air, desperately resisting the blade descending upon Lin Xiaolu. Over 1,000 vengeful spirits seemed to envelop Lin Xiaolu, frantically gnawing at his body, attempting to thwart the force of his blade. Yet, Lin Xiaolu remained unfazed, resolutely pressing down on the massive great gung bronze weapon without yielding, his arms bulging with veins. As the multitude of vengeful spirits struggled to withstand the youth's blade, the elder, in utter panic, exclaimed, "Little child, I shall allow you to leave. We are strangers, and you need not engage in a mutually destructive battle for the sake of those commoners. They are but mortals. You have your own path, and I have my own. Let us each take a step back. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu, amidst his exertion, scoffed, seemingly indifferent to his body being ravaged by the surrounding spirits. Observing that he could not bring the great gung bronze weapon down, he unhesitatingly lifted one of his short legs and forcefully stomped on the back of the blade. Crack! With both hands wielding the sword downward and his foot pressing firmly on the blade's back, the ground once more sank, and the circular shield composed of countless female faces began to shatter inch by inch. The massive bronze blade descended several more inches, directly poised above the elder's head. "You wicked old man. You have committed numerous atrocities, harmed innocent lives, slaughtered the defenseless, and turned mortals into zombies. The heavens are enraged. Today, if the heavens do not obliterate you, I shall." With these words, filled with gravitas, the youth leaned forward, his small legs firmly pressing down on the blade, and with a sudden surge of strength, he shattered the shield and struck the elder's head, blood gushing forth in a torrent. "I am not in the wrong." The elderly man, His head, drenched in blood, glared with defiance. His voice hoarse as he roared. I merely wish to demonstrate to those who scorn me that through my own efforts and fortuitous circumstances, I could surpass the so-called prodigies. I yearn for immortality, for the path of cultivation. I have toiled for an entire generation. How dare you, a mere child, shatter my dreams? That aspiration has been my lifelong pursuit. I sought merely to prove to the lofty geniuses that with diligence and seizing opportunities, even without innate talent, one can achieve what those endowed with genius can accomplish and attain eternal life. You should not take my life. Hearing these somewhat familiar words, the furious youth momentarily faltered, the towering rage in his eyes gradually subsiding. Yet, moments later, his condescending gaze returned to the unwilling elder, a glimmer of resolve flashing within. In your next life, eat less excrement. It will harm your stomach. The elder responded with confusion. With a swift motion, the great gung bronze weapon descended with all its might, accompanied by a faint sound, as the elder's skull shattered, cleaved in twain by a single strike. The elder was dead. In the boundless verdant fields, the wounded youth stood silently. Jiang Ning, Shengwan Pomegranate, and Wugo had just begun to approach, inquiring about Lin Xiaolu's well-being, when they witnessed ghostly female spirits emerging from the elder's split head, ascending into the air and silently kneeling before the knife-wielding youth. Over 1,000 female ghosts knelt in unison before the young man, an eerie yet magnificent spectacle that moved all onlookers. Wugo, with hands clasped in prayer, gently remarked, 1,000 ghosts in reverence, truly a manifestation of compassionate six paths. Little dear, you have performed a great kindness. Lin Xiaolu, grasping the blade, regarded the bowing spirits with astonishment, watching as they gradually dissipated. He noticed Zhuangzi, the young subordinate he had recently taken under his wing, beside a fair woman, smiling and waving at him before they vanished together. Though Zhuangzi had transformed into a ghost and could no longer speak, he appeared quite joyful, surely thinking of his elder brother in some corner of this world. This thought brought a smile of delight to the youth's face. As all the female spirits vanished, the endless darkness above finally lifted, and the long-missed sunlight poured down once more, illuminating the sin-laden earth as if cleansing the blood-soaked history of the land. At last, the youth gazed down at the lifeless body of the elder and, with an impassive expression, spoke, You, burdened with such profound sins, may as well descend to hell and partake in your just deserts. As for the proof you sought, I shall undertake that task for you. Chapter 155. I want to eat 3 days later, under the enchanting night sky of a bustling city. An elderly man clad in a short coat performed a shadow play by the lively riverside alongside his wife and son. This was a cherished family craft, particularly renowned for its renditions of the classic tales from the Yuan dynasty, especially the General of the White River. At this moment, the old man skillfully manipulated several shadow puppets, while his wife and son provided the accompanying vocals and sound effects. Their performance was so captivating, and the craftsmanship of the puppets so exquisite, that a gathering of children squatting before the white curtain gasped in awe. Among these children was a strikingly handsome young boy, accompanied by a rather peculiar companion, a duck. Brother, how could you throw away that corpse-dispelling technique the old man found at home into the river? Such a waste. The duck lamented, observing the boy who was clapping and cheering enthusiastically. That technique, while certainly sinister, contained some valuable insights. It was a stroke of fortune. The boy, engrossed in the shadow play, scoffed in response. What is so remarkable about fortune? That thing has harmed so many people. Let it be reborn alongside those innocent souls. Just then, the shadow play reached a thrilling climax, prompting the boy to cheer loudly, his small hands clapping in excitement. His face flushed with joy. Shortly thereafter, the heart-stirring, lifelike performance of the General of the White River concluded, leaving the boy yearning for more. Just as he was about to urge the old man for another performance, a melodious voice called from behind. Lin Xiaolu, come and see how beautiful the new clothes Miss and Jiang Ning bought are. Yes, they look great. Good job, Grandpa. Do it again. Seeing Lin Xiaolu utterly absorbed in the shadow play, Shengwan Pomegranate's frustration boiled over. She angrily lifted her short leg and kicked the boy's backside. Kick! On the bustling street. Shengwan Pomegranate, dressed in a pristine white skirt, cradled her sore foot and inhaled sharply, tears welling in her eyes. How can he be so tough? Is his backside made of stone? Nearby, Jiang Ning and Wuku witnessed the scene and struggled to contain their laughter, their faces contorted in suppressed glee. Having departed from Zhou village 3 days prior, this small entourage escorting the Tang princess had arrived in the most vibrant city of Yuan, Danyang, just in time to hear of the Lantern Festival taking place that night. The group of young people decided to enjoy the evening there. At this moment, the riverside street was alive with a continuous flow of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, merchants and pedestrians, their laughter and chatter blending harmoniously with the vendors' calls, painting the night in vibrant hues. Shangwan Pomegranate insisted on dragging Lin Xiaolu away, but he stubbornly resisted. Eventually, she resorted to tugging at his trousers, and in the end, Lin Xiaolu reluctantly joined her and the others for shopping. I heard that at the hour of the pig tonight, the city will release lanterns. Let us buy a few to set free. Absolutely. When the sky is filled with lanterns, it will surely be a magnificent sight. The two girls, Shangwan Shilu and Jiang Ning, chattered animatedly as they traversed through the bustling crowd, their laughter ringing sweetly in the air while they discussed their forthcoming plans. In stark contrast, Lin Xiaolu, who held no interest in the lantern release, wore a countenance marked by indignation. Writing down wishes to place inside the lanterns felt reminiscent of the time he had participated in the Festival of Floating Lanterns in Diyue, an experience he had already indulged in once, leaving him utterly disinterested. As he ambled along, aimlessly surveying his surroundings, he soon spotted a brilliantly lit and opulent tavern ahead. The outdoor terrace on the second floor, along with the area before its entrance, was crowded with numerous enchanting women, each beckoning passers-by to come inside and rest. Lin Xiaolu's curiosity piqued. He wondered why this tavern bore such a striking resemblance to the famed Miaoyu Fong. Blinking rapidly, a mischievous smile crept across his face as he leaned towards Wugo and asked, "Wugo, do you have any idea what lies ahead?" Wugo gazed at the tavern with intrigue, then shook his head in bewilderment. "The little monk does not know." "Heh, my brother shall soon show you the world," Lin Xiaolu replied with a cheeky grin. "Shopping with girls is hardly entertaining. We ought to seek our own fun. Don't you agree?" Wugo appeared perplexed and hesitated, uttering a tentative, but before being interrupted by a playful slap on his thigh from Shuai Shuaiya, who scoffed, "What do you mean but? Little monk, you should learn from my brother. Is there a future in strolling with girls?" "Indeed, indeed." Lin Xiaolu nodded vigorously. "We are no longer children. It is time to engage in matters befitting adults." Yet, Wugo remained somewhat hesitant. He glanced at the scantily clad women, his face flushing as he remarked, "Xiaolu, Shuai Shuaiya, these women are dressed in peculiar attire, their smiles rather alluring. They may be wicked individuals. Precisely why you must help them." Shuai Shuaiya urged nonchalantly. "Did not the Buddha say, if you do not enter hell, who will?" Wugo interjected, "That is not what the Buddha said. It originates from the K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva's fundamental vows." He explained with utmost seriousness. All right. K-Itagarbha is K-Itagarbha. Little monk, my brother and I are off to save those women ensnared in suffering. Will you not join us?" Wugo hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Shuai Shuaiya makes a valid point. The little monk is willing to assist them. With that, he prepared to greet Jiang Ning and Shangwan Shilu, but Lin Xiaolu, quick as a flash, covered Wugo's mouth while the two girls were engrossed in conversation, hoisting him over his shoulder and sprinting away. Shuai Shuaiya followed closely, wings unfurled, neck stretched forward, and webbed feet pattering away. What a jest! If he were to confide in Jiang Ning and the butterfly girl, there would be no fun left for him. In the streets, many onlookers witnessed the peculiar scene. A small acolyte swiftly carrying a blushing little monk, trailed by a serious-looking duckling. Before long, the trio, consisting of 2 young men and a duck, arrived at the opulent establishment known as the Yangchun Baishua building. Observing the delectable delicacies displayed at the entrance, Lin Xiaolu's face lit up with excitement. "Little monk, tonight marks the moment we prove ourselves. Summon your courage. Embrace your compassion. Let us indulge them wholeheartedly." Upon hearing these words, Wugo wore a peculiar expression, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate his thoughts. After a brief moment, he could only nod resignedly. "The little monk shall do his utmost." "Ha, splendid." Lin Xiaolu clapped him on the shoulder and strode confidently into the Yangchun Baishua building, accompanied by his dashing duck. The duo, one a Taoist and the other a monk, immediately drew the attention of numerous female patrons, prompting a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. Moments later, Two young men arrived at the entrance, where a beautiful lady adorned in a vibrant crimson palace gown, holding a round fan, noticed them. Initially taken aback by their unusual attire, she soon approached them with a warm welcome. "Ah, greetings to you, young masters." Wugo felt his face flush as the heavily made-up woman addressed him, lowering his gaze in shyness. Lin Xiaolu, though equally flustered, managed to feign the demeanor of a regular patron, reassuring himself internally. "Lin Xiaolu, fear not. You visited such places at the tender age of 8. You are quite familiar with this ambience. Do not allow them to mock you, or it would be quite embarrassing." After bolstering his confidence, he boldly faced the enchanting lady, placed his hands on his hips, and exclaimed with great bravado, "I wish to dine." Chapter 156. The elegant spring snow tower. The beautiful woman, upon hearing the peculiar request, momentarily stiffened her signature smile. However, she quickly deduced that Lin Xiaolu, being a Taoist priest, felt bashful and was embarrassed to express such a desire in front of so many people. "Fear not, dear priest. Here, we shall ensure you are well fed," she said meaningfully. Then turned to Wugo and inquired with a cheerful smile, "Is this young master also here for a meal?" Wugo's face flushed to the point of nearly igniting. After a few moments of hesitance, he softly uttered, "I am here to guide souls." The girls around them erupted in laughter upon hearing this, and the beautiful woman was equally amused, turning to the two enchanting young ladies beside her with a smile. "Dongyue, Chunqin, please escort these two young masters to their room." "Of course, madam." "Young masters, please follow us," they chirped excitedly, leading Lin Xiaolu and Wugo into the opulent establishment. As they traversed the grand staircase, it wasn't too long before each young man was ushered to a warm room by the young ladies. Lin Xiaolu called out to Wugo, "Wugo, do your best to guide her." Wugo responded earnestly, "Fear not, Xiaolu. I shall exert all my efforts." Their exchange elicited more laughter from the two young ladies. Subsequently, Lin Xiaolu followed the girl named Chunqin into the room, which was tastefully decorated, and the table was already laden with delicacies. Without uttering a word, Lin Xiaolu, captivated by the feast before him, began to indulge heartily alongside his companion, Shui Shuiya. Noticing Lin Xiaolu's enthusiasm, Chunqin smiled gently. "Is this your first visit, dear priest? Would you like me to massage your shoulders?" "No need. Do you possess any talents?" Lin Xiaolu inquired, holding a chicken leg in one hand while chewing. "In response to your esteemed inquiry, I have been trained in poetry, music, and various arts since childhood," she replied. "Impressive. Then please perform a somersault for me," Lin Xiaolu suggested, cheeks puffed out with delight. At this, Shui Shuiya, who was enjoying some garlic shrimp, immediately raised his head, looking at Lin Xiaolu with incredulity. "Aren't we here for other pursuits? What is a somersault?" Chunqin, taken aback by the request, stood frozen in surprise. Meanwhile, the shy Wugo entered the room with Dongyue, still trying to gather his thoughts when the scantily clad Dongyue approached to remove his garments. Wugo, startled, quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Please, dear lady, hold on." Dongyue chuckled, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, and teasingly remarked, "Dear master, there's no need to be anxious. You seem to be a novice here. I will take good care of you. There's no need for that. I am here to guide you, dear lady." Upon hearing this, Dongyue paused for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter, filling the room with her melodious giggles. "How delightful. I didn't expect you to be so amusing." She laughed for a while, then poured herself a glass of wine. After drinking, she sat on the pink bed, her eyes sparkling seductively as she softly murmured, "Little master, how will you guide me?" Wugu pondered for a moment before responding, "Please sit cross-legged, my lady. I shall come to guide you." Meanwhile, in Lin Xiaolu's room, as she munched on a chicken leg, she urged the tumbling Chunqin before her, "Faster, faster. You're not even creating a breeze. Go quicker." Shui Shuiya, watching from the side, felt utterly distressed, cursing himself for having such a foolish brother who squandered opportunities. At that moment, he comprehended that his brother had no real understanding of the nature of brothels. His only impression stemmed from a childhood experience of being misled into one, nearly becoming a victim, which left him with a vague notion that courtesans needed to master various skills to entertain guests. Thus, he genuinely sought a courtesan for amusement, wanting her to perform acrobatics for his entertainment. Moreover, his reason for bringing Wugu along was simply because he felt that playing alone was dull and desired someone to share in the fun. Now, Shui Shui, you observed Lin Xiaolu earnestly instructing Chunqin on the techniques of tumbling, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, wishing he could just bang his head against the wall in despair. Your waist flexibility is quite good, but your strength is lacking. You can't sustain more than a few tumbles. This won't do. More practice is needed, Lin Xiaolu stated seriously. After several tumbles, Chunqin, drenched in sweat and breathless, collapsed onto the plush carpet, her face filled with exasperation. She looked up at Lin Xiaolu with a charming pout and said, "Taoist, let us get down to business. I'm so tired. There's no rush. I had a few bowls of cold dessert before coming here, so I'm not very hungry." The youth, equating getting down to business with eating, proposed, "How about this? I'll demonstrate a few tumbles for you. Remember the key movements, as I will test you afterward." Without waiting for Chunqin to object, he began tumbling around the room, exclaiming gleefully, "How about that? Impressive, right? Just asking if it's impressive. This is what tumbling is all about." In another warm room, Wugu gently explained Buddhist principles to the bewildered Dongyue, who sat cross-legged on the bed, her expression one of despair. Wugu patiently elucidated. This saying means that if one recognizes these illusions, they will naturally fade away without the need for cultivation. However, if one clings to them, even knowing they are illusions, one must strive to cultivate. Afterward, with sincere eyes, Wugu asked Dongyue, "My lady, have you comprehended this?" Dongyue gazed at the earnest little monk before her, her lips trembling slightly. After a while, silent tears streamed down her cheeks. What kind of guest is this? Truly a calamity. Upon witnessing her tears, Wugu immediately assumed that she was profoundly moved by the great compassion of the Buddha's teachings. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming sense of solace and praised, "Esteemed benefactor, you possess remarkable wisdom. Now, I shall formally expound upon the Sutra of the Profound Transformation, guiding you away from the ocean of suffering." Upon hearing these words, Dongyue's fragile nerves finally succumbed, and she shattered completely. "Excuse me, have you seen a young Taoist priest? A little monk and a small duck? Oh, I apologize for the interruption. Excuse me, have you seen a young Taoist priest, a little monk, and a small duck? Oh, I apologize for the interruption." Amidst the bustling street filled with people, Jiang Ning anxiously inquired about the whereabouts of Lin Xiaolu and Wugu, her delicate face etched with worry. Beside her, the indignant Shagwa Pomegranate, with her hair styled in two playful buns, crossed her arms and huffed. "Those two must be off having some mischievous fun, deliberately leaving us behind. How infuriating. How could that be?" Jiang Ning grasped Shagwa Pomegranate's dainty arm and smiled. Although Xiaolu can be a bit whimsical, she is merely playful at most. What mischief could she possibly engage in? With that, she resumed her anxious inquiries to the passing pedestrians about the two youths. Before long, a vendor from a pastry stall revealed that he had indeed seen Lin Xiaolu and Wugu. "Are the young Taoist and the little monk quite small? Perhaps around 12 or 13 years old?" "Yes, sir." "Have you seen where they went?" Jiang Ning asked eagerly. The vendor, busy wrapping pastries, gestured towards a splendidly adorned restaurant in the distance. "Indeed, I saw them just moments ago. They both entered the Yangchun Baishua building." At 14, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. What manner of establishment was the Yangchun Baishua building? Chapter 157. Lighting the lantern on a serene night, at the hour of the pig. Lin Xiaolu and Wugu emerged from their respective chambers almost simultaneously. They exchanged a knowing smile, their faces radiating the warmth of spring and an air of nonchalance. The young lady in my room had already mastered the various techniques of acrobatics, while I had indulged in an abundance of delectable treats, reveling in sheer delight. The lady in the young monk's room had also begun to grasp the profound intricacies of the Sutra of Rigor, experiencing a personal transcendence that was evident in her tearful eyes, reflecting her yearning for the Dharma. The little Taoist and the young monk joyfully shared their experiences, culminating in a jubilant clap of hands. Huzzah! As they descended the staircase, a beautiful woman along with other ladies greeted them with cheerful smiles. "Are the two young masters departing? Do remember to visit again. Next time, I shall serve you." Lin Xiaolu handed over a gold ingot as payment, grinning at the gathering of charming women. "Very well. Should fate allow, I shall return to enjoy your company. Dear ladies, in the future, if destiny permits, this monk shall return to guide you." The two young companions strolled together, exchanging laughter amidst the enchanting melodies of the captivating ladies as they exited the hall of spring snow. Yet, as they stepped beyond the threshold, they were met by two striking figures awaiting them outside. One was Jiang Ning, her brows furrowed and lips pressed together, while the other was Shangwan Pomegranate, sporting a mischievous grin, arms crossed. The two women regarded the boys emerging from the floral throng with varied expressions. Upon seeing them, Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter and approaching. "What brings you two here?" It was quite the amusement inside. "Indeed, what you say holds true. Dear Xiaolu, the ladies here possess remarkable wisdom, and I found great joy in guiding them," the young monk added. On the bustling street, Jiang Ning, clad in a simple azure skirt, glanced at Wu Guo and then at the rosy-cheeked Lin Xiaolu, her tone imbued with a hint of chill. The two young heroes certainly have refined tastes. With that, she turned away, her demeanor cold. Lin Xiaolu, watching Jiang Ning's retreating figure, scratched his head in confusion. "What is up with Jiang?" he pondered aloud. Wu Guo, equally perplexed, inquired, "Is something amiss?" "Who knows?" Lin Xiaolu replied, bewildered. "Perhaps she is simply tired." Shangwan Pomegranate, eyeing the Navi duo with a crescent-eyed smirk, remarked, "You two truly are a perfect match. And you, Lin Xiaolu, how fortunate that Aining trusts you so much, insisting you are merely playful and up to no mischief. Who would have thought you'd take Wu Guo to indulge in such activities?" With a playful grin directed at Wu Guo, she added, "So, little monk, how does it feel to break your vows?" Wu Guo, utterly bewildered, replied, "Break my vows? I haven't done that." "Oh, but I distinctly saw you emerge from the brothel," she teased. "And yet you claim not to have broken your vows. A monk should not speak falsely." "He truly has not broken his vows," the handsome duck below interjected with a resigned expression, pouting as he explained. One was inside enjoying acrobatics from the courtesans, while the other was imparting Buddhist teachings. They never laid a finger on the courtesans. As soon as the words left Shui Ya's lips, Shangwan Shirlu was rendered speechless, gazing in bewilderment at Lin Xiaolu and Wu Guo, as if to inquire what extraordinary oddities they were. This evening in Yuanguo's Danyang was destined to be illuminated. From a lofty vantage point, one could behold an endless sea of lights, akin to fireflies in the darkness, albeit in a warm orange hue rather than the typical greenish glow. In a rather somber mood, Jiang Ning ascended to the rooftop of the inn, armed with a fire starter, a pen, and sheets of paper, along with a lantern resembling a fabric bag yet to be ignited. The inn they occupied was one of the more luxurious establishments in the city, boasting several stories that afforded a splendid view of the entire realm. At that moment, Jiang Ning was meticulously inscribing her wishes on a piece of paper, preparing to release the lantern alongside the inhabitants of the city. She pinned her desire for the restoration of her homeland, and after a moment of silence, she contemplated writing another wish. And Ning, before she could put pen to paper, an infuriating voice intruded from behind. Lin Xiaolu had somehow scampered up to the rooftop and stood beside her, wearing a puzzled expression. "Are you writing a wish?" "None of your business," Jiang Ning retorted, refusing to meet his gaze, her annoyance palpable. "I will release my lantern, and you may indulge in your pursuits at the brothel. We shall remain on separate paths." "Not a problem. I can enjoy watching you release your lantern while I frolic at the brothel," Lin Xiaolu replied nonchalantly, seating himself beside her and peering curiously at the paper and pen in her hands. "What wish are you writing?" "Please keep your distance," Jiang Ning snapped, wishing she could kick this shameless individual away, subtly shifting to create space between them. "And Ning, don't be so petty, otherwise, I could teach you how to do a somersault next time. But you seem to know how, considering your martial training," Lin Xiaolu added with a grin. "Jiang Ning." She turned to him with a look of confusion. "What somersault?" "I only teach the girls at the brothel how to do it. They are quite nice. Albeit lacking strength, they tire easily after only a few attempts." "You go to the brothel to teach others to somersault?" "Not at all. I initially wished to see the girls perform for me, but they were far too clumsy, so I had to step in and demonstrate patiently," Lin Xiaolu explained. Jiang Ning. After finishing his explanation, Lin Xiaolu glanced at the girl beside him, pouting as he complained. "The butterfly said that Wu Guo and I squander her money by visiting the brothel without attending to serious matters, yet she refuses to tell us what those serious matters are. It's infuriating." A sudden laugh escaped the girl, dispelling her earlier gloom. She shot him a glare, deftly sidestepping the unpleasant topic of the brothel, and handed him her paper and pen. "Xiaolu, join me in releasing the lantern. You should write a wish to place inside it." "Do I have to?" Lin Xiaolu languidly leaned against the eaves, propping himself up with his arms. In my childhood, I once indulged in such a game, crafting dozens of wishes. Yet none came to fruition, and the fearsome witch did not suffer from any ailment. Who is this witch? Inquired Jiang Ning, curiosity evident in her voice. Upon hearing this question, the young boy's expression morphed into one of profound indignation. She is the most ruthless woman in this world. Relishing in tormenting others and delighting in inflicting pain, devoid of humanity and utterly deranged. I wonder if she has met her end. Simultaneously, atop the majestic Amei, on the peak of Tongyao, within the Spirit Beast Valley, Tang Xian, while feeding the divine chickens, was suddenly seized by a sneeze. How peculiar, I have sneezed. Can one catch a cold at my level of cultivation? Tang Xian pondered, glancing around, only to find herself alone. Yet, inexplicably, a mischievous apparition of a young spirit flashed in her mind. Why do I keep thinking of that little rascal? I wonder how he is faring now, she murmured, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. On the rooftop of an inn, under Jiang Ning's relentless urging, Lin Xiaolu reluctantly acquiesced to the request to pen a wish. With grand enthusiasm, he inscribed a wish upon the paper. Jiang Ning leaned closer to catch a glimpse, but Lin Xiaolu swiftly covered it. You mustn't look, but I must. My wish is on that paper, and you've seen it. Jiang Ning protested, unwilling to relent. No, you cannot see it, Lin Xiaolu insisted. Tucking the paper into a basket beneath the sky lantern and then igniting it with a fire stick. Xiaolu, we haven't reached the designated time yet. Haha, being the first to release a sky lantern makes it much more likely for wishes to come true. The young boy chuckled as he lit the lantern, watching it gradually swell before gently pushing it from the eaves, observing it ascend into the night sky. Chapter 158. The celestial realm. The lanterns were illuminated by the flickering candlelight, casting an orange hue, resembling golden cylindrical forms that slowly ascended and drifted away. Shortly after the first lantern took flight, the auspicious hour for lighting the lanterns arrived. In an instant, the entire city was aglow with countless golden lanterns, each carrying the hopes and dreams of the people, rising into the night sky like radiant little spirits, illuminating the darkness. Witnessing this enchanting scene, Jiang Ning joyfully pulled Lin Xiaolu to her feet from the eaves, her gentle gaze reflecting the vast golden sea of lights before them. Wow, it's so beautiful. Xiaolu, when I become the empress of the Tang dynasty, I shall uphold this tradition, allowing my subjects to light lanterns on this day every year. Perched on the eaves of the inn, she marveled at the spectacular yet melancholic sight, momentarily forgetting all her troubles. Lin Xiaolu, gazing upward, fixated on the lantern he had ignited, which now soared above all others, reaching the highest point. In the past, while in Deyue, he had written dozens of wishes, yet none had come to fruition. This time, he had penned but one wish. Surely, it should come true. His wish was for Ning's dreams to be realized. After a while, the two companions sat side by side on the edge of the high eaves, swinging their legs and laughing as they admired the endless expanse of lanterns. The following morning, bright and early. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Lin Xiaolu cradled a bowl of noodles larger than his own head, shoveling the broth into his mouth with great enthusiasm, while his other hand wielded chopsticks, swiftly bringing noodles to his lips. With a loud clatter, he set down the bowl and, still yearning for more, bellowed, "Waiter, bring me 8 more bowls of beef noodles. Extra meat, extra scallions, extra garlic, and less noodles." Across from him, Shengwan Pomegranate, who was enjoying a red date rice dumpling, kicked him sharply. "Can you be a little more discreet? Aren't you embarrassed?" Lin Xiaolu, with a haughty lift of his chin, ignored her completely, eagerly accepting a heaping bowl of beef noodles and continuing his symphony of slurping sounds. Shengwan Pomegranate, exasperated, turned an annoyed gaze towards Jiang Ning, who was sipping her porridge. "And Ning, look at him. Aren't you going to say something?" Jiang Ning paused her eating, casting an affectionate glance at Lin Xiaolu, and smiled lightly. "What can I say? I can't let Xiaolu go hungry, can I?" Seated beside Lin Xiaolu, Wu Gu chuckled and added, "Though Xiaolu's appetite is considerable and his table manners rather crude, he is quite down to earth." "Exactly," the handsome duck, munching on a fried dough stick, mumbled, "Why should I be responsible for how my boss eats? If he needs something as he grows up, will you also manage that?" Shengwan Pomegranate, Wu Gu, Jiang Ning, Lin Xiaolu, slurp, slurp, slurp. Irritated by the retorts, Shangguan Pomegranate chose to ignore the trio and turned to Jiang Ning, inquiring, "We should be able to leave Yuan country in a couple of days, right in Ning? How far is it to your uncle's place after we exit Yuan country?" "Not far. We should reach it in about a month's journey," Jiang Ning replied. Jiang Ning rested his chin on his hand and smiled. "I will have my uncle treat everyone well when the time comes." "Haha, no need to be polite." Shangguan Shirlu had already regarded Jiang Ning as her close confidant, and with a spirited laugh, she remarked, "Our group has had quite a delightful time traveling together daily. It is nothing to fret over. Once we return, if your uncle cannot handle that youngest sect with the Quanalong Hongying, I shall personally incapacitate Lin Xiaolu and summon the great demon king, Li Mingru." At that moment, Lin Xiaolu, who was indulging in his noodles, paused. His expression one of bewilderment as he stared at her. Beside him, Wugo gazed at Shangguan Shirlu with curiosity and inquired, "Shangguan, the tales left by Xiaolu's master vary across regions, and his titles differ as well. Do all the demon sects in the southern wilderness refer to Li Mingru as the great demon king?" "Indeed," Shangguan Shirlu replied, munching on her rice dumpling and nodding indistinctly. "My father once said that Li Mingru's temperament is, in some respects, quite akin to that of a demon cultivator, unrestrained and free-spirited. Thus, he shares a good rapport with my father. In their youth, they often bragged, fought, and even frequented brothels together. They even shared the same latrine at times. Li Mingru would frequently mock my father for his height, which would infuriate him for days. As for his prowess, there is no need to elaborate. During his prime, no cultivator in the world could withstand a single slap from him, hence the title Great Demon King Li Mingru among us demon cultivators." Listening to Shangguan Shirlu's exaggerated words, Lin Xiaolu set down his empty bowl, befuddled. Over the past few days, he had come to realize that Shangguan Shirlu seemed to be the most knowledgeable about his master among them. After all, her father had a close relationship with his master, and as the daughter of a demon sect leader, she naturally possessed insights beyond those of others. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu curiously asked, "Butterfly, did your father ever mention what realm my master reached at his peak?" "He did," she replied. "My father said that your master, at his pinnacle, was possibly at the celestial realm." "Seal's tile?" The others present were taken aback, including the dashing duck, who paused slightly. Both Wugo and Lin Xiaolu knew of the realms of cultivation as qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul. What, then, was this celestial? At that instant, Shangguan Shirlu, who had always been well-informed, noticed the bewilderment in Wugo and Lin Xiaolu's eyes and proudly lifted her chin. "Haha, you've never heard of it, have you? Truly lacking in knowledge. The celestial realm is above the nascent soul stage," she explained. "Is that so?" Lin Xiaolu eagerly pressed on. "So it's a realm above the nascent soul? How did my master get injured?" "Yes," Shangguan Shirlu confirmed. "Above the nascent soul is indeed the celestial realm." With a dismissive glance at Lin Xiaolu, she added, "It's a pity you call yourself Li Mingru's disciple, yet know so little about your own master's realm." "But my master never told me," Lin Xiaolu replied, still bewildered, before continuing with urgency. "All I know is that my master was incredibly powerful, but later sustained severe injuries that caused his realm to decline. Can you enlighten me about this celestial realm and how my master was injured?" Beside her, the innocent Wugo gazed at her with curiosity, while Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, so you are pleading with me, are you?" Su Guanyin teased, her voice laced with delight. "If you beg me, I might just share what I know." Lin Xiaolu hesitated for a moment, then began to draw her blade. Observing this, Su Guanyin quickly interjected, "In truth, my father does not possess extensive knowledge about Li Mingru's affairs. He knows only a fragment." She explained to the eager listeners before her. "In our Shinjo, the pinnacle of cultivation is the Yuanying stage. Should one transcend this, they would ascend to the realm of the celestials, a world we refer to as the heavenly realm, commonly known as the heavens. It is only upon reaching the celestial state that one can be deemed a true immortal." "Did my master ever ascend to the heavens?" Lin Xiaolu inquired. "No, he did not," Su Guanyin replied, shaking her head gently. "My father mentioned that for some reason. He was reluctant to ascend, and as a result, the heavenly Tao attempted to bind him, compelling his ascent, but ultimately, it failed." Lin Xiaolu. "Wugo, isn't that astounding? The heavenly Tao itself faltered." At the dining table, Su Guanyin continued at a leisurely pace. "The specifics evade me as well. I merely recall my father's fragmented tales since this transpired long ago. The elders from Amei probably remain oblivious to your master's past. For Li Mingru seldom lingered at Amei, perpetually either engaged in battle or en route to one. It is only in these last 2 years that he has gradually retreated into seclusion amidst the mountains. Why have we not heard any rumors regarding cultivators of the celestial realm? Lin Xiaolu turned to Wugo beside her, asking, "Have you ever heard of the celestial realm?" Wugo, bemused, shook her head, indicating her ignorance. "Of course, you have not. It has been ages since anyone ascended to become a celestial. And cultivators of that realm have not descended for over 3 centuries, Su Guanyin elucidated. Currently, only a handful of ancestral figures from various sects retain memories of the celestial realm. My father recounted that 3 centuries ago, those celestials would occasionally descend to the mortal realm, meddling in worldly affairs at their whim. Li Mingru, however, grew quite irate and single-handedly struck them all down. To this day, although Li Mingru has suffered grievous injuries for reasons unknown, his cultivation has regressed to the Jedon stage, yet as long as he draws breath, the gods above dare not descend." Chapter 159. The art of the Japanese soared upon hearing the extensive introduction from Shangguan Shirlu. Lin Xiaolu and his companions were momentarily bewildered, rendered speechless by their astonishment. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming for their youthful minds to comprehend. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu was particularly struck by the gravity of it all. He suddenly recalled a memory from when he was 7 years old, when a storyteller had spun a tale about a destitute Taoist at the village entrance, claiming that if one were to rob him, great rewards would ensue. Naively, he had believed the tale and, accompanied by his sister, had ventured forth to commit the act, only to encounter Li Mingru. Subsequently, he found himself becoming the esteemed disciple of the unparalleled master, Li Mingru. Lin Xiaolu felt as though everything was preordained, contemplating a future opportunity to revisit his village and inquire further with the storyteller. After breakfast, the group of young adventurers resumed their journey. Jiang Ning drove the cart, while Lin Xiaolu cradled Shuai Shuai beside her. Wugo and Shangguan Shirlu lounged comfortably in the carriage, leisurely traversing the official road. By mid-morning, they passed through the gates of Danyang City, continuing their journey until they reached the border of the Yuan Kingdom, arriving at a city named Fufeng just before nightfall. After passing through the city gate checkpoint, Jiang Ning cheerfully remarked to the young lad beside her, "Fufeng is renowned as a bastion of swordsmanship. Xiaolu, have you not always desired to learn martial arts? You can explore the sword techniques here." The boy, who had been drowsily clutching Shuai Shuai, perked up at the mention of sword techniques. "Wow, what kinds of sword techniques are there?" Jiang Ning smiled gently. "I am not entirely certain, but I recall they were specifically designed to counter the Japanese pirates." Japanese pirates? Lin Xiaolu was momentarily perplexed, having never encountered this term before. Shuai Shuai, nestled in his arms, elucidated, "The East Japan is an island nation situated beyond the realms of Shinjo. They once waged war against Shinjo, but were ultimately defeated." "Are there cultivators there as well?" Lin Xiaolu inquired. "Certainly. Those East Japan cultivators had to call out for their fathers when Li Mingru wielded a feather duster against them." Shuai Shuai replied nonchalantly. Lin Xiaolu, having grown accustomed to his leader's formidable prowess, he now felt utterly indifferent, his heart unperturbed. Even if Shuai Shuai were to reveal that his leader was not human, he would likely remain unfazed. Continuing with his narrative, Shuai Shuai explained, "Many years ago, East Japan engaged in warfare with the various nations of Shinjo. Both cultivators and ordinary warriors from East Japan mobilized to invade Shinjo. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities, an agreement was established stipulating that cultivators could not interfere in battles between mortals, mortal against mortal, immortal against immortal. Thus, the mortal warriors of Shinjo fought valiantly against their East Japan counterparts. The sword techniques developed in the Yuan Kingdom to counter the warriors of East Japan were likely conceived by martial arts masters of that era." "Wow, that is truly incredible," Lin Xiaolu exclaimed, captivated by the thought of the diverse martial arts sects flourishing across the land of Shinjo. The youth, cradling the charming duck, inquired with palpable excitement, "Are the practitioners of the East truly formidable? Have our esteemed cultivators from the divine land also mobilized?" He continued, "They must indeed be impressive, for the East boasts an array of peculiar ninjutsu and onmi-di techniques, and their practitioners are remarkably united, unlike our scattered cultivators in the divine land. As for our cultivators," The well-informed charming duck pursed its beak and replied, "Our cultivators are entirely unaware of the invasion, for they have yet to cross the East Sea." Li Mingru, wielding a feather duster, stood proudly atop the vast ocean, single-handedly causing a complete collapse of all East practitioners. With that, the charming duck tilted its head and looked at Lin Xiaolu, saying, "Your leader battled for an extended period, leaving even the emperor there unscathed, and afterwards lamented their audacity, claiming his hand had grown sore from the endeavor." Lin Xiaolu. As soon as the charming duck finished speaking, Shangwan Shirlu interjected with indignation. Li Mingru has gone too far. She poked her little face out from behind the carriage curtain, puffed up with annoyance, and continued, "When he went to the East Sea, my father communicated with him, asking him to leave some for my father to partake as well. Yet by the time my father arrived, he had already consumed it all, leaving none for him, which nearly led to a rift in their friendship." A burst of laughter erupted from the group. Even the meditating Wuku could not contain his mirth. Amidst the cheerful laughter, the carriage rolled into the prosperous city of Fufeng, arriving at an opulent inn. As usual, the group of youths feasted heartily, and afterwards, Lin Xiaolu announced her intention to visit a local martial arts sect the following day, seeking to acquire techniques specifically designed to counter the East's marauders, and requested that her companions stay a couple more days. Naturally, there were no objections, for despite her whimsical nature, Lin Xiaolu had somehow become the steadfast backbone of the group, and they all readily agreed with laughter and camaraderie. That night, nothing particularly remarkable transpired, and everyone enjoyed a restful slumber, with the exception of Jiang Ning and Wuku, who found it odd that, despite the passage of time, the Yungu sect had yet to dispatch any new assassins. On the following morning, the group shared breakfast, particularly savoring a local delicacy known as shengjianbo from Fufeng. This delightful treat was exquisitely delicious, crispy on the outside and tender within, oozing with juice upon the first bite. Lin Xiaolu devoured over 120 of them, leaving the innkeeper and staff in utter disbelief, begging her to temper her appetite. By the time of the morning hour, outside the renowned Qi family dojo in Fufeng City, a multitude of robust men, brandishing iron blades, stood in formation. Each one was brawny and formidable, glistening with sweat beneath the morning sun, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. The Qijia Dojo stands as the most renowned martial arts academy in Fufeng, where every disciple possesses exceptional skills and prowess. What is truly remarkable, however, is their commendable character. They frequently lend a helping hand to the townsfolk. In times of flooding or marauding bandits, they are invariably the first to rise to the occasion, their response outpacing even that of the local officials, earning them the deep affection of the community. The dojo's master has an unwritten rule concerning the acceptance of disciples. While the initiation fee and one's potential as a martial artist are of secondary importance, the primary focus lies on the character of the aspirant. Only after a year of scrutiny, determining the individual's integrity, may one formally apprentice at Qijia Dojo. At this moment, the master, a man in his 50s with a prominent black beard, leisurely observes his students practicing at the dojo entrance, teapot in hand. Use more strength. Raise your voices. Extend your forearms. Steady your horse stance. And remember to exert force through the ground when wielding your blades. He inspects each student, taking solace in their diligence. Just as he prepares to retreat indoors, he inadvertently notices a youthful Taoist, perhaps 12 or 13 years of age, standing by the street adjacent to the dojo. The young monk gazes with wide, unblinking eyes, captivated by the martial practice unfolding before him. The master pays little heed to the onlooker. He welcomes the attention, believing that if the townspeople witnessed the earnest training of Qijia's disciples, it would instill a greater sense of security within the community. After all, a martial artist's duty is to safeguard the peace of their realm, a lesson passed down from their ancestors. Focus. There is a young Taoist observing you. Showcase your true skills so he may know that with Qijia Dojo present, no one can bully the citizens here. The master calls out, addressing his students as if the young monk were a member of the community. Upon hearing this, the men are invigorated, practicing with fervor, passionately shouting and swinging their blades to demonstrate their strength and martial prowess. The master then bellows, "We shall conclude our foundational exercises here. It is time to commence training in the art of the Japanese blade. Begin the kicking techniques." Chapter 160. The bearded innkeeper. The men in the arena simultaneously paused, then brandished their training dull blades, fiercely unleashing the first form of the katana technique, the kicking blade. Lin Xiaolu, who was observing from a distance, was taken aback by their movements. Such a style of swordsmanship existed? He had only mastered the straightforward and clear-cut techniques of the Jinyui's 8 blades, never having conceived of wielding a blade in such a manner. Second form, the counter-strike blade. Begin. After the first form was practiced, the innkeeper, unperturbed by the possibility of his secret art being learned, called out once more. Although the katana techniques were not particularly intricate, they were highly practical. However, without years of dedicated practice, they remained unattainable. Thus, he had no concern that the young Taoist would grasp them. At this moment, he was intentionally showing off, wanting the Taoist to understand that the Qiqia Dao Pavilion in Fufeng City was there to protect him. Third form, the palm-shattering blade. Begin. The men in the arena continued their practice, their shouts echoing. Fourth form, the skyward blade. Begin. By this stage, not every man was capable of executing the move. The first 3 forms were relatively simple, but this one required exceptional physical coordination and speed, belonging to the realm of advanced swordsmanship. At this moment, only 2 among the dozens performed the technique well, while 5 or 6 managed it with difficulty, and the rest failed entirely. The innkeeper smiled subtly, casting a glance toward Lin Xiaolu. "Ha, little one, are you intimidated by the katana techniques of the Qiqia Dao Pavilion? How do you feel about residing in the same city as your esteemed innkeeper, filled with a sense of security?" He. The bearded innkeeper chuckled to himself, then sternly shouted again. Fifth form, the hidden tiger blade. Begin. As soon as this command was issued, all the men knelt on one knee, pressing one hand to the ground, their postures lowered to the utmost degree, while they raised their blades high behind them with the other hand. In the next moment, all of them forcefully pushed off the ground with their hands, their toes pressing into the earth, executing a smooth and swift side leap. In that instant, many fell to the ground due to their lack of balance from improper practice. The remaining few, after their side leap, took a forward step, leveraging their downward momentum to slash upward. Unfortunately, although the movements were barely completed, various factors rendered them devoid of power, merely an empty show. The bearded innkeeper, witnessing this, immediately reprimanded them. "You lot, slacking off during practice all this time, and after years of training, still unable to perform the hidden tiger blade. How disgraceful." After scolding them, the innkeeper eagerly rolled up his sleeves and called out to the crowd, "Come here, everyone, witness the prowess of your esteemed innkeeper." As he spoke, he cast a casual glance towards the young Taoist, excitedly preparing to display his skills. "Hey, little Taoist, today I shall show you the martial arts of your innkeeper." Just as he was about to demonstrate with a dull iron blade, the young Taoist beside the dojo suddenly moved. Lin Xiaolu did not take the Dage Qing bronze weapon. Instead, his small hands formed a knife-holding gesture as he began to practice the series of knife techniques he had just learned. Before the bearded curator and dozens of onlookers, he smoothly executed the first move, the kick strike. Following that, he demonstrated the reverse thrust, the palm break, and the skyward blade techniques, each flowing seamlessly into the next. Finally, he unveiled the tiger lying in wait technique. The entire performance was as smooth as silk, devoid of any hesitation. Everyone was left speechless. The bearded curator, with an expression of astonishment, exclaimed, "What other knife techniques do you have? I can hardly contain my excitement." After completing the 5 sets of knife techniques, Lin Xiaolu stood up eagerly and inquired. At noon, within the Qijia dojo, the robust and imposing bearded curator towered over the diminutive Lin Xiaolu on the wooden floor. Furrowing his brow as he asked, "Do you refuse to accept me as your master? That simply cannot be. A martial talent like you is not someone I can let go. Either you share what you have learned, or you must obediently become my disciple." As he spoke, he extended his enormous hand, resembling that of a child begging for a treat. He had developed a genuine affection for this prodigy, and considering Lin Xiaolu's tender age, he envisioned imparting his entire repertoire of skills to him, nurturing him into an exemplary martial artist destined to become the next dojo master. However, Lin Xiaolu was not inclined to acquiesce. His face flushed crimson as he stretched his neck and shouted, "I already have a master. I can buy your knife techniques." The curator retorted, "I do not seek money. You must become my disciple, or else I shall not let you leave." Lin Xiaolu, feeling the weight of the situation, refrained from leveraging his celestial identity against the affable bearded curator and earnestly pleaded, "It's not that I wish to learn. It's just that your knife techniques are so simplistic that I grasp them after a single glance." Simple? The bearded curator chuckled, amused, as he casually retrieved a dull iron practice knife from the rack. "Little one, do not underestimate the art of the Japanese blade. You wish to know what lies beyond the tiger lying in wait technique. Allow me to demonstrate. Watch closely. This is the sixth technique of the Japanese blade art, the slashing mist and jade cut." In the arena, the bearded curator suddenly raised his blade with astonishing speed, the dull iron knife cutting through the air, creating a gust of wind. With a swift backward lean, he supported himself with one hand and executed a rapid turn, the iron knife swirling around him twice before he unleashed a powerful thrust, dropping to one knee as he completed the move. Lin Xiaolu watched in awe, utterly captivated by the sheer coolness of the maneuver. "How impressive!" he exclaimed. Indeed, the Japanese blade art comprises 7 techniques, and the slashing mist and jade cut is the 6th, designed for combat against multiple foes. As for the 7th technique, the swift step and the theoretical flurry cut, they remain untested. Even the esteemed director of this establishment has yet to master it. However, should you choose to take me as your mentor, I shall certainly impart my knowledge upon you once I have acquired it." Lin Xiaolu stood there in a daze for a moment, and after a brief pause, he shook his head once more. "I apologize, uncle with the beard, but I already have a master." With that, he produced a gold ingot before the astonished gaze of the bearded director. "I will purchase the first 5 techniques of your swordsmanship. I shall not learn the subsequent ones." Having placed the gold ingot down, Lin Xiaolu turned without hesitation and departed. After his departure, the bearded director let out a sudden sigh, carefully storing away his dull iron sword. He turned and entered a small room filled with spirit tablets, where he proceeded to incense each one in reverence. "Father, today I encountered a remarkable martial talent. At such a tender age, he was able to flawlessly execute the tiger subduing blade technique after just a single observation. Yet, he is unwilling to take me as his master, for he already has one." He gazed at the spirit tablets before him, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, his rugged expression softening to that of a child. "Father, our family's swift step swallow slash has not been mastered for 3 generations, not by grandfather, nor by you, let alone the elusive brush-aside blade, which exists solely in ancestral theory. That child I met was quite impressive. I could see his eagerness to learn. However, he is not willing to abandon his current master to follow me, and he did not deceive me with falsehoods. He is a child of admirable character. Father, do you think I should bestow upon him the secret manual?" "Father, my aptitude is rather dull. After 40 years of arduous practice, I am still unable to execute the 7th form of the swift step swallow slash. Thus, I find myself somewhat tempted. That child possesses extraordinary talent. He may indeed be capable of mastering the long-lost swift step swallow slash. If that were to happen, it could allow our QI family's unique knife techniques to once again shine in the martial world, specifically targeting the Eastern Marauders." Chapter 161. The Joy of Leisure at Noon. When Lin Xiaolu returned to the inn, everyone was already present. Jiang Ning and Shangwan Shilu were engaged in whispered conversation, the subject of which remained a mystery. Wu Go, as usual, held on to his prayer beads, intently reciting Buddhist scriptures, nearly lulling the charming duck resting on the table to sleep. Upon entering, Lin Xiaolu, brimming with fervor, lamented his plight to the group. "That formidable bearded uncle is indeed impressive. Yet he refuses to impart the entirety of the Japanese sword technique to me unless I become his disciple." "Show him your strength," Shangwan Shilu suggested, as she conferred with Jiang Ning about their afternoon plans. "Let him see that you are a martial artist capable of defeating cultivators." "I dislike that notion," Lin Xiaolu muttered. Taking a seat at the table, he lifted the teapot and began to drink heartily. After finishing, he lamented, "That sword technique is truly extraordinary. If I could wield it with the Dagung bronze weapon, its power would surely be magnified." He then earnestly requested, "Let us stay here for 2 days. I shall seek out the uncle again and implore him to teach me." The others had no objections and nodded in agreement. Grateful, Lin Xiaolu thanked everyone before dashing out of the inn once more. "Where are you off to now, little dear?" "That sword technique has ignited my passions. It is simply too remarkable. I must run for several hours to quell this fire." With boundless energy, Lin Xiaolu sprinted away from the inn, disappearing into the distance. In the following days, Lin Xiaolu visited the dojo each morning, observing the disciples as they practiced martial arts. The bearded headmaster did not deter him. In fact, he occasionally took the time to demonstrate the sixth move, the slash of the jade blade. Before long, Lin Xiaolu mastered this technique entirely and showcased it before everyone, leaving all in all once again. Little dear, your progress in martial arts is astonishing. I have trained for 3 years and still have not mastered the fifth move, the tiger suppression blade. Yet, you, so young and just 2 days here, have already learned the sixth. You are truly a prodigy. Yes, little dear, you should indeed consider becoming a disciple of our master. It is evident that he holds you in high regard. Indeed, I was once skeptical of the existence of geniuses in this world, but after meeting you, I am a believer. At noon, as the dojo disciples took a break from their training, they engaged in light-hearted banter with Lin Xiaolu. Those who train in martial arts possess a relatively pure disposition, and the warriors of the Qi family dojo are renowned for their integrity and camaraderie, each a valiant soul, deserving of the title of hero. Thus, Lin Xiaolu enjoyed their company, bringing along steamed buns for these good fellows on each of his visits. He relished the interaction with such virtuous, manly, and generous heroes. It was truly delightful. My brothers, I must confess, I began my martial training in the womb. I could perform somersaults upon birth, do one-handed push-ups at 1 year, master lightness skills by 2, and at 3, I was unrivaled throughout the village. In the past, people often inquired about the secret behind my remarkable prowess. The truth is quite simple. I have always been exceptionally well-behaved and exceptionally considerate from a young age. I never uttered foul language and held great respect for my teachers. Those who know me often claim that I am destined for greatness. Possessing the demeanor of a martial sage, the youth continued to boast about himself, his claims becoming increasingly outrageous. Not only did the men from the dojo stare in disbelief, but even the bearded master beside him was momentarily taken aback. Finally, in a fit of enthusiasm, he boisterously declared, "As the ancient saying goes, a dog does not forget its master in times of wealth. After our training tonight, I shall treat everyone to an evening out. All are welcome. Those who do not come are disrespecting me, Lin Xiaolu." He laughed heartily, but a cough interrupted his bravado. The bearded master could no longer endure the nonsense and gave him a light rap on the head, grumbling, "You're still so young. And you think you can indulge in such things? Do you even have the capacity for that? Stop your nonsense and go home for lunch." The men burst into laughter, watching the disgruntled Lin Xiaolu sulk away. Upon returning to the inn, Jiang Ning, Shangwan Shilu, Wu Go, and Shui Shuiya lounged idly in the main hall, engaged in casual conversation. A sumptuous feast lay before them, as they awaited Lin Xiaolu to join them for lunch. As soon as he entered, Shangwan Shilu, visibly annoyed, urged, "Why have you returned so late? We've all been waiting for you to begin the meal." "What can I say? I'm simply too popular. The brothers at the dojo wouldn't let me leave, pleading with me to accept them as my underlings." With that, Lin Xiaolu nonchalantly seated himself beside Jiang Ning and reached for a savory dish. "Have you washed your hands, little dear?" Jiang Ning asked, giving him a gentle nudge. "There's a well in the backyard. Go wash up." "Oh, it's fine. I don't mind your dirtiness." Everyone stared in disbelief. Ultimately, Lin Xiaolu was compelled to wash his hands, returning in a huff to the table to eat. During the meal, Shangwan Shilu inquired, "Are you planning to train again this afternoon?" "Of course, what else would I do?" Lin Xiaolu replied. "I'm going out with Ning, Wu Go, and Shui Shuiya. Would you care to join us?" "Yes, boss. Let us have some fun." Shui Shuiya chimed in, pouting slightly. "Practicing every day must be boring for you." "Not at all." Lin Xiaolu shook his head resolutely. "Time is precious. I must train diligently." With a flourish, Shangwan Shilu produced a dazzling array of gold bracelets. "This collection could buy you hundreds of hours. Accompany me this afternoon." Lin Xiaolu rolled his eyes dismissively. "Humph, self-important woman." Her words ignited Shangwan Shilu's anger, her brows furrowing fiercely. Just as she was about to retaliate, Jiang Ning interjected with a smile. "There's nothing wrong with training, but little dear, you should find a balance. Just this once, train tonight instead." "No, no, no," Lin Xiaolu stubbornly refused, shaking his head. "Tonight, I plan to take Wu Go out." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's demeanor shifted drastically, her once gentle gaze turning sharp. "If you dare to go, I will." "You will do what?" "I'll bite you to death." Jiang Ning exclaimed angrily. "Yes, I'll bite you to death. If Aining can't manage it, I'll help her. Shangwan Shilu chimed in. What you are doing is not right, Lin Xiaolu said, her cheeks stuffed with food, speaking in a muffled tone to Jiang Ning. Aining, we are good friends. You should support my relationship with Wugo. For instance, when Wugo and I go out to have some fun, upon our return, you shouldn't scold us but rather smile and ask if we had a good time. That is what true friends do. Jiang Ning. Wugo. Shangwan Shilu. Nearby, Shui Shui shook his head helplessly while eating. His leader was indeed the most daring man he had ever encountered. Truly worthy of being Li Mingru's disciple, surpassing his mentor in audacity, asking a girl if she enjoyed her time indulging in pleasure. It was simply outrageous. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaolu ultimately chose not to join the others for shopping. Instead, she first practiced horse stance for an hour and then set off for a run, circling the entire Fufeng city until the sun was nearly set. Although it had become increasingly difficult for him to progress in martial arts, it did not mean he could neglect fundamental training. His leader had once said that foundational training is akin to the bedrock of a skyscraper. The sturdier the foundation, the higher and more stable the building can rise. As the sun began to set in the afternoon, the young man, having completed his run, was leisurely wandering through the city, stretching his limbs. Passing by a lush hillside at the edge of the city, he noticed a tea shop with a thriving business and approached to buy a bowl of cool tea to quench his thirst. Annie, how much for the cool tea? 2 coins a bowl. Oh, then please give me one. Before long, the young man received a large bowl of cool tea and was about to take a hearty sip when he inadvertently glimpsed a youth clad in black attire approaching the city gate not far from him. Initially, Lin Xiaolu hadn't paid much attention, but as the young man walked directly to the tea shop and stood beside him, he was surprised to discover that this youth also appeared to be a martial artist. This young man stood tall with a remarkable presence. Despite his youth, his hands were calloused from training. Moreover, Lin Xiaolu noticed a peculiar object strapped to his lower back. Resembling a weapon, 2 cylindrical black iron rods connected by a chain in the middle. Lin Xiaolu had never encountered anything like it and couldn't help but curiously observe this young man, who was a couple of years his senior. While sipping the sweet cool tea, Chapter 162, Tang Long, the peculiar youth, akin to him, requested a bowl of cool tea from the elderly woman selling it, and drank with great gusto. Lin Xiaolu, unable to contain his curiosity after a couple of sips, contemplated approaching to inquire about the boy's origins. However, a faint sound emanated from a nearby haystack. Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot forth without warning, whistling through the air and hurtling toward the enigmatic youth. Lin Xiaolu's gaze sharpened, and just as he intended to intervene, the boy instantaneously raised a hand, deftly grasping the arrow aimed at his cheek, while the other hand leisurely held the tea bowl, sipping as if nothing had transpired. The trembling arrowhead hovered merely 2 inches from his face, yet it could advance no further. The patrons in the tea shop were momentarily stunned by this spectacle. Moments later, murder! Help! Someone has unleashed arrows. A cacophony of screams erupted as everyone scrambled in panic, the tea shop descending into chaos. The elderly woman, abandoning her stall, fled while crying out in terror. Lin Xiaolu, still holding his tea bowl, called after her retreating figure, "Madam, I haven't paid yet." The woman offered no response, only continuing to shout, "Help! Help!" Lin Xiaolu, bewildered, soon found himself the sole occupant of the tea shop. He turned back to the youth, who was still drinking heartily, and after a moment of daze, joined in, lifting his own bowl to indulge. Before long, from within the haystack, 7 or 8 men wielding curved blades emerged, their expressions grim as they regarded the youth in black, who remained unperturbed. "Tang Long, you cannot escape." With one hand, the black-clad boy snapped the arrow in 2, finishing his tea with satisfaction. He exhaled a sigh of relief, placed the empty bowl on the stall, and tossed a few coins inside. He cast a glance at Lin Xiaolu, still drinking with fervor, before finally turning to face the armed men. "As a martial champion personally recognized by the court, do you truly believe I need to flee?" He regarded the anxious men before him with a light chuckle. "You appear to have misunderstood something. It is not you who have pursued me. Rather, I am here, sipping tea, awaiting your arrival due to my discontent." Upon hearing this, the men grew even more tense, their expressions darkening, yet they hesitated to make a move. Lin Xiaolu, having finished his tea, glanced around, noticing the absence of the elderly woman. He took the initiative to scoop a bowl of tea from the vat, adding some mint leaves and honey, and seated himself on a small stool, continuing to sip while observing the confrontation between the black-clad youth and the armed men. He discerned that these assailants were no ordinary individuals. They were martial artists of considerable skill. The individual known as Tang long surpassed them in prowess. The moment he caught an arrow with a single hand left even him astonished. After all, it is often said in the martial world that a visible blade is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is far more challenging to defend against. Yet this fellow seemed to effortlessly counter such concealed threats while leisurely sipping tea, effortlessly mastering the dark arrows that came his way. From a martial artist's perspective, he was undoubtedly the most formidable fighter he had ever encountered. Although his swordplay might not rival that of the burly tavern owner, overall, he likely surpassed him in strength. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle, sipping tea while yearning to discern just how formidable this Tang Long truly was. In the arena, the youthful Tang Long, having exchanged words with the swordsman, leisurely drew forth a bizarre weapon from his lower back. Gripping one end of the iron staff, he began to swing it with a languid grace. The iron chain connected to another staff created a series of blurred shadows in the air, producing a whistling sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. The swordsman, upon witnessing this display, grew increasingly tense, each one refraining from even a breath. The youth, however, remained unfazed, swinging his peculiar staff with a measured nonchalance while raising his left hand dismissively toward the 7 or 8 swordsmen before him, his demeanor exuding utmost arrogance. The leader of the group, perspiration beading on his brow, hesitated for a moment before suddenly lunging forward with his blade, intent on attacking him. As the command left his lips, the black-clad youth let out a strange cry. "I strike." Lin Xiaolu, having just finished his second bowl of cool tea, was taken aback by the youth's sudden movement, exclaiming in astonishment. The youth, with that unusual weapon, swiftly deflected the curved blade of the swordsman, pivoting into a lightning-fast kick that incapacitated the leader in an instant. Less than a breath passed in the process. In the next moment, the peculiar weapon was wielded with such finesse that it produced a cacophony of sound, transforming into a flurry of staff shadows that danced around his form, evading the blades of the swordsman with remarkable agility. The iron staff, seemingly endowed with sentience, deflected each descending blade, retaliating with precision. Lin Xiaolu was utterly mesmerized. What in the world was this weapon? It was both offensively and defensively adept, defying all logic. While it appeared rigid, it moved with the fluidity of a whip. Conversely, its strikes were imbued with a force that surpassed that of ordinary iron staffs, rendering the swordsman incapable of withstanding a single blow, swiftly succumbing to severe injuries. In the arena, the black-clad youth, brandishing his peculiar weapon and executing legs of unparalleled speed, dispatched the numerous adversaries before him in mere moments. Lin Xiaolu was left in awe. This fellow was astonishingly powerful, though he could not compare to his own form after consuming beast blood twice. He was infinitely closer to the state he reached after a single infusion. Lin Xiaolu discerned that Tang Long's speed, strength, reflexes, and resilience had all nearly reached the pinnacle of human capability. Moreover, that strange weapon in his grasp was wielded with unparalleled mastery, transcending the ordinary. "I strike." Once again, a peculiar roar echoed as the young man in black dispatched the final assassin, bringing the battle to a decisive end. Applause erupted from beside the tea house, where Lin Xiaolu, unreserved in his admiration, exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable. You are the most formidable warrior I have ever encountered. I dare say, you are nearly on par with the esteemed Lord Qianhu that my boss mentioned." The young warrior, having vanquished all his foes, cast a glance at Lin Xiaolu, who appeared 2 years his junior, but chose to ignore him. He sheathed his staff at his waist and turned to leave. Yet, Lin Xiaolu followed closely behind, curiosity bubbling over as he asked, "What kind of weapon is that? It's quite unique. Why are you silent? Are you shy? Why were those people chasing you? Are you a notorious bandit? If so, we would be comrades in crime. You seem quite capable at such a young age. Why not become my subordinate? I could protect you from those who pursue you, but you must refrain from wrongdoing, perhaps just robbing the wealthy landlords." The young man in black, increasingly annoyed, grumbled under his breath about the bothersome child. Finally, in exasperation, he turned to Lin Xiaolu and said, "Where did this little Taoist come from? Do not trouble me." Taken aback by the disdainful remark, Lin Xiaolu retorted, You can't be that much older than I am, so why speak as if you are an adult? I am the youngest martial champion of the Qin Kingdom. I am also an immortal from Ame. Have you heard of Ame? The young warrior paused, momentarily surprised, and then shook his head in confusion, as he had devoted himself to martial arts from a young age and knew little of immortal practitioners. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu laughed heartily and said, I see you possess considerable skill. Would you be interested in joining me? I can teach you Tai Chi, and in return, you can teach me your leg techniques, or perhaps even that staff. You know Tai Chi? The young warrior, equally passionate about martial arts, finally halted and scrutinized Lin Xiaolu from head to toe. That night, within the inn's main hall, Jiang Ning, Shengwan Shilu, Wu Go, and the charming duck all gazed thoughtfully at Lin Xiaolu's room upstairs. They could distinctly hear the sounds of laughter and chatter emanating from the room, suggesting that the two were enjoying an animated conversation, punctuated by bursts of laughter. I never would have anticipated that Li Mingru's disciple would have such tastes, Shengwan Shilu remarked, crossing her arms and wearing a bemused smile. Upon hearing her words, Wu Go and Jiang Ning both blushed, while the charming duck appeared entirely unfazed. Young people, it mused, sometimes seek a thrill, and that is understandable. Chapter 163. The Blade of Departure. It was not until the deep of night that Lin Xiaolu emerged from the room with a young man clad in black named Tang Long. As they descended the stairs, they were animatedly engaged in conversation, sharing laughter and camaraderie. With a hint of reluctance, Lin Xiaolu bid him farewell, observed by the peculiar gazes of Jiang Ning and Shengwan Shilu. As soon as Tang Long departed, Shengwan Shilu crossed her arms and remarked with a smirk, Oh, I thought you were so engrossed in conversation that you would invite him to join our team. He is unwilling, Lin Xiaolu responded, turning to her companions with a wistful shake of her head. Though we connected instantly, our paths do not align. He merely shared with me a leg technique known as Li Sanjiao, and in return, I imparted to him the principles of Tai Chi and the methods of beast blood body refinement. That is all. From which region does he hail? Jiang Ning inquired. From the Qin Kingdom, a rather distant land, Lin Xiaolu elucidated. His name is Tang Long, a martial champion of Qin, proficient in the mesmerizing art of the nunchaku. Like me, he seeks to amalgamate the strengths of various martial disciplines. However, it seems he has attracted the ire of a formidable noble, which has led to him being pursued. His friends reside beyond the borders of Shenzhou, and he intends to visit them. Beyond Shenzhou? Where might that be? Shengwan Shilu pressed. I am not entirely certain, Lin Xiaolu admitted, scratching his head before breaking into an exuberant grin. Once I return, I shall practice Li Sanjiao, and then master the art of the katana. I shall surely become formidable, ha ha ha. His companions looked on, stifling smiles at the sight of the boy, hands on hips and laughing heartily. Although Lin Xiaolu had only recently met Tang Long, he felt an undeniable connection, recognizing their shared pride and diligence. He was convinced that destiny would reunite them, and by that time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a remarkable master of martial arts, surpassing even his own expectations. The following day, within the Qijia dojo, a young boy clad in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon a small booklet laid before him, nearly drooling in anticipation. This is a copy of the katana technique. Do you wish to acquire it? The bearded dojo master inquired, seated opposite him with a twinkle in his eye. Yes, indeed. The boy nodded fervently, excitement radiating from him. Uncle Bearded, I would give you anything you desire, as long as you do not require me to become your disciple. Then what if I asked you to kneel? The bearded master teased. Lin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Logically, one must perform a formal acknowledgement when learning from another, which included kneeling and bowing. Yet, he could not accept a master. Thus, kneeling was out of the question. In the room, the bearded master observed Lin Xiaolu's hesitation and could not help but chuckle. However, he soon adopted a serious demeanor and addressed Lin Xiaolu earnestly. The katana technique was devised by my ancestors specifically to counter the warrior code of the Yi Sting. Therefore, this art of the blade is fundamentally distinct from other martial disciplines. Other martial arts, at their inception, were either designed for self-preservation or for the purpose of vanquishing foes. However, the art of the Japanese sword stands apart. It was created to shield the people of the Central Plains from the humiliation inflicted by pirates, thus rendering it a righteous form of swordsmanship. After expressing this sentiment, he gazed at the 13-year-old Lin Xiaolu and remarked, Young one, I am 52 years of age. In the prime of my life, not some decrepit old man. You possess remarkable talent and are indeed a promising candidate for martial arts. If you wish to learn this Japanese sword technique, you may do so without any charge. However, you must pledge to uphold 4 solemn oaths. First, you shall never wield your blade to bully others. Second, you must rise to defend justice when you witness wrongdoing. Third, any who violate the sanctity of our land shall be met with your blade. Fourth, should anyone inquire about this technique, you must declare it as the creation of my esteemed ancestors. Should you violate any of these vows, you shall meet a gruesome end beneath 1,000 blades. Do you consent? Lin Xiaolu pondered for a moment, then nodded earnestly. I consent. He raised his hand and recited the oaths verbatim. The burly master could not help but smile at the earnestness of the youth as he witnessed the solemn vow being taken. When Lin Xiaolu, with eager anticipation, inquired if he could learn the technique, the master replied with a grin, "This sword art was conceived by my ancestors. You need not formally take me as your teacher, but you must kneel and pay your respects to my ancestors with 3 respectful bows to inform them of your intent. Are you willing?" Absolutely, Lin Xiaolu readily agreed. It would be inherently awkward to learn from another's technique without acknowledging the master. Thus, he felt it was only right to pay homage to the ancestors who created this art. Without hesitation, he rose and followed the burly master to honor the ancestral spirits of the Qi family, offering incense and bowing deeply 3 times. Afterward, Lin Xiaolu bid farewell to the master, respectfully clasping his fists and bowing, then departed from the dojo, cherishing the small booklet he received. Upon returning to the inn, the youth paid no attention to anyone, barely even stopping to eat, and hurried to his room to immerse himself in the study of the Japanese sword technique. With another journey on the morrow, he aspired to master the art in the shortest time possible. In contrast to the Japanese sword technique, he had already fully grasped the Li San Jiao taught by Tang Long, yet the Japanese sword technique was far more intricate. As he perused the booklet, he realized that the 7th form, the swift step and swallow slash, along with the flicking blade, void, were significantly more challenging than the Li San Jiao. The swift step and swallow slash, in essence, is a fusion of lightness and swordplay. However, this particular lightness differs from the Mandarin duck steps, as it requires the use of the sword itself to achieve a unique form of agility. Lin Xiaolu came to understand why the burly master, after 40 years of practice, had yet to master this form. It is not something an ordinary martial artist could achieve. This technique demands not only extraordinarily explosive leg strength, but also a seamless integration of the sword and the body to achieve the effect of gliding through the air with the blade. Lin Xiaolu was confident that with just 2 or 3 days of practice, he would be able to achieve it, given his remarkable physical prowess. However, upon flipping to the last page of the booklet and encountering the section on the fuchsia blade, void, he became utterly bewildered. The booklet described that the fuchsia blade originally stemmed from the one-cut technique of the Eastern samurai, known as fuchsia ichido, which is a form of swordsmanship called iaido. The fuchsia blade, void, on the other hand, was a synthesis and refinement of the fuchsia technique and the traditional miao swordsmanship of the shenzhou, developed by the ancestors of the Qi family in their exploration of sword techniques. It incorporated a health regimen known as the 8 sections of brocade, culminating in a sword technique that exists solely in theory. In essence, the so-called fuchsia blade, void, is about wielding one's own dual hidden strength to execute sword strikes. According to the theoretical framework presented in the booklet, by infusing a peculiar force akin to dual hidden strength into the sword and delivering a full force strike akin to the fuchsia ichido, one could generate an invisible sword chi, thereby achieving the effect of slashing through the air at a distance. Of course, for an ordinary martial artist, this notion is indeed a fanciful delusion. As human endurance has its limits, no matter how swift the blade or how immense the strength, the human body's constraints prevent the possibility of executing an aerial strike. Moreover, a typical blade would not withstand such exertion, likely shattering even before the swing could be completed. However, now Lin Xiaolu, possessing both the Dagung bronze artifact and dual hidden strength, would be an exceptional case. Chapter 164, Arrival at the Feudal State's Little Deer, It's Time for Dinner. Outside the door, Jiang Ning hoisted a yoke, with baskets hanging on either side, each containing dozens of meat sandwiches. Breathless, she wiped the sweat from her brow and continued to knock on the door with a hint of exasperation. It was fortunate that she was a martial artist. Otherwise, she would truly struggle to carry such a heavy load. After a while, the door creaked open, revealing Lin Xiaolu, disheveled and looking utterly dispirited. Taken aback by the sight of the untidy youth, Jiang Ning asked, "What is wrong with you?" "I can't seem to master the fushous word, void." Lin Xiaolu blinked with a look of existential doubt. His face contorted in a frown, and he lamented, "I thought I could learn it directly. I can already execute the swift step and swallow slash, but I just can't manage the fushous word, void." Jiang Ning, somewhat bewildered by his words, was unfamiliar with the technique he mentioned, yet it was evident that he was feeling quite dejected. It was quite astonishing. This usually cheerful lad was so disheartened over his inability to perform a martial art. At the entrance, Jiang Ning helplessly set down the yoke and, covering her mouth, chuckled. "You're already quite strong. Don't be too hard on yourself. Let us eat first." With that, the considerate girl placed the basket brimming with meat sandwiches onto the dining table in his room. With a gloomy demeanor, Lin Xiaolu glanced at the meat sandwiches, sniffled, and began to silently stuff them into his mouth. "Are they delicious?" she asked. The boy nodded, cheeks puffed out, his response muffled. "In a few days, when we arrive at my uncle's feudal state, I shall have him prepare an abundance of delicious food for you," Jiang Ning said, propping her chin on her hand with a smile. "Then, Ning, will you leave after you restore your country?" Lin Xiaolu inquired between bites. "Of course," Jiang Ning replied with a nod and a smile. "I must return to the Tang dynasty, and you must come to visit me often." Sounds good. Once you leave, our team will only consist of me, Wuku, and the butterfly flower. I'll make it a point to tease the butterfly flower daily." Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh, giving him a playful glare. "Why do you always want to bully such a lovely person?" "She is not lovely at all. Always so haughty," Lin Xiaolu mumbled. "Don't worry, Ning. Once you return to the Tang dynasty, I'll be your support. You can always come to Mauname for help." "Oh please." Jiang Ning rolled her eyes at him in playful disdain. "The Tang dynasty is quite far from Mauname, and with our prowess, we certainly don't need a support. Even if I'm this impressive, I don't need it?" Lin Xiaolu asked earnestly while eating. Seeing his serious expression, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle again. All right. You are indeed our great support for the Tang dynasty." The following day, the group continued their leisurely journey, soon departing from the Yuan kingdom and heading south along the verdant mountains and fertile paths. They traversed village after village, admiring the breathtaking landscapes along the way, their laughter and banter fostering an increasingly harmonious bond among them. After a month of joyous and lengthy travel, they finally arrived at the small principality where Uncle Jiang Ning resided, enveloped in the sounds of merriment. "We are almost there. Once we enter, we shall head straight to the capital. I expect to see my uncle by tomorrow," Jiang Ning cheerfully announced to her companions from the carriage, her face radiant with joy. After wandering for over 3 months, the prospect of reuniting with her only relative stirred profound emotions within the young girl, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if veiled in a soft mist. Inside the carriage, Lin Xiaolu held on to the charming duck, curiously gazing at the towering city gates that loomed closer. "Is this the principality? The gates seem even grander than those of the Yuan kingdom," she exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, they are far more imposing than the gates of Fufeng back then," responded Shengwan Shirlu, peering out from the curtain. "Though my uncle's principality may be small, it is quite affluent. There are hardly any beggars in the realm, hence the gates are built with considerable opulence," Jiang Ning explained with a smile, her heart swelling with delight. "All right then, I shall indulge in a feast of exquisite delicacies," Lin Xiaolu declared, turning to the meditative Wugo in the carriage. "Wugo, how about we ask Ning to arrange for us to visit the most lavish brothel tonight? Let those girls witness what true gentlemen are like." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning shot her a disapproving glare and chided playfully, "Oh please." After a brief exchange of light-hearted chatter, the carriage arrived at the city gates, where the guards promptly approached to inspect the vehicle. Upon recognizing Jiang Ning, the guards were instantly taken aback, kneeling on one knee in reverence. "City Guard of Duanyuan, we greet Her Highness, the Crown Princess." Others followed suit, startled, as they offered their respects to the young lady in the carriage, exclaiming, "City Guard of Duanyuan, we greet Her Highness, the Crown Princess." Just as Jiang Ning was about to bid them rise, Lin Xiaolu suddenly stood up, still clutching the charming duck. and burst into laughter from atop the carriage. No need for such formality. Children, rise please. Ha ha. Jiang Ning, somewhat exasperated, playfully pinched Lin Xiaolu before alighting from the carriage. She turned to the bowing guards and inquired, "Has my royal uncle received my letter?" "Your Highness, the Emperor received your correspondence 3 months ago and has been awaiting your arrival in the capital since," one of the guards replied. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Given that her uncle's principality was modest yet safeguarded by the Tang dynasty, and with Duanyuan being a border town just a day's journey from the capital, she promptly issued her command. "This evening, I shall not rest here. Matters concerning the safety of the Tang dynasty are of utmost importance, and I shall proceed to the capital without delay." As the words fell, the leading guard immediately bowed his head and responded loudly, "I shall prepare a splendid carriage at once and arrange for the escort to accompany His Highness." Inside the carriage, Lin Xiaolu gazed at the dignified Jiang Ning before her, whispering to her plush duck, "And Ning, you look so majestic. I never noticed it before, but now you truly exude the aura of a princess." The plush duck chuckled in reply, "Elder brother, your elder sibling is none other than Li Mingru, who would dare to project an air of authority in your presence. Take Shengwan Shilu, for instance. Her lineage far surpasses that of Miss Jiang Ning, yet she appears rather foolish in front of you every day." "Haha, indeed. Your words are truly wise, Shui Shuiya," Lin Xiaolu responded with delight. Before long, the guards brought forth 2 magnificent steeds, followed by an exceptionally grand and luxurious carriage. Lin Xiaolu and her companions seamlessly transferred into the opulent carriage, with Jiang Ning joining them. The carriage was driven by 2 formidable soldiers clad in armor, flanked by a pair of imposing cavalry guards, elevating the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. At that moment, seated upon the spacious and comfortable velvet cushions, Lin Xiaolu was utterly elated, exclaiming with joy, "And Ning, you are truly remarkable. This is my first time riding in such a comfortable carriage." The young lady, with a gentle smile, addressed the pure-hearted Wu Gu, Shangwan Shilu, and Lin Xiaolu, saying, "This is merely a prelude. Upon our arrival in the capital tomorrow evening, I will ensure that my royal uncle treats you splendidly."